Chapter 1. The Journey Across Time. Li Xiaobo, a promising freshman, had just finished dinner when he ventured to the antique street and purchased a tattered landscape painting. In an instant, a large truck collided with him, plunging him into darkness and transporting him to another realm. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, he pondered how he had found himself back in the womb. As he attempted to move his limbs, he discovered he could only curl up. Surrounding him was a warm darkness, accompanied by the faint rhythm of his mother's heartbeat. Just as he was bewildered by his inexplicable journey, a sharp pain pierced his head, and he suddenly perceived a dim point of light flickering in his mind, seemingly harboring infinite secrets. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. What was this phenomenon? Could it be linked to his extraordinary experience? He concentrated intently, striving to approach the light. As he drew nearer, the point expanded, revealing vague images that resembled ancient runes or enigmatic chaos. While he was engrossed in his exploration, a strong movement from within the womb startled him, followed by an external voice declaring, "Madam, the fetus is quite active. Could it be an early delivery?" Alarmed, Li Xiaobo abruptly ceased his investigation, fearing that his recklessness might jeopardize his mother's safety. The thought of being born prematurely in this unfamiliar ancient milieu filled him with trepidation regarding his survival. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside his curiosity about the light and patiently await the moment of his birth. Intrigued by the nature of this spherical entity, he endeavored to touch it with his consciousness. The instant his awareness made contact with the sphere, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It became evident that this sphere functioned as a repository of memories, containing fragments of the experiences of its former owner. Through these recollections, he discerned that this world was vastly different from Earth, brimming with peculiar spiritual energies and boundless expanses. After assimilating the memories, he once again directed his consciousness toward the sphere. To his astonishment, he discovered he could enter the internal space of the sphere. Upon stepping into this realm, a blinding light flashed, and an ancient scroll gracefully descended before him. That he reached out to catch it, and, upon opening it, found a profound technique of cultivation. The text within was cryptic and complex, yet each character seemed imbued with a magnetic allure that captivated his spirit. Following the instructions of the technique, he attempted to circulate the energy within him, and to his delight, the thin spiritual energy around him began to converge towards him. Elated, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this practice. As he delved deeper into the cultivation, he felt his strength gradually augmenting, even loosening the constraints that had previously bound him within the womb. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated within the space. To the fated one, "This is the Chaos Pearl. May you utilize it wisely." Li Xiaobo was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving such a treasure. Resolute, he vowed to diligently cultivate this technique and carve out his own domain in this extraordinary world. Immersed in this wondrous sensation, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy, oblivious to the passage of time, until fatigue overtook him. After all, he had yet to truly be born, and such exertion was beyond his current capacity. He exited the realm of the Chaos Pearl, his consciousness returning to the maternal vessel. That moment, the surroundings were warm and serene, yet his body felt as if it had endured a fierce battle, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he beheld scenes from his early life after birth. With the aid of the Chaos Pearl and that profound technique, he swiftly became a renowned figure within the locality. He effortlessly commanded various spiritual energies, navigating through the majestic mountains with ease, while the peculiar creatures before him appeared exceedingly docile. However, peril was ever looming, as formidable dark forces coveted the Chaos Pearl in his possession, seeking to seize it. Undaunted, he wielded his sword, surrounded by a halo of spiritual energy, ready to confront the imminent challenges. Just as battle was about to ensue, he suddenly felt a jolt. It was his mother inadvertently shifting, and thus, his dream abruptly ended. Upon awakening, Li Xiaobo was left with lingering trepidation. He understood that the future would be fraught with challenges, yet it also brimmed with opportunities. He re-entered the realm of the Chaos Pearl to explore its further functionalities. He discovered that, in addition to cultivation, it contained a miniature storage space. He mused to himself that it was indeed a valuable asset, suitable for storing precious items or herbs. Days passed, and Li Xiaobo diligently continued his cultivation within the maternal confines. At last, the moment of his birth arrived. With a piercing cry, he entered the world of Douluo continent. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. Eager to showcase his abilities, he found himself constrained by the limitations of his infantile form, suppressing his inner impulses. Upon his first glimpse of him, His parents discerned that this child was extraordinary. Li Xiaobo's eyes were clear and profound, as if harboring boundless wisdom. Meanwhile, he silently contemplated his path to growth, yearning to swiftly enhance his strength and discover ways to protect the Chaos Pearl from the encroaching dark forces. Li Xiaobo meticulously sifted through fragments of memories, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy. He was astonished to find himself in such a perilous and unfamiliar Douluo world, yet delighted to possess some semblance of capital to navigate it. Finally, Li Xiaobo was born. The outside world was blindingly bright. He could barely open his eyes, only hearing the respectful murmurs of those around him referring to him as young master and similar titles. As days turned into weeks, Li Xiaobo gradually grew and adapted to the lifestyle of this new world. One afternoon, while resting alone in his chamber, he suddenly heard a faint whisper of wind outside the window. Alerted, he stealthily approached the window to glance outside, catching sight of a shadow flitting past. Chapter 2. The Sister's Mischief. He gently approached the window, extending his hand to slowly push open the tightly shut pane. As the window creaked open, a slender gap revealed itself. Peering through this narrow opening, he curiously gazed outside. The world beyond seemed to crystallize before him, as a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The distant sky gleamed like a sapphire, while fluffy white clouds floated like cotton candy within its expanse. On the street below, pedestrians hurried past, and vehicles streamed by in a continuous flow, their myriad sounds intertwining to compose a symphony of urban lithy, a vibrant tableau of bustling existence. After a thorough observation and exploration, he detected no anomalies. This realization allowed the tension that had gripped his heart to finally dissipate as he exhaled a long-held breath, his anxious spirit settling back into calm. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of ease and reassurance washed over him, as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had suddenly vanished without a trace. Just then, Li Xiaobo felt an inexplicable shadow enveloping him from behind, a chill creeping up his spine. Almost immediately, he sensed a hand gently resting on his shoulder, its touch cold and unfamiliar, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Filled with confusion and a hint of trepidation, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head. Upon recognizing the figure before him, his astonishment swiftly transformed into joy. It was his long-lost sister. She stood there, smiling at him, her eyes radiating warmth and familiarity from their long-awaited reunion. Li Xiaobo embraced his sister tightly, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister, what brings you back? I missed you so much." She affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Brother, of course I had to come back to see you. Moreover, I have now ascended to the rank of 34th level Soul Master, with greatly enhanced powers to better protect you." Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. I too wish to awaken my martial soul and become a powerful Soul Master like you." She patted him encouragingly on the shoulder. "You can certainly achieve that, dear brother. Your talent is commendable. With diligent cultivation, your martial soul will awaken, and you will undoubtedly thrive." As she spoke, she produced a luminous orb that radiated an extraordinary glow, handing it to Li Xiaobo. "This orb will assist you in your martial soul awakening. Take it and prepare well." Li Xiaobo carefully accepted the orb, feeling a mysterious energy coursing through his hand. Gripping it tightly, he asserted, "Sister, I will make good use of it and strive for an early martial soul awakening." The siblings exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Li Xiaobo followed his sister on the journey home, excitement bubbling within him, for it had been so long since they had been together. Before long, their home appeared before them. Upon opening the door, a powerful wave of his father's soul energy enveloped him, and upon seeing Li Yuanmei return, Li Lingfeng let out a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, their mother, Feng Linger, gently pulled Li Yuanmei close, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury or change. Then, Li Yuanmei turned to her parents, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mom, Dad, I have missed you and my brothers so dearly." Mother gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and comforted, "Xiaobo, focus on your training. Perhaps one day you'll have the opportunity to fight alongside your sister, and we will have more time to reunite as a family." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will definitely work hard." At that moment, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the hopeful faces of the family. The family gathered together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Xiaobo asked his sister, "Sister, have you encountered any particularly formidable opponents at the academy?" Li Yuanmei took a sip of water and replied slowly, "Of course. During one practical training session, My opponent was Zhao Gang, who possesses a powerful assault-type martial spirit. His attack power is extraordinary. At the onset of the battle, he launched a fierce assault, and I could only defend myself using the power of the Primordial Pearl. As she spoke, Li Yuanmei held up the Primordial Pearl for her family to see. This pearl not only enhances my defensive capabilities, but can also rebound a portion of damage at critical moments. That I seized the opportunity and, aided by the pearl, managed to deflect some of his attack back at him, catching him off guard, and ultimately secured a narrow victory. Everyone listened with rapt attention, and their father, stroking his beard, nodded approvingly. My daughter is indeed both wise and courageous. Subsequently, Li Yuanmei shared anecdotes about her interesting teachers and classmates at the academy, as well as the various peculiar martial spirits. Enraptured by his sister's tales, Li Xiaobo felt an even stronger yearning for martial spirit awakening and silently resolved to train diligently, aspiring to shine brightly at the academy like his sister in the future. Just as Li Yuanmei was animatedly recounting her experiences, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound from Li Xiaobo's stomach. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, prompting laughter from everyone. Amidst all the talking, we forgot that Xiaobo hasn't eaten yet, Mother said with a smile. Thus, the family rose and made their way to the dining room. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, exuding an enticing aroma. Xiaobo's eyes brightened as he eagerly sat down, ready to indulge. Eat slowly, don't choke, his sister reminded him with concern. Li Xiaobo stuffed food into his mouth. He mumbled indistinctly, Sister, the food at the academy must not be as good as home. Indeed, the meals at home are infused with our parents' abundant love, Li Yuanmei teased. Father suddenly set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious as he looked at Li Xiaobo and said, Xiaobo, next week you will awaken your martial soul. This is a significant event in your life, so you must prepare in advance. Li Xiaobo's eyes brightened with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Dad, how should I prepare? After a moment of contemplation, Father replied, First, you must adjust your mindset. Your mental state is crucial during the awakening of your martial soul. Secondly, focus on physical training during this period to ensure your body is in optimal condition, as it may help you endure the arrival of a more powerful martial soul. Mother chimed in, Yes, eat more nutritious food. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Li Yuanmei encouraged, Brother, don't worry. With your talent, you will undoubtedly awaken an extraordinary martial soul. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to discuss it with me. I have learned quite a bit about martial soul awakening at the academy. Li Xiaobo nodded vigorously. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, Sister. I will give it my all. Subsequently, the family joyfully reminisced about the formidable martial souls that had previously appeared in their lineage. Li Xiaobo's heart brimmed with anticipation, as if he could envision himself wielding a powerful martial soul, gallivanting across the world. Chapter 3. Martial Soul Awakening. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed, vanishing in an instant. At last, the long-awaited and thrilling day of martial soul awakening had arrived. The entire Count's mansion was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement, with people discussing the impending momentous occasion. Children were awakened early by their parents, dressed in their finest attire, and made their way to the martial soul awakening hall with a sense of trepidation. The area outside the door was crowded with onlookers, some peering curiously, while others cast their blessings and encouragements towards the children participating in the awakening ceremony. The sunlight bathed the ancient architecture, casting a golden hue, as if heralding a day filled with miracles and possibilities. Li Xiaobo followed his father to the martial soul awakening chamber at the heart of the Count's mansion. Many peers had already gathered there, their faces reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. The elder in charge of the awakening ceremony stood before an ancient and mysterious array, his expression solemn. Upon noticing Li Xiaobo and his father's arrival, he gestured for Li Xiaobo to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo slowly walked into the array. In an instant, the array illuminated with brilliance, enveloping him in its glow. He felt a strange power surging within him, as if every corner of his body was being explored. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot into the sky, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Before Li Xiaobo, a golden martial soul resembling him gradually manifested. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. This was an exceptionally powerful and rare martial spirit. The elder nodded approvingly, stating, This child's future is boundless. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, his heart brimming with excitement and determination. He knew that the journey of his martial spirit was only just beginning, with countless challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. Just as the onlookers believed the awakening of the martial spirit was nearing its conclusion, a brilliant golden light suddenly flickered intensely, transforming into strands of golden thread that spread outward. Where these threads touched, the very fabric of space rippled. The elder's expression shifted. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Li Xiaobo felt an even more potent force tugging at him, and he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, the golden martial spirit erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining with the blue strands. As the radiance merged, the martial spirit began to transform, its singular form splitting into multiple small golden figures that circled around Li Xiaobo. In his astonishment, the elder murmured, "Could it be the legendary evolution of the martial spirit? What extraordinary constitution does this child possess?" Li Xiaobo gazed at the wondrous scene before him, curiosity filling his heart. Yet he soon regained his composure, understanding that this was an opportunity on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. As the crowd stood in awe, the small golden figures suddenly coalesced into a colossal golden phantom, wielding a long spear that radiated a piercing cold light. Li Xiaobo clearly sensed the immense power emanating from the spear, as if a mere flick could rend the very void. The elder took a deep breath and shouted, "This is the manifestation of a divine-level martial spirit. This child is surely chosen by the heavens." The crowd erupted in astonishment. However, Li Xiaobo remained unfazed. He reached out to touch the spear held by the golden phantom, and the moment his hand made contact, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. He envisioned ancient and mysterious battle scenes, where a colossal figure wielded a similar weapon against malevolent forces. From this, Li Xiaobo gleaned various techniques of spear combat, his gaze resolute as he abruptly drew the spear. In an instant, the skies darkened and thunder roared. Li Xiaobo understood that he had taken upon himself a new mission from this moment forth. He would embark on a genuine quest to explore the mysteries of martial spirits and protect this continent. Armed with the unexpectedly acquired powerful martial spirit and the divine spear, Li Xiaobo awakened his martial spirit. He inhaled deeply and stepped forward, a flash of light illuminating his form, revealing an extraordinary silhouette. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld a spear radiating an ethereal blue light, with mysterious runes subtly flowing along its shaft. The soul master responsible for the awakening was taken aback after testing the soul power, exclaiming in shock, "Innate super soul power! It's actually innate super soul power!" This caused an uproar in the crowd. Li Lingtian was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and his sister Li Yuanmei beamed with pride. Meanwhile, the few children with non-Hunyuan pearl martial souls clenched their fists secretly, knowing that this boy named Li Xiaobo would become their target to chase. Discussions among the crowd rose and fell, with everyone speculating about Li Xiaobo's future achievements. Li Xiaobo stood in place, filled with excitement and anticipation, tightly clenching his fists, secretly vowing to carve out his own territory in this world of martial souls. Li Lingtian looked serious as he glanced around, lowering his voice to say to everyone, "This matter is of great importance and concerns the future of the Zhong family. I hope everyone will keep it to yourselves." The crowd exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Soon after, they filed out one by one, leaving only Li Xiaobo and his father Li Lingtian in the room. Li Lingtian's expression was grave, and his gaze was fixed firmly on Li Xiaobo, as if he had something important to discuss with him privately. Li Lingtian looked at Li Xiaobo with a serious expression, earnestly warning him, "Xiaobo, there is something of utmost importance that I must remind you. No matter when or where, you must never reveal your twin martial souls and that innate super soul power to anyone. This is a secret related to our survival. If others find out, it could lead to countless troubles and dangers." He tightly grasped Li Xiaobo's shoulders, as if trying to make him fully understand the gravity of the matter. Then, in a lowered voice, Li Lingtian continued, "Do you know? Twin martial souls are already extremely rare, and innate super soul power is even more unique. Once such a talent is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetousness and competition of various forces. Those with ulterior motives will definitely resort to any means to obtain this power, and we will find ourselves in endless predicaments. So, remember to keep it a secret, even from the closest people. Only then can we survive peacefully in this world full of crises and challenges." Then, Li Lingtian slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobo, and asked in a tone tinged with curiosity and expectation, "Xiaobo, do you know what your awakened martial soul is?" His questioning voice echoed in the air, seemingly carrying a sense of urgency to uncover this mystery. Chapter 4. Martial Soul. Reverse God Spear, an herbal diagram, Dad. Li Xiaobo exclaimed excitedly. My martial soul is called the Reverse God Spear. It's a powerful attack-type martial soul. As he spoke, pride and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. The Reverse God Spear seemed to possess endless power, its sharp tip radiating a chilling light, and the spear body was engraved with mysterious and ancient runes, each rune seemingly containing powerful energy. Look at my body. After merging and tempering with the martial soul, I have become stronger than ever. My muscles are well-defined and full of explosive power, as if I could unleash astonishing strength at any moment. Moreover, as my control over the martial soul continues to improve, I can feel significant enhancements in my speed, reaction ability, and endurance. And even more surprisingly, I actually possess a mysterious and powerful martial soul. At that moment, my left hand slowly rose, as if being pulled by an invisible force. As my left hand lifted, the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly, and faint light began to emanate from my palm. This light was initially very weak, but gradually grew brighter, like a star awakening. Li Lingtian felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, staring in disbelief as he realized that Li Xiaobo was not a twin martial soul, but rather a three-life martial soul that had never appeared in the history of Douluo continent. Then Li Xiaobo spoke eloquently, describing this martial soul as a mysterious illustration of 100 herbs, containing a space within it. It was like a magical treasure box that would continuously expand with its cultivation, becoming increasingly vast and boundless. Furthermore, time inside this martial soul passed incredibly quickly. While a day passed outside, 10 days had already gone by inside. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to rise, the time ratio would increase even more. Subsequently, Li Lingtian tested Li Xiaobo's innate soul power, as the previous crystal ball used for testing could not measure soul power beyond level 10. When Li Xiaobo placed his hand on the crystal ball, it lit up to 2/5. Since this crystal ball could measure up to level 50, it indicated that Li Xiaobo's innate soul power was as high as level 20. Li Xiaobo felt secretly pleased, as having a divine level martial soul made an innate level 20 quite normal, although he couldn't say that out loud. Li Lingtian came back to his senses and then said to Li Xiaobo, Xiaobo, you must never tell anyone about your innate soul power. From now on, you are an innate full power, so as not to provoke others' jealousy. After all, there are only a few people with innate full soul power every few years. Li Xiaobo nodded to show that he understood. Then Li Lingtian said, Xiaobo, you just mentioned that your herbal diagram has a very large space. Li Xiaobo replied, Ah, yes, the space inside will grow with my cultivation. Afterward, Li Lingtian took Li Xiaobo to the Count's Mansion's worship hall, where the elder showed great interest in the herbal diagram martial soul. The Grand Elder Li Qinghua had various rare plant seeds sent over for Li Xiaobo to try one by one, and indeed, all were successful. To verify the unique abilities of the herbal diagram martial soul, Li Qinghua specifically selected a batch of rare plant seeds from a herbal garden 1,000 miles away and handed them to Li Xiaobo for experimentation. Li Xiaobo planted the seeds in the martial soul space, and within 3 days, the seeds sprouted and grew at a visibly rapid pace, even evolving into new varieties in the space. Then he proposed whether it was possible to raise plant-type soul beasts in the space. The family elders were both surprised and curious, so they collected some young plant-type soul beasts. These soul beasts grew rapidly in the herbal diagram, even displaying mutation abilities never seen before. The family elders were shocked and decided to classify Li Xiaobo's martial soul as a family treasure, providing more resources for him to continue his research. When the seeds were planted in the herbal diagram martial soul, Li Xiaobo unexpectedly discovered that not only could plants grow, but at an astonishing speed, they could also improve the rank of the plants. Li Qinghua and the other elders were astonished by this discovery and decided to fully support Li Xiaobo's research. Li Xiaobo proposed the idea of raising plant-type soul beasts, and Li Qinghua thought it was a bold attempt. So he ordered people to collect some rare plant-type soul beast cubs. Under Li Xiaobo's careful cultivation, these soul beasts not only grew rapidly, but also exhibited unprecedented abilities during the evolution process. In the end, Li Xiaobo's herbal diagram martial soul became the family's secret weapon. Li Qinghua, tomorrow, I will take Xiaobo to obtain the soul ring. We must not delay Xiaobo's growth. Li Lingtian, I will take Xiaobo tomorrow. Then he had someone take Li Xiaobo back to rest. Chapter 6. Unexpected joy and unexpected change. The night was as dark as ink, deep and heavy. In this silent night, Li Xiaobo suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of intense pain sweeping over him, as if something was about to break out from deep within his body. He bent over in agony, clutching himself tightly, as if that could slightly relieve the tearing pain. However, the pain did not dissipate as he wished. Instead, it intensified. Li Xiaobo finally could not hold on any longer. His knees buckling, he fell heavily to the ground. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, mixing with the dust on the ground. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but could only emit a hoarse and painful roar, which sounded particularly mournful in the silent night sky. Li Lingtian was originally standing not far away, witnessing everything that was happening. He was taken aback and was just about to approach to check on Li Xiaobo's condition when he suddenly saw a change occurring behind the ladder. A pair of black wings slowly extended, with a faint blue light emanating from them, resembling the wings of a demon from the abyss. Li Lingtian stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock. As a top figure in the Soul Master community, he naturally understood what this meant. An external soul bone that was in existence comparable to 100,000-year soul bone, a treasure that countless soul masters dreamed of. However, at this moment, it appeared on Li Xiaobo's body. What on earth is going on? Li Xiaobo's heart was also surging with waves at this moment. He could clearly feel the power brought by those wings, a powerful and thunderous force that seemed capable of destroying everything. He was both shocked and delighted. Shocked by the sudden change, and delighted that he seemed to have gained unprecedented power because of it. However, this power was not so easy to control. Li Xiaobo soon realized that his consciousness seemed to be eroded by that violent force. He struggled to stay awake, but felt increasingly powerless. He knew he had to make a choice quickly. Either be consumed by this power and become a walking corpse, or endure this challenge, truly master this power, and become a real strongman. Li Lingtian watched as Li Xiaobo struggled in pain, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He wanted to step forward to help, but he knew that he was powerless at that moment. He could only watch helplessly as such a drastic change occurred before his eyes, hoping that Li Xiaobo could get through this ordeal. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Li Xiaobo's screams gradually diminished, replaced by his heavy breathing. The black wings behind him also slowly stopped flapping, hanging quietly at his back. Everything seemed to return to calm, but Li Lingtian knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Finally, Li Xiaobo slowly stood up. His gaze became deep and resolute, as if he had undergone a transformation. The black wings behind him gently flapped in accordance with his will, as if announcing the arrival of a new era. Li Lingtian looked at Li Xiaobo in front of him and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions in his heart. Li Xiaobo stood in the pitch-black soul hunter forest, his eyes flickering with anticipation and nervousness. He took a deep breath and slowly flapped the pair of newly grown wings behind him. They were a pair of powerful wings, seemingly infused with the most violent, thunderous power of heaven and earth. With each flap, the surrounding air seemed to vibrate like an electric current. Gradually, Li Xiaobo's body began to rise off the ground. He felt as if an invisible force was lifting him, slowly freeing him from the grip of gravity. It was an unprecedented experience, filling him with excitement and a hint of fear of the unknown. But he knew that this moment marked an important turning point in his life. A moment later, Li Xiaobo was standing in the sky, like a newly born deity. Behind him, thunder emerged, resembling silver dragons weaving through the clouds. If this scene were to be witnessed by mortals, they would surely think it was a celestial being descending from the heavens, utterly incredible. After hovering in the air for a moment, Li Xiaobo began to attempt to control the wings. He wobbled as he flew down, his movements slightly awkward, but already displaying a hint of divine power. As soon as he landed, he couldn't wait to run over to his father, Li Lingtian, his face beaming with uncontainable excitement. "Dad, look!" Li Xiaobo excitedly pointed at the wings on his back. "This external soul bone has given me two powerful skills. The first one is 3,000 thunder movements, which can increase my speed by 300. Just imagine how fast I'll be able to move in the future." Li Lingtian listened to his son's narrative. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but more was a sense of comfort and pride. He knew that his son had embarked on an extraordinary path. "What about the second skill?" Li Lingtian asked curiously. "The second skill is called Thunder Radiance 9 Heavens," Li Xiaobo said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It is a domain-type skill. Within the Thunder Radiance 9 Heavens domain, I can greatly enhance my lightning elemental power and launch indiscriminate attacks on enemies within the domain. This is simply my ultimate weapon." Li Lingtian felt a surge of happiness for his son upon hearing this. He knew that these two skills would become important aids in Li Xiaobo's future growth. What made him even more gratified was that Li Xiaobo did not become arrogant or complacent because of the newfound power. Instead, he cherished it even more and worked harder. From this moment on, Li Xiaobo's life would turn a new page. He would embark on a path to becoming a deity, accompanied by the soul of thunder, filled with challenges and opportunities. And all of this began on that dark night, with a gentle flapping of his wings. Li Ling Tian proudly looked at his son, Li Xiaobo, and earnestly reminded him, Xiaobo, be sure to hide your external soul bone well. That is a treasure of the blood river, as precious as 100,000-year soul bone. Li Xiaobo nodded seriously in response. Li Ling Tian continued, your two skills are quite outstanding. You can practice diligently in secluded corners. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling. The two walked side by side, and the road beneath their feet seemed even more familiar than before, leading to Soul Hunting Town. Their steps carried a hint of urgency. Yet they could not hide their fatigue. After a day of rushing about, both their bodies and minds had reached their limits. The outline of Soul Hunting Town gradually became clear, but it was already too late. The night had fallen, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding that they could only stay here for the night. The Soul Hunting Hotel became their only choice. In the night, the lights inside the hotel were warm and soft, adding a touch of life and warmth to the dim forest edge. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo walked into the hotel lobby, the wooden floor creaking gently under their feet. The walls around them were adorned with murals depicting the legends of the soul-cracking forest, each one appearing vivid and mysterious. The air inside the hotel was filled with a faint scent of wood, complementing the essence of the forest. After checking in, they arrived at a spacious and tidy guest room. Although the room's facilities were simple, it exuded a rustic charm. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the wooden floor, creating a beautiful scene. Li Ling Tian sat on the edge of the bed, watching Li Xiaobo, who was organizing his belongings, with eyes full of love and expectation. He knew very well that this son not only inherited his bloodline, but also displayed unprecedented talent in martial spirits. That external soul bone was not only a symbol of power, but also a heavy responsibility. Xiaobo, you must remember, with great power comes great responsibility, Li Ling Tian said earnestly. The power granted to you by this soul bone is not for you to flaunt or misuse, but to protect those in need and to uphold peace and justice in this world. Li Xiaobo stopped his actions, looked up at his father, and his eyes sparkled with determination. I understand, father. I will cherish this power and use it to do the right thing. Li Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction and gently stroked his son's hair, saying, I believe in you, Xiaobo. It's getting late, so let's get some rest. We need to wake up early and set off tomorrow. As night deepened, the moonlight poured like water over every corner of the soul-splitting forest. In this tranquil night, both Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo were immersed in their own beautiful dreams, looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow and the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 5. Hunting soul beasts. As soon as dawn broke, Li Xiaobo woke up, excited at the thought of officially becoming a soul master. After quickly washing his face, he eagerly went to find Li Ling Tian. Upon arriving in the living room, he found that his mother, Feng Ling Er, had already prepared breakfast, and his sister was already eating. Feng Ling Er urged Li Xiaobo to sit down and eat quickly. After finishing breakfast in a hurry, he began to ask where his father, Li Ling Tian, was, as he could hardly wait. Soon after, Li Ling Tian walked in from outside and said, Xiaobo, are you ready? Li Xiaobo nodded, and then saw Li Ling Tian walking toward the outside. He quickly followed. They headed straight for the soul-hunting forest. Due to Li Ling Tian's careful attention along the way, the two arrived at Soul Hunting Town by evening. They spent the night at the Fierce Soul Tavern, regaining their energy for the next day. The next morning, at dawn, Li Ling Tian took Li Xiaobo into the soul-hunting forest. The ancient trees in the forest towered high, blocking out the sun. Li Ling Tian led Li Xiaobo through the trees, searching for the perfect soul ring that resonated with him. On the vast Douluo continent, soul rings are treasures that every soul master dreams of. They not only represent the strength of the soul master, but also symbolize their honor and status. However, the process of obtaining a soul ring is filled with unknowns and dangers, and every soul hunting journey is a severe test of the soul master's courage and wisdom. Today, Li Ling Tian was a prominent figure in the soul master community, embarking on the journey to the soul hunting forest with a clear goal: to obtain a legendary and extremely rare high-level soul ring to enhance Li Xiaobo's strength. The soul hunting forest is a mysterious and dangerous place. Dense trees block out the sun, and sunlight filters through layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows. In this dim environment, various soul beasts lurk, some cunning and others fierce, always ready to deliver a fatal blow to any intruders. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo moved cautiously through the forest, one in front of the other. His eyes were sharp and his ears twitched slightly, not missing any signs of movement in the grass. Years of hunting experience told him that in this forest, any oversight could come at a heavy price. Suddenly a low, rumbling roar came from nearby, causing the leaves to tremble and fall. Li Ling Tian's gaze sharpened, and he whispered to Li Xiaobo, "Be careful. There are rare soul beasts around." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo immediately perked up. Their journey was precisely to search for rare soul beasts and hunt for their soul rings. Although fraught with danger, opportunities and challenges coexisted. He tightly gripped the soul tool in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. The sounds of battle came from two massive soul beasts, the nether snake and the thunder eagle. The two soul beasts were vying for a territory rich in energy. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo hid and observed the battle between the two soul beasts. The nether snake was accidentally struck in a vital spot by the thunder eagle and was defeated, allowing the thunder eagle to claim victory. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ling Tian acted quickly to subdue the thunder eagle and urged Li Xiaobo to kill the soul beast without delay. After all, although the thunder eagle was not as powerful as the diamond titan, it was still a top-tier soul beast. Li Xiaobo tightly held a uniquely shaped, soul-guiding dagger in his hand. The dagger gleamed with a cold light under the faint evening sun, as if whispering unknown secrets. Not far away, a thunder eagle, controlled by Li Xiaobo's father, Li Ling Tian, through a special technique, was glaring with sharp eyes and struggling in anger. Its wings were bound by an invisible restraint, making every flap seem so powerless and desperate. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and walked heavily towards the thunder eagle. His heart was experiencing great turmoil at this moment. Yet today he had to end its life with his own hands. Why was he doing this? Li Xiaobo asked himself countless times in his mind. Was it the unbreakable command of his father, or was it for his own so-called breakthrough? He couldn't find the answer, only mechanically moving closer to the furious creature. The thunder eagle seemed to reflect Li Xiaobo's figure in its eyes, revealing a gaze filled with anger and deep sorrow. It stirred layer upon layer of ripples in Li Xiaobo's heart. Finally, Li Xiaobo stood in front of the thunder eagle. He slowly raised the soul-guided dagger in his hand, the blade cutting through the air in a mournful arc. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only him, the thunder eagle, and the dagger that was about to fall. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh was particularly piercing in the silent night sky. The thunder eagle let out a heart-wrenching cry, then slowly fell to the ground. Li Xiaobo stared blankly at his hands and the lifeless thunder eagle. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in his heart. What was it? He didn't know. He just stood there silently, allowing the evening breeze to disperse his confusion. On this day, Li Xiaobo made the most difficult choice of his life and embarked on a path filled with the unknown and challenges. The soul-guiding dagger would also become an eternal pain and memory in his heart. Absorbing a soul ring was no easy task. Li Xiaobo stood before the massive remains of the thunder eagle, took a deep breath, and slowly extended his hands. He knew that what he was about to face would be unprecedented pain and challenges. As the soul power circulated, the energy from the thunder eagle's soul ring gradually surged into his body. In that moment, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled violently. Within his meridians, the lightning element roamed like a wild beast, rampaging and colliding. Li Xiaobo felt as if his body was about to be torn apart by this force. He clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. But he never gave up. He knew this was the necessary path to becoming stronger. Only by persevering could he possess the power of thunderous might. Time passed second by second, and Li Xiaobo's consciousness gradually blurred. However, at this life-and-death moment, a powerful suddenly erupted from the soul power within him, completely absorbing the last trace of energy from the thunder eagle's soul ring. As a warm current flowed throughout his body, Li Xiaobo knew he had succeeded. After the absorption was complete, Li Xiaobo stood up, feeling the surging soul power within him. He discovered that not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also acquired a skill called thunderous might. This skill allowed him to absorb the lightning power around him, enhancing himself, so that each of his attacks was filled with the power of thunder. Li Xiaobo excitedly demonstrated his newly acquired skill to his father, Li Ling Tian. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the distance. The power was so great that even Li Ling Tian was shocked. He knew well that his young son had embarked on a path of strength that belonged to him. Li Xiaobo absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Eagle, which not only enhanced his physique, but also granted him the ability to control lightning. Chapter 7. Resting. In the morning, Li Xiaobo woke up in the Soul Hunting Hotel and went to have breakfast with Li Lingtian. After finishing their meal, they hurried back home. Once home, Li Xiaobo bragged about his martial soul skills to Feng Linger. Li Xiaobo said, "My first martial soul skill is called Thunder Strike. This skill allows me to absorb the lightning power around me, enhancing myself, making each of my attacks filled with the power of lightning." Feng Linger was shocked upon hearing this, saying that this soul skill was incredible. Even a 10,000-year soul beast, 10,000-year soul ring might not have such a skill. And it was a rare enhancement type skill. It was said that even a 100-year enhancement skill could be used by a title Douluo. Then Feng Linger said, "Xiaobo, you must not become arrogant. Although this soul skill is strong, you are still very weak and cannot defeat many people." Li Xiaobo nodded, acknowledging this. He then said, "I need to practice my soul skill so that I can use it smoothly in the future and enhance my combat ability." After speaking, he ran towards the training ground to begin practicing his soul skill. Li Xiaobo arrived at the training ground, found an empty corner, and began to practice diligently. He closed his eyes, trying to guide the soul power within him to flow. As the soul power moved, there were faint flashes of electricity in the surrounding air. However, progress was not smooth at first. The soul power often went out of control at critical moments, causing chaotic lightning. But Li Xiaobo did not feel discouraged. After several adjustments, he finally succeeded in gathering a small amount of lightning power in his palm. He suddenly opened his eyes and struck a nearby boulder with the lightning power. With a loud bang, the surface of the boulder was blasted into a charred mark. At that moment, a commotion came from the other side of the training ground. It turned out that several descendants of noble families were competing, and one of them showcased an extremely powerful defensive soul skill, which cannot be broken through no matter how hard the opponent attacked. Li Xiaobo observed this, and secretly thought that while his soul skills were aggressive, it would be difficult to win against such a defensive expert. It seemed he needed to practice more and think of strategies to counter this. So, he took a deep breath and immersed himself in the training of his soul skills again. Night had long fallen, and the moonlight poured down like water onto the ground. Inside the house, Li Xiaobo was fully focused on his training. Time passed by, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. When he finally stopped training, he felt utterly exhausted, but his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. After a short rest, he dragged his heavy footsteps to the kitchen and quickly prepared a simple dinner. After eating his fill, drowsiness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He had no time to think and quickly climbed into bed, falling into a deep sleep in no time. However, just as he was immersed in his dreams, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door jolted him awake. Li Xiaobo rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. Who could be knocking at this late hour? He mumbled to himself as he reluctantly got out of bed, quickly walked to the door, and opened it. The moment the door swung open, a strong herbal scent rushed in. Li Xiaobo focused his gaze and saw Li Lingtian standing at the door, holding a wooden tub that was steaming, clearly containing something. "Xiaobo, I brought you a medicinal bath." Li Lingtian stepped into the room and placed the tub on the ground. It turned out that this was a medicinal bath specially prepared by Li Lingtian for Li Xiaobo, containing various precious herbs and spiritual medicines that could greatly enhance the training speed of the practitioner. Li Xiaobo's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing this. "Great. Thank you, Dad." Li Lingtian smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiaobo, you just finished exercising and your body is in need of nourishment right now. Hurry and soak in the medicinal bath. This will help you absorb the effects better." Li Xiaobo did not hesitate at all, quickly shedding his clothes and jumping into the wooden barrel. The warm medicinal liquid enveloped his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Following Li Lingtian's instructions, he secretly began to circulate the cultivation technique he had practiced. As the technique operated, Li Xiaobo was pleasantly surprised to find that the medicinal power in the bath seemed to be drawn in, continuously flowing into his body. The originally slow absorption rate significantly increased at this moment, and this feeling was simply wonderful. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian saw that Li Xiaobo had smoothly entered the state and nodded in satisfaction, then softly said, "You should cultivate well. I'll head back first. If you have any questions, feel free to find me." After saying that, he turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Li Xiaobo was immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the medicinal bath, as if his soul was also being nourished. As time passed, the medicinal power in the bath was gradually absorbed by him. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a surge of strength throughout his body. His soul power much more robust than before. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and after feeling the surging power within him, decided to head back to the training arena to test his skills. Upon arriving at the arena, he happened to encounter the strong defensive soul master from the family he had seen earlier. That person, upon seeing Li Xiaobo, flashed a hint of provocation in his eyes. Li Xiao, Faza. As the battle began, Li Xiaobo unleashed his improved lightning soul technique, with bolts of lightning coiling like spirit snakes and rushing towards his opponent. The family disciple continued to use his defensive soul technique, forming a solid barrier. However, this time, Li Xiaobo's lightning power continuously battered against it, each strike stronger than the last. In the intense confrontation, the family disciple gradually showed signs of strain, and his defense began to develop tiny cracks. Ultimately, with a loud shout from Li Xiaobo, a thick bolt of lightning broke through the defense and struck the opponent. The crowd around erupted in exclamations of surprise, while Li Xiaobo stood in the center of the arena, filled with anticipation for his future cultivation journey. Li Xiaobo was enjoying the joy of victory, while also knowing that he still had a long way to go. At this moment, Li Lingtian, who had been watching his growth, appeared again. Li Xiaobo, Thunderous Army. This skill gathers the power of thunder into the force of thousands of cavalry, not only possessing immense power, but also covering a vast area. Li Xiaobo began to demonstrate, and as he moved his hands, countless bolts of lightning gathered around him, instantly transforming into a galloping army. The momentum seemed capable of breaking mountains and rivers. As he unleashed the might of 1,000 troops, the entire training ground was illuminated by the lightning, and a powerful aura spread outward, causing those nearby to turn their heads in awe. Feeling this immense power, Li Xiaobo's confidence in the future grew even stronger, and he vowed to wield this skill to carve his way through the challenges on his path of cultivation. Li Xiaobo was about to say something, but Li Lingtian raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. Xiaobo, your progress is significant, but you must not be arrogant. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Douluo continent, and there are more powerful opponents waiting for you. Li Xiaobo respectfully replied, Yes, Dad, Xiaobo understands. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose at the edge of the martial arts arena. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man in a black cloak striding towards them. He exuded a mysterious aura, and his gaze was cold and sharp. Who is this person? He looks quite formidable, some of the family members whispered. The black-cloaked youth walked straight towards Li Xiaobo and stopped in front of him, coldly stating, I heard your lightning-type soul skills are impressive. I want to challenge you. Li Xiaobo was taken aback, feeling the pressure from the person before him, but his innate pride was also stirred. Then come on. The two stood facing each other. An intense atmosphere instantly enveloped the martial arts arena, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for an intense battle to begin. Chapter 8. The black-cloaked youth Li Yongjia. Li Yongjia was born into the Earl's mansion and is an outstanding figure from the lineage of the Second Elder. A rare and exceptional talent in this lineage over the past century. Back then, he displayed astonishing innate talent with a soul power level reaching 9.5. Such an extraordinary talent led him to be undoubtedly recognized as a core disciple for key training by the family. Time passed, and now at just 13 years old, Li Yongjia has successfully broken through to the 40th level of the Soul Master Realm, with a cultivation speed that is simply beyond ordinary imagination. Even more noteworthy is his unique and extremely powerful martial spirit, the Golden Rhinoceros Beetle. Generally speaking, an ordinary Golden Rhinoceros Beetle martial spirit already possesses considerable attack and defense capabilities. However, what Li Yongjia possesses is a top-tier attack-type martial spirit that has undergone mutation, significantly enhancing its power and making it a deadly weapon for Li Yongjia in battle. This morning, sunlight bathed the ancient and solemn family gate, casting mottled shadows. In this tranquil moment, Li Yongjia returned, weary from a long and arduous external training journey, his body and mind slightly fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with determination and growth. As he stepped onto the family territory, his keen intuition immediately sensed something unusual. The usually quiet training ground was now bustling with activity. A group of energetic youths was gathered tightly together, with bursts of exclamations and cheers ringing out from time to time. Li Yongjia felt curious and quickly walked towards the training ground. In the center of the crowd, a figure was showcasing his skills with great enthusiasm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Xiaobo demonstrating his impressive soul technique. Li Xiaobo moved gracefully like a swallow, and each strike he made was accompanied by a surge of soul power, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Li Yunhuya Batshakiyatli, secretly admiring Li Xiaobo's rapid progress and strength. However, a strong fighting spirit also arose within him. He couldn't help but step forward and said loudly, "Brother Xiaobo, such an impressive soul skill. I can't help but feel eager to spar with you. May I have the honor to compete with you?" Li Xiaobo stared at the black-robed boy in front of him, his gaze slowly shifting to Li Lingtian standing beside him. Li Lingtian nodded slightly, indicating permission. Then, both sides stepped onto the arena, and Li Xiaobo said in a deep voice, "Martial Soul Possessed, Level 12 Attack Type Battle Soul Master." Li Yongjia declared loudly, "Martial Soul Golden Unicorn Beetle, Soul Power Level 43 Battle Soul Sect." Following that, Li Xiaobo launched the first attack with his first soul skill, Thunderbolt, rushing towards Li Yongjia's cheek like lightning. Seeing this, Li Yongjia shouted, "First soul skill, Broken Smoke Treads, enhanced 3 times, attack power increased by 100, and knocks the enemy back." Li Xiaobo was instantly knocked back. However, he did not lose heart. The moment he landed, he charged towards Yongjia again. Just as Li Yongjia wanted to test the power of Li Xiaobo's soul skill, Li Xiaobo directly unleashed Thunderbolt. In an instant, Li Yongjia felt a powerful current surging through his body. His body went numb, and he couldn't move, watching helplessly as Li Xiaobo came at him again. Li Yongjia did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Third soul skill, Mighty Army, charge up and strike the ground, causing 150 damage and forcibly controlling for 1 second." Just as Li Xiaobo charged at Li Yongjia again, he suddenly felt a powerful force binding him, making it difficult to move. Li Xiaobo quickly realized this was Li Yongjia's soul skill, and he swiftly activated his own soul skill. Li Yongjia called out, "Invincible Charge, short charge up," dealing 40 damage to the enemy and knocking them back. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly activated Thunderbolt to enhance his resistance. Li Yongjia attacked directly at Li Xiaobo's chest. In an instant, Li Xiaobo was knocked back. Li Yongjia immediately followed up, knocking Li Xiaobo back again. The moment Li Xiaobo landed, he unleashed Thunderbolt once more, launching an attack at Li Yongjia. Although Li Xiaobo fought back with all his might, his stamina was gradually depleting. On the other hand, Li Yongjia grew more and more vigorous in battle, his soul power fluctuations becoming increasingly intense. Fourth soul skill, Golden Beetle Tide, summons a large number of golden beetles to rush at the enemy, each beetle carrying 30 damage, Li Yongjia shouted. Countless golden glowing beetles surged towards Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes and exerted all his strength to unleash his final thunderous strike, trying to break through the tide of insects. But ultimately, the disparity in power was too great. The golden-armored beetles pounced on him, and a sharp pain shot through him as he fell heavily to the ground. "You are strong, but unfortunately the gap between us is too large," Li Yongjia said as he walked in front of Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo struggled to get up but fell down weakly again, forcing a bitter smile as he said, "Today's battle has made me realize my shortcomings. I will definitely strive to cultivate harder and fight again next time." Li Yongjia nodded slightly, secretly admiring Li Xiaobo's fighting spirit. "I look forward to that day." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Li Xiaobo lying on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and determination, secretly swearing to become stronger. Then, Li Lingtian strode towards Li Xiaobo with long steps. He looked at the somewhat immature boy in front of him with a serious expression and said softly, "Child, look at this vast and boundless world, where geniuses are as numerous as the stars. Therefore, you must not be the slightest bit slack. You must devote yourself fully to your cultivation. Only by continuously growing and truly becoming a powerful genius can you earn the heartfelt respect and admiration of others." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lingtian gently extended his arms, warmly and powerfully hugging Li Xiaobo tightly. Then he slowly turned and walked steadily towards Li Xiaobo's bedroom. Along the way, the father and son did not speak again, but there seemed to be an invisible understanding flowing between them. When they finally returned to the bedroom, Li Lingtian carefully placed Li Xiaobo on the bed, tucked him in, and quietly gazed for a moment at the youthful face filled with vigor and determination before quietly exiting the room and gently closing the door. However, at this moment, Li Xiaobo, lying on the bed, did not immediately fall asleep. He stared at the ceiling and secretly swore to himself, "I must work twice as hard in my cultivation. One day, I will become a remarkable title Douluo. Only then will I have the right to stand at the pinnacle of this world and look down upon all beings." With this thought, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and prepared to devote himself fully to his cultivation. He understood that in the world of Douluo continent, if one wanted to stand out, one must put in more effort than others. Moreover, he was fortunate enough to possess the coveted golden finger, which undoubtedly gave him infinite confidence and motivation to pursue the supreme realm of the God King. Time passed by second, the night grew deeper, and everything fell silent. However, Li Xiaobo sat there like a statue, completely still. His mind was fully immersed in the operation of the cultivation method, with his aura circulating around him, faintly glowing. Just like that, a night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first ray of sunlight poured through the window and onto Li Xiaobo, he finally opened his eyes. After a whole night of cultivation, although his body felt slightly fatigued, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. Reflecting on the intense confrontation with Li Yongjia the previous day, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel grateful. It was this battle that restored the slightly inflated heart of his back to calmness. At this moment, Li Xiaobo understood that even with the unique advantage of having a golden finger, he must never become arrogant or complacent. The road ahead is long and arduous. Only through persistent and diligent cultivation, continuously breaking through oneself, can one truly embark on the path to becoming a God King. Thus, he stood up without hesitation, stretched his limbs, and once again immersed himself in even more arduous training. Chapter 9. Whale glue time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this long week, Li Xiaobo had been tirelessly engaged in extremely strenuous training. However, despite his tremendous efforts, his improvement in strength was minimal, which left him feeling very frustrated and confused. Just as Li Xiaobo was lost in despair, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a miraculous treasure mentioned in the Douluo series, whale glue. It was said that this whale glue was a secret treasure passed among nobles, known for its astonishing effects, particularly regarded as an excellent item to help people regain their vigor. Thinking of this, a spark of hope ignited in Li Xiaobo's heart, as if he could see the dawn of a solution to his current predicament. Li Xiaobo turned around and strode confidently towards the study of the Earl's mansion, knowing that most of Li Lingtian's time was spent in that study dealing with various complicated official matters. Not long after, Li Xiaobo successfully arrived at the door of the study. He gently pushed the door open and immediately saw Li Lingtian, who was fully focused and busy. At that moment, Li Lingtian also keenly sensed someone entering and looked up to find that it was his son, Li Xiaobo. He then put down his pen, smiled, and asked Xiaobo, "What brings you here today? Have you encountered a problem in your training?" Li Xiaobo quickly walked to the desk, slightly bowed in greeting, and replied, "That's right, father. Recently, I have felt that no matter how hard I train, my progress has been minimal and the results are not very obvious. Therefore, I have come to ask you to help me purchase an item." Li Lingtian nodded with great interest and asked, "Oh, what is so important that it requires your father to intervene? Tell me about it, so I can consider whether it is worth helping you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and gathered his courage to say, "Father, what I need is whale glue." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lingtian's originally gentle expression changed instantly. His brows furrowed, his eyes widened, and he reprimanded loudly with a face full of anger. "Good for you, you reckless boy. You're still young and already using whale glue? Quickly confess, who taught you about such things? If you don't clarify, don't blame your father for being rude. I will definitely find that instigator and punish them severely." Seeing Li Lingtian angry, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed and replied, "Father, please calm down. You misunderstood my meaning. Whale glue is not just for stimulating desire. In fact, it has even more important effects. First, it can strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness. Secondly, it can significantly extend the years a person can absorb spirit rings. Moreover, the older the whale glue, the more powerful its effects. However, such a precious item must be carefully refined by a high-level spirit master before it can be consumed. Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian's tense expression gradually softened, but there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes as he said softly, "Does whale glue really have such miraculous effects? Why have I never heard of this before? Forget it. I will trust you this time." After saying that, he turned to the attendant beside him and waved his hand, signaling them to quickly go buy whale glue. Before long, a servant hurried back holding several pieces of whale glue. Upon closer inspection, among these pieces of whale glue, there was one that emitted a soft glow, crystal clear and transparent, which was a 10,000-year-old whale glue. There were also two pieces of slightly inferior but still quite extraordinary whale glue from around 5,000 years. as well as 5 pieces of 1,000-year-old whale glue and 3 pieces of 100-year-old whale glue neatly arranged together. Li Ling Tian waved his hand, dismissing the servant, and then turned to Li Xiaobo, asking, Xiaobo, which age of the whalebone do you want? Also, what preparations do we need to make when using the whalebone? Li Xiaobo replied seriously, Father, I can't handle a bone from a higher age, so I choose the 5,000-year-old one. However, I still need to prepare several barrels of ice water. Li Ling Tian then had someone prepare the ice water. Once everything was ready, Li Xiaobo held the 5,000-year-old whalebone in his hand. As soon as he touched it, a warm power emanated from it. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly placed the whalebone in his mouth. In an instant, a surge of intense energy rushed down his throat. He quickly followed the method he had learned to guide this power to circulate within his body, but the energy was much more violent than he had imagined. Before long, Li Xiaobo's entire body turned red, sweat pouring down like rain. Li Ling Tian, watching from the side, was filled with worry but dared not intervene lightly. Just as Li Xiaobo felt he could no longer hold on, he rushed towards the prepared ice water barrel. With a splash, he plunged into the water, which was icy and piercing. The stimulation of the ice and fire made him tremble uncontrollably, but the power of the whale bone gradually became gentle under this resistance, starting to nourish his body and merge with his soul power. After a long time, the water surface calmed down, and Li Xiaobo stood up from the barrel, his body shimmering with a faint glow of soul power. A confident smile appeared on his face as he could feel his strength had significantly increased. Li Xiaobo got dressed and walked up to Li Ling Tian, saying, Father, my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Moreover, I feel that my physique has become even stronger. Li Ling Tian saw this and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Now that your soul power has increased by 2 levels and your physical strength has made great progress, it is indeed a good improvement. Li Xiaobo excitedly clenched his fists, feeling the surging soul power within him, and eagerly said, Father, when shall we set off to hunt for my second soul ring? I can't wait to further enhance my strength. Li Ling Tian walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, thinking for a moment before responding. Don't be anxious. Although you have made some progress, hunting for soul rings is still fraught with danger. We still need to select suitable soul beasts, which will take some time to prepare. However, with your current condition, you can set off in 3 days. During this time, you need to consolidate your soul power and familiarize yourself with the use of your enhanced strength. Li Xiaobo's gaze was resolute as he loudly replied, Yes, Father, I will not slack off in these 3 days. He then turned and walked towards a training room, filled with anticipation for the upcoming hunting trip, while secretly vowing to obtain a powerful second soul ring and step onto the path of becoming stronger. After Li Xiaobo left, Li Ling Tian quietly browsed through the family's collection of advanced soul beast information. It is important to know that hunting for soul rings is not an easy task and should not be taken lightly. He had to think carefully and select a suitable soul beast for Li Xiaobo. After all, the last time they failed to successfully hunt the Diamond Titan and unexpectedly obtain the Thunder Eagle was purely by luck. Indeed, top-tier soul beasts like the Thunder Eagle are extremely rare. If 2 tigers fight, one will benefit from the struggle. How could they obtain such a good soul ring? Now, to acquire the second ring, he needed to carefully review the information in order to plan accordingly. Soon after, Li Ling Tian calmed down and began to study Diamond Tiger, Fear Claw Bear, Flame Lion, Whiteboard Rhino, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. After resting for 3 days, Li Xiaobo set off under the guidance of his father, Li Ling Tian. Along the way, Li Ling Tian detailed the dangers of the soul hunting forest and the key points of hunting soul beasts, especially emphasizing the need to respect soul beasts and not to kill the innocent lightly. They climbed mountains and crossed hills, finally reaching the outskirts of the soul hunting forest. Li Ling Tian carefully observed the surrounding environment and chose a relatively safe entrance, leading Li Xiaobo into the forest. In the forest, they encountered some low-level soul beasts, but Li Xiaobo handled them easily under his father's guidance. At the edge of the soul hunting forest, Li Ling Tian taught Li Xiaobo how to identify and avoid dangerous plants in the forest, as well as how to use these plants to create traps and medicines. They encountered a pack of shadow wolves foraging, and Li Ling Tian demonstrated his strength as a soul saint, easily repelling the wolves, while also making Li Xiaobo understand the cruelty of survival in the forest. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they discovered a forgotten ancient ruin. Li Ling Tian decided to use this opportunity to train Li Xiaobo's exploration skills. Chapter 10. The Gift of the Time and Space God King in the Early Morning. As the sunlight just began to bathe the earth, Li Ling Tian took Li Xiaobo into the mysterious and ancient ruins. As they gradually approached the ruins, the first thing that caught their eyes was a dilapidated and crumbling city wall. This city wall seemed to have endured countless years of baptism and the ravages of war. With a mottled wall covered in deep and shallow cracks, some places even having collapsed, forming massive gaps. Behind the city wall was a vast area filled with numerous abandoned houses. Some of these houses had roofs that had long since caved in, supported only by a few lonely pillars. Others had walls weathered beyond recognition, leaving only faint outlines. The entire scene gave a sense of desolation and decay, as if a terrible disaster had once occurred here. However, Li Lingtian was not intimidated by the sight before him. He carefully took Li Xiaobo's hand and slowly walked deeper into the ruins. Every step was particularly cautious, afraid of triggering some potential danger or awakening unknown forces lying dormant. As they continued to move forward, the atmosphere around them became increasingly oppressive, with a musty and decayed smell permeating the air, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Suddenly, before them stood a grand and imposing group of palaces. Although time had left mottled marks on this ancient structure, the remnants of its former glory and magnificence could still be faintly discerned. The towering halls and pavilions were arranged in an orderly manner. Exquisite carvings and luxurious decorations seemed to narrate the once prosperous scenes. Li Lingtian turned to his son Li Xiaobo beside him, his expression serious as he said, "Xiaobo, look at this relic. In my opinion, it must be a precious treasure left over from ancient times." After a moment, let's split up and explore. Remember to pay close attention to your surroundings and see if there are any traces of soul-guiding devices. You should know that most of the soul-guiding devices we use today were found in relics like this. Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and replied, "Understood, father. You can rest assured that I will carefully investigate and not let any clues slip by." After saying this, the father and son exchanged a glance and then turned in unison to walk in different directions, each embarking on this treasure hunt filled with unknowns and dangers. Li Xiaobo walked step by step towards the grandest palace located in the center, his heart filled with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Above the palace hung a plaque with the three powerful characters, Tai Chi Hall, written in a dynamic style. As he gently pushed open the heavy palace door, an ancient and mysterious aura rushed towards him. In that instant, it seemed as if a phantom image appeared before his eyes, vividly presenting the scenes that had taken place here in the past. Li Xiaobo focused his gaze and saw 9 sturdy purple-gold pillars standing in the great hall, each intricately carved with vivid dragon patterns, claws bared and exuding a majestic presence. At the highest point of the entire hall, there was a magnificent and extraordinarily precious dragon throne, radiating an awe-inspiring authority. He approached the throne, which symbolized supreme power, with slow and steady steps. As he got closer, he noticed a purple gold token placed on a wide table. The token flickered with a faint glow in the dim light, as if silently recounting the historical vicissitudes it had once witnessed. Li Xiaobo cautiously extended his hand and held the token in his palm. After flipping it over, he saw that the back of the token was deeply engraved with 2 ancient characters, black scales. Just as he was carefully examining these characters, the token suddenly seemed to come to life, violently breaking free from his hand and soaring into the air. As the token ascended, a dazzling light instantly burst forth, illuminating the entire dim hall. The light was like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, blinding him for a moment. Gradually, the brilliance receded until it completely disappeared, and a blurry figure slowly emerged. The figure appeared to awaken from a deep slumber of antiquity, moving somewhat slowly and heavily. When he finally revealed himself to everyone, he was dressed in an ancient and mysterious robe, the sleeves gently fluttering in the wind. The figure slowly turned to face Li Xiaobo, his voice seeming to transcend the long years. "I never expected that in this world there would still be someone who could find this place. If I calculate carefully, it has probably been millions of years since anyone last set foot here." After speaking, he tilted his head slightly, looking thoughtfully into the distance, as if reminiscing about events long forgotten. After a brief pause, the figure turned back around, scanning the surroundings, looking at this once familiar but now strange place. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. In the end, one cannot resist the relentless erosion and wear of time. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly fell on Li Xiaobo, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the figure seemed to make a decision, raising his right hand and extending his index finger, gently pointing in Li Xiaobo's direction. In an instant, a brilliant light shot out like lightning, swiftly flying towards Li Xiaobo and, in the blink of an eye, merging into his forehead. Immediately afterward, the light quickly spread, enveloping Li Xiaobo in a faint halo. After completing this series of actions, the figure appeared increasingly weak and fatigued. His body began to gradually become transparent, eventually transforming into specks of starlight, slowly dissipating into the air, leaving only a faint ripple as proof of his existence. Li Xiaobo slowly regained his composure from the shock, his heart still pounding and a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, quickly finding a place to sit down, closing his eyes, calming his mind, and beginning to circulate the cultivation method he practiced. It was essential to remain highly alert to the actions of any powerful stranger, especially one with no ties or relations. As he operated the technique, Li Xiaobo's consciousness gradually sank into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was like an endless ocean, deep and mysterious. When his vision finally reached the deepest part of the sea, he was astonished to find that, besides the chaotic pearl that had always been there was also a token lying quietly. That token was the same one he had just held in his hand. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and carefully extended his consciousness to gently touch the mysterious token. The moment his consciousness made contact with the token, a powerful force suddenly erupted, as if a bolt of lightning had struck the night sky, directly rushing into Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, a torrent of complex and intricate information surged into his mind. Chapter 11. The divine position from another realm. It turned out that this seemingly ordinary token actually concealed an astonishing secret. It was a divine position inheritance. The deity being inherited was named Black Scale, a tremendously powerful divine king. Even more remarkable was that after obtaining this divine position, the path to becoming a god would no longer require the usual ascension to the divine realm. This was because this divine king did not originate from the current world, but from the distant, mysterious world of the primordial. The legendary primordial world is an unparalleled, powerful realm. In that world, deities are as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless in number. Among them, there are many beings even more powerful than the deities of the current world. The great Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth with earth-shattering force. Niwa crafted humanity with her skilled hands. The ancient heavenly court stood tall, and there were many unmatched sages. These mythological stories have been passed down through generations, deeply ingrained in people's hearts. When Li Xiaobo learned that the divine position inheritance represented by this token was related to the primordial, a wave of shock surged in his heart. After all, in his previous life, he was already familiar with various legends about the primordial. However, he never expected that this divine king, named Blackscale, truly came from the primordial world, which only existed in legends. At this moment, he widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, as if his entire worldview had been completely overturned in an instant. At that moment, in a distant place, a terrifying figure suddenly seemed to sense something, displaying a dazed expression on his face. After all, he never expected to encounter someone he knew in the world of Douluo, let alone to have received his inheritance. Li Xiaobo recovered from his shock and instantly became excited. He had always thought about obtaining the inheritance of a god or establishing his own divine position. However, no matter how he became a god, it was impossible for him to stay by the side of his loved ones, as the laws of this world stipulated that once one became a god, they could only remain in this world for 100 years. Moreover, even if he became a god, the upper limit of this world was fixed. It would be one thing if he didn't have memories of his past life, but he knew that this world had countless realms. After all, the divine positions in this world would restrict one's power. However, he didn't need to worry about that now, as the source of this was a god from the primordial era. Just as Li Xiaobo was still immersed in his fantasies, secretly feeling pleased, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. This unexpected noise startled Li Xiaobo, and he hurriedly turned around to check the situation. When he saw that it was Li Lingtian, his heart, which had been in suspense, immediately settled back down, and he let out a long breath. Li Lingtian was striding over with a puzzled expression on his face. This relic is really strange. I've been here for so long and haven't found anything useful at all. Xiaobo, how about you? Have you found any soul-guiding devices or treasures? Li Lingtian asked while looking at Li Xiaobo. Hearing Li Lingtian's question, Li Xiaobo was initially taken aback, but then an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. He quickly ran to Li Lingtian's side, lowered his voice, and said, "Father, I have good news for you. I obtained the inheritance of a divine position." At first, Li Lingtian seemed to not take Li Xiaobo's words seriously. casually responding, "Oh, got it." But after a while, it was as if he suddenly reacted, turning his head sharply with wide eyes, staring at Li Xiaobo in disbelief, and asked, "Wait, what did you just say? Inheritance of a divine position? Is this true?" Faced with Li Lingtian's excited reaction, Li Xiaobo deliberately put on a nonchalant expression, lightly nodded, and then pretended to answer casually, "Yeah, it's nothing much, just an inheritance of a divine position." Li Lingtian was instantly furious when he saw Li Xiaobo pretending to act tough. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and gave Li Xiaobo a loud slap to the face. With a crisp sound, Li Xiaobo saw stars. "You little brat, what are you pretending for? This is a divine inheritance. How many people have dreamed of this opportunity but couldn't obtain it? And here you are, trying to act tough with me. What do you really mean?" Li Lingtian shoutangrili. Li Xiaobo, covering his cheek from the slap, looked at Li Lingtian with an innocent and aggrieved expression, but he was secretly laughing inside. Then, Li Lingtian looked at Li Xiaobo with a serious expression, as if bearing a heavy weight, and slowly said, "Xiaobo, you absolutely cannot mention this to anyone else. Otherwise, if the news gets out, those with ulterior motives will surely harbor murderous intent towards you. You must understand, with the potential you have shown and the achievements you can reach in the future, you are practically a living deity. However, in this world, who would genuinely wish to see the rise of a new god? They will undoubtedly do everything in their power to crush the threat in its cradle." After listening, Li Xiaobo also nodded solemnly and replied, "Father, please rest assured. I understand that this matter is of great importance, and I am fully aware of the stakes involved. Even when facing the closest of people, I will never utter a word about the matter of the divine position." Li Lingtian let out a long breath, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "It's good that you can understand this. All right, time is tight, so let's hurry back. We need to quickly hunt for your second soul ring to help you elevate your strength to the next level." Li Xiaobo nodded again, indicating that he understood. Then, the father and son walked towards the door together. When they reached the entrance, Li Xiaobo suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the magnificent Taiji Hall behind him. He respectfully bent down and deeply bowed 3 times, each bow filled with his awe for the palace and the black-scaled god within it. After completing the 3 bows, he straightened up and resolutely turned to leave, following his father on their way home. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, generously casting its blazing light over the vast soul-hunting forest. The entire forest seemed to be shrouded in a golden veil, shining brightly. Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo had just stepped out of the mysterious ruins, and they couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Having been in a dim environment for a long time, their eyes struggled to adjust to the intense sunlight. The two squinted, shielding their foreheads with their hands, trying to alleviate the visual discomfort. After some adjustment, they were finally able to slightly open their eyes, but still felt a dizzying whiteness in front of them. However, the urgency of their mission left them little time to fully adapt to the drastic change in light. Thus, they steeled themselves and began to focus intently on finding a suitable soul beast for Li Xiaobo. The entire afternoon passed as they weaved through the dense woods, carefully searching every corner. However, the results were not satisfactory. Either the soul beasts they encountered did not meet the age requirements, or they were simply not the type they had in mind. As time went on, the sun gradually dipped in the west, painting the sky with a brilliant and colorful sunset. The afterglow fell like shards of gold, draping the entire forest in a magnificent cloak, creating a dreamlike and breathtaking scene. Just as Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo took a moment to rest, a deafening roar suddenly shattered the originally peaceful atmosphere. The two quickly looked up, their gazes instinctively directed towards the source of the sound, their eyes reflecting a mix of shock and excitement. Almost simultaneously, they shouted in unison, "Vajra Titan!" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo hurriedly stood up and dashed like arrows towards the direction of the sound. Before long, they finally arrived at the source, where a massive Vajra Titan, covered in fur as hard as steel, was leisurely enjoying a delicious meal of forest deer meat. The Vajra Titan exuded a heart-pounding aura, its muscular lines clearly defined, as if containing endless power. Seeing this scene, Li Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul possession skill. In an instant, a powerful soul force erupted from within him, surrounding his body. He then shouted, "Martial soul possession. First soul skill, Dark Crown Devour." As his voice fell, a huge energy body formed from dark energy materialized out of thin air. This energy body resembled a fierce giant beast, clawing and pouncing towards the Diamond Titan. Under the full force of Li Lingtian, a soul sage, this strike was astonishingly powerful. The Diamond Titan, which had been feasting, did not even have time to react before being hit by this terrifying energy. With a loud bang, the massive body of the Diamond Titan shook violently and then crashed to the ground, instantly losing its ability to move. Chapter 13. Poor Child's sunlight spilled onto the street, reflecting Li Xiaobo's lighthearted steps. With a smile on his face and joy in his heart, he strolled through the bustling streets, his bright eyes curiously observing everything around him. The shouts of street vendors, the laughter and play of children, and various unfamiliar and novel sights filled him with immense excitement. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of a few elegantly dressed individuals strutting ahead. Surrounding them was a group of ragged, weary-looking people, their eyes revealing helplessness and confusion. A wave of curiosity surged in Li Xiaobo's heart, and he quickly stepped forward to investigate. As he approached, he noticed that this group was heading towards a narrow street. Li Xiaobo stopped in his tracks, turned to the servants of the Count's mansion following him, and asked, "Who are they? What is that place used for?" The servant's expression slightly changed, and in a lowered voice, he replied, "Young master, that place is where human traffickers buy and sell slaves. Among those people, some are poor citizens from the Tiando Empire or other remote areas. Others are women from families in our Xinglua Empire that were exterminated due to crimes." Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, his chest rising and falling violently. He had to remember that in his previous life, he was a promising youth thriving under the bright 5-star red flag. He had always received a good education and nurturing, and naturally could not tolerate such unfair and inhumane things. However, when he calmed down a bit, he couldn't help but think of the place he was in now, Douluo continent. A world full of fantasy and the unknown. Here, it seemed that all the rules were completely different from those of the world he was familiar with. With this thought, a deep sense of frustration suddenly surged in his heart. However, Li Xiaobo did not let this emotion linger for too long. He took a deep breath and turned to the timid servant behind him, saying, "Let's go take a look." After saying that, he ignored the look of terror on the servant's face and walked straight towards the narrow, dark alley ahead. As Li Xiaobo stepped into the alley, the scene before him made him pause slightly. He saw a group of elegantly dressed people gathered together, eagerly selecting so-called suitable slaves. The expressions of these people varied. Some were arrogant, as if they were examining goods. Others had critical faces, occasionally pointing and commenting on a certain slave. Li Xiaobo slowly approached the crowd, his gaze sweeping over one slave and then moving to another. He carefully observed the eyes of each slave, hoping to discern some clues. Sure enough, some still sparkled with a faint light. Perhaps they had not completely given up their desire for freedom and dignity. However, many others had vacant eyes, resembling walking corpses, with only endless despair and numbness deep within. Before long, a man with large yellow teeth and a fawning smile quickly walked up to Li Xiaobo. The man slightly bowed and said with a flattering tone, "Young master, my name is Wang Jinping. May I ask what kind of child you're looking for? Perhaps I could provide you with a detailed introduction." After listening, Li Xiaobo gently nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Wang Jinping couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. One must know that, judging by Li Xiaobo's attire and demeanor, he certainly didn't seem like someone short on money. Thus, Wang Jinping hurriedly led the way, guiding Li Xiaobo towards the innermost part. As they walked, Wang Jinping continued to introduce, "Young master, these are all the best goods we have. They are all children of soul masters. You see, these little ones are not yet 6 years old, so they haven't awakened their martial souls yet. But don't worry, when they reach the age to awaken their martial souls, their potential will definitely be impressive. Moreover, the price is not high, only 100 gold soul coins each. Would you like to pick a few to take back?" Li Xiaobo followed Wang Jinping's and indeed saw a dozen or so well-behaved and lovely children locked inside. The children huddled together, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiaobo pointed to several of the children and then indicated the one in the farthest corner, saying, "Let us bring out those few and the child in the corner for me to take a look." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinping's smile instantly became even more radiant. It should be noted that the children chosen by Li Xiaobo numbered as many as 7. This way, the commission he could earn would be quite considerable. With this in mind, Wang Jinping quickly agreed and hurriedly went to open the cage, bringing out the selected children one by one. Before long, the few of them slowly walked out of the room. They stared at Li Xiaobo with curious expressions, their eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. Li Xiaobo noticed their expressions, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of satisfied smile. He gently nodded, indicating that he was somewhat pleased with their performance. He then turned his head, his gaze landing on a servant behind him, and calmly instructed, "Pay him the money, then we will return to the Earl's mansion." After speaking, he turned without hesitation and walked in the direction of the Earl's mansion. As soon as Li Xiaobo stepped into the Earl's mansion, a clear and melodious sound of wind chimes reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw a wind chime hurriedly walking toward him, her face filled with concern. She quickly approached Li Xiaobo and eagerly asked, "Xiaobo, what exactly is going on? I heard from his servants that you brought back several people." Li Xiaobo looked at his mother's anxious expression, smiled slightly, and explained softly, "Mother, today I happened to pass by a human trafficker doing business on the street. Those children looked so pitiful that I couldn't bear it, so I bought them." As he spoke, he pointed to the group of children standing not far away. Then, Li Xiaobo shifted his gaze back to Feng Linger and continued, "Mother, after my observation, I found that they have not yet awakened their martial souls. So, I think we can help them awaken their martial souls first. Perhaps some of them have outstanding talent." After hearing her son's words, Feng Linger nodded in agreement. She didn't say much, just silently turned and walked toward the martial soul awakening room. Li Xiaobo then closely followed the group of children, and they gradually walked further away. Chapter 12. Second soul skill. Li Lingtian saw that the Diamond Titan had already lost its ability to act. So he turned to Li Xiaobo beside him and said in a deep voice, "Quickly end its life. Do not let it suffer unnecessary pain." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo took out a soul guide dagger and stepped towards the Diamond Titan. With a swift motion, he ended the life of the Diamond Titan in an instant. At the moment of its death, a deep yellow soul ring appeared above its corpse. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo immediately activated his cultivation method to absorb the soul ring. As the soul ring enveloped him, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure come over him. However, after a moment, Li Xiaobo had already adapted. After all, he had undergone the tempering of 5,000 years of whale resin to absorb his second soul ring. Gradually, he began to absorb it with all his strength. He felt an energy flowing within him. After 2 hours, having completed the absorption of the soul ring, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance passed through them. He clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power within him, filled with joy. With a face full of excitement, Li Xiaobo walked up to Li Lingtian and exclaimed loudly, "Father, the second soul skill I obtained is called Indestructible Diamond. Once activated, it can form an indestructible shield on the surface of my body. This shield is very powerful. As long as the opponent's soul power does not exceed 2 major levels above mine, they won't stand a chance and will be unable to break my shield." Li Lingtian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he said, "This soul skill is quite remarkable. First, it provides defense, allowing you to protect yourself when facing strong enemies. Second, if used unexpectedly in battle, it can disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, you must not become complacent because of this. Although this soul skill has strong defensive capabilities, your offensive means are still somewhat lacking. After all, only with both offense and defense can one stand firm in this world. You still need to practice this soul skill to make it more proficient and fluid. This skill will definitely be your trump card in the future." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded seriously in agreement, secretly resolving to diligently cultivate this soul skill. At this moment, Li Lingtian patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder and said, "Now that your strength has improved, you must not slack off. The soul hunting forest is fraught with danger. We need to hurry back." Li Xiaobo respectfully nodded. However, just as they were about to leave, the nearby trees suddenly shook violently, and a low, rumbling roar echoed. The two exchanged glances, realizing that a powerful soul beast had been attracted by the earlier commotion. Li Xiaobo tightly gripped the dagger in his hand, his eyes fixed firmly on the source of the sound. Li Lingtian formed hand seals, ready for battle. A giant wolf, radiating a ghostly blue light, slowly emerged, its blood-red eyes locking onto the two, drool continuously dripping from its mouth. A new crisis was upon them, and Li Xiaobo knew that this was the moment to test the new power he had gained. Li Xiaobo was the first to launch an attack. His figure shot towards the nether wolf like lightning, and at the same time, his soul power surged as he unleashed thunderous might. In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, striking towards the nether wolf. However, the nether wolf agilely leaped aside, simultaneously opening its massive mouth to bite at Li Xiaobo. Unfazed, Li Xiaobo activated his soul power, causing his skin to radiate a metallic sheen, which was his second soul skill, indestructible diamond. The nether wolf's bite landed on him, producing a sound of metal clashing, as its teeth were unable to break through his defense. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity to counterattack, landing a punch on the head of the nether wolf. The nether wolf yelped in pain and took a few steps back. However, it quickly lunged forward again, its claws glinting with a chilling light as they reached for Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo lightly stepped, leaped high into the air, and unleashed Thunderstrike once more. This time, the lightning struck the nether wolf accurately, causing its body to convulse from the electric shock. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and, after landing, threw out several punches, each containing immense power and lightning. Ultimately, the nether wolf howled and fell to the ground, revealing a yellow soul ring, lifeless. Li Lingtian, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Now we can leave with peace of mind." Then, the two quickly walked towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. After exiting the soul-hunting forest, they followed a small path. As dusk approached, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings. Upon entering the town, they found it very lively. Various stalls lined the streets, and the two chose a hotel that looked relatively clean to stay in. At night, Li Xiaobo was consolidating what he had gained that day. Soon, the rising sun spread its light across the entire continent. Li Xiaobo slowly woke from his sleep, first blinking to adjust to the surrounding light. As his vision gradually adapted to the environment, he quickly got up and tidied his clothes. Li Xiaobo hurried to find Li Lingtian. Not long after, Li Xiaobo found Li Lingtian enjoying breakfast. When Li Lingtian saw Li Xiaobo approaching, he invited him to eat together. After breakfast, the two set off on their journey home. Along the way, they did not stop for a moment, not daring to take a break. The sunlight shone on the ground, reflecting their hurried figures, sweat constantly trickling down their foreheads, but they paid no mind, their only thought being to return to the Count as quickly as possible. Thus they rushed along, and before they knew it, it was nearly noon. After a long and arduous journey, they spotted the Count's residence from a distance. Looking at the estate so close at hand, both of them sighed in relief, and Xiao Xiao unconsciously quickened her pace. Upon entering the Count's residence, they happened to encounter Feng Linger. She looked at the two with surprise and asked curiously, "Why are you back so early? I thought this soul-hunting mission would take several days?" Hearing Feng Linger's question, Li Lingtian smiled and replied, "Haha, we really hit the jackpot this time. It only took us 2 days to find a suitable soul beast. During this time, Xiaobo's strength has also significantly improved, so naturally, we were able to return faster." Saying this, he patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Feng Linger smiled and said, "Oh dear, I almost forgot to ask if you had lunch. If not, we can eat together." Li Lingtian laughed and replied, "Haha, it seems we returned just in time. To be honest, Xiaobo and I have been on the road for the past 2 days." Before long, Feng Linger led Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo to the living room. As soon as they entered, they were drawn to the abundant lunch spread out on the table. The aroma of the delicious dishes immediately made them salivate. Soon, Li Xiaobo couldn't wait to wolf down the food, eating as if he hadn't had a meal in days. In comparison, Li Lingtian and Feng Linger appeared more elegant, enjoying the pleasure brought by the food at a leisurely pace. After Li Xiaobo finished the food in a whirlwind manner, he contentedly stretched out his right hand, gently wiping the shiny corners of his mouth. Then, he looked up, turning his gaze to his parents sitting across the table, his face beaming with an expectant smile, and softly said, "Father, Mother, I would like to go out for a stroll. Look at me, I have grown up, but I haven't properly explored the vast Xinglua city yet. Now that I have successfully advanced to a great soul master, it should be fine for me to go out on my own, right?" Sitting nearby, Feng Linger, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful brows furrowing as if she were contemplating something. After a moment, a smile finally appeared on her lovely face as she replied, "That is fine, but Mother must send some people to accompany you to ensure your safety." As soon as Li Xiaobo heard his mother's consent, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, his excitement evident on his face. He suddenly stood up like a cheerful little bird, eagerly rushing towards the door. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared outside the door. The moment Li Xiaobo stepped onto the street, he stood frozen as if turned to stone. He widened his eyes, incredulously gazing at the bustling, lively street before him, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shock. Looking around, he saw shops lined up on both sides of the road, one right next to the other. Pedestrians were jostling each other, flowing endlessly. The sounds of vendors calling out were incessant, weaving into a symphony full of the vibrancy of life. For Li Xiaobo, who had long lived in a quiet and secluded environment, Witnessing such a prosperous scene left him completely speechless. It was important to note that this was not an ordinary town, but one of the two famous capitals on the Douluo continent, Douluo City. Chapter 14. Yin Yuesher Feng Linger smiled and said, "Before I awaken your martial souls, please line up in order." Upon hearing her gentle words, the children quickly moved into a neat line. Soon, a sturdy little boy excitedly walked up to the awakening platform. Feng Linger nodded slightly, then raised her jade hand, and a soft glow instantly enveloped the child. After a moment, a heavy and solid iron hammer slowly appeared in the boy's right hand. Feng Linger observed carefully and softly said, "The martial soul is an iron hammer." Next, she continued, "Let's test your innate soul power." With that, she gently placed a crystal-clear crystal ball in front of the child. Almost at the same time, the crystal ball seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force and quickly lit up. As the light grew brighter, a satisfied smile appeared on Feng Linger's face. "Not bad. Not bad. Your innate soul power is actually level 5. What a promising little guy. All right, you can step down now and let the next child continue." The boy, filled with joy from the affirmation, stepped down, and the other children took turns to ascend the awakening platform for their martial soul awakening. Before long, all sorts of unique martial souls were displayed before everyone. Some children awakened powerful battle tiger martial souls with innate soul power reaching level 4. Others had healing staff martial souls capable of treating injuries with innate soul power as high as level 6. Some wielded sharp wind sword martial souls, also possessing innate soul power of level 6. Even more astonishing was that one child awakened a powerful fire shield martial soul with an incredible innate soul power of level 7. At this point, aside from 2 children who had yet to awaken, everyone else had completed their martial soul awakening. Among the remaining 2, one was a small but determined-looking boy, and the other was a cold-faced girl who appeared very indifferent. Feng Linger smiled as she looked at the 2 adorable little friends before her and softly said, "All right, now it's just the 2 of you left. So, brave little boy, please come up first." Hearing Feng Linger's gentle words, the little boy nervously swallowed, took a deep breath, and quickly walked towards the awakening platform with firm, yet slightly trembling steps, standing steadily on it. Just as the little boy stepped onto the awakening platform, a strange wave of energy suddenly erupted from his small body. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a tall and mighty horse suddenly appeared behind the little boy, seemingly materializing out of thin air. This majestic horse was covered in shimmering dragon scales, each scale seemingly containing boundless power and majesty, making it awe-inspiring. Seeing this miraculous scene, Feng Linger couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise rising in her heart. It was rare to summon such a powerful creature as a martial soul. It was likely a top-tier martial soul. However, as an experienced martial soul awakener, Feng Linger quickly regained her composure and began to test the boy's innate soul power level. After a careful observation and sensing, Feng Linger smiled and nodded, announcing, "Innate level 8. That's quite impressive, little friend. With such outstanding talent, if you train diligently in the future, you have great hope of becoming a soul Douluo who shakes the continent." After saying this, she turned her gaze with anticipation towards the cold-faced little girl standing nearby. "All right, child, it's your turn now. Don't be afraid, relax, and I will awaken your martial soul shortly." Feng Linger once again wore a warm smile, encouraging the little girl to step up to the awakening platform. The little girl silently stepped forward and stood quietly on the awakening platform. As Feng Linger initiated the awakening ceremony, the little girl closed her eyes tightly, fully concentrating on the power surging within her. Before long, a dazzling flame gradually appeared on the little girl's right hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beautifully crafted fan engulfed in blazing flames that quietly manifested in her hand. At the same time, the little girl tightly clenched her left hand, seemingly trying to suppress some emotion or the release of power. It was as if something was about to break free, beginning to test her innate soul power. At that moment, the crystal-clear crystal ball suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. The light was so intense that the entire room was illuminated as bright as day. Seeing this, Feng Linger couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It's actually full innate soul power." She stared in astonishment at the scene before her, secretly marveling at the emergence of such a rare talent. Then, Feng Linger quickly regained her composure, her gaze sweeping over the line of children before her, and she raised her hand to signal for the children in front to step out first. Once they left, Only the two children and she remained in the room. Feng Linger took a deep breath, steadied herself, and softly said, "All right, now it's just the two of you left. Tell me, what are your names? And what are your martial souls?" The small boy spoke up first. "My name is Ma Ronghua, and my martial soul is the Golden Dragon Horse." He said this while nervously rubbing his hands. The little girl, on the other hand, seemed a bit hesitant, remaining silent for a while before softly saying, "My name is Yin Yuesher, and my martial soul is called the Five Fire Seven Bird Fan." After saying this, as if fearing others wouldn't believe her, she hurriedly added, "Also, my martial soul can control 5 types of flames and the powers of 7 types of birds." Feng Linger nodded with a smile. Indeed, quite impressive. This is an extremely top-tier martial soul. Don't worry, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take you to hunt for soul rings. As for you, there's no need to rush. Once you successfully advance to level 10, I will also send someone to assist you in obtaining your soul ring. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Li Xiaobo and gently instructed, "Xiaobo, please take them to the courtyard where you are staying. From now on, they will live here with you, so you must get along harmoniously." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo quickly nodded and replied, "All right, no problem. I'll take them over right now." After saying that, he warmly waved to the two and then turned around, striding towards his own yard. In no time, the three arrived at the spacious and tranquil yard. After Li Xiaobo steadied himself, he pointed to the left and said, "Ma Ronghua, look over here, the room on the left is yours. As for Yin Yuesher's room, it's on the right. And the one in the middle, of course, is where I live. If you encounter any issues and need help, just come find me. By the way, since everyone has traveled a long way today, why not rest early? Especially you two, you still need to be busy getting your soul rings tomorrow." Li Xiaobo smiled as he looked at the exceptionally talented boy in front of him, who possessed innate level 8 soul power, and said earnestly, "You might as well try to experience the process of hunting for a soul ring. You should know that with your current strength and level, you'll soon be on the true path of hunting for soul rings." After saying this, he gently shook his head and turned to walk out the door. However, after taking a few steps, Li Xiaobo suddenly seemed to remember something important, and he slapped his forehead, mumbling, "Oh dear, look at my memory. I actually forgot such an important thing. You two haven't had a drop to drink today. You must be starving, right? Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria to fill your stomachs." Before long, the three arrived in front of the cafeteria. It was dinner time, and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Looking around, one could see tables filled with diners. Some were chatting and laughing in groups, while others were quietly enjoying their meals alone. Clearly, for these busy individuals engaged in cultivation and various tasks, cooking for themselves was not a wise choice. Thus, the cafeteria naturally became their preferred place to solve their hunger issues. Chapter 15. Soul hunting in the early morning. The sun had just risen above the horizon, and soft sunlight poured into the room through the window. Li Xiaobo slowly woke up, stretched lazily, and quickly got out of bed to wash up. After tidying himself, he energetically walked toward Yin Yuesher's room. Standing in front of the door, Li Xiaobo raised his hand and lightly knocked a few times while calling out loudly, "Get up, hurry up, and get ready to have breakfast. After we eat, we need to set off to hunt for souls. It's quite a long journey, and we have a whole day of travel ahead of us." After shouting, he turned and walked in another direction to wake up Ma Ronghua. Before long, a faint sound came from inside the room, and then Yin Yuesher, still half asleep, opened the door. With slightly messy hair, she looked at Li Xiaobo outside the door and asked in confusion, "Is it just you? Are the three of us going together?" Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, replying, "Of course not. Besides the three of us, there's one more person who'll be going with us. That's an old steward from the mansion. Don't be fooled by his age. His strength is not to be underestimated. He is a genuine soul emperor. However, he usually one team make a move easily." After saying this, he winked at Yin Yuesher. Yin Yuesher's eyes lit up. Having a soul emperor along provided a bit more safety. At that moment, Ma Ronghua also came out, rubbing his eyes. The four of them arrived at the dining room, where a feast was laid out on the table. The old steward had been waiting there and slightly bowed in greeting when he saw them. They all began to eat quietly, and after filling their stomachs, they prepared to set off. As they stepped out the main door, a number of horses were already prepared. They mounted their horses and galloped towards their destination. The scenery along the way changed continuously, starting with a bustling town market, then passing through a dense forest. Suddenly, a low roar came from ahead, startling the horses into whinnying. Li Xiaobo calmed the horses and looked ahead cautiously. He saw a decades-old shadow demon wolf slowly emerging from the woods, its eerie green eyes fixed on them, drooling from its mouth. The old steward remained calm, stepping forward and releasing a powerful soul force. The demon wolf sensed the pressure, let out a low howl, and turned to flee deep into the woods. They continued on their way, getting closer to the soul hunting grounds. After a whole day of relentless travel, as the sun set, they finally reached the mysterious soul hunting town. Li Xiaobo wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at the darkening sky, and sighed, "Oh dear, it's getting late. Let us rest here for the night, regain our strength, and officially start the soul hunting operation early tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards a rather grand-looking hotel by the street. Once inside the hotel, Li Xiaobo skillfully negotiated with the front desk and soon secured several comfortable rooms. Then, the four of them moved to a spacious and bright hall, each finding a seat to prepare for a hearty dinner. The table was filled with various delicious dishes, including fragrant roasted meat, steaming fresh soup, and exquisite desserts. While enjoying their meal, they chatted about their experiences along the way and their expectations for the upcoming soul hunting journey. After finishing their meal, the four of them wished each other good night and returned to their respective rooms to rest. The night was quiet, and the entire town seemed to be immersed in sweet dreams. That night, nothing unusual happened, and everything was so calm and peaceful. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Li Xiaobo couldn't wait to knock on his companions' doors one by one, loudly urging everyone to get up, wash up, and eat. He knew well that time was of the essence. Only by finishing breakfast early could they enter the perilous yet opportunity-filled soul-hunting forest as soon as possible. Li Xiaobo chewed his food and said to Yin Yuesher in a muffled voice, "Yuesher, have you considered what type of soul master you want to become? Is it the attack type or the control type? You know, that 5-fire, 7-birds fan in your hand is quite powerful and can deal considerable damage." Yin Yuesher furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment of thought replied, "I think perhaps becoming an attack type would suit me better. After all, the intensity of the flames released by the 5-fire 7-birds fan is extremely high, and if utilized well, it can unleash tremendous power. Besides, I've always aspired to become a truly powerful soul master." Sitting beside them, Ma Ronghuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with Yin Yuesher's viewpoint. Li Xiaobo swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "In that case, let's start looking for a fire tribute soul beast today. However, soul beasts with attributes are relatively rare, so it will probably take a lot of time to search for them. Also, do you have any specific thoughts about your first soul skill? For example, what kind of effects do you hope it will have?" Yin Yuesher replied without hesitation, "I hope to obtain a soul skill with amplification effects, because a purely attack-type soul skill that is only a few hundred years old will likely struggle to show much effect in the later stages as my own strength continues to improve." Li Xiaobo couldn't help but show a look of surprise and curiously asked, "Oh, I didn't expect that. You actually know so much about soul masters. Did you study related topics before?" In response to Li Xiaobo's question, Yin Yuesher's originally bright eyes suddenly dimmed. She gently nodded and replied in a tone tinged with a hint of sadness, "Yes, I used to study a little bit." Li Xiaobo showed a difficult expression and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I accidentally brought up your painful past." Yin Yuesher slightly shook her head and forced a strong demeanor as she replied, "It's okay. Those things are all in the past. However, as long as I can become strong enough one day, I will surely take revenge for my parents." Hearing Yin Yuesher's firm words, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but nod in agreement. He then said, "Yes, you're right. So this time when we go soul hunting, we need to help you find an outstanding top-level soul beast. You know, different types of soul beasts can bestow soul skills of varying strengths. Only by obtaining powerful soul skills can you quickly enhance your strength and achieve your goals." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaobo stopped talking and hurriedly finished the remaining food in his bowl. Seeing this, the others also quickened their eating pace. Before long, everyone was full, and after packing their belongings, the group set off towards the mysterious and unpredictable soul-hunting forest. Chapter 16. Fiery Phoenix. The group cautiously stepped into the soul-hunting forest. Looking up, they saw ancient trees towering into the clouds, their branches and leaves lush like a green canopy, completely blocking out the sky and hardly letting any sunlight through. These ancient and massive trees seemed to be the guardians of this forest, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives throughout the ages. Among the thick branches, many small and exquisite squirrel-like soul beasts were active. They nimbly darted between the branches, sometimes stopping to pick nuts with their little paws, and sometimes vigilantly observing the movements of the intruders below. Due to the enormous ancient trees, sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves to reach the ground. Therefore, There was little underbrush growing on the forest floor. Even when a few resilient blades of grass were spotted, they were mostly low-age plant-type soul beasts, among which the blue silvergrass was the most eye-catching. This tough, herbaceous plant grew exceptionally well here, resembling a blue ocean, gently swaying in the wind. Interestingly, some other types of soul beasts were happily munching on the blue silvergrass. Watching this scene, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but recall the blue silvergrass soul beast that he had once implanted in his second martial soul, the 100 Herbs picture. He wondered how much it had grown after such a long time. It should be noted that the age of a soul beast is not determined by its actual growth time, but by its own cultivation level. Just as Li Xiaobo was lost in thought about the blue silvergrass soul beast in the 100 Herbs picture, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yin Yuesher and the others out of the corner of his eye. He snapped back to reality, realizing that he was in the perilous soul-hunting forest. This was definitely not a place where he could afford to be distracted. A moment of carelessness could lead to unexpected dangers. So, he silently reminded himself, from now on, he must maintain a high level of vigilance at all times and places, and never be so absent-minded again. The blazing sun hung high overhead, and the four of them continued on their way, unknowingly reaching noon. At this time, the scorching sunlight beat down mercilessly, as if it were trying to scorch the earth. Sweat poured down Ma Ronghua's forehead like a fountain, his face flushed and breathing heavy. It was no wonder. Among this group, his strength was relatively weak, and he did not possess a fire-type martial soul, making it difficult to withstand such hot weather. Li Xiaobo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, We've searched all morning and haven't even seen a shadow of a fire attribute soul beast. I think we should change direction and head west this afternoon to try our luck. After saying this, he turned to Yin Yuesher, waiting for her response. Yin Yuesher slightly nodded in agreement. All right, we'll follow your lead and check out the west this afternoon. Throughout the entire time, neither of them asked for Ma Ronghua's opinion. After all, Ma Ronghua was more there for the purpose of gaining experience. After a short rest, the group got up and continued on, heading towards the sycamore forest in the west. Along the way, they saw tall sycamore trees neatly lined up around them, like loyal guards protecting this land. Looking at these sycamore trees, Li Xiaobo suddenly had an idea and excitedly said, Do you know? Legend has it that phoenixes only perch on sycamore trees. If we're lucky, we might discover a soul beast with phoenix bloodline here. Hearing this, Ma Ronghua's eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, Really? I've heard that phoenixes are incredibly beautiful and radiant. If we can find such a soul beast, it would definitely match Sister Yin Yuesher perfectly. Yin Yuesher smiled slightly at this and softly said, It would be best if we could find one. But even if we don't, there's no need to worry. After all, there are many fire attribute soul beasts in this area. We just haven't encountered the right one yet. After saying this, the group quickened their pace, filled with anticipation as they walked into the mysterious sycamore forest. They had been searching all day from sunrise to sunset. The sun gradually sank in the west, and a beautiful evening glow appeared on the horizon. The blood-red sunset cast its glow over the dense sycamore forest, illuminating the entire area with a dazzling brilliance. Gold and red intertwined, forming a stunning picture that was intoxicating and refreshing. However, despite the enchanting scenery, the four felt a sense of loss and frustration. After a whole day of searching, they still had nothing to show for it, and their initially hopeful hearts were becoming heavy. Just when they thought they would return empty-handed, suddenly, a clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed through the sky, breaking the surrounding tranquility. Upon hearing this sound, the four instantly stood up as if electrified. Ma Ronghua trembled with excitement, his eyes wide open as he murmured in disbelief, There's a phoenix. There really is a phoenix here. Li Xiaobo was equally thrilled, shouting with surprise, I can't believe it. There's actually a soul beast with phoenix bloodline here. It seems our goal for today is finally within reach. He then turned to look at the excited Yin Yuesher beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. After all, this soul-hunting trip was meant to help Yin Yuesher find a suitable soul beast. Without any hesitation, the four immediately dashed towards the creek. Soon, they arrived at the clear, bottom-visible stream. From a distance, they could see a green figure leisurely washing its feathers in the water. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beautiful warbird. Its emerald wings sparkled with dazzling light, as if carved from jade, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. Seeing this scene, the experienced old butler made a swift decision and directly activated his martial soul possession skill. In an instant, a powerful soul force erupted from his body, surrounding him with a thick shield. Then, the old butler flashed and dashed towards the blazing wand bird like an arrow, launching a fierce attack. At that moment, the blazing wand bird was enjoying its leisurely bathing time. It was the absolute ruler of this vast forest. Its body contained extreme fire attribute power and flowed with the incredibly noble phoenix bloodline. Because of this, it quickly rose to the top and dominated this forest within just a few years. All along, the blazing wand bird believed that no one dared to provoke it in this territory, so had never considered that someone would dare to attack it. However, while it was immersed in the relaxation of its bath, a sharp attack suddenly struck like lightning. By the time it sensed the impending danger, the old butler's fatal strike was already upon it. Although the blazing wand bird was a top-tier soul beast with immense strength, it was unfortunately only 400 years old. Faced with the terrifying full-force attack of a soul emperor, it was ultimately unable to withstand it. In an instant, the blazing wand bird flew backward like a kite with its string cut, screaming as it crashed heavily into a towering tree before tumbling to the ground, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and the other three were still in shock from the sudden turn of events when the old butler quickly brought the barely alive blazing wand bird before them. Looking at the astonished Li Xiaobo, the old butler smiled slightly and explained, "Young master, you may not know, but this is a top-tier soul beast. Moreover, it is a rare avian type. If I had hesitated for even a moment and failed to capture it in time, it would be extremely difficult to catch it again in the future." Chapter 17. Nirvana Fire. After hearing this, Li Xiaobo's face did not show too much difficulty. He knew very well that the old butler's actions were entirely out of concern and protection for them. Moreover, given their current strength, it was almost impossible to forcibly keep this powerful fire phoenix. Thus, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head and looked at Yin Yuesher beside him, softly saying, "Yuesher, go ahead. Give it a quick end. It will also spare it some pain." Yin Yuesher nodded slightly to indicate she understood, then walked with firm steps toward the fire phoenix. With a flash of cold light in her hand, the sharp blade cut through the air like lightning, instantly ending the life of the fire phoenix. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A century-old yellow spirit ring, flickering with peculiar red patterns, slowly rose from the body of the fire phoenix. Seeing the scene, except for Ma Ronghua, the other three, including Li Xiaobo, all widened their eyes in confusion. It is known that for ordinary spirit masters, the color of spirit rings usually follows a fixed pattern. 10-year spirit rings appear pure white. Century-old spirit rings shine bright yellow. 1,000-year spirit rings emit mysterious purple light. 10,000-year spirit rings are dark like ink in the night, and 100,000-year spirit rings are as vivid as blood red. This knowledge about the colors of spirit rings is deeply ingrained, but the red-patterned century-old spirit ring before them broke everyone's understanding, especially for Li Xiaobo. Although his understanding of spirit rings was deeper than others, he never imagined he would see such a peculiar spirit ring on a century-old spirit beast. As far as he knew, above the 100,000-year spirit ring, if a spirit beast's lifespan increased by 100,000 years, a dazzling golden pattern would appear on the corresponding spirit ring. However, the appearance of red patterns on a century-old spirit ring was unheard of and unseen. Yin Yuesher turned to look at Li Xiaobo with a face full of suspicion. After all, she had no knowledge of such a situation before. Li Xiaobo slightly furrowed his brows, falling into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "I have heard that certain top-tier spirit beasts produce spirit rings that exhibit some unusual colors. For example, plant-type spirit beasts often have green spirit rings, while some spirit beasts with special elemental attributes have their unique colors. In my opinion, it may be because this fire phoenix contains a very strong phoenix bloodline, which is why its spirit ring displays such a distinctive color. However, in reality, there should be no problem with this spirit ring." After hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Yin Yuesher's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed a little. After all, top-tier spirit beasts are rare, and those that can resonate with oneself are even fewer. Thinking of this, Yin Yuesher stopped hesitating, stepped up to the spirit ring, and sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to absorb the spirit ring. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The spirit ring seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, automatically flying above Yin Yuesher's head and firmly settling on her. At first, Yin Yuesher's expression was relatively calm, but soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her originally fair face gradually turned pale. The three, who had been closely watching, suddenly felt their hearts tighten their nerves tensing up to the extreme. They knew that since this fire phoenix belonged to a top-tier spirit beast, the difficulty of absorbing its spirit ring far exceeded that of an ordinary spirit ring of the same level. Moreover, with such strange changes occurring in the spirit ring, the entire absorption process was filled with variables and unknown risks. Even if the three were anxious and uneasy, facing Yin Yueshur, who was currently absorbing the spirit ring, they were powerless and unable to provide any effective assistance. Because when it came to absorbing spirit rings, they did not have enough strength or ability to offer substantial help. Everything ultimately depended on Yin Yueshur's own willpower. Just as the three were worried and sweating for Yin Yueshur, unbeknownst to them, a thrilling battle had already begun within Yin Yueshur's unfathomable sea of consciousness. They heard the fire phoenix roar angrily. I never expected that I would have a day of being hunted, but even so, I will never let you succeed easily. Before the words were finished, it lunged toward Yin Yueshur's spiritual body like a raging flame. Seeing this, Yin Yueshur's heart suddenly shook. It is known that the kind of terrifying power that can cause a soul to shake usually only belongs to powerful spirit beasts with a 10,000-year cultivation. However, she was surprised that what she was absorbing was merely a century-old spirit ring. Nevertheless, Yin Yueshur knew she could not let her guard down. So she swiftly summoned her martial soul, the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, and immediately entered a state of high alert for tight defense. As the fire phoenix charged toward Yin Yueshur with thunderous momentum, the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, which had been quietly held in her hand, suddenly emitted an incredibly dazzling light. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The miraculous fan seemed to have a consciousness of its own, flying into the air and releasing an irresistible gravitational force toward the fire phoenix below. Upon seeing this, the fire phoenix was instantly scared out of its wits, horrified, and screamed, What kind of martial soul is this? Why does it possess such unbelievable abilities? After saying this, the fire phoenix was suddenly completely absorbed by the 5-fire, 7-birds fan. At that moment, a surprising scene occurred. The surface of the 5-fire, 7-birds fan suddenly revealed a lifelike image of a phoenix, elegantly spreading its wings, and then transformed into a stream of light, quickly flying back into Yin Yueshur's hand. Yin Yueshur was stunned by the sight before her face filled with confusion and doubt. She completely did not understand what had happened and why her martial soul had suddenly undergone such a strange change. Meanwhile, outside, when the spirit ring successfully settled on the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, the heavy stone in the hearts of Li Xiaobo and the other two finally fell. They let out a long sigh of relief, as this meant that Yin Yueshur had successfully completed the absorption of the spirit ring. After a while, Yin Yueshur slowly opened her eyes, but her gaze was still somewhat dazed, clearly not fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly asked with concern, Yueshur, how do you feel now? Can your body handle this spirit ring absorption? However, Yin Yueshur only gently shook her head and did not answer his question. She was still immersed in the wonderful event she had just experienced, unable to extricate herself. After some more time, Yin Yueshur gradually came back to her senses. She turned her head and looked directly at Li Xiaobo, her tone uncertain as she asked, Xiaobo, do you think our martial souls are actually alive? Hearing this, Li Xiaobo was taken aback, exclaiming, How did you suddenly think of this? Could it be that your martial soul has developed self-awareness? Yin Yueshur nodded and continued, That's right, just now, I clearly felt my martial soul moving on its own. That's why I suspect that perhaps all martial souls actually have life. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said, As for this, it really depends on the specific situation. Take the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the top 3 sects, for example. The son of their sect master once encountered such a rare situation. He was supposed to awaken a powerful and majestic Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. But who would have thought? In the end, it mutated and turned into an ordinary pig. However, this pig is not just a lifeless object or an illusion. It is very much alive and can even eat like a normal animal. Chapter 18. Nirvana Fire 2, Yin Yueshur said in surprise. So, does that mean martial souls really do have a life of their own? Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and slowly explained. In reality, it may not be accurate to call martial souls a living entity. Martial souls are more like a part of our soul and bloodline, closely connected and mutually influencing each other. The special case of Yu Xiaojiang can be said to be extremely rare, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Moreover, martial souls also possess growth characteristics. For example, with weapon martial souls, every time we add a soul ring to it, it's as if we're giving it a comprehensive upgrade. It's like an ordinary iron block that, after enduring countless hardships and adding various unique materials, eventually becomes tougher and stronger. Therefore, if we must say that martial souls have self-awareness, it would be more accurate to say that we humans imbue them with souls, or that we integrate a bit of our own soul into the martial soul. At this point, Li Xiaobo paused slightly and then continued to ask, "All right, let's not talk about these profound theoretical concepts for now. Quickly tell me, what kind of soul skill did you acquire this time?" Yin Yuesher nodded excitedly and replied eagerly, "My first soul skill is called Nirvana Fire. It has two completely different magical effects. The first is to continuously add vitality to myself or others. The second, on the contrary, is to burn away the vitality of enemies. Of course, how to utilize these two effects entirely depends on my mindset." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo was slightly taken aback, then fell into a brief silence. His gaze was fixed on Yin Yuesher, as if he wanted to see more through her joyful expression. After a moment, he slowly asked, "Did you just say this soul skill is called Nirvana Fire?" Yin Yuesher nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with light as she eagerly replied, "That's right. It's Nirvana Fire. Moreover, the power of this soul skill is closely related to my level. As I continue to cultivate and increase my level, its power will become stronger and stronger." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt as if a storm was raging in his heart. He recalled the legends he had heard about the Five Fires, Seven Birds fan, which he had only thought had similar names back then. However, now that he witnessed Yin Yuesher's soul skill being identical to that legendary treasure, he couldn't help but start to suspect whether there was some connection between them. It is known that the Five Fires, Seven Birds fan is an extremely powerful spiritual treasure from the primordial era, possessed by one of the three innate ancestors. The first phoenix, although the power displayed before him now seemed weak, it was understandable considering Yin Yuesher's current strength level. Moreover, the divine position he had obtained, the Black Scale God King, had also mentioned that its origin was indeed from the primordial world. Thus, a bold speculation involuntarily surged to the forefront of his mind. Could it be that Yin Yuesher's martial soul also came from that mysterious and ancient primordial land? It is true that coincidences happen from time to time in this world, but such astonishing similarities are hard to explain purely by coincidence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. In a vast, boundless, and chaotic primordial world, the Black Scale Emperor was leisurely patrolling his territory. Suddenly, this formidable figure, who shook the world, sneezed without warning. The Black Scale Emperor touched his nose and muttered to himself, "Who is it that is talking about me? I don't even need to guess. It must be that spirit phoenix talking behind my back." Thinking of this, the Black Scale Emperor couldn't help but frown, but soon relaxed again, as he suddenly remembered encountering an acquaintance in Douluo continent. It seems that there are indeed quite a few crossers from the ancestral stars of the myriad realms. The Black Scale Emperor murmured to himself, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. However, at that moment, he seemed to sense some danger approaching, and his expression instantly became serious. Without any hesitation, the Black Scale Emperor quickly cast his divine powers, waving his hands to create a dazzling spatial passage that appeared out of thin air. His figure flashed, and like lightning, rushed into it, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Just as the Black Scale Emperor had just left, a radiant and enchanting beauty slowly emerged from the void. This woman was the Spirit Phoenix, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she stomped her foot and scolded. "Damn it, that cunning old mudfish escaped again. If I catch him next time, I'll strip him of his dragon scales. What kind of hero runs away all the time?" Although she was extremely angry, the Spirit Phoenix quickly calmed down. Her lively eyes turned slightly, and she thoughtfully said, "But this time, I finally found a clue left by you, old mudfish. Douluo continent, huh? Let's see what you can do there. It's just strange, with your identity and strength. Why are you interested in such a weak world?" The Spirit Phoenix lightly bit her red lips, pondering for a moment, then suddenly broke into a sly smile. "No matter what your intentions are, I'm not afraid. I have already secretly placed my life spirit treasure into that world. As long as you dare to make a move, you will surely not escape my eyes. Hee hee, old Black Scale, you better be careful and don't fall into my hands." At that moment, the Spirit Phoenix's heart suddenly shook, as if an invisible hand was gently plucking the strings of her heart. A strong sense of calling surged within her like a tide. Almost instinctively, her beautiful eyes quickly followed this mysterious aura. Her gaze pierced through layers of void, finally locking onto the vast, and fantastical Douluo continent. To her astonishment, the life spirit treasure she had always carried with her was now slightly trembling, and the previously tight seal on it had somehow loosened, emitting a faint and elusive aura. The spirit phoenix's gaze was like two bolts of lightning, directly shooting towards the location of the unsealed seal. When her eyes inadvertently swept over the side of Yan Yueshur, she suddenly and keenly sensed another familiar aura. Although this aura was extremely subtle, it was still impossible for a powerful being like the spirit phoenix to escape her perception. Without any hesitation, the spirit phoenix immediately shifted her gaze and focused on Li Xiaobo, who was standing next to Yan Yueshur. At this moment, her eyes became cold and sharp, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she squeezed out a chilling remark. I didn't expect you to actually dare to leave your mark here. All right, then let this empress see what it is. Before her voice fell, the spirit phoenix had already unleashed her incredible powers, sending a powerful divine thought directly into Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the scenes in the sea of consciousness were laid bare before her eyes, with two treasures emitting strange light clearly presented to her, an ancient token and a pearl containing endless chaotic power. Upon seeing these two treasures, the spirit phoenix's expression changed slightly, and a trace of undeniable surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. She murmured softly, "It's actually a fragment of the chaos pearl, and it also contains a wisp of your divine power law. This shows how much you value this person. But since that's the case, then this empress will have to meet him properly." After saying this, the spirit phoenix waved her jade hand, and a brilliant light of law suddenly surged forth. This light rapidly spun in the air and, in the blink of an eye, condensed into an ancient-looking token. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the newly formed token shot through the air like a meteor, accurately targeting Yan Yueshur below on Douluo continent. Chapter 19. Phoenix Divine Position. Just as Li Xiaobo was lost in thought, suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky like a meteor, rushing at an incredible speed straight towards Yan Yueshur, who was standing beside him. This light was as swift as lightning and reached her in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the center of the divine realm in the distant Douluo continent, the 5 supreme god kings were gathered together, seriously discussing the future direction and planning of the divine realm. However, just as they were passionately debating, without any warning, an incredibly powerful divine force surged through the entire world like a roaring flood, directly reaching Douluo Star. The 5 god kings were the first to feel the impact of this divine force, and in an instant, their expressions turned extremely grave. A wave of intense shock and panic surged within them. It is important to note that they were all god kings standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Such a quietly powerful divine force, able to evade their perception, could only possibly belong to a deity from a higher-level civilization. Almost instinctively, their gazes turned in unison towards Douluo Star, wanting to see what was happening. They saw that mysterious light racing straight towards the girl named Yan Yueshur. Astonishingly, when the light touched Yan Yueshur's body, it vanished without a trace in an instant, as if swallowed up, leaving no breath behind. The 5 divine kings witnessed this scene and could not help but exchange puzzled and worried glances. After a moment, as if they were in sync, they exclaimed in unison, "Divine position inheritance." The destruction divine king furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "What kind of astonishing genius could cause the otherworldly deities to expend such great cost to pass on the divine position to her?" His words were filled with curiosity and awe for this mysterious girl. The Azura divine king nodded thoughtfully and said solemnly, "It seems we must make significant adjustments to our original plan for the divine realm. But what could this otherworldly divine king's true intentions be?" His gaze was deep and distant, as if he had already seen through some hidden conspiracy. The evil divine king snorted coldly, his face full of anger, and said, "How dare this otherworld look down on us so? They clearly do not take us seriously. Once I uncover the truth, they will pay a heavy price." Just as the evil divine king's words fell, a low and authoritative voice suddenly echoed, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, directly entering his ears. "What do you want? Do you wish to die?" This sudden question struck the evil divine king like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in fear. In an instant, the once arrogant and invincible evil divine king stood there in terror, as if his backbone had been pulled out. His face turned pale as paper, and his body trembled involuntarily, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In his panic, he stammered an explanation. No, I absolutely did not mean that. I swear, I will do my utmost to protect your inheritor. Please, Great One, spare my life." As he spoke these words of pleading, the terrifying pressure surrounding him lightened slightly. The evil divine king breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly glad that he had reacted quickly. However, just because he had said that casually, he was immediately detected and warned by this mysterious otherworldly deity, indicating just how unfathomable their power truly was. The other four divine kings were also stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that this otherworldly civilization possessed such formidable strength. Until this moment, they had not even caught a glimpse of the figure of that otherworldly deity, yet the intimidating voice had appeared in each of their ears without warning, like a ghost. The four exchanged glances, fear and unease evident in their eyes. After just a moment's hesitation, they almost simultaneously turned and hurried toward the temple entrance, as if some terrifying entity was chasing them, and none dared to linger for even a second. They were all too aware that this mysterious and ancient temple might be hiding an otherworldly deity. If they inadvertently provoked these lofty beings with boundless power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just imagining that scenario was enough to send chills down their spines. However, at that moment, Yin Yuesher in the crowd stood there in a daze, not moving. She had just returned to her senses after the arduous process of absorbing the soul ring. But before she could fully awaken, a wave of unfamiliar and shocking information and a vague, yet imposing figure surged into her mind. The figure gradually became clearer. It was a beautiful and noble spirit phoenix. It radiated dazzling light like a burning sun. The spirit phoenix spoke. "I am the primordial innate divine being. Today, seeing that you are fated to be here, I shall pass on a divine position to you. I am a member of the Phoenix tribe, one of the 3 tribes of the innate mountains, and I am bestowing the Phoenix divine position upon you. I hope you can take on the heavy responsibility of guarding the bloodline of this world's phoenixes in the future. Of course, if you urgently need to enhance your strength to deal with potential crises, you can also obtain the required soul rings through hunting. Remember, only by being strong enough can you truly protect them. Furthermore, this inheritance I grant you does not require ascending to the divine realm." Meanwhile, in the outside world, Li Xiaobo was equally stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the part of Yin Yuesher that was flashing with strange light, filled with shock and confusion. To him, this light was far too familiar. It was unmistakably the unique mark of divine position inheritance. However, the problem was that this place did not seem like one where divine position inheritance would occur. What could possibly cause a divine king-level powerhouse to appear at this moment and choose to pass on a divine position to Yin Yuesher? Li Xiaobo was puzzled, his brow tightly furrowed. Moreover, the more he scrutinized the phoenix mark on Yin Yuesher's forehead, the more he felt it resembled the legendary phoenix god. After all, the phoenix god was a divine position owned by the second-level god, Ma Hongjun. Could it be that they had intercepted what should have belonged to the Shrek 7 monsters? With this thought, Li Xiaobo fell into deep contemplation. Just as he was pondering, Ma Ronghua suddenly broke the silence, asking with a puzzled expression, "Brother Xiaobo, what just happened? Why did Sister Yuesher suddenly emit light?" The old butler beside him also stared at Li Xiaobo, his eyes revealing strong curiosity, clearly eager to know the answer. Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before slowly raising his head and speaking in a serious tone. "It's nothing major, but today's events must not be made public." After saying this, he turned his gaze directly to Yin Yuesher and solemnly reminded her, "You too, make sure not to speak of this matter. The fewer people who know about it, the better." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's heart jolted. She keenly sensed that Li Xiaobo seemed to have some understanding of the matter concerning the divine position inheritance. Chapter 20, Talking about the Divine. Li Xiaobo gazed at Yin Yuesher's expression and understood that she would not easily reveal anything to others. So, he felt a bit more at ease and turned his head, scanning the other 3 people, and said softly, "It is already late. We must make haste to return tonight." The old butler, seeing this scene, knew that since the young master was unwilling to say more, he, as a servant, naturally should not pry further. However, Ma Ronghua beside him seemed disinterested, showing a hint of annoyance on his face. Nevertheless, he ultimately remained silent. After speaking, the 4 of them mounted their horses and galloped towards Soul Hunting Town. The sound of hooves echoed through the night sky, as if trying to break through the silence of the darkness. Before long, they arrived at Soul Hunting Town. Li Xiaobo looked up at the large clock hanging outside the tavern, and it was only 7 in the evening. Based on their current pace, if all went well, They should be able to reach the Count's mansion before 6 in the morning. With this thought, he turned and led the other three towards the carriage parked by the roadside. Once everyone boarded the carriage, the driver cracked the whip and the wheels rolled forward, beginning this non-stop journey. After a whole day of exhausting travel on the soul hunting road, Ma Ronghua was already worn out. Not long after entering the carriage, he fell into a deep sleep, emitting soft snores. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and the other two, due to their stronger abilities and higher levels, managed to keep their spirits up. As time passed, the night deepened, and the moon rose high, like a bright lantern hanging in the sky. The twinkling stars shone alongside the bright moonlight. The cool silver light poured down, enveloping the entire carriage as if draping it in a layer of silver finery. After a whole night of hurried travel, the weary travelers finally welcomed the dawn of a new day. In the eastern sky, a red sun rose, its brilliant light dispersing the lingering gloom of the night like golden flames. At the same time, a thread of mysterious and auspicious purple aura slowly drifted from the distant horizon, adding a touch of holiness and tranquility to the morning. The warm sunlight fell on a beautifully decorated carriage, causing its somewhat old surface to shimmer with a faint golden glow. This carriage was now steadily parked in front of the magnificent Count's mansion. The driver lightly jumped down and gently knocked on the carriage door, softly calling out, "Young master, we have arrived." A slight movement came from inside the carriage, and then the door was slowly pushed open, revealing a young man, Ma Ronghua, who looked drowsy but handsome, yawning as he stepped out. After everyone tidied themselves up, they hurriedly walked towards the main gate of the Count's mansion. Before they could get close to the door, a sharp-eyed servant had already spotted them and quickly relayed the news to the maid Feng Linger in the residence. Upon receiving the news, Feng Linger did not dare to delay and hurried over with light steps. From a distance, she was seen wearing a light blue long dress, her skirt fluttering in the wind like a blooming flower. As she approached, Feng Linger showed a concerned expression and asked, "Xiaobo, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry to return this early in the morning? Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Li Xiaobo, standing at the front of the group, looked serious and shook his head, saying, "This is not the place to talk. Moreover, where's my father right now? I have important matters to discuss with him in person." After saying this, he turned his head, signaling Yin Yuesher to follow his lead. Seeing this, Feng Linger smiled slightly and gently replied, "Your father is in the study handling affairs. You could go directly there. There's no need to be formal." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for letting me know, mother." After finishing his words, he took the lead and walked towards the direction of the study, with Yin Yuesher closely following behind. In a short while, the two arrived at the door of the study. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door with his right hand. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a spacious and bright study, elegantly decorated. A faint scent of ink filled the air, and the bookshelves were lined with various books and scrolls. At that moment, sitting at the desk and focused on handling official business was Li Xiaobo's father, Li Lingtian. Noticing someone had entered, Li Lingtian did not raise his head, but casually waved his hand, causing the originally open door to automatically close as if drawn by some invisible force. He then put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher who had entered the room, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Why are you back so soon? And at this hour to find me? What is the matter?" Li Xiaobo said to his father with a serious expression, "Father, Yin Yuesher has actually obtained the divine position inheritance." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian's face showed extreme shock, and he quickly asked, "What on earth is going on? What exactly happened? Please tell me in detail." Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "This time, we originally came to obtain a soul ring for Yin Yuesher. The soul beast was a flame phoenix with 400 years of cultivation. However, unexpectedly, there were mysterious red patterns on its soul ring. After Yin Yuesher absorbed it completely, a strange light suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a dazzling divine position that appeared on her, completing the inheritance ceremony." After listening to his son's narrative, Li Lingtian immediately turned his gaze to Yin Yuesher, who calmly began to explain, "My divine position inheritance is called the God of Phoenix. Moreover, the one who granted me this divine position mentioned that she does not belong to the deities of our world. It is said that she comes from a mysterious place called Honghuang and is one of the so-called 3 innate clans. In addition, she calls herself the Spirit Phoenix." Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? You say she comes from the primordial era and is also a member of the innate 3 clans?" Yin Yuesher gently nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Li Lingtian turned to Li Xiaobo and asked in confusion, Xiaobo, from your reaction, does your divine position also originate from the primordial era? And it seems you know quite a bit about this place. Faced with his father's inquiry, Li Xiaobo hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding slightly and replying, well, you could say that. I have indeed heard some things about the primordial era and know a few related legends and stories. Chapter 21. Division of Worlds. Li Xiaobo said with a serious expression. Do you know that the legendary world is divided into multiple levels? They include the mysterious secret realms, the unique caves, the blessed lands, the self-contained small worlds, the vast middle world, the grand great world, and above that, the enchanting small thousand worlds. The majestic middle thousand worlds, the awe-inspiring great thousand worlds, and the eternal and immortal eternal great world. At the pinnacle of all these worlds stands the Hongmeng world. However, the Douluo world we currently inhabit is merely a small thousand world. After a pause, Li Xiaobo continued. Speaking of the Hongwang, it is truly an eternal great world. It is said that in the beginning, the entire world was in a state of chaos, devoid of life. Yet, within this chaos existed 3,000 paths that took form, known as the 3,000 demon gods. Among these demon gods, there was a powerful existence named Pangu. At that time, the chaotic world was boundless and desolate, with no trace of life. Seeing this situation, Pangu was filled with ambition and resolved to change everything. So, he resolutely engaged in a monumental battle with the other 3,000 demon gods. This battle was incredibly fierce and lasted a long time. In the end, Pangu, with his unparalleled strength, defeated many demon gods. But he himself was severely injured from the fierce battle. Even so, Pangu did not back down. He used his last ounce of strength to split open the heavens and the earth, creating an entirely new world. However, during the process of creating the world, Pangu ultimately could not hold on and left this world with endless regrets. Yet, his body did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into all things in the world. His eyes became the blazing sun and the cool moon, illuminating this newly born world. His bones turned into magnificent mountains, supporting the heavens and the earth. The blood flowing within him converged into rushing rivers, nourishing the land. His breath transformed into gentle breezes, caressing every inch of the land. And the muscles of his body evolved into vast lands, bearing countless lives. Moreover, Pangu's flesh and blood gave rise to all kinds of wondrous beings. Among them, the innate 3 clans were once the protagonists of the glorious Honghuang era. Li Xiaobo took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then said, the 3 primordial clans are the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan controls the waters. They are immensely large, with scales as hard as iron, capable of summoning winds and rains, and turning rivers upside down. The Phoenix Clan dominates the skies. They radiate brilliant light, their feathers burn like flames, and their cries can pierce the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds with their wings. The Qilin Clan rules the land. They resemble horses but are not horses, with horns on their heads and a body enveloped in auspicious energy, running like lightning across the earth. The two listened intently, but Li Xiaobo changed his tone. However, prosperity must decline. Due to their overwhelming power, the 3 primordial clans waged a brutal war against each other for more resources and territory. This war nearly shattered the world of chaos, bringing devastation to all living beings in its wake. Many weaker races faced near extinction due to the fallout of this war. The 3 major clans themselves also suffered heavy casualties and were severely weakened, gradually heading toward decline. Since then, the landscape of the world of chaos underwent tremendous changes. New forces began to rise, forming a new balance. After he finished speaking, the two were still immersed in the grand and turbulent history of the primordial era. Li Lingtian slowly came back to his senses, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and contemplation. So, you're saying that the divine positions you possess actually originate from that mysterious and legendary era of the primordial age. However, I really can't understand why such powerful forces would be passed down to our relatively insignificant little world. What deeper meaning could be hidden in this? Beside him, Li Xiaobo was also lost in thought, his brows slightly furrowed. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. In my opinion, perhaps all of this is related to Yin Yu's martial soul. You should know that the ancestor of the Phoenix clan is quite renowned, and its accompanying spiritual treasure is named the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. This name suggests that Yin Yu's martial soul might have some subtle connection to it. which is why those ancient beings took notice and chose to pass down the divine positions. As for me, my acquisition of the divine position was purely coincidental. I stumbled upon its existence in some ruins, as if it were meant to be. At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful arrangements of fate. Yan Yu blinked her bright eyes, her face showing an expression of disbelief as she said, "So my divine position is actually so powerful? That's truly astonishing. I never thought this world had so many layers." She slightly tilted her head, as if wanting to look through the roof at the endless sky and the mysterious, unknown realms. Li Xiaobo nodded, his expression serious as he responded, "That's right. Because of this, all information regarding the divine positions must absolutely not be leaked. Currently, only the three of us know about this matter. However, what confuses me is that my divine king position has never been mentioned in those primordial legends. Therefore, I really can't confirm whether the primordial age we are discussing is the same as the one I envision in my mind. You should know that in the widely circulated stories, the character of the Black Scale Emperor has never appeared." He frowned, falling into deep thought. Yin Yu gently shook her head, firmly countering. "Although there are no relevant records, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps in some unknown corner, or in even more distant age, some untold stories might have occurred." At this moment, the previously silent Li Ling Tian spoke. "Xiaobo makes a valid point. So even after learning these astonishing secrets, we still cannot let our guard down or relax. By the way, did you two experience any special trials when you received the divine position inheritance?" Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before replying. "My process of inheriting the divine position has been quite smooth, and I have not encountered any form of trial. The only noticeable change is that since obtaining the divine position, I have no longer faced any bottlenecks in my cultivation path. Even when I reached level 100, a height that is difficult for ordinary people to attain, I was still able to break through in the Douluo world. Moreover, my lifespan has been greatly extended, and now even I am unsure how much longer I can live." At this point, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of sentiment and confusion. Yin Yushur immediately agreed. "Yes, my situation is similar to yours. The inheritance of the divine position has also brought me no trials, but has made my cultivation smooth sailing, and I no longer have to worry about encountering obstacles." Li Lingtian's dark eyes slightly narrowed, and with a solemn expression, he said, "Although both of you possess astonishing potential, reaching heights that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve, and with the blessing of this divine position inheritance, your path of cultivation in the future will likely not encounter too many bottlenecks. However, at this moment, you are still in the seedling stage. Your wings have not yet grown, and you must not let your guard down or be careless. You must understand that only the geniuses who grow strong can truly be called geniuses." After a brief pause, Li Lingtian continued, "Furthermore, Miss Yin Yueshur, now that you have successfully obtained the divine position inheritance, given time, when you achieve success and fame, you will naturally be able to avenge your deep-seated grievances. So, I wonder if you're inclined to join my Li family at this moment? After all, you currently have no place to call home. Of course, if you have other plans in your heart, we will not obstruct you." Upon hearing this, Yin Yueshur furrowed her delicate brows, falling into deep thought. After a moment, she gently parted her lips and replied, "Well, for now, I am indeed alone, without anyone to rely on. Moreover, Li Xiaobo has also obtained the divine position inheritance, so we can support each other in this matter of inheriting the divine position. If that's the case, then I, a little girl, will agree to join the Li family." Seeing Yin Yueshur nod in agreement, Li Lingtian couldn't help but smile broadly and said loudly, "Very good, very good. I believe that after you join the Li family, you will surely thrive and have a bright future. Moreover, with both you and Xiaobo bearing the divine position inheritance, there may indeed be a chance for you to become a couple destined by the heavens in the future." After saying this, he burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing in the air and lingering for a long time. Chapter 21. Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing this, Yin Yueshur's fair cheeks instantly flushed with a charming blush, resembling a ripe apple, radiant and tempting. She slightly lowered her head, not daring to meet the gazes of those around her, while her heart raced like a frightened deer. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo, seeing this situation, quickly intervened. "Oh, father, please don't continue to joke about us. To be honest, I have only known Yueshur for a few days. As for how things will develop in the future, that will depend on our interactions. So please don't rush it." He waved his hands towards Li Lingtian, his face showing a mixture of helplessness and a hint of shyness. Seeing this, Li Lingtian laughed heartily, then stopped teasing the two. However, in his deep and sharp eyes, a trace of barely perceptible anticipation and amusement flickered. By the way, now that you have both successfully obtained your soul rings, your knowledge regarding soul masters is still quite limited. Therefore, my plan is to send you to the Soul Master Academy for further study. This way, not only can you absorb more knowledge about soul masters, but you can also meet like-minded companions. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? No way. I'm already at the great soul master level. You want me to go to that junior academy? Isn't that a joke?" Yan Yuesher looked at Li Xiaobo in surprise, as she had always thought he was just an ordinary soul master, never expecting him to have already advanced to the great soul master realm. Li Lingtian did not take Li Xiaobo's protest to heart, but turned his gaze towards Yan Yuesher, gently asking, "Yuesher, what do you think about this matter?" After a moment of thought, Yan Yuesher obediently nodded and replied, "I will follow Uncle's arrangements. To be honest, I really need to deepen my knowledge about soul masters right now." Hearing Yan Yuesher's compliant and sensible words, Li Lingtian felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled. He then suddenly turned his head, his expression serious and stern as he fixed his gaze on Li Xiaobo, asking in a deep voice, "Xiaobo, what are your thoughts? Speak clearly." Faced with Li Lingtian's imposing question, Li Xiaobo was instantly left speechless, standing there with a helpless and speechless expression. Li Xiaobo pouted and muttered softly, all right, I'll do as you say." Only then did Li Lingtian soften his expression and say, "Although this Junior Soul Master Academy focuses on basic education, there are also many excellent instructors and unique cultivation materials." Thus, the three of them arrived at the Junior Soul Master Academy together. The teacher in charge of admissions showed a look of surprise upon seeing Li Xiaobo's level, but still proceeded with the testing process. The test results showed that although Li Xiaobo was a great soul master, he had significant gaps in basic knowledge. Yan Yuesher, on the other hand, demonstrated extremely high talent and solid fundamentals. After completing the enrollment procedures, Li Lingtian instructed the two, "Study well here, and do not cause any trouble." After saying this, he turned and left. Li Xiaobo looked around at the unfamiliar environment and turned to Yan Yuesher, saying, "Since we are here, let's make the best of it." Yan Yuesher gently nodded, her eyes filled with determination. At that moment, a seemingly arrogant young man walked by, deliberately bumping into Li Xiaobo and snorting disdainfully. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, and a conflict seemed about to erupt. Li Xiaobo looked at the person in front of him with disdain and sneered, "Humph. It seems that the character of the people in this Junior Soul Master Academy is just like this. I really don't know which force sent you here to be so arrogant." He crossed his arms, his eyes filled with contempt. The man referred to as Jinda opposite him suddenly widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Do you really think your Count's mansion is something great? You little brat, listen carefully. I am the madman Jinda under the Shadow Count's heir." After saying this, he puffed out his chest, trying to display his authority. However, Li Xiaobo remained unmoved, instead scoffing and mocking. "Oh, so you're just a lackey. How dare you act wild in front of me? You even shamelessly announce your name, but unfortunately, a small character like you, I've never even heard of." After speaking, he shook his head as if he looked down on Jinda greatly. Jinda's face turned red with anger at Li Xiaobo's words, his whole body trembling. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "What an arrogant and ignorant guy. Just relying on your tongue. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, let's really fight and see who the true strong one is." As soon as he finished speaking, a barely noticeable cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo also refused to back down and responded with his head held high. "Since you are so eager to humiliate yourself, I shall grant you that. Let us settle this on the soul fighting platform." With that, he turned around without hesitation and marched confidently toward the soul fighting platform, leaving behind a stylish and confident silhouette. Jinda quickly followed, and the two stood firm on the platform. Soon, many students gathered below, eager to witness this exciting duel. At the referee's command, Jinda launched the first attack, summoning his martial spirit, the Shadow Wolf, to pounce on Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo remained calm and used his first soul skill, Thunderstrike. A dazzling bolt of lightning instantly struck Jinda's Shadow Wolf, causing it to yelp in pain as part of its form dissipated. Jinda was taken aback, not expecting his opponent to be so powerful. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to go all out and unleash his strongest skill. But Li Xiaobo gave him no chance. Another bolt of lightning struck down, and Jinda was unable to dodge, getting knocked back. The outcome was clear. Li Xiaobo retracted his soul power and calmly looked at the fallen Jinda. Cheers erupted from the crowd below, and Yan Yuesher let out a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with admiration. Jinda clumsily got up, glared fiercely at Li Xiaobo, and fled in defeat. Li Xiaobo jumped down from the platform and walked toward Yin Yuesher, smiling as he said, "This was just a minor episode. Now we should focus on learning about soul masters." Yin Yuesher nodded with a smile, and the two walked side by side toward the classroom. Jinda fell heavily to the ground, the impact with the hard surface producing a dull sound. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, resembling a bizarre flower blooming on his pale face. Struggling to prop himself up, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. "Li Xiaobu, you wait for me. I, Jinda, swear that you will pay a painful price for everything you did today. Don't think that just because you have the support of the Count's mansion and obtained that century-old soul ring, you could be so arrogant." Jinda shouted through gritted teeth, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Nearby, a few bystanders witnessed this scene, but remained silent, merely watching without speaking. These people came from ordinary backgrounds and could not compete with Li Xiaobo's powerful connections. In a world where strength and family power determined one's status, they often ended up with the worst soul ring combinations, merely obtaining a pitiful 10-year soul ring. Thinking of this, a few of them sighed deeply in unison, their helplessness evident. Then, one person stepped forward cautiously to help the injured Jinda. The others gathered around to lift Jinda, slowly walking with heavy steps toward the healing teacher's office. Along the way, everyone's mood was very low, as if a thick layer of dark clouds hung over their heads. Chapter 22. The first class Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher ignored the fierce battle happening on the Duhan platform, as if it were just a farce unrelated to them. They walked side by side with a light step toward the dormitory. These two little guys, only 6 years old, seemed innocent and naive, but in reality, they carried important responsibilities. Due to Li Lingtian's special instructions, the school had specifically arranged for them to be in the same double room. It should be noted that this is Xingluo City, a place best known for its wealthy tycoons everywhere. Therefore, the dormitory conditions for the students are naturally quite superior. Upon entering the room that belonged to both of them, one could see a spacious and bright space, decorated warmly and comfortably. Moreover, the room was equipped with a separate bathroom, allowing them to enjoy relaxing moments of bathing at any time. After taking a short break, they began to organize their luggage, neatly folding their clothes into the wardrobe and arranging their books on the desk. Before long, the originally somewhat messy dormitory became well organized. Once everything was tidied up, they checked the time and realized there wasn't much left before class started. So, the two hurriedly made their way to the classroom. After all, they were just transferred students in this class, and it would be terrible to be late on the first day of class. When they reached the classroom door, they could already hear the teacher lecturing inside. They exchanged a glance, gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open to walk in. Li Xiaobo was the first to step onto the stage, cleared his throat, and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Li Xiaobo, and I come from the Count Hunyuan's mansion. I hope to make more friends here and become a powerful soul master." Then Yin Yuesher also went on stage to briefly introduce herself. After the teacher nodded in satisfaction, he began to explain the classification of soul masters. Soul masters are divided into strong attack type, agility attack type, control type, and support type, among others. Strong attack type soul masters are known for their powerful attack capabilities. For example, soul masters with fire martial souls can unleash highly destructive fire skills. Agility attack type soul masters excel in speed. For instance, soul masters with wind attribute martial souls can instantly traverse the battlefield and strike enemies unexpectedly. Control type soul masters can restrict enemy movements through their martial souls. For example, ice attribute martial souls can freeze opponents. Support type soul masters, although weak in attack, can provide buffs and healing to teammates, making them key roles in a team. Today, you will initially determine the direction you wish to develop in. After listening, the students seemed to ponder, and Li Xiaobo secretly compared which type of soul master he belonged to, while Yin Yuesher looked at the blackboard with determination. Working hard to learn, it should be noted that he possessed 3 martial souls. Although the herbal diagram was useless in battle, he still had 2 other martial souls. What was currently displayed were his body martial soul and the incredibly powerful reverse god spear. As for the body martial soul, besides enhancing his own strength, it did not have any particularly strong attack methods. However, while the reverse god spear was formidable, it had yet to acquire a soul ring. According to Li Xiaobo's original plan, he intended to first add a soul ring to his body martial soul. And when his body was strong enough to withstand a 100,000-year soul ring, he would then add a soul ring to the reverse god spear. However, If you were fortunate enough to encounter top-tier soul beasts, such as the dark gold terraclaw bear or the titan great ape, they could rival 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts at just 100 years of age. If he encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use it as a soul ring for the reverse god spear. But for now, discussing these seemed premature, as at this moment, Li Xiaobo's level was only 27, still in the Great Soul Master stage. However, based on the situation, he should be able to smoothly advance to level 30 in about 3 months, if he used precious treasures like whale glue to assist in his cultivation during this time. The time needed to reach level 30 might become even shorter. However, currently, Li Xiaobo claimed that he had just reached level 21 in soul power. It should be noted that the information his family disclosed to the outside world was, Li Xiaobo was born with a level 10 soul power and had successfully advanced to level 20 by absorbing 2 pieces of 1,000-year soul bones. If he were to begin absorbing a 3rd soul ring now, it would undoubtedly reveal his astonishing talent. After all, both the Spirit Hall's Qian family and the Xingluo Empire's Dai family possess the powerful heritage of divine inheritance. Once they noticed such an unusual situation, they might connect it to divine inheritance. The current rumors merely regarded Li Xiaobo as a reckless youth, eager for success and hastily absorbing 1,000-year soul bones. After all, 10,000-year soul bones are considered rare even for titled Douluos, and some titled Douluos may not even possess them. As for 1,000-year soul bones, true powerhouses often look down on them, although the soul skills attached to 1,000-year soul bones are useless for top-tier beings. It cannot be denied that soul bones can indeed help soul masters absorb higher-level soul rings better in lower-level stages. However, the reality is that no one is willing to act this way. The reason is simple. Those who possess soul bones naturally disdain the mere few hundred years of additional age, and those who lack soul bones cannot obtain such treasures due to their own limitations. Moreover, those talented individuals from major forces who have been held in high regard since childhood, even if they have empty soul bone slots, would absolutely not consider absorbing these sub-1,000-year soul bones. After all, if they are fortunate enough to obtain high-level soul bones in the future, having already absorbed a soul bone would leave them with no place to lament. Therefore, every plan made now is crucial. For this 3rd soul ring, it must be carefully selected. After careful consideration, he believed that obtaining a mental-type soul ring was undoubtedly the best choice. Among the many reference objects, the Dream Eye Silkworm, the protagonist's golden finger in Douluo Douluo 2, is indeed hard to ignore. Unfortunately, even if Li Xiaobo had great abilities, he could not find such a rare existence as the Dream Eye Silkworm. However, fortunately, the Eye Silkworm clan is relatively easier to find. After all, low-level species like this often have surprisingly strong reproductive capabilities, just like the softbone rabbit and blue silvergrass, although they are weak in their own strength. Once they grow to the 100,000-year stage, they can possess extremely powerful skills. For example, the Blue-Silver Emperor's Blue-Silver Domain and Xiao Wu's Invincible Golden Body, all of which are astonishing divine skills. Looking back at Douluo 1, on the surface there are only 2 glaring 100,000-year soul beasts. However, one must not overlook the subsequent development of the plot. By the time of Douluo 2 and beyond, those titled Douluos without the blessing of a 100,000-year soul ring are simply cannon fodder on the battlefield, with no competitiveness whatsoever. Some exceptionally gifted geniuses have already successfully absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring by the time of their 8th soul ring. Of course, our protagonist is naturally different and is in a category of his own. This shows that there are definitely not few 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent. They are just mostly hidden and concealed in unknown corners of the world. Chapter 23. Planning for the future. Li Xiaobo sat in the classroom, his thoughts already drifting far away, constantly pondering about his 3rd soul ring, to the point where he completely lost interest in listening to the teacher's lecture. His expression was sometimes confused, sometimes determined, as if he were communicating with some mysterious force in his mind. Time quietly passed by unnoticed, and soon the bell for the end of class rang. The classmates began to pack their things and leave the classroom, and Li Xiaobo, along with Yan Yuesher, leisurely walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, Yan Yuesher noticed that Li Xiaobo seemed a bit distracted and listless, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Xiaobo, what's wrong with you? You seem strange since class started. What are you thinking about?" Hearing Yan Yuesher's question, Li Xiaobo came back to his senses, gently shook his head, and said, "It's nothing major. I'm just considering what kind of soul rings we should add in the future. With our talents, it probably won't be long before we need to obtain new soul rings again. Yin Yuesher smiled slightly and comforted him. Oh, why worry about so much now? It's not too late to think about it when we actually need to get the soul rings. Anyway, we definitely won't be interested in ordinary soul beasts. And there are only a few top-level soul beasts. Besides, for someone like me who only needs fire attribute soul rings, it should be relatively easy to find. Li Xiaobo nodded, indicating his agreement with Yin Yuesher's words, but then frowned and said, well, under normal circumstances, what you said does make sense. However, this time I especially hope to obtain a soul ring that has the ability to hide its own powers. Yin Yuesher's eyes brightened, and she curiously asked, oh, is that so? Then have you thought about what specific type of soul ring you want? Li Xiaobo nodded heavily and replied, I've already thought it through, but I'm worried that the skill attached to this spirit ring may not be ideal. Because according to my plan, only the 10,000-year spirit rings from the Ice Silkworm clan can meet my needs. After saying this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, seeming anxious about whether he could successfully obtain a satisfactory spirit ring. Li Xiaobo frowned slightly and said helplessly, but that energy from 100,000 years is something I can't directly absorb with my current abilities unless these soul beasts willingly sacrifice themselves to me. However, that's almost impossible. How could they easily offer their lives to me? Yin Yuesher, who was nearby, nodded gently in agreement. That's true. After all, when soul beasts reach 100,000 years of cultivation, their intelligence and emotions are already no different from humans. So, do you still plan to search for the Ice Silkworm clan? Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before responding. Well, it depends on the specific situation. Although the hope is slim, we are the bearers of divine legacy. So perhaps the Ice Silkworm clan will choose to offer a sacrifice to me. Even if we ultimately fail to find a suitable sacrificer, it doesn't really matter, since we don't need to participate in intense battles for now. I can avoid using my main martial soul. This way, others will find it difficult to discern my true strength. After listening, Yin Yuesher slightly nodded in agreement. But then her expression turned worried. This approach isn't without merit, but if you encounter danger and need to go all out, it might become a bit tricky. Moreover, this would also expose the power of your second martial soul. Li Xiaobo, however, was not concerned and waved his hand with a smile, saying, haha, it's okay. You have to know that so far, no dual martial soul owner has been able to grow up smoothly. They either die from the conflict between the two martial souls in their body or become useless because they can't balance the power of both. Because of this, those guys shouldn't be too focused on or wary of my dual martial soul. Yin Yuesher was taken aback and widened her eyes, asking, what? Are you saying that all dual martial soul owners either die from explosion or become useless? Li Xiaobo said with a serious expression. Indeed, up to now, no one with dual martial souls has been able to successfully grow to the title Douluo level. Yin Yuesher, who was standing beside him, showed a worried expression upon hearing this and urgently asked, then how do you plan to deal with it? Li Xiaobo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he responded, don't worry, I already know how to solve this problem. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but get excited. She widened her eyes and eagerly asked, really? Do you really have a way to resolve this dilemma? Please tell me, what is the wonderful method? However, Li Xiaobo showed a look of doubt and asked in confusion, Yuesher, why are you so concerned about this matter? You know, you're not a twin martial soul. Faced with Li Xiaobo's question, Yin Yuesher first fell silent, seemingly experiencing a fierce internal struggle. After a long while, she finally made up her mind and slowly spoke. In fact, I also have a twin martial soul. Li Xiaobo was immediately stunned, unable to believe what he heard. He looked at Yin Yuesher in disbelief and exclaimed, what? You also have a twin martial soul. So, what is your other martial soul? Yin Yuesher took a deep breath and slowly extended her left hand. A beautifully crafted flute quietly emerged in her palm. The flute was entirely green, adorned with patterns of the changing seasons, exquisite and elegant, resembling a precious piece of art. Yin Yuesher softly introduced, this is my second martial soul, called the Spring and Autumn Flute. However, I still know nothing about its specific uses and attributes. After saying this, she gazed at the Spring and Autumn Flute in her hand, her eyes filled with both curiosity and confusion. Li Xiaobo gazed quietly at the ever-changing image of the four seasons, his eyes gradually becoming dazed, as if he were completely immersed in it. He couldn't help but softly murmur, the cycle of the four seasons, the spring and autumn flute, the joy of poetry in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I think I finally understand the magical role of your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher immediately widened her eyes and curiously leaned forward to ask, really? Quickly tell me, What exactly is my martial soul useful for? And what kind of soul beast should I look for to attach a soul ring to it? Li Xiaobo, in my opinion, the attributes of this spring and autumn flute should be closely related to time. You see, the patterns of the 4 seasons displayed on this flute are the best proof, right? Therefore, we might consider adding soul beasts that symbolize the different seasons. For example, the plum blossom that braves the snow and frost, the elegant lotus, the refined orchid, and the proudly blooming chrysanthemum, among others. Of course, if we can find some soul beasts like the golden cicada that resonate with the changes of the seasons, that would also be a good choice. Yin Yuesher listened, seemingly understanding yet confused, and furrowed her brows to ask, but why choose these soul beasts? What connection do they have with my martial soul? Li Xiaobo smiled slightly and patiently explained, the two characters spring and autumn inherently contain the meaning of the passage of time. The plum blossom often blooms in the harsh winter, representing resilience and indomitableness. The lotus flower blossoms in the hot summer, symbolizing purity and elegance. The orchid appears in the warm and pleasant spring, symbolizing humility and tranquility. As for the chrysanthemum, it typically blooms in the cool autumn, reflecting detachment and serenity. Additionally, the golden cicada undergoes transformation with the changing seasons, which is also closely related to the passage of time. Therefore, when your martial soul absorbs the power of these representative spirit beasts, the soul skills you exhibit are likely to have some wonderful connection with time. Chapter 24. Time flies, time flows by like a fleeting white horse. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months pass as quickly as sand slipping through fingers. Finally, the long-awaited holiday arrives, lasting another 3 months. This precious break is significant for the students who are about to face promotion tests, as it is specifically reserved for them to obtain spirit rings. It is important to know that obtaining a spirit ring is not an easy task. If luck is not on their side, it may take several months to succeed. On such a sunny day, Li Xiaobo, with a smile on his face, held Yin Yuesher's hand and slowly walked towards the school gate. The two walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the golden sunlight, resembling a beautiful and captivating painting. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, discussing their holiday plans and aspirations for the future. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. Li Xiaobo saw his father Li Lingtian standing at the school gate from a distance, excitedly pulling Yin Yuesher to run over. Dad! Li Lingtian smiled and patted his head, looking at Yin Yuesher and asking, how have you been these past few months? Has anyone bullied you? Yin Yuesher obediently shook her head. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A group of senior soul masters walked out of the school, and the one leading them cast a hostile glance at Li Xiaobo. It turned out that this person had previously tried to cause trouble for Li Xiaobo, but was instead taught a lesson and had been harboring resentment ever since. Li Lingtian sensed that the atmosphere was off and frowned slightly. The person walked up and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, isn't this the kid protected by his father?" Just as Li Xiaobo was about to retort, Li Lingtian reached out to stop him. "I don't care what conflicts you have between you, but if you dare to provoke my child again, I won't hold back," Li Lingtian said coldly. The few people felt the powerful aura pressing down on them and snorted before leaving in a dejected manner. "Let's go. We should head home and celebrate the upcoming holiday," Li Lingtian said as he led Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher out of the school gate. The three walked gracefully towards a lavishly decorated carriage not far away. Their steps were light and steady, as if each step carried a certain purpose and expectation. When they reached the carriage, Li Xiaobo opened the door first, followed by Li Lingtian and Yin Yuesher, who climbed into the spacious and comfortable interior of the carriage in turn. Once inside, Li Lingtian, sitting in the middle, turned to Li Xiaobo and asked with a smile, "Xiaobo, how has your life been at the academy?" A hint of concern was evident in his eyes. Li Xiaobo heard his father's question, thought for a moment, and then replied, "To be honest, life at the academy is quite boring. Every day, aside from attending classes, I just practice, eat, and sleep. Nothing new or interesting happens. However, the good thing is that my cultivation has improved, and I am now at level 30. After saying this, a faint look of pride appeared on his face. Li Lingtian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, and said, "I really didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so fast. This truly makes your father feel gratified. By the way, since you have already reached level 30, have you thought about what kind of soul ring you want to add?" Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation and replied, "Father, after some thought, I have decided to choose a soul ring from an ice silkworm." Li Lingtian furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing his son's words and asked in confusion, "Why choose the ice silkworm? As far as I know, This old beast doesn't seem to have any particularly outstanding abilities. Li Xiaobo smiled and explained, Father, you may not know this, but although the ice silkworm itself does not have strong attacking power, it is precisely because of this that they possess extremely excellent camouflage skills. With the abilities granted by this soul ring, I'll be able to better hide myself during battles or when carrying out missions, allowing me to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy unexpectedly. Li Ling Tian nodded thoughtfully after listening to his son's explanation, indicating his approval, and then said no more. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, the servants greeted them warmly. Li Ling Tian instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate this special moment. The dining table was filled with various delicious dishes, exuding tempting aromas. During the meal, Li Xiaobo excitedly talked about the interesting courses and thrilling practical training at school. Yin Yushur occasionally added a few remarks, and laughter echoed in the dining room. After dinner, Li Xiaobo returned to his room to begin organizing the preparations needed for hunting souls. He carefully packed the specially made capture net, a sharp dagger, and some healing medicines into his backpack. Just then, Yin Yushur quietly walked in, holding an old booklet. Xiaobo, this booklet contains some special habits of the ice silkworm. It might be useful to you. Yin Yushur handed it to him. Li Xiaobo took the booklet and looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Yueshur. Just as he was flipping through the booklet, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xiaobo, you're back. Are you going to hunt souls? Can I come along? I'm already level 10. Maronghua said. Li Xiaobo replied. Ronghua, what are you doing here? I'm going to the extreme north. You might not be able to handle it. Maronghua said firmly. Brother Xiaobo, I'm not afraid of the cold. I must go with you. Li Xiaobo showed a hesitant expression, and just as he was about to say something, Li Lingtian walked over. Xiaobo, since Ronghua wants to go so much, let him come along. It's also a chance for training. Li Xiaobo had no choice but to nod. The five of them set off on their journey to the extreme north. The closer they got to the extreme north, the lower the temperature became. Maronghua was shivering with cold, but still gritted his teeth and persisted. Upon reaching the edge of the extreme north, a fierce wind howled and whipped up snow, like countless white blades flying in the air. They moved forward cautiously, searching for traces of the ice silkworm. Suddenly, a massive snow monster blocked their path. The snow monster roared and launched an attack. Li Xiaobo drew his dagger to defend. Yin Yueshur used her soul power to erect a defensive wall, while Maronghua nervously hid behind them. After a tough battle, they managed to defeat the snow monster. Continuing deeper, Li Xiaobo and the others discovered an ice lake. Surrounded by a chilling aura, Li Xiaobo's heart stirred. According to the records in the booklet given by Yin Yueshur, the ice silkworm might be nearby. Sure enough, under a gigantic rock by the lake, there were faint strands of silk, the traces left by the ice silkworms. Just as they were cautiously searching, the temperature around them suddenly dropped, and several ice silkworms slowly crawled out. These ice silkworms were significantly larger than expected, emitting a ghostly blue glow. However, one of the ice silkworms had a deeper color, clearly indicating it was of very high age. Maronghua, excited, was about to rush forward but was pulled back by Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo knew well that they couldn't act recklessly, or they might scare away the ice silkworms. At that moment, the ice silkworm, radiating a deep blue light, slowly opened its mouth. Tiny humans, why do you tirelessly seek out my ice silkworm clan? You should know that we ice silkworms cannot provide any valuable environment or resources for greedy humans like you. Li Xiaobo and the other four couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, especially Li Xiaobo, who was the first to regain his composure. He quickly said respectfully, Respected elder of the ice silkworm clan, please allow me to speak a word. To be honest, the reason I have been desperately searching for your ice silkworm clan is that I urgently need to obtain a soul ring from your clan. Upon hearing this, the ice silkworm was clearly taken aback for a moment, then sneered, Humph, you little fellow are quite an honest person. However, you do not possess an ice attribute martial soul, so why are you so fixated on our clan's soul rings? Moreover, it is well known that the skills attached to the soul rings of my ice silkworm clan are relatively weak. Furthermore, the soul rings here are at least 10,000 years old, which your current strength cannot bear. So, you should go back where you came from. I do not wish to have any unnecessary conflict with you today. However, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of retreating. He straightened his body and firmly responded, Elder, you may not know, but I came here specifically for your noble clan. Moreover, I am confident that I can successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. The ice silkworm's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What? How is that possible? From my perception, you are merely at level 30. Kid, do not speak nonsense and deceive me. Or even if that soul sage beside you were here, he probably wouldn't be able to protect you. Facing the ice silkworm's doubt, Li Xiaobo showed no fear. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Elder, just watch." As he spoke, a powerful wave of soul power suddenly erupted from his body, and a faint golden light shimmered around him. Chapter 25. The third soul ring. After saying this, Li Xiaobo let out a light shout, and radiant light shone from him. In an instant, 3 dazzling martial souls slowly floated around his body. In his right hand, he tightly gripped a menacing, cold glimmering reverse divine spear. The chilling aura emanating from the spear seemed capable of freezing a person's soul, making anyone who merely glanced at it feel a shiver of coldness in their heart. In his left hand, he held what appeared to be an ordinary landscape painting. However, this painting subtly exuded a tranquil and distant aura, as if containing endless mysteries of heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Xiaobo was enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden light, resembling a war god descending to the mortal world, exuding an imposing aura and magnificent presence. Then, Li Xiaobo declared loudly, "Elder, I may not be talented, but my innate soul power has already reached level 20, and I possess 3 martial souls. Even more fortunate, I have received a divine inheritance." As he spoke, a mysterious and unfathomable rune suddenly flickered between his eyebrows, shining like the brilliant stars in the night sky. Li Xiaobo continued, "However, due to the relatively weak power of my family's influence, I hope to obtain a soul ring from you that can conceal my aura. I earnestly request your assistance, Senior." Upon hearing this, the ice silkworm couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, clearly surprised by what Li Xiaobo had said. The 3 people standing beside Yin Yuesher were even more astonished, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. After all, they had never heard of anyone possessing both 3 life martial souls and such a high innate soul power level. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been silent, slowly closed his eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness and bitterness on his face, and then sighed heavily. "Alas, after all, our Count's manner is still too weak." The ice silkworm regained its composure, still unable to hide its astonishment, and asked, "You just said that you not only obtained a divine inheritance, but also possess the rare 3 life martial souls. Do you really believe that one day you can achieve the status of a deity?" Facing the ice silkworm's skepticism, Li Xiaobo's gaze was firm, showing no signs of retreat. He confidently replied, "I firmly believe that I can do it. After all, with the talent I have shown so far, it is not an exaggeration to say that I am absolutely unprecedented." Li Xiaobo stood in place, his brows slightly furrowed, as the image of the astonishing protagonist from Douluo 2 involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After all, that was a being with 3 life martial souls, a destined child. At that moment, the ice silkworm beside him let out a long sigh. "Don't you guys know? The reason I haven't taken action from the very beginning is that there's a reason for it. Although our ice silkworm clan has relatively weak attack methods, I still have a full 100,000 years of cultivation. Dealing with you little minions is simply a piece of cake." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but ponder. Yes, with such formidable strength, why hasn't this ice silkworm made a move? After all, the relationship between spirit beasts and humans has always been one of irreconcilable conflict. The ice silkworm slowly raised its head, gazing into the distance, and continued, "In fact, my true age is not just a mere 100,000 years. To be precise, it should be 199,999 years. Our spirit beast clan has to undergo a terrifying tribulation test every 100,000 years. Although by chance managed to consume a few priceless pieces of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, barely passed the first tribulation. But now, with my current ability, I cannot cope with the impending second tribulation. If I rashly make a move, the tribulation will descend immediately. Because of this, I hope to reach a deal with you." Li Lingtian and Yin Yuesher stood together, their faces filled with disbelief. Their eyes were wide open, mouths slightly agape, as if frozen in place by an invisible force. "My God, is there really a higher age limit above 100,000 years of soul beasts?" Ma Rongwa murmured, his voice filled with shock and astonishment. At that moment, the giant ice silkworm slowly spoke. "I wonder if you would be willing to make a deal with me?" Its gaze fell on Li Xiaobo, revealing a hint of expectation. Li Xiaobo came back to his senses and quickly asked respectfully, "I wonder what kind of transaction you desire." "Senior?" The ice silkworm sighed softly, its tone somewhat helpless as it said, "To be honest, I have little time left. Despite my desperate attempts to suppress my own cultivation, I still cannot stop its continued growth. Now, I have decided to sacrifice myself to you. However, before that, I hope you can protect these little ice silkworms by my side. They are all my offspring, and since our ice silkworm clan is inherently weak, if it weren't for me, their father with a cultivation of 100,000 years, they probably wouldn't have survived to this day, let alone cultivated for 10,000 years. Now, I'm unable to protect them any longer, so I can only entrust them to you. After listening to the ice silkworm's words, Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and promised earnestly, Senior, please rest assured, if you truly choose to sacrifice yourself to me, I will surely do my utmost to take care of your descendants. A look of comfort flashed in the ice silkworm's eyes as it softly said, That's wonderful. I hope you will keep your word. After saying this, it reluctantly turned its head, gazing affectionately at the several 10,000-year ice silkworms, as if wanting to deeply imprint their appearances in its mind. Then an astonishing scene occurred. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo's body erupted with dazzling red light, like a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds. This light was incredibly hot, instantly illuminating the entire space, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. As everyone's gaze focused, the ice silkworm's once clear figure gradually became blurry like a phantom, eventually vanishing completely into the air. However, at the moment of its disappearance, a shocking sight suddenly appeared. A gigantic red soul ring appeared out of thin air, resembling a blazing sun burning with fierce flames, radiating scorching and dazzling light. Upon closer inspection, there were actually two brilliant golden patterns on the red soul ring, resembling two agile golden dragons coiling and twisting within, adding a touch of mystery and majesty. It turned out that at the moment the ice silkworm decided to sacrifice itself, it resolutely unlocked the seal of its own cultivation. With its powerful will and profound foundation, it successfully broke through the bottleneck of its cultivation, jumping to the terrifying realm of 200,000 years. At this moment, the 200,000-year red soul ring adorned with two golden patterns seemed to possess endless power, flying straight towards Li Xiaobo and firmly encircling him. Meanwhile, in the dark, bottomless depths of the extreme north, two figures stood quietly. They gazed at the red pillar of light soaring into the sky in the distance, their eyes revealing complex emotions. These two were the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, two of the three great kings of the extreme north. The Snow Empress sighed gently, her tone filled with regret. Alas, another 100,000-year soul beast has fallen. The Ice Emperor, on the other hand, seemed somewhat indifferent, muttering, I really don't understand what these 100,000-year soul beasts are thinking. They willingly sacrifice themselves to humans. It's truly a waste. If they could just give that level of cultivation to me, let me devour it to increase my own cultivation. Wouldn't that be better? Hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Empress shook her head helplessly and said softly, Sigh. Ice Emperor, you shouldn't be so short-sighted. Perhaps those soul beasts that choose to sacrifice themselves have their own considerations and beliefs. Moreover, when will we soul beasts be able to avoid the terrifying heavenly tribulations like humans? In the future, whether we soul beasts can achieve divinity is also an unknown. As she spoke, a hint of confusion and worry flashed in the Snow Empress's eyes. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor quickly comforted her. Snow Empress, you don't need to think too much. Look, you already have over 700,000 years of cultivation. You are not far from becoming a deity. I firmly believe that with your talent and strength, you will one day ascend to the divine altar. After saying this, she patted the Snow Empress's shoulder firmly, trying to give her some encouragement and confidence. The Snow Empress slowly shook her head and fell silent. Chapter 26. The 100,000-year third soul ring Li Lingtian, Yan Yuesher, and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched the astonishing scene unfolding before them, filled with shock and amazement. They had only learned about the rare and mysterious phenomenon of soul beast sacrifices from books before this. At this moment, Li Lingtian couldn't help but speak up. It's hard to imagine. I wonder what kind of soul ring skills this guy named Xiaobo will ultimately obtain. Yan Yuesher quickly comforted him, saying, Uncle, don't worry too much. I believe Xiaobo will definitely be able to fulfill his wish and obtain the hidden soul skill he dreams of. Besides, this sacrifice involved a powerful ice silkworm with a cultivation of 200,000 years. Not only that, but it also has a priceless soul bone. According to reason, there must be at least one of the four skills that can meet Xiaobo's needs. Hearing Yan Yuesher's words, Li Lingtian gradually calmed down and thought it made quite a bit of sense. After all, there were a total of 4 soul skills waiting to be discovered and utilized. He nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Yin Yuesher turned her gaze to the few ice silkworms beside her, her expression troubled as she continued. Uncle, what should we do with the rest of these little guys? We had already promised the old ice silkworm what it requested. However, the problem is that we have no power in this place at all. We can't just stay here and guard them forever, can we? Li Lingtian followed Yin Yuesher's gaze and saw that the 8 ancient ice silkworms were still obediently staying in place, clearly having been instructed by their father to closely follow their human companions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lingtian confidently replied, "Don't worry, child. We naturally have a plan for this matter. We just need to patiently wait for Xiaobo to wake up." Yin Yuesher let out a gentle sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling back into place. After all, they had made a solemn promise to that elderly ice silkworm. Although Yin Yuesher was still young, she regarded her commitments as very important. With her extraordinary talent and pride, how could she tolerate being someone who breaks promises? Therefore, no matter what difficulties and challenges she faced, she would uphold her commitments and fulfill them without fail. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Xiaobo was fully focused on absorbing the powerful soul ring that was over 200,000 years old. Fortunately, this was a soul ring obtained through sacrifice, making the absorption process relatively smooth. Sacrifice means that even if you only have a low level of soul power, such as level 10, you can safely carry and absorb the power of a soul ring that is as high as 100,000 years. However, despite this, Li Xiaobo still felt a faint pressure. After all, the soul power contained in this 100,000 year soul ring was overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding what he could easily control and refine at his current level. But Li Xiaobo firmly believed that if he successfully absorbed this soul ring completely, his strength would surely see a significant boost, allowing him to break through to level 40. At this moment, his own level was indeed somewhat low. It should be noted that this 100,000 year soul ring possesses the terrifying power to elevate a tidal Douluo strength by 1 to 2 levels. Not to mention that this soul ring was obtained through sacrifice, making its preciousness and utility beyond imagination. Time passed quickly as if it were a fleeting white horse. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to set, slowly sliding down like a brilliant pearl towards the other side of the mountain. At this time, the splendid sunset cast its rays over the vast, pristine ice field, as if draping it in a layer of golden silk. The sunlight refracted through the ice layer, emitting colorful beams of light, dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful. Beside the ice field, there was also an ice lake surrounded by a hazy mist, resembling a giant mirror embedded within. When the gentle breeze blew, the mist swayed lightly, making the entire scene more vivid, as if one were in a fairyland. Amidst this stunning scenery, Li Lingtian and the other 3 were busy constructing a temporary base. From the current situation, it seemed they would need another 2 to 3 days before they could embark on their return journey. Moreover, after some exploration, they found that there were no powerful soul beasts in the vicinity, making it relatively safe. Yin Yuesher stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaobo, who was wholeheartedly absorbing the soul ring. Watching his focused expression, she couldn't help but compare herself to him in her heart. She knew that Li Xiaobo not only had one more martial soul than her, but also excelled far beyond her in talent. In terms of understanding, cultivation knowledge, and performance in actual combat, Li Xiaobo exhibited extraordinary abilities. Thinking of this, a sense of admiration for Li Xiaobo surged within her, along with a desire to one day be as outstanding as he was. As night quietly descended, the sky resembled a huge piece of black satin, while the twinkling stars sparkled like gems embedded within. The earth was shrouded in the night, peaceful and serene. In this tranquil night, Li Xiaobo sat quietly, surrounded by a faint wave of soul power. After a long period of effort, he had finally succeeded in absorbing the incredibly precious soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. He gently circulated the soul power within his body, carefully feeling the changes in his soul power level. After a moment, he revealed a satisfied smile. His soul power level had risen to 40. Not only that, but Li Xiaobo also had a strong premonition that if he could absorb another suitable soul ring, he might directly break through to around level 47. After all, this was a powerful soul ring with a cultivation age of 200,000 years. containing soul power as vast as the sea and boundless. However, despite having such an amazing opportunity and potential, Li Xiaobo did not rush to absorb another soul ring. He understood that while rapid growth in strength was indeed exciting, failing to adapt to such changes in a timely manner could lead to unexpected troubles. Therefore, he decided to temporarily halt his progress and solidify the achievements he had already made. Thus, Li Xiaobo secretly resolved to wait until he turned 8 to absorb the fourth soul ring. After all, he was only 6 years old, almost 7, and had more than a year to fully adapt to his current soul power level and further hone his combat skills and mindset. Li Ling, Tian, and the other 3, who had been silently waiting nearby, immediately gathered around Li Xiaobo in excitement upon seeing that he had completed the absorption of the soul ring. They all stared at Li Xiaobo with curious faces, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing. After all, for them, such a high-level soul ring of 100,000 years and the soul skills it provided were truly rare and unprecedented. Li Xiaobo looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd, smiled slightly, raised his hands, and began to demonstrate his first soul skill simulation as his soul power flowed. In an instant, his figure became blurry and gradually transformed into the shape of an ice silkworm. Even his aura was identical. The crowd was astounded. Then Li Xiaobo used mental control, and an invisible wave of soul power was emitted, causing several small stones nearby to float in midair, moving according to his thoughts. This soul skill is really impressive. Li Lingtian exclaimed. Next, Li Xiaobo demonstrated mental sharing. He connected with Yin Yuesher's mind, and in an instant, Yin Yuesher felt as if she had entered Li Xiaobo's memory space, witnessing some of his insights while absorbing soul rings. Just as everyone was immersed in the novelty of the soul skill demonstration, a slight tremor suddenly came from around them. It turned out that the several 10,000-year ice silkworms sensed Li Xiaobo's awakening and the display of his powerful soul skills, collectively crawling toward this side as if to express their respect. Li Xiaobo smiled and walked toward the ice silkworms. Chapter 27. Settling the ice silkworms, Li Xiaobo stood quietly in place, his gaze firmly fixed on the 8 ancient ice silkworms before him, which emanated a chilling aura. Each of these ice silkworms was crystal clear, as if sculpted from ice and snow, and they wriggled slightly, revealing a mysterious and powerful force. Li Xiaobo said softly, "Little ones, your father has entrusted you to me, so please do not resist later." After saying that, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands and muttered incantations. In an instant, a beam of light shone from his body, and a colorful illustration of various herbs appeared out of thin air. The illustration began to expand in the air. At first, it was only the size of a palm, but quickly inflated like blowing up a balloon. Before long, the illustration had grown to about the size of an ordinary table. Looking again, the mountains, rivers, and forests in the illustration seemed to come alive, vividly displaying rushing rivers, towering mountains, and lush forests before everyone's eyes. At the same time, the illustration began to emit a powerful suction force. This suction was like an invisible hand, tightly grasping the 8 ancient ice silkworms. Although the ice silkworms struggled desperately, they ultimately could not withstand this powerful force. Their bodies slowly moved towards the illustration, accelerating in speed. It is worth mentioning that the internal space of the illustration had already become extremely vast with the enhancement of Li Xiaobo's own strength. Now, its area had reached an astonishing 300 square kilometers. It is important to note that this was achieved without Li Xiaobo obtaining any soul rings, relying solely on the increase in his own soul power level. If he could later attach suitable soul rings to the illustration, its internal space could expand more than tenfold under the same level without soul rings. However, Li Xiaobo was still somewhat hesitant about whether to add soul rings to the illustration. After all, he knew that he needed to be able to withstand the 100,000-year soul ring before absorbing it to maximize the power of the other 2 martial souls. Once a soul ring breaks through the 100,000-year barrier, the ability enhancement it brings will be a qualitative change, far beyond what a soul ring under 100,000 years can compare with. Just look at the many titled Douluos, such as the renowned Tang Hao and the powerful Bibi Dong, who are all awe-inspiring. The slightly weaker ones are just small fry. Speaking of martial souls, what kind of connection exists between the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul? And the soft bone rabbit soul beast makes it even harder to grasp their relationship. When these martial souls reach the 100,000 year realm, Their owners choose to attach soul rings that are completely unrelated to their own attributes. Take Tang Dazue, for example. The Hao Ian hammer in his hand belongs to the top tier of attack-type martial souls, with astonishing power. Yet, despite its strength, he still unhesitatingly offered the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul ring to his martial soul, just as he broke through to become a titled Douluo with the power of the 100. 000 year soul ring gained from this sacrifice. He was able to fight 3 opponents at once. It is worth noting that among his opponents was a super Douluo with a god-level martial soul, and a level 95, Qian Xuanji. Although Tang Hao's explosive ring technique is indeed very powerful, who could deny the huge role played by the 100,000 year soul ring? After all, for those who possess a 100,000 year soul ring, while one cannot claim to definitely reach the supreme realm of limit Douluo, at least becoming a super Douluo is still very hopeful. Conversely, if one does not possess this 100,000 year soul ring, they will at most be limited to the rank of super Douluo. After careful consideration, Li Xiaobo believed that if he could attach some specific attribute soul rings to this magical illustration, such as those representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, then perhaps some unique spaces with corresponding attributes would wonderfully form within the illustration. It is known that this illustration is not simple. It can not only be used to cultivate various rare plants, but also raise some cute little animals. These special places with attributes will undoubtedly be extremely beneficial for the growth of certain spiritual herbs with corresponding attributes. For example, the fire attribute contained in the coxcomb phoenix flower, the extreme earth attribute unique to the earth dragon golden melon, and the gold attribute of the wonder mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum, etc. Meanwhile, the soul beast belonging to the 5 element attributes living within it will also have their growth speed greatly accelerated. Of course, in addition to the conventional 5 element attribute soul rings mentioned above, Li Xiaobo was also pondering whether he could attach some rarer and more unique soul rings to the illustration. For instance, a lightning attribute soul ring filled with violent power, a chilling ice attribute soul ring, a sinister and deadly poison attribute soul ring, or perhaps a mysterious and profound dark attribute soul ring and a light attribute soul ring symbolizing justice and hope, etc. After successfully solving the survival problem of the ice silkworms, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head and looked at Ma Ronghua. Ronghua, it's been quite a while since you broke through to level 10. Now that I've sorted out the soul ring matter, starting tomorrow, let's all work together to help you find a suitable soul beast. By the way, what type do you want to develop? Attack type or agility type? After all, your martial soul is best suited for these two. Ma Ronghua exclaimed excitedly, Big brother Xiaobo, I am eager to pursue the attack type route. About this, even my golden dragon horse, martial soul, has been carefully analyzed by the Earl. He continued, my golden dragon horse carries the true dragon bloodline, and deep in my heart, I've always dreamed of becoming a truly peerless powerhouse. But now, what troubles me is that I have no clue about what type of soul ring I should choose. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo thought for a moment and replied, in my opinion, since your martial soul has such a unique advantage, why not try to obtain some soul rings generated by soul beasts with golden bloodlines? Ma Ronghua couldn't help but show a puzzled expression and asked, why is that? Also, what exactly counts as a golden bloodline? At this moment, not only Ma Ronghua, but also Li Lingtian, Yin Yuesher, and another person looked at Li Xiaobo with curiosity, hoping he could provide a detailed explanation. Li Xiaobo slowly began to explain, the so-called golden bloodline refers to those soul beasts or martial souls with extremely powerful abilities. For example, the second offering of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Doa, possesses the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul, which belongs to a type that has a golden bloodline. At this point, Li Xiaobo paused slightly and then continued, moreover, it is said that this mysterious and powerful golden bloodline originally comes from the Golden Dragon King. So, if your golden bloodline is strong enough, it might even lead to a retrogressive phenomenon, allowing you to evolve into the majestic golden dragon. However, after hearing this, Li Lingtian and the other 4 exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. While they were somewhat familiar with the golden crocodile, they wondered who the Golden Dragon King was. For a moment, everyone was filled with questions. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Li Xiaobo smiled helplessly and continued. The Golden Dragon King is the evil part after the split of the Dragon God. Its body is covered in golden scales and possesses unparalleled power. It is said that with a mere swipe of its claw, it can tear apart space. Everyone gasped in shock, realizing that the Golden Dragon King was actually a deity. Li Xiaobo paused, recalling that during the Dragon God War, the Dragon God split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Although the Golden Dragon King was defeated, the bloodline it left behind is incredibly powerful. This bloodline contains the power of destruction and rebirth. Ma Ronghua's eyes lit up. Big Brother Xiaobo, if I obtain a soul ring with a golden bloodline, will I be able to master that kind of power? Li Xiaobo nodded. Theoretically, yes, but the risks are also immense. This power is difficult to control, and a slight misstep could lead to backlash. Ma Ronghua clenched his fists, his eyes firm. No matter how dangerous it is, I want to give it a try. To become stronger for my dreams. Li Xiaobo patted his shoulder. All right, then let's start by gathering intelligence to find the soul beast with a golden bloodline that is most suitable for you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. Talking about the Dragon God after a heated discussion, everyone finally clarified Ma Ronghua's future development path and direction. With a sense of relief, they all sighed and walked towards the tents that had already been set up. In front of them stood 3 tents. The larger one was for Li Lingtian alone. The other was shared by the old butler and Ma Ronghua. The last, slightly smaller one, was allocated to Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher. When the two entered their own tent, Yan Yuesher's beautiful and captivating eyes began to curiously examine Li Xiaobo from top to bottom. Feeling her intense gaze, Li Xiaobo became somewhat uncomfortable and asked, Yuesher, why are you looking at me like that? Yan Yuesher blinked, a slight smile on her lips. Xiaobo, I feel like you seem quite familiar with the divine realm. Can you tell me more about it? Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and humbly replied, Actually, I can't say I understand it very well. I only know a little bit about it. But since you want to hear, I'll try to explain it to you. Li Xiaobo slowly narrated. In the distant and difficult to trace past, there was a mysterious and ancient legend. It is said that at that time, the realm of gods did not yet have the presence of human deities. The entire realm was under the supreme rule of the Dragon God, who sat majestically on a towering throne, his authority intimidating all around. Beneath the Dragon God were the 9 great Dragon Kings, renowned figures among the dragon race. The Dragon God generously bestowed upon the most exceptional dragon talents various wondrous attributes contained within his own evolved bloodline. Thus, these fortunate ones each gained the powers of the 9 attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability, Mountain Dragon King. The 9 Dragon Kings were deeply grateful to the Dragon God, respectfully calling him their lord and willingly pledging their loyalty to him. Each Dragon King possessed extraordinary strength, reaching the terrifying realm of half-step Divine King. Under the wise leadership of the Dragon God, the dragon race ushered in an unprecedented, glorious era. Their brilliance shone as brightly as the sun, captivating all other races. The Dragon God, with an open heart, welcomed outstanding talents from various star systems, allowing them to enter the Dragon God realm and become esteemed deities. Elites from all walks of life flocked in, working alongside the dragon race to promote the thriving development of the Dragon God realm towards greater strength. The Dragon God devoted himself tirelessly to this cause. Through his relentless efforts, the dragon race finally reached the pinnacle among all races, becoming the undisputed king of all, ruling over the entire world. Li Xiaobo, the divine realm has experienced 2 major changes, one resulting in the fall of the Dragon God and the other triggering a civil war within the divine realm. After the Creator God created different cosmic planes, he also created a divine realm to manage these planes. However, the divine realm can be created not only by the Creator God, but also by powerful divine kings from the cosmic planes. The divine realm above Douluo continent was initially created by an unparalleled divine king known as the Dragon God, who established his own divine realm, the Dragon Domain. In the beginning, the Dragon Domain was inhabited solely by the dragon race, but later on, any race could obtain a divine position through trials and ascend to the Dragon Domain. Among these, humans found it easiest to cultivate into divine beings. And thus the Dragon Domain gradually became a great divine realm where dragons and humans coexisted. Initially, all beings could live in harmony within the Dragon Domain. But the Dragon God, in order to solidify the future rule of the Dragon Prince, chose to violate the laws of the universe and forcibly refine the Dragon Domain into a divine paradise. Unfortunately, not only did the Dragon God fail, but the Dragon Prince also lost his life as a result. In an instant, influenced by emotions and the laws of the universe, the Dragon God fell into madness. The 9 Dragon Kings under him fought against the Dragon God, disregarding their lives, in an attempt to restore his sanity. After 5 of the 9 dragon kings fell, the remaining dragon kings sought help from the human divine kings. To stabilize the divine realm, the 5 strongest human divine kings resolutely agreed to the dragon king's request. Unfortunately, even after all 9 dragon kings fell, the dragon god did not regain his sanity. Misled by the truth, the dragon race united with the beast god to attack the human divine realm to stop the human divine beings from killing the dragon god, thus igniting the most brutal divine war. The divine war not only led countless divine beings to destruction, but also shattered the once vast dragon domain. If it weren't for the 5 divine kings, including Azura, stabilizing the divine realm, the entire divine realm might have faced irreversible extinction. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the dragon god regained his sanity and willingly allowed himself to be killed by the Azura god, allowing the divine realm to survive. However, the remaining divine realm suffered from severe loss of celestial energy, leaving only 4 planes: Douluo continent, Yangwang continent, Wuxing continent, and Haomiao continent. After the fall of the dragon god, the 5 remaining divine kings in the divine realm, Azura, kindness, evil, and destruction, formed the divine realm council. And a portion of the remnants of the dragon domain became the current Douluo divine realm. Li Xiaobo slowly said, "Currently, there are 5 gods in the Douluo god realm, one of whom is the infamous evil god. He is one of the 5 supreme gods split from the unparalleled power of the creator god, and he is the only true god king capable of completely controlling the god realm." At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but show a look of awe. He continued to introduce, "The most unique aspect of the evil god lies in his miraculous ability to repair divine consciousness. It is important to know that divine consciousness is crucial for deities. Once damaged, the consequences are unimaginable. However, with the evil god's ability, many injuries to divine consciousness that were originally difficult to recover from can be effectively treated. Because of this, he enjoys a very high status and unparalleled power within the God Realm Committee." After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo shifted the topic to another god king, the good god. This good god is also split from the power of the creator god and is on the same level as the evil god. However, in terms of hierarchy and status, she surpasses the other 3 supreme gods, becoming one of the true rulers of the god realm. Although she holds such immense power, what is admirable is that she and the evil god rarely intervene in the complicated affairs of the god realm. They're like 2 towering mountains, silently guarding this mysterious and vast world. Li Xiaobo, I won't say much about the other 3 god kings. However, it seems that there are 2 divine inheritances on the Douluo continent. Yin Yue sure, which 2 divine positions? Li Xiaobo, there's a place on the Douluo continent called the City of Slaughter. In there, no one can use soul skills. They can only rely on their own fighting instincts to kill. There's a place inside called the Bloody Arena. Each time, 10 people enter, and in the end, only one can emerge victorious while the other 9 will die. However, if you achieve 100 consecutive victories and pass through the Hell Road, you can obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter. Acquiring the domain of the God of Slaughter qualifies you for the inheritance of the Azura God King. Li Xiaobo, the other one, is the Evil God King. It is said that there exists a divine-level soul beast called the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger on the Douluo continent. It was originally a holy attribute white tiger, but one day, an evil god descended upon it. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is a giant tiger that is completely black, over 8 meters long, with bulging muscles and weighing up to 3,000 pounds. It has a black king character on its forehead, a long tail that stands upright, with a large backward hook at the tip that shines with a ghostly light. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger possesses various attributes such as evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, and has extremely high intelligence, rivaling that of humans. It can use these attributes for powerful attacks. For example, the Light Blade skill is formed by the fusion of wind and evil energy, boasting incredible power. Moreover, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's cultivation primarily increases by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters, rather than through its own training. This method of enhancement makes it extremely rare and dangerous in the world of soul beasts. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger also possesses a special skill called the Arena of Life and Death, which can revert both itself and its opponent back to their juvenile forms. Since soul beasts typically have stronger physiques than humans, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger usually holds the advantage in this state. Furthermore, although the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has only 60,000 years of cultivation, its strength can already rival that of a 100,000 Year Soul Beast. Chapter 29. Golden Unicorn. Yin Yuesher exclaimed in astonishment. It's truly unexpected that such a peculiar soul beast exists on the Douluo continent. I just don't quite understand. What is the connection between the dark demon, evil god tiger, and the divine inheritance? Li Xiaobo explained with a smile. If someone can successfully slay the dark demon, evil god tiger, the first thing to do is not to immediately absorb its soul. Instead, one must patiently wait until the mysterious evil god pearl appears on its corpse. Because only by obtaining the evil god pearl can one truly have the opportunity for divine inheritance. However, acquiring the evil god pearl is no easy task. It is a sentient object that will flee at the first sign of danger. If one's own strength is not sufficiently powerful, it will be extremely difficult to capture it. Yin Yuesher couldn't help but exclaim. So the dark demon, evil god tiger, actually hides such a significant secret related to divine inheritance. Xiaobo, I really didn't expect you to know so much. Li Xiaobo smiled with a hint of pride and said, of course. However, it's already quite late, so we should rest early. As the night deepened, the world fell silent, and time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, the night hurriedly passed. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and fell on the earth, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes and stepped out of the tent. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold wind hit him like a sharp blade, making him shiver involuntarily, his body trembling. He steadied himself and looked around at the breathtaking scenery. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, as if the entire world were covered in ice and snow. The rising sun emitted a soft glow, refracting through the thick ice and the crystal-clear icicles hanging from the branches, casting a dreamy, colorful light. Not far away, the lake resembled a giant mirror, its water crystal clear but curiously unfrozen. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples that sparkled in the sunlight. Before long, everyone began to rise and come out of their tents. At this time, the old steward had successfully prepared a large pot of fragrant, mouth-watering fish soup. The fish in this pot was not an ordinary type, but a rare spirit beast, known as the silverlight fish, which lived for a century. This silverlight fish was entirely silver, resembling pure silver, and sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight, a sight to behold. However, the rarity and value of the silverlight fish did not solely stem from its beautiful appearance. More importantly, they usually inhabited extremely cold environments. Thus, even within the vast empire, very few people could have the fortune to taste such a delicacy. Moreover, the taste of the silverlight fish was exquisite, with tender, juicy flesh that melted in the mouth. Even more remarkably, consuming it could provide a certain level of assistance in cultivation, aiding in improving one's skills. At this moment, everyone was sitting together, savoring the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, Li Lingtian spoke up. Xiaobo, have you thought about finding a suitable spirit beast for Maronghua today? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Xiaobo. He nodded confidently and said, yes, I have thought it through. Based on the requirements of Maronghua's first skill, we need to look for some dragon or horse-type spirit beasts. Fortunately, although the extreme northern region has harsh conditions, I still thought of a few types that meet the requirements, such as the powerful frost giant dragon, the mysterious unicorn, and some other related species. However, the frost giant dragon is too formidable, and with our current capabilities, it would be difficult to track its whereabouts. And even if we found it, we probably couldn't compete with it. So, relatively speaking, searching for the unicorn seems more reliable. I just don't know if the attributes of the unicorn here match those of Maronghua. After listening to Li Xiaobo's analysis, Li Lingtian nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Yes, you have considered it very thoroughly. As long as the power aspect is suitable, it should be fine, as there might still be room for adjustments and attributes later. Thus, after everyone finished the steaming, delicious fish soup with satisfaction, they gathered their courage and resolutely set off toward the mysterious direction rumored to possibly have unicorns. Along the way, the biting cold wind whipped snowflakes the size of goose feathers against everyone's bodies and faces, as if trying to swallow them whole. The path was rugged and covered in deep snow, requiring immense effort for each step. However, the group was not daunted by the harsh weather, gritting their teeth and trudging forward. Among them, Yin Yuesher, with a relatively weaker strength of only level 17 and being a fire attribute body, found the extreme cold environment particularly difficult to adapt to. She walked while shivering and couldn't help but complain, "Oh dear, where on earth is that cursed unicorn hiding? In this freezing weather, finding it is harder than climbing to the sky." Seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly comforted her in a low voice. "Don't worry, Yin Yuesher. Let us hang in there a bit longer. Look, that valley ahead might give us some useful clues. After a strenuous trek, when they finally reached the valley, they were pleasantly surprised to find some large and unique hoof prints in the pristine white snow. These hoof prints were imprinted deeply and lightly in the snow, resembling blooming flowers. Look, these might very well be the traces left by the unicorn. Li Xiaobo couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around to observe the hoof prints carefully. They then cautiously followed the trail of hoof prints deeper into the valley. Just then, a clear, melodious, and enchanting whinny suddenly reached their ears. Everyone instantly perked up and quickened their pace toward the sound. Not far away, they saw a group of snow-white unicorns, shining with a pure, holy light, standing quietly. They were graceful and beautiful, with their horns resembling dazzling gems, radiating an enchanting glow. However, these unicorns seemed to be highly vigilant of strangers. When they sensed someone approaching, they immediately raised their front hooves, ready to attack or flee at any moment. Seeing the situation, Li Xiaobo quickly waved his hand to signal everyone to stop and not to move recklessly, lest they provoke these noble and sensitive creatures. In that mysterious and beautiful forest valley lived the captivating spirit beast, the unicorn. They were like the fairies of nature, exuding an enchanting charm. After 10,000 years, the unicorns would be enveloped in a layer of silver-white light, as if moonlight was falling upon them, shimmering brightly. However, during their 100,000-year stages, these adorable creatures exhibited a dazzling golden color, warm and vibrant like the rising sun. The most striking feature of the unicorns was their long and sharp horns. Not only were these horns elegantly shaped, but they also contained immense power. According to legend, a knife handle made from unicorn's horn could magically detect whether the food being cut contained toxins, making it an essential item for home and travel. Additionally, the hair from a unicorn's tail was also a highly valuable material, which could be carefully crafted into high-quality brushes, allowing for the writing of beautiful characters that flowed like clouds and water. However, the most extraordinary aspect was the unicorn's blood. This blood was pure and flawless silver white, possessing miraculous effects that could extend life. Countless people chased after it, but often returned empty-handed. Although unicorns appeared gentle and adorable, their personalities were quite the opposite. They were brave and fearless, willing to fiercely battle against massive elephants and soaring dragons without losing ground. Perhaps it was this courage and resilience that made them legendary beings in the spirit beast forest. Generally, unicorns would try to avoid contact with humans, as if they were filled with caution about the human world. However, there's also a saying that compared to males, unicorns are more inclined to let gentle and kind females approach them. Perhaps it is because the unique, gentle aura of women is more likely to win their trust. It is worth mentioning that when unicorns run, they move at great speed, like a flash of lightning through the forest, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Capturing such a nimble and agile animal is indeed harder than climbing to the sky. For this reason, unicorns have always maintained an air of mystery, leaving people filled with endless imagination and longing for them. Chapter 30. The Soul-Hunting Sacred Unicorn. Li Xiaobo and the other 5 were astonished to see the dense crowd of unicorns in the valley. There were numerous unicorns, and among them, there were actually dozens with 10,000 years of cultivation. Such powerful forces were something they could not contend with at the moment. In desperation, they had no choice but to slowly retreat from the valley and seek other methods. Li Ling Tian sighed and said, "This operation seems to be quite tricky. However, it's fine. Let's first find a sufficiently hidden and safe place to hide. When night falls and the surroundings are quiet, we can quietly sneak back to the valley entrance to observe the situation. If luck is on our side, and we can seize the right moment, perhaps the butler and I will have a chance to capture a unicorn with 100 years of cultivation to bring back. But if the situation turns unfavorable and there are no opportunities, we will have to reluctantly abandon this plan." Li Xiaobo nodded silently in agreement with his father's arrangement. He knew very well that given his and the other 2's current strength, they were indeed somewhat powerless and would inevitably drag the entire team down. After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo spoke again. "Father, did you see clearly the batch of unicorns today? If we're to select a suitable target, we need to look for the relatively stronger individuals among those of the same level. After all, we know nothing about their specific attributes. And all we can do now is to roughly judge, based on appearance, whether they have what is known as the golden bloodline. Generally speaking, unicorns with golden bloodlines tend to have golden-colored fur. So you must take a close look later at which one among the 100-year-old unicorns is both strong and his golden fur. As night quietly descended, like a large piece of black velvet slowly covering the earth, the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow that enveloped the surroundings in a layer of mysterious silver veil. At this moment, Li Ling Tian, dressed in a black night outfit, moved like a ghost, accompanied by the old butler, who was also dressed in dark clothing and moved agilely, quietly headed towards the deep valley. Upon entering the valley, they found that most of the unicorns had already fallen asleep, quietly lying in the grass. Only a few unicorns remained vigilant, patrolling the area with light steps. Li Ling Tian and the old butler dared not make a sound, stealthily weaving through the group of unicorns, their eyes sharp as hawks, closely watching every unicorn. After a careful search, they finally discovered a unicorn with golden fur deep in the valley. This unicorn was robust, with well-defined muscle lines, indicating its extraordinary strength, and it was estimated to have 100 years of cultivation. Seeing this, Li Ling Tian immediately held his breath and focused, raising his right hand to unleash his sixth soul skill, the five elements Bagua Ray. In an instant, beams of colorful light shot from his hand, weaving into a complex and mysterious formation that trapped the 100-year-old unicorn within. At the same time, the experienced old butler did not hesitate, swiftly appearing beside the trapped unicorn. He skillfully took out a specially made rope and, with lightning speed, looped it around the unicorn's neck. However, just as they were about to successfully capture this unicorn, an unexpected event occurred. Not far away, a powerful unicorn with 1,000 years of cultivation suddenly sensed the commotion. It raised its head and let out a long roar, its hooves kicking up wind as it charged towards Li Ling Tian and the old butler like a bolt of lightning. Li Ling Tian's heart tightened, realizing the danger. But he did not panic. He exchanged a glance with the old butler, and they nodded in tacit agreement, then exerted their strength to suppress the struggling 100-year-old unicorn. Immediately afterward, Li Ling Tian waved his hands again, releasing a solid soul power barrier to temporarily block the aggressive 1,000-year-old unicorn. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Li Ling Tian and the old butler dared not delay for even a second, hurriedly pulling the subdued 100-year-old unicorn and rushing out of the valley. They moved swiftly, wishing they could sprout wings and fly away from this place. Li Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened, filled with anxiety, fearing that a group of pursuers would suddenly appear behind them. Fortunately, they encountered no obstacles or setbacks along the way, and everything progressed smoothly. When they finally caught sight of Li Xiaobo and the others anxiously waiting at the periphery, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a little, and he let out a long breath. Everyone's gaze was focused on the successfully captured 100-year-old unicorn, and each person's eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement. They all knew very well that as long as they could successfully absorb the soul ring of this unicorn, it would represent a qualitative leap in strength for Ma Rong and their team. Li Ling Tian shouted loudly, "Xiaobo, move faster. Quickly put away this unicorn. This place is not suitable for staying long. Those unicorns have already been startled by our commotion. We must immediately relocate to a safe place. Let's return to Arctic City first, and then let Ma Ronghua absorb the soul ring peacefully." Upon hearing the command, Li Xiaobo did not dare to slack off for a moment. He quickly summoned his 100 Herbs diagram, and with a flash of dazzling light, the enormous 100-year-old unicorn instantly disappeared from its spot and was stored within the 100 Herbs diagram. Immediately after, everyone turned without hesitation and sprinted towards the outskirts of the extreme north. Li Ling Tian tightly held onto Yin Yushi's hand, fearing that she might fall behind or encounter any accidents. On the other side, the experienced old butler carefully protected Ma Ronghua as they moved forward together. As for Li Xiaobo, he relied on his thunder wings, racing forward like a flash of lightning, his speed even surpassing that of Li Ling Tian, who was a soul sage. The group sped along like the wind, kicking up clouds of dust beneath their feet, as if they wanted to leave this extreme northern land far behind. As they saw the distant boundary line getting closer and victory within reach, suddenly, the sky was shrouded by a massive black curtain, with dark clouds rolling and surging, instantly blocking the previously bright sunlight. Accompanying this sudden change was a suffocating sense of powerful oppression that surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming them. Everyone felt a momentary pause in their breath, a wave of indescribable fear welling up in their hearts. At that moment, a dazzling azure light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, they saw a gigantic iceberg, radiating a cold, ghostly light, towering in the air like a small mountain. The icebird's wings, spread wide, were several meters long, with feathers glimmering like cold crystals. Its sharp gaze exuded an air of majesty and dominance, sending chills down their spines. Clearly, it was the undisputed ruler of this extreme northern land. It turned out that the earlier attack on the unicorn had already alarmed this powerful being. Li Ling Tan frowned tightly, his expression serious as he lowered his voice and said to the others, "Everyone be extremely careful. This bird, as far as I know, has a profound cultivation of 60,000 years. Its strength is unfathomable, and it is not easy to contend with." As soon as he finished speaking, the ice bird let out a sharp and piercing long howl, its voice shaking the heavens, echoing throughout the entire extreme north. Immediately after, it opened its large blood-red mouth and suddenly spewed out a series of densely packed, sharp ice spikes, shooting towards everyone like lightning. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Li Xiaobo was undaunted. He instantly unfurled a pair of wings shimmering with purple lightning behind him, his figure like electricity, charging straight towards the incoming ice spikes. At the same time, he waved his hands, and thick bolts of lightning erupted from his palms, striking fiercely at the ice spikes, attempting to shatter them with the power of lightning. Seeing this, the others also unleashed their own ultimate skills. Some summoned blazing flames to form a shield, while others called forth howling winds, trying to block the ice bird's attack. However, the ice bird's strength was simply too formidable. Its attacks were not only incredibly fast, but also relentless, seemingly endless. Despite everyone's efforts to resist with all their might, they still felt immense pressure, gradually becoming overwhelmed. At this critical moment, Li Xiaobo's figure flickered, swiftly maneuvering to the ice bird's flank like a ghost. His hands moved rapidly in the air, forming complex and mysterious seals. In an instant, countless strands of purple lightning surged from his hands like venomous snakes, clawing and coiling towards the giant ice bird. However, the ice bird would not submit easily. With a powerful flap of its broad wings, a bone-chilling cold wind surged forth, slicing through the approaching lightning strands and instantly dispersing them. Seeing this, Li Ling Tian made a quick decision and shouted, "Everyone, follow my command. Concentrate our strength to attack its left wing. It seems to be a place of old wounds that haven't healed." Upon hearing this, everyone understood and immediately adjusted their attack direction, all their magical treasures and spells pouring like rain towards the ice bird's left wing. Indeed, the ice bird's left wing could not withstand such a fierce attack, the wound bursting open again, blood splattering everywhere. The severely injured ice bird let out an enraged roar, frantically flapping its wings and stirring up a blizzard. This white blizzard obscured the sky and blocked the sun, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. With this sudden blizzard assault, the group was thrown into disarray. Just as the situation descended into chaos, Yin Yuesher had a flash of inspiration in her mind. Without hesitation, she summoned a martial spirit, the 5-fire 7-birds fan, and forcefully threw it into the air. As soon as the fan appeared, it exuded an unmatched, powerful aura. The natural suppressive force of an upper tier being over a lower tier, one causing the ice bird's movements to noticeably slow down. Li Xiaobo was overjoyed at the sight. He knew that opportunities are fleeting, so he immediately channeled all his energy, enveloped by dazzling lightning, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. In a flash, he transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting straight towards the ice bird. Although the ice bird tried to evade, its speed was significantly reduced due to the influence of the 5-fire 7-birds fan. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo successfully struck the vital point of the ice bird. With a piercing wail, the ice bird's massive body swayed a few times before soaring into the sky with an unwilling heart, gradually disappearing into the distant horizon. The crowd watched the ice bird's retreating figure and finally let out a long sigh of relief. After this intense battle, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted, yet filled with the joy of victory. After a brief rest, they gathered their spirits and continued to march steadfastly towards the direction of Arctic City. Chapter 31. Arctic City. After a long and arduous journey, the 5 of them had walked for 3 hours. Finally, Li Xiaobo and his companions arrived at the legendary gates of Arctic City. They stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the majestic and grand city before them, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. The city gates were tall and imposing, constructed from massive blocks of ice, crystal clear and resembling a crystal fortress. Beautiful patterns were carved on the gates, showcasing the heroic deeds and powerful abilities of ice attribute soul masters. The city walls soared into the clouds, covered with a thick layer of ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. "This is Arctic City," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. The other four nodded in agreement. They all knew that this was the sacred place in the hearts of all ice attribute soul masters, the Douluo Arctic City. This city was hailed as the dream capital of ice attribute soul masters, not only for its year-round unmelting icy beauty, but also because it harbored numerous precious and rare ice attribute treasures. These treasures were crucial for enhancing the strength of ice attribute soul masters, which is why thousands of passionate youths came here every year, eager to achieve breakthroughs and extraordinary accomplishments. As they slowly approached the city gates, an extremely cold breath hit them. However, this chill did not deter them. Instead, it ignited their deep-seated desire to explore the unknown. Upon stepping into the city, they felt as if they had entered a fantastical world entirely made of ice and snow. The buildings on both sides of the street were sculpted from ice blocks, each uniquely shaped and stunningly beautiful. The ground was covered with pristine white snow, crunching underfoot. In the distance, towering icebergs rose into the sky, shrouded in mist, adding a touch of mystery to the entire city. Arctic City resembled an ancient giant beast slumbering beneath the ice and snow, its architectural style exuding a strong sense of antiquity and solemnity. The towering and continuous city walls served as an unassailable barrier, closely stacked with massive black stones, each carrying the weight of time and history. The walls stood dozens of meters high, piercing the clouds, evoking a sense of overwhelming awe. On top of the walls, colorful banners flapped fiercely in the cold wind, like a group of brave warriors dancing in the breeze, proudly showcasing the city's majesty and glory. They fluttered wildly against the fierce wind, sometimes intertwining, sometimes billowing out, creating a spectacular scene. The grand and wide city gates were even more eye-catching. They were forged from incredibly tough iron, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Various soul beast patterns were intricately carved on the gates, some fierce and clawing, some majestic, and others lively and cute. Each soul beast was depicted so vividly that it seemed ready to leap out and pounce on any intruder. As people stepped through the city gates, a wide and straight avenue unfolded before them. This street was exceptionally spacious, capable of accommodating several carriages side by side. On both sides stood a variety of buildings, some grand and luxurious palaces, resplendent and stunning, some small and exquisite shops, adorned with an array of goods that dazzled the eyes. And of course, there were also slightly humble, yet lively inns, providing a warm resting place for passing travelers. Though the architectural styles varied greatly, every building exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. Whether it was the flying eaves and brackets of the palace, the carved doors and windows of the shops, or the wooden signs of the inns, they all showcased the artisan's superb craftsmanship and unique understanding of aesthetics. Walking along such a street felt like traveling back to ancient times, experiencing the prosperity and tranquility of that era. In the distant and mysterious Arctic, there stands a magnificent and eye-catching city, Arctic City. The heart of this city is the imposing Arctic City Lord's Mansion, which resembles a dazzling pearl set in this icy world. From afar, the City Lord's Mansion rises like a towering peak, its enormous scale astonishing. The entire palace is covered in thick snow, presenting a scene of silver-clad beauty, as if it were a dreamlike kingdom of ice and snow. Upon closer inspection, the outer walls of the City Lord's Mansion are made of solid and smooth bluestone. These stones, polished by time and the craftsman's meticulous work, shimmer with a warm, jade-like glow. Each bluestone is tightly connected, fitting perfectly, showcasing superb architectural skills. The top of the palace is covered with silver glazed tiles, which radiate dazzling brilliance in the sunlight, resembling shining ice crystals, making the entire City Lord's Mansion even more splendid. From a distance, the roof appears as a flowing silver light, breathtakingly beautiful. In front of the City Lord's Mansion stands two massive stone lions. They stand tall and proud, exuding an imposing aura, their eyes wide open, glaring forward, as if ready to pounce on anyone daring to invade this place. These stone lions are not only large but also exquisitely carved, with every hair and muscle line depicted vividly, showcasing unparalleled majesty. They silently guard this capital of ice attribute soul masters, defending its dignity and glory. Upon entering the City Lord's Mansion, one sees palaces standing in an orderly manner. The pavilions and towers are interconnected by corridors, winding and intricate, The eaves are high and curving, resembling birds ready to take flight, exquisitely unique. Strolling through, it feels as if one is stepping into a beautiful painting. Additionally, the City Lord's mansion is home to various ice attribute exotic flowers and grasses. These plants thrive in the cold climate, blooming vibrantly. Some flowers are as white as snow, crystal clear. Some petals are blue or purple, dreamlike, and some emit a faint fragrance, refreshing the heart and mind. Against the backdrop of ice and snow, they appear especially vibrant and charming, competing for attention, adding life and vitality to this cold palace. The Soul Master Academy of Arctic City resembles a dream castle in the snow, regarded as the supreme sacred place in the hearts of all ice attribute soul masters. This academy has a long history and deep roots, having nurtured countless outstanding soul masters over the years, who shine like brilliant stars in the vast sky of the soul master world. Upon entering the academy, the first thing that catches the eye is its ancient and elegant architectural style. The red walls resemble burning flames, standing out prominently against the backdrop of pure white snow. The green tiles glisten like emeralds, radiating a warm glow. The eaves of the building rise high, as if trying to break through the clouds, showcasing a dynamic yet majestic aura. Inside the academy, there's an extremely spacious square where sunlight spills onto the ground, reflecting dazzling rays. In the center of the square stand statues of past soul masters, each lifelike and with distinct expressions. Some soul masters hold staffs, their gazes firmly fixed on the distance, as if looking towards the future journey. Others cross their arms, their faces serious, seemingly pondering the profound mysteries of soul techniques. Each statue exudes a solemn and dignified atmosphere, silently narrating the glory and dreams that once belonged to the soul masters. Passing through the square, one arrives at the front of the teaching building. This building towers into the clouds, magnificent and spectacular, with a uniquely designed exterior. It is constructed from special materials that not only withstand the harsh cold, but also effectively absorb and store the surrounding soul power fluctuations. Upon entering the teaching building, one can see spacious and bright classrooms equipped with various advanced teaching facilities, such as battle arenas and soul power testing stones, creating excellent learning conditions for the soul masters. The library, located in a corner of the campus, is an important treasure trove for soul masters to acquire knowledge. This library is large in scale and rich in collections, housing a vast number of precious books and materials about soul masters. From ancient soul guiding technology manuals to the latest research findings, it has it all. Here, soul masters can freely swim in the ocean of knowledge, constantly exploring the endless mysteries of the soul master world. The streets of Arctic City are bustling with activity, crowds flowing, and the sound of chatter fills the air. Looking around, one can see the wide streets packed with people, with pedestrians coming and going everywhere. Among them, many soul masters dressed in colorful robes stand out, each exuding a heroic demeanor and imposing presence. Some soul masters hurry by, their steps quick, clearly rushing to the academy to learn new knowledge and skills, while others gather in groups, laughing and chatting, heading towards the mysterious frozen forest outside the city, preparing to compete with powerful soul beasts to obtain precious soul rings and enhance their strength. The shops lining the streets are densely packed, dazzling to the eye. Each store is filled with a variety of goods, everything one could desire. There are all kinds of advanced soul-guiding devices, rare herbs emitting strange fragrances, and delicious rations that provide ample energy, among others. Each stall is crowded with customers selecting goods, while the vendors stand nearby, smiling and enthusiastically promoting their wares to passersby. Their calls intertwine, creating a vigorous symphony that resonates throughout Arctic City. As night falls, Arctic City does not fall into slumber, but instead presents a scene of extraordinary liveliness. The streets are brightly lit, the brilliant lights stretch like golden dragons, illuminating the entire city as bright as day. In this bright glow, people's shadows are elongated, intertwining to form a vivid and bustling night scene of the city. Entering one tavern after another, one can see numerous soul masters gathered together. They either share their thrilling adventure experiences passionately or exchange insights on cultivating soul power in hushed tones. Occasionally, soaring songs fill the tavern, their melodies like nightingales singing, melodious and pleasant. At times, hearty laughter erupts, echoing like thunder. The entire tavern is filled with a joyful atmosphere, making one involuntarily intoxicated. However, Some soul masters choose to go to the frozen forest for arduous cultivation on this tranquil night. There, the cold wind is biting and the snow is deep, but they show no fear, fiercely battling against powerful soul beasts with their formidable soul power. Each clash is a honing of their own strength, and every drop of sweat witnesses their growth. Meanwhile, the sky over Arctic City is also putting on a fantastical visual feast. One can often see the mysterious and brilliant northern lights dancing in the air like ribbons, their ever-changing colors dazzling and mesmerizing. When soul masters cultivate their soul power, they emit colorful glows around them, some shining like brilliant stars in the sky, others rising like burning flames, breathtakingly beautiful, especially when they unleash powerful soul techniques. Various stunning phenomena occur. Fire dragons roar into the sky, claws outstretched, imposing. Phoenixes spread their magnificent wings, gracefully soaring high above. Thunder rumbles and crashes, sweeping across the land with tremendous force. These miraculous scenes complement each other, making the sky over Arctic City a vibrant tapestry, unfolding like exquisite paintings that leave one in awe. Douluo, Arctic City, a city filled with fantasy and glory, is the cradle of soul masters' dreams. Here, soul masters tirelessly strive to cultivate and pursue higher realms. With their sweat and blood, they write their own legendary chapters. Arctic City has witnessed the growth and brilliance of countless soul masters, as well as the prosperity and flourishing of the extreme north of Douluo continent. Chapter 33, Celestial Herb. Li Xiaobo strolled slowly through the bustling market with Yan Yuesher, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of items at the stalls. However, he showed no interest in the soul-guiding devices or the densely packed maps. Instead, it was the rare metals emitting a strange glow and the colorful, uniquely shaped herbs that caught his attention. Yan Yuesher flitted about like a cheerful little bird, following Li Xiaobo as they moved from stall to stall. Her bright, big eyes were filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. Suddenly, she was captivated by a frost blue herb and couldn't help but reach out to gently pick it up. Examining it closely, the herb was entirely a translucent frost blue, as if formed from ice crystals, exuding a subtle coolness. Brother Xiaobo, what is this? It looks so special. Yan Yuesher looked up, her sparkling eyes fixed on Li Xiaobo, eagerly awaiting his answer. Li Xiaobo looked in the direction of Yan Yuesher's voice, and when he saw the ice blue herb in her hand, his eyes brightened slightly. He then smiled and explained this is ice spirit grass, one of the essential auxiliary materials for refining ice-type pills. Just then, the stall owner noticed the commotion and quickly approached with a beaming smile. He took a good look at Li Xiaobo and began to praise, "Oh my, this young man truly has an eye for quality. This ice spirit grass is a treasure that I went through great hardships to find in a dangerous place, so the price won't be too cheap." Li Xiaobo, upon hearing this, merely glanced at the stall owner and calmly replied, "I naturally know its value. You might as well name your price." Following this, the two engaged in a fierce bargaining session over the ice spirit grass. In the end, with Li Xiaobo's excellent eloquence and sharp insight, he successfully purchased the precious ice spirit grass at a relatively reasonable price. After acquiring what he desired, Li Xiaobo was in a great mood and continued to stroll through the market with Yan Yuesher. Unknowingly, they arrived at a somewhat secluded stall situated in a corner. This stall appeared rather desolate, with several dusty boxes displayed on it, looking unremarkable. However, Li Xiaobo seemed to sense something, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. He quickly approached, cautiously extended his hand, and gently opened one of the boxes. Inside, he discovered a seed emitting a faint blue glow. Seeing Li Xiaobo's interest in the seed, the stall owner said, "I don't know what this seed is either, so consider it a gift for you." After thanking the stall owner, Li Xiaobo carefully stored the seed away, filled with anticipation, thinking he must study this mysterious seed to uncover its origins. After all, just moments ago, the seed had caught the attention of the 100 Herbs diagram martial spirit. After leaving the market, Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher quickly returned to the rented courtyard. Li Lingtian was still wandering around Arctic City. He set the recently acquired ice spirit grass aside properly, then eagerly took out the mysterious seed. Under the bright light, the seed emitted a ghostly blue glow, as if hiding endless secrets. Li Xiaobo activated the soul spirit herb diagram, attempting to nourish the seed with soul power. Gradually, a soft halo appeared around the seed, and suddenly, a small crack appeared on its surface. Yan Yuesher gasped in surprise, her eyes wide open. Soon after, a tiny sprout broke through the soil, its tender green leaves unfurling, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. As the sprout continued to grow, it surprisingly took the shape of a delicate ice lotus, although they did not know what it was. However, Li Xiaobo decided to carefully cultivate this ice lotus and include it in the herb diagram. After Li Xiaobo added the ice lotus to the herb diagram, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. The two went out to check and found that someone had discovered that Ma Ronghua was experiencing abnormalities while absorbing a soul ring, and the entire area was enveloped by a wave of soul power fluctuations. Li Xiaobo realized that something was wrong and hurriedly took Yin Yuesher to the scene. Upon arrival, everyone saw that Ma Ronghua was completely surrounded by a chaotic wave of soul power, his body slightly trembling, and his facial expression was extremely contorted, as if he were enduring immense pain. Li Xiaobo was startled by the scene and, without a moment's hesitation, immediately mobilized the powerful soul force within him, continuously channeling it outwards. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, and the strong soul force surged towards Ma Ronghua like an invisible torrent, trying to stabilize the turbulent soul power field around him. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher stood not far away, her beautiful big eyes fixed intently on Ma Ronghua and Li Xiaobo. Her hands unconsciously clenched, her face full of tension. As time passed second by second, under Li Xiaobo's relentless efforts, the previously violent fluctuations of soul power around Ma Ronghua began to gradually stabilize. After a while, Ma Ronghua slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze appearing somewhat weary and weak, but he had finally regained a bit of clarity. "Thank you, Brother Xiaobo. That soul ring just now contained an extremely strange and powerful force for some reason. If you hadn't come to help, I might have lost my life here," Ma Ronghua said, breathing heavily as he spoke. After hearing this, Li Xiaobo also felt a lingering fear, but seeing that Ma Ronghua was no longer in serious trouble, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He gathered his thoughts and turned to Ma Ronghua, asking, "By the way, Ronghua, since you have successfully absorbed the spirit ring, what is your spirit ability?" Upon hearing this, Ma Ronghua took a deep breath, then mustered his energy to stand up. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other, and immediately, strands of spirit power surged from his dantian, quickly gathering between his palms along his meridians. As the spirit power continued to accumulate, a vague shadow slowly emerged about a meter in front of Ma Ronghua. The shadow was initially dim, but as the spirit power continued to flow in, it became clearer and clearer. Eventually, when the shadow fully solidified, everyone was astonished to find that it was a magnificent horse with huge wings. This horse was completely snow white, its hooves shimmering with a faint glow, and its wings extended several meters long, looking majestic and extraordinary. Ma Ronghua said excitedly, "My first spirit ability is called Sky Flying. Once activated, it can summon a divine steed with pure white wings. Not only can it carry me soaring through the skies, but it can also conceal itself, allowing me to freely gallop in the air alone. This is an incredibly powerful flying spirit ability. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't maintain this state for long. Just now, my spirit power suddenly surged, and then a wonderful feeling arose in my heart, as if something mysterious had appeared in my body." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his energy to mobilize his spirit power, causing it to surge like a tide towards his forehead. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, and a golden horn slowly emerged, standing steadily in the center of Ma Ronghua's forehead. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Heavens! This is actually an external spirit bone. I never expected you would have such incredible luck. But this unicorn is not a typical flying spirit beast. Why is the spirit ability you obtained a flying type?" Facing his friend's question, Ma Ronghua was also puzzled and scratched his head, replying, "To be honest, I have no idea either. Moreover, after some exploration, I found that this spirit ability seems to only exhibit flying capabilities for now, without showing any other significant effects. However, this unicorn horn has its own secret. It possesses a unique skill called Sky Thunder Attraction, which can attract the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and gather it to release powerful attacks." As he spoke, there was a sparkle of confidence and anticipation in Ma Ronghua's eyes, clearly filled with curiosity and a desire to try out this newly discovered skill. Chapter 32. Strolling in Arctic City, Li Xiaobo and his companions finally entered the city gate of Arctic City after enduring numerous hardships. This mysterious and cold city gave a sense of solemnity and gravity. Shortly after they entered the city, The experienced old steward quickly inquired about a villa that was available for rent. Li Lingtian was very satisfied when he saw this villa and immediately decided to rent it as a temporary place to stay. The old housekeeper did not dare to be negligent, as he knew that this place was full of dangers and hidden threats. He first carefully checked the surroundings of the villa to see if anyone was secretly watching. After confirming that it was safe, everyone felt relieved and walked into the hall. Li Lingtian looked at the weary crowd and said with concern, "Everyone has had a hard day traveling. Now that you are all in poor physical condition, it's best to take a good rest first. Ma Ronghua, you should take a day to recuperate, and we can discuss the matter of absorbing the soul ring tomorrow. After all, the unicorn is already in hand, so a day's time won't make much difference." Li Xiaobo nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with his father's words. His father was absolutely right. Everyone was exhausted at this moment and should rest and recuperate first. Ma Ronghua also needed to adjust his condition to its best in order to successfully absorb the soul ring. Furthermore, "Steward, please go out and purchase some food." The old steward took the order and soon returned to the courtyard with a table full of sumptuous dishes. After everyone finished their meal in a hurry, they each found a room to prepare for a good rest. Li Xiaobo returned to his room and gently sat cross-legged on the bed. He carefully took out a 200,000-year-old soul bone emitting a mysterious glow from his bosom, his eyes filled with anticipation. He murmured softly, "Let me see what kind of magical effects this 200,000-year-old soul bone possesses." After saying this, he slowly pressed the incredibly precious soul bone against his forehead and began to circulate the powerful soul force within his body, attempting to absorb and merge it into himself. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had quietly begun to set in the sky. At this moment, the brilliant sunset cast its glorious rays down, dyeing the entire sky a fiery red, resembling a blazing flame. The colorful, magnificent sunset clouds were breathtaking, as if a huge and spectacular painting was unfolding before people's eyes. As night fell, the cold wind howled and swept in, bringing chills to people's bodies. However, amidst this cold, snowy night, a dazzling and beautiful aurora danced in the sky, dreamlike and ethereal, as if one were in a fairyland. When the dawn's light pierced the darkness, dispelling the night's gloom, Li Xiaobo finally slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and let out a long breath. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, this soul bone was obtained through sacrifice. Otherwise, with my current strength, I wouldn't know how long it would take to completely absorb it. But why does this soul skill resemble the one possessed by Hua Guo so much? Oh well, perhaps it's just because we're drawing from the power of the same type of species. After all, he obtained a soul ring, while I acquired a soul bone." After saying this, Li Xiaobo stood up and walked out of the room, and at a glance, he saw everyone gathered together enjoying breakfast. At this moment, Li Lingtian, sitting at the table, saw Li Xiaobo come out and quickly said, "Xiaobo, you finally woke up? Come over and eat with us." Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, then quickly walked to the table and sat down. Soon, the five of them finished their simple breakfast in a whirlwind. Next, Li Xiaobo concentrated his thoughts and summoned the Baichao map. With a flash of light, the unicorn was released from the map. Then, Li Xiaobo turned and handed a sharp dagger to Ma Ronghua beside him, softly instructing, "Go ahead, after you kill it, you can start absorbing the soul ring." Ma Ronghua carefully took the dagger, gripping it tightly in his hand, and walked towards the unicorn with determined steps. His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he had already regarded the unicorn as his prey. Upon nearing the unicorn, Ma Ronghua suddenly unleashed a powerful force, striking cleanly with a knife. A scream echoed, and the massive body of the unicorn crashed to the ground. Immediately, a dazzling bright soul ring slowly rose from the unicorn's corpse, like a brilliant moon hanging in the air. Seeing this, Ma Ronghua immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and prepared to absorb this hard-earned soul ring. Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and the other two quietly watched Ma Ronghua, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. Minutes passed, and after about a quarter of an hour, Ma Ronghua remained quietly sitting, emitting faint waves of soul power. Noticing this, Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian beside him and softly said, "Father, it doesn't make much sense for us to stay here. Ma Ronghua seems to be safe for now. Why don't we let the old butler stay here to guard him? And you can take me and Yuesher to explore this legendary Arctic city?" Li Lingtian thought for a moment, nodded, and expressed his agreement. He turned to look at the old butler, who understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Then Li Lingtian smiled at Li Xiaobo and said, "All right, let's go out for a walk." To be honest, it's my first time in this Arctic city. I've heard that a holy place in the hearts of ice attribute soul masters. After saying this, he led Li Xiaobo and his wife Yin Yuesher out of the door, embarking on their journey to explore Arctic City. Along the way, the three of them enthusiastically admired the unique scenery of the city. The architectural styles on both sides of the street varied greatly. Some were tall and majestic, exuding grandeur, while others were small and exquisite, elegant in design. Most of these buildings were made of ice and snow, shimmering with enchanting light under the sun, making one feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. Before they knew it, they arrived at a bustling place, the free trade market. From a distance, the market was crowded with people, bustling with activity, and various noisy sounds intertwined, forming a unique symphony. Li Xiaobo was deeply captivated by the scene before him. His curiosity got the better of him, and he hurriedly quickened his pace, being the first to enter the market. Once inside, he discovered that the place was filled with all kinds of soul masters, each setting up stalls and selling rare items they had obtained during their adventures. Li Xiaobo curiously wandered between the various stalls, his gaze continuously scanning the dazzling array of goods. The items displayed at the stalls were diverse and peculiar, ranging from ancient scrolls exuding a mysterious aura to uniquely shaped soul-guiding devices, as well as some unnamed but sparkling gemstones. Here, a plethora of items was laid out, including various herbs that emitted either a faint or strong fragrance, a pile of shattered soul-guiding device fragments that glimmered with a faint but enigmatic light, and those precious and rare metals that reflected a cold sheen under the light. In addition to this, there were some bizarre and puzzling objects. For instance, several tattered maps were regarded as legendary treasure maps, but the unclear lines and symbols on them made it difficult to decipher their true meaning. There were also various unnamed items, some resembling ancient talismans, while others seemed to be mysterious weapons from distant lands. These chaotic items piled together formed a treasury filled with unknowns and fantastical colors. Chapter 34, Rare Metals. Li Xiaobo smiled and said to Ma Ronghuare, "You don't need to demonstrate your soul skill. Remember, don't easily reveal your external soul bone in front of others in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, you should understand the principle of holding a gem brings trouble, right?" Ma Ronghua nodded obediently and replied, "Got it, Brother Xiaobo. I will definitely remember your reminder and will never show off my external soul bone in front of outsiders." Seeing Ma Ronghua being so sensible and obedient, Li Xiaobo nodded in satisfaction. After confirming that there were no issues with Ma Ronghua, everyone continued to stroll leisurely through the Arctic city. As they walked, they enthusiastically admired the unique beauty and charm of this rarely seen ice and snow city. The crystal-clear ice sculptures, the pure white snowfields, and the distinctive architectural style all made people reluctant to leave. Li Xiaobo led Yin Yuesher toward the free trade market. As soon as they stepped into the market, they could feel the bustling crowd and the lively atmosphere. People were jostling and interacting, creating a lively scene. With keen eyes, Li Xiaobo scanned the various stalls, searching for peculiar items that piqued his interest. As they walked, he suddenly noticed a stall not far ahead piled high with various stones. These stones varied in size and shape, looking ordinary, but seemed to conceal some mysterious aura. Intrigued, Li Xiaobo walked over and asked the stall owner, "Excuse me, what exactly are you selling here?" The stall owner looked up at Li Xiaobo and smiled, replying, "Dear customer, what I have here are all treasures. These are raw metal ores that I personally brought back from the depths of the extreme north. However, as for what kind of metal ores can be mined from inside, that depends on your own eyesight and luck." After hearing the stall owner's introduction, Li Xiaobo became interested and quickly said, "All right, let me take a closer look." With that, he squatted down and began to carefully observe these seemingly ordinary stones. Li Xiaobo carefully examined the stones and noticed that one of them had faint patterns on its surface. As if hiding some secret, he reached out and picked up the stone, feeling its heavy weight in his hand. Yin Yuesher, who was next to him, curiously asked Xiaobo, "Why are you so interested in this stone?" Li Xiaobo smiled and said, "My intuition tells me this stone is special." At that moment, a burly man nearby scoffed, "Kid, don't pick recklessly. 9 out of 10 of these stones are hollow, not much real stuff." However, Li Xiaobo remained unfazed and asked the vendor, "Boss, how much for this stone?" The vendor held up 5 fingers, 500 gold soul coins. The price was not low, and people around gasped in surprise. But Li Xiaobo paid without hesitation. He carefully cradled the stone and walked steadily towards the cutting area. People gathered around, their eyes following his every move. As the cutting machine emitted a low hum and slowly started, the scene fell silent, Everyone unconsciously held their breath, as if time had frozen. As the blade of the cutting machine gradually penetrated the stone, every slight sound became exceptionally clear. Finally, when a corner of the stone was cut open, a dazzling beam of light shot out like lightning, illuminating the entire space. The light was so bright that it was blinding, and the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The burly man who had mocked Li Xiaobo earlier was now wide-eyed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. The expression that was once filled with disdain and mockery was now replaced by deep regret. In contrast, a triumphant smile involuntarily appeared on Li Xiaobo's face. He knew he had struck gold this time. This rare star silver, or would undoubtedly aid him in crafting equipment in the future. Just as Li Xiaobo was immersed in the joy of obtaining the star silver, suddenly, a figure caught his attention. An Elda Liman, with a kind face and a vigorous spirit, was slowly walking towards him. The old man looked quite ethereal, especially with his deep, ocean-like eyes that seemed to perceive all things in the world. The old man's gaze was firmly fixed on the star silver, in Li Xiaobo's hand. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Young man, while this star silver, is indeed rare, there are things in this world that are even more precious. With that, the old man raised his hand and gently pointed to a corner not far away. Li Xiaobo, filled with doubt, looked in the direction pointed out by the old man. In that dim corner, he saw a plain-looking black stone lying quietly. It appeared ordinary, without any special features. If it weren't for the old man's reminder, it was likely that no one would have noticed its existence. Li Xiaobo felt a strong surge of curiosity in his heart as he slowly walked towards the mysterious object, eager to explore it. As he approached, the weathered old man smiled and explained, "Young man, this is the rare treasure, purple thunder meteorite copper. It contains an extremely powerful force of thunder within. If used in weapon forging, it can create indestructible divine weapons. If used for soul skill cultivation, it can greatly enhance your power, helping you break through bottlenecks and achieve extraordinary strength." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but be thrilled. He knew that such a treasure was indeed rare, and if he could obtain it, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation journey. Therefore, he eagerly turned to the vendor to inquire about the price. However, the vendor's cunning eyes were already fixed on the star silver mine that Li Xiaobo had just acquired. He secretly thought to take this opportunity to make a hefty profit. The vendor's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he ruthlessly quoted an astonishingly high price, 100 million gold soul coins. This number hit Li Xiaobo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, during the Douluo period, rare metals were also precious, but not this exaggerated, especially since the current development of soul-guided devices was very backward, and not many soul masters fought using them. Just as Li Xiaobo was hesitating, knowing that he didn't have much money with him, he felt very conflicted about whether to buy this precious purple thunder meteorite. At that critical moment, Ma Ronghua rushed to the scene. Without hesitation, he pulled out the gold soul coins he had painstakingly saved and quickly handed them to the vendor, successfully completing the purchase of the purple thunder meteorite. Li Xiaobo, standing nearby, witnessed all this and couldn't help but be astonished. Seeing this, Ma Ronghua scratched his head a bit sheepishly and smiled, saying, "Brother Xiaobo, you've helped me a lot before. Let this be a small token of my appreciation. Besides, this gold soul coin was actually given to me by Aunt Fengling to help with errands." Upon hearing this, a warm feeling surged in Li Xiaobo's heart. Deeply touched by Ma Ronghua's sincerity and kindness, he stepped forward, gently patted Ma Ronghua's shoulder to express his gratitude, and gladly accepted the hard-earned purple thunder meteorite. After receiving the purple thunder meteorite, Li Xiaobo carefully cradled it in his hands and began to attempt to use his soul power to probe the mysterious force contained within. In that instant, the purple thunder meteorite copper suddenly emitted faint currents, like a lively little snake, rapidly spreading along the soul power he inputted. Faced with this sudden situation, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow but showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he concentrated all his mental energy, fully dedicating himself to guiding this powerful yet unfamiliar force, trying to unveil the hidden secrets behind the purple thunder meteorite copper. Li Xiaobo tightly gripped the piece of purple thunder meteorite copper that emitted a mysterious purple light. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never control this mysterious treasure. At that moment, an old and steady voice came from behind. "Kid, that's not how you use it." Li Xiaobo suddenly turned his head and saw an old man in a gray robe with white hair, smiling at him. He was taken aback and quickly cupped his hands, asking, "May I ask which esteemed senior you are and why you are here?" The old man gently stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "I am just an old wanderer passing by this place. Seeing you struggling with this piece of purple thunder meteorite bronze, I couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Please don't take offense, young friend." After listening, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he clasped his fists again, saying, "In that case, I hope the senior can guide me more. If you have no place to stay for the time being, why not join the Earl's residence where I am? We will treat you as an esteemed guest." The old man, upon hearing this, slightly shook his head and smiled, saying, "What use would your Earl's residence have for an old man like me who is nearing the end of my days?" Li Xiaobo hurriedly explained, "Senior, please do not underestimate yourself. You are able to see the uniqueness of this purple thunder meteor copper with just a glance, which shows that you must be an extraordinary person. If I could have your assistance, my Count's residence would surely soar to new heights." The old man was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. After a while, he slowly nodded and said, "Well, I have indeed been without a fixed residence lately, so I will temporarily follow you. I hope it won't bring too much trouble to your esteemed residence in the future." Chapter 35. Old man Zhong Li Xiaobo looked curiously at the gray-robed old man in front of him and respectfully asked, "By the way, I still don't know how to address you, senior." The gray-robed old man gently shook his head and said softly, "Alas, it's been so long that I have even forgotten my own name. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Zhong." Li Xiaobo quickly nodded and replied, "All right. From today on, I will respectfully call you Elder Zhong." "Elder Zhong, you are so knowledgeable. Could you help me see if there are any treasures worth acquiring in this bustling market?" After saying this, he fixed his eager gaze on Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong slightly nodded in agreement. Then his deep eyes began to slowly scan the rows of dazzling stalls in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered some rare treasure, and he quickly walked towards a small stall in an inconspicuous corner. On the small stall, several pieces of strange metal emitting a faint glow were haphazardly placed. Elder Zhong carefully picked up one piece and examined it closely in his hand. After a moment, his face showed surprise, and he turned to Li Xiaobo, saying, "Kid, you are really lucky. This is star meteorite iron, extremely rare, and it is an excellent material for forging unparalleled weapons." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly leaned forward to ask the stall owner, "Boss, how much is this star meteorite iron?" The stall owner first looked the two of them up and down, and then slowly raised a finger, indicating a number, and said, 100 gold soul coins, not a cent less." Although this price was steep, Li Xiaobo knew the preciousness of star meteorite iron, and after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. After completing this transaction, the four of them did not stop but continued to weave through the various stalls. They stopped and started along the way, carefully selecting and gradually purchasing dozens of different types of metals. As the sun began to set, Li Xiaobo's hands were filled with various bags, all packed with the rare metals he had acquired that day. Finally, he contentedly returned to his courtyard with Elder Zhong. Once back in the courtyard, Li Xiaobo's face was full of excitement. He hurriedly walked up to Elder Zhong, hardly pausing to catch his breath, and eagerly began to introduce everyone present one by one. First, he pointed to a tall middle-aged man standing nearby, saying, "This is my father, Li Lingtian. He is a renowned 76th level soul saint in the star Luo Empire, and he has also been titled the Count of Han Yuan." After this, Li Lingtian smiled and nodded at Elder Zhong. Next, Li Xiaobo turned his gaze to an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, continuing, "And this is our family steward. Although he looks a bit older, his strength should not be underestimated. He is a genuine soul emperor." Upon hearing this, the steward humbly smiled. Then, Li Xiaobo's gaze fell on a burly young man, introducing him. "This is Ma Ronghua. He naturally possesses 8th level soul power and will surely become a powerful figure in the future." Ma Ronghua, upon hearing this, cupped his fists and bowed to Elder Zhong. Finally, Li Xiaobo looked at two women, one beautiful and the other spirited. He pointed to the beautiful girl and said, "This is Miss Yan Yuesher. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also possesses top-tier innate 10th level soul power, and her martial soul is a very powerful assault-type martial soul." Then he pointed to the other spirited girl, proudly adding, "And I, too, possess innate 10th level soul power and an assault-type martial soul." At that moment, Elder Zhong, who had been quietly listening, spoke up, "Haha, everyone is too polite. You could just call me Elder Zhong from now on. As for me, I'm merely a 97th level super Douluo, and my martial soul is the Breaking Cloud Spear." Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had been relatively calm, was suddenly stunned. their mouths agape in shock. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary passerby would be such a terrifying title Douluo. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with gasps of astonishment. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes and said in shock, "Really? Old Zhong, you're actually the legendary title Douluo? This is truly hard to believe. But why have I never heard of your deeds before?" Old Zhong smiled slightly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, and slowly replied, "Child, it's not strange that you haven't heard of me. After all, I'm now 146 years old and no longer belong to your era. In my youth, I was also young and vigorous, wandering the world, but time waits for no one." He sighed gently and continued, "However, this era is not without its strong individuals. Qian Douluo and Tang Shun are both exceptionally gifted and have already reached level 99, just one step away from becoming gods. In comparison, I'm only level 97, truly feeling inferior." As he spoke, Old Zhong couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of loneliness appearing on his face. After a pause, Old Zhong looked at Li Xiaobo again and said earnestly, "Child, although I am old and weak, I believe the next era will surely have brilliance belonging to your younger generation. With your qualifications, being a level 10 and 8 is quite rare. If I assist you, obtaining a 100,000 Year 9 spirit ring in the future is not impossible. You must know that I was unable to reach the 100,000 year level for my 9th spirit ring, which is why my cultivation progress slowed down after stepping into the title Douluo realm." At this point, Old Zhong's gaze became firm, seemingly filled with expectations for Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo looked at Elder Zhong with a determined gaze and spoke with confidence. "In the future, we will definitely become a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank. However, Elder Zhong, since your martial soul is the Breaking Cloud Spear, could you teach me some spear techniques?" Elder Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Li Xiaobo, and slowly replied, "Is it possible that your martial soul is also a type of spear? If that is the case, then I will certainly impart all my knowledge and the essence of my spear techniques to you. You must know that on our Douluo continent, there has always been much debate over who among Qian Douluo and Sword Monarch how has the best sword techniques, and it is difficult to reach a conclusion. However, when it comes to spear techniques, I believe that if I claim to be second, no one would dare to say they are first. Therefore, teaching you spear techniques is not a difficult task for me." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's face flashed with a hint of excitement. He took a deep breath, then quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Reverse Divine Spear, appear." In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from his hands, and a long spear, ancient in design and exuding a mysterious aura, appeared before everyone. At the moment the reverse divine spear manifested, Old Zhong felt as if he were being closely watched by an incredibly fierce beast, a chill involuntarily rising in his heart. At the same time, an unmatched oppressive force continuously emanated from the reverse divine spear, making the surrounding air seem to grow heavy. Old Zhong's eyes widened, staring in astonishment at the reverse divine spear, his speech stuttering. This is actually a divine-level martial soul." His heart was shaken as if it had stirred up a storm. It is known that, to date, there has been only one divine-level martial soul recognized throughout the Douluo continent, which is the six-winged angel possessed by the Spirit Hall. He never expected to witness another divine-level martial soul in person today. Chapter 36. Aurora. Old Zhong fixed his piercing gaze on the young man before him and slowly said, "You kid are not very honest, huh? Do you really think this old man doesn't know about divine-level martial souls and innate soul power of level 20? Although we have just met, it's only natural for you to be wary of me. However, you are still quite impressive. Gulme, quickly tell me about the soul rings on your reverse divine spear, so that I can help you strategize." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo revealed an awkward smile, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Old Zhong furrowed his brow and pressed, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted me to teach you spear techniques? If you don't tell me about your soul ring status in detail, how can I tailor my teaching to suit your needs?" Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and finally mustered the courage to speak. "I'm really sorry, Elder Zhong. Actually, I'm a twin martial soul. As for the reverse god spear, I have not absorbed any soul rings for it yet." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong's face immediately filled with astonishment. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Xiaobo in disbelief, and it took him a while to regain his composure before he sternly reprimanded, "You child, how can you be so foolish? The reverse god spear is a divine-level martial soul. Its potential is limitless, and you actually disregard it to cultivate another martial soul. What are you planning? How will it be in the future? Are you not risking losing more for less, picking up sesame seeds, but dropping watermelons? Alas. Beside him, Li Xiaobo quickly explained, Elder Zhong, please calm down. I understand your concerns at this moment. You are merely afraid that cultivating two martial souls simultaneously will lead to a conflict of soul power, ultimately resulting in a tragic explosion of the body. But please rest assured, I have already found a solution to this matter. I will only consider adding soul rings to the reverse god spear after my cultivation reaches level 90, thus avoiding the aforementioned risks. However, upon hearing what Li Xiaobo said, Elder Zhong's face showed obvious skepticism. He shook his head continuously and questioned in a tone of disbelief. How is this possible? You should know that no one has dared to try such a method throughout history. Young man, you must not speak carelessly. Faced with Elder Zhong's questioning, Li Xiaobo remained exceptionally firm. He stared directly at Elder Zhong and answered without hesitation. Elder Zhong, please believe me. Although this sounds incredible, I am definitely not speaking nonsense. Not long ago, I stumbled upon an ancient book that recorded a peculiar method, stating that as long as one can achieve divine position inheritance and fill all the soul bones in the body until the body can fully bear it, then it is possible to achieve our desired goal. After listening to Li Xiaobo's words, the originally doubtful look in Elder Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. He slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "Oh, such a thing exists? Then where is that ancient book now?" Li Xiaobo appeared somewhat awkward and troubled. He hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. To be honest, Elder Zhong, that invaluable ancient book was unfortunately destroyed in a raging fire. But please rest assured, even though the book no longer exists, I have deeply engraved all its recorded contents in my mind. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong fell silent, seemingly lost in deep thought. After a long while, he finally raised his head again and said solemnly to Li Xiaobo, "Even if what you said is true and this method indeed exists, it is still filled with countless unknown risks and variables. However, since your attitude is so resolute, I will temporarily choose to believe you this time. But remember to always pay attention to the changes in your soul power within your body. If you notice any abnormalities, be sure to stop immediately and never act recklessly." After hearing this, Li Xiaodong felt an overwhelming joy surging in his heart, his face flushed with excitement. With trembling hands, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Elder Zhong, saying with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Elder Zhong, for your trust, this kindness of recognizing my talent. Xiaodong will never forget. I will surely do my utmost to live up to your high expectations." Elder Zhong smiled and gently waved his hand, responding in a kind tone. "It's all right. No need for such formalities. I only hope you can truly carve out a new world that others have not yet ventured into." At this point, Elder Zhong couldn't help but sigh softly, then continued, "The soul bone is relatively easier to find, but the inheritance of the divine position is no simple matter. Who knows how many difficulties and obstacles one must go through, and only by chance can it be sought after." Beside him, Li Xiaobo, upon hearing this, smiled confidently and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Elder Zhong, please rest assured. To be honest, I already possess the inheritance of the divine position." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed to his forehead. In an instant, a dazzling light shone from his forehead, revealing a vividly lifelike dragon pattern mark. Seeing this, Elder Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He stared at the dragon mark and murmured, "I never expected that you would possess the inheritance of the divine position. However, exposing this matter so rashly before me is not a wise move. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, when you reveal this inheritance, you might already be facing dire consequences. Therefore, until your own strength is sufficiently powerful, you must not easily reveal it to outsiders." Li Xiaobo chuckled, scratched his head, and said somewhat shyly, "Old Zhong, the reason I dare to tell you everything without reservation is because I have complete faith in you. Besides, with your esteemed reputation and character, how could you possibly covet this little thing of mine?" Old Zhong laughed heartily, patted Li Xiaobo on the shoulder, and teased, "Huh? You really have a sweet tongue. Well, it's fortunate that I'm quite old now and my energy isn't what it used to be. If it were the younger me, I might really have fought with you for it." After saying this, the two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became particularly harmonious. Old Zhong said, "All right, enough of that. It's getting late. Let's rest for now. By the way, I haven't eaten yet, so let's prepare something." Li Xiaobo replied, "Yes, it is getting late. The sun sets quickly here in Arctic City. Butler, is dinner ready?" The old butler said, "Young master, everything is prepared. It was ready when you returned. I just didn't want to interrupt your conversation with the elder." The group moved to the dining table, which was filled with unique polar dishes. Old Zhong curiously examined the food, picked up a piece of frozen fish to taste, and praised it endlessly. Just as they were eating, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Li Xiaobo frowned and walked out to check. He saw several strange lights streaking across the sky, heading towards the distant glacier. Li Xiaobo was filled with curiosity, and his eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly rippled like a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. He quickly turned his head and shouted loudly into the room, "Old Zhong, there seems to be some unusual sounds outside. Sounds strange. I can't contain my curiosity any longer. I want to go take a look." Before his words fell, everyone in the room put down their bowls and chopsticks. Moving in perfect unison, they rushed to the door in a few quick steps and said in unison, "Let us go. Let us go out together and see what is going on." Thus, a group of people closely followed the faint shadows of light and jogged to the bustling street. Upon closer inspection, the scene before them was utterly astonishing. It turned out to be the bizarre spectacle caused by the colorful and dreamy aurora. The magnificent northern lights unfolded like a huge and splendid curtain across the vast night sky. The various colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple blended and shone together, forming beautiful rays of light. These rays sometimes surged and leaped like a dragon emerging from the sea, and sometimes floated gracefully like ribbons danced by fairies. They flickered and shone, as if telling people the unknown secrets and stories from the depths of the universe. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. So those beams of light I saw earlier were actually attracted by this magical aurora?" At that moment, the usually silent elder, Zhong, suddenly brightened his eyes and said excitedly, "According to ancient legends, beneath the northern lights lies a very special soul energy fluctuation. If you can capture and utilize it, it might greatly benefit your cultivation." As soon as Li Xiaobo heard this, he instantly perked up. Without saying a word, he immediately closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and carefully felt the faint yet exceptionally active soul power fluctuations around him. The cold seemed to disappear, and only wisps of soul power flowed into his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes and excitedly said, "Old Zhong, it really works." Old Zhong stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this trip was worthwhile. At this moment, the aurora gradually faded, and the few light shadows disappeared as well. Li Xiaobo and Old Zhong, along with the others, turned around and returned to their residence. Chapter 37. Flowers the next day, as dawn broke. The golden sunlight spilled like crushed gold over the vast, snow-covered land. The main group, dressed in thick cotton clothing, slowly emerged from the warm and cozy courtyard. The dreamlike, magnificent northern lights from last night seemed to still be deeply etched in their eyes, lingering and unforgettable. They stood quietly in place, gazing far into the distance at the rolling, majestic snow-capped mountains, resembling a winding jade dragon stretching across the heavens and earth. The biting cold wind howled past, causing their cheeks to flush slightly, but their hearts were overflowing with infinite longing and anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. At this moment, Li Xiaobo broke the silence first. "Tomorrow we have to leave this Arctic city, so we need to take advantage of today to explore here a bit more." His words revealed a hint of reluctance. Beside him, Yin Yuesher eagerly nodded in response. "Sure. Yesterday, I spent the whole day with you looking at those cold, lifeless stones. How about today we go to see some flowers instead? I heard there are quite a few rare and unique flowers in this Arctic city." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Xiaobo thought for a moment, and then smiled as he replied, "All right, since there's no special plan, let's just walk around and take a look at those flowers." With that, the two of them hit it off and prepared to start their wonderful journey in Arctic City. The six of them finally arrived at the unique flower market in Arctic City. This city is located in an extremely cold region, yet surprisingly, this flower market is equipped with ingenious heating facilities. As they stepped into the market, a warm and humid breeze surged in like a tide, mixed with various rich and fragrant floral scents. Yin Yuesher flitted among the colorful flower clusters like a lively and joyful little bird. Suddenly, she stopped, excitedly pointed to a pot of ice blue flowers, and exclaimed, "Xiaobo, come and take a look. These flowers are simply like artworks meticulously carved from ice and snow." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look. Indeed, the pot of ice blue flowers was breathtakingly beautiful, with a thin layer of frost covering the petals, making the entire flower appear even more translucent, like a dreamlike object. At that moment, a kind-faced old flower seller slowly walked over. He smiled and softly explained, "Young man, this is our unique ice and snow flower. It can only thrive in this polar environment. Moreover, This flower mainly relies on absorbing the extremely scarce nutrients from the ice and snow to sustain its life. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel curious and quickly asked, "Elder, how can such beautiful flowers be successfully cultivated in such a bone-chilling place?" The old man smiled slightly, a mysterious expression crossing his face, and said, Actually, it's all thanks to a special soul-guiding device we have here. With it, combined with a specially customized greenhouse, we can create an environment suitable for flower growth." The two stood quietly, fully focused on listening to the old man's detailed explanation of various exotic flowers. Their gazes kept shifting among the colorful and diverse flowers, as if they were in a mysterious and beautiful garden. Suddenly, Yin Yuesher's keen eyes caught a glimpse of an unusual glow in the corner. Curiously, she tugged at Li Xiaobo's sleeve, signaling him to come and take a look. So, the two cautiously stepped closer to the small flower that emitted a faint light. However, just as they were about to see the true form of the small flower, something unexpected happened. The originally bright lights suddenly went out without warning. In an instant, darkness surged in like a tide, completely enveloping the entire flower market. The sudden turn of events threw everyone present into extreme panic and tension. The crowd began to stir restlessly, with screams erupting one after another. But Li Xiaobo remained calm. Without hesitation, he tightly shielded Yin Yuesher behind him, using his body to create a solid barrier for her. At that moment, the small flower that had only emitted a faint light suddenly seemed to be infused with a powerful energy, its brilliance becoming increasingly dazzling. Gradually, the light it emitted sparkled like stars in the night sky, illuminating a small area around them. Taking advantage of this rare light, they were astonished to discover that many shadows were darting swiftly among the flower beds. These shadows moved nimbly, resembling specters, sending chills down their spines. "Everyone be careful. Danger may be imminent." Li Xiaobo lowered his voice and warned those around him. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the shadows suddenly lunged at them like an arrow released from a bow. Quick as a flash, Li Xiaobo dodged the shadow's attack. Following that, he kicked out forcefully at the shadow. A piercing scream came from the shadow as it fell heavily to the ground. When the crowd focused their eyes, they realized that the shadow was actually a strange-looking, never-before-seen small creature. As more shadows approached, the light from the small flower grew even stronger, compelling the shadows to hesitate in coming closer. The crowd discovered that these shadows were all attracted to the small flower. It turned out that the small flower was called the Spirit Shadow Flower, and its flower core contained a precious ice crystal that had a great allure for polar creatures. Just then, the flower market administrator rushed over and activated the backup lighting system. Seeing this, the shadows fled in panic. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. And Yin Yuesher looked at the Spirit Shadow Flower again, exclaiming, "What a magical flower!" Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, a faint squeaking sound came from the corner. The crowd turned to look and saw a fluffy, white little creature peeking out. Li Xiaobo recognized it as the snowball mouse mentioned earlier. Its eyes were fixed intently on the Spirit Shadow Flower, clearly attracted by the ice crystal core. Yin Yuesher couldn't help but whisper, "So cute." The snowball mouse slowly approached the Spirit Shadow Flower, and the crowd worried that it might harm the flower and was about to stop it, only to find that it merely sniffed around the Spirit Shadow Flower and then lay down beside it, basking contentedly in the light emitted by the flower. The administrator smiled and said, "This snowball mouse loves to rest near glowing plants. It won't harm the Spirit Shadow Flower." Only then did everyone feel relieved. Li Xiaobo had a sudden idea and said to Yin Yuesher, "Since we love the flowers here so much, why not take some seeds back and try planting them in a small snow house?" Yin Yuesher's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. After that, they chose a few types of flower seeds they liked and bid farewell to the flower market, heading toward the merchandise area. After all, a trip to Arctic City should involve bringing back some local specialties. They arrived at the merchandise area, where various fur coats were dazzlingly displayed. Yin Yuesher's eyes sparkled as she pulled Li Xiaobo straight to a small shop filled with exquisite fur coats. The shop owner was a kind, middle-aged woman who warmly greeted them. The fur coats were made from the unique fur of local spirit beasts, which were both warm and beautiful. As she spoke, the shop owner showcased a coat adorned with gorgeous patterns. Li Xiaobo touched the texture of the fur coat. It felt soft and thick. It was indeed very nice. Yin Yuesher had her eye on a snow-white fur coat, embroidered with exquisite snowflake patterns, as if it were a masterpiece left by ice and snow fairies. It was so beautiful. While they were selecting, a sudden commotion came from outside. When they went out to check, they found a group of reindeer pulling a sled piled high with goods. These reindeer were tall and strong, their antlers shimmering in the sunlight. Li Xiaobo had a sudden idea. They could buy some fur coats as gifts for family and friends, then take a reindeer sled and circle around Arctic City before returning to pack their bags. Yin Yuesher readily agreed. They chose their fur coats, hopped onto the reindeer sled, and began their final journey in Arctic City amidst the cheerful sound of bells. Chapter 38. Looking to the future. Li Xiaobo and his companions gradually moved away, finally embarking on the long journey back to the Xingluo Empire. Along the way, the skies seemed to be stained a gloomy gray, as if an ink bottle had been overturned, with heavy dark clouds pressing down like small mountains. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past without warning, like a fierce beast, lunging at the horse-drawn carriage they were riding in. With a loud creak, the carriage shook violently, as if it could be blown over at any moment. At this critical moment, Li Ling Tian unhesitatingly unleashed his powerful soul power, gripping the yoke tightly with both hands, emanating a faint glow around him, which firmly protected the carriage like a shield. Nevertheless, everyone was still a bit apprehensive, complaining about the terrible weather. However, deeper in their eyes was a longing and anticipation for home. After all, they had been away from the Xingluo Empire for far too long. A place filled with tantalizing food, familiar streets full of childhood memories, and cherished family and friends. As they drew closer to the border of the Xingluo Empire, Li Xiaobo and the others became increasingly excited. However, when they actually reached the border, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The once clear road was now filled with layers of checkpoints, and fully armed soldiers were sternly inspecting passers-by, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. After some inquiries, they learned that a recent evil Soul Master force had attempted to sneak into the Xingluo Empire to cause chaos and destruction, prompting the empire to strengthen its border defenses. After understanding the situation, Li Xiaobo and the others quickly stepped forward to identify themselves. Initially, the soldiers were somewhat skeptical, but when they saw the emblem of the Xingluo Empire on their bodies, their faces immediately lit up with surprise. Subsequently, the soldiers not only quickly let them pass, but also sent a team to escort them to the imperial capital. When the tall and majestic city walls of the imperial capital came into view, a long-lost sense of familiarity surged in their hearts. As they stepped through the city gates, they were greeted by the bustling sounds of people, the lively shouts of vendors, and the cheerful laughter that intertwined to form a unique symphony. The familiar lively scene unfolded before them like a vibrant painting. The companions could no longer contain their joy, eagerly cheering as they rushed into the crowded market. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo stood quietly in place, gazing at this city that held countless memories, feeling a surge of emotions. At that moment, he silently vowed, this time returning, he would become even stronger, using his power to protect the peace and harmony of this beautiful homeland. Upon returning to the Count's residence, Li Ling Tian arranged for Elder Zhong to be the honorary elder of the family. However, he did not mention Elder Zhong's strength, although everyone was curious about it. They didn't ask further. After comfortably resting at the Count's residence for several days, Li Xiaobo felt it was time to venture out and gain some experience, as this would help him improve his strength more quickly. So, on a sunny morning, he packed his belongings and resolutely set off on his journey to train alone. After several days of trekking through mountains and rivers, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at a mysterious valley. According to rumors, this valley not only concealed exceptionally powerful soul beasts, but also contained many extremely rare and precious treasures of heaven and earth. As soon as he stepped into the valley, Li Xiaobo keenly sensed the thick, almost tangible waves of soul power permeating the air. Just then, without warning, a gigantic 1,000-year-old shadow leopard suddenly sprang out from the dense grass nearby, its mouth wide open, lunging ferociously at him. Faced with this sudden attack, Li Xiaobo reacted swiftly, dodging to the side in time. At the same time, he summoned his own martial soul without hesitation, ready to engage in a thrilling life-and-death battle with the aggressive shadow leopard. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving way, resulting in a fierce stalemate. After a grueling battle, Li Xiaobo, relying on his tenacious will and superb combat skills, ultimately succeeded in repelling the troublesome shadow leopard. However, this was merely the beginning of his training journey. In the days that followed, Li Xiaobo did not slack off at all. Instead, he bravely ventured deeper into the valley. During this period, he encountered various dangers and challenges, but each time he managed to turn the peril into safety, gaining valuable experiences and lessons from them. Time flew by, And before he knew it, it was time for him to return to the Count's residence once a month to use whale glue to refine his body. Despite enduring countless hardships outdoors, every time he thought about using the whale glue to further strengthen his body, so he could better cope with the crises he might face in the future, an immense drive surged within him. Thus, he steadily advanced through continuous training and refinement, gradually moving toward the path of becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Li Xiaobo stood in the courtyard, gazing at the white clouds slowly drifting across the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Time really passes like a fleeting horse." Unknowingly, I have already turned 8 years old. After persistently exercising my body during this period, my physique has become strong enough to withstand the power of the fourth spirit ring. Moreover, with the 200,000-year-old spirit skull, I need not worry about suffering from soul shocks. However, the dilemma before me now is what kind of soul skill to hunt for the fourth spirit ring that would be most suitable. Filled with confusion and anticipation, Li Xiaobo turned and walked towards the study. When he pushed open the study door, he saw his father, Li Lingtian, writing diligently at the desk. He softly said, "Father, I believe I currently have the ability to obtain the fourth spirit ring, but I'm truly uncertain about what kind of spirit ring to choose." Hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian stopped writing, looked up at Li Xiaobo, and replied with a smile, "Silly child, why worry about this matter? The characteristic of your body martial soul is precisely to provide a powerful enhancement effect to your various attributes, right? So when choosing a spirit ring, just try to find those top-tier spirit beasts that can further enhance your own strength. As for what kind of spirit ring you will ultimately obtain, that depends on chance and luck." After listening, Li Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully and then spoke again. "What you said is very true, father. However, Sister Yushur has already successfully broken through to level 23 months ago. This time, when we go out to hunt for soul rings, why not let her accompany me?" Li Lingtian laughed and joked, "Look at you two little ones, always inseparable. If it weren't for waiting for you, she would probably have rushed off to obtain her own soul ring long ago." Li Xiaobo was filled with joy and couldn't wait to find Yushur, his face radiating an uncontrollable excitement. When Yushur heard that they could finally embark on their journey, her already bright and captivating eyes instantly sparkled like stars. Soon after, the two quickly and methodically organized all the necessary gear, and together with the powerful Li Lingtian, they resolutely stepped into the soul-hunting forest, a place filled with unknowns and dangers. It is worth mentioning that after 2 years of relentless and diligent training, Li Lingtian had successfully advanced to an 82nd level soul Douluo. His formidable strength was awe-inspiring. Especially noteworthy was his 8th spirit ring, which he obtained with the assistance of the esteemed Elder Zhong, making the hunt for it a success. With Li Lingtian's soul strength leading Li Xiaobo to acquire a spirit ring with only a 20,000-year limit, it could be said to be a foolproof and absolutely safe endeavor. Thus, the three of them smoothly entered the soul-hunting forest. As soon as they stepped into the vast forest, a mysterious and unpredictable aura enveloped them, as if transporting them into a completely unfamiliar world. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional crisp chirping of birds breaking the silence. They had to muster all their focus and cautiously move forward step by step. As night gradually fell, the sky grew darker. At that moment, a deep and deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. This unexpected roar was like thunder on a clear day, crashing through the silence of the forest and startling the birds perched in the trees, causing them to flap their wings and flee in panic. Yushur was frightened by the roar, her face losing color, and her body involuntarily trembled as she instinctively leaned closer to Li Xiaobo. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly reached out to gently pat her shoulder to comfort her, softly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, Yushur. Listen closely to that sound. I believe it is the noise made by the target we are searching for." Chapter 39. Metal Gold White Tiger Li Lingtian said seriously to Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, you must take good care of Yushur. It's not very safe here. I'll go check the situation first." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash, rushing towards the direction from which the sound came, like an arrow released from a bow. Not long after, a fierce sound of fighting came from afar. Li Xiaobo didn't dare to delay and quickly pulled Yin Yushur to quicken their pace. Running all the way, they ran breathlessly for quite a while and finally arrived near the scene of the incident. Not far ahead, they saw Li Lingtian leisurely resting on the back of a large, majestic white tiger. Li Lingtian saw Li Xiaobo and Yin Yushur rushing over and smiled, saying, "Xiaobo, our luck today is really good. In just a day, We've encountered this white tiger. From my observation, this guy's strength is quite formidable, comparable to some soul beasts with 70,000 years of cultivation. If it hadn't been careless just now and allowed me to seize the opportunity, I probably wouldn't have been able to subdue it so easily. However, looking at it now, it should be close to 30,000 years of cultivation. How about we look for other more suitable targets? Li Xiaobo looked firmly at Li Lingtian and answered without hesitation, "No need, father. Have you forgotten? My innate martial soul grants me physical abilities far beyond that of ordinary people. Besides, my third soul ring has a special ability. When it comes to physical fitness, I'm absolutely fine. Moreover, in dealing with soul fluctuations, I also have a 200,000-year-old spirit skull as support. So please believe me. This time absorbing the white tiger soul ring, I am fully confident I can succeed." Li Lingtian looked at Li Xiaobo, seeing his resolute expression and unwavering demeanor, and couldn't help but secretly admire him. Since his son was so full of confidence, he decided not to say anything more to dissuade him, merely nodding to show his agreement. Li Xiaobo's gaze was as unwavering as a burning flame. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand and without hesitation lunged at the ferocious white tiger before him. In an instant, the white tiger let out a piercing roar. But ultimately, it could not escape the fate of death, collapsing in a pool of blood. Li Xiaobo quickly sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and prepared to absorb the powerful energy contained within the white tiger. He operated his technique, guiding the soul rings emanating from the white tiger's corpse to slowly envelop his body. As time passed, Li Xiaobo felt a surging, torrential wave of soul power rushing through him. However, with his unyielding will and profound skills, he gradually controlled this soul power and began to stabilize it. At that moment, Li Xiaobo's consciousness detached from his physical body and entered the depths of his sea of consciousness. There he saw a gigantic, imposing white tiger roaring in anger. Clearly, this was the soul-shaking phase that one must undergo when absorbing a soul beast with over 10,000 years of cultivation. The white tiger sensed Li Xiaobo's presence and immediately opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp, pointed fangs, charging fiercely towards him. Faced with such a ferocious opponent, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of fear. After all, he had previously successfully absorbed a spiritual skull with 200,000 years of cultivation and fused the soul memories of 2 lifetimes, making his mental strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Therefore, this seemingly thrilling battle did not last long. Li Xiaobo executed a set of exquisite techniques, his figure flickering like a ghost, easily dodging the white tiger's attacks and striking a fatal blow at the right moment. Ultimately, the white tiger collapsed under Li Xiaobo's fierce assault, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Before long, Li Xiaobo successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by darkness. Night had fallen. Looking up, the brilliant stars were embedded in the vast, endless sky like jewels, shining brightly. Not far in front of him, a roaring bonfire crackled, illuminating the surroundings. At this moment, Li Lingtian saw that the sky was getting late and, worried about encountering danger, decided to set up a tent right there and wait for Li Xiaobo to fully absorb the soul ring. After all, they were in the territory of the white tiger, and generally, other soul beasts would not dare to easily enter this area. Li Xiaobo felt the surge of soul power within him and excitedly said, "After absorbing the soul ring, I can clearly feel that my strength has improved again. I estimate that I have now reached level 47. By the way, father, do you think this white tiger will produce a soul bone? After all, it is a top-tier soul beast." Hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied irritably, "Do you think soul bones are like cabbages? They're not that easy to obtain. Generally, only soul beasts over 100,000 years old are guaranteed to produce soul bones. As for soul beasts of other cultivation levels, the probability of them producing soul bones is extremely low. You could say it's negligible." Li Xiaobo scratched his head and smiled a bit shyly. I guess I was thinking too simply and being too greedy. But speaking of which, since I have successfully absorbed it, I need to consider finding a suitable spirit beast for Yuesher next. Yuesher, what kind of spirit beast do you want? Yan Yuesher, who was beside him, thought for a moment and then said, "Xiaobo, I have actually always hoped to find a spirit beast with Phoenix bloodline, because my divine inheritance mentioned that if I gain powers related to the Phoenix bloodline, it might be able to unlock certain kinds of seals or restrictions." Li Xiaobo said with a determined gaze, "All right, since that's the case, let's do our utmost to search for soul beasts with the Phoenix bloodline." However, it seems there are no traces of them in this area. In my opinion, why don't we head to the volcanic region to the west for a search? After all, phoenixes are noble beings that only rest on phoenix trees, and most phoenixes possess fire attributes. The dead volcanic area, to the west, has an environment that more closely matches the habits of phoenixes. So the possibility of finding soul beasts with the phoenix bloodline, there should be much greater. Beside him, Li Lingtian nodded solemnly in agreement, saying yes. It's good that you all thought of this. However, I must remind you that while I can assist you in hunting soul beasts, you must not be slack yourselves. You need to actively seek out the target soul beasts. This way, not only will it enhance your ability to search for prey, but will also greatly benefit your future cultivation journey. A bright full moon hung high in the sky, its pure light cascading down like a light veil over the tent, draping the entire camp in a layer of silver brilliance. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound, as if nature were performing a delicate symphony. On this tranquil and wonderful night, the three prepared to rest. Among them, Li Lingtian took on the important duty of guarding their safety. He stood not far away, scanning the surroundings with his gaze, not letting any possible signs of danger escape his notice. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher entered a tent together. They gently pulled the tent flap closed, temporarily shutting out the outside world. A faint, refreshing fragrance filled the tent, a scent unique to the wilderness. The two lay side by side in their sleeping bags, feeling each other's body warmth and breath. Although the surrounding environment was quiet, their hearts were filled with anticipation and unease about the unknown journey ahead. As time quietly passed, the night grew deeper, and everything gradually fell into slumber. Chapter 42. The Fire Phoenix Tree King. Just as Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and Yin Yuesher were intently vigilant of their surroundings, an astonishing change suddenly occurred in the ancient and massive phoenix tree. A face resembling that of a human slowly emerged on its stout trunk, the visage so lifelike that one could even sense its expressions and emotions. The mysterious human face of the phoenix tree spoke. Tiny humans, do not panic. I am the phoenix tree king of this realm, having lived for a full 170,000 years. Its voice was deep and resonant, as if carrying the weight of endless years and sediment, echoing in the serene space. Li Xiaobo suppressed the fear in his heart, gathered his courage, and took a step forward, respectfully asking, "Respected Tree Emperor, please forgive our reckless offense. We did not intend to trespass here. It is truly due to circumstances." After speaking, he bowed deeply to express his apology. The Phoenix Tree Emperor slightly shook its lush branches and leaves, making a rustling sound, as if it were softly smiling. After a moment, it replied, "Enough, enough. Your arrival here by chance can be considered a rare fate. I have stood here for tens of thousands of years, witnessing the countless cycles of time, the rise and fall of human prosperity, which for me are merely fleeting moments like a white horse passing a gap." Li Lingtian gazed intently at the tall and mysterious Phoenix Tree Emperor before him, and immediately followed up with a question. "Your Majesty, having endured a long passage of time in this place, you must know many secrets that are unknown to others, right?" The Phoenix Tree Emperor slightly nodded, its branches and leaves rustling as if responding to Li Lingtian's inquiry. It spoke slowly in an ancient and profound voice. "Indeed, I know quite a bit. The specific distribution of various spiritual beings in this vast world, as well as the once powerful races from the distant ancient times, are all stored deep in my memory." Standing beside them, Yin Yuesher's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly asked, "In that case, why does Your Excellency, the Tree Emperor, continue to guard this place?" For a moment, the surroundings fell into an unusual silence, with only the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. After a brief silence, the Phoenix Tree Emperor finally spoke again. "The reason I have always guarded this land is, on one hand, due to my mission, and on the other, I am quietly waiting for the destined, fated one to arrive. Now that you all have come here, it may signify that a monumental change is about to unfold." These words resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts, and they exchanged glances, their faces revealing uncontainable shock and deep confusion. Each person pondered in silence about what kind of tumultuous and elusive fate they would be drawn into. Suddenly, the enormous trunk of the Phoenix Tree Emperor began to tremble slightly, as if propelled by a mysterious and powerful force. As the shaking intensified, a deep and ancient voice slowly emanated from within. "The reason I called you here today is to entrust you with a matter of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in confusion. Only Li Xiaobo appeared particularly respectful. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, please give your orders. Whatever is within our capabilities, we will do our utmost." The Phoenix Tree Emperor nodded slightly and continued, "On my body, there is a phoenix egg. This egg is a relic left by a phoenix from ancient times, and after a long period of nurturing, it is now nearing the time of its hatching. However, the birth of this phoenix egg is not an easy matter. It requires someone to protect and guide it." Hearing this, Li Ling Tian was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "We are but ordinary people. How can we bear such a significant responsibility?" The Phoenix Tree Emperor smiled slightly and explained, "Do not underestimate yourselves. After my observation, I found that you all faintly exude the aura of a phoenix, suggesting a special connection to this phoenix egg. If you can assist it in hatching successfully, you will surely receive endless blessings in the future." At this moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been silent, hesitated for a moment and then gently asked, "Then may I ask, Your Majesty, what exactly should we do?" The Phoenix Tree Emperor pondered for a moment before replying, "It is not difficult. You just need to gradually infuse your spiritual power into this phoenix egg and care for it with a sincere heart for 3 days, and you will achieve great success." The group exchanged glances. Although they had some worries and concerns, they ultimately nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to give a try. After all, who would not want to seize such a rare opportunity? Thus, they followed the instructions of the Phoenix Tree Emperor, step by step, towards the mysterious and anticipated phoenix egg. Li Xiaobo led the way, with Li Ling Tian following closely behind, both with serious expressions as they carefully infused their soul power into the phoenix egg. However, no matter how hard they tried, the phoenix egg remained unresponsive, like a sleeping giant, unmoved by their efforts. Seeing this, the group's hearts sank slightly, but Yin Yuesher did not lose heart. She took a deep breath and approached with trepidation. She gently raised her delicate hand and slowly infused her soul power into the phoenix egg. At first, everything remained calm, but in an instant, the phoenix egg suddenly emitted a faint glow, as if responding to Yin Yuesher's actions. Upon seeing this, joy surged in Yin Yuesher's heart. Not daring to be negligent, she continued to increase the input of her soul power. As her soul power continued to flow in, the light on the phoenix egg grew stronger, resembling brilliant stars in the night sky. Moreover, faint fiery patterns began to appear on the surface of the eggshell, like a splendid painting slowly unfolding. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been closely watching the changes in the phoenix egg, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the fiery patterns are exactly the same as those on your 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, Yuesher." Hearing this, Yin Yuesher quickly focused her gaze, and sure enough, the patterns were strikingly similar, both exquisite and imbued with powerful energy fluctuations. Just as everyone marveled at this wonderful coincidence, the previously quiet phoenix egg suddenly began to tremble violently, as if a tremendous storm was brewing inside. At the same time, a very faint consciousness quietly entered Yin Yuesher's mind. "The object in your hand shares the same origin as me. If I can harness its power, I will be able to break out of my shell more quickly." Without hesitation, Yin Yuesher swiftly took out the renowned 5 Fire 7 Birds fan from her bosom. As soon as the fan approached the phoenix egg, an immense force of attraction instantly formed between them. Immediately afterward, the blazing flames from the fan surged into the phoenix egg like a flood breaking through a dam. Before long, with a crisp and resounding cry echoing through the sky, the phoenix egg, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Then, with a crack, the phoenix egg finally shattered completely, and a dazzling light burst forth from within. As the light gradually faded, everyone focused their gaze to see a young phoenix, radiating fierce flames, appear before them. Though small in size, the young phoenix exuded an innate aura of majesty. Its vibrant feathers glimmered like burning flames, making it hard to look directly at. As soon as the young phoenix was born, it staggered toward Yin Yuesher. It affectionately rubbed its delicate head against Yin Yuesher's hand, displaying a sense of dependence and affection, as if it had already regarded Yin Yuesher as its master. Feeling the young phoenix's closeness, warmth surged in Yin Yuesher's heart as she gently stroked the young phoenix's head. The Phoenix Tree Emperor, witnessing this scene, revealed a reassuring smile and said slowly, "It seems I have indeed chosen the right person. This young phoenix is fated with you. From now on, let it accompany you both in your training. I believe that with its talent and potential, it It will surely become a powerful ally for you in due time. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with enthusiasm. However, at that moment, the Phoenix Tree Emperor changed the subject and said with a serious expression, "Besides this matter, I have another important issue to discuss. You may have heard that since the earth-shattering Dragon God War, our Soul Beast clan has been cursed by the heavens, and we can no longer break through our limits to achieve divine status. Moreover, once our cultivation reaches 100,000 years, we must face a terrifying heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. This situation has never occurred before, and now I have 370,000 years of profound cultivation and have already successfully survived 3 heavenly tribulations." As he spoke, the Wutong Tree Emperor let out a slight sigh, revealing a hint of helplessness and worry in his eyes. However, faced with the 4th crisis, my heart was filled with anxiety and unease. The previous 3 perilous experiences were all thanks to the powerful forces left behind by the Phoenix God, which allowed me to narrowly escape. But this time, I truly lacked the confidence to safely get through it again. At that moment, as I gazed at the 2 of you in front of me, I unexpectedly sensed a faint divine aura. The Wutong Tree Emperor slowly began to speak. "Because of this, I have decided to sacrifice myself for you. I can only hope that once you become a god, you can use your divine power to grant me a new life. As for this young girl, I can feel that her martial soul is quite unique. It seems that only the power of a soul beast with the Phoenix bloodline can be absorbed by her. Unfortunately, I do not possess the Phoenix bloodline myself, so I can only choose to dedicate all my power to you. However, please do not worry about this. Once I complete my sacrifice, the peacock outside, which has a cultivation of 100,000 years, will willingly offer itself to this little girl." Following this, the Wutong Tree Emperor continued to explain, "Speaking of this peacock, it is a descendant of a divine beast, the phoenix. Unfortunately, due to the strict sealing of the divine realm, it too has lost the opportunity to become a god. Therefore, it willingly chooses to become your support and achieve your glorious path through sacrifice." Chapter 40. Wutong Tree, a poetic picture of the Wutong Forest in the early morning. Gentle sunlight penetrated the thin mist, cascading like a light veil over the lush Wutong Forest. The golden light sparkled down like the brilliant stars that had accidentally fallen from the night sky to the mortal world. One could see the droplets of green leaves swaying slightly under the soft caress of the breeze, producing a faint and crisp rustling sound, as if joyfully showcasing their vibrant vitality and boundless energy to the entire world. These Wutong trees stood tall and straight, each like a loyal green giant silently guarding the vast land beneath them. Their trunks were sturdy and powerful, reaching towards the sky, with branches intertwined and leaves layered thickly, appearing extremely dense and lush. At this moment, Li Xiaobo and the other 2 were slowly walking deep into the soul-hunting forest, surrounded by towering Wutong trees. Their purpose for this journey was very clear: to search for a soul beast with the Phoenix bloodline. Li Xiaobo walked while gazing at the sycamore trees beside him, and many thoughts surged in his mind. He knew well that in China's long-standing traditional culture, sycamore trees carry rich and profound meanings and a strong cultural heritage. Since ancient times, sycamore trees have been regarded as symbols of nobility and beauty. The ancients often used beautiful phrases like the phoenix perches on the sycamore to compare virtuous individuals meeting wise rulers, conveying auspiciousness and the vision of a happy life. Moreover, sycamore trees are intricately connected to romantic love. It is said that during the Tang dynasty, the talented poet Li Yu expressed his deep affection and endless sorrow for his deceased wife through the sycamore, which is why the imagery of sycamore trees often contains a unique charm of sorrow and beauty in many literary masterpieces. In this vast sycamore forest, the living sycamore trees resembled shy young girls, shedding their old yellow winter garments and donning fresh, tender green dresses. The gentle drizzle fell like fine silver threads. The sycamore trees, like hungry children, greedily absorbed the sweet rain, enjoying the gifts of nature. New buds continuously emerged from their branches, resembling delicate newborns, tender and lovable. The soft spring breeze quietly brushed past, and the branches and leaves of the sycamore trees swayed in the wind, producing a crisp and pleasant rustling sound. This sound intertwined, as if together they were performing a wonderfully beautiful spring melody, intoxicating all who heard it. Beneath the trees, the tender green grass eagerly poked its little heads out, curiously gazing at this vibrant world. They nestled against the sycamore trees, accompanying each other joyfully to welcome the grand arrival of spring. In stark contrast was the area filled with the woody sycamore trees, which felt like a cool and pleasant paradise. Layer upon layer of green leaves were closely connected, resembling huge green umbrellas that effectively blocked the scorching sunlight outside, casting only dappled patches of light and shadow. At this moment, a group of lively and adorable squirrels were playing and frolicking under the shade, their cheerful laughter echoing throughout the forest. Even the palm-sized sycamore leaves seemed to be infected by the squirrels' joy, quivering slightly as if also showing a satisfied smile. When the gentle breeze passed, it not only brought a refreshing coolness, but also temporarily made people forget the heat and discomfort of the summer sun. On the vast land, the metallic sycamore forest stood proudly. Sunlight poured down, and the forest seemed to be endowed with life, clad in a dazzling golden robe. As the autumn wind blew, it gently caressed each leaf, causing the golden leaves to flutter down like delicate golden butterflies, dancing gracefully in the air. The golden leaves gradually accumulated, covering the ground like a thick and soft golden carpet. When people walked through, the rustling sound underfoot seemed to be nature softly narrating beautiful stories about autumn. Looking at the tall and straight sycamore trees, their branches were laden with round and cute fruits. These fruits resembled tiny longans, exuding an enticing fragrance that made one unable to resist the urge to pick and taste. In contrast to the metallic sycamore forest, not far away was a fiery sycamore forest. The atmosphere here felt restless and passionate, as if everything was ignited with fervor. The leaves displayed a vibrant fire-like red, swaying in the wind like blazing flames. Upon closer inspection, one could see fiery red patterns on the trunks, shimmering with dazzling light as if containing endless energy. Interestingly, this fiery sycamore forest became a habitat for many fire-attribute soul beasts. Among the sturdy branches, one could vaguely see exquisite nests. Every night, when darkness descended and cold invaded the earth, the fiery patterns and the warm breath emitted by the sycamore trees provided a warm shelter for the soul beasts, allowing them to safely pass through the long night. To the north of the vast hunting soul forest, there was a mysterious and enchanting icy sycamore forest. This forest seemed forgotten by time, immersed in a tranquil and solemn atmosphere. When autumn and winter arrived, the leaves fluttered down like dancing butterflies, leaving only the bare branches standing alone against the cold wind. However, even when the cold wind was sharp as a knife, these sycamore trees stood resilient like steel warriors, showcasing their indomitable spirit with their tenacious vitality. Once the snow melted under the clear sky, the entire sycamore forest transformed into a dreamlike fairy tale world. Pristine snowflakes lightly settled on the branches, as if draping every sycamore tree in a layer of crystal-clear silver attire. From a distance, these snow-laden branches looked like fairies in white garments, standing elegantly, making one marvel at nature's craftsmanship. This sycamore forest is not only a paradise for avian soul beasts to frolic and play, but also a cozy home for many beloved herbivorous soul beasts. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight shine down, lovely little deer joyfully run through the forest, fully enjoying the fresh and pleasant air and the tranquil environment. They sometimes lower their heads to nibble on tender grass, and at other times, they chase each other playfully, adding vitality and energy to this quiet forest. As the sun sets and night falls, some small and exquisite rodent soul beasts also begin to come out to play. They either scurry through the grass in pairs or stroll leisurely on their own, bathing in the soft moonlight and enjoying their romantic moments. Meanwhile, this sycamore forest silently protects these little beings, witnessing their growth from infancy to maturity, carrying countless warm and beautiful memories. The lush and towering sycamore forest unfurls like a magnificent painting on the earth, vividly showcasing the astonishing magic and charm of nature. Whether it is the tender green new leaves brimming with life, as transparent as jade, the deep green shade exuding a strong woody aroma, resembling a thick velvet blanket covering the ground, the dazzling golden leaves shining brightly, as if coated with a layer of splendid attire by the sunlight, or even the pure and serene silver-white color displayed during the cold winter, all make one unable to resist being enchanted, hard to extricate oneself from. This sycamore forest is not just a joyful paradise for flying soul beasts to soar freely, but also a warm home for the small, lively, and adorable squirrel soul beasts. Here, they can fully enjoy all the gifts of nature, freely weave through the dense branches and leaves, joyfully leap on sturdy trunks, and leisurely gather delicious fruits. Chapter 41. the mysterious egg. Li Xiaobo and his companions walked cautiously through the mysterious and magnificent fire sycamore forest. Each fire sycamore tree in this forest towered into the clouds, with trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle them. The lush branches and leaves intertwined to form a dense green canopy. The leaves, flickering like flames, appeared particularly dazzling under the sunlight, as if the entire world had been ignited. Suddenly, a scorching heat wave swept in without warning, catching them off guard. At that moment, a nimble fox, engulfed in blazing flames, sprang out from the depths of the forest. Its fur was a vivid red, resembling a raging fire, and its eyes shone like two brilliant burning rubies, radiating a heart-stopping light. Wow, this is actually a crimson flame fox, an extremely rare fire attribute soul beast. Li Xiaobo couldn't hide his excitement, shouting out loud. He went on to explain. This type of fire attribute crimson flame fox usually preys on smaller soul beasts that also possess fire attributes. Moreover, it is said that phoenix-type soul beasts also enjoy hunting these smaller fire attribute soul beasts. Since we have discovered a crimson flame fox here, it is very likely that there are soul beasts with phoenix bloodlines hidden nearby. After saying this, his gaze began to search eagerly around, hoping to find more clues about the existence of soul beasts with phoenix bloodlines. However, the vigilance of the crimson flame fox was astonishingly high. As soon as it sensed the presence of the three, it immediately took a defensive stance as if facing a formidable enemy. Its fur bristled, sharp claws sprang from its pads, glinting with a cold light, and it emitted a series of deep growls. Li Ling Tian turned to Yan Yushi beside him and said, Yushi, this crimson flame fox only has a mere 300 years of cultivation. You should go and fight it and test your combat abilities. Upon hearing this, Yan Yushi nodded without fear and stepped forward. Her gaze was incredibly determined, tightly fixed on the crimson flame fox, as if she wanted to see through its eyes to its heart. Just then, the crimson flame fox suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a roaring flame, rushing towards Yan Yushi. Yan Yushi was momentarily caught off guard, but in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobo reacted swiftly, launching a gust of wind from his palm that forcefully blocked the fire. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from not far away, shaking the ground slightly. Everyone turned their heads to see a massive, mountain-like thousand-year flame rhinoceros slowly approaching them. With each step the flame rhinoceros took, it left behind a trail of charred footprints, and the surrounding air warped due to the intense heat radiating from it. The sudden appearance of two such powerful fire attribute soul beasts made the atmosphere extraordinarily tense. Yan Yushi understood the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath to steady her somewhat flustered emotions, and then turned her gaze back to the crimson flame fox. She slowly extended her right hand, and a fan emitting 5-colored light appeared in her palm. It was the legendary 5-Fire 7-Bird fan. Perhaps the ultimate fire contained within the 5-Fire 7-Bird fan was too terrifying, causing the originally fierce crimson flame fox to suddenly feel fear. It trembled, its eyes showing a hint of fright, and then without hesitation, it turned and fled, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Seeing the crimson flame fox escape, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate at all. His figure flashed like lightning as he charged towards the flame rhinoceros. With a loud crash, Li Xiaobo's fist struck the flame rhinoceros hard, sending it flying with overwhelming force. The flame rhinoceros crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Realizing how formidable its opponent was, the flame rhinoceros dared not linger, struggled to get up, turned, and ran away, quickly vanishing from sight. Li Xiaobo smiled, gently clapped his hands, and then turned to Yan Yushi beside him, saying, Yushi, in my opinion, we won't find any soul beast with phoenix bloodline in the outskirts. Look here, this is clearly the territory of those fire rhinoceroses. How about we stop dawdling and head straight into the depths of his forest? Yan Yushi nodded slightly in agreement, saying, all right, let's do as you say. As long as we can find a soul beast with phoenix bloodline, that's what matters. At this moment, Li Ling Tian, who had been silent, spoke up. As long as you two are aware, that's enough. But remember, unless we encounter a life-threatening situation, I won't easily lend a hand. With that, the three of them stepped forward with firm strides into the deeper part of the woods. As they delved further, the surrounding temperature rose increasingly, as if they were in a giant steamer. However, despite the unbearable heat, none of them showed any intention of retreating. After walking a bit further, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A magnificent and blazing sea of fire appeared before them. The flames surged fiercely, creating rolling heat waves, and even the air seemed to be ignited. In the center of that sea of fire, they could vaguely see the outline of an enormous phoenix tree. Hey, did you see that? That place might be hiding a soul beast with phoenix bloodline. Li Xiaobo couldn't contain his excitement and shouted loudly, pointing at the center of the fire sea. They quickened their pace and swiftly approached the edge of the fire sea. Just as they were about 10 meters away from it, an unexpected event occurred. With a loud whoosh, a massive, mysterious divine bird, glowing with brilliant fire, suddenly soared into the sky from the fire sea. This divine bird resembled a peacock, but its tail feathers were much more splendid than an ordinary peacock's, and it was surrounded by raging flames, looking majestic and powerful. Could this be the legendary soul beast with phoenix bloodline? Yin Yuesher's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Her voice sounded particularly jarring in the silent space. However, surprisingly, this divine bird did not launch any attack against them. It elegantly circled around the three like a beautiful flame whirlwind and suddenly emitted a crisp and pleasant cry, like a heavenly sound. The sound seemed to carry a magical power, urging them to hurry and follow. The three exchanged glances and ultimately decided to heed the divine bird's guidance. They cautiously stepped forward, closely following behind the divine bird, and entered the phoenix tree behind the blazing fire sea. When they finally arrived in front of the phoenix tree, the sight before them shocked them once again. They saw an incredibly huge egg securely resting on the thick branches of the phoenix tree. The egg had a mysterious golden hue, covered in various strange and ancient runes that flickered with a faint yet exceptionally dazzling light, continuously emanating warm air. Heavens! Could it be that this egg is truly nurturing a real phoenix? Li Lingtian gazed at the giant egg, unable to contain his astonishment. His voice trembled slightly from excessive excitement. At that moment, the previously calm surroundings suddenly changed. The walls around them began to gradually reveal many intricate fire-red, glowing array patterns, intertwining to form an extremely spectacular scene. At the same time, a powerful and oppressive energy wave emanated from these array patterns, clearly indicating that some hidden protective mechanism had been successfully triggered. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, the three instantly became tense. They quickly stood back to back, focusing intently on their surroundings, ready for anything, not daring to relax even slightly. The divine bird had now flown to the side of the egg, its sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the area, feathers raised, adopting a posture ready for battle. A thrilling new challenge was about to descend upon them. Chapter 43. The common phoenix, Yin Yuesher. The elder said that the big bird outside has phoenix bloodline. But how could a peacock have phoenix bloodline? Li Xiaobo, I know about that. The saying of the 9 sons of the phoenix has different versions in the ancient myths, but the generally recognized ones are as follows. 1. Golden phoenix, gentle in nature, represents nobility, auspiciousness, and wealth. 2. Colorful phoenix, exceptionally beautiful, with feathers of many colors, symbolizes beauty and abundance. 3. Fire phoenix, impulsive in nature, surrounded by flames, possesses immense power. 4. Snow phoenix, prefers cold, with pure white feathers, symbolizes purity and nobility. 5. Blue phoenix, gentle in nature, resides by the East Sea, skilled in bringing rain. 6. Peacock, known for its beautiful feathers and proud personality, represents beauty and arrogance. 7. Roc, huge in size with broad wings, symbolizes lofty ambitions and a bold spirit. 8. Thunderbird, extremely fast, can generate lightning, possesses powerful attack capabilities. 9. Great wind, generates strong winds when it spreads its wings, a destructive divine bird. These 9 sons of the phoenix each have their own characteristics, enriching mythological culture and leaving a profound cultural heritage for future generations. 1. Golden phoenix, peaceful in nature, brings auspicious signs. It is particular about food and drink, only consuming morning dew and tender bamboo, and only roosting on 1,000-year-old phoenix trees. The term phoenix perches on the phoenix tree refers to the golden phoenix. 2. Colorful phoenix. With its colorful plumage, it stirs the 8 winds. Its small voice is like gold, while its loud voice resembles drums. It symbolizes the king and is revered by all birds. The image is closely related to its parents. The colorful phoenix is often compared to something wonderful. The Tang Dynasty poet Li Shanyin used the colorful phoenix to write love poems. Without the colorful phoenix's wings to fly together, my heart has a spiritual connection. 3. Fire phoenix, the essence of fire, surrounded by flames. Its nature is volatile. When happy, It shines brightly, and when angry, it scorches the earth. According to Guangya, after flying for 500 years, it carries fragrant wood into the temple of the sun god, self-immolating on the altar, and the next day. A chick is born with feathers, and on the third day, its wings are fully grown, leaving the temple master to fly away. 4. Snow phoenix, prefers cold, controls temperature drops. It has wide wings and long feathers, without blemishes. It exhales snow and inhales ice. Its image is white and female, usually symbolizing holiness. 5. Blue phoenix, gentle in nature, residing by the sea, skilled in bringing rain. 6. Peacock, beautiful in appearance, proud in nature. The peacock is the most beautiful among birds, dazzling and radiant. Its proud and unruly nature is well known. The Buddha once tried to befriend it but failed, leading to a fierce battle at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The peacock was fierce, swallowing the Buddha, who barely escaped through its back. Fearing the peacock's wrath, others advised against killing it, for it was the phoenix's favorite. 7. Roc, also known as Kuanpung, the great roc or golden-winged roc. It is fierce and enormous. Its wings are golden, and it is known for eating dragon meat. Legend has it that after the Buddha confined the peacock in Lingshan, the roc attacked the Western paradise. The Buddha had no choice but to engage in a battle for several days and nights before capturing it and bringing it back to Lingshan, where it was sealed as the Great Roc Mingwang. Later generations say that the golden-winged roc is the Buddha's uncle. 8. Thunderbird, fast in nature. Its cry is like thunder, and it generates electricity with its wings. 9. Great wind, generates wind when flapping its wings, moving like the wind. The appearance of the great wind indicates a sign of wind disaster. It is said that the great wind is a fierce bird of prey. During the reign of Emperor Yao, it harmed the people and was shot to death by Yi in the marshes of Qingxiu. Li Xiaobo. So it's normal for peacocks to have the bloodline of phoenixes. After all, the phoenix is the king of all birds, and in the ancient times, the peacock was also a powerful being. Wutong Tree Emperor. What is this ancient time you speak of? I have never heard of it. Moreover, some phoenix bloodlines are not the same. Li Xiaobo. Senior. There are many worlds beyond this one. The divine lineage we both possess comes from the divine heritage of other worlds. That world is called the ancient times, where there are many legends of phoenixes. What I just mentioned is the first explanation, and the second explanation is about the 9 offspring of the phoenix. 1. Luan is the most famous among the 9 offspring of the phoenix and is the only one with a clear name. Luan is usually depicted as a female phoenix, corresponding to the male phoenix. The 9 offspring of the phoenix are the 9 offspring born from the phoenix, and according to ancient literature and traditional sayings, here are the names and brief introductions of the 9 offspring. The phoenix is another revered divine beast in ancient Chinese culture, regarded as the king of all birds. The phoenix is believed to symbolize auspiciousness, happiness, and rebirth. It is often depicted as a beautiful and colorful bird, possessing splendid feathers and a noble temperament. In Chinese culture, the phoenix symbolizes auspiciousness, harmony, beauty, and the immortal spirit. 1. Jin Peng. Jin Peng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, usually depicted as a large bird with golden feathers. It symbolizes majesty and power. Jin Peng is one of the 9 chicks raised by the Yuanchu, possessing bright attributes and a body that is golden in color. Jin Peng resembles an eagle, with a wingspan that can reach 2 zhang, approximately 6 meters. When it flies at high speed, it resembles a streak of golden light across the sky. Jin Peng excels in fierce battles and can even compete with dragons. There are descriptions of it in the writings of Zhuangzi. The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Although Jin Peng is not as enormous as the great Peng transformed from the Kuan, its flying ability is comparable to that of the Kuanping. Jin Peng can fly at altitudes of thousands of miles, with wings like clouds hanging down. It can fly 3,000 miles over the water and ascend to 90,000 miles in the sky. When Jin Peng enters the sea, it transforms into a Kuan. 2. Jin Feng. Jin Feng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, famous for its beautiful golden feathers. It symbolizes brightness, wealth, and auspiciousness. Jin Feng is described as a phoenix with golden feathers. Jin Feng represents brightness, wealth, and auspiciousness. Its feathers present a golden color, shining with bright light. Its appearance is often associated with prosperity, wealth, and happiness. As one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, Jin Feng represents brightness and auspiciousness. Its image carries good meanings in legends and culture, representing prosperity and happiness. 3. Kai Feng. Kai Feng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, possessing dazzlingly colorful feathers, symbolizing diversity and beauty. Kai Feng is depicted as a phoenix with multicolored feathers. Its feathers exhibit a variety of bright colors, each feather radiating bright light. As one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, Kai Feng symbolizes diversity and beauty. Its appearance is often associated with prosperity, auspiciousness, and celebration. In Huaxia traditional culture, the phoenix is regarded as a symbol of auspiciousness, and Kai Feng, as one of the 9 offspring, emphasizes its beauty and dazzling characteristics even more. 4. Hua Feng. Hua Feng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, capable of breathing fire, symbolizing passion, strength, and transformation. Hua Feng is depicted as a phoenix with the ability to breathe fire. It symbolizes flames, passion, and power. According to legend, Hua Feng can spit out blazing fire, showcasing its powerful flame abilities. Its feathers may be red, orange, or gold, symbolizing passion and vitality. Hua Feng is often associated with heat, strength, and transformation in legends. Its appearance is frequently considered a symbol of auspiciousness and blessings, representing courage and the spirit of overcoming difficulties. 5. Lan Yu. Lan Yu is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, known for its blue feathers. It symbolizes tranquility and peace. Lan Yu is depicted as a phoenix with blue feathers. It represents tranquility and depth. Lan Yu's feathers exhibit a blue hue, giving a sense of calm and peace. Its image is often associated with lakes and clear waters. As one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, Lan Yu represents tranquility and depth. Its appearance is often associated with calmness, serenity, and introspection. 6. Ziyin. Ziyin is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, a type of purple swallow. It symbolizes agility and swiftness. Ziyin is depicted as a purple swallow. It represents agility and swiftness. Ziyin is usually described as a swallow with purple feathers, showcasing elegance and speed. Ziyin plays a special role among the 9 offspring, representing agility and exceptional ability. 7. Benji. Benji is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, a bird known for its speed, symbolizing freedom and expressiveness. Benji is usually described as a bird capable of running quickly, adept at racing and chasing. It plays a special role among the 9 offspring, representing the spirit of freedom and expressiveness. 8. Defeng. Defeng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, symbolizing strong winds and power. The image of Defeng is usually depicted as having powerful wings, capable of producing huge air currents and winds. Its appearance is often associated with the forces of nature and storms. 9. Baiming. Baiming is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, representing a collection of various birds, symbolizing harmony and joy. Baiming is a phoenix with beautiful melodies and a pleasant voice, representing harmony and happiness. Yin Yuesher. I didn't expect there to be so many phoenixes. But what you mentioned about Huaxia, what is that? I have never heard of it in my dreams. Li Xiaobo showed a nostalgic expression. Huaxia is a nation. In Huaxia, everyone is equal. Li Xiaobo continued. In China, regardless of gender or age, everyone enjoys the same rights and has the opportunity to receive education and pursue their dreams. Everyone is working hard to build a better society while also enjoying the benefits brought by social development. Yin Yuesher opened her eyes wide in curiosity. That sounds like a wonderful place. Are there gods or magical creatures there like us? Li Xiaobu Smilat. Although there are no gods like ours in Huaxia, there are many unique myths and legends, such as Niwa repairing the sky and Hoi shooting the sun. These legends reflect the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people in the face of difficulties. Moreover, the Huaxia people have integrated this spirit into modern life, actively exploring science and technology, overcoming numerous challenges, and striving toward higher goals. Yin Yuesher nodded thoughtfully, truly hoping to experience this charming Huaxia nation one day. Li Xiaobo looked steadfastly into the distance, as if he could see the China of his memories. Perhaps one day you can really go and take a look. Chapter 44. Sacrifice. Li Xiaobo said solemnly. All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's see if the Phoenix Tree Emperor has any other important matters to address. His gaze was fixed intently on the tall and mysterious Phoenix Tree Emperor before him. The Phoenix Tree Emperor gently shook its head and said softly, I have nothing more to particularly convey. However, there's one thing I hope you can agree to, which is to take good care of that adorable little phoenix. This child has a pitiable background and needs someone to show more concern. After saying this, it looked deeply at Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly and replied with determination, Senior, Please rest assured, I will spare no effort and devote myself to caring for and protecting the little phoenix. And I will not let you down. At this moment, the Phoenix Tree Emperor seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, regarding the soul bone. Do you have any specific expectations in mind? For example, what type you want and any specific parts or shapes you have in mind. I can decide the final soul bone situation based on your wishes. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation as he replied, if the senior can fulfill this, I hope to obtain an external soul bone. It is said that this type of soul bone possesses unique abilities and great potential, which can help me advance further on my cultivation path. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's response, the Phoenix Tree Emperor fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Actually, I was originally more inclined to grant you another type of soul bone, but since this is your wish, I shall comply. As long as it is beneficial to you, everything can be discussed. With that, the Phoenix Tree Emperor slowly closed its eyes, and its massive body began to emit a layer of soft and warm light. The light, like a gentle veil, gently covered its branches and leaves. As time passed, the radiance became increasingly dazzling, gradually enveloping the entire space. The branches and leaves of the Phoenix Tree Emperor swayed gently, as if bidding a final farewell to the world in this manner. Accompanied by the brilliant and stunning light that continuously flowed and intertwined, the Phoenix Tree Emperor's vast and towering body began to gradually become ethereal. Its figure dissipated slowly like smoke, ultimately transforming into countless dazzling streams of light, surging towards the vast and boundless sky like a group of meteors. These streams of light raced through the air, merging and gathering together, gradually condensing into a huge and striking red soul ring. Surrounding this soul ring were three golden, mysterious patterns, exuding a powerful aura that made one's heart race. Next, this soul ring pounced towards Li Xiaobo below with lightning speed, quickly wrapping around him tightly. At the moment of contact between the soul ring and Li Xiaobo, a vast and incredibly warm force surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. This force was so powerful that Li Xiaobo's body involuntarily trembled slightly. However, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to endure and accommodate this continuous influx of energy. As time passed second by second, finally, when the last stream of light completely merged into Li Xiaobo's body, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the depths of his gaze flickered with extremely complex emotions. A deep sorrow for the generous sacrifice of the Phoenix Tree Emperor, along with a heavy sense of responsibility and mission brought on by the acquisition of such powerful strength. Li Xiaobo silently clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He silently vowed in his heart, no matter how difficult the road ahead may be, he would spare no effort to help the little phoenix beside him grow strong. At the same time, he would use this hard-won strength to protect this magical land that had once been favored and sheltered by the royal phoenix tree. Just then, the little phoenix, which had been quietly staying nearby, seemed to sense some change. It raised its head and let out a clear, melodious yet somewhat sorrowful cry. The sound broke through the vast sky, echoing for a long time in this tranquil world. The night sky was dotted with stars, twinkling with a faint and charming light, as if they were dazzling jewels embedded in a black curtain. The moon, as white as a silver plate, hung high in the sky, casting a soft and cool glow that illuminated the earth. Under this peaceful and mysterious moonlight, Li Xiaobo's tightly closed eyes finally slowly opened. He gently exhaled, as if he were releasing long-accumulated turbid air. Father, how long did it take me to absorb this soul ring? Li Xiaobo turned to look at Li Ling Tian beside him and asked softly. Li Ling Tian slightly tilted his head and glanced at the bright moon in the sky, then replied, it's almost been 6 hours. The night is deep now, and we should take a rest. But Xiaobo, how are you feeling right now? As he spoke, Li Ling Tian cast a concerned glance at his son. Standing beside him, Yin Yushi also had a curious expression on her face. After all, she was only 8 years old. Although her mind was relatively mature for her age, she was still just a child. Hearing the conversation between Li Xiaobo and Li Ling Tian, her big, sparkling eyes were fixed on Li Xiaobo, seemingly eager to know the answer. Li Xiaobo sensed the attention of the two and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he said, Father, after absorbing this spirit ring, I feel that my spirit power level has already reached level 50. However, I think it will take me a year or two to properly consolidate it. Li Ling Tian listened to this and deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be angry. Humph, you little brat, you are clearly showing off to me. Others have to work hard to level up, But you, on the other hand, have easily reached level 50. Is there anything wrong with letting you settle down for a year or two? Do you believe I'll give you a slap?" Despite saying this, the pride and satisfaction in his eyes were hard to conceal. Li Xiaobo was completely unfazed by his father's intimidation, still wearing a smile. Suddenly, as if he remembered something important, he turned to Yan Yueshe and advised, "By the way, Yueshe, you should go rest quickly. You know, tomorrow, Senior Peacock is going to make a sacrifice for you, so you need to be well rested tonight." Yan Yueshe shook her head and excitedly replied, "It's okay, Brother Xiaobo. I'm not tired at all right now. I feel great. And just thinking about getting that 10,000-year soul ring tomorrow makes me so excited I can't sleep." As she spoke, her little face flushed with excitement. Li Lingtian took out a crown-like object from his soul guide ring, saying, "All right, Xiaobo, this is the soul bone of the Wutong Tree Senior." Li Lingtian continued, "This external soul bone is for you. See when you have time to absorb it." Li Xiaobo replied, "Thank you, father. I'll find time to absorb it later. I've improved too much right now and need to adjust a bit." Just as everyone had gathered their emotions and was preparing to find a place to rest, suddenly, the peacock that had been standing quietly trembled all over, its originally smooth and sleek feathers standing on end as if it had been electrocuted. Following that, it let out a deep and prolonged call, a sound reminiscent of a horn from ancient times, carrying an inexplicable authority and determination. It should be noted that before this, the peacock had been immersed in deep sorrow, its beautiful eyes filled with endless grief and despair. However, at this moment, when it lifted its head, everyone was surprised to find a newfound resoluteness in its gaze. A change so abrupt that all present couldn't help but take notice. The peacock slowly turned its head, fixing its eyes on Yan Yueshe, and then spoke in an unusually firm tone. "Little girl, according to the plan, I had fully prepared myself to make the sacrifice for you tomorrow. But just now, I suddenly sensed something unusual, so I changed my mind." Its words were like a thunderclap in the quiet night, leaving everyone around in shock, especially Yan Yueshe. Her pretty face immediately filled with confusion and disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open as she stared intently at the peacock, seemingly wanting to get a reasonable explanation from it. Faced with the astonished gazes of everyone, the peacock remained calm and collected, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Just now, in an instant, I sensed a powerful danger rapidly approaching us. If I choose to make the sacrifice at this time, given the little strength I have left, I would probably be unable to cope with the impending crisis." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but furrow his brows, stepping forward to urgently ask, "What kind of danger could it be? Why would someone like you, a 10,000-year existence, be so wary?" The peacock squinted its eyes slightly, gazing into the dark night sky, and after a moment of silence, it slowly replied, "To be honest, I am not entirely sure where this danger comes from or its specific form. But you should understand that as a spirit bird with 10,000 years of cultivation, my intuition has always been very accurate. Therefore, based on this strong premonition, I have decided to temporarily reserve my strength so that I can fully confront this unknown danger. Once the crisis is completely resolved, I will fulfill the promise I made to the little girl and complete the sacrifice." After listening to the peacock's explanation, the people present first exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding and support for its decision. After all, at such a critical moment, ensuring their own safety and the safety of the entire team was clearly more important than anything else. Although Yan Yueshe felt a little disappointed in her heart, she still behaved very understandingly. She gently bit her lip and said softly, "Senior Peacock, you don't need to feel guilty or uneasy about this. As you said, safety is always the top priority. No matter when or where, as long as everyone's safety is ensured, everything else can be temporarily set aside." Thus, everyone adjusted their state and set up defensive measures. Under the moonlight, they stood ready, vigilantly watching their surroundings, while the peacock stood at the front, emitting a faint blue light, prepared to face the impending crisis. Chapter 45. Yazia's dawn broke, the sky lightened, and gradually, a red sun rose from the east, casting its brilliant rays unreservedly across the vast land. On this land, gently touched by sunlight, a mysterious and gigantic figure slowly emerged. It was an astonishing giant beast. Its body was as magnificent as a small mountain, exuding a strong aura of killing intent intertwined with a solemn and sacred presence, creating a unique and shocking atmosphere. The people gazed at this giant beast from afar, and their previously tense nerves did not relax at all. Instead, they became even more anxious. Although the giant beast did not seem particularly remarkable at first glance, the indescribable, elusive, mysterious aura it emitted made everyone present wary. At this moment, the giant beast unexpectedly opened its massive maw, and its deep and resonant voice boomed like rolling thunder. You need not be so tense. I have not come here to incite war and fight with you. However, the crowd clearly did not believe the giant beast's words. Still tightly gripping their weapons and focusing intently on this unexpected visitor, showing no signs of relaxation. Seeing this, the giant beast could only shake its head helplessly, sighing before speaking again. I am Yazai, the ninth son of the dragon. Do you not recognize this divine beast? Hearing this, Li Xiaobo in the crowd suddenly showed an expression of immense shock. After a brief hesitation, he quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the giant beast, and then cautiously asked, Great divine beast, may I ask why you have suddenly descended here and what important matter you need us to attend to? Yazai slightly raised its enormous head, its imposing gaze swiftly sweeping across each person present like lightning. Then, it slowly replied, This divine beast, relying on its keen perception, has detected that a vicious beast is conducting some kind of evil sacrificial ceremony here. Therefore, I came specifically to investigate. Having said that, Yazai paused for a moment before continuing. Since I have arrived here, I will certainly not turn a blind eye to such evil deeds. However, before that, I hope you can truthfully inform me why that beast is conducting such a sacrifice. Li Xiaobo sincerely said to the Yazi in front of him, Senior, the Wutong Tree Emperor indeed felt that he would not be able to survive the terrifying heavenly tribulation due to the impending end of his lifespan. Therefore, he resolutely chose to sacrifice himself for me. The only purpose of his actions was to hope that one day, if I could successfully step into the divine realm, I could use divine power to grant him a new life. At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but let out a slight sigh, seemingly feeling regret and helplessness for the fate of the Wutong Tree Emperor. Then, Li Xiaobo changed the subject, glancing around before turning back to Yazi, and continued, Moreover, just look at our current strength. How could we possibly compete with those powerful beast experts? It would be like hitting a stone with an egg. After saying this, he helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, expressing his deep concern about the situation. At this moment, Yazi frowned, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, and slowly responded, Indeed, with the little strength you currently possess, you are simply no match. But how dare you claim you want to become a god? What confidence do you have to make such bold statements? You should know that in 10,000 years, only two have truly become gods. One is the angel god of the spirit hall, and the other is Poseidon, who rules the vast oceans. They are both exceptionally gifted and have endured countless hardships and trials to achieve godhood. Do you really think you can compare to them? After speaking, Yazi coldly stared at Li Xiaobo, as if trying to see through his innermost thoughts. Li Xiaobo listened quietly to the words of Yazi, feeling no fear or hesitation in his heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly into Yazi's majestic and sharp eyes, and said in an exceptionally firm and steady tone, Great beast, please see clearly. Although I know my talents may not compare to those of the past sages, I also carry an unbreakable belief deep within my heart. Once, the senior Wutong Tree Emperor sacrificed his precious life for me. Such great kindness. How can I not repay it? Since stepping onto this arduous path filled with hardships, I have fought my way through countless challenges and life and death tests to reach this point today. As for life and death, I have long since let go and completely disregarded them. Yazi silently gazed at this seemingly ordinary, yet resolutely determined young man, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a while, Yazi suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his laughter echoing like rolling thunder in the air. Ha ha! How interesting. I didn't expect such an insignificant human to possess such extraordinary courage and spirit. Not bad, kid. You have indeed caught this great beast's attention. As Yazi laughed heartily, its massive body began to shake violently, causing the previously calm air around to ripple and tremble visibly like water disturbed by a giant stone. While Li Xiaobo was still immersed in Yazi's unexpected reaction, he suddenly heard Yazi stop laughing and change its tone. Actually, this great beast came here today not just to question you. As long as you can fully prove your strength and potential to me, I will grant you a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, a hint of undeniable surprise appeared on Li Xiaobo's previously tense face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Opportunity? What kind of opportunity is it? Yazi slightly narrowed its eyes, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of its mouth as it replied. It is certainly a tremendous benefit. This great beast can personally lend you a hand, even at the cost of some of my own power as a sacrifice for you. However, unlike other ordinary fierce beasts, to successfully accept and merge the powerful strength I bestow upon you, you will ultimately have to rely on your own indomitable will. Moreover, the entire process will be accompanied by unimaginable extreme pain. If there is even a slight mistake, or if you cannot endure it midway, then the only outcome waiting for you will be to be reduced to ashes and shattered bones. So how about it? Even so, are you still willing to accept this challenge? Li Xiaobo did not hesitate at all, nodding decisively and saying emphatically, I am willing to repay the kindness and life-saving grace of the Wutong Tree Emperor, and especially to reach that supreme pinnacle. I would not hesitate to pay the price of my life, even if I die without regret. Standing beside him, Yaji saw Li Xiaobo's resoluteness and determination. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly in approval. Immediately, Yaji swung his enormous, sharp claws that gleamed with a cold light, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light shot out like lightning, completely enveloping Li Xiaobo. Enveloped by the golden light, Li Xiaobo felt an extremely hot and massive energy surging into his body like a tidal wave. As soon as this scorching energy entered his body, it rampaged through his meridians like a wild horse, crashing about recklessly. Faced with this sudden situation, Li Xiaobo dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He quickly calmed his mind, discarded distracting thoughts, and concentrated on guiding this violent energy to operate according to the route of the cultivation technique he practiced. As time passed, a faint, hazy golden light gradually emerged around Li Xiaobo's body. At first, this layer of golden light was relatively weak, but before long, it became increasingly bright and dazzling, its brilliance growing stronger. Eventually, this layer of golden light condensed into a golden sphere resembling a silkworm cocoon, tightly wrapping Li Xiaobo inside. Yaji, who had been closely watching Li Xiaobo, could not help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes upon seeing this scene. From the rich golden light, he sensed an extremely pure and immensely powerful mysterious force continuously emanating. Clearly, this seemingly ordinary young man appeared to be hiding some unknown secrets and remarkable abilities. Inside the cocoon of light, Li Xiaobo was now gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Each impact of energy felt as if it were tearing his body apart. However, he did not give up resisting. On the contrary, under the torment of pain, he continuously delved deeper into his hidden potential, with images flashing in his mind of the Wutong Tree Emperor sacrificing himself without hesitation to save him. These images were deeply engraved in his soul, making his inner conviction even more unwavering. As time quietly passed, the golden cocoon that had been silently floating in the air began to tremble slightly. Subsequently, bright red patterns, vivid as blood, gradually appeared on the surface of the cocoon, intertwining like ancient and mysterious runes, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Yaji, who had been closely observing the changes in the cocoon, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It must be noted that this kind of strange phenomenon was exceedingly rare, and even with his extensive experience, he had never seen anything like it. Yaji knew well that the talent displayed by this young man, named Li Xiaobo, had far exceeded his initial expectations. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the golden cocoon instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Standing in its place was Li Xiaobo, who had just completed his transformation. At this moment, he was enveloped in a layer of golden red light, and although he appeared somewhat fatigued, his bright eyes still revealed an indomitable spirit. Seeing this, Yaji smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you have successfully passed the first test. I must say, your willpower is truly astonishing. Next, release your martial soul, and let me see it." Hearing Yaji's words, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate at all. He immediately mobilized the soul power within him, and a huge golden phantom slowly emerged behind him. At the same time, he tightly grasped a long spear radiating cold light and killing intent in his right hand. This spear was called the Reverse God Spear. In his left hand, he gently held a colorful painting that depicted mountains and rivers flowing within it. This painting was the 100 Herbs diagram. Li Xiaobo stood tall and confidently looked at Yazai, saying loudly, "Senior Yazai, please take a look. I have reached level 20 soul power since birth and possess 3 martial souls. I wonder if such qualifications can catch your eye." Yazai let out a wild laugh. "Ha ha, Good, very good. You, a human kid, are truly the most talented person I have ever seen in my life. It's a pity that even so, with your current talent, is still far from enough to become a god. In ancient times, those with such extraordinary talent as you would easily ascend to the divine altar. However, times have changed, and now all the positions of the gods are already filled. With your current level of talent, it is indeed difficult to compete with them. Just then, Li Xiaobo's expression darkened, and he instantly released the mysterious dragon pattern hidden between his brows. In an instant, a powerful and ancient aura spread out. Upon seeing this, Yazai's previously laughing face suddenly froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the dragon pattern on Li Xiaobo's forehead, murmuring, "How is this possible? Why do you emit such a pure, true dragon aura? You must know that in today's world, true dragons have long since vanished and no longer exist. What is even more incredible is how you obtain the divine inheritance of the true dragon." Chapter 46, Sacrifice. Yazai stared intently at Li Xiaobo, his tone serious as he questioned, "Kid, quickly tell me honestly, where did you obtain the divine inheritance of the true dragon? It is truly hard to believe that there are still remnants of true dragons in this world." Li Xiaobo felt a bit nervous in the face of the powerful aura of Yazi, but still respectfully replied, "Senior, I indeed obtained this divine position inheritance by chance in a mysterious relic." Yazi slightly nodded and said thoughtfully, "I see, so it comes from a relic. In that case, you have likely never witnessed a true dragon with your own eyes, right? That is understandable. How could a true dragon easily appear before people?" Hearing this, Li Xiaobo quickly said, "What the senior said is very true. However, as far as I know, there still seem to be some true dragons existing in that vast and boundless starry forest. For example, the renowned beast god Emperor Tian, as well as the silver dragon king hidden at the bottom of the lake of life in the starry forest." Upon hearing this, Yazi couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on his face and sneered, "Humph, those guys can't be considered true dragons at all. At most, only the dragon god of this world can barely be counted as a true dragon. As for the others, they are merely some insignificant mixed breeds." Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. He stared intently at the imposing Yazi before him and quickly asked, "What do you mean by what you just said, senior? Are you saying that they aren't true dragons in the real sense?" Yazi stood tall and proud, emanating an invisible pressure. It slowly began to explain, "That is undoubtedly the case. You must understand, once a true dragon reaches adulthood, the power they possess is earth-shattering, enough to compete with the top-tier deities in this world. If they were truly dragons, why would they willingly be confined to the small realm of Douluo continent? They would have long relied on their unmatched strength to break through all obstacles and return to the exalted divine realm." At this point, Yazi paused, then shifted the conversation and looked at Li Xiaobo, asking, "By the way, little one, since you have now obtained the inheritance of a true dragon, what is the name of the true dragon that imparted this divine position to you?" Li Xiaobo did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and quickly answered respectfully, "Reporting to you, senior, the true dragon who granted me this divine position is named the Black Scale Emperor. According to the records of the inheritance, it originates from the mysterious and unpredictable primordial land of ancient times." Upon hearing the name Black Scale Emperor, Yaji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, revealing a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, "The name Black Scale Emperor is quite unfamiliar. It seems I am indeed poorly informed. However, it doesn't sound like a complete name. But since he dares to call himself an emperor, his strength must be extraordinary, powerful to an unimaginable degree." Subsequently, Yaji's fiery eyes locked tightly onto Li Xiaobo. His gaze was sharp and intense, as if it could penetrate one's soul, sending shivers down one's spine. However, under this frightening stare, Yaji showed a hint of interest and asked, "But, kid, seeing that you know the name of the primordial land, you must have heard a thing or two about the events of ancient times, right? If so, have you heard of my title?" Facing Yaji's imposing inquiry, Li Xiaobo was not intimidated. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he replied calmly, "The dragon has 9 sons, each different. Naturally, I have some knowledge of the legends regarding powerful predecessors like you." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's answer, Yaji was slightly taken aback, and a smirk appeared on his face. He snorted lightly and said, "Hey, kid, you are quite mistaken this time. The Yaji in the legends is not me, but our lineage's ancestral lord. If I were truly him, how could I possibly appear on this Douluo continent? By the way, how much do you really know about our dragon clan?" After saying this, Yaji once again turned his gaze to Li Xiaobo, his eyes filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Li Xiaobo said softly, "You should know that the saying the dragon has 9 sons has a wealth of diverse variants in the profound traditional culture of China. In various historical documents and folk stories, there are many different versions. Next, I will share some of the more common versions with you." He cleared his throat and then continued at a leisurely pace. "First, let's talk about the eldest son, Qianniu. His temperament can be perfectly described as gentle. Moreover, this guy has an almost obsessive love for music. Because of this, we often find his unique presence on various musical instruments. Whether it's the melodious eru, the crisp pipa, or the intricate guzheng, wherever there are musical instruments, it seems possible to seek out the traces left by Qianniu." At this point, he paused for a moment and then continued. "Next, let's talk about the second son, Yizi. Compared to Qianniu, this guy's personality is completely different. Yizi is inherently fierce and loves to fight, as if he is always filled with endless fighting spirit. For this reason, we often see the majestic image of Yizi adorning many weapons. Whether it's on the hilt of a sharp sword, the tip of a gleaming spear, or the back of a heavy and solid broadsword, Yizi's imposing figure can appear everywhere." He then pointed his finger in the air and excitedly continued. "As for the third son, Chao Feng, his greatest passion in life is pursuing thrilling and exciting experiences. He can be considered a true adventurer. Because of this, people's images of Chao Feng are often used as decorations on palace eaves. Whenever a gentle breeze blows, these Chao Feng figures of the eaves seem to be ready to spread their wings and fly high, adding a lively atmosphere to the entire palace." After a brief pause, he spoke again. "Now, let's take a look at the fourth son, Pu Lao. Pu Lao has a very distinctive characteristic. He loves to open his mouth and roar loudly. Perhaps because of this, his image is usually found on large bells. When the deep and powerful bell tolls, it feels as if the entire world vibrates. And at that moment, Pu Lao is like a passionate drummer, joyfully playing his own melody." Finally, he smiled and pointed ahead. "Last but not least, we have a fifth son, Swan and I. Swan and I looks quite similar to a lion, but he has a unique preference for quietly sitting and watching colorful fireworks. Because of this, we can easily find the figure of Swan and I used as a decorative object in places like Buddhist altars and incense burners. As for the sixth son, Bai Shi, he is truly a magical being. It is said that he is the offspring of a dragon and a turtle. He not only symbolizes the excellent qualities of hard work and selflessness, but also brings great fortune to people. Externally, he looks like an enormous turtle, but in reality, he possesses unimaginable strength. This guy is born with divine power, capable of lifting mountains, especially skilled at carrying exceptionally heavy objects. Throughout history, he has tirelessly and diligently undertaken the heavy responsibility of transporting giant stone tablets, year after year, without any sign of slackening. Next, let's talk about the seventh son, Bi Huan. He is the product of the majestic dragon and the fierce tiger. Without a doubt, Bai Huan has become synonymous with justice. In terms of appearance, he is quite similar to a tiger, exuding extraordinary might. The legendary Bai Huan not only engages in public welfare, but also steps forward without hesitation whenever he witnesses injustice. Bravely acting for the sake of righteousness, he possesses the courage to speak frankly, fearlessly confronting evil forces and resolutely exposing the truth. Even more astonishing, Bai Huan has keen eyes that can clearly distinguish right from wrong, using fairness and justice as the standard to make correct judgments. Next up is Fu Shi. It is said that Fu Shi is the offspring of dragons mating with dragons, which is why he resembles a dragon more than any of his brothers. Fu Shi has the appearance of a long dragon, with an elegant demeanor and a strong interest in literature and art, along with unique appreciation skills. For this reason, his image is often meticulously carved and embedded at the top of stone tablets, as if silently guarding those precious written records. The last to appear is Qi Wen. Qi Wen also has an alias known as Qi Wei or Penguin. Its mouth is wide and moist, its throat is thick, and it enjoys swallowing various things. In ancient times, we often found the figure of Qi Wen in the magnificent and grand royal palace buildings. Li Xiaobo, of course. This is just the origin of the first generation of the 9 sons. I don't know about the others. Yizi, what you said is indeed the same as in my inheritance. However, there is no such saying in this world. It seems that you and I are truly fated. Then I will offer a sacrifice to you. After hearing what Yizi said, Li Xiaobo's expression suddenly changed. Surprise evident on his face, and he trembled as he said, "Senior, this is absolutely not acceptable. How could you make such a decision? To sacrifice yourself for me? A junior?" Seeing this, Yazi threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh, his laughter causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. He fixed his piercing gaze on Li Xiaobo and said slowly, "Little one, don't be alarmed. The reason I am acting this way is that I see you not only have a deep understanding of the past of my clan, but you are also fortunate to have received the mysterious and unfathomable true dragon inheritance. With your talent and potential, given time, you will surely soar to great heights, and even have the hope of breaking through the numerous constraints and imprisonments set by this world. By sacrificing my own power to you, I hope to assist you in rising rapidly and growing strong." As soon as his words fell, Yazi's body suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, as if a brilliant sun was shining in the sky. At this moment, Li Xiaobo was anxious and desperately wanted to stop Yazi's actions. But no matter how he struggled, he was astonished to find that his body had completely lost control, as if it were firmly bound by an invisible, powerful force, unable to move at all. Meanwhile, the light emanating from Yazi grew increasingly intense, like a surging tide, continuously converging together, ultimately forming stunningly beautiful streams of light. These streams rushed towards Li Xiaobo at lightning speed, completely engulfing him in an instant. In that moment, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming force surge into his body, unstoppable and fierce. This power was so vast and mighty that it was beyond imagination, causing the soul power that had been peacefully circulating within him to suddenly explode like a barrel of gunpowder, expanding wildly. Even the soul rings surrounding him began to shake violently under the impact of this frenzied force. As Yazi's power continued to pour in, the colors of the soul rings on Li Xiaobo began to undergo astonishing changes. Initially, the soul rings appeared pure white. Then, the white gradually faded, replaced by a bright yellow. The yellow quickly transitioned to a deep and noble purple, and then, the purple deepened into a heavy and oppressive black. Finally, after a fierce transformation, the soul rings turned into a vivid and striking blood red. However, the matter did not end there. Shortly after the soul rings completed their color transformation, strange patterns began to slowly emerge on them. These patterns crisscrossed and meandered, resembling vivid and fierce dragons coiling atop the soul rings. Upon closer inspection, it could be clearly discerned that there were 6 dragon patterns, each shining with a golden glow, exuding an air of majesty and dominance that was captivating. Just then, the surrounding space seemed to be affected, producing waves of fluctuations. The distant mountains began to shake, and the sky turned overcast with dark clouds. Li Xiaobo was enduring unimaginable pain and heavy pressure, feeling as if countless mountains were simultaneously pressing down on his frail body, nearly crushing him completely. However, in the face of this suffocating torment, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, struggling to hold on with his tenacious willpower. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like an entire year to Li Xiaobo. Finally, after a long period of suffering, the powerful force of the Yazi surged into his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, he felt as if the meridians throughout his body were about to explode from the immense pain caused by this overwhelming force. Yet, Li Xiaobo did not give up. He endured the agonizing pain and guided this power to circulate within his body. Gradually, all the power completely merged into him. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the quality of his soul power had broken through previous limits, reaching an unprecedented new height. This transformative enhancement filled him with excitement. Moreover, with the fusion of the Yazi's power, Li Xiaobo's understanding of the true dragon inheritance also deepened. The originally obscure mysteries became clear to him, as if he could unveil the hidden truths with just a gentle touch. Just then, the figure of Yazi began to blur and become ethereal. With a look of satisfaction, he gazed at Li Xiaobo and slowly spoke. "Kid, since you have received the power I bestowed upon you, you must cherish and utilize it well. May you carve out a unique and legendary path through your own efforts." After saying this, Yazi's figure completely vanished. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobo suddenly felt a tremendous force surging towards him like a tsunami. He instinctively wanted to resist this power, but soon realized it was futile, as this force was far too strong for any human to withstand. Just as Li Xiaobo began to feel a sense of panic, Yazi's voice echoed in his mind once again. "Don't be afraid. Bravely accept my power. Only then will you have the chance to explore higher realms." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo steeled his resolve, stopped his pointless struggles, and wholeheartedly opened himself to accept this power. As more and more power continuously flowed into Li Xiaobo's body, astonishing changes began to occur. He noticed that small, hard scales were faintly emerging on the surface of his exposed skin, shimmering with a mysterious light. The areas covered by these scales emitted powerful waves of aura, drawing attention from those around him. Once everything calmed down, Li Xiaobo looked at the dissipating Yazi with tears in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. At that moment, he secretly vowed to use this power to grow stronger and to seek out more secrets about the true dragon and the mysteries hidden behind the dragon clan. Not to let Yazi's sacrifice go in vain. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, trying to steady his somewhat chaotic breath due to excitement. At that moment, suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the crowd focused, they saw a colorful and magnificent peacock appear before them. The peacock moved gracefully, its long tail feathers swaying gently like a luxurious skirt. Its pair of lively eyes gazed at Li Xiaobo, revealing complex emotions that were hard to decipher. After a brief pause, the peacock sighed softly and said, "Li Xiaobo, you truly are a person with exceptional luck. Once, you were generously bestowed with the full power of the Elder Wudong as a sacrifice. Now, you have the fortune to gain the powerful abilities granted by the Elder Yazi. Such coincidences are truly astounding." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He responded with deep emotion, "This so-called good luck is, in fact, an incredibly heavy responsibility and burden for me. The Elder Yazi sacrificed himself to help me grow, and this deep affection is something I, Li Xiaobo, will never forget. From now on, I will do my utmost and will never disappoint his heartfelt intentions." The peacock nodded slightly, indicating understanding of Li Xiaobo's feelings at that moment, but then shook its head with concern and said slowly, "However, as your strength increases and your reputation spreads, this realm will likely stir up a great upheaval. Those hidden forces lurking in the dark will surely keep a watchful eye on you, attempting to gain benefits from you or to hinder your rise. In the face of such a complex situation, do you have enough mental preparation to cope?" Hearing this, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze firm and unyielding as he looked directly at the peacock, and replied decisively, "I, Li Xiaobo, have never been one to fear difficulties. No matter who comes to provoke, I will undoubtedly face the challenge without hesitation and fight to the end." Seeing Li Xiaobo's resolute attitude, the peacock felt a bit relieved. Then, it gently spread its beautiful feathers and solemnly said, "Tomorrow will be the time I complete the offering to Miss Yin Yuesher. After that, everything will depend on you." At this point, the peacock's expression grew increasingly serious. After hearing this, Li Xiaobo was filled with gratitude. He hurriedly stepped forward, deeply bowing to the peacock, and sincerely said, "Thank you, Senior Peacock. Your great kindness and virtue I will remember in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay you." The peacock gazed into the distance and slowly said, "You have infinite possibilities within you. Perhaps you can change the rules of this world. I do not wish to see this land forever bound by outdated conventions." Chapter 47. No title. Li Xiaobo quietly gazed at the flickering flames before him, the orange-red glow illuminating his slightly weary yet resolute face. His eyes were somewhat dazed, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted far away, recalling the thrilling sacrifice ritual of the day. At that time, the sky had been stained a deep crimson, with the smell of blood permeating the air. The fierce and majestic figure of the creature danced in his mind, accompanied by low growls and mysterious incantations, filling the scene with a chilling atmosphere. However, at this moment, the surroundings were so tranquil, with only the crackling bonfire occasionally making faint popping sounds. In the silent night, these sounds were particularly clear, as if nature were playing a lonely melody. Suddenly, a gentle breeze quietly swept by, causing the once steady bonfire to sway violently. Sparks flew like fireworks, instantly piercing the dark night sky. Li Xiaobo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face from the scorching embers. Just as he lifted his arm, he caught a glimpse of pairs of glowing green eyes in the nearby woods. His heart tightened suddenly, and a chill ran up his spine. He quickly lowered his arm, tightly grasped the weapon at his waist, and fixed his vigilant gaze on the mysterious presence in the darkness. As time passed, those eyes gradually approached, slowly revealing their true forms. There was a pack of agile, sharp-fanged wolves. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He slowly stood up, straightened his body, and stared intensely at the approaching wolves. At this point, the wolf pack had completely surrounded him, lowering their heads and occasionally emitting low growls, as if warning Li Xiaobo not to make any sudden moves. Faced with such a threat, Li Xiaobo showed no sign of retreat. He let out a fierce roar, like an enraged lion, and charged towards the nearest wolf without hesitation. In an instant, the fierce confrontation between man and wolf officially began. The weapon in Li Xiaobo's hand drew cold arcs in the air, each swing accompanied by a sharp whoosh. He alternated between attacking and defending, his movements swift and decisive. The wolf pack, not to be outdone, coordinated their attacks, some pouncing from the front while others flanked him, trying to find a weakness. As the battle intensified, Li Xiaobo was already drenched in sweat, but his fighting spirit soared even higher. Relying on years of combat experience and tenacious willpower, he repeatedly thwarted the wolves' fierce assaults. Gradually, the wolf pack realized that this human was not to be trifled with, and they began to hesitate. Finally, the leading old wolf howled, as if issuing a retreat command. Then, the pack turned and slowly disappeared into the night, tails tucked between their legs. Watching the wolves disappear into the distance, Li Xiaobo's tense nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long breath, then sat down on the ground, gasping for air. Li Xiaobo sighed in relief and returned to the bonfire. But his heart was far from calm. Li Lingtian looked at the slightly serious Li Xiaobo in front of him and slowly walked over to sit beside him. He said softly, "Xiaobo, today's fierce battle was indeed spectacular, but for some reason, I always feel that you seem to be hiding something in your heart that you haven't shared with anyone." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a slightly bitter smile as he sighed softly and said, "Indeed, father. Today's encounter is merely a small trouble. The situations we will face in the future are likely to become even more difficult and tricky." Li Lingtian stepped forward and gently patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, reassuring him in a firm tone, "No matter what, don't worry. I am here to fight alongside you." Li Xiaobo raised his head, his gaze somewhat confused as he looked into the distance, murmuring to himself, "I've been thinking about whether I can live up to the earnest expectations of my seniors, the Wutong tree and Yazi. Even if I ultimately succeed in stepping into the divine realm, can I truly change the lofty laws of the divine world with just my own strength?" Li Lingtian pondered for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Regarding this matter, I find it hard to make a definitive statement. However, as long as you persistently and diligently cultivate, I believe that one day you will surely achieve your wishes. Moreover, you're not fighting alone. Yusher can accompany you as well. If the two of you work together, you will become two powerful divine kings who shake the world. And even those giants of the divine realm will have to think carefully." After hearing his father's words, Li Xiaobo's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if a brilliant star had suddenly appeared in the pitch-black night. "Father, you are right. Yusher has always been my most solid and reliable support," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. At that moment, a dazzling meteor suddenly streaked across the calm, blue sky. The meteor, like a giant dragon engulfed in flames, roared across the horizon, leaving a long, beautiful trail behind, reminiscent of a dream. Li Xiaobo instinctively clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to silently make a wish. At that moment, he entrusted all his deepest desires and hopes to the fleeting shooting star. He sincerely hoped that one day he could truly become incredibly powerful, powerful enough to shake and even change the harsh and merciless laws of the divine realm. When he opened his eyes after making his wish, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart, as if an invisible but exceptionally strong force had been infused into his body. This feeling invigorated him, and his spirit instantly lifted. Just then, Yin Yuesher approached with light and graceful steps. Her graceful figure looked particularly enchanting under the sunlight, resembling a fairy who had walked out of a wonderland. After sitting down beside Li Xiaobo, Yin Yuesher gently spoke in a voice as melodious as a nightingale song. "Xiaobo, no matter what difficulties and obstacles we may face in the future, I will always be by your side, bravely facing them together with you." Hearing these heartfelt words, Li Xiaobo was deeply moved and quickly turned to look at Yin Yuesher. At that moment, his eyes were filled with immense gratitude, as if this gentle woman before him was the most precious gift bestowed upon him by heaven. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was the morning of the next day. The warm and gentle sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, evenly blanketing the vast earth, casting a light golden glow over all things in the world. Li Xiaobo and two others sat around a simple stone table, enjoying a simple yet delicious breakfast of grilled fish. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making their mouths water. As they savored the meal, they quietly waited for the arrival of the senior peacock. Before long, a stunningly beautiful peacock gracefully flew in. Its long and upright body radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire world brightened with its arrival. Especially its tail feathers, which resembled colorful satin, gently swayed in the breeze, each feather sparkling with enchanting colors and light, captivating everyone. When the peacock approached, it did not hesitate at all and headed straight for Yan Yuesher. The onlookers focused their attention on Yan Yuesher, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The peacock gently lifted its head and spat out a bead that shimmered with a strange light. The bead resembled the brightest star in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. Yan Yuesher's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the bead in front of her, momentarily at a loss. She instinctively turned to look at Li Xiaobo and his son beside her, seemingly seeking some explanation or answer from them. Li Xiaobo was equally perplexed. He frowned slightly and, after pondering for a moment, nodded slightly to Yan Yuesher, indicating that she should take the bead first. Seeing Li Xiaobo's gesture, Yan Yuesher cautiously extended her hands to catch the magical bead. The moment she made contact with the bead, an extremely powerful wave of energy suddenly surged out from her center, rapidly expanding. This energy swept through the entire venue like a roaring wave, overwhelming everyone around them. The people present felt the impact of this powerful force, their faces filled with astonishment. Yan Yuesher herself was so shocked by the sudden change that she couldn't speak. After a brief moment of shock, everyone gradually understood that this seemingly ordinary bead actually contained the immense power of an ancient divine beast. This power was incredibly pure and majestic, a treasure that practitioners could only dream of. As long as this power was utilized well, Yan Yuesher's cultivation would surely see a significant enhancement. At this moment, the previously silent peacock finally spoke slowly. "Miss Yuesher, this bead is a treasured item I have kept for many years. Today, I give it to you, hoping it will ensure your safety at a crucial moment. At the same time, this is also a small investment in the future. I believe that with your talent and potential, you will surely achieve great things." After speaking, the peacock glanced at Yan Yuesher once more. She nodded slightly, her expression filled with gratitude, and softly said, "Thank you." Upon hearing her words of thanks, the peacock elegantly stood up, her posture as upright as a pine tree. Just then, the originally clear sky began to change. A thick mass of dark clouds surged in like a tide from the horizon, rolling in as if a massive black mountain were pressing down, creating a heavy and oppressive feeling. The dark clouds accumulated more and more, gradually obscuring the entire sky, causing the world to dim instantaneously. As the clouds swirled, the peacock's figure began to undergo a wondrous transformation. She radiated dazzling light, which flowed from her body like a stream, gathering towards the sky. Gradually, the peacock's form became increasingly blurry, ultimately disappearing completely within this light. The light continued to gather and condense in the air, eventually forming a massive and brilliant halo. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this halo was bright red, adorned with two golden patterns, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Without a doubt, this was a 200,000-year red soul ring. The soul ring, like a burning meteor, streaked across the sky directly towards Yan Yuesher. The moment it touched her body, it automatically encircled her. Yan Yuesher felt a warm and gentle power surging into her body. She closed her eyes, wholeheartedly sensing this power and guiding it to merge with her own soul energy. Remarkably, Yan Yuesher absorbed this powerful soul ring with exceptional ease. Her breathing was steady and rhythmic, and there was no sign of pain or strain on her face. Before long, the 200,000-year red soul ring was completely absorbed, merging with her being. Chapter 48. Nine Heaven's Mysterious Fire. Li Xiaobo looked at Yan Yuesher with concern and asked softly, "Yuesher, how do you feel about your current state? How do you feel about this 200,000-year spirit ring? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Yan Yuesher smiled and confidently replied, "Xiaobo, there's absolutely no problem. I feel fantastic, and it seems that I've successfully broken through to level 30. However, I still need to learn more from you. For example, your third spirit ring. Didn't you specifically wait 2 years to absorb it? After all, finding a suitable spirit beast for the Phoenix bloodline is not an easy task. So, in the next 2 years, I plan to gather relevant information about such spirit beasts first." After listening, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you sure? I feel the same way. Although this soul-hunting operation has brought us abundant rewards, I think I still need a long time to settle down and consolidate. You see, I have already reached level 59, but the more I advance, the less I can be impatient. Especially this time, we unexpectedly obtained 3 fierce beast soul rings, which is both an opportunity and a challenge for us. Just then, Li Lingtian, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, "Haha, you two little ones have truly made an astonishing harvest this time." Looking across the continent, most title Douluo might not even possess a 100,000 year soul ring. Yet you two, one is merely a 50-level soul king, but has 3 fierce beast soul rings. The other is only 30 level, yet also holds a fierce beast soul ring. Oh my, if you weren't my children, even I couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. After saying this, he looked at the two with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with pride and contentment. Yan Yuesher playfully stuck out her pink tongue and pouted, "Uncle, please stop teasing us." Her big, watery eyes blinked mischievously. Then, as if recalling something interesting, she excitedly said, "By the way, Uncle Xiaobo, I haven't shown you my new soul skill yet. This soul skill is closely related to my martial soul, and it's called 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire." Before she finished speaking, she extended her fair, jade-like right hand, palm up, and gently lifted it, causing a brilliant flame to slowly rise from her hand. The flame displayed a mysterious and deep purple-blue color, resembling the most dazzling stars falling from the night sky, emitting a heart-pounding glow. The air around the flame seemed to ignite as well, instantly becoming incredibly hot, with waves of heat rushing in, drawing people's attention. Standing aside, Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up, filled with surprise. He stared intently at the purple-blue flame and exclaimed, "Wow, this flame looks so powerful." Although the temperature is extremely high, strangely, it doesn't have that common violent feeling. Instead, it possesses an indescribable beauty of liveliness, as if it were alive. Hearing Li Xiaobo's praise, Yan Yuesher beamed with a flower-like smile and happily explained, "That's right. Uncle, you are absolutely correct. This 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire is not just for attacking enemies. Its power is indeed immense and can deliver a fatal blow to opponents during battles. At the same time, it has a very magical healing effect. If anyone in our team unfortunately gets injured, as long as I carefully inject this mysterious fire into the injured person's body, it can quickly repair their damaged tissues, allowing their wounds to heal at a visible speed while also helping them quickly recover the consumed soul power. However, at the moment, my strength is still relatively limited, so I can only release a small portion of the mysterious fire's power for now. But that's okay. As I continue to practice diligently, and my strength gradually increases, the power of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire will definitely become stronger. At that time, no matter how powerful the enemy we encounter, we won't have to be afraid." After saying this, Yan Yuesher confidently clenched her fist, her eyes shining with determination. Li Lingtian nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. He looked intently at Yan Yuesher and said softly, "Such soul skills can truly be called divine skills. From what I see now, I can confidently say that your potential is unfathomable and limitless. Remember to work hard and practice diligently in the future. You must not waste this extraordinary opportunity granted by heaven." Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher quickly nodded in agreement, her cute and lovely face full of obedience. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if she could already see herself shining brightly in the future. At that moment, Li Xiaobo suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Logically, a 100,000 year soul ring should have 2 soul skills. You sure? Why do you only have one?" Yan Yuesher blinked and explained softly, "Well, that's actually because my martial soul is quite special. After my exploration and research during this time, I found that my martial soul cannot directly obtain the corresponding soul ring skills after acquiring the soul ring. However, it seems to have a unique mechanism. If the absorbed soul ring has a phoenix bloodline, it can naturally gain its corresponding abilities." Li Xiaobo nodded slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face, and then slowly spoke. "So, every time you obtain a soul ring, it's as if you've unlocked a mysterious seal, and that phoenix bloodline is like a crucial key to unlock it, right?" Yan Yuesher's lips curled up in a slight smile as she replied, "That's indeed a way to understand it. Moreover, I have a strong premonition that as my level continues to rise, if my martial soul can merge more perfectly with the phoenix bloodline, it will surely give rise to many astonishing and wonderful changes." Beside her, Li Lingtian stroked the few long strands of his beard, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he curiously asked, "So, little Yuesher, have you ever tried to cleverly combine that 9 Heavens profound fire with other skills?" Perhaps doing so could produce unexpected magical effects. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher's beautiful eyes instantly brightened, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, uncle, your suggestion is simply brilliant. I can't believe I never thought of it before. All right, I'll try it right now." Before she finished speaking, she took a deep breath and began to channel the surging soul power within her with all her might. She then carefully controlled this soul power to blend a unique soul skill she had previously learned with the Nine Heavens' profound fire, merging them together. In that moment, a dazzling purple-blue flame swiftly slithered out like a spiritual serpent, tightly wrapping around the surface of a crystal-clear shield. The originally ordinary shield suddenly became indestructible, as if it possessed unstoppable power. At the same time, the intense heat radiating from the shield caused the surrounding air to visibly distort, creating waves of heat ripples that spread outwards. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this combination skill is simply amazing." It not only effectively resists fierce attacks from the outside, but also deals tremendous damage to any enemies daring enough to approach. It's truly breathtaking. Standing beside him, Yan Yuesher couldn't help but smile brightly at Li Xiaobo's praise, her radiant smile as beautiful and captivating as flowers blooming in spring. She joyfully said, "Ah, yes. It looks like we really need to research and develop more of these powerful combination skills in the future. Who knows? We might even create more powerful techniques to tackle various battle scenarios." After saying this, excitement and anticipation sparkled in her eyes. At this moment, Li Lingtian turned his gaze towards Yan Yuesher, watching this young and promising girl, and a wave of infinite expectation for her future growth surged in his heart. It was as if he could already see her, through her own hard work and talent, becoming an unparalleled master who would dominate the martial world and instill fear in countless opponents in the near future. Li Xiaobo smiled at Yan Yuesher and said earnestly, "Yuesher, given the current situation, you're going to be quite busy in the future. In my opinion, your circular skills will probably develop in this direction. That is to say, these skills will require you to continuously explore, develop, and apply them flexibly. After all, if you don't master some unique and effective means to deal with opponents, you may find yourself in a passive position when facing strong enemies. However, don't worry too much, because no matter what, I'm here for you. As long as I'm by your side, I will do my utmost to protect your safety." He patted his chest, looking determined and confident. Chapter 49. Elemental Control. Yan Yuesher looked at Li Xiaobo with great interest, a sweet smile on her face, and said softly, "Oh dear Xiaobo, I've already introduced my situation to you without any reservations. So now, it's your turn to shine. I heard that you performed exceptionally well this time, actually acquiring 2 impressive beast sacrifices. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us the exciting story behind it." With that, she playfully blinked her eyes, looking incredibly adorable. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been standing silently beside them, suddenly perked up upon hearing this. His previously calm eyes now sparkled with intense curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He quickly turned his head to Li Xiaobo, staring at him intently, his face full of eagerness to hear more, resembling a child waiting for candy. Faced with the eager gazes of everyone, Li Xiaobo appeared particularly calm and composed. He smiled slightly, then leisurely cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. Actually, the 2 soul rings I obtained are relatively ordinary. However, as the saying goes, extraordinary things can be found in the ordinary. These 2 soul rings granted me 2 extremely practical and powerful soul skills. The first one to mention is the soul ring from the Elder of the Phoenix Tree. It is because of its blessing that I was able to master the 2 incredibly powerful skills known as Endless Fire, Domain and Control of Fire. At this point, Li Xiaobo paused slightly, seemingly wanting to tease everyone's appetite. He raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if the mysterious and powerful sea of fire had already appeared before him. He paused for a moment, pressed his lips together, as if carefully sorting out all the details and characteristics of these 2 soul skills in his mind, wanting to use the most precise and vivid language to depict them, allowing people to truly feel their shocking and terrifying power. After a moment, he took a deep breath and slowly began, "First, let me talk about Endless Fire Domain. This is an extremely rare and powerful domain skill. When I unleash it, it's like opening a door to another world, instantly summoning a vast, blazing sea of fire. In that sea of fire, flames surge and heat waves roll, as if they want to engulf the entire world. Moreover, The coverage of this sea of fire is not fixed, but entirely depends on the strength of my soul power. This means I can control its size at will, whether expanding it to thousands of meters wide or shrinking it to just cover a small area around myself, all in a thought. Such flexibility allows me to handle various types of enemies and complex battle situations with ease, maximizing the power of this soul skill. Then Li Xiaobo shifted his tone, becoming more serious. Now let's talk about control of fire. Compared to the grand and spectacular scene of endless fire domain, this skill reflects the special power of subtle rules. Since I acquired this skill, I found that I have an innate immunity to flames. No high-temperature fire can harm me at all. Even in the midst of raging flames, I can remain unharmed. This is what we call fire immunity. More importantly, whenever I attack, regardless of the weapon or technique I use, it automatically carries an intense fire damage. This added fire power acts like a fierce fire dragon, roaring out with my attacks, tearing apart the enemy's defenses and delivering a fatal blow. It is no exaggeration to say that with the aid of control of fire, my attack power has increased geometrically, enough to make any opponent tremble. After a brief pause to gather himself, Li Xiaobo excitedly continued, "Now let's talk about another soul ring, which I received as a generous gift from the Elder of the Eye." His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. And he eagerly said, "This soul ring from the Elder of the Eye has granted me two exceptionally outstanding and astonishing soul skills. First, let us talk about the first one, called True Dragon Body. With this incredibly powerful skill, I have been fortunate enough to gain the noble and mysterious bloodline inheritance of the true dragon. As a result, my physical qualities have undergone a tremendous change, receiving unprecedented enhancement. Not only that, but if I encounter soul beasts with bloodline purity far inferior to that of the true dragon in battle, my attack power will double. At that time, they will be no match for me. Now let us talk about the second soul skill, named Control of Gold. Wow, with this magical skill, I seem to have suddenly become the master of the gold element, able to control and utilize the wonderful powers contained within the gold element at will. No matter what weapon I wield in battle, its lethality will instantly double, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Even more impressive is that even if the enemy has an indestructible defensive shield, I can easily pierce through it and deliver a lethal blow. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. After listening to Li Xiaobo's passionate recounting of the shocking soul skills he had mastered, Yan Yueshi and Li Lingtian both widened their eyes, their mouths slightly agape, displaying expressions of disbelief. Yan Yueshi's beautiful eyes sparkled with bright light, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky. She was filled with admiration for Li Xiaobo and excitedly said, "Xiaobo, you are truly amazing. These soul skills are simply invincible. With such powerful abilities, you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary master in the future." Li Lingtian, upon hearing his daughter's words, nodded slightly in agreement. However, his previously appreciative expression suddenly turned serious. His gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobo, as he earnestly warned, "Xiaobo, although you now possess such powerful soul skills, you must not become arrogant or complacent. You must understand that this vast continent is filled with crises and hidden dangers, and there are many top-tier strong ones that remain unknown. Therefore, you must always maintain a vigilant heart and continue to train diligently. Only by doing so can you continuously enhance your strength and stand undefeated in this world full of challenges and opportunities." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's solemn words, Li Xiaobo felt a shiver in his heart and quickly responded respectfully, "What father says is absolutely right. I will remember it and dare not be the slightest bit negligent. From now on, I will definitely work harder and continuously seek ways to break through my own limits so as not to disappoint your expectations." Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction at Li Xiaobo's sincere attitude and said, "It's great that you can recognize your situation so clearly. Well, it's getting late. Let's hurry back to the Earl's residence. Once we're back, you can fully utilize the superior resources there for your cultivation. You can also exchange ideas and spar with each other regularly to grow together. I believe that in time, both of you will achieve great things." After saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the direction outside the Wisteria Grove. After Li Xiaobo and Yan Yueshi echoed in unison, they stepped forward together with firm strides, heading towards the edge of the Wutong forest. Along the way, Li Xiaobo pondered to himself how difficult it was to obtain such powerful soul skills. He understood the immense potential contained within, but to truly unleash it, he needed to exert double the effort. Thus, he silently made up his mind to practice diligently in the future. ensuring he would not waste this hard-won opportunity and would not let down the strong soul skills he possessed. Just then, Yan Yuesher quietly approached Li Xiaobo like a light butterfly, slightly tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, "Xiaobo, don't forget to teach me more when you practice in the future." Her voice was soft, yet it felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing through Li Xiaobo's heart, causing a blush to rise to his cheeks. He shyly nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure." After a long trek, the three finally succeeded in walking out of the vast Wudong forest. When they turned back to look, they saw the grove of Wutong trees bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, shining brilliantly as if each leaf had been endowed with life. Gently swaying in the breeze, an enchanting sight. Yan Yuesher gazed at the picturesque scenery before her and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ah, we're leaving this Wudong forest, and I truly feel a bit reluctant. The air here was filled with a mysterious aura, making one feel surrounded by unknown power. Standing nearby, Li Lingtian heard her words, smiled slightly, and comforted her. There's no need to be too sad. Once your strength increases a bit more, you can venture into the heart of the Wutong forest to explore. It is said that there are even more powerful beings hidden there, which might bring you unexpected opportunities. After speaking, he patted the shoulders of the two, his eyes filled with encouragement. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart, as if a spark of inspiration had flashed through his mind. He pondered the deep meaning behind these words and silently etched them into his memory. After returning to the magnificent Earl's mansion, the three of them wasted no time and threw themselves into intense training. Li Xiaobo quietly strolled alone into a serene and tranquil courtyard, where lush trees and blooming flowers created a paradise-like scene. However, at this moment, his thoughts were entirely absent from the beautiful scenery, as he focused his energy, preparing to challenge an unprecedented feat by simultaneously unleashing two powerful skills granted by his soul rings. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, adjusting the surging soul power within him, and then shouted softly, "Rise." In an instant, an incredibly intense energy erupted from his body, transforming into blazing flames that quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was engulfed in a sea of raging fire, the flames reaching the sky and waves of heat rolling forth. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobo exerted himself again, chanting incantations as he formed a series of complex hand seals. With his movements, the golden elements in the surrounding air began to stir violently, gathering toward his palms. In a moment, a long sword shining with brilliant golden light materialized in his hand. The blade was made entirely of pure golden elements, intertwined with strands of crimson flames, the two interweaving to emit a terrifying heat that made one's heart race. At that moment, Yan Yuechi, who had been quietly observing from distance, witnessed this breathtaking scene, and an unmistakable envy shone in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Li Xiaobo's imposing figure, Yan Yuechi secretly vowed to take Li Xiaobo as her role model, to practice diligently, and to master such profound skills as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent, also turned his gaze toward them. Watching the two young people fully focused on their training, a look of satisfaction gradually appeared on his face. As an elder, he knew well that the path of cultivation was filled with hardships and obstacles, but as long as one had perseverance and willpower, they could continuously break through themselves and achieve greatness. Chapter 54. Years later, in these long 4 years, all things in the world have undergone countless changes. As time flows like the sea, the once naive and innocent youths, including Li Xiaobo, have now shed their former tenderness and immaturity, gradually growing stronger like butterflies breaking free from their cocoons. Especially Yin Yu, through long periods of relentless and hard training, her control and usage of her soul power have reached an extraordinary level. Whenever her figure appeared in the serene and deep training area around the Count Huanyuan's mansion, she looked increasingly agile, steady, and reliable. She moved gracefully, like a dancing fairy, each strike precise and fierce, with soul power surging toward her opponents like a relentless tide. At the same time, Ma Ronghua also reaped significant rewards on his solitary journey of cultivation, gaining his own unique insights. His gaze was no longer as confused as before, but had become incredibly resolute, as if he could penetrate through layers of fog and see the essence of things. As for Feng Linger, she achieved remarkable accomplishments. Not only did she successfully break through to the 79th level of Soul Saint, but she also made tremendous progress in her soul power techniques. During training, while Li Xiaobo and others were fully immersed in their rigorous practice, she would quietly stand aside, silently observing their every move. Whenever someone accidentally got injured, she would immediately step forward, using her superb medical skills to treat their wounds. Moreover, a lovely 3-year-old child named Li Hanxi often accompanied Feng Linger. The little one was smart and sensible, bringing endless joy and warmth to the entire team. At this moment, a thrilling and intense battle was unfolding on the soul fighting platform. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueqi were evenly matched, neither giving way to the other. Yin Yueqi's form was elusive, like a ghost, difficult to grasp, and the powerful soul power she unleashed surged toward Li Xiaobo like a continuous river. However, facing such a fierce and aggressive attack, Li Xiaobo remained calm and collected, unfazed. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and his whole body shot backward like an arrow released from its bow, easily dodging the opponent's lethal strike. Then, he clenched his hands tightly, condensing the soul power within him into his palms, instantly forming a dazzling and brilliant light blade, which he swung decisively toward Yin Yueqi. In an instant, a deafening roar filled the arena as the two exchanged blows, showcasing their skills, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently and emit a series of deep buzzing sounds. At that moment, the originally calm scene suddenly changed. Yin Yueqi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, as if she had discovered a new world. Taking a deep breath, she decided to attempt a new soul power technique she had just comprehended. In an instant, a powerful soul power erupted from Yin Yueqi's body, enveloping her in a glow, like a brilliant star. At the same time, the nine heavens' mysterious fire, under her control, transformed into countless thin fire threads that rushed toward Li Xiaobo with lightning speed. These fire threads slithered like agile snakes, clawing at their target. Faced with such a sudden attack, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but be startled. However, years of training experience and his calm demeanor allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Without hesitation, he summoned all his soul power, gathering it at the surface of his body, forming an incredibly sturdy soul power shield in an instant. When those fiery threads made contact with the shield, a sizzling sound erupted, with sparks flying, creating a spectacular sight. For a moment, both sides fell into a stalemate. The fire threads violently struck the shield, trying to break through the defense, while the shield steadily resisted the fire threads' assault, unyielding. The entire space seemed to shudder slightly due to the intensity of this confrontation. At this moment, an unexpected situation broke the deadlock. Li Hanxi, who was held in Feng Linger's arms, suddenly clapped his hands excitedly and joyfully shouted, "Go big brother! Big sister!" His sweet, childish voice was clear and melodious, filled with innocence and vitality. Upon hearing this tender voice, both Yin Yueqi and Li Xiaobo, who were in the heat of battle, were taken aback. They instinctively turned to look at Li Hanxi, and at that moment, they both smiled in unison. The previously tense and intense atmosphere eased, and this thrilling duel temporarily came to a halt. Li Xiaobo walked slowly towards Li Hanxi with a smile on his face. He reached out and gently rubbed Li Hanxi's little head, softly saying, "Little she looks very happy today." Li Hanxi blinked her big eyes and pouted her cute little mouth in response, saying, "Brother and sister fighting is really amazing." Her innocent words made everyone around burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the air. At that moment, Ma Ronghua smiled and said, "Brother Xiaobo, Sister Yuesher, let us put aside our worries for today and relax." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around actively responded, expressing their agreement. Soon, this group of people joyfully moved to the spacious courtyard. Some quickly brought out tables and chairs, setting up a variety of delicious dishes that had been carefully prepared. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it enticing aromas. Meanwhile, Feng Linger took out some small, exquisite toys from her bag and walked up to Li Hanxi with a smile, starting to entertain the little one with the toys. The adorable Li Hanxi was instantly captivated, her small hands tightly gripping the toy as she giggled with delight, playing joyfully. At the same time, not far away, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were huddled together, seriously discussing the gains and losses from the recent intense battle. They sometimes pondered with focused expressions, and other times excitedly gestured with their hands, as if analyzing every detail thoroughly. The brilliant sunlight fell like a golden veil, casting a shimmering glow over the entire courtyard. At that moment, the tranquil and harmonious scene filled with laughter and joy resembled a beautiful painting, making it hard for anyone to pull themselves away. Ma Ronghua quietly gazed at everything before him, feeling a surge of emotions. How wonderful it would be if time could stay still at this moment. He truly hoped such beautiful days could continue forever. Hearing his words, the others present nodded in agreement, each face radiating a smile of happiness and contentment. Fenlinger looked at her son with affection and softly said, "Yes, son, you have already been a level 60 Soul Emperor for 4 whole years. When are you planning to obtain your 6th Soul Ring? And look at that girl Yuesher. She has also been a level 40 Soul Master for 4 years now. This child keeps saying she wants to go get her Soul Ring with Xiaobo. Now, isn't Yuesher also about ready to obtain her 4th Soul Ring?" Li Xiaobo slightly raised his head and confidently replied, "Mother, don't worry. We are still young. Even though Yuesher and I are only 12 years old. We have already reached the level of 40 in Soul Master and 60 in Soul Emperor, which is not something ordinary people can achieve. That's why I specifically asked Yuesher to train with me to enhance our physical fitness. As long as we keep persevering, when she obtains her 4th Soul Ring, she might be able to withstand the powerful force of a 10,000-year Soul Ring. As for me, with my current physical strength, I can easily handle a 100,000-year Soul Ring. Moreover, my mental strength has made tremendous progress, almost catching up to the level of 95th level Super Douluo. So, in a while, I plan to start looking for and acquiring a suitable 100,000-year Soul Ring. However, this time, I may need to ask Elder Zhong for help. I just wonder if we can successfully find a satisfactory 100,000-year Soul Ring." Yan Yushi, with a serious expression, said to her aunt, "Aunt, you see, Xiaobo is absolutely right. If it weren't for the limitations of my own mental strength and the fact that soul beasts with phoenix bloodlines are extremely rare with my abilities, I could easily handle not just a 20,000-year Soul Ring, but even higher ones." Fenlinger, who had been standing aside, nodded slightly in agreement and softly responded, "Yes, you both are indeed very thorough and considerate in your thinking. However, a 100,000-year Soul Ring is not so easily found. Although the Douluo forest is vast and boundless, it hides countless dangers and threats with numerous powerful soul beasts. Moreover, many soul beasts have a strong protective instinct over their territory, and if someone rashly intrudes into their domain, it will certainly trigger an intense battle." At this moment, Li Xiaobo smiled and firmly took over the conversation. "That's right, Aunt. Precisely because of this, in that dangerous place, there are also huge opportunities. Only in a place like the Douluo Forest can we hope to find suitable soul rings for us. In comparison, although the Sunset Forest is relatively safer, the number of high-level soul beasts inside is very limited, making it hard to meet our needs." Ma Ronghua, who had been silent, suddenly chimed in, "Actually, there's a little-known secret about the Douluo Forest. It is said that deep within it, many mysterious soul beasts are hidden, and perhaps in that place, we might really have a chance to discover some unique soul rings, or even encounter those hidden super-powerful soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Yan Yushi's previously dim eyes instantly brightened, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, this is truly an exhilarating piece of news. If we are lucky enough to find such special soul beasts, I might be able to obtain even more powerful soul rings in advance." Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment. But the Douluo Forest was bound to be extremely dangerous, so we must be well prepared. Fenlinger, with a worried expression, fixed her clear, water-like eyes on the people in front of her, and said softly, "No matter what, safety should always come first. In my opinion, we might as well send someone to carefully investigate the situation inside the Douluo Forest first. Once we understand it clearly, we can discuss the follow-up action plan." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present nodded slightly in agreement, showing their support for her suggestion. Immediately, the atmosphere became lively as everyone began to discuss how to carry out this exploration and who should be sent, engaging in an intense and in-depth discussion on key issues. Some advocated for sending experienced and agile experts. Others believed we should choose those with keen sensitivity to soul power so they could accurately detect various subtle anomalies. Opinions varied widely, with voices rising and falling. After a long discussion and weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately reached a consensus to have Ma Ronghua take the lead and conduct preliminary exploration at the edge of the Douluo Forest. Thus, burdened with a heavy responsibility, Ma Ronghua wasted no time and prepared his pack before resolutely setting off on the journey. However, after Ma Ronghua left, Li Xiaobo and Yan Yueshi, who remained behind, did not take a break. On the contrary, they were well aware of the difficulty of the task and the significant responsibility they bore. So they doubled their efforts in intense training, striving to improve their own strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month and a half had quietly passed. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, they finally received news from Ma Ronghua. According to him, A very strange soul power fluctuation had been detected in the edge area of the Douluo forest. Based on its characteristics, it was likely that a high-level soul beast was lurking there. Unfortunately, due to various limitations, it was still unclear what level this soul beast belonged to. When this news reached everyone's ears, their expressions turned serious, and they quickly gathered to discuss countermeasures for this new situation. Li Xiaobo believed this might be an opportunity. If they could capture this soul beast, they might obtain an ideal soul ring. However, Feng Linger was worried about the danger, as Ma Ronghua had only explored the edge. Yin Yuesher suggested that she wanted to go and take a look herself. In the end, they decided to invite Elder Zhong to accompany them to the area of the fluctuation for investigation. After they finally found a respected and experienced Elder Zhong and explained their purpose in detail, Elder Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then readily agreed. Thus, this group of people joyfully followed Elder Zhong's footsteps and set off towards the mysterious Douluo forest. Along the way, although there were occasionally some low-level soul beasts that came to disturb their team, thanks to Elder Zhong's unfathomable strength, these small troubles were easily resolved. However, as they gradually moved deeper into the Douluo forest, the originally relaxed and cheerful mood of the group began to turn serious. On one hand, they were filled with endless anticipation for the powerful soul beasts they might encounter. On the other hand, deep inside, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness and unease, as no one could know exactly what kind of fierce and terrifying soul beasts awaited them ahead. Just as they were getting closer to the legendary core area of the Douluo forest, suddenly, a vast area shrouded in mist appeared before them. The fog was so thick that it seemed almost impossible to disperse, enveloping everything around them and making it impossible to see what was inside. Seeing this situation, Elder Zhong, who had been leading the team, couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. He knew that this mist likely concealed great danger. He quickly turned back and sternly warned everyone behind him to be extra cautious and not to act rashly. Everyone held their breath, stepping cautiously into this mysterious area filled with thick fog. With each step, they felt the heaviness and oppression of the surrounding air, and their heartbeats were clearly audible in the silence. Suddenly, a violent whirlwind swept in without warning, like a fierce beast opening its bloody maw to roar. The powerful wind instantly blew away the dense mist, causing the scene ahead to gradually become clear. At that moment, a gigantic and strange soul beast, radiating a dark yellow light, appeared before them. Its shape resembled the legendary Qilin, but it had unique features. Its scales flickered with an eerie glow. Like countless stars in the night, its eyes resembled a deep, cold pool, emitting a chilling light that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Seeing this unprecedented soul beast, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my! Such a peculiar soul beast has never been recorded." He widened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment, his heart brimming with fear and curiosity about the unknown. Beside him, Yin Yuesher also tightly clenched her fists, her palms slightly sweating, her body tense and ready to fight at any moment. Her beautiful face appeared exceptionally resolute, and her eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. The experienced Elder Zhong gazed at the soul beast before them, his brow slightly furrowed, and in a low voice said, from its appearance and aura, "This beast is likely a rare species left over from ancient times. We must not let our guard down. Its strength may be comparable to that of a tidal Douluo." The soul beast seemed to keenly sense their approach, suddenly opening its massive mouth and letting out a deafening roar. The roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the space and causing pain in their eardrums. Following this, it charged toward the group like a moving mountain on its powerful limbs. Faced with the aggressive soul beast, Elder Zhong stepped forward without hesitation, quickly forming hand seals while chanting incantations. A dazzling light shot from his hands, directly aimed at the soul beast in an attempt to restrain its movements. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged a knowing glance, and in perfect harmony, they swiftly maneuvered to the left and right sides of the soul beast, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Standing at the back of the group, Feng Linger focused intently on every move on the battlefield, tightly gripping a healing artifact, ready to provide timely and effective treatment for any injured companions. Just as the soul beast was temporarily restrained by Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and unleashed his strongest soul power against the beast. The soul beast roared in pain and turned to pounce on Li Xiaobo. Yin Yuesher quickly executed her ultimate move to block the beast's attack. At the moment Yin Yuesher intercepted the beast's strike, Li Xiaobo gathered his strength again, sending a wave of soul power towards the beast's abdomen. The soul beast was severely injured and crashed to the ground. However, it quickly struggled to rise, its eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Seeing this, Elder Zhong shouted, "This beast is likely to fight to the death. Everyone be careful." At that moment, Li Xiaobo's body, which had been standing still, suddenly began to tremble slightly. And then a mysterious and powerful wave of soul power continuously emanated from within him. This wave of soul power spread rapidly like ripples, causing the air around it to seem to boil. The strange wave of soul power shot towards the distant Earth Qilin like a bolt of lightning. The Earth Unicorn was originally baring its teeth and claws, charging aggressively towards the crowd. However, when it encountered this wave of soul power, it seemed to suddenly feel an irresistible, immense deterrent force. Its massive body abruptly halted, and its previously swift movements instantly froze in midair. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Without hesitation, he seized this fleeting opportunity and swiftly dashed forward like a ghost. As he moved, he continuously executed complex and mysterious spell gestures with both hands, which finally coalesced into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight toward the Earth Qilin. As the light enveloped it, the Earth Qilin initially struggled to resist, but under the overwhelming pressure of soul power, it gradually lost its ability to fight back. Ultimately, with Li Xiaobo's efforts, the formidable Earth Qilin slowly shrank and transformed into a stream of light that entered the herb diagram in his hand. Once everything settled, everyone finally had a moment to catch their breath and began to carefully examine the soul beast they had just subdued. After some investigation and research, they were astonished to find that this Earth Qilin was not an ordinary soul beast, but a descendant of the legendary ancient divine beast. Moreover, it seemed to have been sleeping here for quite a long time, only awakened by the unintentional intrusion of the group. Upon learning the truth, the heavy stone that had been hanging over everyone's hearts finally fell. Although this adventure did not yield the coveted soul ring they had hoped for, obtaining such a rare Qilin as a trophy was still worth the trip. After all, the value of such a precious descendant of an ancient divine beast far exceeded that of an ordinary soul ring. With this thought, smiles of relief appeared on everyone's faces. Chapter 51. Hollow Willow Yin Yuesher asked with concern, "Xiaobo, how was the Qilin doing now?" Li Xiaobo narrowed his eyes slightly and recalled. The Qilin is a beast of auspiciousness. It embodies powerful and mysterious forces. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that wherever the Qilin appears, an aura of good fortune will descend upon the world. At this moment, in that ancient forest filled with mist and a mysterious atmosphere, the Qilin lies quietly on the mountaintop. Its form is agile and swift, as if it could leap up at any moment. It radiates a dazzling array of colors that dazzles the eyes. Looking at its appearance, its horns resemble those of a nimble deer, its head like that of a mighty steed, and its eyes shine like large brass bells. This Qilin has a resounding name, Xingyao. Just then, the Qilin, which had been lying quietly, seemed to suddenly sense something. It opened its eyes wide and fixed its gaze on the direction of Li Xiaobo. The Qilin had keenly detected the unique aura emanating from Li Xiaobo. Following this, Xingyao slowly stood up, each of its movements appearing steady and powerful. The ground trembled slightly with each step, as if carrying the endless power of the stars. Once it stood firmly on a mountaintop, it raised its head high, and a violent beam of light suddenly burst forth from its forehead, shooting out from its incredibly sharp horn. In an instant, the entire forest was shaken by this powerful energy, and the birds and beasts scattered in panic. Clearly, the Qilin trapped in the Baijiao, too, was venting its inner dissatisfaction and restless emotions in this manner. Old Zhong, witnessing this scene, sighed gently and said, "This is a normal phenomenon. After all, it is you who trapped it within the Baijiao Tuesday. When it detects your aura, it is inevitable that it will become so violent and anxious." Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement and replied, "You're right, but I think after some time, once it gradually adapts to the environment here, it should calm down." Feng Linger frowned and said, "All right, everyone, let's stop discussing that Qilin. The urgent matter now is to quickly get to the place mentioned by Ma Ronghua. Ronghua, you lead the way." Ma Ronghua quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, Annie. However, it will take about 3 more hours to walk from here to that place." Upon hearing this, everyone dared not delay and hurriedly quickened their pace. They hurried along the winding path, with the surrounding scenery changing like a revolving lantern. At times, they could see green mountains and clear waters complementing each other. At other times, they would pass through a field full of blooming flowers, vibrant in color. Occasionally, a few birds would fly overhead, leaving behind a series of crisp and pleasant calls. However, after less than an hour of hurried walking, a mysterious and eerie misty forest suddenly appeared before them. The previously clear path was instantly shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to discern the direction. Seeing this, Marongwa hurriedly stopped, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. "Auntie, to be honest, I have never encountered this misty forest before. The situation inside is unclear, and there may be quite a few dangers lurking." However, Feng Linger did not retreat because of this, her gaze firmly fixed on the misty forest ahead. She answered without hesitation, "No matter what, we must pass through this forest to reach our destination. Since we've come this far, there's no reason to give up halfway. Everyone, just be careful." After saying this, she took the lead and stepped into the thick fog. The others, seeing this, felt a bit worried but could only closely follow in Feng Linger's footsteps, entering the unknown and perilous misty forest together. Thus, with anxious hearts, the group cautiously stepped into the mysterious and chilling misty forest. They saw nothing but a white expanse in front of them, the mist spreading like thick milk, completely obscuring their vision, with visibility extremely low, almost unable to see their own hands. Meanwhile, eerie and terrifying howls occasionally echoed from the surroundings, as if countless eyes were lurking in the darkness, watching them. Just then, without warning, several large creatures resembling wolves, but several times bigger, suddenly lunged out from the mist. They opened their massive jaws, their sharp fangs glinting, eyes flashing with fierce light, charging straight towards the group. Before anyone could react, Li Xiaobo moved extremely quickly, taking a step forward and swiftly drawing the gleaming sword from his waist, unhesitatingly confronting the beast's attack. With a loud clang, sparks flew, and Li Xiaobo successfully blocked the strike. Shouting loudly, "Everyone be careful. These guys are mist wolves, adept at hiding in the fog and ambushing their prey." Upon hearing this, the group snapped out of their daze and quickly formed a tight defensive circle back to back, creating a solid line of defense. Standing within the circle, Yin Yuesher also showed no weakness. She quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and with the casting of her spell, fiery cannonballs shot out like meteors, accurately hitting some of the mist wolves. The mist wolves hit by the cannon fire let out painful howls, their movement slowed, temporarily trapped in place, and unable to advance. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo's gaze sharpened, closely watching the wolf pack ahead. He aimed for the moment one of the mist wolves showed an opening and decisively threw the thunder he had prepared. In an instant, a blinding lightning bolt streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, striking down on the wolf pack with lightning speed. For a moment, fire and lightning intertwined, dazzlingly bright, making the entire scene feel as if the apocalypse had arrived. Those mist wolves struck by the thunder were blasted apart, blood splattering everywhere, howling in distress as they retreated in disarray. Seeing this scene, the tension that had been hanging over everyone's hearts finally eased, and they let out a long sigh of relief. After a brief rest, everyone gathered their courage once more and stepped forward with determined strides, continuing to walk slowly deeper into the misty forest. Each step was filled with uncertainty and danger, but they held on to the belief that as long as they persevered, they would surely reach their destination. Thus, in the face of difficulties and dangers, the group moved further away, getting closer to their goal. Finally, after enduring hardships, they successfully crossed the mysterious and terrifying misty forest. The moment they stepped out of the forest, the scene before them instantly became open and bright, as if entering another world. However, in the center of this open land stood a charred willow tree. It stood there alone, appearing out of place with the surrounding environment. The trunk of this willow tree had been burned black, looking lifeless, but for some reason, it seemed to emit a strange aura of space, arousing curiosity. Upon seeing this, Feng Linger couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and doubt, but more than that, she felt vigilant. She cautiously moved forward, her gaze fixed firmly on the charred willow tree. Each small step she took was exceptionally careful, as if afraid of disturbing something terrifying. As she got closer, Feng Linger could clearly sense a mysterious and powerful aura emanating from the tree. When she was just an inch away from the trunk, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, without warning, a blinding silver light shot up from the trunk. The silver light was so dazzling like a sun shining brightly, making it impossible to open her eyes and look directly at it. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by this intense light, turning everything around into a white blur. Once the silver light gradually faded, a vague human figure began to slowly materialize in place. At first, the figure was indistinct, like a reflection in water, ethereal and unreal. But before long, it became clearer and more tangible. Finally, someone has come, the figure spoke in a low and distant voice. This voice sounded as if it had traveled through a long tunnel of time, coming from a distant ancient era, imbued with endless feelings of desolation and deep loneliness. Hearing this sudden voice, everyone present couldn't help but feel a tightening in their hearts and immediately heightened their vigilance. They instinctively took several steps back, exchanging glances filled with tension and unease, especially Li Xiaobo, who reacted the quickest and most decisively. Without hesitation, he waved his hands, reciting incantations, and instantly summoned his martial soul, the reverse divine spear. The spear glimmered with cold light, the sharp tip pointing forward, while Li Xiaobo firmly held the spear, positioned in front of him, ready and alert, keeping a vigilant gaze on the mysterious figure that had just appeared. Seeing the group's tense reaction, the shadow couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. I was originally a hollow willow that has been cultivating for 90,000 years, but due to the erosion of a heavenly tribulation, I unfortunately ended up in this state. That charred willow tree is my true form." Saying this, he gently raised his hand, pointing to the lonely charred willow tree behind him. The hollow willow continued, "I have been waiting here for a long time, just to wait for a fated person to make a sacrifice." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, bewildered. Feng Linger stepped forward and questioned, "What is a sacrifice? Why do we have to sacrifice?" The hollow willow sighed, "Only by sacrificing the cultivation of one person can my original body be restored, and my past abilities regained, allowing me to reshape my body and advance further." The crowd exchanged glances, none wanting to become that sacrifice. Li Xiaobo tightened his grip on the reverse god spear and shouted, "Is there no other way?" The hollow willow shook his head. At this moment, the silent elder Zhong stepped forward. "I am old, let me do it." The crowd was shocked. Li Xiaobo looked at everyone and smiled. "I need a soul ring, and I have the 100 Her diagram to help the elder recover." The hollow willow's expression was complex. "Are you sure?" Li Xiaobo nodded firmly. The hollow willow waved his sleeve, and a ghostly light enveloped Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo felt his cultivation increasing continuously. The 6 soul rings colored deepening gradually, but he persevered. As time passed, Li Xiaobo's expression grew calmer, and it took him 2 hours to absorb this 200,000 year cultivation soul ring. The hollow willow nodded in satisfaction. "Young man, you are very brave." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the charred willow tree. He waved his hands, and streams of green light surged from his palms, injecting into the willow tree. The originally charred trunk began to show green. The burnt bark fell off, and new branches sprouted. With the hollow willow's spell casting, the surrounding space began to twist and deform, a gentle breeze blowing through, bringing the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. The hollow willow's body gradually became transparent. He smiled at the crowd. "Thank you all for your assistance. I shall ascend to a higher realm for cultivation." With that, he transformed into a stream of light and merged into the willow tree. The willow tree instantly sprang to life, its branches and leaves flourishing, and the surrounding land became fertile and green. Li Xiaobo felt the newfound strength within him. Filled with joy, Feng Linger smiled and said, "Although we faced many dangers this time, the outcome is very good." The crowd nodded in agreement. Then, Li Xiaobo planted the small willow tree into the 100 Her diagram. The crowd did not dare to delay and hurriedly continued towards the inner circle. However, they had not walked far when the originally clear sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rapidly gathering in the distance, flashes of dazzling lightning visible within the thick clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder. This sudden change made everyone tense, especially Ma Ronghua, who looked at the sky with a grave expression and said to his aunt beside him, "Aunt, the sky is so strange. A powerful being must be about to appear." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp bird cry echoed through the sky. Immediately after, an enormous 10,000-year thunderbird dove down from the roiling clouds like a bolt of lightning. The thunderbird was surrounded by dense blue arcs of electricity, crackling loudly, as if each arc contained the power to destroy the world. When its wings spread, they measured several feet across, blocking out the sun and instilling fear. Its sharp eyes burned like flames, staring intently at the crowd below, clearly viewing them as uninvited guests invading its territory. Faced with the aggressive Thunderbird, Li Xiaobo showed no fear. He tightly gripped the reverse god spear, and with a flash of his figure, he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the spear tip clashed violently with the Thunderbird's sharp claws, sparking countless fireworks, resembling brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Meanwhile, Yin Yushi, standing beside him, was not idle either. She quickly formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations, and dazzling magical lights shot towards the Thunderbird, attempting to disrupt its line of sight and create more offensive opportunities for Li Xiaobo. Elder Zhong, who was focused, scrutinized the imposing Thunderbird before him, not missing any detail. With years of experience and keen insight, he knew that the opponent they faced was no ordinary foe and had to be dealt with carefully. He noticed an old injury on its neck and quickly reminded Li Xiaobo, attack its neck. Li Xiaobo, receiving the hint, feigned a thrust before suddenly changing direction to stab at the Thunderbird's neck. The Thunderbird could not dodge in time and was pierced at its injured spot, letting out a pained cry. Seizing the opportunity, everyone joined forces to unleash their strongest attacks. The Thunderbird, unable to withstand the assault, finally soared high into the sky and vanished into the clouds. The crowd stood still, watching the Thunderbird fly away, gradually disappearing into the horizon, their tense hearts finally relaxing as they exhaled deeply. However, at that moment, Elder Zhong, who had remained silent, frowned with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "This Thunderbird is fierce and vengeful. It will not give up easily. We must hurry." Hearing this, the others nodded in understanding, quickening their pace as they rushed towards the inner circle. Yet, they had barely walked a short distance when a sharp, violent wind suddenly howled towards them without warning. The force of the wind was so fierce it felt like a mountain collapsing, causing everyone's clothes to flutter and hair to whip about. Even more astonishingly, amidst this gale, the sharp cries of the angry and vengeful Thunderbird could be faintly heard. The crowd was startled and quickly looked up, only to see the already departed Thunderbird now flapping its enormous wings, sweeping towards them with a torrent of wind and thunder. Moreover, several slightly smaller Thunderbirds appeared beside it. Although they were a bit smaller, the powerful aura they emitted and their fierce demeanor indicated that they were not to be trifled with. Not good, it's brought reinforcements. Ma Ronghua, with sharp eyes, was the first to notice the situation was dire and couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo gripped the reverse god spear without hesitation, his eyes shining with determination, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be afraid. If we work together, we can definitely defeat these guys." As he spoke, the flock of Thunderbirds descended like a dark cloud, ready to unleash a breathtaking battle. Chapter 52. Thunderbird in an instant. A Thunderbird rushed in like lightning, its speed astonishing, dashing to the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaobo's heart tightened at this sight. He dared not delay for a moment. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Thunderous fury." This shout rang out like thunder, deafening. As his voice fell, dozens of bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, swirling around the charging Thunderbird like silver snakes. The sudden turn of events startled the Thunderbirds, causing them to momentarily lose their composure. However, these Thunderbirds were clearly not ordinary foes. Within moments, they regained their calm and quickly formed a peculiar formation. As this formation took shape, an unmatched powerful force began to gather within it. Meanwhile, Yin Yushi was also unyielding. She gently turned her hand, producing a 5-fire 7-birds fan. She waved the fan lightly, and golden flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that surged towards the Thunderbird formation. The golden flames were incredibly intense, scorching the surrounding space and warping it. However, in the face of such fierce flames, the formation created by the Thunderbirds miraculously generated a layer of lightning shield. The shield flickered with dazzling light, firmly resisting the fierce golden flames. At that moment, old Zhong, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity and leaped high from the side. He tightly gripped a cloud-piercing spear, and his whole body shot through the air like a meteor, bearing unparalleled might and a silver spear light as it struck fiercely against the Thunderlight shield. With a thunderous roar, the immense impact caused the once indestructible Thunderlight shield to ripple violently, like a calm lake disturbed by a massive stone. On the other side, Li Xiaobo suddenly flashed and instantly moved like a ghost behind the Thunderbird flock. He clasped his hands together and began to madly gather the surrounding thunder power. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from his hands, as if a dazzling star had descended to earth, illuminating the entire smoke-filled battlefield. Accompanied by a roar, Li Xiaobo poured all his strength into propelling the dazzling thunder forward. A deafening sound echoed as the thunder charged like a ferocious beast towards the Thunderbird flock. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, creating black cracks, its terrifying power leaving everyone in shock. When this thunder struck the center of the Thunderbird flock, it immediately triggered a colossal explosion. Countless Thunderbirds were blown apart, their mournful cries rising and falling. However, despite suffering such a heavy blow, the Thunderbird flock was not completely defeated. At that moment, the surviving Thunderbirds displayed a glint of determination in their eyes. Their previously smooth feathers suddenly stood upright, like sharp steel needles. Following that, each feather's tip shot out a small but powerful bolt of lightning. These bolts intertwined densely together, rapidly forming an enormous electric net, descending upon everyone with a world-destroying force. Yin Yuesher saw this situation and inwardly cursed. Not daring to slack off for a moment, she quickly waved her fan, exerting all her strength to unleash a violent hurricane. This hurricane surged like an angry dragon, clawing its way towards the overwhelming electric net, attempting to disperse it. At the same time, Li Xiaobo did not show any weakness. He summoned even more intense thunder power, continuously bombarding the electric net. In an instant, thunder and lightning crashed. The wind howled, and the entire battlefield fell into chaos. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, old Zhong, who had been silent, suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Watch me." Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul true form. His body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, and an unmatched powerful aura erupted from within him. Then, old Zhong gripped the cloud-piercing spear tightly with his right hand, and with a gentle wave of his left hand, the sharp spear tip drew a deep cut in his palm. Crimson blood flowed down the wound, dripping onto the cloud-piercing spear. An extraordinary event occurred. As the blood touched the spear, the entire long spear emitted a strong silver light, like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Under this silver light, the surrounding mist began to gradually dissipate. The onlookers felt their spirits lift. Seizing the moment, old Zhong thrust the cloud-piercing spear fiercely into the ground, chanting incantations. As his incantations sounded, mysterious runes emerged from the spear and rapidly spread along the ground. Suddenly, countless dazzling silver lights erupted from the area centered on the spear, surging outwards like a mighty tide. Each silver light carried an extremely sharp force, easily slicing through the air like fragile paper, producing a chilling hissing sound. The Thunderbirds, which had been soaring majestically in the sky, became panic-stricken upon sensing this powerful and threatening force. They desperately flapped their broad and powerful wings, trying to break free from this terrifying power that was about to take shape. At the same time, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged a knowing glance, then quickly moved to old Zhong's left and right sides. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and poured all his thunder power into the ground beneath him without reservation. In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly, and mysterious and intricate runes slowly rose from underground, merging with the silver light emanating from old Zhong's spear. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher was not to be outdone. She lightly waved her fan, and instantaneously, a brilliant array of colorful lights blossomed on its surface. These lights floated out like delicate ribbons, then, without hesitation, merged into the powerful force that was gathering. Thus, the three of them each unleashed their ultimate techniques, their powers continuously converging and merging together, ultimately forming an enormous light shield. This light shield sparkled with dazzling brilliance, like a sun rising slowly, charging straight towards the electric net woven by the Thunderbirds with unparalleled might. Just as the two forces were about to collide, time seemed to freeze. However, in the next moment, a deafening roar resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Accompanied by this earth-shattering explosion, an extremely glaring light burst forth, blindingly bright. As the intense light gradually faded, people were astonished to find that the once fierce Thunderbirds were now emitting pitiful cries. One by one, they lost their balance and plummeted from the sky like raindrops, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. On the battlefield, smoke billowed, thick fog enveloping the entire area like a heavy curtain. As the smoke gradually dispersed, two figures were seen swaying unsteadily, their bodies nearly at the brink of exhaustion, yet still wearing satisfied smiles. It was thanks to the unparalleled power unleashed by old Zhong's martial soul true form that this exceptionally difficult battle had finally concluded in victory. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected event occurred. Mysterious purple and black lights suddenly emerged from the bodies of the dozens of Thunderbirds lying sprawled on the ground, these lights swirling like agile snakes, quickly converging into circular soul rings. Following that, these soul rings began to slowly rise, intertwining and merging in the air. As they continued to fuse, an even more powerful and malevolent energy wave suddenly spread out. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaobo widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Old Zhong's face turned extremely serious as he stared intently at the merging soul rings, solemnly stating, "I'm afraid this is the final counterattack of the Thunderbird clan." At this moment, Yin Yuesher also frowned tightly, gripping her fan firmly, biting her red lip, and said, "Humph, no matter what, since we could defeat this group of Thunderbirds, we will not fear any tricks they pull after death." Before her words fell, the merged soul rings completely took shape, transforming into an enormous shadow Thunderbird. This shadow Thunderbird spread its vast wings, capable of blocking out the sun, as if it aimed to engulf the entire world in its shadow. With a pair of eyes exuding a chilling, killing intent, he locked onto the three individuals below and then charged downwards with a thunderous momentum. Old Zhong's eyes widened, and with a furious shout, he gripped the broken cloud spear tightly, his figure shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. His steps were agile and powerful, each stride seemingly capable of shattering the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were equally unyielding, closely following Old Zhong's figure, darting forward like two bolts of lightning. In an instant, the three simultaneously unleashed their ultimate skills. The broken cloud spear in Old Zhong's hands danced, the spear tip flashing with dazzling cold light. Resembling a fierce lightning bolt slicing through the sky, Li Xiaobo let out a roar, and the reverse god spear in his hand instantly ignited in blazing flames. The intense fire enveloping the entire spear, forming a roaring fire dragon, while Yin Yuesher slightly parted her crimson lips, chanting incantations, as bolts of thunderous power poured from her hands, dancing like silver snakes. In that moment, thunder, flames, and spear radiance intertwined, creating a destructive force that swept directly towards the powerful Shadow Thunderbird. However, the strength of the Shadow Thunderbird was not to be underestimated. It spread its wings and emitted a deafening cry, releasing a billowing black mist around it, meeting the trio's attack head-on. A fierce clash ensued, filling the entire space with surging energy, the ground trembling violently and dust swirling. Despite the Shadow Thunderbird's ferocity, the cooperation of Old Zhong and the others, who had just experienced a life-and-death battle, was becoming increasingly tacit. They supported each other, maintaining an orderly offense and defense, not giving the Shadow Thunderbird a moment's respite. As time passed, the fierce battle reached a critical stage. Finally, at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity, leaping up sharply, the reverse god spear in his hand, transforming into a streak of crimson light, piercing directly into the core of the Shadow Thunderbird with lightning speed. A tremendous boom erupted, accompanied by a burst of dazzling light, and the massive body of the Shadow Thunderbird gradually dissipated in the glow, turning into specks of starlight that vanished. When the dust settled, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Old Zhong, Li Xiaobo, and Yin Yuesher stood exhausted in place, gasping for breath. But their eyes were filled with the joy and satisfaction of victory. Chapter 53. The First Soul Ring of the Reverse God Spear. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the slowly descending blue shadow of the Thunderbird spirit ring, a surge of indescribable joy welling up in his heart. This spirit ring emitted a mysterious and profound blue light, as if it contained endless power and secrets. He knew well that such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was rare. If he could successfully absorb this spirit ring, his strength would be significantly enhanced, and he might even break through his current bottleneck. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged, steadying his breathing and mindset, fully focused and ready to face the challenge of absorbing the spirit ring. At this moment, his companions surrounding him were tense, their eyes never leaving him for a moment. Especially Yin Yuesher, whose beautiful eyes revealed deep concern, her fists clenched unconsciously, seeming even more nervous than Li Xiaobo himself. As Li Xiaobo cautiously guided his soul power closer to the spirit ring, suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged towards him like a raging wave. The force was so violent that Li Xiaobo felt his whole body tremble, almost knocked to the ground. However, gritting his teeth, he stubbornly resisted the impact. The veins on his forehead, bulging from the effort, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. As Li Xiaobo's face turned increasingly pale and his body began to tremble slightly, those around him couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Just when everyone thought he was about to collapse and that the attempt to absorb the spirit ring would end in failure, a miracle happened. A dazzling and brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from within Li Xiaobo, shining like the most brilliant star in the night sky, resonating with the light emitted by the spirit ring. As time passed, the spirit ring that had been floating in the air began to slowly approach Li Xiaobo's body, gradually merging with him. At the same time, Li Xiaobo's aura grew stronger, like a volcano awakening, ready to unleash world-destroying energy at any moment. Finally, after a long and arduous process, the spirit ring completely merged into Li Xiaobo's body. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and stretched out his arms, feeling the surging, continuous, and powerful energy within him. At that moment, he was filled with confidence and authority, a brilliant smile blossoming on his face. It was understood that this spirit ring was formed from dozens of 10,000-year Thunderbirds and 100,000-year Thunderbird, and the immense power it contained was unimaginable. Li Xiaobo's successful absorption undoubtedly proved his exceptional talent and unyielding willpower. With such a powerful boost, it was believed that in the future journey, he would certainly overcome all obstacles and achieve even more astonishing accomplishments. As his companions saw Li Xiaobo successfully absorb the spirit ring, they rushed over, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Yan Yuesher, even more excited, had tears in her eyes and directly leaped into Li Xiaobo's arms. Just as everyone was still immersed in the overwhelming joy, without warning, the distant sky suddenly darkened ominously, as if covered by a massive piece of black satin. The originally clear blue sky was instantly obscured by rolling black clouds, with not a glimmer of light breaking through. Suddenly, a pitch-black lightning bolt, like a menacing giant python, streaked across the sky with lightning speed, accompanied by a deafening roar that sent chills down one's spine. In an instant, the entire world seemed to tremble. Just as the black lightning faded, a massive, terrifying 10,000-year Thunderbird appeared out of thin air. Its outspread wings were several dozen meters long, each feather shimmering with electric light, and its sharp eyes burned like flames, cold and filled with murderous intent. With a piercing and sorrowful cry, the sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone, infused with endless grief and hatred. It turned out that this group of people had killed all its companions. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, standing among the crowd, brightened his eyes and excitedly shouted, "Yuesher, look, your spirit ring is coming." Before he finished speaking, the furious 10,000-year Thunderbird opened its sharp beak and suddenly gathered a ball of black thunder energy the size of a mountain, hurling it violently towards Li Xiaobo with a world-destroying momentum. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and he did not dare to let his guard down. He took a deep breath and quickly summoned the powerful strength he had just acquired, charging head-on toward the whistling black thunder energy ball. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted at the point of collision, the intense brightness almost blinding everyone present. At the same time, a violent and unmatched shockwave of energy surged outward in all directions, uprooting trees and sending dirt and rocks flying, creating a terrifying scene. Fortunately, Li Xiaobo had just gained such powerful strength. Although he felt a certain pressure facing the ancient Thunderbird, he was still able to handle it relatively well overall. Li Xiaobo was fending off the Black Thunder energy ball while shouting at Yan Yuesher, "Hurry up, take action while you can." Yan Yuesher snapped back to her senses, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. She mobilized her soul power, and a gust of wind formed beneath her feet as she charged towards the ancient Thunderbird. The ancient Thunderbird seemed to possess extraordinary intelligence. It keenly sensed Yan Yuesher's intentions and decisively abandoned its fierce confrontation with Li Xiaobo, abruptly turning around and diving towards Yan Yuesher like a bolt of lightning. Its incredibly sharp claws glinted with a chilling cold light, as if they could easily tear apart anything in their path. However, faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Yan Yuesher showed no signs of fear. Her figure flickered like a ghost, and in that instant, a soul-guiding sword emitting powerful soul power waves appeared in her hand. She then cleverly took advantage of her momentum to leap up, thrusting the sword directly towards the Thunderbird's abdomen. The Thunderbird, seeing this, quickly sidestepped, but despite its swift reaction, it could not avoid a shallow wound from Yan Yuesher's sword. In an instant, blood splattered out, staining the surrounding air. The injured Thunderbird was instantly furious. It opened its enormous mouth and let out a deafening roar of rage. At the same time, its wide wings flapped vigorously, instantly stirring up a violently fierce hurricane. This hurricane swept through the surroundings like a ferocious beast, clawing and biting at everything. Although Yin Yuesher was at the center of the storm, she still managed to control her body steadily. She muttered incantations, and a mysterious and ancient spell flowed slowly from her lips. As the incantation rang out, threads of shining soul power shot towards the Thunderbird like spiritual snakes, tightly wrapping around its massive body. The Thunderbird struggled desperately, trying to break free from the bindings of the soul power threads. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally found the perfect moment to attack. He silently circled behind the Thunderbird and suddenly launched a fierce attack, forcing the already overwhelmed Thunderbird to divert some of its focus to deal with the threat from behind. Yin Yuesher naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as all her soul power continuously converged onto the sword in her hand. In the next moment, she poured all her strength into the sword, transforming it into a dazzling beam of sword light that struck fiercely at the vital spot of the Thunderbird with the force of thunder. The severely injured Thunderbird let out a final mournful cry before crashing down to the ground. At the same time, a pitch-black Thunderbird's soul ring slowly floated in midair, releasing a powerful and mysterious aura. Seeing this, Yin Yuesher finally let out a sigh of relief. She cautiously stepped forward, ready to absorb this precious soul ring. Meanwhile, her companions gathered around her with tense expressions, fully focused on guarding Yin Yuesher as she absorbed the soul ring to prevent any unexpected incidents. As time passed, Yin Yuesher closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the absorption of the soul ring's energy. Finally, after a long and arduous effort, Yin Yuesher successfully absorbed the Thunderbird's soul ring. When she slowly opened her eyes, a joyful and ecstatic smile bloomed on her face, and she turned to look at her companions who had been with her and guarding her all along. Chapter 54. The difficulty of Soul Bones. Li Xiaobo and the 6 others looked at dozens of massive eternal Thunderbirds, their bodies flashing with blinding lightning, each exuding a powerful and dangerous aura. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and activated his spiritual power to carefully explore. The soul bone could be hidden anywhere within their bodies. Ma Ronghua cautiously approached one of them, and as soon as he got close, a bolt of lightning struck toward him. Ma Ronghua quickly sidestepped to evade it while forming a soul power shield in his hands to block the attack. But the immense impact still numbed his arm. At that moment, Yin Yuesher noticed something unusual about one of the Thunderbird's wings. Could the soul bone be there? Yin Yuesher's eyes narrowed. Disregarding the other Thunderbird corpses, she walked toward that body in search of an external soul bone. Just as she reached the side of that Thunderbird, the surrounding lightning seemed to sense a threat and surged toward her. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo unleashed his martial soul skill, sending streams of soul power like arrows toward the Thunderbird's corpse. Yin Yuesher, however, was fully focused on the wing of the Thunderbird before her, slowly probing her hands into the feathers. Finally, she felt something hard emitting a strange glow, and with a strong tug, a pair of translucent external soul bones, resembling blue crystals, appeared before everyone. As their gazes fell upon the pair of soul bones, their eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly shouted, "Look around to see if there are any other soul bones." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 people understood and nodded, quickly dispersing to carefully search through the mess on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo's attention was drawn to an exceptionally large Thunderbird among the flock. This Thunderbird emitted dazzling lightning all over its body, and compared to its peers, its brilliance was so intense that it was almost blinding. Li Xiaobo's heart suddenly skipped a beat as a thought involuntarily surged into his mind. Perhaps there was an even more precious soul bone hidden within this giant bird. With this in mind, he rushed towards the enormous Thunderbird without hesitation. After a difficult search and exploration, Li Xiaobo finally found a deeply hidden soul bone in the head of the Thunderbird. As he tightly gripped the soul bone in his hand, a powerful feeling surged through his arm and spread throughout his body, invigorating him. As time passed, the search efforts of the others gradually came to an end. In the end, after counting, they surprisingly found a total of 8 soul bones from the corpses of these dozens of Thunderbirds. This result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, and each person couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although they were all injured and exhausted at this moment, every face was filled with an unmistakable joy of victory. After all, Being able to obtain so many valuable soul bones in such a perilous environment was indeed a rare harvest. After a brief rest, the six of them carefully stored the soul bones, and then slowly left the Stardow Forest, a place that had brought them countless dangers while also containing infinite opportunities. Li Xiaobo and 5 others, possessing invaluable soul bones, cautiously set out on the journey back to the Earl's mansion. The atmosphere along the way was unusually tense, as if an invisible pressure was looming over them. However, lost in the joy of obtaining the soul bones, they did not notice that in the dark corners, pairs of greedy and desirous eyes were closely watching their every move. The people hiding in the shadows were like a pack of hungry wolves, waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce and seize the soul bones in their possession. When the group was halfway through their journey, suddenly, a group of mysterious figures dressed in black night attire rushed out from all around like phantoms. The leader, with a stern expression and a glint of coldness in his eyes, sneered and said, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the soul bones quickly, and I might consider sparing your lives." Faced with this sudden threat, Li Xiaobo and the others instantly heightened their vigilance. Ma Ronghua opened his eyes wide in anger and shouted, "No way. These soul bones were hard-earned through countless hardships. How could we easily hand them over to you shameless scoundrels?" Before he finished speaking, he flashed forward, launching a fierce attack on the group of black-clad figures. In an instant, blades flashed and clashed, and the sounds of shouting and killing echoed loudly. Both sides engaged in an intensely fierce fight for their lives. However, since the six had already endured a tough battle prior, their stamina was severely depleted, and they gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. At this critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, Li Xiaobo's already serious expression darkened further. He furrowed his brows tightly, and veins began to visibly throb on his forehead, as if they might burst. At this moment, his mind was racing like a high-speed machine, frantically thinking of a way to resolve the impending crisis. Time passed slowly. Each second felt long and tormenting. However, just when everyone was feeling despair, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had caught a glimmer of hope. He quietly reached into his bosom and carefully pulled out a seemingly unremarkable, ordinary soul bone. This soul bone lacked any dazzling light or unique patterns, but it carried Li Xiaobo's last glimmer of survival. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobo summoned all his strength and threw the soul bone forcefully into the distance. The soul bone arced through the air, rushing away like a shooting star. As expected, a portion of the black-clad figures, upon seeing the soul bone, immediately lit up with greed in their eyes. Their avarice was ignited instantly, and they immediately abandoned their attack on Li Xiaobo and the others, turning around to dash toward the direction where the soul bone had fallen, like hungry wolves pouncing on prey. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo understood that opportunities must not be missed, and he decisively shouted to his companions beside him, "Now's the time. Let's charge together." Before he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged forward. The others, as if awakening from a dream, quickly gathered the last remnants of their strength and followed closely behind Li Xiaobo, recklessly rushing toward the black-clad figures who had not yet reacted. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and clashing weapons rang out, echoing throughout the battlefield. Li Xiaobo and his companions surged like a sudden storm, breaking through the encirclement of the black-clad figures. They dared not pause for a moment, rushing as fast as they could toward the Earl's mansion, leaving behind the group of black-clad figures, who were fuming in frustration over being deceived by the soul bone. The group of mysterious figures in black, with their stern faces and sharp gazes, clearly would not let Li Xiaobo and the others escape easily. Like hungry wolves, they clung to their target, speeding after them with great urgency. As time passed second by second, the distance between both sides was visibly shrinking. Just as they were about to be caught again by these relentless black-clad figures, Li Xiaobo was in a panic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. At that critical moment, he suddenly caught sight of a forest shrouded in thick mist not far ahead. Li Xiaobo's heart suddenly trembled, without a moment to think. He decisively led his companions into the misty forest without hesitation. The originally aggressive black-clad men hesitated for a moment upon seeing this. After all, the forest looked eerie and terrifying, filled with unknown dangers. However, thinking of the soul bone that was so tempting, which might be hidden on Li Xiaobo and his companions, the enormous lure of profit ultimately overcame their inner fear. They gritted their teeth and followed closely into the forest. Once they stepped into the forest, everyone realized how bizarre this place was. Strange, intricate vines spread everywhere, resembling menacing giant pythons ready to strike. The air was occasionally filled with eerie sounds that sent chills down their spines, sometimes resembling the low growls of wild beasts, and other times like the mournful cries of ghosts. Faced with such an environment, Li Xiaobo and the others dared not be careless. They lightened their footsteps, held their breath, and concentrated on observing the movements around them, cautiously feeling their way forward. At the same time, they cleverly used the complex and variable terrain to evade the relentless pursuit of the black-clad man. Suddenly, without warning, a thick, python-like vine shot up from the ground at an astonishing speed, tightly wrapping around the few black-clad men who were cautiously advancing. In an instant, terrified screams shattered the silence of the forest. Just as everyone was astonished, more vines seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, continuously surging in from all directions. These vines intertwined and entangled, forming an impenetrable net that trapped the black-clad men tightly. It turned out that these vines were the king vines of this ancient forest. They possessed extremely keen perception abilities, capable of easily detecting any hint of malice and launching fierce attacks without hesitation. At this moment, despite the black-clad men using all their strength to break free from the entanglement, it was in vain, and they only sank deeper. Meanwhile, seizing this rare opportunity, Li Xiaobo and his companions dared not delay, hastening their steps deeper into the forest. However, fate seemed unwilling to let them go so easily. Not long after, a wide valley suddenly appeared before them. The valley was at least 500 to 600 meters wide and appeared bottomless, with sheer cliffs rising on both sides. Looking exceptionally perilous, faced with such a natural barrier, Li Xiaobo made a decisive move. He demonstrated unparalleled lightness in his skills, quickly embraced Feng Linger and Yin Yuesher beside him, and soared into the air like a swift swallow, darting towards the opposite bank. On the other side, Elder Zhong was equally undaunted, carrying Ma Ronghua and showcasing impressive agility, leaping over like an arrow shot from a bow. Finally, after a thrilling life-and-death struggle, Li Xiaobo and his companions successfully left the perilous and unknown misty forest and returned safely to the Count's mansion. This adventure, fraught with danger, not only earned them a priceless soul bone, but also further deepened the strong bond among them. Back at the mansion, they immediately stored the hard-earned soul bone carefully to prevent others from coveting it. Reflecting on this unforgettable experience, Li Xiaobo and his companions deeply realized that in this world of the survival of the fittest, only by continuously enhancing their own strength and becoming powerful enough could they truly protect everything they had. Thus, they made a firm resolution to double their efforts in training and become unshakable strong warriors. A few days later, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows of the Count's mansion into the room, and Li Xiaobo, who was immersed in his training, was suddenly disturbed by a commotion outside. He slowly opened his eyes, furrowed his brows, and felt a hint of confusion rising in his heart. So, he stood up and walked steadily towards the door. When he opened the door, the sight before him made his heart tremble. A group of figures dressed in black tight-fitting clothes appeared like ghosts in front of the Count's mansion. These were the black-clad men who had relentlessly pursued them in the forest. Unlike last time, their numbers had clearly increased this time, creating a dense mass that exuded a strong sense of oppression. Seeing such a formidable force, Li Xiaobo was secretly alarmed, knowing that the other party must have come with a firm determination to achieve their goal and would not stop until they succeeded. At that moment, the well-trained guards of the Count's mansion also sensed something unusual, brandishing their weapons and rushing forward to engage in fierce combat with the black-clad men. For a time, the sounds of shouting and the clashing of metal echoed throughout the Count's mansion. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a resolute look. He knew he could not sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to escape the current predicament. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took out the soul bone he carried with him. Then his figure flickered and shot toward the city outskirts like an arrow released from a bow. The others, seeing the situation, also followed closely without hesitation. The black-clothed people, upon seeing Li Xiaobo and the others fleeing, immediately chased after them like wolves sensing blood. Along the way, both sides chased and counterchased, refusing to give way. Before they knew it, Li Xiaobo and his group arrived at a remote and desolate place. Just as they were about to catch their breath, an old and dignified voice suddenly rang out. The Duke of the Underworld actually dares to openly rob others' treasures in broad daylight. Do they wish to provoke a conflict between the two houses? The crowd turned to look, and they saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face standing not far away, hands clasped behind his back. The old man was dressed in a gray robe, and although he was advanced in age, His eyes were still bright and full of spirit, exuding a powerful aura. At that moment, the leader of the black-clothed men turned pale as if struck by lightning upon hearing the voice. Clearly, he had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent here. His narrow and cold eyes fixed intently on the old man in the distance, with a chilling light flashing in the depths of his gaze. At the same time, his mind was racing, silently weighing the pros and cons of the current situation. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, after deep contemplation, the leader seemed to make a difficult decision, gritting his teeth, and then abruptly waved his arm, issuing a command to his subordinates who were preparing to continue the pursuit to stop. Upon receiving the order, the black-clothed men immediately halted. Then, like a well-trained army, they turned in unison and followed their leader in retreat. Their movements were swift and silent, quickly retreating like a tide. And in the blink of an eye, they merged into the boundless night, completely disappearing without a trace. Watching the group of ruthless black-clothed men gradually fade away until they were out of sight, Li Xiaobo and the others, who had been in a state of high tension, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Each person felt that the heart that had been hanging in their throat had finally returned to their stomach, and the tightly strung nerves relaxed at that moment. After calming down a bit, Li Xiaobo hurriedly quickened his pace towards the old man who had just saved their lives. Upon reaching him, everyone respectfully bent down and deeply bowed to the old man, expressing their heartfelt gratitude, especially Li Xiaobo, who appeared particularly excited, with his face flushed and lips trembling as he said, "Elder Zhong, if it weren't for your timely help, we would surely have faced disaster today. This great kindness, I will never forget." In response to everyone's thanks and compliments, Elder Zhong merely smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to be so polite. As a member of the Duke's house, it is my duty to protect everyone." After listening to Elder Zhong's wise and powerful words, Li Xiaobo and the others felt a surge of admiration and deep gratitude rising within them like a tidal wave. However, even though they had fortunately escaped disaster this time, Li Xiaobo knew very well that the matter of the soul bones could not be so easily settled. When they finally returned to the Earl's mansion, everyone appeared somewhat exhausted. However, there was no time for rest. They immediately gathered together to discuss how to respond to the current situation. "Everyone, in my opinion, we are probably no longer safe in the Starry Empire. The matter of the soul bones is like a bomb that could explode at any time, and it will inevitably bring us more and greater troubles." Li Lingtian said with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. Li Xiaobo quietly sat to the side, pondering for a while before slowly raising his head, looking at everyone with a firm gaze, and spoke. "Father, I think rather than staying in this place filled with disputes and fear, it would be better to go to the Tiando Empire to seek refuge. After all, there are two of the top 3 sects in the Tiando Empire. Compared to here, the safety there is undoubtedly much higher. Moreover, after this incident, those people already know that we have a powerful title Douluo like Elder Zhong here, so even if they have the guts, they wouldn't dare to act against us easily. Right?" His words made everyone present exchange glances, and soon they read agreement from each other's eyes. Without much hesitation, they quickly took action, simply packing their belongings, and under the cover of night, quietly left the Count's mansion, resolutely embarking on the difficult journey to Tiando City. Along the way, they experienced numerous hardships. Not only did they encounter severe weather conditions like storms, but they also faced sudden attacks and endless harassment from small groups of enemies from time to time. Fortunately, due to the valuable tacit understanding accumulated from fighting alongside each other multiple times, they managed to work together each time, cleverly responding to and successfully resolving one crisis after another. After a long and arduous journey, they finally caught sight of the towering, majestic city walls from a distance. The city wall resembled a winding giant dragon coiled upon the horizon, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Li Xiaobo stood firm, gazing at this massive city. A surge of indescribable excitement and anticipation welled up in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a determined gaze, "From now on, this will be our new starting point. No matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, we must face them bravely and create our own future." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Lingtian took the lead, stepping forward with his companions toward Tiando City. Each step was filled with strength and determination, as if challenging the unknown life ahead. As they approached the city gate, the sounds of the city gradually reached their ears, and the bustling scene unfolded before their eyes. Upon entering Tiando City, they were immediately attracted by the prosperous streets and the throngs of people. However, They did not forget the purpose of their journey, to find a suitable place to live. Thus, they began to inquire about suitable accommodations. Day by day passed, and they almost traversed the entire city, but still did not find a satisfactory residence. Until one day, they accidentally heard someone mention an abandoned manor on the outskirts of the city. It was said that although it was somewhat dilapidated, the price was very low, and the space was quite spacious. This news excited Li Xiaobo and the others, and they eagerly went to the outskirts to investigate. Upon arriving at the manor, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The manor's main gate was on the verge of collapse. The walls were covered in moss and vines, and the garden was overgrown with weeds. A scene of desolation. However, upon closer inspection, they found that the main structure of the house was still relatively sturdy, and with some time and effort spent on repairs, it should be livable. Li Lingtian looked at the abandoned manor, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He turned to his family members and said, "Although this place looks very dilapidated, I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely turn it into a warm and comfortable home." Everyone nodded in agreement, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to work hard. Just as they were enthusiastically and sweatily repairing this ancient and majestic manor, a gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire and exuding an extraordinary aura happened to pass by. He stood tall and walked gracefully, as if strolling leisurely. His splendid clothing shimmered in the sunlight, as if every stitch contained endless luxury and nobility. He curiously looked around, his gaze eventually landing on the busy people. The young man's eyes were particularly sharp, seemingly able to see through everything. He curiously examined the hard-working individuals, especially when he noticed the special tool tightly held in Li Xiaobo's hand. His eyes suddenly lit up. The tool had a unique shape and faintly emitted a mysterious wave of spiritual energy, as if it concealed some unknown power. The young man's lips curled into a slight, playful smile. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward and walked directly to Li Xiaobo, softly asking, "Do you know the secrets hidden behind this manor while you are busy with such grand renovations?" His voice was not loud, but clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The originally noisy scene instantly quieted down, and everyone was taken aback, stopping their actions and simultaneously turning their gaze to this unexpected stranger. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of the breeze rustling the leaves echoing in the atmosphere. Li Xiaobo looked warily at the young man in front of him and asked in return, "What secret?" The young man smiled, glanced around, and slowly said, "This manor was once the residence of a fallen prince. It is said that the prince buried a large amount of treasure here, but along with the treasure comes a curse." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Li Xiaobo frowned tightly, a clear look of dissatisfaction on his face. He shouted loudly, "We will not believe such baseless, absurd nonsense. We came all this way just to find a safe place for everyone to settle down." The young man, standing nearby, shrugged nonchalantly after hearing this, a slight smirk of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "Think what you will. Whether you believe or not is your own business. But I must remind you, if the legendary treasure really exists in this manor, you might accidentally trigger some hidden traps during your renovations." Before he finished speaking, the young man flickered away like a light butterfly, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Watching the young man's retreating figure, the people present exchanged glances, each able to see a hint of hesitation and worry in the other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Li Lingtian took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "All right, everyone, let's not dwell on this matter anymore. Regardless of whether the legend about the treasure is true or false, we just need to be extra careful during the upcoming renovation work." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone regained their spirits and resumed their work on the manor's renovations. However, compared to before, each person's heart now held an additional sense of vigilance and caution. They carefully inspected every wall, floor, and ceiling, leaving no possible danger unexamined. Throughout the renovation process, everyone maintained a high level of focus and alertness, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. After a period of hard work, they finally completed the transformation project of the manor. The once dilapidated and crumbling ancient building had now been rejuvenated, turning into a beautiful home filled with warmth. Looking at the results of their labor, everyone's faces beamed with happiness and satisfaction. As for the legendary treasure and the so-called curse, they never materialized. Perhaps they did not exist at all, or maybe the group's caution had helped them avoid a potential disaster. Chapter 55. Tiando after the harrowing murder and treasure incident. and being forced to relocate as a family due to a priceless soul bone. These experiences made Li Xiaobo deeply understand the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. This place was no longer the Red Country, filled with beauty and hope in his memories. Once, Li Xiaobo may have been a bit naive and immature, but now these painful experiences had tempered him, making him more mature and steady. He was no longer the inexperienced youth, but had gradually learned to adapt to and integrate into this survival of the fittest world. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, they had been in the Tiando Empire for a whole month. After a period of intensive rebuilding work, the newly residents finally rose from the ground. Although they had lost the glory and status that came with the title of Count, when Elder Zhong's unfathomable strength was revealed to the public, even though the Li residents had come to the Tiando Empire as refugees, no one dared to offend them easily. Those without sufficient strength naturally felt intimidated, and even those with some power were unwilling to provoke a powerful title Douluo just for a soul bone. At that moment, in a quiet courtyard within the Li residence, Li Xiaobo stood quietly, gazing into the distance towards the Stardo Empire. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could penetrate through the mist and reach the enemy's location. After a long while, he murmured to himself, Duke Yumming I Li Xiaobo will remember the blood feud with the Zhu family. For now, I will let you live a little longer, but once the plot begins, I will completely annihilate you. In the Dai family, if it weren't for your support and tacit approval, how would the Zhu family dare to act so recklessly in Douluo City? You will also not escape my vengeful wrath. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging as if they might burst from the force. However, not long after, he seemed to realize something and slowly relaxed his hands, letting out a deep breath. He knew very well that, given his current strength, he was worlds apart from his opponents. If he forced a confrontation, not only would he be unable to achieve his goals, but he might also bring about his own destruction. Therefore, the most important thing now was to find ways to continuously improve his own strength. Only then would he have a chance to clear his name. At that moment, a gentle sound of footsteps approached from afar. Yin Yuesher appeared silently behind Li Xiaobo like a ghost. She gently raised her jade hand, patted Li Xiaobo's broad shoulder, and softly said, Xiaobo, do not be impetuous. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. At this moment, we should first stabilize our position and solidly strengthen the power we have. Hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in agreement. The unwavering light in his deep eyes sparkled, as if he had made up his mind to become strong enough, no matter how rugged the path ahead might be. A few days later, Li Xiaobo finally made up his mind to step out of his room and take a good look around the bustling city of Tiando, one of the 3 great capitals. Firstly, he could take this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the local customs and culture. Secondly, he could roughly grasp the intricate web of relationships among the various forces here and their respective spheres of influence. As he leisurely strolled along the bustling, crowded streets, he felt as if the sights before him were a vibrant painting, lively and extraordinary. He saw beautifully adorned and exquisitely crafted carriages rushing past him like shooting stars. The crisp sound of hoofbeats intertwined with a rumbling of rolling wheels, creating a stirring and fast-paced symphony that lingered in the air. On both sides of the street, stalls filled with a dazzling array of goods were set up, and the vendors were all energetic and enthusiastic, shouting at the top of their lungs to sell their wares. Their voices rose and fell, creating a lively competition as if a unique vocal contest was being held. Meanwhile, various bizarre and astonishing martial souls occasionally flashed in the sky. Some were like roaring flames, bright and dazzling, exuding a powerful energy that seemed capable of igniting the entire world. Others resembled crystal-clear ice, chilling and piercing, making one feel a wave of cold just by glancing at them, and even more resembled graceful ribbons, dancing in the gentle breeze, dreamlike and breathtaking. All of this was undoubtedly filled with unprecedented novelty for Li Xiaobo, who was visiting this place for the first time. He widened his eyes, gazing around in rapt attention, afraid to miss any exciting moment. However, with so many colorful and wondrous sights coming at him, he felt dazzled and overwhelmed, unsure of which to admire first. Thus, he wandered for an entire afternoon until he reached the auction house. Li Xiaobo stood at the entrance, filled with curiosity. He had heard that the auction house in Tiando City often featured some rare treasures, and perhaps he could find something here to help enhance his strength. The moment he stepped into the auction house, it felt like being in an incredibly noisy ocean, with voices booming and deafening. The entire hall was crowded. With every seat taken, People were either whispering to each other or anxiously waiting for the auction to begin. Li Xiaobo struggled through the crowded crowd and finally found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. He took a deep breath and immediately directed his gaze to the list of items about to be auctioned on stage. As he quickly skimmed through, suddenly, an item exuding a mysterious aura caught his eye. It was a spirit pearl said to originate from ancient ruins. Legend has it that this spirit pearl possesses magical effects that can strengthen martial souls, which undoubtedly holds great appeal for Li Xiaobo, who has long desired to enhance his strength to avenge deep-seated grievances. At this moment, the auctioneer had taken the stage and began to introduce the spirit pearl and other auction items in detail. The bidding voices from the audience rose and fell, one wave higher than the last, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Li Xiaobo fixed his gaze on the spirit pearl, secretly calculating his price limit. However, to his surprise, it seemed that all the bidders were determined to win this spirit pearl, and the price soared like a rocket, quickly exceeding the funds he had originally prepared. Watching the item he yearned for slip further away, Li Xiaobo felt anxious, but was at a loss for what to do. Just when he was about to give up, Yan Yuesher leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Xiaobo, why don't we use that spare soul bone we just obtained, which is not yet 1,000 years old, to exchange for it? Although it is also precious, if we can trade it for this spirit pearl, it might be more helpful for your revenge plan." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo hesitated slightly. After all, that soul bone was also hard to come by, but thinking of the rare opportunity before him and the deep-seated grievances he bore, he gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. After a tense and intense negotiation, Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher successfully exchanged the soul bone for the coveted spirit pearl. The moment the spirit pearl fell into his hand, Li Xiaobo felt a cool and powerful force spread throughout his body from his palm. He was overjoyed, tightly holding the spirit pearl, as if grasping the key to achieving his revenge goals. At that moment, there was no longer any confusion or hesitation in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit and determination. Then, Li Xiaobo carefully placed the spirit pearl, which radiated a mysterious glow, into a meticulously prepared brocade box, wrapping it gently in soft satin to ensure it would not suffer any damage. After doing all this, he slowly exhaled and turned to Yan Yuesher beside him. At this moment, Yan Yuesher had also arranged her dress, her beautiful face radiating a faint smile. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing a hint of joy and satisfaction in their eyes. Then, they stood up in unison, their movements graceful and light. When they stood side by side, it seemed as if the entire world was reduced to just the presence of each other. Then, Li Xiaobo gently linked his arm with Yan Yuesher's, and together they walked briskly towards the exit of the auction house. Along the way, they did not exchange too many words, but their tacit understanding created a warm atmosphere that those around them could feel. Finally, they exited the auction house and stepped into the bustling street outside. The streets were lined with various stalls, with vendors loudly calling out to attract customers. Pedestrians jostled each other in a continuous stream. The figures of Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher were soon lost in the throng of the bustling crowd. However, even though their figures gradually faded away until they completely disappeared, people could still imagine the excitement and thrill in Li Xiaobo's heart, clutching the precious spirit pearl. After all, this spirit pearl held significant meaning for him and might become a great aid on his future path of cultivation. At that moment, not far ahead, Li Xiaobo suddenly heard a noisy discussion. Listening closely, he realized that someone was talking about something called whale glue. Li Xiaobo's heart stirred, for he knew that whale glue was an extremely rare and powerful treasure. It was said that whale glue not only nourished the body and strengthened the muscles and bones, but also helped cultivators break through bottlenecks and enhance their cultivation level. However, because people at this time had limited knowledge about whale glue, most regarded it merely as an aphrodisiac. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobo felt he could not miss such a great opportunity to acquire whale glue. So, he quickly turned to Yan Yuesher and said softly, "Yuesher, I just heard someone mention whale glue. This item would greatly benefit us. I want to explore and see if I can find some whale glue. What do you think?" Yan Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "If that's the case, then you go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Her gentle gaze fell on Li Xiaobo, filled with trust and support. They inquired about whale glue as they walked along the bustling street, and their efforts were rewarded when they finally received an important clue from a passerby. A long-established, well-known old shop in the city might have whale glue for sale. Thus, the two hurriedly made their way to the shop, filled with anticipation. However, upon arriving, they found the shopkeeper looking troubled. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, but our stock of whale glue is running low, and just now, most of it has been reserved by a distinguished customer. Hearing this news, Li Xiaobo felt a wave of deep disappointment wash over him. However, the shopkeeper seemed to sense his urgency and, with a glint in his eye, suddenly appeared to think of a clever idea, a slightly lewd smile appearing on his face as he lowered his voice and said to Li Xiaobo, "However, I do have a small portion of whale glue left. If you really want it, I can sell it to you, but the price won't be cheap. You see, this is extremely precious 10,000-year-old whale glue. To be honest, using 10,000-year-old whale glue for your matter might not be very cost-effective." Li Xiaobo did not hesitate for a moment, quickly pulling out the little money he had left and resolutely purchasing the small portion of precious whale glue. Although the amount of whale glue was indeed limited, for Li Xiaobo, who urgently needed it to enhance himself at that moment, it was better than nothing. As he stepped out of the shop with the hard-earned whale glue in hand, the shopkeeper behind him looked at his departing figure and couldn't help but shake his head gently, murmuring to himself, "Alas, it's such a pity for someone so young to be like this. His body is already failing at such a young age. It's truly unfortunate." However, Li Xiaobo did not hear these words. He tightly held the package containing the whale glue and spirit pearl, as if grasping his future hope and dreams. At this moment, Yan Yuesher, who had been by Li Xiaobo's side, gently and firmly said, "Xiaobo, don't lose heart. I believe that as long as you persistently work hard in your cultivation, it won't be long before you can realize your wishes and become stronger." Hearing these encouraging words, Li Xiaobo turned his head and gazed deeply into Yan Yuesher's beautiful and trusting eyes, then nodded vigorously to show that he would give it his all. Subsequently, the two walked side by side, slowly heading in the direction of the Li residence. The sunlight fell upon them, casting two long shadows, as if foreshadowing that they were about to embark on a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. After returning to the Li residence, Li Xiaobo hurriedly ran towards where Yan Yuesher was, tightly clutching the invaluable whale glue, his face filled with excitement and anticipation. He finally arrived in front of Yan Yuesher, barely catching his breath before eagerly handing the whale glue to her. Yan Yuesher was a bit surprised to receive the whale glue, but when she saw Li Xiaobo's fervent gaze, her face instantly turned red, and her eyes began to dart around, appearing quite flustered. She bit her lip and softly said, "Xiaobo, we're still young. We can't do this." Li Xiaobo was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but soon understood the meaning behind Yan Yuesher's words, and couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly explained, "Yuesher, don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that you refine this whale gel for that reason. This piece of whale gel is not simple. It not only has aphrodisiac effects, but more importantly, if swallowed directly, it can also have a wonderful effect on body refining. As long as you consume this 10,000-year whale gel, it will greatly enhance your ability to absorb soul rings." Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher's expression relaxed slightly, but her cheeks still flushed with a faint blush. She nodded gently to show she understood, then carefully cradled the whale gel and turned to walk deeper into the courtyard. There was a quiet and beautiful garden there, surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers, making it an excellent place for cultivation. After finding a tranquil and secluded corner, Yan Yuesher stopped, took a deep breath, and steadied her mind. Then, she quickly formed complex hand seals with both hands, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the whale gel, which had been quietly lying in her palm, began to slowly float up, hovering in mid-air and emitting a soft and warm halo, resembling a brilliant pearl that captured attention. As Yan Yuesher continuously infused it with her powerful soul power, the whale gel began to change. It gradually softened, melted, and finally transformed into countless strands of light blue spiritual energy, swirling like smoke. These spiritual energies seemed to possess life, dancing lightly in the air, gradually moving closer to Yan Yuesher. When the first strand of spiritual energy touched Yan Yuesher's skin, she felt a surge of heat rapidly spreading throughout her body through her pores, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Soon after, more spiritual energy continuously seeped into her body, intertwining and merging with her own soul power. Time passed second by second, and Yan Yuesher focused intently on controlling the process of refining the whale gel, not daring to relax even for a moment. The air around her seemed to tremble slightly due to the powerful energy fluctuations. Li Xiaobo stood to the side, his body tense like a bowstring pulled tight, his gaze firmly locked on Yan Yuesher, who was refining whale resin in front of him. His heart was pounding like a drum, clear and audible, as he could truly feel the terrifying power contained within the whale resin. Just then, Yan Yuesher, who had been fully focused, suddenly furrowed her brows slightly, a ripple appearing on her originally calm face, clearly encountering some obstacles during the refining process. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's heart instantly jumped to his throat, nearly unable to restrain himself from rushing forward to inquire about the situation. However, he ultimately forced himself to suppress the impulse, fully aware that he absolutely could not disturb Yin Yuesher at this moment, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Yuesher lightly bit her lip, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, trying hard to calm her chaotic mind. Following that, she closed her eyes again, concentrated, and continuously infused more soul power into the whale resin. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks. After an unknown amount of time, the whale resin began to emit a dazzling light, gradually becoming transparent. Finally, when all the light converged, the whale resin had been completely refined. Yin Yuesher suddenly opened her eyes. A flash of brilliance like lightning swept across her gaze, disappearing in an instant. She stood up, moved her slightly stiff limbs, and then carefully felt the surging, powerful force within her body, like a rushing river. An uncontrollable look of surprise appeared on her face as she turned to Li Xiaobo, who was equally expectant, and said, "This whale resin is truly extraordinary. I feel that my cultivation has made significant progress." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's face also lit up with joy, excitedly clenching his fists and exclaiming, "Great! This brings us one step closer to the day of revenge." After saying this, he exchanged a smile with Yin Yuesher, both seeing determination and confidence in each other's eyes. After feeling the increase in her power, Yin Yuesher said to Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, I need to wash up. You could go out first." Li Xiaobo's face turned red, and he quickly turned to leave the room. Yin Yuesher walked into the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and stepped in. The hot water enveloped her skin as she closed her eyes, enjoying the flow of power brought by the whale resin within her body. Chapter 56. Sunset forest time passed quickly like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a week had slipped through people's fingers. On this day, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere permeated the Li residence. In the spacious hall, several respected elders of the family sat upright, discussing the current difficult issues with Li Lingtian. Everyone's expression was serious, and the entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Li Lingtian broke the suffocating silence first. He cleared his throat and spoke with a serious expression. "Elders, our current situation is not optimistic. As time goes by, the gap in funding is growing larger. If we can't come up with a countermeasure soon, the cultivation resources that our Li family relies on for survival will be hard to sustain." Upon hearing this, one elder couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly, sighing with concern. "Back then, we came to Tiando City to develop out of necessity, and it was indeed a bit too reckless. Now look where we are, deeply trapped in such a predicament." At this moment, another elder turned his gaze towards Li Lingtian, full of expectation, and asked, "Tianer, you're always quick-witted and exceptionally intelligent. Have you thought of any good strategies to resolve the current crisis?" Li Lingtian slightly nodded. After a moment of thought, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "In my opinion, it would be better to endure the pain of parting and sell some of the valuable paintings and other items in our family's collection that are not directly related to our cultivation, in order to fill the most urgent funding gap. At the same time, we need to comprehensively sort out and replan our existing business layout, decisively cut down on some unnecessary expenses. Only by doing so on two fronts can we perhaps allow the Li family to temporarily weather this crisis." As soon as he finished speaking, the elders present fell into deep contemplation, carefully considering the feasibility of Li Lingtian's suggestion. For a moment, the hall returned to a deathly silence, only occasionally broken by the sound of soft cough. After a moment, an elder with a weathered face and deep-set eyes furrowed his brows and said, "Although these items do not provide much substantial help to the family's current development, they are after all inherited from our ancestors. Is it really appropriate to sell them off so easily?" Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands in respect, and sincerely explained to the elder, "Elder, please don't worry. This sale is merely a small part, aimed at solving the urgent funding issue at hand. When our Li family is profitable in the future, we will definitely be able to repurchase this part of the assets. Moreover, if we do not take such measures now and allow the funding chain to completely break, the entire Li family will face an unprecedented crisis, and may even head towards decline." After hearing Li Lingtian's words, several elders present exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. After a brief, yet serious contemplation, they finally nodded slowly, expressing their agreement with the solution proposed by Li Lingtian. At this moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. "Father, our Li family is currently quite powerful. You have already become an 87th level soul Douluo, and with the esteemed Elder Zhong supporting us. It is not an exaggeration to say that our family's top combat power can rival that of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect among the upper 3 sections. In my opinion, with our current strength and status, the Tiando royal family would surely be very willing to actively seek to ally with us. Therefore, it would be better to take this opportunity to request a title, which would help further enhance our Li family's prestige and influence." After hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian's originally dim eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, dazzling like a shooting star across the night sky. He gently raised his hand and slowly stroked his well-defined jawline, falling into a brief contemplation. After a while, he frowned slightly and murmured, "Xiaobo's idea is quite good. However, how could the Tiando royal family easily grant us titles?" Just as Li Lingtian finished speaking, several elders sitting nearby began to whisper among themselves. One esteemed elder spoke first, saying, "Although our family does have certain strength, we have not achieved any particularly remarkable military accomplishments. If we rashly go to request titles, we might only face a ruthless rejection." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian smiled slightly and waved his hand to reassure everyone to remain calm. He then confidently stated, "Do not worry, everyone. Although this matter is indeed challenging, it is not entirely without a feasible approach. In my view, we should first express our absolute loyalty to the royal family and solemnly promise that when the empire faces an invasion from external enemies, we will provide full support and assistance. This way, we might increase our chances of successfully obtaining titles." After careful consideration, Li Lingtian ultimately decided to personally enter the palace to meet the current emperor. For this, he specially selected an extraordinarily generous gift and spent a lot of time and effort repeatedly refining the prepared speech, striving for perfection. Once everything was ready, Li Lingtian stepped into the grand palace with a heart full of anticipation and nervousness, walking with firm and powerful steps. When the emperor saw Li Lingtian approaching from a distance, he had already guessed the purpose of his visit. Once Li Lingtian got closer, respectfully performed the grand ceremony, and then stood up carefully, he cautiously explained his intention for coming to the palace. However, in response to Li Lingtian's earnest request, the emperor only smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "My dear minister, granting a title is not something that can be easily agreed upon. I need to consider many factors." Li Lingtian had clearly anticipated such a response from the emperor. Therefore, he did not show any signs of panic or impatience, but instead maintained a calm demeanor and began to systematically elaborate on his family's strong capabilities and unwavering loyalty to the royal family. Upon hearing this, the emperor frowned slightly, seemingly touched by something deep within. At that critical moment, a sudden sharp call came from outside the palace. Urgent military news. There are evil soul masters causing chaos at the border. This unexpected news struck like a thunderbolt, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere within the palace. The emperor abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze directed outside the hall. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination, exuding an aura of righteousness, and cupped his hands towards the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, the country is in trouble, and every citizen has a responsibility. I am willing to lead troops to the border immediately to quell the rebellion and restore peace to the people." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face instantly lit up with joy. He quickly walked to Li Lingtian, grasped his arms tightly, and excitedly said, "Good. Minister Li, your loyalty and bravery are commendable. I believe you will return victorious. If you succeed in quelling the rebellion, I will surely reward you handsomely and grant you a title upon your return." With the emperor's assurance and encouragement, Li Lingtian felt a surge of boundless ambition. He did not hesitate to accept the imperial command and turned to stride out of the palace. As he departed, it was as if a whirlwind had risen behind him, signaling that a thrilling battle was about to unfold. Li Lingtian led the elite troops meticulously trained by the Li family, charging towards the border like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, the sound of hooves echoed through the sky, kicking up clouds of dust. However, Li Lingtian had no interest in admiring the scenery. He was completely focused on studying the detailed intelligence about the evil soul masters in his hands. His brow furrowed and his expression serious. According to this intelligence, this expedition was fraught with danger and crises, but he was undaunted, with only one belief in his heart: to eliminate the evil soul masters. After several days of relentless travel, they finally reached the border. As they approached, everyone felt a strong, ominous dark aura that sent chills down their spines. Looking ahead, they saw a layer of eerie black mist swirling not far away, where traps set by the evil soul masters were waiting to ensnare them. But Li Lingtian showed no fear. He used his soul power at level 87 to lead his soldiers through one defense line after another. The battle entered a critical phase, with the evil soul masters summoning various malevolent forces. But Li Lingtian noticed that these soul masters seemed to be controlled by a mysterious power. His expression was calm, and his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings, not missing any clues, and he steadily advanced towards the unknown source. After days of arduous searching, he finally found the hidden mastermind behind the darkness in a secluded and rarely visited valley. Deep within the valley stood a black figure, exuding a chillingly evil aura. This person was the leader of the evil soul masters, with unfathomable skills, like an endless abyss. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Li Lingtian felt no fear. Instead, a strong fighting spirit surged within him. In an instant, the two stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. With a roar, Li Lingtian launched the first attack, his figure darting towards the leader of the evil soul masters like a flash of lightning. In that moment, the valley was illuminated with flickering lights, soul power surged, and both sides engaged in a thrilling life-and-death duel. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Li Lingtian utilized all his skills, but the leader of the evil soul masters was incredibly powerful, repeatedly forcing Li Lingtian into a desperate situation. However, at this critical moment of life and death, an infinite power suddenly erupted within Li Lingtian's heart. He gritted his teeth, breaking through his limits, and his soul power surged forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly multiplying several times. With this sudden surge of powerful soul energy, Li Lingtian turned the tide of battle and gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, with a stunning finishing move, he struck the evil soul master leader's vital point, defeating him in one blow. With the leader's defeat, the previously arrogant evil soul masters became headless chickens, thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lingtian pursued them, joining forces with his arriving comrades, and swiftly wiped out these remnants with overwhelming force. With this, the crisis threatening the safety of the border was completely resolved, and peace and tranquility returned to the border region. Li Lingtian was completely unburdened, and the border area regained its former tranquility and harmony. Li Lingtian, clad in battle armor and holding a long sword, rode a pure white steed, slowly returning to the capital with the glory of victory. From a distance, the city gate was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. The citizens of the city, hearing of the hero's return, spontaneously poured into the streets to welcome the triumphant general. People waved colorful flags and flowers, their faces brimming with joy and admiration. Cheers rose and fell, like waves, deafening and relentless. Li Lingtian smiled as he waved to the people on both sides, his eyes sparkling with pride and excitement. He made his way forward, passing through the bustling streets, heading straight for the imperial palace. At this time, the emperor had been waiting inside the palace for a long time. When he heard the commotion outside, he knew that Li Lingtian had returned. The emperor stood up and personally walked to the palace door to greet him. Upon seeing Li Lingtian, the emperor smiled broadly and nodded in praise. Li Aiqing, you have indeed achieved remarkable military accomplishments in this expedition. I did not misjudge you, and you have truly not let me down. Li Lingtian hurriedly knelt down and bowed, humbly saying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Thanks to your immense blessings and the soldiers' brave efforts, we have achieved this victory. The emperor laughed heartily, helped Li Lingtian up, and said loudly, No need to be modest. Your contributions are evident to all. Today, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you and confer upon you the title of a first-class marquis, granting you a fief of 1,000 miles. After speaking, the emperor waved his hand, and the eunuch beside him immediately presented the imperial decree and the map. Li Lingtian took the imperial edict and the map, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. I will certainly do my utmost to serve and repay Your Majesty's favor. Then he unfolded the map to closely examine his newly granted fief. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that within this vast land, there was a piece located at the edge of the sunset forest. Seeing this, Li Lingtian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. For a long-established soul master family, like the Leaf family, being close to the sunset forest was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Hidden within that mysterious and dangerous forest were countless powerful soul beasts. The soul rings produced by these soul beasts were essential resources for soul masters to enhance their powers. In the past, to obtain suitable soul rings, the Leaf family often had to send out many people into the forest to take risks. Now, with their own fief adjacent to the sunset forest, it not only made it easier for family members to acquire soul rings, but also effectively avoided prematurely exposing the family's true strength. When the members of the Leaf family learned this good news, they cheered and were filled with excitement. The entire family was immersed in a festive atmosphere, and the family's prestige was greatly enhanced in an instant. From then on, the Leaf family would surely cultivate more outstanding soul master descendants with this uniquely advantageous fief. When the news reached Li Xiaobo's ears, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The place known as the Sunset Forest had always been part of his calculations, especially the mysterious ice and fire duality hidden within, which he had long been yearning for. In fact, Li Xiaobo possessed a herbal diagram, whose efficacy was on par with that of the ice and fire duality eye. However, the problem was that if he couldn't always be near the herbal diagram, it would be quite inconvenient to use. In contrast, the ice and fire duality not only had a naturally formed powerful energy source, but also grew many precious and rare immortal herbs. If these immortal herbs could be properly utilized, they would undoubtedly become a profound foundation for their family, providing continuous support for the family's development. With this in mind, Li Xiaobo secretly resolved to find a way to bring the ice and fire duality under his control. Chapter 57. Exploring the Sunset Forest. After a long and careful preparation, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at the mysterious edge of the Sunset Forest. He stood quietly there, gazing at the vast, deep, and tranquil forest before him, his heart filled with both anticipation and a hint of unease. Taking a deep breath, as if infusing himself with endless courage, Li Xiaobo resolutely stepped into this unknown realm. Not long after entering the forest, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Although the sound was not loud, it was remarkably clear in the silent environment. Li Xiaobo immediately became alert, his nerves taut as a bowstring, his right hand tightly gripping the incredibly sharp sword in readiness to respond to any potential danger. At that moment, a petite and delicate elemental sprite suddenly dashed out from the nearby bushes like a bolt of blue lightning. This little sprite shimmered with a soft and enchanting light of pale blue, dazzling like the stars in the night sky. It blinked its large, lively eyes and playfully twirled around Li Xiaobo with curiosity. Seeing that it was just such a cute and harmless little creature, Li Xiaobo's initially tense heart relaxed a bit, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He tentatively reached out his hand, wanting to greet the little sprite and try to communicate with it. However, the sprite seemed particularly mischievous, ignoring Li Xiaobo's friendly gesture and instead sticking out its tiny pink tongue at him playfully before darting away into the depths of the forest without looking back. Watching the little sprite's retreating figure, Li Xiaobo hesitated for a moment, but soon he made up his mind to follow it and see what was going on. After all, who knew whether this seemingly innocent little sprite might bring him unexpected surprises or valuable gains? Thus, Li Xiaobo took big strides to keep up with the little sprite. As they passed through layers of dense trees and winding paths, they unknowingly arrived at the edge of a serene and secluded lake. It was now evening, the sun was setting, and the afterglow cast golden ripples across the lake, shimmering beautifully. Just as Li Xiaobo was enchanted by this picturesque scenery, a sudden wave surged on the calm lake. Following that, a gigantic ancient water snake soul beast leaped out of the lake, its massive mouth wide enough to swallow an elephant, lunging fiercely toward him. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Li Xiaobo reacted swiftly, pushing off with his feet to agilely dodge to the side. Meanwhile, the long spear in his hand transformed into a beam of cold light, stabbing straight toward the oncoming water snake. In an instant, the tip of the spear met the snake's body with a crisp collision, sending countless sparks flying. What followed was a thrilling life-and-death struggle. Li Xiaobo engaged in a desperate battle with the ferocious ancient water snake. Both sides fought fiercely without yielding, making it difficult to determine a winner. But as time passed, Li Xiaobo gradually figured out the opponent's attack patterns and seized the opportunity to thrust his spear into the water snake's fatal weakness. The severely injured water snake let out a piercing scream its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. At that moment, the little sprite gracefully flew in front of Li Xiaobo. Its lively wings fluttered gently, as if trying to convey something to him. The sprite blinked its big, watery eyes, examining Li Xiaobo from top to bottom, seemingly very satisfied with him. Then, the sprite elegantly turned and led Li Xiaobo toward a towering tree not far away. This great tree soared into the clouds, and its thick trunk would require several people to wrap their arms around it. Beneath the tree, a fruit exuding a mysterious aura was hidden. Li Xiaobo immediately spotted the fruit, and a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. He knew that this was the significant reward sought after in this adventure. Therefore, he eagerly quickened his pace and joyfully walked towards the mysterious fruit. As he got closer, he noticed that the fruit was surrounded by a faint halo, soft like a veil. Through this halo, he could vaguely sense a strange power surging within. Li Xiaobo cautiously extended his hand and gently touched the surface of the fruit. In an instant, an incredibly powerful energy surged into his body like a roaring torrent. This energy came on strong, causing Li Xiaobo to feel a wave of dizziness, but he quickly adapted. As the energy flowed continuously within him, Li Xiaobo was astonished to discover that he could establish a closer connection and communication with the natural elements around him. At that moment, the little spirits began to joyfully dance around Li Xiaobo, their tiny figures drawing beautiful arcs in the air, like shooting stars twinkling in the night sky. The spirits' joy was palpable, as if they were celebrating Li Xiaobo's acquisition of this magical ability. However, just as they were immersed in happiness, a melodious flute sound floated from not far away. The flute's sound was clear and pleasant, like music from heaven, enchanting all who heard it. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look in the direction of the sound. He saw a mysterious figure dressed in a long robe as white as snow, walking gracefully towards him. This person was tall and elegant, exuding an extraordinary aura with every gesture, especially those deep, sea-like eyes, which revealed a wisdom that came from enduring the trials of time. He was the guardian of the secrets of this forest, always searching for gifted individuals like Li Xiaobo. At this moment, Li Xiaobo had successfully passed numerous tests and finally earned the qualification to leave with the precious fruit. However, before he could depart, he needed to agree to a request made by the guardian. Li Xiaobo respectfully cupped his fists in salute to the guardian and humbly asked, "May I ask what matters you need my assistance with, senior? I will do my utmost as long as it is within my capabilities." The guardian gazed deeply at Li Xiaobo and slowly spoke. "Do you know the various restrictions this realm imposes on soul beasts?" Li Xiaobo thought for a moment and then cautiously replied, "To answer the senior, I have heard a little about this. It is said that the soul beasts in this world are bound by many rules in their growth and development." The guardian smiled slightly and continued, "In that case, what would you think if I told you that I'm actually a soul beast myself?" Li Xiaobo was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, and then quickly waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Senior, please don't jest with me. How could such a powerful and mysterious being like you be a soul beast?" The guardian, however, shook his head seriously and said, "I am not joking with you. To be honest, I am a Tombi monkey with a cultivation of up to 800,000 years. Perhaps in this world, there is no one like me. Moreover, just like the divine position you carry, I also did not originate from this world." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, and he pondered, "How does this senior know about my divine position? This has always been my secret." In an instant, his heart was filled with confusion and shock. The guardian seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "You need not panic. I can sense the aura of your divine position. What I seek from you is that, if you have the opportunity in the future, you can improve the living conditions of soul beasts." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo agreed. After leaving the vast sunset forest, Li Xiaobo, who thought he could live a peaceful life, did not expect that a huge crisis was quietly approaching. It was unknown when the news about him possessing celestial-grade, genius treasures began to spread in Tiando City. This power was said to contain endless energy that could enhance one's aptitude, causing countless people to harbor greedy thoughts. Finally, on a sunny day, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, and a light breeze rustled the leaves. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil atmosphere lay a surging undercurrent. A group of mysterious black-clad individuals appeared silently around Li Xiaobo like phantoms. They moved swiftly and nimbly, surrounding Li Xiaobo in the blink of an eye. These black-clad individuals were all dressed in tight black outfits, their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only pairs of eyes that glimmered with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with this sudden threat, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, but his battle experience quickly helped him calm down. He knew that he must not show any carelessness at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he tightly gripped the extremely sharp longsword in his hand, his arm exerting slight force, causing the sword body to tremble and emit a buzzing sound. At the same time, the muscles in his body instantly tensed up, like a bow drawn to its limit, ready to unleash incredible power at any moment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the surrounding black-clad individuals, not allowing any slight movement to escape his notice. At this moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence, a tense atmosphere permeating the air, making it almost hard to breathe. Although Li Xiaobo's strength had greatly improved after long-term arduous training in the forest, when his gaze swept over the mysterious black-clad individuals before him, a hint of caution still arose in his heart, because from their figures and movements, it was evident that each of them was a seasoned expert, trained through countless battles. Moreover, they exuded a chillingly powerful aura, as if each one had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, like a Shura demon. As time passed second by second, the tense atmosphere formed by the standoff between both sides grew increasingly heavy, like a volcano about to erupt, suffocatingly oppressive. Finally, the taut string snapped with a loud crack, and the flames of battle were instantly ignited. In an instant, the entire battlefield was like being thrown a huge seed of fire, igniting into a blazing inferno. The lights of knives and swords wildly intertwined in the air, flashing incessantly, with each collision sparking dazzling sparks. The sounds of shouting and killing resounded through the skies, deafening, as if threatening to tear apart this world. Li Xiaobo moved like a swallow, agile and swift, darting through the enemies like a ghost. The reversed divine spear in his hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt, whistling through the air with the force of a dragon leaping over the sea, unmatched in might. Each thrust carried an unparalleled momentum, instilling fear in the enemies who dared not approach easily. However, these men in black were clearly not to be underestimated. They coordinated seamlessly, their defenses tight and their attacks like a sudden storm, one wave of assault after another. Faced with such formidable foes, even the valiant Li Xiaobo found it difficult to break through their defenses, gradually becoming entangled in a grueling battle. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, Li Xiaobo suddenly sensed a powerful and ancient aura emanating continuously from behind the group of black-clad men. This aura seemed to transcend time and space, carrying a weighty sense from ancient times, as if containing boundless primordial power. Merely sensing it sent chills down one's spine. As Li Xiaobo was astonished and sought to understand the source of this mysterious aura, one of the black-clad figures slowly raised a hand and gently removed the cold, dark mask from their face. To Li Xiaobo's utter disbelief, the mysterious figure clad in black, with a cold demeanor, turned out to be the petite and adorable little sprite he had encountered deep in the forest. At that time, the sprite had been like a jumping note in the woods, lively and playful, a stark contrast to the current cold and ruthless appearance. It turned out that ever since the sprite had seen Li Xiaobo obtain the fruit imbued with magical powers, it had been coveting it. However, knowing well the strength and diligence of the guardian gibbon protecting the forest, the sprite had always refrained from acting rashly, burying its greed deep within and waiting silently for the right opportunity. Now, sensing that Li Xiaobo had left the forest, the sprite felt the time was ripe. Unable to suppress its inner desires, the sprite quickly gathered a group of similarly ill-intentioned subordinates and aggressively attacked Li Xiaobo, attempting to seize the coveted power of the fruit. As the enemies closed in and the encirclement gradually tightened, the situation became increasingly desperate, and Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anxiety, silently lamenting his plight. At this critical moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, as if lightning had torn the night apart, plunging directly into the heart of the fierce battlefield. As everyone focused their gaze, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The arrival was none other than the once mighty guardian gibbon that protected the forest. It stood tall and powerful, covered in a layer of golden fur that shone like scattered gold in the sunlight. Its large eyes sparkled with a chilling light, exuding authority and dominance. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar, its voice rolling like thunder, causing everyone present to wince in pain and fear. Then, the gibbon's eyes widened, radiating a terrifying aura. It suddenly swung its arms, as sturdy as stone pillars, creating a howling gale. Each strike seemed to carry immense force, capable of toppling mountains, and it smashed down on the black-clad men. Their weapons collided with this terrifying power and were instantly sent flying, some even breaking in half. They could not withstand such ferocious attacks and could only retreat continuously, trying to evade the fatal blows. However, the gibbon moved with incredible speed, darting through the crowd like a specter, leaving the black-clad men with no escape. Under the gibbon's overwhelming assault, the once fierce little sprite and its subordinates were now in disarray, screaming in terror as they fled, completely losing their previous bravado. Those who lagged behind were caught by the gibbon, and with a single scream, they were reduced to a puddle of flesh, a sight too horrific to behold. Before long, the fierce battle came to an end. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, littered with shattered weapons and blood. The sprite and its subordinates had vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants on the ground to witness the thrilling confrontation that had just occurred. At that moment, Li Xiaobo excitedly ran up to the gibbon, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I would have surely perished." He looked up at the gibbon's towering figure, his eyes filled with awe. The gibbon nodded slightly, signaling for Li Xiaobo to rise. Then, in a deep and authoritative voice, it said, "This fruit contains immense energy, but if misused, it can also bring disaster. I hope you'll make good use of this power and not disappoint my expectations." After speaking, the gibbon turned and left, quickly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Li Xiaobo stood still, gazing intently in the direction the gibbon had departed. The fading figure seemed to take away a thread of concern from the depths of his heart. However, what filled him more was determination and resolve. He silently clenched his fists and vowed to earnestly follow the gibbon's words, dedicating himself fully to the mission he bore. After taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo slowly began to organize his scattered thoughts. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to seek a more secluded and tranquil place, allowing him to fully immerse himself in absorbing the power of the mysterious fruit. Thus, he resolutely set off on this journey filled with the unknown and challenges. Along the way, Li Xiaobo forged ahead through thorns and obstacles. He struggled to scale towering, steep mountains, each step feeling as if he were walking on the edge of a knife. He cautiously crossed turbulent rivers, where a moment's inattention could lead to being engulfed by the merciless waves. Yet these difficulties did not deter him in the slightest. Instead, they honed his unwavering will. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, one day, Li Xiaobo found himself in a valley shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Within the valley, green mountains and clear waters complemented each other. Lush trees and flourishing flowers adorned the landscape, and the air was filled with an almost palpable spiritual energy. Li Xiaobo felt his pores open up as he greedily inhaled this fresh and pure essence, a sense of indescribable comfort washing over him. His intuition told him that this place was the retreat he had long dreamed of. Following the winding path, Li Xiaobo ventured deeper into the valley, exploring his surroundings. Soon, he discovered a quiet and profound cave beneath a mountain wall. The entrance was covered in moss, and the sound of trickling water echoed softly within, creating an exceptionally serene atmosphere. Li Xiaobo nodded with joy and stepped into the cave. Once inside, he carefully examined the surrounding environment, confirming it was safe before finding a flat, smooth rock to sit on. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. When everything was ready, Li Xiaobo began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him, guiding the powerful force emitted by the mysterious fruit to flow slowly and gradually integrate into his meridians. Time passed swiftly, and the days turned into weeks. Throughout the daily practice, Li Xiaobo remained fully focused, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Gradually, he felt the power of the fruit merging seamlessly with his original spiritual energy, indistinguishable from one another. This wonderful change filled him with joy, but he also understood that it was not yet time to relax. Finally, after a long period of cultivation, Li Xiaobo successfully absorbed and comprehended the power of the fruit completely. At this moment, he radiated a faint glow, and every movement exuded an unparalleled might. After leaving the cave, Li Xiaobo did not rush to leave the valley. Instead, he lingered for a while to adapt to the newfound strength in his body. When he felt the time was right, he set off on his journey once more, seeking a powerful soul beast worthy of matching his 7th soul ring. Chapter 58, the 900,000. Old Gibbon Li Xiaobo carefully navigated through the sunset forest alone. The silence around him was eerily chilling. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows, but it could not dispel the eerie atmosphere of the forest. Suddenly, A faint rustling sound broke the tranquility. Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped, gripping the reverse divine gun tightly in his hands, his sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the direction of the sound. Out of the shadows emerged a fox, radiating a ghostly blue light. This fox had a graceful figure, its fur smooth as silk, each strand shimmering with mysterious blue light, especially its eyes, which resembled a deep starry sky, drawing one in at a single glance. Li Xiaobo instantly recognized that this fox was the 90,000-year-old beast he had been searching for. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complex, filled with both the tension of facing a formidable opponent and the excitement of soon gaining immense power. He knew that a soul beast of this caliber not only possessed terrifying strength, but also had extremely high intelligence. However, before he could react, the fox unexpectedly spoke. "You insignificant human dare to intrude here. What is it that you seek?" The fox's voice was crisp and cold, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then mustered the courage to respond. "Respected spirit beast, I hope to gain your power and have you become my soul ring, assisting me in advancing further on my cultivation path." Upon hearing this, the fox let out a disdainful snort and said dismissively, "With your meager skills, you dare to covet my power? It's simply a dream. However, considering you have some courage, if you can pass my test, I might consider fulfilling your wish." After saying this, a glint of cunning flashed in the fox's eyes. At that moment, the sly fox suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out colorful smoke. The smoke quickly spread, forming strange and illusory scenes, like paintings unfolding before Li Xiaobo's eyes. In some images, there were blazing fiery mountains with hot magma constantly erupting. In others, there were icy and snowy lands with biting cold winds howling by. And there were also eerie and terrifying ghost domains, where countless evil spirits lunged at him with bared fangs and claws. Faced with the fierce assault of these illusions, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, concentrated all his energy, and resisted with his strong willpower. In his mind, unwavering beliefs flashed continuously, reminding himself that he must not be deceived by these illusions. Waves of illusory attacks crashed against Li Xiaobo's resolve like surging sea waves, but he stood firm, tenaciously countering them. Finally, after a grueling struggle, the fox seemed to sense Li Xiaobo's indomitable will, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Very good, human, come forth. It seems you indeed possess extraordinary perseverance and courage." However, Li Xiaobo replied without hesitation, "Sorry, you are not suitable." Upon hearing this, the fox's eyes widened in shock, filled with confusion and anger. It incredulously roared, "You human, are you toying with me? You dare to say I am not suitable?" Li Xiaobo shook his head calmly and explained, "That's not the case. It's just that when I was just defending against your illusion attack, I carefully observed and analyzed the abilities you displayed. From my judgment, although your illusion skills are very impressive, fundamentally speaking, your attributes do not possess the quality to generate powerful strength. Therefore, after considering everything, I believe that you and I are not suitable to cooperate or become partners." Upon hearing this, the fox was momentarily stunned. It never expected that this seemingly ordinary human could maintain a clear mind during such an intense battle and make such precise judgments. For a moment, it couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for Li Xiaobo. At that moment, Li Xiaobo continued, "However, even so, I still feel grateful to you because you're willing to grant me such a rare opportunity. Perhaps we can reach a different kind of agreement." Hearing this, the fox's lively eyes filled with curiosity, and it eagerly asked, "What kind of agreement is it?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly, his lips curling into a confident arc, and softly replied, "I will do my utmost to protect this vast and boundless forest, ensuring it won't be indiscriminately disturbed by those greedy soul hunters. In exchange, when I encounter danger, I hope you can lend a helping hand in a timely manner. Of course, such help does not require you to sacrifice your life." After saying this, Li Xiaobo quietly stared at the fox, waiting for its response. The fox narrowed its eyes slightly, falling into a brief contemplation. After a while, it finally nodded slowly, indicating its agreement to this seemingly fair proposal. Thus, a peculiar cooperative relationship was quietly established in this mysterious sunset forest. Afterward, Li Xiaobo resolutely turned around and walked away from the forest, which was illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun, with firm and powerful steps. He was very clear that although he had not obtained the soul ring he longed for in this forest, it was comforting that he had unexpectedly befriended and successfully recruited such a unique and powerful ally. At this moment, the fox, standing in place and watching him gradually move away until he disappeared, also fixed its gaze on his receding figure. For some reason, a fleeting, indescribable admiration flickered deep within the fox's eyes. Just after Li Xiaobo stepped out of the sunset forest for a short while, he suddenly sensed a familiar and chilling aura permeating the surrounding air. In an instant, his heart trembled violently, as if it had been struck hard by a hammer. Following that, he subconsciously raised his head and looked ahead into the distance. There, he saw a vague figure slowly approaching from afar. As time passed, the figure became clearer and clearer. It turned out to be the long-sought doubling-arm monkey that he had been searching for over half a month. The doubling-arm monkey suddenly threw its head back and laughed, its laughter echoing in the air as if it could shatter the surrounding leaves. Ha ha ha, but hey, you really are quite interesting. Back then, you were so determined to find me, not stopping until you achieved your goal. That persistence was truly impressive. But who would have thought that now you would make such a strange agreement with those soul beasts in the sunset forest? Standing beside him, Li Xiaobo replied solemnly and with determination, "This is not a strange matter. It's a mutually beneficial act. By cooperating with them, we can both obtain what we need." The doubling-arm monkey leaped in an instant, landing right in front of Li Xiaobo. It tilted its head, its lively big eyes sizing up the young man in front of it, and muttered, "Hey kid, have you forgotten your original purpose for seeking me? Didn't you want to become strong? Why are you going around in circles now?" Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly, indicating that he had not forgotten his original intention. "Of course, I haven't forgotten my original intention. I have always longed for greater power. However, I believe that gaining power does not necessarily have to come at the expense of others." Upon hearing this, the gibbon couldn't help but scratch its furry head, showing a hint of confusion on its face. "Your idea is quite strange, but upon reflection, it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. All right, since you're such an interesting fellow, I, the great sage, will show mercy today and play with you. I can teach you some of my unique special skills, but before that, you must first pass my rigorous training." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of surprise, and he excitedly asked, "Is this true?" The long-armed monkey raised its chin, answering with a proud expression, "Humph. This great sage has always kept his word. How could I possibly deceive you, little brat?" In the days that followed, Li Xiaobo closely followed the long-armed monkey, embarking on an exceptionally arduous training journey. Under the careful guidance of the long-armed monkey, Li Xiaobo gradually mastered one miraculous skill after another. He learned to cleverly use the surrounding natural environment to conceal his presence. Whether in dense woods or rugged mountains, he could find perfect cover. At the same time, he also grasped how to unleash the most powerful attacks with minimal effort, each strike striking like a fierce storm, swift and fierce. However, just as they were immersed in the joy of their training progress, the calm time suddenly passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, the originally clear sky unexpectedly darkened without warning. Thick dark clouds rapidly gathered like ink, as if to swallow the entire world. Soon after, a massive black thundercloud slowly formed on the horizon. The thundercloud resembled a ferocious giant beast, continuously spewing forth a large amount of black and red lightning. These bolts of lightning intertwined, like countless fierce dragons clawing and thrashing in the air, surging towards Li Xiaobo and the long-armed monkey with a destructive force. "Oh no! This is the heavenly calamity I have faced after 900,000 years of cultivation." The long-armed monkey looked at the overwhelming, terrifying thunderstorm approaching, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. Beside him, Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, his palms soaked with sweat, but his gaze remained steadfast as he anxiously asked the long-armed monkey, "Do you have absolute confidence in getting through this tribulation safely?" Feeling Li Xiaobo's concerned gaze, the long-armed monkey turned to look at this brave and determined young man, breaking into a reassuring smile. "Haha, good kid, don't worry. Today, let me show you what true combat is." With that, the long-armed monkey's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light that charged straight toward the raging thunder. In an instant, his large and powerful hands flew up and down, creating waves of violent hurricanes with his movements. The wind aided the thunder's might, and the thunder borrowed the wind's power. For a moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. However, the sheer number of heavenly thunders was astonishing, seemingly endless, continuously bombarding down. Although the long-armed monkey was powerful, under such dense and fierce attacks, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed, his strength depleting rapidly. He He turned his head with great difficulty, looking at Li Xiaobo, and gasped, "Kid, this heavenly tribulation is too powerful. With my abilities, I fear I cannot withstand it. I have decided to use that forbidden technique to break through this tribulation. But the consequence of doing so may very well be my annihilation, and I will cease to exist. But rest assured, you must live on strongly in the future." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anxiety, shouting hoarsely, "No, you absolutely can't do that. We must have other ways." However, the long-armed monkey was resolute, disregarding Li Xiaobo's pleas, and decisively activated that mysterious and dangerous forbidden technique. In an instant, a blinding radiant light erupted, dazzling like the sun. Immediately after, there was a loud bang, and the once menacing thundercloud that shrouded the sky vanished without a trace in an instant. At the same time, the long-armed monkey's massive body slowly fell, as if a mountain were collapsing. He used the last ounce of his strength, sacrificing all his remaining power to Li Xiaobo without reservation. Watching everything unfold before him, Li Xiaobo felt as if his heart were being torn apart, consumed by grief. He could clearly sense a tremendous force continuously flowing from the long-armed monkey into his body, surging wildly through his meridians. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the long-armed monkey's soul slowly dissipating, extending a hand to gently offer him a crystal-clear pearl that radiated a faint glow. The long-armed monkey spoke in a weak voice, "This is my soul bone, containing the essence of my life as cultivation. Holding it will help you better integrate the power I have passed on to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-armed monkey's soul completely vanished into the heavens and the earth. Li Xiaobo cautiously took the precious soul bone into his hands. As soon as he held it, he felt an extremely powerful energy surge violently within him, like a wild horse breaking free. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and exerted all his strength to operate the techniques he had learned, trying to guide and control this raging power. Each attempt was accompanied by immense pain and risk, but he never gave up. After a long and arduous struggle, Li Xiaobo finally succeeded in merging the powerful strength granted to him by the arm monkey. At this moment, he radiated a faint golden glow, and his aura became even stronger and more imposing than before. He exuded a terrifyingly powerful presence, as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. After enduring tremendous training and refinement, he not only successfully mastered all the incredible abilities of the arm monkey, but also faintly transcended his limits, touching the threshold of a higher level of power. He gazed into the distant skyline, his eyes deep and determined, silently vowing, "No matter how rugged and bumpy the road ahead, I will become a god and revive the arm monkey with supreme divine power." Having spoken, he resolutely set off on his way back to the Li residence. Along the way, Li Xiaobo remained silent, like a solitary traveler. The image of the armed monkey's tragic appearance before its death, along with the longing for life and trust in him reflected in its eyes, continuously surfaced in his mind. Each time he recalled that scene, his heart felt as if it were pierced by thousands of steel needles, making him wish for death. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Li Xiaobo returned to the long-separated Li residence. The moment he stepped through the gate, everyone in the house instantly felt the unparalleled, powerful aura emanating from him, leaving them dumbfounded and astonished. However, at this moment, Li Xiaobo had no time to care about others' reactions. With a blank expression, he passed through the crowd and hurried straight to his room. Once inside, he eagerly took out the long-preserved soul bone of the arm monkey. He carefully cradled it in his hands, as if holding a rare treasure, meticulously examining every line and detail on it. This soul bone seemed to carry the memories and strength of the arm monkey during its lifetime. Li Xiaobo stared at it, as if he could see the days spent training with the arm monkey through it. Then, he remembered a record he had casually glimpsed in an ancient book regarding the method of resurrection. Without hesitation, he rushed to the Li residence's treasure vault. The vault was heavily guarded, and entering it was no easy task. Once inside the vault, amidst the mountain of books, Li Xiaobo anxiously searched for the yellowed pages that might contain the secret of resurrection. Hard work pays off after a long search. He finally discovered the dusty Immortal Herb compendium in the corner. He held it tightly in his hands as if it were a precious treasure and quickly began to flip through it. Soon, his gaze landed on one of the pages. It detailed various immortal herbs, and recalling the ice and fire duality from the original story, he remembered that a type of herb with miraculous effects grew there, which might be exactly what he needed to become stronger quickly. Upon reading this, Li Xiaobo's eyes brightened, and hope ignited within him. He knew that the journey to find the ice and fire duality would be filled with countless difficulties and dangers. But as long as there was even a glimmer of hope to revive the armed monkey, he would never give up easily. Thus, Li Xiaobo packed his bag without hesitation and set off on a new journey. He bid farewell to his family and stepped once more into the unknown, his gaze firmly directed toward the sunset forest, filled with a strong desire to resurrect the armed monkey. Chapter 59. The Ice and Fire Duality. Li Xiaobo carefully weaved through the sunset forest, surrounded by a faint mist. He remained vigilant for any soul beast that might appear at any moment, while carefully sensing the aura of the Ice and Fire Duality eye. Suddenly, a fox emitting fiery light sprang out, its eyes gleaming with cunning. Li Xiaobo recognized it as the 1,000-year-old sunset fox, known for using fire attacks to confuse its enemies. He quickly released his reverse god spear martial soul. At that moment, Li Xiaobo sensed an icy chill that was faint yet present. He felt a surge of joy. Could he be getting close to the Ice and Fire Duality eye? He drove away the sunset fox and hurried towards the source of the cold aura. After parting a dense patch of grass, he saw a mountain exuding both cold and heat before him. He had found the Ice and Fire Duality eye. As he ventured deeper into this mysterious place, the surrounding environment quietly changed. The originally normal temperature began to fluctuate unpredictably, at times feeling like being in a blazing furnace, unbearably hot with sweat pouring down like a fountain. At other times, it felt as if he had fallen into a frigid abyss of ice and snow, the cold biting and making him shiver uncontrollably. This bizarre temperature change seemed to serve as a silent warning, indicating that Li Xiaobo was getting closer to the legendary treasure land. Just as he was trudging forward, a misty canyon suddenly appeared before him. Through the hazy fog, he could see that the canyon was filled with various strange flowers and grasses. These flowers and grasses were colorful and dazzling, red like fire, pink like clouds, white like snow, intertwining to form a stunning picture. However, Li Xiaobo quickly sensed something unusual. These seemingly beautiful and charming flowers emitted a faint fragrance that was not fresh and pleasant like ordinary flowers, but rather carried an indescribable sense of danger, as if warning all outsiders approaching. This place is extremely perilous. Do not act recklessly. According to the original text, this place is guarded by a rare plant known as the Bailing 7 Absolute Flower. This flower is highly toxic. Once someone is pricked by it or inhales its pollen, an ordinary person would immediately succumb to poisoning, with no chance of survival. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Li Xiaobo dared not be careless. He carefully moved his feet, trying to avoid those poisonous flowers, advancing slowly towards his intended destination, one step at a time. After crossing the lush, grassy area, a breathtaking sight suddenly appeared before him. At a glance, it seemed as if he had entered a dreamlike world, with one side ablaze with flames and the other side covered in a thick layer of white snow, forming a glacier. In this peculiar landscape, a spring continuously gushed forth with scalding hot water, splashing onto the surrounding ground and instantly rising in clouds of white mist. In contrast, another direction was covered with a thick blanket of snow, resembling a fairy tale world dressed in silver. In this place where fire and ice confronted each other, two streams of clear water erupted from the ground. One stream was icy cold, its chill seemingly penetrating to the very marrow of a person. The other was as hot as fire, the heat waves emanating from it making one feel unbearably scorched. This was the legendary Ice and Fire Duality Eye, a place filled with mysterious powers and endless secrets. As Li Xiaobo gradually approached this magical spring, he immediately felt an extraordinarily powerful spiritual energy rushing towards him like surging waves. This energy was so rich that it seemed almost tangible, as if it could directly seep into the depths of one's soul. Here, it was not only a treasure trove of various rare medicinal materials, but also an ideal habitat that countless plant soul beasts dreamt of. In this tranquil and harmonious environment, the surroundings were so quiet that even a gentle breeze had stopped flowing, and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Li Xiaobo was nervously holding his breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that any inadvertent movement would disturb the creatures of this land. However, at that moment, a deep and resonant roar suddenly broke the silence. Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but be taken aback, quickly raising his alertness and scanning his surroundings. He saw not far from him a massive, muscular plant slowly and steadily approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this plant was none other than the famous earth dragon golden melon, one of the legendary herbs growing in the eye of ice and fire. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. His face filled with disbelief as he was deeply shocked by the breathtaking spectacle of the ice and fire duality eyes before him. The ice and fire duality eyes resembled two dazzling gems embedded in the earth. On one side, fierce flames burned brightly, waves of heat rolling forth as if to incinerate everything. On the other side, a cold, bone-chilling spring exuded an aura of frost, sending shivers down one's spine. This place not only possessed a unique and unparalleled natural environment, but was also a coveted training sanctuary for many soul masters. Although, for various reasons, Li Xiaobo could not delve into the spring to explore its mysteries this time. At this moment, a seed of curiosity about the secrets of the spring had taken root and begun to sprout deep within his heart. He silently vowed to double his efforts in training, continuously enhancing his strength and wisdom, because only in this way could he possibly, one day in the future, truly qualify to step into the mysterious ice and fire duality eyes, to seek out the enormous opportunities hidden within regarding the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Perhaps then, he would unveil a little-known legendary story and accomplish a remarkable feat that would shake the world. Li Xiaobo had not yet had time to react further when he saw the Earth Dragon Golden Melon rushing towards him like a streak of golden lightning, stopping steadily just a few meters in front of him. This Earth Dragon Golden Melon was enormous, covered in a layer of hard scales that shimmered with dazzling golden light, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. Its thick, strong vines swayed slightly in the air, as if a pair of sharp eyes were scrutinizing Li Xiaobo before it. Faced with such a formidable presence, Li Xiaobo felt a sense of caution rising in his heart, knowing he could not act rashly. He took a deep breath and slowly circulated the energy within his body, gradually releasing the power of his true dragon bloodline. That pure and majestic aura instantly spread out, intertwining with the ancient aura emanating from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, creating a standoff. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon seemed to sense the true dragon bloodline aura released by Li Xiaobo, and its previously restless vines calmed down slightly, retracting a bit. However, even though both sides maintained a delicate balance for the time being, the tense atmosphere still hung in the air, making it impossible to let down one's guard. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of small grass growing nearby, near the ice-fire duality eye, flickering with a faint light. Drawing on his years of experience and knowledge from wandering the martial world, he immediately recognized it as the key target of his mission to collect celestial herbs, the ice spirit grass. This grass had a significant effect on enhancing a cultivator's power and could be considered a rare treasure that was hard to come by. However, at this moment, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon was guarding this place, making it no easy task to obtain the ice spirit grass. Li Xiaobo frowned slightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered that he had seen in ancient text that the Earth Dragon Golden Melon favored a particular type of soul power fluctuation. Li Xiaobo attempted to condense that kind of soul power fluctuation, sending a friendly signal to the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon was taken aback at first, but then the hostility emanating from it gradually dissipated. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo quickly approached the ice spirit grass and carefully plucked it. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon merely watched silently and did not obstruct him. After securing the ice spirit grass, Li Xiaobo once again bowed to the Earth Dragon Golden Melon in gratitude and then joyfully sought other celestial herbs. Li Xiaobo continued to search near the ice-fire duality eye. Before long, he sensed a surge of vibrant life force coming from a hidden corner. Following the feeling, he saw a peculiar celestial herb. One half of this herb was a lively green, while the other half was a deep black. The two colors clearly delineated. It was the yin-yang illusion grass he had been wanting. However, just as he reached out to pluck it, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and a transparent ice and snow spirit appeared. This spirit turned out to be the intelligence of the ice spirit grass. Having just witnessed Li Xiaobo taking the ice spirit grass, it now obstructed him from harvesting the yin-yang illusion grass. Li Xiaobo, feeling helpless, had to negotiate with it. He expressed that he could help it break through to a higher level. After thinking for a moment, the ice and snow spirit agreed to this deal. Li Xiaobo successfully obtained the yin-yang illusion grass. Next, he used his keen perception to find the life-type celestial herb, the holy healing star fungus. This herb was surrounded by a gentle halo of protection. Li Xiaobo resonated with the halo using his bloodline power and successfully broke through the defense to obtain the celestial herb. By now, he had gathered both life-type and yin-yang celestial herbs. Just as Li Xiaobo was preparing to leave, he sensed a subtle, yet powerful energy fluctuation. Curiously, he followed the source of the fluctuation and saw a bizarre-looking celestial herb growing in a crevice at the edge of the ice-fire duality eye. The stem of the herb resembled purple crystal, and its leaves flickered with a ghostly blue light, faintly surrounded by lightning. This was the thunder source purple crystal grass, an extremely rare celestial herb that greatly aided in cultivating lightning attribute techniques. However, around this herb was covered with a dense electric net, and even the slightest touch would trigger a strong electric shock. Li Xiaobo frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he mobilized the true energy within him to form a layer of insulating shield. He cautiously extended his hand and quickly plucked the thunder source purple crystal grass, placing it into his storage bag. He then recalled that in the fantasy novel Douluo, celestial herbs are plants with magical effects, mostly growing in the mysterious area and known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. These celestial herbs not only enhance a soul master's soul power, but also provide various unique abilities and medicinal effects. After some thought, he decided to collect the celestial herbs from the original work. Fragrant Qi Luo celestial product. Known as the nemesis of poisons, it can neutralize all toxins. Its fragrance causes surrounding toxins to lose their efficacy. Octagonal ice grass. Possessing extreme cold properties, it can chill the heart and mind. A rare cold poison celestial product. Blazing fire apricot blossom. In contrast to the octagonal ice grass, this is a top-tier, highly toxic celestial product of fire poison. Marvelous mushroom celestial chrysanthemum. A neutral celestial herb that can promote fortune and bloodlines, helping Dai Mubai break through his bottleneck. 8-petal celestial orchid. A mild celestial herb that can strengthen the foundation and enhance the speed of cultivation. Qi Luo tulip. Aids Ning Rongrong in evolving her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, increasing her soul power by 6 levels. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Suitable for the mutated evil fire phoenix martial soul of Ma Hongjun, it filters impurities from the martial soul, enhancing his soul power by 5 levels. Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone. Nourishes tendons and bones, unblocking the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, helping Zhu Zhuqing increase her soul power by 7 levels. Heartbreak Red. A divine treasure among celestial herbs, known as the King of Flowers, with miraculous effects of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. 9-tier Purple Ganoderma. Although not classified as a celestial herb, it strengthens the foundation, boosts energy, and helps master break through level 30. These celestial herbs play a crucial role in the story of Douluo, assisting the protagonists in enhancing their strength and overcoming difficulties. Now, they all belong to him, as the celestial herbs in the original work were very suitable for the people of the Leaf family. He took one last look at the Eye of Ice and Fire, feeling satisfied as he left this magical place. Chapter 60. Dividing Celestial Herbs. As Li Xiaobo stepped through the gate of the Li residence, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. The once lively courtyard was now eerily quiet, and the servants merely rushed to greet him with a quick bow before quickly leaving. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, prompting him to hurry towards his father's study. Upon opening the door, he saw his father sitting behind the desk with a grave expression. Before Li Xiaobo could ask anything, his father spoke. "Xiaobo, did you get into some serious trouble in the Sunset Forest? A few mysterious individuals came to the residence today, asking about you." Li Xiaobo was taken aback, and he recalled his experiences in the Sunset Forest, finding nothing that would attract trouble. Just then, the tranquil atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud and chaotic noise from outside. The sound surged like roaring waves, crashing against people's eardrums one after another. After exchanging a glance with his father, they both set down their books and quickly walked towards the study door to investigate what was happening. When they stepped out of the study, the sight before them made them gasp in shock. In the center of the spacious courtyard stood a group of mysterious figures. Dressed entirely in black robes, they seemed to merge with the night. Among them, a tall man with a stern face stood out, slightly raising his head with a cold smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Li Xiaobo like a hawk. The leading black-robed man sneered and spoke in a low, somewhat threatening tone. "Li Xiaobo, do you still remember the spiritual fruit you found in the Sunset Forest? We have been searching for it for a long time, but never expected that a young brat like you would get there first. Be sensible and hand over the spiritual fruit quickly, or else don't blame us for being rude." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted. It was only at this moment that he realized, like waking from a dream, that the source of all the trouble and danger he had faced was indeed the spiritual fruit he had casually obtained in the Sunset Forest. Faced with the unfriendly group of black-robed individuals, Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms without him even noticing. His gaze hardened, and he secretly resolved that, no matter the cost, he would defeat these unwelcome guests, especially that despicable leading black-robed man. Because he knew that if he could not successfully overcome them today, his family's lives would likely be in jeopardy. Thus, a thrilling life-and-death battle was about to begin. Li Xiaobo was the first to launch an attack. His figure flashed as he instantly charged towards the man in the black robe. He unleashed a powerful strike, the gun's wind howling as it rushed towards his opponent. However, the man in the black robe remained calm, lightly sidestepping to avoid the attack. At the same time, he swung his hand back, sending a black energy blade shooting towards Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo forcefully twisted his body in mid-air to evade this strike. Li Xiaobo knew that a frontal assault wouldn't work, so he began to move quickly around the man in the black robe, searching for a flaw. Suddenly, he sensed a weak fluctuation of energy behind his opponent. He concentrated his power in his legs, pushed off the ground with force, leaped high into the air, raised the reverse divine spear above his head, and shouted, "Thunder God Spear." A dazzling blue spear light shot out from the reverse divine spear, directly targeting the back of the man in the black robe. The black-robed man sensed the danger behind him and hurriedly turned to defend. However, he was still pushed back several steps by the powerful force. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xiaobo charged forward again and unleashed several spear lights in quick succession. The black-robed man roared angrily, his entire black robe swelling up, and countless dark shadows surged around him, trying to entangle Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo found himself trapped and unable to move. Just as the black-robed man was about to deliver a fatal blow, Old Zhong intervened to help, throwing the breaking cloud spear and dispersing the dark shadows. The two stood side by side, reigniting their fighting spirit and preparing to face an even fiercer battle. Li Xiaobo glanced at Elder Zhong and nodded gratefully. The two reached a tacit understanding through their exchanged glances. Li Xiaobo formed seals with his hands and unleashed his seventh soul skill. A golden light emanated from his body as he activated the law of heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Xiaobo's body grew larger, towering dozens of meters high, resembling a giant looking down at the men in black robes. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he commanded his subordinates to attack together. Countless black energy balls flew toward Li Xiaobo. He waved his enormous palm, effortlessly swatting the energy balls aside. Then, he stomped his foot, causing the ground to shake. Many of the black-robed individuals lost their balance and fell to the ground. Elder Zhong seized the opportunity to use the phantom steps, weaving through the crowd of black-robed men and launching unexpected attacks. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the black-robed man merged the powers of all the black-robed individuals, significantly increasing his own strength. He charged at Li Xiaobo, and the two engaged in a fierce counterattack. Each collision generated massive shockwaves. Li Xiaobo seized the moment, grabbed the small sprite, and hurled it into the distance. The sprite crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The other black-robed individuals, witnessing their leader's defeat, scattered and fled. Li Xiaobo returned to his original form and let out a long sigh. The crisis was finally averted. Li Xiaobo walked towards the fallen little spirit, his eyes still filled with vigilance. The little spirit glared at him fiercely. It was unable to resist due to its injuries. "Why do you have to snatch the spirit fruit?" Li Xiaobo asked. The little spirit snorted coldly. "That spirit fruit could have helped me evolve, and now you've destroyed everything." In that instant, Li Xiaobo's heart trembled violently. He had never expected that this seemingly ordinary spirit fruit would provoke such strong dark thoughts deep within the little spirit. His gaze instantly turned cold, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning a mysterious reverse divine spear that appeared out of thin air in his grasp. With a furious shout, Li Xiaobo thrust the reverse divine spear towards the little spirit like lightning. With a soft thud, the reverse divine spear easily pierced through the little spirit's frail body. In an instant, the light of life in the little spirit quickly dimmed, and its small body fell limply to the ground. However, something astonishing happened. After the little spirit collapsed, a bright red halo slowly emerged above its corpse, and on this red halo, 3 shining golden patterns could be clearly seen. Clearly, this was the precious soul ring possessed by the little spirit. Upon seeing this scene, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He hurriedly stepped forward, sat down cross-legged on the ground, adjusted his breathing and mindset, and began to fully absorb the soul ring. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than an hour, Li Xiaobo, finally succeeded in incorporating the soul ring into his body. He then slowly closed his eyes, fully focused on sensing the subtle and marvelous changes in the soul power within him. Every flow of soul power seemed to resonate deep within his soul. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps there were precious soul bones hidden on the body of the little sprite. With this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing as he looked at the lifeless body of the little sprite. He took a deep breath to stabilize his somewhat excited emotions and slowly stood up. His steps were light, as if he were afraid of waking a sleeping giant. Carefully approaching the little sprite's corpse, he bent down and extended his hands, starting to search inch by inch around the area. Time passed, and just as a hint of anxiety began to rise in his heart, suddenly, a faint wave of soul power emanated from the soil beneath his feet. He was delighted and quickly squatted down, gently brushing away the dirt covering it. Before long, a piece of soul bone that shimmered with a faint light and emitted soul power appeared before him. This soul bone was entirely a light blue color, with fine patterns on its surface, as if it were an artwork meticulously carved by nature. Upon seeing the soul bone, Li Xiaobo's face revealed an uncontrollable joy. He nodded in satisfaction, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. However, he did not immediately put away the soul bone. Instead, he cautiously observed his surroundings first, confirming that no other dangers were present before carefully placing the soul bone into the storage ring he carried with him. After completing these actions, Li Xiaobo did not rush to leave the area. He knew that this fierce battle must have left many traces, and if not dealt with, it could attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, he summoned a few subordinates and had them spend some time carefully cleaning up the bloodstains, footprints, and various broken items left at the battlefield. Once everything was tidied up, Li Xiaobo walked back to the little sprite's corpse and opened the herbal drawing in his hand. A green light flashed, and the little sprite's body instantly vanished, being absorbed into the herbal drawing. After doing all this, he finally turned around and walked confidently towards the hall. Upon returning to the hall, Li Xiaobo took a moment to rest, and then summoned the many talented disciples of the Li family and several respected elders. Everyone gathered together, waiting for Li Xiaobo to announce the important matters to come. Li Xiaobo said with a serious expression, "You have all witnessed this intense battle with your own eyes. I believe everyone understands that on this vast land of Douluo continent, filled with mystery and fantasy elements, those rare celestial herbs have always been the ultimate treasures that all soul masters long for and dream of. These celestial herbs do not merely enhance a soul master's soul power. They also possess marvelous effects that can significantly improve a soul master's physique, and even grant them unique and powerful special abilities." After finishing his words, Li Xiaobo carefully held the hard-earned celestial herbs and slowly walked towards everyone. He took out the celestial herbs, yet at this moment, his steady heart did not show the slightest sign of panic or confusion, because even before returning, he had already devised a detailed plan for how to allocate these celestial herbs reasonably. His gaze first fixed on a vibrant green, celestial herb nearby, which was crystal clear and resembled jade. The base of this herb was like a small, exquisite jade plate, covered with intricate and delicate patterns, as if it were a masterpiece carved by nature's great artist. With flower-like, snow-white leaves, this was the autumn water dew. Consuming this herb could enhance mental power, and Li Xiaobo planned to give it to Yin Yuesher to further boost her mental strength, enabling her to gain an advantage in battle. Li Xiaobo carefully took out a delicate jade box from his bosom, gently opened it, and a dazzling golden glowing Kirin tulip appeared before everyone. The flower was as radiant as if it were made of gold, dazzling and mesmerizing. Li Xiaobo held this precious Kirin tulip with both hands and slowly walked towards his mother, Fenglinger. At this moment, Fenglinger looked at the celestial herb in her son's hands with a face full of surprise, her eyes sparkling with emotion and anticipation. Li Xiaobo stood in front of his mother, raised the Kirin tulip above his head, and solemnly said, "Mother, this is the Kirin tulip, which I specifically sought to present to you. I hope it can help you break through the limits of your martial soul and elevate your strength further." Fenglinger was so excited that tears filled her eyes as she trembled while accepting the Kirin tulip. Choking back her voice, she said, "Good child. Thank you, my dear." On the other side, Li Xiaobo took out another strange celestial herb from another pouch. This herb was entirely fire red, resembling burning flames, with a golden comb-like crown at its top, making it exceptionally eye-catching. This was the coveted rooster crown phoenix sunflower that Yin Yuesher had dreamed of. Li Xiaobo smiled as he handed the rooster crown phoenix sunflower to Yin Yuesher and said softly, "Yuesher, This rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower can purify your fire power and enhance your soul power. I hope it will be beneficial to you." Yin Yuesher joyfully accepted the celestial herb and gratefully said, "Thank you, Xiaobo. I will not let down this generous gift." Finally, Li Xiaobo approached Li Yongjia. With a smile on his face, he held a peculiar-looking celestial herb, the strange mushroom sky chrysanthemum. This herb had a sturdy stem, sword-like leaves, and emitted a fragrant aroma. Li Xiaobo handed the strange mushroom sky chrysanthemum to Li Yongjia and sincerely said, "Brother Li, this strange mushroom sky chrysanthemum has the effects of solidifying the foundation and enhancing vitality. It can help you break through your cultivation bottleneck and reach a higher level. I hope you accept this token of goodwill and achieve your wishes soon." Li Yongjia received the strange mushroom sky chrysanthemum, holding it tightly in his hands, and bowed to Li Xiaobo. "Brother, this great kindness I will never forget. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word." Li Xiaobo then smiled as he walked to Ma Ronghua, handing him the mysterious glowing earth dragon golden melon and softly saying, "Brother Ma, I present this earth dragon golden melon to you. It has extraordinary effects, not only enhancing your golden bloodline power, but also possibly promoting the evolution of your martial soul." Next, Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian, carefully taking out two peculiar celestial herbs, the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot poison. He said solemnly to Li Lingtian, "Father, look at this octagonal ice grass. It contains extremely cold properties. Once it comes into contact with the human body, it can instantly chill the heart, making it a rare cold toxin celestial product. In contrast, this fiery apricot poison is a top-tier fire toxin celestial product. However, the amazing thing is that if both of these celestial herbs are consumed at the same time, not only will there be no poisoning and death, but it can also greatly enhance physical quality, even achieving a miraculous state of dual immunity to ice and fire." Then, Li Xiaobo moved to Li Yuanmei's side, gently handing her an 8-petal celestial orchid, his eyes filled with concern as he said, "Sister, this is the 8-petal celestial orchid. Its medicinal properties are very mild, significantly aiding in solidifying the foundation and cultivating vitality, and greatly enhancing the speed of cultivation. I hope, with the help of this celestial herb, you can advance further in your cultivation." Finally, Li Xiaobo looked around at the numerous elders, cupped his fists in salute, and said loudly, "Elders, to be frank, these celestial herbs are extremely precious. I have no more treasures to give, but I have specially prepared 9 piece purple grass for all of you. Although it has not completely reached the celestial product level, it can be considered a half-step celestial product. I hope you do not think poorly of this humble gift." Li Xiaobo stood solemnly in front of the crowd, methodically arranging the distribution of the celestial herbs. Once everything settled, he straightened his posture, scanned every person present, and then raised his voice to proclaim, "Everyone, today we are fortunate to acquire this batch of celestial herbs, truly a blessing for our clan. Given time, with the power of these herbs, our strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. However, at this critical moment, we must not harbor any thoughts of complacency. Remember, sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you will retreat, and this matter is of great importance, so we must not leak even a hint of it outside. Know that our Li clan has only just embarked on our journey across the vast Douluo continent, and a long road lies ahead for us to explore and forge ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd responded in unison, "We will strictly follow the young clan leader's teachings." Their voices were like thunder, echoing through the skies. Time flew by, and just a few days later, the entire Li estate was bustling with activity. Those fortunate enough to receive the celestial herbs hurried back to their residences with joy, closed their doors tightly, and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to secluded cultivation. As a clan leader, Li Xiaobo naturally did not want to lag behind. He swiftly slipped into a secret chamber. This chamber was a forbidden area of the Li estate, and, usually, no one other than Li Xiaobo was allowed to enter. At this moment, the secret chamber was silent, with only Li Xiaobo's steady and powerful breathing clearly audible. He sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes slightly closed, immersing his mind in the inner world, carefully pondering and refining the various skills and techniques he had gleaned from the fierce battle with the little sprite. Meanwhile, he was also continuously attempting to integrate the powerful forces contained within the newly acquired soul rings and soul bones more perfectly into his already profound soul power system. Just as Li Xiaobo was engrossed in his cultivation, the outside world was not calm. From time to time, various spies, both overt and covert, came to probe the movements of the Li estate. Fortunately, Having learned from the painful lesson of the last encounter, the Li estate had already strengthened its defensive measures, making it as solid as a fortress with no leaks. Moreover, the clan members, while focusing on their cultivation, would also actively take time to assist in guarding the estate, just in case. Chapter 61. Cultivating and Building the Family. Time passed swiftly, and it had been a full 3 months since the distribution of the celestial herbs. During these long yet fleeting 3 months, many surprising changes occurred. Those who successfully broke through their own bottlenecks embarked on a journey to obtain soul rings, accompanied by the esteemed elder Zhong himself. Notably, for individuals actually broke through to the soul Douluo realm, they were 3 elders and Li Xiaobo's mother, Fenglinger. Among them, Fenglinger not only successfully broke through to the soul Douluo level, but her originally high-level martial soul, the Qianyun map, underwent an astonishing evolution, transforming into an even more powerful and mysterious Shangyun map. Just as everyone was still immersed in the immense joy of their successful breakthroughs, Li Xiaobo in the crowd suddenly had a bright idea, as if he had thought of something brilliant. He shouted, "Elders, I have a bold idea. Why don't we take the esteemed elders of our clan to the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone was thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Many people present began to whisper and discuss, and soon, more and more voices of agreement emerged. After all, the legends surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was a place filled with rich soul power, an excellent cultivation spot that any practitioner would find hard to come by. Thus, after a brief preparation, a team composed of the clan's elites and several elders secretly set off towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Along the way, everyone harbored great expectations and imaginations about the upcoming miraculous journey of cultivation. As they drew closer to the Eye of Ice and Fire, a peculiar aura gradually spread. Finally, when they arrived near their destination, the strange sight before them caused all the elders to widen their eyes in astonishment, exclamations of wonder filling the air. Before them appeared a scene with a stark contrast. On the left was a raging sea of flames, with scorching flames rising like fire dragons dancing wildly in the air, so hot that it seemed even the sky would melt away, while on the right was a chilling cold pond, covered with a thick layer of ice, emanating an eerie chill that seemed capable of freezing all life in its vicinity. The coexistence of such 2 extremely opposing elements was truly breathtaking. However, just as they were filled with joy, danger silently descended upon this brave team. The mysterious and powerful Eye of Ice and Fire was like a slumbering giant beast, and the soul beasts around it keenly sensed the intrusion of these uninvited guests. In an instant, the originally tranquil environment was shattered, and a tense and uneasy atmosphere filled the air. A massive fire lizard, its body engulfed in fierce flames, suddenly sprang out from the shadows, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of scorching flames at the team. The flames surged like a ferocious fire dragon, clawing its way toward the crowd, igniting everything in its path and sending waves of heat rolling. Faced with this sudden attack, the elders remained calm and quickly reacted. They clasped their hands together, chanting incantations, and an immense soul power surged around them. Soon, beams of light intertwined, forming a solid soul power shield, standing like a copper wall in front of the team. At the same time, Fenglinger shouted, fully activating her evolved Shangyun map martial soul. The martial soul in her hands radiated a gentle yet powerful energy, flowing like a clear spring, continuously pouring into the flames of the fire lizard. The gentle force collided and entangled with the flames, gradually suppressing its offensive. Other team members also displayed their unique abilities, either attacking the fire lizard's weaknesses or assisting the elders to enhance the defense of the soul power shield. In an instant, various dazzling soul skills shone and intertwined in the air, creating a spectacular scene. After an intense battle, with everyone working together, the fire lizard finally could not hold on and retreated. As it withdrew, the surrounding soul beasts, which had been restless, seemed to sense the strength of this team and dared not provoke them any further. Having successfully repelled the soul beast, everyone did not let down their guard. They knew that danger lurked everywhere here, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, they continued to proceed with greater caution, every step filled with vigilance. Walking at the forefront of the team, Li Xiaobo suddenly noticed something. He discovered that there was a relatively flat area next to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although the energy fluctuations around this area were still very strong, they appeared quite stable. After careful observation, Li Xiaobo felt delighted. This place was very suitable for building a stone house for everyone to rest and study. With the idea set, everyone immediately sprang into action. They spread out to look for suitable stones and used their soul power to transport the heavy blocks back to the chosen location. Some team members were responsible for cutting and polishing the stones, while others began to construct the framework of the house, each fulfilling their role and working busily and orderly. During the long journey of building these stone houses, they encountered many tricky problems. The most significant change was seen in the originally ordinary stone, which, for some unknown reason, had been deeply influenced by the powers of ice and fire, becoming extraordinarily hard, almost as if forged from steel, making it difficult to carve and refine. Faced with such a dilemma, the esteemed elders naturally would not give up easily. They each demonstrated their unique skills and specialties. Some elders harnessed their powerful soul energy, gradually softening the stubborn stone like spring rain, while others, relying on their unmatched martial soul power, precisely shaped the stone as if they were a chef skillfully butchering meat. After several days of arduous and relentless effort, several seemingly simple yet solid and practical stone houses finally rose from the ground, like an oasis in the desert, bringing hope and warmth. When the stone houses were completed, the elders eagerly entered, quickly immersing themselves in a state of focused cultivation. At this moment, the rich soul energy contained within the miraculous eyes of ice and fire surged into the stone house like a flood breaking through a dam. Time passed like a fleeting moment. As the days went by, the elders immersed in their cultivation gradually emitted a faint glow from their bodies, mysterious and elusive. However, as the saying goes, fortune hides within misfortune. This high-intensity absorption of soul energy, while greatly enhancing the elders' power, also attracted a more formidable and terrifying presence. A massive and powerful ice spirit snow ape was silently approaching the stone house. This ice spirit snow ape exuded a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of those nearby. Wherever it passed, flowers, grass, trees, and even dust were all covered by thick ice and snow, instantly transforming the area into a frozen world clad in silver. At this moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been on guard outside the stone house, suddenly sensed that something was off in the atmosphere around him. He furrowed his brows, his eyes sharp as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Soon, he spotted the ominous ice spirit snow ape. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Xiaobo did not dare to delay for a moment. He quickly raised his voice to call out, informing his companions to prepare for the impending life-and-death battle. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense to the extreme, and a thrilling new crisis was looming on the horizon. Li Xiaobo was the first to charge toward the ice soul snow ape, wielding the reverse god with a cold glint, aiming directly at the vital points of the snow ape. However, the ice soul snow ape was unhurried and raised its arm to easily block the attack, only to be pierced through by Li Xiaobo's spear, killing it instantly. The crowd was initially stunned by how effortlessly Li Xiaobo dealt with the ice soul snow ape, but soon erupted into cheers. Yet, Li Xiaobo did not let his guard down. He knew that the ice and fire duality was too strange and likely harbored unknown dangers. The crowd quickly gathered around, their gazes fixed on the lifeless body of the ice soul snow ape. However, just as they were observing intently, Li Xiaobo suddenly sensed an unusual sign from within the crowd. He noticed a flicker of unusual blue light passing through the tightly shut eyes of the ice soul snow ape. Before Li Xiaobo could alert the others, the faint blue light suddenly intensified, shooting toward the ground like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble violently, as if being struck by a powerful force from below. Accompanied by the shaking of the ground, a 90,000-year-old ice crystal scorpion emerged from the earth, radiating a ghostly blue glow. Although the ice crystal scorpion was slightly smaller than the previous ice soul snow ape, the cold aura it emitted was even more intense. Without any pause, the newly appeared ice crystal scorpion raised its long tail, which was lined with barbs, and shot a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes toward the crowd. Faced with this sudden attack, the crowd quickly scattered, each using their agility to dodge the ice spikes that fell like rain. At the same time, they swiftly rearranged their positions, forming a tight and orderly battle formation to prepare for the newly emerged formidable enemy. Seeing this, Feng Ling, standing at the front of the group, did not hesitate to activate her cloudy image martial soul once again. With a thought, a gentle yet resilient force surged from her hands, sweeping toward the ice crystal scorpion like a flowing ribbon. Linger aimed to wrap the ice crystal scorpion tightly with this power, effectively restricting its movement and creating more opportunities for her teammates to attack. Li Xiaobo's figure flashed, swiftly darting behind the massive ice crystal scorpion like a ghost. At that moment, the ice crystal scorpion was momentarily immobilized due to some binding force. He gripped the reverse god's spear tightly, raised it high, and then with all his strength, thrust it fiercely towards the scorpion's back. However, to his surprise, the scorpion's shell was unimaginably hard, and the spear only penetrated a tiny bit. Just at that critical moment, a beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky. It turned out to be a highly respected elder who had acted in time, throwing out a specially crafted soul guide device. With a loud bang, the soul guide device exploded in midair, and the powerful shockwave surged forth like a raging tide. Affected by this force, the ice crystal scorpion's previously indestructible defense showed a slight flaw, exposing its abdomen to everyone. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo was overjoyed and without hesitation exerted his strength again, driving the reverse god directly into that flaw. The severely wounded ice crystal scorpion let out a painful shriek and struggled wildly. But ultimately, it was powerless to turn the tide. After several desperate struggles, its massive body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, everyone present let out a long sigh of relief, and their tense emotions slightly relaxed. However, they all understood that although they had narrowly defeated the ice crystal scorpion this time, completely preventing other soul beasts from approaching the Eye of Ice and Fire would not be easy. Therefore, everyone began to contemplate more comprehensive and effective precautionary measures. Li Xiaobo cautiously looked around, his gaze sweeping over every inch of land and vegetation like a torch. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Someone previously suggested planting poisonous plants around this area. After careful consideration, I believe this idea is indeed feasible. You see, the mysterious Eye of Ice and Fire contains extremely powerful and unique energy, which might nurture rare and extraordinary poisonous plants. In this way, these poisonous plants can not only effectively repel those ferocious soul beasts, but also allow us to fully utilize their potent toxicity to create protective potions, achieving multiple benefits. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, everyone couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Soon after, they quickly took action, meticulously searching for suitable poisonous plant seeds around this vast land. Hard work pays off. Before long, they discovered some seeds emitting a faint glow, clearly possessing toxic properties, in a quiet valley not far from here. The group was overjoyed and hurriedly brought back these invaluable seeds, carefully planting them around the humble stone house with great anticipation and hope. As time passed, the days went by unnoticed, and the planted poisonous plants finally began to take root and sprout, growing at an astonishing speed. They flourished, their branches and leaves abundant, constantly emitting a strong and unpleasant toxic gas. This toxic gas intertwined to form an indestructible natural barrier. Whenever a soul beast attempted to approach, the moment it caught a whiff of the terrifying toxic gas, it would be scared out of its wits and flee in panic, not daring to take a single step closer. Even more surprisingly, due to the long-term nourishment and immersion in the strange energy of the Eye of Ice and Fire, these originally ordinary poisonous plants gradually underwent remarkable mutations. They were no longer just highly toxic, but possessed many unimaginable special effects. Li Xiaobo keenly noticed this change and, after some contemplation, decided to personally try refining the toxic liquid from these plants. After countless arduous experiments and explorations, he finally succeeded in concocting a simple yet effective defensive pill and generously distributed it to everyone present. From then on, everyone had a solid and reliable safeguard when facing various unknown dangers and challenges. Since the establishment of the solid defense line made of poisonous plants, the heavy stone that had been weighing on everyone's hearts finally lifted, and their anxious feelings were significantly calmed. In the following period, they continued to work hard without slackening, while also filled with curiosity and anticipation as they delved deeper into the mysteries of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Under the tight protection of these poisonous plants, they no longer suffered from the intense invasions of large groups of soul beasts, allowing them to steadily progress toward their grand goals of enhancing their strength and seeking the path to becoming divine. However, this peaceful and serene life could not last forever. One day, as Li Xiaobo sat quietly near the stone house, focusing intently on studying the new characteristics of the poisonous plants, He suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the once indestructible barrier of poisonous plants. Those deadly toxic gases, which had previously been enough to scare numerous soul beasts away, now seemed to be involuntarily retreating as if encountering a formidable enemy. This sudden change immediately put everyone on high alert. Before long, a small but fierce pangolin engulfed in blazing purple flames slowly entered their line of sight. Although this little pangolin was not large, it showed no fear of the terrifying toxic gas and even boldly opened its mouth to greedily inhale the gas that was like deadly poison to other soul beasts. Seeing such a bizarre scene, everyone quickly realized that they were likely facing an unprecedentedly powerful soul beast, and they could not afford to be careless. Fenglinger shouted sharply and initiated a fierce attack. She waved her jade hand, and her cloud-patterned martial soul burst forth with dazzling light, a powerful force coiling toward the pangolin like a python. However, the pangolin was extremely agile, dodging the attack with a slight movement, and opened its mouth to spew forth a surge of purple flames, rushing straight toward Fenglinger. In that critical moment, Li Xiaobo leaped forward without hesitation, wielding the reverse divine spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, fiercely cutting through the oncoming purple flames. In an instant, sparks flew, and the scene was exceptionally intense. At the same time, several elders unleashed their unique skills, working together to create a massive soul power cage that trapped the pangolin within. However, the pangolin's strength was formidable, and the flames surrounding it suddenly surged, threatening to burn the entire cage to ashes. As the cage was about to be broken, the situation grew increasingly dire. In a critical moment, Li Xiaobo's mind raced, and he quickly pulled out a defensive pill he had carefully refined. This pill emitted a faint fragrance and shimmered with a strange glow. With a flick of his wrist, the pill shot toward the pangolin like a meteor. Just as the pill made contact with the pangolin, there was a loud explosion, and a massive cloud of smoke erupted. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone was astonished to find that the pangolin, once trapped in the cage, had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis had been averted. However, before they could fully relax, the ground beneath them suddenly began to shake violently. Startled, they looked down and discovered that the pangolin had quietly burrowed into the ground during the chaos and was frantically absorbing the energy from the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire. It is important to note that the Eye of Ice and Fire is an extremely precious and dangerous existence between heaven and earth. If they allowed the pangolin to continue absorbing it, it might trigger an unimaginable disaster. Realizing the severity of the situation, everyone dared not delay for even a moment. They quickly gathered together to discuss countermeasures, preparing to face the new round of severe challenges that lay ahead. Li Xiaobo stared intently at the land ahead, his eyes blazing with determination as he shouted loudly, "Everyone, we must work together to force this despicable creature out of its hiding place in the soil." Before his words fell, he tightly gripped the reverse divine spear, using all his strength to thrust it fiercely into the hard ground. At the same time, a powerful soul force surged from within him, continuously flowing into the spear and deep into the earth, as if it aimed to penetrate the ground and reach the location of the mysterious creature. The other elders and team members standing nearby instantly understood what to do. Without hesitation, they unleashed their soul power, with dazzling lights intertwining like bolts of lightning striking down towards the ground. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble violently, the lights flickering unpredictably, and the powerful waves of soul energy surged like tumultuous ocean waves, rushing fiercely into the depths below. At that moment, the pangolin, which had been quietly lurking underground, seemed to sense the immense threat from above and became restless. A roar echoed through the sky as it furiously burrowed up from the soil. The pangolin was engulfed in blazing purple flames, burning even more fiercely than before, as if it intended to incinerate everything around it. However, before it could fully reveal itself, the prepared group seamlessly unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy. This wave surged forth like a roaring dragon, clawing and biting towards the pangolin that had just emerged. Faced with such a fierce assault, the pangolin reacted swiftly, raising its incredibly sharp claws and rapidly spinning them in front of itself, forming a small but sturdy shield in an instant. The shield shimmered with strange light, effectively blocking the combined soul energy attack from a group. Just as things were unfolding, Li Xiaobo saw an opportunity not to be missed and immediately leaped into the air. He adjusted his posture mid-flight. Using the powerful momentum from his descent, and thrust the reverse divine spear down with tremendous force towards the pangolin's head. The pangolin, not to be outdone, saw Li Xiaobo's aggressive approach and swiftly curled its body, transforming into a blazing fireball that rushed towards Li Xiaobo at lightning speed. Li Xiaobo hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, but the fireball seemed to have a mind of its own, suddenly changing direction mid-flight. Li Xiaobo was caught off guard and felt a searing flame brush past his left arm, instantly bringing a wave of intense pain. He looked down and discovered that his left arm had been burned by the flames, the wound charred black. However, the situation was urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth and endured the pain, once again raising his gun. At that moment, Feng Linger fixed her gaze sharply on the pangolin, closely watching its every move. She held her breath, fully concentrated, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, during a brief pause from the pangolin, Feng Linger decisively made her move. She quickly activated the soul power within her, transforming her cloud pattern martial soul into a massive and resilient net. This net descended like a heavenly trap, swiftly enveloping the pangolin. The pangolin sensed the approaching danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The net, conjured from the cloud pattern martial soul, accurately ensnared it. The pangolin struggled desperately within the net, but it only tightened further, making escape impossible. Meanwhile, the elders were not idle. They began to chant in unison, the ancient and mysterious incantation echoing in the air, seemingly infused with boundless magic. As the chanting rose, the elders continuously poured their soul power into the net. Bolstered by the powerful soul energy, the net became even more solid and difficult to break free from, and the pangolin's struggles gradually weakened. After several intense attempts to resist, the pangolin ultimately surrendered, obediently subdued within the net. Seeing that the pangolin had been successfully captured, the tension that had gripped everyone's hearts finally eased a little, and they collectively sighed in relief. However, despite temporarily resolving this tricky problem, everyone was well aware that the area was still filled with unknown dangers. Li Xiaobo stared at the subdued pangolin lying on the ground, unable to move, and thoughtfully said, "This little guy is so difficult to deal with. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary counterparts. It must have been nourished by the powerful energy contained in the ice and fire eyes for a long time, which gives it such formidable abilities. If we allow it to remain here, it may become a significant threat to us in the future." The elder beside him nodded in agreement and said, "What the young clan leader says is very true. In my opinion, we should take it to a place far from here and release it so it can be completely away from the ice and fire eyes, thus eliminating future troubles." However, before others could respond, someone else voiced a different opinion. "Wait. I think it's unnecessary to go through so much trouble. We can simply put it into the Baichao 2 herb map. This way, we won't have to worry about it posing a threat again, nor will we need to spend time and effort taking it far away to release it." After successfully subduing the diamond pangolin, Li Xiaobo gazed at the Baichao 2 in front of him, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. "Although this poisonous herb is quite powerful, everything in the world exists in mutual restraint, and there will always be some strong spirit beasts like the pangolin that are not afraid of poison. Therefore, relying solely on these poisonous herbs for defense may not be secure enough. We need to further strengthen our protective measures. I have heard of a magical plant called Jianzhu, sword bamboo, which has the ability to actively attack spirit beasts that intrude into its territory. An ordinary spirit beast generally avoid its growing area and dare not approach it easily. If we can find this Jianzhu and plant it in our living area, it would greatly enhance our safety." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that Li Xiaobo's words were indeed insightful. Thus, they immediately packed their bags and prepared to embark on the journey to find Jianzhu. They traversed mountains and crossed valleys, enduring hardships and sleeping in the open for several days. Their efforts were not in vain, as they finally found the location of the Jianzhu seedlings. The Jianzhu seedlings were emerald green, with long, sword-like leaves that shimmered with a faint cold light. The group carefully dug up these precious Jianzhu seedlings and returned to the stone house with hearts full of joy and anticipation. Then, everyone worked together to plant the Jianzhu seedlings around the stone house and took great care of them. Coincidentally, this place had the unique energy source of the ice and fire eyes. Under the nourishment of this powerful energy, the originally weak Jianzhu seedlings grew at an astonishing rate. Before long, they had developed into a dense bamboo grove. When a breeze blew, the bamboo leaves in the grove rustled against each other, and from a distance, it looked like a solid protective wall woven from emerald green bamboo leaves. Since then, There were occasionally curious or reckless spirit beasts that came to test this newly emerged territory. However, whenever they approached the area covered by the Jianzhu, they immediately felt the sharp and imposing aura emanating from the Jianzhu. This aura was so tangible that it instilled fear and reverence in those spirit beasts, often causing them to turn and flee in terror before they could even enter the bamboo grove. As a result, everyone was finally able to relax and focus on their cultivation beside the ice and fire eyes, while continuing to explore the more hidden mysteries behind this unknown region filled with intrigue. Li Lingtian looked at the lush sword bamboo in front of him, a hint of satisfaction flashing his eyes. These sword bamboos are really growing well. Once they fully mature, they will be of great benefit to the soul masters in our family who possess metal attributes and sword-type martial souls. However, Li Xiaobo, standing beside him, shook his head and said softly, "Father, you might be mistaken in what you said." Li Lingtian frowned, looking at his son with some confusion, and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Am I not right?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly and explained leisurely, "Father, you only see the effect of the sword bamboo on specific types of soul masters. But you have overlooked an important factor. This place is the Eye of Ice and Fire. The plants that grow here are often more likely to mutate due to the influence of the ice and fire powers. So, I think it's very possible that more sword bamboos with ice and fire attributes will appear here." After hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian suddenly realized and nodded, "I see. I have indeed overlooked that. In that case, why don't we simply transplant some other attribute plant-type soul beasts over here?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo replied, "Father, this idea is quite good, but if we were to transplant, perhaps choosing soul beasts with life and light attributes would be more appropriate. First, we still need to cultivate here, and these two attributes are relatively gentle, so they won't cause too much interference. Second, plants with these two attributes are already rare and precious, and if we can successfully transplant them, it will definitely help enhance our family's overall strength." After listening to Li Xiaobo's insightful analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that he made a lot of sense. With that, they wasted no time and immediately began preparing for the grand task of transplanting life and light attribute plant-type soul beasts. Finding such rare soul beasts was not an easy task. To this end, they worked tirelessly, running around to gather information and exhaustively searching for their whereabouts. Their efforts were not in vain. They finally obtained an important clue from various sources that in the distant and mysterious Lingshu Valley, they might discover traces of such soul beasts. Upon receiving this news, everyone acted without hesitation and set off on their journey to Lingshu Valley without delay. The journey was filled with hardships, sleeping outdoors and trekking long distances, but everyone carried hope in their hearts and walked with firm and powerful steps. When they finally arrived at Lingshu Valley after enduring numerous hardships, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The valley was filled with an incredibly rich and vibrant life force, with beams of pure light interweaving, resembling a fairyland. As expected, many of the life and light attribute plant-type soul beasts they had been searching for lived here. However, just as everyone was joyfully preparing to carefully select and transplant these soul beasts, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a group of powerful guardian soul beasts appeared before them like divine soldiers, blocking their way. These guardian soul beasts were exceptionally strong and fierce, putting tremendous pressure on everyone. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone did not lose their composure. Li Xiaobo stepped forward and quickly organized the group to respond. He directed them skillfully, leading everyone to cooperate cleverly. Some people were responsible for directly withstanding the fierce attacks of the guardian soul beasts, while others took the opportunity to flank and attempt to find a breakthrough to approach the target soul beasts. In an instant, the entire valley echoed with the sounds of battle as intense fighting began. Just when the battle reached a stalemate with no clear victor, Li Xiaobo keenly sensed something unusual. After careful observation and deep thought, he was astonished to discover that these powerful and fierce guardian soul beasts were actually being controlled by a mysterious source of soul power within the valley. This astonishing discovery ignited a spark of hope within him. Without any hesitation, Li Xiaobo resolutely decided to risk everything and charge towards that mysterious source of soul power alone. Along the way, he carefully avoided the attacks of the guardian soul beasts, cleverly using the terrain and environment to conceal his movements. Finally, he reached the destination, the source radiating powerful fluctuations of soul power. Faced with this mysterious and immensely powerful soul power, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but gasp, but he showed no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath as if he wanted to draw in all the surrounding energy into his body, and then he tightly closed his eyes, concentrating all his vast mental power. At that moment, Li Xiaobo suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shining with determination and confidence. He quickly waved his hands, his movements flowing smoothly like clouds and water. Beams of brilliant and colorful light shot out from his fingertips like meteors streaking across the sky. These lights intertwined and gradually converged into an extremely complex and exquisite rune pattern. This rune pattern resembled a beautiful work of art, with every line containing endless mysteries and power. As time passed, more and more light continuously merged into this rune, making it increasingly radiant. Finally, when the last beam of light successfully injected into it, the entire rune erupted with an incredibly dazzling light, illuminating the surrounding darkness like a rising sun. Subsequently, this shining rune began to slowly descend. Although its speed was not fast, it exuded an irresistible sense of pressure. When it finally made contact with the portion of soul power deemed a threat, a strong reaction immediately occurred between the two. A loud buzzing sound echoed, and that portion of soul power seemed to be tightly grasped and sealed by an invisible giant hand, unable to move even a bit. Almost at the same time, those originally powerful guardian soul beasts suddenly appeared to have lost their support, their bodies trembling slightly, and their strength noticeably weakened. Their movements became sluggish, and their attacking power drastically decreased. Seeing this, the group that had been struggling to resist immediately seized this rare opportunity and quickly took action. They coordinated seamlessly, each unleashing their signature skills, and soon succeeded in capturing hundreds of suitable century-old plant-type soul beasts. Filled with the joy of victory, they did not dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly returned to the ice and fire yin-yang eye with these precious gains. There, experienced experts carefully transplanted and nurtured these plant-type soul beasts. After some effort, all the soul beasts successfully took root in this magical land and began to thrive. The successful completion of this mission not only significantly enhanced the safety around the ice and fire yin-yang eye, but also brought everyone more valuable cultivation resources. Looking at the vibrant scene before them, everyone felt a sense of achievement and limitless anticipation for the future. They believed that as long as they persevered in their cultivation and exploration, they would surely achieve greater breakthroughs and accomplishments here. Thus, filled with confidence, everyone once again immersed themselves in intense and fulfilling cultivation. Chapter 62. Life chart time passed swiftly like a fleeting white horse, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped through people's fingers. Today, the entire Li residence presented a scene of extraordinary festivity, with lanterns and decorations everywhere, radiating joy. This day marked the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day of the Li family, and the young members of the family gathered in the spacious martial arts arena. These young people all appeared serious, with expressions showing both tension and boundless anticipation for the future. They clenched their fists tightly, silently vowing, this martial soul awakening must allow them to possess an incredibly powerful martial soul. With the loud command of the family elder, the long-awaited awakening ceremony finally officially began. Soon, one by one, crystal balls as clear as glass were carefully placed before everyone like rare treasures. The young members then took turns stepping forward, nervously placing their palms gently on the crystal balls. At that moment, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Some people, upon touching the crystal ball, suddenly produced a dazzling light that erupted, revealing a sharp weapon-type martial soul, while others awakened various animal martial souls, such as a mighty lion or a swift leopard. Whenever someone successfully awakened a particularly outstanding martial soul, a wave of admiration would immediately arise from the surroundings. Conversely, if the awakening result was unsatisfactory, it would be met with sighs of disappointment. Meanwhile, in the solemn and dignified main hall of the Li residence, Li Hanqi stood prominently on the martial soul awakening platform in the center of the hall, making him particularly eye-catching. At this moment, she was surrounded by esteemed elders of the family, all staring intently at her with eager expectations in their eyes. Beside her stood several children of the elders, who were equally curious and anxiously waiting to witness the moment of miracle. The elder responsible for presiding over the martial soul awakening ceremony had a serious expression as he slowly raised his arms, waving his hands. In an instant, brilliant and colorful beams of light surged continuously from his palms and swiftly entered Li Hanqi's body. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from deep within Li Hanqi, and a dazzling green light shot up into the sky. The crowd stared in astonishment at the scene before them, as they saw a scroll, glowing with a rich emerald green light, materialize in Li Hanqi's delicate, fair hand. The scroll was densely covered with various mysterious and ancient runes, seemingly containing endless secrets and power. The soul masters present couldn't help but gasp in unison. One elder, with a face full of surprise, exclaimed, "This quality of martial soul is truly unparalleled. If cultivated carefully, given time, the young lady will surely become a formidable powerhouse and achieve extraordinary feats." Hearing this, Li Hanqi instinctively tightened her grip on the life scroll, her beautiful eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. At this moment, her heart was already filled with the longing for infinite possibilities in the future. However, just as the excitement peaked, the originally clear sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy. Following that, a massive cloud of auspiciousness surged like a torrent from the horizon, instantly enveloping the entire area in a strange atmosphere. Just as people were filled with confusion, a majestic and deep voice suddenly emerged from the cloud. "I never expected to encounter such a high-quality martial soul here. Little girl, let us see if you have the qualifications and abilities to inherit my divine position." It turned out that this unexpected guest was the Life God King from the divine realm. Sensing the exceptionally strong life fluctuations in this place, with her keen perception of life energy, she had specifically descended here to find a suitable successor to bestow divine inheritance. Faced with this opportunity and challenge from the heavens, Li Hanqi took a deep breath, tightly gripped the life scroll in her hands, and resolutely looked towards the mysterious cloud, preparing to welcome the unknown test that was about to come. At that moment, the mysterious and majestic voice of the Life God King echoed again. "Little girl, the test I set for you is to successfully ascend to the Soul Master realm before the age of 12. This task is not simple." Upon hearing this, Li Hanqi couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. After all, for most people, achieving such an accomplishment at such a young age was akin to reaching for the sky. However, despite knowing that the road ahead was fraught with thorns, Li Hanqi showed no signs of retreat. She firmly nodded, indicating her willingness to accept this difficult challenge. Seeing Li Hanqi's courageous determination, the Life God King's satisfied laughter followed. What a brave and determined little girl. Not only do you possess exceptional martial soul talent, but your temperament is also rare in this world, truly remarkable. It's just a pity that, with your current strength and qualifications, you are still not enough to inherit my divine position. However, at this point, the Life God King paused slightly, and then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a dazzling green light suddenly descended from the sky, directly entering Li Hanqi's forehead. In an instant, a green pattern slowly emerged at her forehead, resembling exquisite jade carvings, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts, as they all knew that this green pattern was the symbolic mark of divine inheritance. The Life God King continued, "This is just a trace of divine power's mark. If you can meet the test requirements, it will guide you to obtain the complete inheritance. Now work hard." After saying this, the auspicious cloud gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to its original state. The gazes of the elders were like torches, firmly fixated on Li Hanqi, as if trying to see through her. Among them, Li Xiaobo was the first to break the silence, saying, "All right, let us continue with the martial soul awakening. You must not let a single word about the divine inheritance obtained by Hanqi leak out." Upon hearing this, the elders slowly came back to their senses as if waking from a dream. With this astonishing event involving Li Hanqi temporarily concluded, the martial soul awakening ceremony was able to continue in an orderly manner. The energetic and expectant young descendants stepped forward one by one, carefully extending their hands to touch the crystal ball emitting mysterious light. The first boy who stepped forward held his breath, and, as his palm touched the crystal ball, a burst of intense flames erupted from the sphere, instantly enveloping him. The raging fire burned fiercely beside him, casting a red glow on his previously youthful face, making it look as brilliant as the evening glow. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Next, another girl gracefully approached the crystal ball. As she gently placed her hand on it, a bone-chilling cold air surged continuously from the crystal ball, rapidly spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground around the girl, while she appeared like a fairy in the snow, cold and noble, evoking respect. However, despite the unique characteristics of these martial souls, Everyone present understood very well that it would be hard to find another martial soul as shocking and stunning as Li Hanqi's. After all, the talent and potential that Li Hanqi displayed were exceedingly rare, almost surpassing the realm of common imagination. Finally, it was the turn of the pale-faced boy, who trembled slightly as he cautiously extended his hands and placed them on the crystalline crystal ball. Time passed second by second, yet the crystal ball remained unresponsive, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, shaking their heads and sighing, seemingly convinced that this boy would not possess any powerful martial soul. Just when people were about to lose patience, suddenly, the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling blue light. This light pierced through the night sky like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire venue. Following that, a gigantic, entirely golden eagle dragon soared out from the light, its sharp claws glinting coldly, and, as it flapped its wings, it stirred up gusts of wind. Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned into silence, and for a moment, the venue was eerily quiet. After a brief silence, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Innate Level 9, a top-tier martial soul, someone shouted with excitement. It should be noted that in this continent, innate Level 9 top-tier martial souls are considered the pinnacle existence, and those with such talent are destined to become unparalleled powerhouses in the future. At this moment, he could hardly believe everything happening before him. He had never dared to believe that he possessed such exceptional talent, and today, this crystal ball had completely changed his fate. Soon after, it was the turn of the sisters Li Shuangmei and Li Shuangxi. The elder sister, Li Shuangmei, took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervous emotions, and then stepped forward steadily. The moment her jade hand gently touched the crystal ball, it first emitted a faint white halo, like moonlight falling on the surface of a lake. As she continuously infused her soul power, the layer of white light became increasingly intense, eventually transforming into countless pure white petals that floated gracefully in the air. Amidst the dreamlike rain of petals, a peach tree with lush branches and vibrant flowers gradually emerged. Each peach blossom bloomed spectacularly, with tender pink petals glistening as if they were about to drip. As the gentle breeze passed, the flower branches swayed with the wind, creating a breathtaking sight. Upon witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but be greatly astonished. Although the peach blossom martial soul did not possess the powerful attack capabilities of the previously appeared martial souls, this martial soul with healing abilities was equally rare and precious. Sister Li Shuangxi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and then carefully placed her hand on the crystal-clear crystal ball. The moment her palm touched the sphere, the originally quiet crystal ball suddenly erupted with dazzling purple light, instantly illuminating the entire room. As the purple light grew stronger, a mysterious purple candy slowly spiraled out, hovering above the crystal ball. At this moment, Li Shuangxi's eyes widened, sparkling with a lively and cunning light, as if she had discovered a fascinating treasure. The people around her once again gasped in amazement, praising the sisters' martial souls for their unique characteristics and distinctiveness. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the three sisters, Li Hanqi, Li Shuangmei, and Li Shuangxi, along with the boy who possessed a powerful dragon eagle martial soul, were retained. Standing before them, Li Xiaobo appeared unusually serious, his expression grave as he scanned the four children one by one, slowly speaking. The martial soul talents you four have displayed mean that in the future, whether facing dangers or encountering opportunities, you will far exceed ordinary people. Therefore, I hope you can always remain vigilant and continuously strive to enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, the boy clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute and filled with determination, and he replied earnestly, "Please rest assured, I will double my efforts in training and will not let such a rare talent go to waste." Beside him, Li Shuangmei smiled slightly, revealing two adorable dimples, confidently saying, "Although my martial soul leans more towards healing, I believe I will not become a burden to everyone and will work hard to keep up with everyone's progress." Seeing this, Li Shuangxi quickly nodded in agreement with her sister's words. Seeing the children's positive attitudes, Li Xiaobo felt very gratified. He smiled and nodded, then took out 4 books from his pocket, handing one to each child, and instructed, "These books contain meditation techniques that are very suitable for your current stage of martial soul training. You must study them diligently and not be negligent. Only through persistent meditation practice can you better awaken and control the power of your respective martial souls." Li Xiaobo's expression grew serious as he continued. In addition to that, I also need to test each of you for your innate soul power. You should know that the level of innate soul power has a crucial impact on how far you can go and how much achievement you can attain on your cultivation path. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly took out a uniquely designed special crystal ball from his pocket. The crystal ball was crystal clear and emitted a faint, mysterious glow. The first to undergo the test was the boy with the dragon eagle martial spirit. He took a deep breath and carefully placed his palm on the instrument. In an instant, a dazzling and brilliant beam of light shot up, resembling a roaring giant dragon soaring into the sky, finally stabilizing at the 8th mark. Seeing this result, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but nod slightly in approval, saying, not bad, not bad. To have an innate level 9 soul power is already quite impressive. Next up was Li Shuangmei. She too was filled with nervousness and anticipation as she slowly placed her delicate hand on the instrument. With a slight wave of energy, the beam of light lit up again, but this time it rose noticeably slower than before, finally wobbling to a stop at the 10th level. Seeing this, Li Shuangmei playfully winked at everyone and cheekily stuck out her tongue, seemingly satisfied with her result. Li Shuangxi was just a bit lacking, having an innate level 8. However, he was still a rare talent, especially since he was a food type. Finally, the most critical moment arrived for Li Hanxi's test. The moment she placed her hand on the device, the entire detector seemed to ignite, flashing wildly, and the blinding light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. The originally straight upward beam of light surged like a runaway horse, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the top scale. Faced with such an astonishing scene, even the usually knowledgeable Li Xiaobo was taken aback, staring in disbelief and exclaiming, "How is this possible? This must be at least innate level 10 soul power. This is simply an unprecedented, extraordinary talent." His words sounded like thunder, causing everyone present to gasp in shock, their faces displaying expressions of disbelief. Li Hanxi clenched her fists, a stronger fighting spirit igniting within her. She knew that with the divine legacy mark and such high innate soul power, she must work even harder to step towards becoming a strong warrior. Others also secretly resolved to take Li Hanxi as their goal and strive to catch up, aiming to carve out their own territory in this world dominated by martial souls. Chapter 63. The Limitations of the Life Map. Li Xiaobo stood steadily at the edge of the Eye of Ice and Fire, his expression serious as he turned to look at the 4 children behind him, who were equally anxious yet filled with curiosity. He spoke softly, looked closely. This is the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. Inside, there are many rare herbs that are invaluable and hard to find in the world, but at the same time, is fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, the 4 children widened their eyes and eagerly began to examine their surroundings. What appeared before them was indeed peculiar. On the left side was a raging fire that seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. On the right was a chilling ice lake that exuded a terrifying aura. However, between these two seemingly incompatible extremes was a sense of inexplicable harmony and fusion. Just as everyone was marveling at this wonder, one of the children, unable to contain his strong curiosity, took a small step forward. In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and an immense force surged forth like a tidal wave, violently propelling that child away. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's expression changed drastically, and he quickly rushed forward to support the person who had been knocked back. You must not act recklessly. There are powerful barriers protecting this place. To enter, you must first find the correct entrance, Li Xiaobo warned sternly. After saying this, he slightly waved his right hand and began to chant. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from beneath their feet, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Accompanying this tremor, a door glowing with mysterious runes slowly emerged on the previously smooth ice wall. This is the entrance. Li Xiaobo's eyes shone as he stared at the seemingly ordinary yet vaguely mysterious door ahead, and he unhesitatingly led the way inside. As he stepped through the door, a rich and almost overwhelming fragrance of herbs instantly wafted over, as if he were submerged in a sea of aromatic scents. At the same time, waves of heat and cold alternated, making their bodies involuntarily shiver as if caught between ice and fire. Once they steadied themselves, they began to curiously survey their surroundings. To their surprise, they discovered various strange and rare plants growing here, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the entire space like a dream. Some plants had peculiar shapes, resembling twisting dragons. Others were vibrant and eye-catching, like blooming fiery flowers. Everyone was left in awe, filled with excitement and curiosity. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. The group turned alertly to look, and they saw that over a dozen figures had quietly appeared around them. Each of these individuals had serious expressions and emanated a powerful aura, clearly not ordinary people. Li Xiaobo quickly stepped forward and said, "Elders, these are the 4 qualified individuals for this year, one of whom is my sister." He gestured to the group behind him. The tall, serious-looking elder at the forefront nodded slightly in agreement, his hawk-like gaze sweeping slowly over the 4 children, as if imprinting their appearances deeply in his mind. "Since you have brought the children, we will proceed according to the established rules. However, I must remind everyone that while the Eye of Ice and Fire hides countless rare treasures, it also comes with many unpredictable dangers. Therefore, we will not overly intervene in their actions. Everything will depend on their own fortune and capabilities," the elder spoke in a calm tone. Li Xiaobo, standing to the side, respectfully responded, "Understood, elder." He then turned slightly to look at the 4 children, a hint of pride in his eyes, and continued to introduce. "Among the 4 children who have come this time, my sister and Li Shuangmei are both exceptionally gifted with innate full soul power. Therefore, I plan to take them to a suitable place to obtain soul rings to further enhance their strength. As for the other 2 boys, one has innate level 9 soul power, and the other girl has innate level 8 soul power. I asked the elders to guide them in their training." After speaking, Li Xiaobo waved gently to Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, then stepped towards the outer edge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Li Xiaobo, along with his sister Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, passed through the dense bamboo forest and finally arrived at a very secluded valley. The moment they stepped into the valley, waves of soul power fluctuations came rushing at them like a tide. Li Xiaobo lowered his voice and said softly to the 2 people beside him, "The fluctuations of soul power here are so frequent and intense because several of our elders have transplanted plant-type soul bees from other places. However, the number of 7-star begonias is still extremely rare, and they are particularly good at concealing their own traces. So we must be doubly cautious and careful in our search." After saying this, he began to focus intently, meticulously searching every corner of the valley. At that moment, a soft gasp of surprise came from Li Shuangmei. Everyone turned to look in her direction and saw her pointing at a few spots not far away. Her face flushed with excitement. Following the direction of her finger, they found several flowers emitting a faint green glow, gently swaying in the breeze. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he excitedly said, "What incredible luck! These few are the rare 100-year-old 7-star hawthorn. Their quality is excellent and very suitable for both of you." Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward without hesitation and directly pulled down 2 of the 7-star hawthorns. After successfully obtaining the 7-star hawthorn, Li Xiaobo let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to his sister Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, smilingly encouraging them, "All right, now hurry up and absorb these soul rings to further enhance your strength." Hearing their brother's words, Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, then swiftly took out their respective soul-guiding daggers from their waists and efficiently processed the 2 7-star hawthorns in front of them. Immediately after, they quickly sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to focus on absorbing the powerful energy contained within the soul rings. Li Xiaobo held his breath and stood quietly to the side like a statue, his sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, not letting slip any hint of potential danger. Time passed quietly, and a faint halo formed around Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, created by the soul power they were absorbing. The halo started out dim but grew increasingly stronger with the passage of time, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the dense grass like lightning, rushing directly towards Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, who were fully focused on absorbing the soul rings. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a fierce aura erupted from him. He quickly raised his right hand, rapidly condensing soul power in his palm, which transformed in an instant into a sword radiating cold light. Without any hesitation, Li Xiaobo swung his arm, and the sword made of soul power shot towards the shadow with the sound of wind breaking, like a meteor chasing the moon. A scream rang out as the shadow rolled in midair and fell heavily to the ground. Once the dust settled, everyone could see that it was merely a low-level soul beast attracted by the powerful force of the soul ring in search of food. After successfully resolving this sudden crisis, Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei finally completed the absorption of the soul rings. They slowly opened their eyes, their once clear gaze now sparkling with even more dazzling soul power, resembling 2 gems embedded in the night sky. Li Xiaobo looked at his rejuvenated younger sisters with a satisfied smile on his face and gently asked, "How do you feel?" Li Hanxi couldn't hide her excitement and replied eagerly, Brother, I now feel like my whole body is filled with endless power. It's as if I could punch through a mountain. After that, the three of them didn't waste any time and swiftly set off on their journey back, aiming straight for the Eye of Ice and Fire. Along the way, they enthusiastically discussed their respective training plans after the fruitful harvest. When they finally arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the other two boys and girls who had been waiting there turned their gazes toward them, especially upon seeing Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, whose strength had clearly improved. Envy involuntarily showed in their eyes. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo smiled and said loudly to everyone, "Next, we must work together and make full use of the unique advantages of the ice and fire duality, to intensify our training." His words were like a spark, instantly igniting a passionate atmosphere on site, and everyone responded in unison, expressing their determination to give their all. For a moment, the entire scene was extraordinarily lively, with hope and anticipation shining on everyone's faces. Just as everyone was cracking their knuckles and preparing to officially embark on their training journey, a figure slowly approached. It was the esteemed elder. He walked with steady steps, his expression serious and solemn. When he got closer, the elder spoke earnestly, "Children, although you have made some progress and growth, if you want to walk further and more steadily on the path of the strong, you need to continuously explore and master more exquisite soul skills. Li Hanxi, Li Shuangmei, you two have just obtained new soul rings. So why not take this opportunity to study them carefully and see if you can uncover unique soul skills that perfectly align with your soul rings?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity as they watched Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a miracle. Li Hanxi stood still, gently closed her eyes, and concentrated on sensing the flow of soul power within her. As time passed second by second, about a quarter of an hour later, she suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly formed complex hand seals. At that moment, a magical scene occurred. The originally calm air around her seemed to freeze instantly, becoming heavy. Immediately afterward, dazzling green lights appeared out of nowhere and began to spin at an astonishing speed. These green lights intertwined and entwined with each other, ultimately condensing into a brilliant green halo that hovered in the air. Li Hanxi looked at the halo formed by his soul power in front of him, slightly frowning, with a hint of frustration in his expression. "My soul skill is called Life Halo, and it has the effect of healing injuries. I just don't know why, but I always have a feeling that the soul skills I can awaken in the future will be similar to this Life Halo." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo quickly comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Although the type of soul skill is relatively singular, it precisely indicates that your self-healing ability will be very strong. This way, you will have greater endurance and survival ability in battles." Soon it was Li Shuangmei's turn to showcase her soul skill. She took a deep breath and then mobilized her entire body's soul power. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged from her petite body. Accompanied by the flow of soul power, a green halo radiating a gentle light slowly appeared. Li Shuangmei smiled and explained, "My soul skill is called Healing Halo. Its function is also used for healing pain." Seeing the two of them display such unique and practical soul skills one after another, the other people present couldn't help but marvel. The two young children, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fighting spirit in their hearts. They exchanged a glance and then ran off without hesitation towards the distance, ready to immerse themselves in intense training. They knew well that only through relentless effort could they discover their own unique soul skills as soon as possible, thus embarking on the path to becoming top soul masters. Li Xiaobo had a look of satisfaction on his face as he quietly gazed at the group filled with vitality and energy. He thought to himself, as long as everyone maintains this enthusiasm and perseverance, continuously practicing diligently, then given time, they will surely grow into powerful soul masters that command respect in their own right, leaving behind their glorious chapter on this vast and boundless continent. Chapter 64. Summary of the immortal herb. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse, and in just a short month, it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Xiaobo stood quietly in the center of the spacious and bright living room, his posture tall and imposing, his gaze slowly sweeping over the elders present. He then spoke solemnly, "Elders, as of today, we have successfully acquired the rare treasure known as the Ice and Fire Dual Eye. However, how to fully and effectively utilize this precious resource remains a pressing issue that we need to address. It is known that the greatest effect of the Ice and Fire Dual Eye is its ability to greatly enhance the growth speed of various herbs. In its surrounding area, the growth speed of herbs can be increased tenfold, while in the inner area, it can reach 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. As for the core area, the growth speed is astonishingly 10,000 times. Such a unique condition undoubtedly makes cultivating immortal herbs and various rare medicinal materials here the most ideal choice. At this point, Li Xiaobo's gaze once again swept over the elders present as he continued. However, we currently face a tricky problem. That is, our understanding of the medicinal properties of herbs within the leaf family is not deep enough. Even when faced with such rare treasures as immortal herbs, we can only cautiously use one of them. In fact, if we could be familiar with the relationships of compatibility and antagonism between herbs and reasonably combine them, then even a few ordinary medicinal materials that have been refined over thousands or even tens of thousands of years could produce effects comparable to that of immortal herbs through their synergy. Unfortunately, up to now, there is not a single person in our leaf family who truly masters the properties of herbs. This shows that our family's foundation is indeed quite shallow compared to those long-established great families. Therefore, the urgent task is to cultivate a group of family members with profound knowledge of pharmacology. Only then can we allow the ice and fire dual I to realize its great value. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement, expressing their support for his statement. Just then, one elder slowly stood up, his expression serious, and said, "What Xiaobo said makes a lot of sense. In my opinion, we might as well start by carefully selecting talented and diligent young members from within the family, and then specifically set up a pharmacology study class for them. This way, we can concentrate resources to cultivate talent and ensure orderly inheritance." Before he finished speaking, another elder quickly added, "Indeed, what this brother said is very true. However, just this may not be enough. We might also consider spending a large sum of money to invite well-known pharmacists from outside to come and teach our clan. They are experienced and knowledgeable, and they will surely bring many new insights and knowledge to these young people." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo, who had been quietly listening on the side, suddenly brightened up and excitedly said, "This plan is excellent. However, we cannot let our guard down. After all, the ice and fire dual eye is a rare treasure in the world, and it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of some ill-intentioned individuals. Therefore, those we invite from outside must undergo strict and detailed scrutiny to ensure their identity and background are clean and reliable. And we must not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to take advantage of the situation." Just as everyone was discussing fervently, the most respected and elderly elder, who had remained silent, gently coughed to attract everyone's attention. He then spoke softly, "Everyone, do not be anxious. I have another suggestion. Why don't we try to seek out some ancient prescriptions and texts that have long been lost to the world? Perhaps within these precious ancient books lies the profound secrets regarding the relationships of compatibility and antagonism among various herbs." As soon as the elder's words were spoken, everyone present immediately applauded in agreement, praising this idea as truly ingenious. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference hall was exceptionally lively, as everyone immersed themselves in an in-depth discussion of future development plans. Li Xiaobo frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he were contemplating something important. After a while, he finally broke the silence and said, "Then let's decide on this. I will immediately arrange for people to contact the renowned pharmacists from various places and invite them to teach our clan's youth. At the same time, we need to organize our talented young people to start systematically learning pharmacology to lay a solid foundation for future development. As for the crucial task of finding ancient medicinal texts, I will trouble a few esteemed elders to take the lead on that. As long as we work together, I firmly believe that it won't take long for us to fully tap into the enormous potential of the ice and fire duality eye. At that time, our Li family's strength in the field of medicinal materials will surely be greatly enhanced, and surpassing other families will no longer be an unattainable dream." After hearing Li Xiaobo's passionate words, the elders present all nodded in agreement and responded in unison, "Good." They then got up and hurriedly set about their preparations. The living room gradually quieted down, leaving only a few people. Li Xiaobo stood quietly, still wearing a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Li Lingtian beside him asked, "Xiaobo, with what you said today, you must already have some concrete ideas in mind, right?" Li Xiaobo turned his head to look at his father, gently nodded, and replied, "Yes, father. In fact, I do have some preliminary thoughts on how to use the ice and fire duality to enhance the Li family's competitiveness in medicinal materials." Li Xiaobo said with determination, after careful consideration, "My plan is to first arrange for the talented youth of our clan to go to the nearby mountains for training and to collect some common herbs. Only through personal touch, perception, and practical operation can they deeply and genuinely understand the pharmacological knowledge contained in these herbs. Standing beside him, Li Lingtian slightly nodded, expressing his agreement with this idea. He responded, "Yes, this plan is indeed clever. It is a practical and effective measure." After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo continued to elaborate on his ideas. Secondly, regarding the hiring of pharmacists, we cannot limit ourselves to conventional assessment methods. In addition to the normal qualification review, we also need to carefully design some challenging trial levels. For example, we could require applicants to identify up to 100 different types of mixed herbs without making any mistakes. Only then would they qualify to be teachers in our clan. At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but sigh. You must know that on the vast Douluo continent, truly knowledgeable pharmacologists are extremely rare. Like the renowned Zhu Douluo from the Spear Hall, figures from the Broken Star Luo Empire, and the well-known Yi family currently in Heavendo City. As far as I know, they must possess a considerable collection of rare celestial herbs, various precious books on herbs, and ancient recipes. If we can establish connections with these forces and obtain the necessary resources from them, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance our clan's understanding of pharmacology. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows slightly, crossing his arms and falling into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, he slowly spoke up. This idea is indeed good, but those powerful forces have always regarded the celestial herbs and precious prescriptions as rare treasures. Would they easily hand them over to us? Standing beside him, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a confident smile upon hearing this. He replied at a leisurely pace, "Father, there's no need to worry. In fact, we can fully utilize the rare medicinal materials that grow within the ice and fire dual eye." Upon hearing this, the previously dim light in Li Lingtian's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a candle in the dark had been ignited. However, he soon showed a serious expression and said solemnly, "Although this plan is feasible, we must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot let those forces realize that we possess such a treasure as the ice and fire dual eye, or the consequences would be unimaginable." Li Xiu nuda rapidly, expressing his deep agreement with his father's words. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "In addition, for the young members of our family who are about to go out for training, we might as well bestow upon them specially made storage containers. This way, they can not only properly preserve the various precious herbs collected along the way, but also greatly enhance the efficiency and safety of herb gathering. At the same time, we should also send skilled martial artists from our clan to quietly protect them, ensuring that these young clan members can receive timely and effective assistance when they encounter danger. There is no time to lose, father. I will go and arrange the relevant matters." With that, Li Xiaobo turned and quickly left, leaving Li Lingtian standing alone, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. Before they knew it, 2 months had quietly slipped by. One day, while Li Lingtian and his son were discussing important matters in the study, a servant hurriedly rushed into the room, panting as he reported, "Young master, old master, there's a messenger at the gate claiming to be from the Paji clan of the Xing Luo Empire, seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian exchanged glances, their eyes meeting as they both caught a glimpse of undeniable surprise in each other's gaze. It seemed they had just been discussing these powers, and unexpectedly, someone had come uninvited so soon. Could it be that the perfect opportunity to acquire precious herbal books was about to arrive? Thinking of this, Li Xiaobo felt a stir in his heart, quickly straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing, and raised his voice to call out, "Quickly, please invite him in." Before long, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached. Soon after, a figure appeared at the door of the study. The visitor was indeed the messenger from the Paji clan. He was tall and robust, standing there like a towering iron tower. His eyes were bright and piercing, as if capable of seeing into the hearts of men, and he exuded a powerful aura and dignified presence unique to the Paji clan. After stepping into the study, the messenger first respectfully bowed to Li Xiaobo and the others present, and then spoke loudly, "I am the messenger sent by the Paji clan. It is my honor to meet young Master Li and old Master Li today." Li Xiaobo smiled and quickly stood up to return the gesture, politely asking, "May I inquire what brings you, esteemed envoy, on this occasion?" Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's question, the envoy straightened his posture and, after a brief pause, replied unhurriedly, "Our clan has heard that your esteemed house has been diligently advancing various matters regarding medicinal herbs. Our clan leader greatly admires your foresight and exceptional insight, Mr. Li. Therefore, We have specially dispatched me to bring you an ancient medical text that our clan has treasured until now, hoping to take this opportunity to engage in in-depth communication and sharing with your esteemed house." As he finished speaking, the envoy reached into his robe and carefully took out an old and antique-looking scroll, offering it to Li Xiaobo with both hands. Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian looked at the prescription classics presented before them, their faces filled with surprise and joy. They never expected that the other party would be so generous as to directly offer such a precious item. Li Xiaobo trembled as he took the yellowed scroll, his eyes shining with excitement. He said sincerely, "The nobility's action this time is truly like sending charcoal in the snow. I am deeply grateful and will never forget it. I just wonder if the nobility has any needs in return for such generous assistance." The messenger smiled slightly and replied softly, "Our clan does not ask for much. We only hope that when your esteemed house has new pharmaceutical research results in the future, you can share one or two with us. Additionally, I hope your esteemed house will not forget the 2 ninth-grade purple mushrooms that were previously agreed upon." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation. "Please rest assured. Since I have already made a promise, I will definitely keep my word." Once the envoy had departed, Li Xiaobo could no longer contain his eagerness. He hurried back to his study and carefully opened the ancient text to read it attentively. As he turned the pages, profound and intricate knowledge of medicinal materials came into view, dazzling like the brilliant stars in the night sky, leaving him in awe. Li Xiaobo grew more and more excited as he realized that the knowledge of medicinal materials recorded in this classic text was far deeper and broader than what he had previously known. Those unique formulas, rare herbs, and mysterious preparation methods seemed to open a door to a new world of pharmacology for him. He understood that with the invaluable experience contained in this classic, the Li family would surely make significant progress in pharmacological exploration. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they could successfully break through the existing bottleneck and take a solid step toward the grand goal of surpassing other families. Chapter 65. Training time flew by, and it had been over half a month since they began digesting the pharmacopoeia. Although the Li family's research and utilization of the pharmacopoeia had not yet fully concluded, it was noteworthy that Li Xiaobo, with his extraordinary mental strength, had successfully unearthed some highly valuable secret formulas from the vast sea of prescriptions. At this moment, many respected elders gathered once again in the spacious and bright living room. Li Xiaobo stood solemnly before everyone and said softly, "Today, we are fortunate to possess the ice and fire duality eye, such a unique geomantic treasure. Because of this, the cultivation methods for the talented younger generation of our family must undergo reform." Hearing this, the elders looked at Li Xiaobo with puzzled expressions, expecting him to further explain the reasons behind his statement. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and continued, "You all must be aware that to grow into a true peerless powerhouse on the vast land of Douluo continent, what key elements are necessary? First, of course, an outstanding martial soul is indispensable. Second, there must be ample and high-quality training resources as a solid backing. However, the most crucial point is to find a soul ring that perfectly matches and complements oneself. The pairing theory of soul rings that the Spirit Hall has publicly promoted has always been yellow-yellow, purple-purple, black-black-black-black-black-black, yellow-yellow, purple-purple, black-black-black-black, red. But is this theory really flawless and absolutely correct? Having said that, Li Xiaobo unhesitatingly unleashed his martial soul. In an instant, dazzling light erupted from his body, followed by a series of colorful soul rings gradually appearing around him. The elders were immediately stunned and stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. It turned out that the soul ring combination Li Xiaobo displayed was none of the common types mentioned above. Instead, it was a unique combination of yellow, purple, red, 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 gold, red, gold, red. As the elders were astonished, they quickly surged toward Li Xiaobo like a tide, surrounding him tightly. Their faces were filled with confusion and eagerness as they began to ask him about the reasons behind it. Li Xiaobo smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly, and then spoke slowly, "Everyone, please don't rush. Let me explain slowly. For a long time, we have held a deeply rooted traditional understanding of the matching between martial souls and soul rings. But after my research and exploration, I made an astonishing discovery. This matching should not be limited to what we have known." At this point, he paused slightly, glancing around at the expectant faces of the elders, and continued, "We have always overlooked the immense potential hidden within the martial soul itself, as well as the far-reaching impact that special environments can have on the evolution of martial souls. Take the absorption of soul rings, for instance. It is commonly believed that the difference in years primarily depends on the body's endurance and mental strength. However, what if we could continuously improve our physical fitness through scientifically sound training methods? Could this limitation possibly be broken? Then Li Xiaobo shifted his tone, his gaze shining brightly as he looked into the distance, as if he could see infinite possibilities. Moreover, do you all know about the ice and fire duality eye? The energy there is extremely unique, and if we can cleverly guide and utilize it, we could cultivate various precious medicines of different ages. We are leveraging the unique power of this place, combined with the recently discovered magical secret formulas, to conduct targeted training for the talented disciples in our clan, thereby honing their bodies. This way, we can successfully break through the norm and achieve this unprecedented soul ring combination. Of course, they may not achieve results as fortunate as mine in the end, as I had many rare opportunities to obtain these soul rings. However, even so, this approach can at least significantly raise the upper limit of the years for the talented individuals in our clan to absorb soul rings, laying a more solid foundation for the future development of our family. After hearing this, the elders seemed to have received a great revelation, and they began to whisper among themselves, discussing this astonishing discovery. One elder, particularly excited, trembled as he spoke. If we can truly cultivate the younger generation of our family according to this method, I dare say that, given time, our family will surely produce a large number of extraordinary powerhouses like bamboo shoots after a rain. Li Xiaobo, standing aside, nodded slightly in agreement with the elder's words and added, "Indeed, however, at this stage, this method still has certain flaws and needs further refinement. Moreover, it currently only applies to a very few exceptionally talented individuals. Therefore, next, we must not only delve deeper into the interaction between the martial soul and the energy contained within the ice and fire duality eye, as well as the specific utilization methods, but we must also spend time researching how to appropriately adjust the existing secret formulas so that they can better fit the unique attributes of different types of martial souls. Of course, in addition to that, we urgently need to recruit a group of skilled healing soul masters to join us. As long as we unite our strengths and work together, the day of our family's great revival will surely not be far off." Upon hearing this, all the elders present nodded in agreement and responded in unison. From their eyes, filled with hope, one could clearly feel their firm belief and infinite longing for the revival of the family's glory. Just then, one elder suddenly asked, "Xiaobo, you mentioned the need to pair with healing-type soul masters. Why is that?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly, surveyed the crowd, and said, "In the process of exploring the fusion of martial souls and the energy of the ice and fire duality eye, as well as adjusting the secret formulas, accidents are inevitable. Those high-intensity trainings and energy impacts are likely to cause harm to the younger generation, and healing-type soul masters can play a crucial role." The elders all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo led several elders to the family training ground, where a group of young talents was diligently training. He pointed to a boy who was trying to break through his limits to absorb a soul ring and said, "Look, he is now on the brink of danger." If a healing-type soul master were nearby to assist, they could not only handle emergencies in a timely manner, but also speed up his recovery, so he could try again. Just as everyone was discussing how to select suitable healing-type soul masters, a girl in white suddenly appeared. She exuded a gentle wave of soul power, clearly a capable healing-type soul master. After greeting them gracefully, the girl said, "Young clan leader, I am willing to join this plan and contribute my humble efforts." The elders showed joyful expressions. Li Xiaobo looked at the girl with surprise in his eyes and asked, "What is your name?" The girl replied cheerfully, "My name is Li Suyao. Welcome to join us, Miss Suyao. However, before that, we need to test your abilities," Li Xiaobo said seriously. The group arrived at a designated testing area. Li Suyao gently raised her hands, and her soul power slowly released, enveloping the surroundings in a warm glow. She first demonstrated the healing of ordinary injuries, and a wound quickly healed under the glow. Then, she challenged a higher difficulty by simulating the rescue of an unconscious, severely injured person. Li Suyao still steadily exerted her soul power and successfully revived the dummy. "Very good. Miss Suyao, your abilities are impressive." The elders nodded in satisfaction. Li Xiaobo stepped forward and said, "Miss Suyao, from now on you will officially participate in the plan. However, the difficulties we are about to face are far beyond our imagination, and we may encounter many unknown dangers." Li Suyao looked at him firmly and replied, "Young Master Li, rest assured I will give my all." With Li Suyao's joining, the young talents in the clan felt more at ease during training. and their growth process gradually accelerated as the family steadily moved towards the path of revival. However, as the training deepened, some unexpected situations began to arise. After undergoing special training, some young talents experienced an enhancement in their martial souls, but they also showed signs of physical backlash. Li Xiaobo was anxious and urgently summoned the elders to discuss countermeasures. This situation arose because their strength was insufficient, and they must quickly identify the cause. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows. Li Suyao suggested that it might be due to the lack of coordination between the secret formula and the martial soul. Therefore, everyone decided to re-examine the secret formula and investigate it one by one in conjunction with the characteristics of each young talent's martial soul. After several days of effort, they finally discovered that a rare medicinal herb would produce side effects under specific martial souls. After resolving this issue, the training was able to continue smoothly. Li Xiaobo, the body is not strong enough, so the family arranged for people to buy a large amount of whale glue. The elder's eyes turned to Li Xiaobo. An elder hesitantly asked, "Xiaobo, whale glue is expensive and not easy to obtain. Where are we going to get so much for what purpose?" Li Xiaobo was well prepared and confidently said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't think too much. Whale glue not only has aphrodisiac effects, but high-aged whale glue can also strengthen the body." The crowd showed hesitation, but the price of whale glue is also not cheap. Li Xiaobo, although the price here is high, that's because we are here. Once we get to coastal cities, the price drops significantly. So we can send people to Hanhai City or some coastal cities to buy. Thus, a grand team composed of many clan members set off on their journey, filled with hope and mission. After a long and arduous trek, the team finally arrived at the long-awaited coastal city. When they stepped into the city, they were immediately shocked by the bustling and prosperous scene before them. However, they did not forget the purpose of their trip, to find whale glue. After some inquiries and searches, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the price of whale glue here was much cheaper than they had imagined. This was undoubtedly great news. The crowd excitedly moved between various markets and shops, carefully selecting high-quality and affordable whale glue. After intense bargaining, they finally succeeded in purchasing a sufficient quantity of whale glue. These whale glues emitted a faint ocean scent, as if containing endless energy and mysterious power. Subsequently, the group, laden with excitement, set off on their way back home. Along the way, they carefully protected these precious whale glues, fearing any mishaps. After several days of travel, they finally returned to the family location they had been longing for. When the whale glues were brought back to the family, it immediately caused a stir. The elders in the family hurried over to check and quickly organized a whale glue distribution ceremony for the young talents. Each young talent received their share of whale glue, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. In the following days, the young talents began to consume the whale glue according to specific methods, combined with a strict training plan to improve their physical condition. As expected, the miraculous effects of the whale glue gradually emerged. The young people, who previously had slightly weak physical qualities, became increasingly strong, while those who already had a certain level of strength became even more powerful. Especially during daily training, the physical backlash that often troubled them in the past no longer occurred. Whether it was high-intensity physical training or complex martial arts practice, everyone could handle it easily and with proficiency. This significant change excited the entire clan, filling them with confidence in the family's revival. As time passed, the physical condition of the young talents continued to strengthen and improve. Meanwhile, their ability to absorb soul rings also experienced a qualitative leap. In one attempt after another, several exceptionally talented individuals in the family successfully broke through the previous absorption age limit and smoothly merged with higher-level soul rings, thus gaining unprecedented powerful strength. The remarkable achievements of these talents shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, inspiring more young talents to move forward bravely toward higher goals. The family's revival was also becoming increasingly unstoppable under this vigorous development wave. Chapter 66. Gongxin City. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has slipped away. During this fleeting year, the Li family has risen like a newly shining star, with its development becoming increasingly rapid and approaching perfection. Many affairs that once required Li Xiaobo's constant attention and personal involvement can now operate in an orderly manner without needing him to be as hands-on as before. At this moment, it was an excellent opportunity for Li Xiaobo to seek his 8th soul ring. After careful consideration and meticulous preparation, he resolutely embarked on the journey to Gongxin City. Gongxin City, located within the vast territory of the Xinghua Empire, is positioned quite differently from Longxing City. While Longxing City is situated in the southeastern part of the Tiando Empire, Gongxin City is located in the southwest, deep within the Xingluo Empire, closer to the inland area. Such a long distance made this journey destined to be not short, despite Li Xiaobo and others pushing forward tirelessly with all their might. Nearly a month had passed by the time they finally arrived in Gongxin City. The long journey not only tested everyone's physical strength and endurance, but also served as a severe test of their determination and willpower. However, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles they encountered along the way, they could not stop Li Xiaobo's firm steps towards his goal. Although Gongxin City is one of the main cities of the Xingluo Empire, its reputation and status are indeed inferior compared to other famous cities. Among the many main cities, this city can at most be considered mid to lower level. After all, the Douluo continent is a world completely dominated by soul masters. As a city dominated by the metal industry, it's not surprising that Gongxin City is somewhat neglected. It's worth noting that in this world, the social status of blacksmiths is almost indistinguishable from that of commoners. In contrast, the Spirit Hall or the Soul Master Association, which control the fates of countless soul masters and can influence the entire continent situation, seem immensely powerful and authoritative. This stark comparison makes the vast gap between blacksmiths and soul masters crystal clear. However, Li Xiaobo knew very well that, generally speaking, the more skilled a blacksmith is, the higher the likelihood of becoming a soul master. The reason is simple. Only the extraordinary abilities possessed by soul masters can make the forging process even more exquisite. However, there are no absolutes in life. There are always some exceptionally talented blacksmiths who, even without the aid of a martial soul, can rely on their unique insights into blacksmithing techniques and persistent efforts to create a vast space for themselves in the blacksmithing industry and achieve remarkable accomplishments. From a distance, Gongxin City stood like a giant fortress on the horizon, its outline gradually becoming clearer. Everyone got off the carriage, and the moment their feet touched the ground, a sense of solidity surged within them. Looking out, the towering city walls came into view. The walls were entirely a deep and heavy iron gray color, as if cast from indestructible metal, giving a visual impact of being unbreakable. Even though they had not yet truly entered the city, the faint metallic aura seemed like an invisible force coming towards them, making them curious and expectant about this city. Yin Yuesher's face was beaming with excitement and joy, and she, like a happy little bird, lightly hooked her arm around Li Xiaobo's, playfully saying, "Finally here. Sitting in the carriage all this way has nearly broken my bones." Even though Li's comfortable carriage is great, after a whole month of continuous sitting, anyone would feel tired. However, looking back at the journey, it was not without gains. Ma Ronghua had evidently started to strive hard and work tirelessly, perhaps in order to keep up with Li Xiaobo and others. Thanks to the rich and diverse resources provided by the Li family, he had successfully broken through to the Soul Emperor realm, and his strength had greatly improved. Li Xiaobo once told Yin Yuesher, "When your soul power successfully breaks through to level 70, and you can freely unleash your martial soul's true form, you will step into a brand new realm. Only by reaching that point can your mysterious 5 Fire 7 Birds fan martial soul fully release its true and powerful might." These words were like a bright lamp, illuminating the path ahead for Yin Yuesher and igniting a fierce fighting spirit within her. Now, Yin Yuesher is steadfastly advancing along this path of cultivation, filled with challenges and opportunities. Every training session and every drop of sweat are solid steps she takes toward her goal. It is worth noting that within the vastly residents, aside from the younger clan members, the rest of the younger generation's cultivation levels far surpass those so-called geniuses from the outside world. With their outstanding talents and relentless efforts, they have begun to stand out in the martial arts world of Douluo continent. As for the reason Li Xiaobo came to Gongxin City, it is not simply because he discovered that the soul beast he needed happened to reside and breed here. In fact, he also bears another important mission to procure a batch of rare metal materials. Due to the long-lost manufacturing technology of soul guide devices on Douluo continent, these originally invaluable rare metals are relatively inexpensive compared to other precious treasures. However, for Li Xiaobo, this is a rare opportunity. In the ancient inheritance he received, there exists an exquisite crafting technique. By using these rare metals, he hopes to forge powerful magical artifacts, further enhancing his own strength and the foundation of his family's legacy. Therefore, this trip to Gongxin City holds significant and crucial importance for Li Xiaobo and his family. The group successfully entered Gongxin City. As soon as they passed through the city gate, the metallic scent that greeted them brought a unique sensation. After entering the city, everyone got off the carriage again, curiously observing the unique scenery of this special city. Ma Ronghua's mood visibly became excited as he pointed at the surrounding buildings and introduced them to the group. Gongxin City is the city with the most blacksmith shops. Only in this city do blacksmiths receive due recognition. It is said that there are over 1,000 blacksmith shops within Gongxin City alone, and the number of blacksmiths reaches tens of thousands. Many blacksmiths from other cities come here specifically to take the blacksmith qualification exam. If they can pass the advanced blacksmith examination, they can stay in the city. In simple terms, this is a paradise for blacksmiths. Although blacksmiths are not valued by the two great empires, the military's weapons and equipment, farming tools, buildings, and furniture all require the involvement of blacksmiths. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the more valuable the items they forge. Yan Yuesher asked in surprise, "Is there a rank for blacksmiths too?" Ma Ronghua nodded and said, "Not as detailed as our soul masters. Generally, blacksmiths are divided into 7 ranks. From lowest to highest, they are junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, advanced blacksmith, blacksmith master, blacksmith grandmaster, blacksmith patriarch, and divine blacksmith." Just then, the group suddenly heard a loud voice ahead calling out, "Don't miss out. The current president of the Blacksmith Association, Blacksmith Master Lu Gao, personally crafted this brilliant silver armor. Only this one available for a special price." Lu Gao, Li Xiaobo said with some confusion. Do blacksmith masters also need to shout on the street to sell their wares? Let's go take a look. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered around the source of the call. Li Xiaobo and the others made their way through the crowd to see what was happening inside. It was a seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop, and the one calling out was a young man with bronze skin and bare upper body, standing in front of the shop. A middle-aged man, looking to be around 30, was sitting there with his eyes closed, exuding an air of a master. Beside him was a piece of armor. The armor was entirely bright silver, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. The overall craftsmanship was extremely luxurious, and it was clear that each piece of armor had been specially polished, with a large transparent crystal embedded in the chest plate, reflecting and shimmering alongside the armor itself under the sunlight. Li Xiaobo glanced at the armor and frowned, disdainfully uttering 2 words, "Trash." The shiny silver armor plates were actually made of polished steel, but each plate was very thin and clearly lacked any defensive power. However, the corresponding weight was not too high. Perhaps this was the only advantage of the armor. Wearing this set of armor would likely serve no purpose other than to show off. As for its use on the battlefield, that was out of the question. Even infantrymen with a bit of strength could easily slice through it. After saying this, he no longer lingered and walked towards the street. On the vast and mysterious land of the Douluo continent, rare metals attract the attention of countless soul masters and blacksmiths like precious treasures. Gongxin City, one of the largest metal trading markets on the Douluo continent, is always bustling with noise and activity. The shops here range from ordinary blacksmiths to specialized rare metal stores like the Rare Metal Pavilion, offering everything. Upon entering the market, the air is filled with the distinctive coldness of metal, making even breathing feel heavy. In one corner of the market, a shop named Tianjin Pavilion stands out. The owner, Old Man Tianjin, is renowned in the field of rare metal trading for his unique insight and rich experience. It is rumored that he once personally traded a piece of legendary starlight silver, an extremely rare metal that contains the power of the stars and can greatly enhance the power of weapons. On this day, Tianjin Pavilion welcomed special guests. They wore simple robes, their faces showing signs of fatigue, but their eyes sparkled with determination. They had come to seek a rare metal known as deep-sea silver. This metal is sourced from the deep sea and contains an exceptionally pure water elemental power. When Li Xiaobo and his companions walked into Tianjin Pavilion, the old man at the counter was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Feeling someone enter, he slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Tang San, and was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Young friend, have you come for the sunken silver of the deep sea?" Li Xiaobo felt a chill in his heart, not expecting that the elder Tianjin could see through his intentions at a glance. He nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Indeed, I have heard that you possess a piece of deep-sea sunken silver, and I have come to seek it." The elder Tianjin pondered for a moment, slowly stood up, and took out a piece of metal wrapped in a brocade box from behind counter. The metal was silvery white, and its surface emitted a faint glow, as if water were flowing slowly within it. Li Xiaobo's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He could sense that the metal contained an extremely pure elemental water power, which was exactly the deep-sea sunken silver he was looking for. Young friend, this piece of deep-sea sunken silver is indeed in my possession. But you must be aware of its value, said Elder Tianjin. I need a suitable price and someone who can maximize its value. Li Xiaobo understood the meaning of the heavenly gold elder. The rare metal known as deep-sea sunken silver is naturally quite expensive, but this metal is too scarce. He firmly said, Senior, I am willing to exchange 1,000-year soul bone for this deep-sea sunken silver, and I guarantee that it will achieve its maximum value in my hands. The heavenly gold elder looked at Li Xiaobo's determined eyes and slightly nodded. He seemed to see something familiar in this young man, a desire and pursuit for power, as well as a dedication and persistence towards dreams. He smiled slightly and said, All right, young friend, I will entrust this deep-sea sunken silver to you. I hope you can use it to create your own brilliance. Li Xiaobo took the brocade box. Knowing that this piece of deep-sea sunken silver was not only a precious material, but also the essence of his family's heritage. As he stepped out of the Tianjin pavilion, Li Xiaobo carefully cradled the brocade box containing the deep-sea sunken silver. Yin Yuesher leaned in curiously and looked at it, saying, Xiaobo, this sunken silver looks extraordinary. Yes, this is a crucial item. With it, I can start refining that treasure I've been envisioning, Li Xiaobo replied seriously. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into chaos. Several burly men charged over aggressively, with the leader, a man with a face full of flesh, glaring at Li Xiaobo while shouting, Kid, I heard you just traded a piece of sunken silver for 1,000-year-old soul bone. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, or you won't leave Gongxin City alive today. Li Xiaobo let out a cold laugh and handed the brocade box to Yin Yuesher. Yuesher, you hold this and stay back. He then turned to face the group of villains. If you want to take my things, you need to ask me if I agree first. Ma Ronghua stood beside Li Xiaobo. Xiaobo, let's teach these greedy scoundrels a lesson today. Just as both sides were on edge, a clear and cold voice rang out. Daring to rob openly in Gongxin City, is there no law anymore? The crowd turned to see a woman in white walking gracefully toward them, exuding a powerful aura. The villains showed signs of fear upon seeing her. As the woman approached, the villains instinctively took a few steps back. Do you know what punishment awaits those who seize and plunder in Gongxin City? The woman in white swept her icy gaze over them. The leader of the villains mustered his courage and shouted, Who are you? Dare to meddle in my business? The woman in white snorted coldly, and a long sword appeared in her hand, its blade shining coldly. I am Bai Shuang, the law enforcer of Gongxin City. The crowd gasped in shock. Law enforcers were known for their strict impartiality. The faces of the villains turned pale as they attempted to sneak away, but Bai Shuang would not allow it. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the villains. Her sword technique was swift as the wind, and she quickly subdued these scoundrels. Li Xiaobo stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. Thank you, miss, for your help. Bai Shuang glanced at him and said, You outsiders shouldn't let these petty people bully you. However, you must take good care of that deep-sea sunken silver of yours, or it may cause such disputes again. Li Xiaobo nodded and said, Don't worry, I will be cautious. Today's kindness will surely be repaid in the future. Bai Shuang waved her hand, saying it was unnecessary to be concerned, as maintaining order in Gongxin City was her duty. After that, she took the group of evildoers away. Li Xiaobo and the others continued on their planned path, preparing to find a quiet place to rest. They found an inn to stay in. That night, Li Xiaobo was alone in his room, studying the deep-sea sunken silver. He infused his soul power into it, and discovered that the water element power within the silver was even more abundant than he had imagined. Just then, a shadow suddenly flashed outside the window. Li Xiaobo became alert and quickly put away the silver. He quietly opened the door and chased after the shadow. Discovering it was heading out of the city, Li Xiaobo used his soul power to closely follow. When they reached a grove, the shadow stopped and turned around, revealing itself to be the young man who had been selling armor during the day. Why are you following me? Li Xiaobo questioned. The man chuckled. I could tell you were not ordinary during the day. That deep-sea sunken silver must have an extraordinary origin, and I want to borrow it for a use. With that, he lunged at Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo dodged to the side and summoned the reverse god spear to fight. After several rounds, the big man gradually found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a group of people came running from a distance. It turned out to be Ma Ronghua and Yin Yuesher, who were worried about Li Xiaobo's safety. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, the big man attempted to escape but was captured by everyone working together. Thinking of attacking me? It's not that easy. Li Xiaobo retrieved the package stolen by the big man, and the deep-sea silver inside was intact. The group took the big man back to the city to hand him over to the enforcers, then rested peacefully, preparing to continue exploring Gongxin City the next day. Early the next morning, Li Xiaobo and the others got up early, ready to continue their exploration of Gongxin City. They first visited several well-known blacksmith shops, hoping to find more suitable materials for refining magical artifacts. In an old-fashioned blacksmith shop, Li Xiaobo discovered a peculiar metal called flame crystal iron. This ore contained a strong power of fire, and if combined with deep-sea silver, it might yield unexpected results. Just as Li Xiaobo was about to purchase the flame crystal iron, the blacksmith shop owner proposed a condition. He hoped Li Xiaobo could help him solve a problem that had troubled him for many years: how to perfectly integrate the firepower of flame crystal iron into weapons without losing control. After a moment of thought, Li Xiaobo decided to give it a try. Utilizing his knowledge of weapon refining, he found the solution after several hours of effort. The owner was greatly surprised and not only sold the flame crystal iron to Li Xiaobo at a low price, but also gifted him some other rare materials. With a full harvest, Li Xiaobo and the others decided to return. Along the way, they discussed their refining plans for when they got back, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 67, Gongjin White Tiger. Gongxin City, located in the southwestern part of the Xinghua Empire, is known for its rich metal resources and blacksmith culture on the Douluo continent. Although blacksmiths hold a humble position in a world dominated by spirit masters, Gongxin City has become an undeniable steel capital due to its unique metallic atmosphere and blacksmithing skills. The architectural style of the city is ancient and solid, with iron-gray city walls that seem to be directly cast from metal, giving a sense of invulnerability. Upon entering the city, the air is filled with the distinct smell of metal, and the buildings lining the streets are mainly constructed from a mixture of stone and metal, exuding a strong industrial atmosphere. There are no extravagant decorations here. Every brick and tile reveals practicality and sturdiness. Gongxin City is situated in a relatively remote area, inland from the bustling urban centers of the Xinghua Empire. However, this remoteness has fostered its unique metal culture. The headquarters of the Continental Blacksmith Association is located here, making this city a sacred place for blacksmiths. Blacksmith shops can be seen everywhere in the city, with the sounds of hammering ringing day and night, sparks flying, illuminating the hard-working figures of the blacksmiths. The layout of the city is simple and orderly, with the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in the center, surrounded by 4 large markets. These markets are governed by the Blacksmith Association and gather blacksmiths and merchants from various places, trading items ranging from ordinary ironware to rare metal materials. Here, one can see blacksmiths showcasing their carefully crafted works, with enthusiastic calls for sales echoing and crowds bustling, creating a lively atmosphere. Gongxin City is rich in underground metal deposits, providing a continuous supply of raw materials for the blacksmith industry. Metal mining and smelting are the pillar industries of Gongxin City, with towering smokestacks and busy mining sites visible everywhere. However, due to the Spirit Hall's greater emphasis on spirit masters over blacksmiths, the status of blacksmiths on the Douluo continent is not high. Only in Gongxin City can blacksmiths receive the respect and admiration they deserve. Many talented blacksmiths live in this city, achieving great accomplishments through their skills. The most famous among them is the divine craftsman Lu Gao, whose membership in the blacksmithing hierarchy provides tremendous support for the development of the Tang sect. Lu Gao's dedication to the crafting of hidden weapons and his artisan spirit have made Gongxin City play a crucial role in the rise of the Tang sect. Though small, Gongxin City is uniquely charming due to its metal and blacksmith culture. Here, blacksmiths forge their dreams with their hands, and metals come to life through the interplay of fire and hammer. Although external attention on blacksmiths is limited, Gongxin City steadfastly upholds its culture and traditions, providing the indispensable metal strength for the Douluo continent. However, it is essential to note that due to its geographical environment, many of the soul beasts in the surrounding soul beast forest are of the metal attribute. The Gongjin forest resembles a vast, boundless green ocean, stretching endlessly to the horizon. This expansive forest is a joyful home for metal attribute soul beasts and a trial ground long sought after by countless spirit masters. Bright sunlight penetrates the dense canopy, which is almost impervious to wind, cascading down like golden threads and casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, creating a delightful sound as if nature is performing a magnificent symphony. At the same time, the air carries the fragrance of earth mixed with the fresh scent of various flowers and grasses, refreshing and invigorating. In this tranquil and mysterious forest, three figures are moving silently among the trees. Leading the way is the experienced and composed Zhong Lao, whose sharp eyes scan the surroundings like a hawk, missing no signs of movement. Closely following him is Li Xiaobo, shouldering the reverse god spear, his hands tightly gripping the spear, his body tense. With soul power quietly flowing throughout, ready to strike. Bringing up the rear is Yin Yuesher, her lively eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown world. Though her slightly trembling eyelashes reveal an uncontainable nervousness deep within. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the unique aura belonging to soul beasts grew denser, enveloping them like an invisible mist, raising their vigilance. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed throughout the forest, rolling towards them like distant thunder from not far ahead. The sudden roar made everyone's hearts tremble, and they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Focusing their eyes, they saw an enormous golden wolf approaching them with graceful strides. Its golden fur shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a hard armor covering its body. Sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, emitting a chilling glint, while its blood-red eyes sparkled with a fierce and brutal light, sending shivers down their spines. Not good. It's a 10,000-year-old golden wolf. Everyone must be cautious. Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically as he loudly reminded his companions. Before his words fell, he decisively unleashed his soul skill, and a powerful wave of soul power erupted from him. A dazzling reverse god spear appeared in his hand, buzzing as soul power continuously poured in. The spear tip radiating sharp brilliance, exuding an imposing aura. In a flash, Li Xiaobo darted towards the golden wolf like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the man and the wolf engaged in a thrilling and intense battle. The reverse god spear in Li Xiaobo's hand flew up and down, whirling with great momentum, each thrust carrying the force of thunder, directly targeting the vital points of the golden wolf. The 10,000-year-old golden wolf was not to be outdone, skillfully dodging and weaving with its agility and strength, occasionally opening its massive mouth to launch fierce attacks at Li Xiaobo. In an instant, both sides exchanged blows, neither giving way, locked in a fierce struggle. The surrounding trees were affected by their fierce battle, breaking and falling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After a hard-fought struggle, Li Xiaobo finally seized the opportunity, using a powerful technique to successfully push Wolverine back several steps with a full-force strike. Phew! I finally managed to drive this guy back. That was really close. Yin Yuesher sighed in relief, lightly patting her rapidly rising chest. Beside her, Li Xiaobo was also sweating profusely, but he dared not let his guard down, quickly retracting his reverse divine spear and standing firmly in place. All right, this place isn't suitable for lingering. We should hurry on. Finding a suitable soul beast for us to obtain soul rings is the key to this mission, Elder Zhong, who had been silent, spoke up. After saying this, he took the lead, stepping forward to guide Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher deeper into the forest. Along the way, they faced numerous dangers, encountering all kinds of soul beasts. Among them were the swift wind demon wolves, agile as lightning, with strong physiques and incredible speed, charging like the wind once they locked onto a target. The immensely powerful diamond giant apes, whose massive bodies resembled mountains, capable of tearing through the air with their strong arms, and the deadly golden-crowned snakes, exuding potent venom that could incapacitate anyone with just a slight touch. However, despite the heart-stopping dangers they faced with each soul beast encounter, the three remained tightly united, successfully resolving crises time and again through their tacit cooperation and unwavering belief. At that moment, Yin Yuesher's attention was inadvertently captured by a soul beast not far ahead. It turned out to be a small rabbit, its entire body pure white like jade, as pristine and flawless as snowflakes. Its bright eyes sparkled like shining stars in the night sky, radiating a lively and wise glow. Ah, it's a spirit eye rabbit. This type of soul beast is perfect for those cultivating mental-type martial souls to absorb as their soul ring. Elder Zhong immediately recognized the soul beast and exclaimed with excitement. Hearing this, Yin Yuesher's heart leaped with joy as she was about to step forward to approach the adorable spirit eye rabbit, only to be stopped by the experienced Elder Zhong, who raised a hand to halt her. Wait, little girl, don't underestimate this spirit eye rabbit. Though it looks cute and harmless, it's actually incredibly cunning. Plus, I suspect there might be unexpected traps hidden nearby, Elder Zhong warned with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the initially eager Yin Yuesher immediately stopped. While Li Xiaobo did not dare to be negligent, quickly focusing all his attention on observing the surroundings. However, just as they were all on high alert for any potential dangers, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble violently without warning, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. The entire ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Not good. It looks like a big guy is approaching us. Everyone be careful. Elder Zhong's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly to alert his companions to stay safe while tightly gripping his weapon, preparing for the impending unknown challenge. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed from afar. As the light gradually converged, a massive white tiger radiating the aura of metal emerged slowly. The white tiger was enormous, resembling a small mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble. With its arrival, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, ringing in everyone's ears, causing some to feel dizzy and unsteady. Could this be the legendary metal white tiger? Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard tales of this powerful soul beast, but never imagined he would witness it in person one day. The cold gaze of the metal white tiger swept over everyone like two icy beams, exuding an unparalleled regal aura that instilled fear in their hearts. Yin Yuesher appeared very tense, instinctively clenching her fists, her palms slightly sweaty. What should we do? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with fear and unease. Meanwhile, Elder Zhong, standing at the front of the group, took a deep breath to steady himself. He gazed at the metal white tiger, his eyes flashing with excitement and greed. This is a rare and powerful soul beast. If I can successfully absorb its soul ring, my strength will greatly increase. However, defeating it will not be easy, and the risks are extremely high. Hearing Elder Zhong's words, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his reverse divine spear. He knew the enemy they faced was exceptionally strong, but he showed no intention of retreating. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Before his voice faded, Li Xiaobo leaped without hesitation, launching a fierce attack on the metal white tiger. He unleashed a brilliant ray of soul power from his reverse divine spear, shooting like a lightning bolt toward the metal white tiger. However, the metal white tiger reacted swiftly, easily dodging the attack with a slight movement. Immediately after, it opened its massive mouth and let out an enraged roar, then lunged toward Li Xiaobo. In an instant, dust flew and the wind howled, marking the official beginning of a thrilling life-and-death battle. Li Xiaobo and the Gungjin white tiger engaged in a thrilling, close combat. He moved with ghostly agility, effortlessly dodging the white tiger's sharp claws that glinted coldly. Each evasion was perfectly timed, as if he were dancing on the edge of a knife, thrilling and dangerous. At the same time, his sharp eyes were fixed on the white tiger's every move, constantly searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal counterattack. On the other side, Old Zhong was equally unrelenting. Gripping the mysterious and radiant martial soul, the breaking cloud spear, he swung his arm, unleashing fierce spear lights that shot out like lightning, heading straight for the white tiger. These spear lights, filled with immense momentum and power, not only effectively disrupted the white tiger's rhythm of attack, but also forced it to divert its attention to counter the threat from Old Zhong. Standing not far away, Yin Yuesher was anxious, her beautiful face pale with tension. She knew that with her current strength, she couldn't participate in the fierce battle, but she was unwilling to just stand by. Thus, she could only silently cheer for Li Xiaobo and Old Zhong, secretly praying for their safety. She remained highly vigilant, watching for any movements around her, fearing that other ferocious soul beasts might suddenly ambush them. In this life-and-death battle, Li Xiaobo finally seized a fleeting opportunity. He exerted immense strength, and his spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, accurately piercing into the white tiger's shoulder. The Gungjin white tiger let out a painful roar that echoed throughout the valley. Injured, the white tiger became even more frenzied and enraged, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs, and lunged at Li Xiaobo, determined to tear the human who had harmed it to shreds. However, at this critical moment, Old Zhong did not hesitate to unleash his strongest soul skill. In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from him, converging on the breaking cloud spear. Then, with a resounding bang, Old Zhong's strike hit the white tiger's abdomen hard. The severely injured white tiger could no longer hold on. Its massive body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Li Xiaobo did not dare to delay. He concentrated, held his breath, and rapidly gathered all his soul power, surging towards his palm like a roaring torrent. He thought to himself that he must seize this rare chance to deliver a fatal blow to the Gungjin white tiger. However, as fate would have it, just as Li Xiaobo was about to strike, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, as if covered by a massive black curtain. At the same time, a mysterious and exceptionally powerful force enveloped the Gungjin White Tiger like an invisible wave. It turned out that hidden within this vast forest was another terrifying soul beast that had survived for a full 100,000 years. It had keenly sensed the life and death crisis facing the Gungjin White Tiger and did not hesitate to step forward to protect its companion. Faced with this sudden change and the added formidable threat, Li Xiaobo, Yin Yueshi, and Old Zhong felt a heavy weight in their hearts, but they quickly exchanged glances, understanding each other. After a brief and tense moment of contemplation, the three made a wise decision to retreat for the time being. After all, these two unfathomably powerful soul beasts were too strong, and with their current abilities, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg to contend with them. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood, as long as they preserve their lives. They would definitely have the chance to return and seek revenge in the future. Thus, the three flashed away like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the edge of the forest. Along the way, they fought through thorns and brambles, moving like the wind, paying no mind to their tattered clothes and numerous injuries. When they finally escaped the Gungjin forest in a sorry state, though exhausted and dirted, none felt disheartened. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, burning with a fierce anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "We may not have succeeded this time, but that's okay. Once we return to the sect, we will immediately gather our people, rest for a while to regain our strength, and then look for a suitable opportunity to make those two damned soul beasts pay a painful price." Yin Yueshi and Old Zhong nodded heavily in agreement with Li Xiaobo's thoughts. After some twists and turns, Li Xiaobo finally returned to Gengxin City. After a brief rest, he eagerly picked up pen and paper to write a letter to his father, Li Lingtian, who was far away in Tiando City. The lines of the letter revealed his anticipation and excitement for this soul beast hunting journey, hoping that Li Lingtian could come quickly to join in this thrilling and dangerous adventure. Time passed swiftly, and one morning several months later, sunlight poured over the streets of Gengxin City. At this moment, a small team consisting of Li Xiaobo, Old Zhong, and three other companions set out once again for the Gungjin forest. Compared to their naive and reckless first entry into this mysterious forest, they were now exceptionally cautious. Every step was taken carefully, always alert to the hidden dangers around them. As they delved deeper into the Gungjin forest, the fearsome Gungjin White Tiger reappeared before them. However, having experienced the previous fierce confrontation, Li Xiaobo and Old Zhong were already well acquainted with the White Tiger's fighting style. As soon as the battle began, the two coordinated seamlessly and quickly gained the upper hand. Li Xiaobo moved agilely between the trees, his weapon flashing with cold light, accurately targeting the White Tiger's vital points, while Old Zhong stood at a distance, continuously unleashing powerful soul force to provide strong support for Li Xiaobo. Just as the battle was at its peak, the 100,000-year soul beast that had once put them in dire straits appeared again. However, this time, Li Lingtian demonstrated astonishing strength. He unleashed a rare soul skill, successfully restraining the movements of the terrifying soul beast in a short time. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate to launch his final fatal strike. With a roar that echoed through the entire forest, the 300,000-year Gungjin White Tiger crashed to the ground, never to move again. Immediately afterward, a dazzling soul ring rose from the Gungjin White Tiger's corpse, slowly floating toward Li Xiaobo. The soul ring circled around his body, emitting a soft and warm glow. Old Zhong and Yin Yueshi quickly gathered around, vigilantly watching their surroundings to prevent other soul beasts from taking advantage of the situation. Under the tight protection of the two, Li Xiaobo began to focus intently on absorbing the soul ring. He closed his eyes, feeling the immense energy contained in the soul ring continuously flowing into his body. Gradually, his aura became stronger, and a faint halo surrounded him. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of the soul ring's energy was completely absorbed by Li Xiaobo, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing across them. At this moment, his strength had significantly increased, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Unable to contain his joy, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. "Great, we did it!" Yin Yueshi, who had been nervously watching from the side, exclaimed excitedly, her heart also filled with incomparable achievement. At this moment, all the efforts and sacrifices were rewarded. and this unforgettable experience would become a valuable treasure in their lives. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the hard-earned, uplifting joy of victory, the trees that had been quietly standing around suddenly began to sway oddly, as if controlled by some mysterious force. Accompanied by this strange shaking, a chilling and eerie aura swiftly spread like a tide, enveloping everyone in an instant. A shadow slowly emerged from the dim corner, like a ghost. This shadow gradually became clearer, and to everyone's astonishment, it turned out to be a gigantic soul beast covered in strange runes. The runes flickered with a dim light, seemingly containing endless evil and curses. Faced with such an unprecedented peculiar soul beast, even the well-informed Li Lingtian couldn't help but furrow his brow and mutter to himself, "What kind of soul beast is this? I've never seen it before." His gaze was fixed tightly on the mysterious soul beast, trying to find some clues about its origin and weaknesses. At this moment, it was clear that this unknown soul beast had no intention of giving them much time to think. Suddenly, it launched an attack with astonishing speed, shocking everyone. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed in front of the crowd. Li Xiaobo saw that the situation was critical and had no time to think too much. He could only hurriedly confront the enemy with his recently improved strength. He gripped his weapon tightly and swung it forward with all his might, trying to fend off the fierce attack of the soul beast. However, when the two actually collided, Li Xiaobo was shocked to realize that the power of this soul beast far exceeded his imagination. Each attack from the soul beast felt like a heavy hammer falling, not only powerful, but also carrying a terrifying effect that could corrode soul power. After just a brief exchange, Li Xiaobo felt his soul power rapidly depleting, and the situation became increasingly dangerous. Seeing this, Elder Zhong immediately shouted, "Everyone, do not hesitate. Come forward together and channel all our strength to launch a fierce attack at its weak point." With his command, everyone present instantly sprang into action, quickly forming a tight circle. Each person unleashed their most powerful and exquisite soul skills without reservation. In an instant, dazzling beams of light intertwined, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of light and shadow. Just then, the sharp-eyed Yin Yuesher suddenly made a discovery. She noticed that whenever the soul beast was about to unleash a powerful ultimate move, the runes on its body would begin to flicker erratically. So, she hurriedly shouted, "Quick, concentrate fire on the location of its runes." Hearing Yin Yuesher's reminder, the crowd awoke from their daze and adjusted their attack direction, aiming their strikes at the flickering runes. With everyone working together, countless fierce attacks poured down like a torrential storm towards the runes. The soul beast, subjected to such a fierce onslaught, let out a painful roar, and its originally indestructible defense showed obvious cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lingtian, who had been waiting for a chance to strike, decisively took action. He flashed forward like a ghost, closing in on the soul beast, and with a gleaming blade in hand, he thrust it towards the beast's vital point with tremendous force. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the ferocious soul beast finally collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Looking at the deceased soul beast before him, Li Lingtian let out a slight sigh of relief and said softly, "From my judgment, this is a soul-devouring ghost dragon with a cultivation of 100,000 years." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo also breathed a sigh of relief next to him. Finally, we've dealt with this guy. After a thrilling battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. As they exchanged glances, despite the fatigue on their faces, their eyes revealed a sense of relief from having survived. However, just as they were gathering themselves and preparing to turn away, the massive corpse of the soul-devouring ghost dragon suddenly emitted a strange glow. Following that, a faint, ethereal soul ring slowly rose from the corpse. Li Lingtian, who had been focused and closely monitoring the surroundings, suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow and jolted. At that moment, a soul ring that had just emerged from the darkness heightened his alertness. With his innate sharp perception, he clearly sensed that within this seemingly ordinary soul ring lay an incredibly powerful and vast energy fluctuation, as if it were a volcano on the verge of erupting, ready to unleash world-destroying power at any moment. Yin Yuesher, standing beside him, was also stunned by the sight before her, involuntarily exclaiming, What is happening?" Her voice was filled with fear and confusion. Li Lingtian frowned and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, he raised his head and said with determination in his eyes, "Perhaps this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Although I'm unclear why this soul ring has mutated. From the current situation, the energy it contains is extremely vast. If we can successfully absorb it it will surely greatly enhance our strength. Moreover, through my observations, I have found that the soul of the owner of this soul ring has not yet completely dissipated. I want to try absorbing its soul ring." Upon hearing Li Ling Tian's words, the people around him showed worried expressions. Among them, the older Zhong Lao reminded him with a serious look, "Ling Tian, this giant dragon is too strange and mysterious. Recklessly absorbing its soul ring may bring unpredictable dangers. It's better for us to act cautiously." However, Li Ling Tian was not swayed by everyone's concerns. He smiled slightly and confidently replied, "As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we always fear risks and do not dare to take a step forward, how can we achieve true strength? My soul power is different from others and has some unique qualities. Perhaps it can just counteract the corrosive power within this soul ring. Everyone, rest assured, I know what I am doing." After saying this, he no longer hesitated, resolutely sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusted his breathing, concentrated his mind, and cautiously began to guide the soul ring, formed from condensed souls, to approach him. Initially, everything went smoothly, and the soul ring gradually took shape, but suddenly a dark force surged through Li Ling Tian's meridians. Li Ling Tian frowned tightly and exerted all his soul power to resist. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his body began to tremble slightly. The crowd was extremely anxious, but did not dare to disturb him recklessly. Just as Li Ling Tian was about to give in, the family jade pendant on his chest suddenly lit up, releasing a pure power that gradually purified the dark force. In the end, Li Ling Tian successfully absorbed the soul ring of the soul-devouring dark dragon. He stood up, feeling the surging power within him, and the crowd also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 68. Fallen God Contract, Soul-Devouring Power. Li Ling Tian's face was filled with excitement, as this ninth soul skill was hard-earned. "Xiaobo, thanks to you for accompanying me all the way. If it weren't for your repeated assistance, how could I have broken through so smoothly?" Li Xiaobo scratched his head and said with an honest smile, "Father, you are the hardest worker in our family. This is all you deserve. But what exactly is so powerful about this ninth soul skill?" A glint of brilliance flashed in Li Ling Tian's eyes as he said, "This soul skill is called Fallen God Contract. It can unleash destructive power capable of annihilating everything and can also briefly tear open spatial rifts." Li Ling Tian took a deep breath and slowly said, "My ninth soul skill is called Fallen God Contract. Once unleashed, countless meteor-like soul power lights will appear in the sky. These lights seem beautiful but contain immense destructive power. Each light that falls is like a star plummeting to the earth, capable of instantly penetrating defenses and triggering explosive effects. Moreover, this skill also carries a soul deterrent effect. If the opponent's mental strength is not strong enough, they will fall into a brief state of stagnation." Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in amazement. "So powerful. Does this skill have any limitations or significant drawbacks?" Li Ling Tian smiled wryly and shook his head. "Of course there are drawbacks. Every time I use it, I fall into a state of extreme weakness, with my soul power nearly exhausted, making it impossible to unleash high-intensity soul skills again for a short period. Therefore, I want to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of awe for this powerful yet risky ninth soul skill. Li Ling Tian stood in the air, gazing at the dense forest before him. He took a deep breath and activated the Fallen God Contract. A ghostly light shot out from his body, instantly enveloping the people on the ground. Li Xiaobo and the others immediately fell into a daze, their bodies stiffening and unable to move, as if time had come to a standstill. Meanwhile, he felt an endless stream of power surging into him, causing his attributes to increase by 50 instantly. He tightly gripped the Hunyuan Pearl and let out a deafening roar, his figure shooting toward the dense forest like lightning. With each swing of the Hunyuan Pearl, a force of destruction swept through, causing the sturdy trees to collapse as if caught in a violent storm. However, in this seemingly one-sided situation, Li Xiaobo and the other three gradually broke free from the brief restraint and control, thanks to their strong willpower. They suddenly lifted their heads, their gazes locked onto Li Ling Tian with fierce intensity. At that moment, Li Ling Tian let out another furious shout, and a terrifying aura erupted from his entire being. In an instant, a mysterious and invisible massive suction force radiated continuously from him. The trees nearby seemed to sense an irresistible pull and began to shake violently, rapidly withering away at a visible speed. Seeing this, Li Ling Tian showed no signs of stopping. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, once again unleashing an unparalleled soul technique, the fallen god contract. Instantly, even more trees around him appeared to be manipulated by some mysterious force, completely losing their autonomy and becoming tools in his hands. Taking advantage of this powerful momentum, Li Lingtian ruthlessly drained the life force from the remaining trees. In no time, the forest was filled with a deathly aura. The once lush scenery was gone, replaced only by ashes scattered on the ground and his towering figure standing proudly, like a war god descending upon the earth. Li Xiaobo, swift as lightning, rushed to Li Lingtian's side. His originally handsome face was now filled with worry as he urgently asked, "Father, how are you feeling now? Are you very weak? We should hurry back to our place to rest and recuperate." Li Lingtian slowly waved his hand and said with a determined expression, "Don't worry about me, child. Although it has cost me something, gaining such powerful soul skills is worth it." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed tightly on the distant horizon. There, a strange red light had unexpectedly appeared, as if it were an ominous sign from the depths of hell. Li Lingtian coldly snorted and said, "It seems this disturbance has already caused quite a bit of trouble." Sure enough, not long after, a large group of variously shaped spiritual creatures, exuding an evil aura, surged in like a tide. Clearly, they were attracted here by the exceptionally strong fluctuations of soul power, eager to investigate and seize any opportunity for gain. Although Li Lingtian had very little soul power left in his body at this moment, he still stood unwaveringly in front of everyone, like an indestructible mountain. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo immediately shouted, "Father, let's fight side by side." As soon as he finished speaking, the other three also responded rapidly, quickly standing on either side of Li Lingtian, forming a solid defensive line. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from old Zhong's mouth, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful storm of soul power surged from him, sweeping towards the evil spiritual creatures like a roaring ocean wave. In the face of this powerful storm of soul power, the evil creatures were temporarily pushed back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Li Lingtian decisively led everyone to quickly withdraw from the area. He knew very well that after the intense battle and the ensuing chaos, they were all heavily injured and severely weakened. If they didn't quickly find a safe place to recuperate, it would be impossible to restore their strength to its peak level. Thus, everyone dared not waste a moment, using all their strength to flee like arrows shot from a bow towards a distance. However, unexpectedly, even though they were fleeing with all their might, that group of evil creatures was still unwilling to give up, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, Li Lingtian was burning with anxiety. He gritted his teeth and decisively said, "We can't continue like this. You all go ahead, I will stay behind to hold them off." Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiaobo immediately expressed strong opposition. "Absolutely not, father. If we leave together. If we die together." Just as the father and son were in a stalemate, suddenly, Li Xiaobo felt a mysterious and powerful force stirring within him. This force was like a long-dormant giant beast, slowly awakening. At that moment, Li Xiaobo suddenly remembered the true dragon inheritance he possessed. He thought to himself, perhaps in such a critical moment, it was the best time to awaken the potential bloodline power within him. With that in mind, Li Xiaobo no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to give it a try. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating all his attention to guide the powerful force that was surging within him. In an instant, a miracle occurred. Li Xiaobo's entire body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, brilliant and radiant, like a blazing sun shining in the sky. Following that, a shadowy image of a true dragon gradually emerged, circling around his body. This true dragon was lifelike and imposing, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. The evil creatures sensed the overwhelming true dragon aura, and their originally twisted and fierce faces were instantly filled with fear. They had long inhabited dark, damp corners, away from the sun, and they instinctively feared such a powerful force filled with righteousness and vigor. As the true dragon aura intensified, it was as if a scorching sun had suddenly descended upon this dark land, causing the evil creatures to involuntarily begin to retreat slowly. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly increasing the output of his power, while shouting loudly, "Father, you quickly take everyone and go." Li Lingtian witnessed the situation before him, and knew that this was the perfect opportunity to escape the danger, and he could not hesitate for a moment. He decisively led the others to quickly evacuate the scene. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo continued to release a powerful true dragon aura, firmly suppressing the restless evil spirits, not allowing them any chance to take advantage. Time passed second by second, and under the intimidation of the true dragon aura, the evil spirits retreated step by step, eventually disappearing completely from sight. Only after confirming that the danger had been eliminated did Li Xiaobo let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. However, after such a fierce confrontation, he was already exhausted, his whole body drenched in sweat as if pulled out of water. Although he successfully scared off the evil spirits, the energy he had consumed was immense. Nonetheless, thinking of his family's safety made all his efforts and hardships seem trivial in Li Xiaobo's eyes. He struggled to support his body, took a brief rest to adjust, then gritted his teeth, enduring his fatigue and weakness, and set off with heavy steps in the direction his family had gone. Along the way, he didn't dare to take a moment's rest, with only one thought in his mind: to reunite with his loved ones as soon as possible. As fate would have it, not far from Kangxin City, Li Xiaobo finally spotted familiar figures ahead. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy, and he quickened his pace to rush forward, tightly embracing his family. When the crowd saw Li Xiaobo's familiar figure appear safe and sound in the distance, they all showed ecstatic expressions. Among them, Li Ling Tian couldn't hide his inner joy and relief, striding forward, gently patting Li Xiaobo's shoulder with affection and appreciation in his voice, saying, "Son, today's events truly depended on your bravery and cleverness. If it weren't for your intelligence and outstanding performance, our mission would have been hard to complete so smoothly." Subsequently, the six of them entered Kangxin City together. After days of exhausting travel and intense battles, they appeared somewhat fatigued. Therefore, at Li Ling Tian's suggestion, they decided to take a short rest there. For an entire day, Li Xiaobo and the other five enjoyed the rare peaceful time, either sleeping soundly to regain their energy or meditating to recover their lost soul power. Once everyone had fully rested and was in high spirits, they set off on their journey again. This time, Li Ling Tian personally led everyone straight to the largest material shop in the city. After all, they were about to return to Tiando City, and before leaving, they naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to purchase some rare metals that were hard to find on ordinary days. As soon as they stepped into the shop, they were amazed by the dazzling array of strange materials before them. From gemstones emitting mysterious glows to uniquely textured exotic woods, and various ores that were hard to name but fascinating, it was truly a feast for the eyes. At that moment, a short and slightly plump old man approached them. His small eyes lit up the moment he saw Li Ling Tian and the others, as if he had encountered an old friend after a long separation. And he hurried over with a beaming smile. Li Ling Tian didn't beat around the bush and directly took out a prepared list from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. The list detailed the various rare metals they needed to purchase, along with their quantities. The shopkeeper took the list and examined it carefully, occasionally stroking his patch of graying beard while reading. After a moment, he looked up with a troubled expression and said to Li Ling Tian, "Sir, as you can see, the items listed on this list are indeed quite hard to find, especially a few of them, which can be considered as treasures of rare quality. Not only is the supply extremely scarce, but their prices are also quite considerable." Li Xiaobo stepped forward fearlessly, his gaze firmly fixed on the boss as he said, "Boss, we truly want these items. If they're indeed genuine, then the price is absolutely not a problem." Before he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly pulled out a heavy bag of glittering gold coins from his pocket and slammed it down on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, chuckling dryly a couple of times before turning and walking toward the back room. Before long, the shopkeeper emerged, struggling to carry several exquisite wooden boxes. When he gently placed the boxes on the counter and opened them one by one, everyone's eyes lit up as they revealed the rare metals they had been searching for. Just as Li Xiaobo and the others were excitedly preparing to pay and take away this precious cargo, a sudden sound of urgent and heavy footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Then the shop door was violently pushed open, and a group of burly men with fierce expressions surged in like a tide. The leading man, with a face full of flesh and a menacing look, had not even steadied himself before he shouted loudly, "Old man, you really have the guts. I had already reserved this batch of goods. How dare you sell them to someone else?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire shop became exceptionally tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Seeing this, Li Lingtian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, secretly raising his vigilance. He knew that the current situation was not optimistic, and a fierce conflict was likely inevitable. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows, looking firmly at the big man in front of him, and spoke without being servile or overbearing. "Friend, everything has its order. Don't you understand this principle? It's quite inappropriate for you to openly seize someone else's belongings." Although his tone was calm, the righteous aura contained within it was hard to ignore. Hearing this, the big man abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Li Lingtian with his eyes like copper bells, and shouted angrily, "Where did this scallion come from, daring to meddle in my business? Are you tired of living?" Before he could finish, he waved his hand, and several burly men behind him cracked their knuckles, eager to try, seemingly ready to pounce on Li Lingtian and the others at any moment. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who was standing aside, snorted coldly, stepped forward, and looked sharply at those big men, saying fearlessly, "Humph, want to fight? We are not afraid of you rabble." As he spoke, his soul power began to surge like a tide, and a powerful aura instantly spread out. Soon, a dazzling light erupted from him, and when the light dissipated, people were astonished to find that Li Xiaobo had revealed a terrifying aura at the soul Douluo level. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the previously aggressive big men suddenly became hesitant. After all, someone who could emit soul power was definitely not an ordinary character, and their strength was certainly unfathomable. However, the leading big man clearly did not want to lose face so easily, so he gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and shouted as he charged towards Li Xiaobo. Just as an intense battle was about to break out, Li Lingtian was ready to step in and help when suddenly a deep and authoritative voice came from not far away. "Stop." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw a group of soldiers in neat armor holding long spears marching quickly, with the leader being the captain of the city lord's guard. It turned out that the huge commotion had already drawn the attention of the guard team, which is why they arrived at the scene in time. The guard captain approached, first surveying the crowd, then looked sternly at the big man who had instigated the trouble, asking in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" The big man, realizing that the person was the captain of the city lord's guard, felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly recounted the events. After listening, the guard captain narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly said, "You wish to forcibly demand someone else's belongings without any evidence. That's already your fault. I suggest you leave this place quickly and not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The big man, knowing he was in the wrong and intimidated by the guard captain's authority, dared not say more and could only leave with his subordinates in a dejected manner, disappearing into the crowd. After thanking the captain of the guard, Li Lingtian paid for the materials and took them. They then left Gongxin City and set off on the road back to Tiando City. Chapter 69, The Indestructible Divine Body, Shocking the World. After half a month of relentless travel, Li Xiaobo and the other four finally stepped wearily through the familiar gates of the Li residence. As soon as they entered the mansion, the lively and curious Feng Linger eagerly approached Li Lingtian, her face full of concern as she asked about their soul-hunting trip. "Lingtian, was this soul-hunting trip smooth for you and Xiaobo? Did you encounter any tricky troubles?" Li Lingtian looked at the worried Feng Linger and smiled gently, comforting her. "Linger, do not worry. This journey has been quite smooth, and there haven't been any major setbacks. Not only that, but we have gained a lot this time. I have successfully broken through to the tidal Douluo realm." After saying this, he slightly circulated his soul power, and instantly, a dazzling light shone from his body, followed by the emergence of 9 brilliantly colored soul rings, each radiating a powerful aura. Standing beside him, Li Xiaobo could hardly contain his excitement and said to Feng Ling, "Mother, the soul skills I acquired this time are quite impressive. Among them, 2 are particularly powerful. One is called Indestructible Divine Body, and the other is called World-Shaking Might." Then, Li Xiaobo began to detail his newly acquired soul skills. "My 8th soul skill is named Indestructible Divine Body. When this skill is activated, one seems to transform into a deity descending from the heavens, radiating a terrifying pressure that makes one's heart race. That kind of momentum is enough to intimidate enemies from all directions, causing them to flee in fear without a fight. As one of the ultimate secrets of the body martial soul, the mysterious and powerful force of the indestructible divine body has long been hidden deep within. It can only be unleashed at critical moments of life and death. When that fateful moment arrives, as long as the host closes their eyes tightly, concentrates, and gathers all their intent in their dantian, A surge of scorching energy will erupt from within like a volcanic explosion, instantly enveloping the entire body. Meanwhile, the true dragon bloodline hidden in the blood begins to awaken, and an ancient, majestic dragon roar echoes in the ears, shaking the soul. Accompanied by the sound of the dragon roar, the entire world trembles. The wind howls, dark clouds roll, and thunder and lightning intertwine, as if the apocalypse is upon us. The warrior caught in this is completely shrouded in a dazzling brilliance. That light is so bright, it's like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, making it impossible to gaze directly at. Upon closer inspection, the light gradually condenses into an invisible divine armor, tightly fitting the warrior's body and emanating a chilling aura. This divine armor is not an ordinary item. It is composed of pure energy, shimmering with colorful brilliance, and each pattern contains endless mysteries and power. After donning the divine armor, the warrior resembles a war god descending to the world, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The might of the indestructible divine body first manifests in its astonishing survivability. At the moment the skill activates, even a body that is battered and on the verge of collapse will feel as if it has been reborn, with all wounds healing at a visible speed. Muscles regrow, bones realign, and broken meridians restore instantaneously. Even more astonishing is that life force surges back like a tidal wave, restoring the host to peak condition in the blink of an eye. Even after suffering a fatal blow, under the protection of the divine body, the host can still stand firm, as solid as a rock, unyielding. However, the power of the indestructible divine body goes far beyond that. In addition to its formidable survivability, it can greatly enhance the warrior's combat power. With the full eruption of the divine body's power, the warrior's attack power multiplies geometrically in a split second. Each strike seems to carry the might of 10,000 thunders, shattering the void and causing the air to explode with piercing sonic booms. Such attacks are capable of devastating destruction. Even the most solid defenses will crumble under this overwhelming assault. Moreover, the host's movement speed is unprecedentedly enhanced. The figure transforms into streaks of lightning, darting rapidly across the battlefield, as fast as the wind and elusive as a ghost. Enemies can often only see a series of blurry afterimages, unable to react in time. This extraordinary speed advantage allows the warrior to maneuver effortlessly in battle, easily dodging enemy attacks while delivering unexpected fatal strikes. Even more terrifying is that the indestructible divine body grants me unparalleled defensive strength. Under the protection of the divine body, I feel as if I'm surrounded by an indestructible shield, and enemy attacks feel like scratching the surface of a boot, unable to inflict substantial damage. I can even block enemy control skills, ensuring my freedom on the battlefield. As the indestructible divine body continues, my momentum grows even stronger. Each attack is accompanied by flashes of light, like the judgment of a celestial being, instilling fear in my enemies. My passive skill, World-Shaking Might, allows me to thrive on the battlefield. After each kill, I can intimidate enemies and gain increased mobility and invulnerability, re-entering the fray like a ghost. With the transitions between demigod, and true god forms, the effects of my skills reach their peak. I inflict immense damage on enemies while restoring my life force. Combined with spatial control, I can teleport in front of enemies to deliver a fatal blow. The heavenly law allows me to enter an awakened state, enlarging my body 100-fold, increasing all attributes, enhancing normal attacks, and adding a slowing effect, making it impossible for enemies to escape. When I enter the true god form, the power of the indestructible divine body reaches its zenith. The three major skills are like gifts from the gods, allowing me to sweep across the battlefield. My attacks not only deal true damage but also stack marks on enemies, making each of my strikes akin to the scythe of death, leaving enemies nowhere to hide. Indestructible divine body, World-Shaking Might. Under my control, this skill burns like the wrath of the heavens in the hearts of my enemies. No matter how powerful the foe, they feel as insignificant as ants before the indestructible divine body. I can traverse the battlefield with the power of the indestructible divine body, becoming an invincible legend on the Douluo continent. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's description of the indestructible divine body skill, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Li Ling Tian stepped forward to challenge, and the battle erupted instantly. Li Ling Tian unleashed a full-powered strike, a tremendous force that seemed capable of tearing through space, crashing towards Li Xiaobo. However, when the attack reached Li Xiaobo, a golden light erupted, and he remained unscathed. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. But Li Xiaobo did not retaliate. He simply said calmly, "This skill is not meant to oppress others, but to protect what is important." His words made some of the initially arrogant clan members feel ashamed. At that moment, an elder from the clan slowly stepped forward, stroking his beard, and praised, "Xiaobo, at such a young age, already has this kind of awareness. It is truly a blessing for the family." Everyone echoed their agreement. Feng Ling'er stepped forward, gently stroking Li Xiaobo's head, her eyes filled with pride. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobo once again stepped into the mysterious ice and fire yin-yang out of focus on his training. However, at that moment, the tranquility was suddenly shattered by a melodious yet deep-horned sound from outside, piercing the sky. Upon hearing this sound, Li Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically. His previously calm demeanor turned serious. He said solemnly, "This is a signal of great danger approaching. It must be the terrifying beast tide coming." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the clan felt a tightness in their hearts, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense and oppressive. But at that moment, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of fear. Instead, a determined light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Father, please let me go to resist these soul beasts." Li Ling Tian gazed at his brave and fearless son, feeling worried in his heart, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded heavily in agreement. After receiving his father's permission, Li Xiaobo immediately led several highly respected clan elders and rushed to the outer perimeter of the ice and fire yin-yang eye at lightning speed. As soon as they arrived, they were stunned by the sight before them. A massive wave of soul beasts surged in, their numbers astonishing, emitting a ferocious aura that obscured the sky, as if they intended to devour the entire world. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Li Xiaobo not only showed no signs of retreat, but was instead fearless. He took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed the powerful force within him, instantly activating his unparalleled immortal body. In an instant, a brilliant golden light shone, dazzling and magnificent, as if a war god had descended to the world. He then flashed and transformed into a golden lightning bolt, unhesitatingly charging into the dense crowd of beasts. With every swing of his weapon, he unleashed a fierce assault, leaving behind a series of colorful and breathtaking light shadows. Those seemingly ferocious soul beasts were as fragile as paper before him, unable to withstand his thunderous attacks. Moreover, thanks to his powerful passive skill that struck fear across the world, he became more and more valiant in battle, with his combat power continuously soaring. He moved through the battlefield like a ghost, leaving a trail of soul beast corpses in his wake. The clan elders, witnessing Li Xiaobo's bravery and skill in battle, were greatly inspired and morale soared. They all unleashed their ultimate techniques, and for a moment, a dazzling array of soul skills intertwined, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the soul beasts. Under the fearless and valiant resistance of Li Xiaobo and the other powerful fighters, the initially aggressive soul beasts gradually showed signs of defeat, beginning to retreat step by step. After a fierce battle, the area around the Eye of Ice and Fire finally returned to its former tranquility, successfully resolving this thrilling crisis. Li Xiaobo gazed quietly at the sunset forest, which had returned to peace, and a strong sense of pride surged in his heart like a tide. He knew very well that it was his exceptional skills and fearless courage that allowed him to turn the tide and protect this place, which was crucial for them. Just as Li Xiaobo was still immersed in the joy brought by victory, suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently without warning, accompanied by a deafening roar. A terrifying soul beast, enormous in size and shimmering with a mysterious purple-black light, suddenly burst forth from deep within the earth. This soul beast resembled a Qilin, but it was surrounded by a chilling and eerie flame. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was taken aback, and even the experienced clan elders were filled with fear, exclaiming, "Oh my God, could this be the legendary dark flame Qilin beast?" Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the colossal creature before him, revealing an unprecedented seriousness and determination. The dark flame Qilin beast let out a deafening roar, then opened its massive maw, unleashing a surging purple-black flame that charged towards the crowd like a fire dragon. Faced with this overwhelming and deadly strike, Li Xiaobo showed no hesitation. He flashed forward directly into the roaring flames. In an instant, the light of his indestructible divine body became increasingly radiant, as if a blazing golden flame had ignited within him. To everyone's astonishment, Li Xiaobo single-handedly withstood the ferocious purple-black flames. Seizing the moment when the dark flame Qilin beast's attack momentarily faltered, Li Xiaobo wasted no time and surged forward, channeling all his strength into his palm to unleash his most powerful attack, striking fiercely at the dark flame Qilin beast. However, this terrifying soul beast was indeed unfathomably strong. Its tough and resilient exterior merely swayed slightly without sustaining any substantial damage. At that moment, Li Xiaobo had a flash of inspiration. He switched to his true god form, using spatial control to teleport behind the dark flame Qilin beast, and unleashed his attack, causing his body to enlarge 100-fold before delivering a heavy punch. The dark flame Qilin beast could not withstand it and crashed to the ground. Li Xiaobo let out a long sigh of relief. This crisis was finally resolved. The family cheered joyfully, surrounding Li Xiaobo as they returned to the Li residence. Li Xiaobo knew that more challenges awaited him in the future, but he was confident in his ability to protect his family in this land. After returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Li Xiaobo understood that he bore a heavy responsibility and dared not slack off. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, he quietly left his residence and delved deep into the sunset forest to begin rigorous training. In that dense and profound forest, Li Xiaobo continuously tried to maximize the potential of his indestructible body. Each tense muscle and trembling bone was a challenge to his physical limits. Every drop of sweat sliding down his face testified to his unwavering perseverance. At the same time, he was also repeatedly pondering the intricacies of the skill overwhelmed the world, attempting to uncover its deeper power. As days of arduous training passed in quietude, one day, an astonishing piece of news shattered this tranquility. The family received a mysterious letter. The contents of the letter made hearts race. It was said that deep within the starry forest, an ancient ruin had appeared in the world. Rumor had it that endless precious treasures and long-lost top-tier soul skill manuals were hidden there. This news struck Li Xiaobo's heart like a bolt of lightning, instantly filling him with excitement. For someone who had always yearned to enhance his strength to protect his family, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Thus, he unhesitatingly expressed his desire to his father, Li Lingtian, to explore the ruins. Initially, Li Lingtian felt some concern. After all, the starry forest was fraught with danger and unknown perils. However, when he saw the determined and fervent light in his son's eyes, he eventually nodded in agreement. With his father's permission, Li Xiaobo set off on this perilous journey, filled with anticipation. Along the way, he traveled alone through towering mountains and crossed rivers and lakes. However, the path was not smooth. Many people with ill intentions, having heard the legends about the ruins, sought to claim the treasures for themselves. These individuals attacked Li Xiaobo, both openly and covertly, trying to seize any clues or treasures that might lead to the ruins. But how could Li Xiaobo be an easy target? With his immensely powerful, indestructible body and skills like overwhelm the world, he effortlessly neutralized the enemy's attacks time and again. Whether it was fierce sword techniques, cunning hidden weapons, or ferocious martial spirit fusion techniques, they were all child's play before him. After a long journey, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at the legendary entrance of the ruins. Standing there, he could clearly feel a strong and dense wave of soul power continuously emanating from underground. This wave surged like a mighty ocean, crashing against his body and mind in wave after wave, making him both excited and nervous. Just as Li Xiaobo lifted his foot, preparing to step into the mysterious ruins, an old man clad in golden armor, exuding an air of authority, suddenly appeared before him like a ghost, blocking his path. The old man's gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on the somewhat youthful yet unyielding young man before him, and he spoke in a calm voice. "Young man, this place is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Are you truly determined to enter?" Faced with the old man's question, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate in the slightest. With a firm gaze, he nodded, as if he had already placed life and death aside. Upon seeing this, the old man revealed a slight smile, but this smile vanished in an instant, and then his figure dissipated like smoke without a trace. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath to calm his slightly nervous emotions, then resolutely stepped into the ruins. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by dazzling lights, with colorful rays intertwining, leaving him bewildered. The lights seemed to follow a certain special pattern, occasionally flickering and flowing, adding an air of mystery to the entire ruins. Li Xiaobo cautiously moved forward, each step appearing particularly careful. Strange runes occasionally flickered around him, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky, appearing and disappearing. Some emitted a faint warmth, while others brought a slight chill, leaving him puzzled about their significance. Thus, Li Xiaobo proceeded with trepidation. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a massive stone door standing not far ahead. The door was tall and heavy, intricately carved with various ancient and mysterious patterns. These patterns were diverse in form. Some resembled fierce monsters, others like dancing spirits, and some were utterly unrecognizable. Just as Li Xiaobo was intently observing the stone door, racking his brain on how to open it, a low rumbling sound came from behind him. Startled, he quickly turned around to see a swarm of mechanical puppets surging forth like a tide. These puppets were entirely made of metal, incredibly hard, gripping sharp blades in their hands, the edges glinting with a chilling light under the illumination. Even more terrifying were their eyes, which glowed a bloody red, resembling burning flames, exuding an endless killing intent. Before Li Xiaobo could react, the mechanical puppets lunged at him like hungry wolves. In a split second, Li Xiaobo activated his ultimate skill, the indestructible body. Instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden light, becoming immensely powerful. He agilely dodged the puppet's fierce attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Each punch he threw could shatter a puppet. However, the number of puppets was overwhelming, continuously pouring in. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, he recalled the traits of his skill that struck fear across the world. So, he deliberately left an opening, allowing one puppet to hit him, then used the recoil to charge into the crowd of puppets, unleashing a massacre. As he killed more puppets, his momentum grew stronger and his speed increased. Finally, after eliminating all the puppets, the stone door slowly opened. A powerful wave of soul energy emanated from within, and Li Xiaobo steadied himself and stepped through the door. What greeted him was a massive soul energy crystal ball floating in the air, alongside several books radiating a ghostly light. Filled with joy, Li Xiaobo knew he was about to experience another boost in power. Li Xiaobo walked towards the enormous soul power crystal ball. As soon as he reached out to touch it, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a strong light, enveloping him. He felt countless streams of information pouring into his mind, revealing deeper knowledge about soul guide technology. Just as he was filled with joy, the surrounding environment changed abruptly, and hidden mechanisms shot towards him. He quickly utilized the newly understood soul guide knowledge to gather the soul power around him, forming a shield to block the projectiles. At that moment, a voice echoed. "Do you think you can easily obtain the treasures here?" It turned out to be the guardian of the ruins, a 10,000-year-old demon spirit. Li Xiaobo responded calmly and unleashed a powerful attack, charging towards the guardian. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo realized that the secret tome might be the key. He pretended to retreat to get closer to the tome. The moment he grasped the tome, he felt a surge of powerful soul power flow into him. With this newfound strength, he unleashed an overwhelming strike that defeated the guardian demon spirit. Li Xiaobo sighed in relief and began to study the secret technique, combining it with new knowledge of soul guiding devices to enhance his strength. Afterward, he left the ruins with his gains and set off on his journey home, realizing he was one step closer to his goal of protecting his family. On his way back, Li Xiaobo passed through a small town. The air in the town was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Curiously, he inquired and learned that a strange illness had recently appeared here. The afflicted first experienced a dissipation of their soul power, followed by a gradual decline in bodily functions. Li Xiaobo was determined to investigate. He found a family affected by the illness, and as soon as he entered the house, he felt a faint residual dark soul power. Following the trace of this soul power, he arrived at an abandoned ancient mansion on the outskirts of the town. The mansion was eerie and cold, with faint sounds of painful moans emanating from within. Li Xiaobo cautiously walked in, and a figure in a black robe performing an evil ritual, with many unconscious patients lying around. The figure in the black robe saw Li Xiaobo and sneered, "Busybody." He then summoned shadowy creatures to attack him. Li Xiaobo immediately activated the immortal body and rushed towards the evil entity. While dodging the entity's attacks, he searched for weaknesses in the black-robed figure. Suddenly, he switched to the true god form, using spatial manipulation to teleport behind the black-robed person and launched a powerful strike. The black-robed figure was caught off guard, injured, and fell down, interrupting the evil ritual and halting the patient's deterioration. Li Xiaobo successfully resolved the crisis and set off on the road back to his family with a stronger conviction, determined to use what he had learned to protect more people and things. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and continued on his way. As time passed, The sky gradually became shrouded in darkness, and the surrounding light grew dimmer. At that moment, a seemingly tranquil small town appeared in his sight. However, just as Li Xiaobo stepped into the town, a strong and nauseating smell of blood assaulted his senses. Startled, he became alert and began to cautiously look around. To his shock, the scene before him was staggering. Countless dismembered limbs and severed heads lay sprawled across the street, blood staining the ground as if forming a terrifying painting. Meanwhile, the few people still alive held weapons with blank expressions, mercilessly fighting each other. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows tightly, filled with shock and confusion. He never expected that he would accidentally end up in such a terrifying place. After careful consideration, he decided to find a relatively safe corner to better understand the current situation. Thus, Li Xiaobo quietly navigated through the alleys and eventually hid in a seemingly dilapidated house. Just as he was about to take a short rest, he suddenly heard a faint coughing sound coming from the corner. He focused his gaze and saw a battered boy curled up there, watching him with a wary look. Li Xiaobo quickly stepped forward and quietly expressed his intentions to the young man, indicating that he meant no harm. At first, the young man remained wary of him. But under Li Xiaobo's sincere attitude, he finally let out a slow sigh and said, "This is the entrance to the city of slaughter. The people living in this town are either evil soul masters or wanted criminals from various empires. Here, everyone takes pleasure in killing each other. Only the strong can survive." After saying this, a trace of despair and helplessness flashed in the young man's eyes. After hearing the shocking news, Li Xiaobo's anger was instantly ignited. His chest heaved violently, his eyes widened, his face turned red, and veins bulged on his forehead. He was so furious that his body trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, he stood up, strode out of the house, and went to the center of the yard. He looked up at the clear blue sky and shouted with all his might, "No matter who you are, your inhumane and insane actions must stop immediately. Otherwise, I, Li Xiaobo, will fight you to the end." His roar echoed like thunder in the air, lingering for a long time. However, just as Li Xiaobo's words fell, a strange wind blew through, and a group of mysterious figures suddenly appeared around him. These people were dressed in pitch-black night clothes, wearing various terrifying masks that only revealed their cold, gleaming eyes. They looked at Li Xiaobo and let out a sneering laugh, as if mocking his audacity to challenge them. Without any hesitation, they charged towards Li Xiaobo in a swarm. Faced with the numerous and aggressive enemies, Li Xiaobo remained unusually calm and brave, showing no fear. He took a deep breath, and his soul power quickly circulated within him. In an instant, an unmatched powerful force erupted from his body. Without hesitation, he activated his unparalleled divine skill, the indestructible body. As the indestructible body was unleashed, Li Xiaobo's physique became indestructible, radiating a dazzling golden light. He charged into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning, skillfully dodging their fierce attacks. At the same time, he continuously waved his hands, executing various exquisite skills, whether punching or kicking or slashing and stabbing, each move containing boundless power. Although the enemies were numerous, Li Xiaobo, with his superior martial arts and unyielding fighting spirit, not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but grew braver with each battle. Gradually, he carved a bloody path through the crowd, forcing the black-clad figures to retreat. Seeing the situation turning against them, one of the leading black-clad figures flashed a fierce look in his eyes and shouted, "Form the formation." Hearing the command, the other black-clad figures responded quickly, rearranging their positions to form a peculiar formation. Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged towards Li Xiaobo. However, he did not retreat even a step. On the contrary, he smiled confidently, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He clasped his hands together, muttered incantations, and suddenly his entire being began to swell and grow larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant towering to the sky, executing his ultimate skill, the heavenly and earthly transformation. This enormous figure radiated unparalleled pressure, causing all the black-clad figures present to feel terrified. They looked at Li Xiaobo, who appeared as if a demon god had descended, their legs weakened, unable to even steady their weapons. Li Xiaobo looked down from a height at the enemies who were already scared out of their wits. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a tremendous gust of wind that swept toward the group of men in black. One could hear their screams as they were unable to withstand this terrifying force, being knocked away and crashing heavily to the ground. After a thrilling and intense battle, Li Xiaobo ultimately defeated this group of ruthless men in black. With their defeat, The gloom that had shrouded the town for days finally dissipated, and the inhumane slaughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 70. Entering the City of Slaughter. Li Xiaobo stood quietly in the center of the small town, his gaze slowly sweeping over the shocking scene around him. Limbs and severed arms scattered everywhere. The air thick with the smell of blood. His face turned pale, and indescribable discomfort surged within him. Since arriving in the Douluo continent over a decade ago, he had focused solely on cultivation and hunting soul beasts. He had never experienced killing a human. Although he had gradually become accustomed to blood and violence in life-and-death battles with soul beasts, killing humans and hunting soul beasts were completely different feelings. When hunting soul beasts, he could strike without hesitation, as they were merely fierce beasts. However, when faced with human corpses and severed limbs, he involuntarily associated those scenes with himself, as if he would be the one lying there in the next moment. Despite this, Li Xiaobo still tried to instill a belief in himself. Everything I do is right. However, the education he received in his previous life was deeply imprinted in his soul, making it impossible for him to face death as calmly as those cold-blooded killers. Li Xiaobo knew that such psychological weaknesses would seriously hinder him from becoming a true strongman. If he could not face death calmly, how could he survive in a world full of crises and challenges? Therefore, entering the legendary City of Slaughter to train his temperament became an urgent priority. After making up his mind, Li Xiaobo walked with firm steps toward a nearby tavern. He stomped hard on the bar, and with a crack, the bar instantly shattered, revealing a hidden underground entrance below. Gazing at the dark, deep tunnel before him, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. As he gently pushed open the rusted, wobbling iron door, a creaking sound accompanied by an intense, almost overwhelming smell of blood surged towards him like a tidal wave, wrapping him tightly within it. The stench was so strong that he felt as if he were in a crimson ocean, every breath filled with the taste of death and despair. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his sight was the city shrouded in gray tones. The buildings that should have stood tall now appeared particularly eerie and terrifying against the blood-red sky, resembling gigantic tombstones left from ancient times, silently telling tales of past slaughter and tragedy. They soared into the clouds, yet gave the illusion of being on the verge of collapsing, as if the slightest touch could trigger a catastrophic disaster. Li Xiaobo carefully stepped onto the stone-paved road beneath his feet, each step echoing with a crisp and heavy sound. These stones, weathered by rain and erosion and polished by time, were covered with deep and shallow cracks, resembling distorted faces, silently narrating the fierce battles and endless suffering that had once occurred here. Looking around, there was a deathly silence, devoid of any vitality. However, beneath this seemingly calm surface, low growls occasionally emanated from the distance, sometimes clear, sometimes muffled, as if a pack of beasts hidden in the depths of darkness was quietly roaring, warning any intruder daring to enter this forbidden land. The air was filled with a nauseating blend of rust and decay, an unusual stench that left Li Xiaobo with nowhere to escape. This smell was like an invisible net, trapping him tightly within, making it difficult to break free no matter how he struggled. Raising his head towards the city wall, he saw that the mottled wall was covered with bloodstains of various sizes and depths, appearing from a distance like a reddish-brown painting drawn in blood, horrifying yet chilling. Some of the bloodstains had dried and solidified into a dark color. Others had not completely dried, with dark red liquid slowly trickling down the wall, pooling on the ground into small puddles of blood. Meanwhile, the tall towers on the city ramparts cast long shadows in the sunlight, moving silently back and forth along the street, sometimes elongating, sometimes shortening, as if performing a strange and incomprehensible dance. Li Xiaobo moved forward heavily, each step feeling as if he was treading on thin ice, where a moment's carelessness could plunge him into an abyss of no return. His gaze constantly swept the surroundings, alert to any hint of danger that might appear. The buildings on both sides of the street had long lost their former glory, now reduced to a scene of ruins. Those dilapidated doors and windows resembled gaping mouths, ready to swallow anyone who came too close. Broken glass lay scattered on the ground, reflecting a chilling cold light in the faint sunlight like sharp blades. At that moment, a crow, black as ink, suddenly flew swiftly over Li Xiaobo's head, letting out an ear-piercing cry. The sound sliced through the eerie and quiet atmosphere like a sharp sword, causing his heart to skip a beat involuntarily. As Li Xiaobo gradually ventured deeper into the city, the surroundings began to come into clearer view. In the center of the main square stood a magnificent giant statue. The statue depicted a formidable warrior clad in heavy armor, wielding a sharp sword. His face was extremely stern, and his eyes exuded an air of coldness and determination, as if mercilessly warning every person daring to step onto this land. This place is known as the City of Slaughter, where only the strong can survive, while the weak are destined to be eliminated. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure Li Xiaobo felt. The air around him seemed to freeze, heavy enough to make it almost impossible to breathe. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of several pale corpses lying haphazardly by the roadside. Some of these corpses were partially mutilated, while others retained the terrified expressions they wore in their last moments of life. They lay there silently, like silent witnesses, constantly reminding Li Xiaobo, the stranger, that every corner here harbored deadly dangers. Not far away, several figures flickered in and out like ghosts. These individuals moved with steady and powerful strides, each step seemingly striking the heartstrings of the earth, causing a slight tremor. Their gazes were as cold as the stars, and the endless killing intent emanating from them sent chills down his spine. It was clear that these people were unparalleled experts who had emerged from countless life-and-death battles, rising from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At this moment, the wind howled through the City of Slaughter, carrying a bone-piercing chill that mercilessly struck Li Xiaobo's somewhat pale face. He understood deeply that since he stepped onto this land filled with blood and death, there was no turning back. Here, it was a cruel world of the survival of the fittest, where the weak were prey to the strong. To survive in this endless slaughter, the only way was to continuously hone oneself and rapidly enhance one's strength. Li Xiaobo tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, as if it had become the last line of defense in his life. As his fingers gradually tightened, cold sweat began to seep from his palm. Yet a fierce and indomitable fighting spirit ignited within him. Before his eyes, no matter what insurmountable difficulties lay ahead or what ferocious and terrifying enemies awaited him, he would not retreat a single step, because deep in his heart, he always harbored an infinite desire and steadfast pursuit for the ultimate glory and freedom. Just as Li Xiaobo was fully focused and maintaining a high level of vigilance, several figures that had been faintly visible in the distance suddenly rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already within arm's reach. The leader among them was extraordinarily tall and robust, with muscles as hard as iron bulging out, threatening to burst. His gaze was like that of a hungry wolf that had spotted a delicious prey, locking onto Li Xiaobo with greed and ferocity. He opened his mouth, which was covered in stubble, and questioned in a deep, thunderous voice, "Kid, are you the newcomer who just arrived here?" Faced with this aggressive inquiry, Li Xiaobo chose to remain silent. However, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he quietly shifted his stance, adjusting his body position to be ready to react at any moment to the impending storm of fierce attacks. Quite spirited, but this is the City of Slaughter, and you won't be allowed to be so arrogant. With that, the man suddenly threw a punch. Li Xiaobo sidestepped to evade it and countered with his weapon. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, the sound of metal clashing echoing through the oppressive area. After a fierce battle, although not long, Li Xiaobo began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothes, and his breathing grew heavier. However, just at that critical moment, the surrounding environment underwent a startling transformation without warning. In an instant, a thick fog rapidly spread like a surging tide, enveloping the entire space in the blink of an eye. This sudden dense fog was no ordinary phenomenon, but a special occurrence generated by the unpredictable killing domain that the fearsome City of Slaughter occasionally activated. This fog not only skillfully concealed a person's figure, but, more terrifyingly, possessed the eerie ability to disorient and confuse. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately seized this fleeting opportunity, struggling desperately to break free from his opponent's entanglement. Like an agile cheetah, he swiftly dodged into a nearby ruin. Once inside the wreckage, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, trying to calm his chaotic breathing. Although he had temporarily escaped danger, he knew all too well that the real crisis had not been resolved. In this realm filled with death and bloodshed, if he could not quickly adapt to the unique rules here and find ways to enhance his strength, the only outcome awaiting him would be to become a wisp of vengeful spirit under someone else's cold blade. With this thought, Li Xiaobo dared not let his guard down. He steeled himself and listened intently to the sounds from outside. In the thick fog, The sounds of fierce fighting and piercing screams echoed continuously, indicating that others in this place were also caught up in this chaotic brawl. Just as Li Xiaobo was fully focused on listening to the commotion outside, he suddenly sensed an extremely faint breathing sound behind him. His heart tightened, and his body instantly tensed up like a bow drawn to its limit, ready to strike. He quickly turned around in a flash, weapon raised defensively in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small figure quietly standing there, in the dim light. It appeared to be a young boy, not very old. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm," the boy said softly, lowering his voice. His gaze was sincere and gentle, as if he hoped to alleviate any doubts and unease in Li Xiaobo's heart. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with vigilance, and questioned, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The young man smiled slightly and introduced himself. "My name is Aze, and like you, I just arrived here not long ago. You should have noticed as well that this place, known as the Realm of Slaughter, is extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it also contains immense opportunities." At this point, Aze raised his hand and pointed towards a distant area deep within the ruins, continuing, "Right there lies the source of power of the City of Slaughter. As long as we can successfully absorb the energy contained within, we can significantly enhance our own strength." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, but he still maintained a sense of rationality. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately made up his mind to follow Aze and explore together. Thus, the two carefully made their way through the thick fog, step by step approaching their destination. After a difficult trek, they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave, which emitted a faint glow. However, just as they were about to step inside, a shadow suddenly flashed out from the side like a ghost, blocking their path. "Ha! You want to become stronger? It's not as simple as you think." Accompanied by a wild burst of laughter, a burly man with a face full of flesh appeared before them. He wielded a giant battle axe, exuding a strong aura of menace that sent chills down their spines. Li Xiaobo and Aze were initially taken aback, but quickly exchanged a knowing glance. Without hesitation, the two charged towards the burly man simultaneously. In an instant, the clash of blades and fierce sounds of battle echoed throughout the space. After an intense and thrilling fight, Li Xiaobo and Aze, thanks to their excellent teamwork and indomitable spirit, ultimately succeeded in driving the burly man back. Seizing the moment of the enemy's temporary retreat, they plunged into the cave without hesitation. As soon as they entered, a powerful force that was almost suffocating surged towards them, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Faced with such a tumultuous wave of energy, Li Xiaobo and Aze could not help but smile at each other. They both knew that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity that could change their fate, and no matter what, they had to seize this rare chance. Li Xiaobo and Aze slowly ventured deeper along the cave passage, the energy fluctuations around them growing stronger. Suddenly, a portal shimmering with strange light appeared ahead. They exchanged a glance, gathered their courage, and stepped inside. Within was a vast space filled with a large amount of red liquid. Chapter 71. The hell-killing field time passed quickly like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye. It had been an entire week since Li Xiaobo met Aze. After absorbing the mysterious and powerful energy, the two parted ways, each embarking on their own journey. At this moment, Li Xiaobo sat in a quiet corner, constantly recalling the various scenarios described in the original work about the City of Slaughter. According to the original text, when he stepped into this bloody and murderous place, he should have enjoyed a beginner's protection period. However, surprisingly, this protection period that should have existed did not arrive for him. Not only that, but the beautiful messenger sent by the King of Slaughter, who was supposed to explain the rules and conditions, also did not appear before him. Reflecting on what he had seen and heard in the hell-killing field, Li Xiaobo gained a clearer understanding of the rules in this place. Here, the use of any soul skills is strictly prohibited, and everyone's soul power is forcibly suppressed to the same level. Each contestant is a mortal enemy to one another, with no compassion to be found. The only way to escape this terrifying City of Slaughter is to achieve 100 consecutive victories in brutal battles. As for why he did not receive the beginner's protection period and had not seen the messenger of the King of Slaughter, Li Xiaobo speculated inwardly. Perhaps it was due to his bad luck, accidentally stumbling into the midst of someone else's fierce battle. Or maybe it was because the Supreme King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, had unfortunately been eroded by the nine-headed bat, leading to chaos in the entire City of Slaughter. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the legendary hellish slaughter ground. As his feet touched the land, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. As if time had suddenly reversed, bringing him back to a chaotic scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. A strong, overwhelming smell of blood assaulted his senses, crashing into his nostrils and taste buds like a relentless tide. This scent was not merely the odor of blood. It was mixed with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the burnt scent of earth. This complex and nauseating odor not only churned his stomach, but also made his nerves tense up instantly. Every hair on his body standing on end, as if alerting him to the dangers that might appear at any moment. Looking around, the scenery resembled a terrifying illusion from a nightmare. The once flat ground was now rugged and uneven, with massive cracks and pits everywhere, as if torn apart by some powerful force. Eerie red light flickered from the fissures, as if countless bloodthirsty demons were hidden within. The earth had been completely stained a dark red by blood, with dried blood forming shocking cracks that flickered with a faint ghostly light, as if recounting the bloody slaughter that had once occurred here. Everywhere he looked, dismembered limbs were scattered about, some severed arms tightly gripped broken swords, while lonely severed legs lay to the side. Some of these limbs were unrecognizable, their owners lost to time. Others still bore the twisted expressions of pain from their last moments, making it hard to look at. The broken swords and shattered armor were haphazardly stuck in the ground, resembling desolate tombstones from afar, silently recording the brutal battles that had erupted here. At that moment, a series of piercing wails echoed from a distance. The sounds sometimes resembled the desperate cries of those on the brink of death, struggling in agony. At other times, they were the terrified screams of newcomers, overwhelmed by fear. These wails reverberated in the dead silence of the land, intensifying the eerie and terrifying atmosphere, sending chills down his spine. In the sky, thick dark clouds pressed down like ink, shrouding the entire world in oppressive darkness. Lightning flashed like violent silver snakes, weaving through the layers of clouds, occasionally accompanied by deafening thunder. Occasionally, a dazzling purple lightning bolt would strike down, instantly illuminating the dark world as bright as day. In that brief flash of lightning, countless twisted, distorted faces could be seen emerging around him. Some faces were flushed with anger, their eyes blazing. Others were blinded by hatred, their gazes cold and piercing. Still others were in a state of madness, their expressions grotesque and terrifying, and an endless despair filled the scene, sending shivers down one's spine. In this vast slaughter ground, people had long lost their sanity, transforming into fierce beasts, viciously attacking and tearing at each other. Each person's eyes burned with a fierce desire to kill, as if only the warm blood flowing from their opponents could slightly alleviate the endless resentment and pain deep within their hearts. In the very center of the battlefield, a massive blood pool was boiling violently. Thick, crimson blood bubbled and surged, releasing a nauseating, acrid sulfuric smell. Surrounding the blood pool were a group of even more powerful figures. They were drenched in blood, their clothes tattered and their bodies covered in scars. Yet they fought valiantly without retreat. These strong individuals wielded glimmering swords, each swing cutting through the air with a sharp sound, as if they intended to tear and shatter every enemy before them. With every roar that echoed through the sky, the surrounding air seemed to be violently impacted, becoming agitated and trembling, whipping up waves of wild wind and rain. Here, life was like a candle flickering in the wind, fleeting, like grass without roots, swaying and fragile. For everyone who stepped into this place, death was merely a small ripple in life. Yet, despite knowing the dangers ahead, the countless newcomers could not suppress their surging desire to kill and their intense yearning for life. Thus, they struggled helplessly in this hellish slaughter ground, like moths to a flame, until they exhausted the last breath of their lives. The boundless darkness enveloped the entire hellish slaughter ground like a heavy curtain. The nauseating, intense smell of blood mixed with the chilling atmosphere of slaughter permeated the air, infiltrating every crevice. In such a terrifying atmosphere, Li Xiaobo stepped into this dreadful domain shrouded in the shadows of death with a restless heart. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness rose from the depths of his heart and quickly spread throughout his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Looking around, he saw towering black stone walls piercing the clouds, resembling gigantic tombstones, solemn and majestic. Upon these walls were densely engraved ancient, mysterious, and unfathomable runes. These runes twisted and intertwined, as if whispering the tragic stories of countless soul masters who had fought bloodily here and ultimately perished, sending chills down one's spine. In the center of the arena stood a grand circular platform, massive and imposing. This platform was like a giant beast lying in slumber, made entirely of dark red stones. The baptism of time seemed to have soaked these stones with the blood accumulated over countless years, emitting a faint, heart-pounding, ghostly glow. Surrounding the platform was a circle after circle of pitch-black stands. The stands were filled with a throng of spectators from all corners of the world, all soul masters. Some wore excited expressions, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Others had cruel faces, grinning with sinister smiles, while others were extremely indifferent, as emotionless as sculptures. But without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the life-and-death struggle that was about to unfold on this platform. At that moment, a sharp, piercing trumpet sounded, breaking the previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Li Xiaobo stepped out from a side passage with steady footsteps. He stood tall, his face stern, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Opposite him stood an impressive 9 soul masters, each of them incredibly muscular, veins bulging, radiating a fierce and violent aura. Their eyes had turned blood-red, resembling a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, fixated on their prey, Li Xiaobo. As they approached step by step, the heavy footsteps echoed in the air like rolling thunder, causing even the solid rock beneath them to tremble slightly under the pressure. The atmosphere of battle was tense to the extreme, as if a tightly stretched string could snap at any moment. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, a look of resoluteness flashing in his eyes, and without hesitation, released his martial spirit. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors burst forth from him, the soul rings surrounding him shining brightly like stars in the night sky. At that moment, his opponents, like a pack of enraged lions, opened their massive jaws and let out deafening roars, charging towards Li Xiaobo with overwhelming force. Each of their attacks contained endless power, their earth-shattering momentum instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Li Xiaobo nimbly dodged left and right on stage. Like a swift swallow, he focused intently on observing every move of his opponent, not letting any subtle flaw escape his notice. The shouts and cheers of the surrounding audience rose and fell, intertwining to create a thrilling symphony. This cacophony filled the entire space, making it difficult for anyone to find peace of mind. As time passed, the fierce clashes continued. Each direct collision with his opponent felt like 2 meteors violently colliding in the sky, bursting forth with dazzling sparks. Debris flew, blood splattered, and the scene was exceptionally brutal. Li Xiaobo could clearly feel his strength rapidly depleting and the immense pressure weighing on his mind. But he knew that at this moment, he must not show even a hint of retreat, because in this incredibly cruel, hellish battleground, only by defeating these powerful opponents in front of him could he hope to survive. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xiaobo finally found an opportunity. Using a clever combination of his martial skills, he launched a fatal strike at his opponent. The opponent fell to the ground with a loud crash, the light in their eyes gradually dimming. In that moment, Li Xiaobo felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, his entire body soaked in sweat. Gasping for breath, the air around him seemed to ignite with the cheers and bloodthirsty shouts. Yet amidst this commotion, Li Xiaobo felt no joy from his victory. In this battleground resembling hell, every victory was bought at the cost of countless lives, and the road ahead remained long and thorny, with countless difficult challenges lurking in wait for him to conquer. Li Xiaobo walked slowly towards the resting area, dragging his already exhausted heart with heavy steps. At that moment, a shadow approached him silently like a ghost. "Kid, you truly are one of a kind," said the mysterious figure, his voice deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Xiaobo instantly became alert and suddenly looked up. He saw that the person in front of him was wrapped from head to toe in a loose black robe. Even their face was completely hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see their true appearance. "Who exactly are you?" Li Xiaobo frowned, his tone filled with vigilance and doubt. The mysterious figure chuckled and continued in their unique voice, "I can grant you unparalleled power. With it, you will easily win all the upcoming matches. So, are you tempted?" Faced with such an enticing offer, Li Xiaobo simply snorted coldly and disdainfully replied, "I have always relied on my own strength to fight, and I will never use any underhanded means to achieve victory." Upon hearing this, the mysterious person suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing throughout the space, making it particularly eerie and jarring. "Ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. But young man, you should be clear that the opponents awaiting you are all stronger than the last. If you rely solely on your current abilities, it will be difficult for you to reach the end." After saying this, the mysterious figure once again melted into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, his joints turning slightly pale from the effort. Gritting his teeth, he said, "So what? I won't easily submit. I will fight to the last moment with my own true skills." In the subsequent series of intense battles, each one was a tremendous test of Li Xiaobo's physical and mental strength. The enemies were all formidable, fierce, and brutal, their attacks coming at him like a torrential storm, leaving him overwhelmed. However, no matter how much pain and setbacks he endured, Li Xiaobo never gave up. His body was covered with numerous wounds, blood staining his clothes. Yet he always gritted his teeth and persevered through the excruciating pain. During such difficult days, one day, when Li Xiaobo returned to the resting room, he keenly sensed something unusual in the room. After a thorough inspection, he was shocked to discover that his resting room had been tampered with. The furniture was in disarray, and some important items had vanished. It was clear that someone was attempting to disrupt his focus and prevent him from achieving good results in the competition through such despicable means. However, this conspiracy not only failed to crush Li Xiaobo, but instead ignited the long-hidden fighting spirit deep within him. Finally, a new fierce battle was about to begin. Li Xiaobo stood at the edge of the ring, took a deep breath, and then walked onto the stage with steady and powerful steps. At that moment, all the audience's attention was focused on him and his opponent. The opponent was tall and muscular, imposing like a tiger, with solid muscles bulging as if containing endless power. Especially those eyes, cold and filled with disdain, seemingly not considering Li Xiaobo at all. With the referee's command, the battle officially began. In an instant, the opponent lunged at Li Xiaobo like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, their fists striking fiercely like the wind, the sound of their blows ringing in the air. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Li Xiaobo remained calm and composed. He swiftly dodged left and right, cleverly avoiding wave after wave of deadly attacks, while always keeping an eye out for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up as he keenly detected a flaw in his opponent, a lack of stability in their lower body. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobo quickly crouched down and executed a fierce, sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's feet. Although the opponent reacted quickly and barely managed to evade Li Xiaobo's strike, their center of gravity was affected, making them appear somewhat flustered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Xiaobo decisively launched a series of fierce attacks. His moves flowed seamlessly, fists and palms intertwining, legs flying, pushing his opponent back repeatedly, leaving them with no chance to retaliate. Just as Li Xiaobo was filled with joy, believing that this battle would end in his victory, something unexpected happened. He saw a glint of cunning in his opponent's eyes, and then they unleashed a hidden ultimate move. In an instant, a powerful force surged towards Li Xiaobo like a raging tide. Li Xiaobo felt as if his body had been struck hard by a 1,000-pound hammer, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In that moment, he even felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. However, despite such a heavy blow, his mind quickly recalled all the hardships and obstacles he had faced on his journey. The countless days and nights of hard training. The images of life and death battles with strong opponents flashed before his eyes. How could I fall so easily? He thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Thus, Li Xiaobo gathered all his strength to stabilize his stance while desperately tapping into all the hidden power within him. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. His martial soul suddenly seemed to sense its master's strong desire to win and surged with an unprecedented power. The once calm martial soul now emitted a dazzling light so bright that it was almost blinding. Harnessing this newfound strength from his martial soul, Li Xiaobo rushed towards his opponent without hesitation. His speed was as fast as lightning streaking across the night sky, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of his opponent. Just as quickly, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity, launching an attack that completely defeated his opponent with a single move. As his opponent fell to the ground with a thud, the entire arena erupted in cheers, and the audience stood up, applauding Li Xiaobo's impressive performance. Looking at the excited faces around him and the deafening waves of cheers, a strong flame of hope surged in Li Xiaobo's heart. He knew that as long as he persevered and continued to work hard, one day he would accumulate 100 victories and successfully escape this terrifying place filled with bloodshed and brutal competition. With this firm belief, Li Xiaobo slowly walked down from the stage. Just as he stepped onto the ground, he suddenly sensed that his martial soul seemed to undergo some wonderful transformation. After returning to the resting room, Li Xiaobo couldn't spare a moment to rest and immediately began to eagerly study this sudden change. Just as he was immersed in exploring the new changes of his martial soul, A familiar, yet mysterious figure quietly appeared at the door. Upon closer inspection, it was the mysterious person in a black robe who had appeared several times before. "Are you really so stubborn that you still refuse to accept my help?" The mysterious person said with a serious expression. "Now that your martial soul has mutated, this will surely make you a target for everyone." Facing the mysterious person's advice, Li Xiaobo remained unwavering. He straightened his back and replied firmly, "Let them be. No matter what, I will not fear these so-called threats." However, reality is always cruel and merciless. As time went by, the situation Li Xiaobo faced grew increasingly difficult. Many competitors secretly colluded with each other, forming an alliance that targeted Li Xiaobo, attempting to completely eliminate him in the fierce battles. Every fight became a life-and-death test for Li Xiaobo. Although he gave it his all, the enemies were too strong and cunning, and the wounds on his body continued to multiply. New injuries and old scars intertwined, creating a shocking sight. Finally, an extremely crucial battle arrived. In this battle, the opponents Li Xiaobo faced were not only numerous, but also coordinated seamlessly, leaving no room for error. At first, he was suppressed by the opponent's fierce assault, nearly gasping for breath, and gradually fell into a difficult situation. As defeat seemed inevitable, Li Xiaobo was on the verge of being eliminated. Just at that critical moment, he suddenly recalled the usage techniques of the reverse god spear. It was a highly profound technique that he wouldn't dare to think about lightly in normal times. But at this moment, with no way out, Li Xiaobo decided to fight to the end. He clenched his teeth, concentrated all his energy, and carefully guided the surging soul power within him into his martial soul according to the vague memories deep in his mind. In an instant, the martial soul in his hand shone with a dazzling brilliance, as if a brilliant sun was hanging in the sky. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobo unleashed the true power of the reverse god spear martial soul without hesitation, and the world changed dramatically as the heavens and earth trembled. With a loud bang, the group of fierce enemies across from him was instantly shattered into disarray. The entire arena fell silent, and everyone was stunned by this astonishing scene. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo, relying on his indomitable willpower, struggled to stand up from the ground. Although he was covered in blood and exhausted, the light of unwavering belief shone in his eyes. Thus, Li Xiaobo once again successfully defeated a strong enemy and continued to march forward with determined steps towards the glorious path, symbolizing 100 victories. He firmly believed that as long as he never gave up, he would eventually escape this terrifying place filled with bloodshed and killing. As Li Xiaobo's reverse divine, gun martial soul, was unleashed, its unmatched fierce aura and mysterious glow instantly captured the attention of everyone present, causing a great uproar. Many powerful individuals turned their focus towards him, secretly calculating how they could uncover the secrets hidden behind this powerful martial soul and claim it for themselves. In the subsequent intense battles, the pressure on Li Xiaobo increased day by day. Each time he stepped onto the arena, several malicious and greedy gazes locked onto him like venomous snakes, making him feel as if a thorn was in his back. However, in the face of such a severe situation, Li Xiaobo maintained a high level of focus, concentrating solely on confronting one powerful enemy after another. One day, after a grueling battle, Li Xiaobo finally succeeded in defeating his opponent and won a hard-fought victory. As he slowly made his way toward dragging his exhausted body, a group of mysteriously dressed individuals in black suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path without warning. The leader of the black-clad figures had a grim expression, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and aggressively said to Li Xiaobo, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the secret to your rapid strength increase. Otherwise, today will be your last day." Upon hearing this threat, Li Xiaobo snorted coldly and fearlessly replied, "Humph, you think you can get something from me? Let's see if you have the capability." Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and the spear in his hand whistled out like a dragon emerging from the sea, launching a fierce attack on the opponents first. The two sides immediately engaged in a thrilling life-and-death struggle. Although Li Xiaobo initially gained the upper hand due to his superb martial skills and tenacious fighting spirit, the sheer number of opponents and their coordinated efforts gradually wore him down, and he began to find himself at a disadvantage. As the situation became increasingly critical, Li Xiaobo's predicament reached a crucial turning point. At that moment, he suddenly felt a familiar wave of power surging within him. To his surprise, he discovered that the spear techniques he had been diligently practicing were evolving and upgrading once again. Li Xiaobo stood on the arena, his figure tall and straight like a pine tree, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. Hey! This furious shout seemed capable of shattering the void. At the same time, the reverse divine spear in his hand instantly erupted with dazzling light, shining like a blazing sun in the sky. In an instant, wherever the light reached, the black-clothed assailants who had originally charged at Li Xiaobo with fierce momentum screamed in agony, being pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Some even spat blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Li Xiaobo stood in the center of the battlefield like a god of war, exuding an imposing aura. After this thrilling battle, Li Xiaobo's reputation spread rapidly throughout the city of Slaughter like wildfire. In the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, people were talking about this brave and fearless warrior. From then on, no one dared to provoke him easily. However, Li Xiaobo was not satisfied with this. He harbored a higher goal of winning 100 battles. Thus, he continued his journey without pause, facing one intense battle after another. As the final few matches remained before the 100 Victories Pact was fulfilled, the entire city of Slaughter was stirred up. Finally, the 98th battle arrived. On this day, Li Xiaobo stepped onto the arena with determined strides. Facing him was an opponent with an unpredictable demeanor, extremely cunning. This person was well-versed in the art of concealment, capable of skillfully blending into the surrounding environment, making his figure vanish without a trace. Moreover, he constantly created numerous illusions around Li Xiaobo, attempting to interfere with and confuse his sight. But Li Xiaobo remained calm and composed. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and quieted his mind, focusing all his attention deep within himself. At that moment, a wondrous thing occurred. The reverse divine spear's martial spirit in his hand seemed to resonate with his mind, gently trembling and conveying a sense of guidance through subtle vibrations. Li Xiaobo suddenly opened his eyes with a bright glint in them. Without hesitation, he swung his reverse divine spear and thrust it forcefully in the direction that seemed to be empty. With a muffled sound, the cunning opponent, who had been hiding in the shadows, was unexpectedly struck directly by this sudden attack. Blood splattered everywhere, and the opponent fell to the ground with a scream. The 99th battle followed, and this time Li Xiaobo faced an equally formidable opponent. The other party was a soul master with a special defensive martial soul, surrounded by an impenetrable shield. No matter how hard Li Xiaobo attacked, he could not break through this wall-like defense. Li Xiaobo launched charge after charge, but each time he returned empty-handed. Sweat gradually trickled down his forehead, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. However, he did not give up. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think of strategy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He realized that the so-called gun intent was not merely limited to fierce attacks. More importantly, it was about understanding how to find and exploit the enemy's defensive weaknesses. With this in mind, Li Xiaobo adjusted his tactics, carefully observing his opponent's movements and defensive postures, searching for that fleeting opportunity to break through. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the momentum of his entire body gathered like a tide into the long spear in his hand, the sharp gun intent condensing tightly at the tip of the spear. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, swiftly scanning his opponent's body for any possible flaw. Finally, as the opponent changed their attack, he keenly caught a glimpse of their weak point in defense. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and thrust forward violently. The spear in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for that weakness with unparalleled might. With a soft puff, the spear tip penetrated the opponent's defense without obstruction, successfully breaking through their line. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. However, this thrilling battle was just beginning. What awaited him next was the final and most challenging life-and-death struggle. His opponent was a top master, long hidden in the city of Slaughter, whose strength was terrifying. As soon as the battle began, Li Xiaobo felt unprecedented pressure. The opponent's attacks came like a raging storm, nearly suffocating him. Each move was filled with endless killing intent and power, forcing him to merely defend and evade. Despite this, Li Xiaobo never yielded. In this life-and-death moment, countless memories of the arduous battles he had faced flooded his mind. Those strong enemies he had confronted, the difficulties he had encountered, and the memories of struggling back from the brink of death transformed into a powerful force surging in his heart. Accompanied by these memories, the gun intent that had already surged within him became even more intense. Just then, The reverse divine spear spirit in his hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, as if competing for glory with the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, Li Xiaobo let out a loud shout, pouring all his strength into executing the strongest thrust he had ever performed. This thrust not only contained all his power, but also embodied his profound insights and unique understanding of gun intent over the years. In an instant, the entire space was torn apart by this extraordinary thrust, and the surrounding air emitted a series of booming sounds as it struggled to withstand this immense energy. The master opposite him changed his expression slightly upon seeing this, but quickly regained his composure and countered with full force. The two attacks collided instantly, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. For a moment, light flashed and energy surged, enveloping the entire battlefield in this terrifying energy wave. Finally, when everything returned to calm, Li Xiaobo stood proudly with his spear in hand, while his opponent lay in a pool of blood. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, Li Xiaobo had finally defeated this formidable foe, winning this crucial battle that determined his fate. At the same time, he also gained the precious opportunity he had long dreamed of to leave the city of slaughter. Chapter 72. The Challenge of the Hell Road. Time flies, and nearly 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this long period, Li Xiaobo experienced countless life and death struggles, personally slaying 9 powerful opponents. Now, he was about to face his 100th fierce battle. This battle was exceptionally brutal, but in the end, Li Xiaobo succeeded in defeating his opponent through his unyielding will and exceptional martial skills, emerging victorious. He dragged his exhausted body to the center of the arena, sat cross-legged to rest briefly, quietly awaiting the arrival of the legendary king of slaughter. At this moment, the stands erupted with waves of fervent and deafening cheers. These shouts echoed through the sky, as if they could overturn the entire arena. However, amidst this commotion, Li Xiaobo remained calm as still water, not stirring a ripple. For he knew that the victory before him was merely a beginning. The real severe test lay ahead. Before long, a black figure rushed in like lightning, appearing instantly in the center of the arena. This person was none other than the infamous king of slaughter. He exuded a chilling and terrifying aura, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His cold, merciless eyes, filled with killing intent, fixed intensely on Li Xiaobo before him. "Kid, you have indeed performed exceptionally well, considering your outstanding performance. This king can give you a chance to ascend to the rank of slaughter god without having to traverse the hell road. What do you think?" The king of slaughter spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse, like a ghostly roar from the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with such an enticing offer, Li Xiaobo was not swayed. He immediately cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you, senior, for your kindness and consideration. However, I still choose to stay true to my original intention and insist on venturing into the mysterious hell road. I hope senior will grant me this wish." Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter was slightly taken aback, then a sinister smile crept onto his lips. "Humph, what an arrogant kid. Since you are so stubborn, I shall see just how capable you are to dare to boast of traversing the hell road." With that, his aura suddenly surged, an invisible pressure sweeping toward Li Xiaobo. In that unfathomable, boundless darkness, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood filled the air, as if it were suffocating. The king of slaughter took heavy, slow steps, gradually stepping onto this land completely shrouded by the shadow of death. Each step he took seemed to cause a slight tremor in the ground, as if the earth itself feared the arrival of this terrifying existence. He stood tall and mighty, like an insurmountable mountain. The black cloak he wore billowed in the wind, making a fierce sound, like a flag or a nightmare bursting forth from an abyss. At this moment, eerie and ghostly whispers echoed all around, the voices rising and falling, as if countless souls were welcoming their supreme ruler. The king of slaughter's eyes were terrifying, as if they burned with hellish flames, forming 2 deep, bottomless pits that emitted a chilling light capable of making one's soul tremble. Suddenly, he raised the giant sword in his hand high. The sword glimmered with a dark red light, a light that was not ordinary, but seemed to condense the desperate wails and suffering of countless innocent lives before their death. Following this, with a swing of the king of slaughter's arm, a massive crack slowly opened up in the ground. This crack was astonishingly wide, with no end in sight. From deep within the crack, torrents of molten lava surged forth, accompanied by thick black smoke, mixed with sharp, piercing, chilling wails. The entire scene was simply a living hellish tableau, with a surging infernal atmosphere sweeping toward all directions like a tidal wave, instantly distorting the already oppressive air around, as if it would shatter at any moment. The King of Slaughter had a face as cold as ice, like a demon descending from the depths of the abyss. He strode forward, his steps steady and powerful, as if the very ground trembled with each footfall. Every step echoed with a dull thud, reminiscent of the heartbeat of an ancient beast, shaking the heart of anyone who heard it. The howling wind rushed past, like a fierce beast lunging at the King of Slaughter, mercilessly tearing at his black cloak, trying to strip it from its master. But that cloak clung tightly to the King of Slaughter's body, unaffected by the raging wind, and instead danced wildly in the air like a war banner, showcasing its master's indomitable majesty. His tall and imposing figure was elongated and distorted by the eerie light cast from the cracks, making him appear even more sinister and terrifying. In the interplay of light and shadow, it was hard to distinguish whether he was human or demon. Yet, this chilling presence exuded an unshakable will. No matter what difficulties and dangers lay ahead, nothing could halt his advance. With each step he took, he treaded upon boiling lava. The scorching lava surged and bubbled, occasionally splashing high flames, as if it aimed to devour everything. But the King of Slaughter paid no heed, walking steadily across this sea of fire. The moment his foot made contact with the lava, it did not even stir a ripple, as if it were merely solid ground. As the King of Slaughter delved deeper into the fissure, the originally narrow gap began to widen slowly. Initially, it was just a slight crack, but as time passed, the fissure expanded at a visible pace. Meanwhile, the hellish scenes that had been hidden in darkness gradually unfolded before people's eyes. Blazing fires, swirling smoke, and various grotesque shapes emerged, forming an extremely horrifying picture. In that inferno, it seemed countless souls were enduring extreme torment and pain. These souls had twisted into unspeakable forms, their faces contorted in terror, as if eroded by the most evil powers of the world. They struggled desperately in the flames, but could not escape the merciless engulfment of the fire. Each soul emitted heart-wrenching, chilling cries, echoing throughout the heavens and earth, resonating endlessly. The mournful wails intertwined, creating a symphony of death filled with despair and fear. However, even in the face of such a terrifying scene, the King of Slaughter remained unperturbed, not even blinking an eye. He stood there quietly, like a cold and unfeeling statue. Deep within his blood-red eyes, there was only an endless desire for slaughter surging madly, alongside an obsession to annihilate everything, coiling like a venomous serpent. The King of Slaughter walked forward with determined and steady steps. It was as if he had crossed layers of fire, overcome numerous obstacles, and after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at the end of the colossal fissure. What lay before him was a breathtaking sight, an expansive ocean of raging flames. This sea of fire roared and surged, as if it aimed to engulf the entire world. At the same time, the gates of hell had completely swung open. From behind that door surged a torrent imbued with the power to annihilate the world. Unstoppable like a tidal wave, sweeping toward the human realm with overwhelming force. Wherever this torrent passed, everything was reduced to ashes. All things faced destruction. The King of Slaughter slowly turned around, facing a world deeply shrouded in death and fear. A cold smile, chilling to the bone, crept upon his face, as if declaring to the world, "The apocalypse is coming. Welcome to the road to hell." This deep and eerie voice seemed to arise from the depths of endless darkness, like a demon crawling out from an abyss, issuing its final warning and mockery to the beings of the world. It wandered like a ghost across the vast heavens and earth, echoing hauntingly, refusing to dissipate, sending chills up the spine and raising the hair on the back of one's neck. With this chilling proclamation, a heart-stopping, unprecedented massacre feast finally began its bloody and cruel curtain. On this cursed land, death and despair intertwined to form a terrifying picture, awaiting those daring enough to tread here. At the dim and intensely hot entrance of the road to hell, Li Xiaobo stood alone, a solitary figure frozen in place. He resembled a silent statue, motionless as he gazed ahead at the winding and twisted path, coiled like a giant python upon the earth. Steep, perilous cliffs lined the sides of the road, with jagged rocks that seemed like ferocious beasts, clawing and gnashing, eager to tear passers-by to shreds. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell, choking one to the point of almost being unable to breathe. Each breath taken sent the scorching, spicy scent rushing into the lungs, causing a burning pain. Deep beneath the ground, Lava hot enough to melt steel surged like a furious tide. It occasionally emitted dull roarings, deafening, as if a fierce and feral beast lay hidden beneath the earth, struggling to break free, ready to destroy the entire world. The high temperatures radiating from the lava made the ground burn red hot, even allowing wisps of smoke to rise from the cracks, as if signaling the way to hell. Li Xiaobo tightly gripped the cold, glimmering reverse god spear in his hand, its metallic texture icy and hard, forming a stark contrast with the warmth of his palm. At this moment, his expression was extremely grave, resembling a statue, with his brows furrowed deeply into a shape, and his eyes revealing a steadfast and resolute determination. He was acutely aware that he was about to face an unprecedented and enormous challenge, one that could be a matter of life and death and might determine the direction of his future destiny. Nevertheless, even so, he did not retreat, resolutely lifting his foot and slowly but surely stepping toward the hellish path filled with unknowns and dangers. Just as he stepped onto the hell road, an overwhelming and immense invisible pressure suddenly struck him, sweeping over him like a tidal wave. This power, strong beyond imagination, was almost suffocating, as if it possessed the terrifying ability to easily tear apart the fragile human soul. In an instant, Li Xiaobo felt as if a gigantic invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. With a weight on his chest, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on him, he struggled to lift his head and looked around, discovering that the surroundings were engulfed in boundless darkness, deep as ink and thick enough to be impenetrable. This darkness seemed endless, swallowing everything within it and instilling a sense of infinite despair. Only a faint, eerie, blood-red glow could be seen not far ahead, like the opened eyes of a demon, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The glow flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering and uncertain, as if it could extinguish at any moment. It stood there quietly, like a dividing line between life and death, ruthlessly blocking his path, radiating a mysterious and dangerous aura, seemingly waiting for him to bravely take that step to cross what appeared to be an insurmountable chasm. At the entrance of the Hell Road, a surging river known as the Huangquan Lu River rushed by. The water displayed a chilling bright red color, so vivid and striking, as if formed from the convergence of countless blood streams, rolling and churning with layers of bloody waves, like a pack of hungry beasts roaring. Meanwhile, the mist rising from the river was anything but ordinary. It seemed to possess its own life and consciousness, swirling and dancing like evil spirits, constantly entangling those who dared to step into this forbidden land. This mist exuded a strong, nauseating stench, as if it were a curse emanating from the depths of the nine hells, making one feel like vomiting. At this moment, Li Xiaobo stood alone at the entrance of the Hell Road, his figure appearing so small and fragile. However, beneath his slender body lay an incredibly heavy burden. This pressure did not stem from external hardships or the formidable threats of enemies, but from the complex emotions intertwined within him. A mix of confidence in his own abilities and anxiety about the unknown journey ahead. On one hand, he firmly believed that with years of hard training and exceptional talent, he could overcome numerous difficulties and successfully traverse this crisis-laden hell road. On the other hand, facing this mysterious and perilous forbidden land, he inevitably felt a twinge of fear and doubt, uncertain of what challenges and tests awaited him on the journey ahead. In this terrifying place, which could be described as a near-death experience, a suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had frozen into ice. Here, he could find no reliable companions to rely on, relying solely on his own powerful strength and fearless courage to survive and continue forward. He appeared solemn, tightly closing his lips, taking a deep breath that he slowly exhaled, seemingly trying to calm the rising tension within him. Then, his slightly trembling feet began to tentatively move forward, cautiously placing one foot onto the narrow path made of uneven, assorted stones piled haphazardly. This path resembled a winding giant python, quietly coiled between the steep peaks. It appeared and disappeared, sometimes weaving through dense jungles, other times abruptly crossing over bare rocks, giving an eerie and strange feeling, as if it could open its gaping mouth at any moment to mercilessly swallow those who were careless and slipped. The terrain of the Hell Road was complex to the extreme, with a rugged surface full of pits and bumps, making it impossible to stand steadily. Moreover, steep cliffs loomed on both sides, nearly vertical, with depths that seemed unfathomable, instilling fear in the heart. A moment's negligence could easily lead one to fall from the edge into the abyss, shattering into pieces. However, the most terrifying aspect was yet to come. Beneath this perilous narrow path flowed a river known as the Huangquanlu, its water appearing pitch black as ink, surging with massive black waves, occasionally emitting deep, thunderous roars, as if they were the howls from the depths of the underworld. Even more chilling, a thick layer of mist hung over the river's surface, revealing faint traces of haunting resentment. According to legend, anyone unfortunate enough to fall into this river would be instantly eroded by the immense resentment, leading to the shattering of their soul and their complete disappearance from this vast world. Li Xiaobo was very clear in his heart that this place was fraught with danger and peril, yet his resolute gaze never wavered. He decisively lifted his foot and steadily moved forward. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the winding road ahead, taking each step with extraordinary caution, as if the stones beneath his feet were not ordinary rocks, but bombs that could explode at any moment. The surroundings were dead silent, a deathly stillness enveloping the passage known as the road to hell. Apart from the barely perceptible sound of Li Xiaobo's footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. However, this terrifying silence only heightened his already taut nerves, making him even more tense. Suddenly, an extremely piercing screech abruptly shattered the originally calm atmosphere. Li Xiaobo's heart lurched, and he instinctively raised his head to look in the direction of the sound. To his shock, a massive swarm of bats, dark as rolling clouds, was hurtling towards him. Each bat was enormous, their wings spanning over a meter in length, powerfully flapping in the air, creating a fierce rushing wind. The sharp fangs exposed glimmered with a chilling cold light under the dim illumination. What was even more terrifying was that, having survived and thrived in this hellish environment filled with endless killing intent and the aura of death, these bats had long abandoned their usual gentle nature, becoming extremely ferocious and ruthless. Faced with this sudden enemy that seemed like phantoms, Li Xiaobo's nerves instantly tensed to the utmost. Even the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. His eyes widened, brows furrowed, and his muscles quivered slightly from attention. In an instant, Li Xiaobo swiftly summoned the surging soul power within him. As his thoughts stirred, a majestic soul power surged through his veins like a flood breaking through a dam, quickly gathering in his palms. He then pressed his hands together, muttering incantations, and unleashed his unparalleled domain of god-slaying. In an instant, a dazzling pale golden light erupted from around his body like the rising sun. This light was brilliant and seemed almost tangible, condensing into an indestructible shield that completely enveloped Li Xiaobo. The oncoming swarm of bats, like a black whirlwind, howled towards him with fierce winds. They lunged at Li Xiaobo with bared fangs and claws, attempting to tear through what seemed to be a fragile defense. Unfortunately for them, their calculations fell flat. When they crashed against the pale golden shield, it was like hitting a wall of copper and iron, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds. Despite their utmost efforts, the bats could not breach the shield's defense and could only retreat in vain. However, these cunning bats did not give up. They circled and danced in the air, their agile forms resembling graceful fairies. But at this moment, they were not beautiful spirits, but a group of vicious and cruel killers. With their crimson eyes fixed on Li Xiaobo below, they continuously searched for weaknesses in the god-slaying domain, eager to exploit any opening for a new and more ferocious attack. Facing such a large number of powerful monsters alone, Li Xiaobo showed no fear. Gripping the gleaming reverse god spear in his hand, he swung his arm fiercely, the spear tracing a beautiful arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing through the void. This strike contained unparalleled power, as if it could tear through the fabric of space and shatter stars. Among this swarm of bats, the most troublesome was the Bat King. It was enormous, several times larger than the others. Moreover, this Bat King had 3 terrifying heads, each adorned with sharp teeth that struck fear into anyone who beheld it. Not only that, but it also possessed an astonishing regenerative ability, capable of recovering from even the most severe injuries in a short time. Therefore, every time it launched an attack, it came with the force of a mountain, bringing immense pressure to Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo knew that confronting such a powerful enemy head-on was not a wise move. So he relied on his agile skills and flexible tactics to constantly maneuver on the battlefield, cleverly avoiding the Bat King's fierce attacks time and again. At the same time, he kept a close watch on the opponent's every move, searching for a fleeting weakness. After a grueling battle, Li Xiaobo finally discovered a fatal flaw in the Bat King. At that moment, he thought to himself, success or failure hinges on this one strike. Resolute, he no longer hesitated, pushed off the ground with all his might, and lunged at the Bat King like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, Li Xiaobo unleashed the thunder wings from his external soul bone, aiming the reverse divine spear directly at the Bat King's head. The Bat King let out a piercing scream under Li Xiaobo's attack and was ultimately defeated. With the Bat King's fall, the killing intent on the road to hell seemed to weaken somewhat. Li Xiaobo continued forward, facing increasingly severe challenges. High temperatures, toxic gases, and mental assaults. Each one was deadly. Yet he never gave up, overcoming one obstacle after another with courage and unwavering belief. As he delved deeper into the road to hell, the environmental tests became even more severe. The intense heat scorched every inch of his skin, as if trying to drain the moisture from his body. Suddenly, a gigantic 10-headed sun snake sprang out of the magma, its body entwined with blazing flames, all 10 heads open wide, shooting scorching fireballs at him. Li Xiaobo quickly activated his Thunder Wings soul bone and thrust the reverse divine spear. He calmly observed the 10-headed sun snake's movements, looking for its flaws. The snake's attacks were extremely ferocious, but Li Xiaobo skillfully dodged while using the Thunder Wings to restrain it. Finally, he seized an opportunity, piercing one of the snake's heads with the reverse divine spear, slicing it off. At the same time, he unleashed the power of thunder, which penetrated the body of the 10-headed sun snake, dealing it a heavy blow. The 10-headed sun snake writhed in agony, and the remaining 9 heads attacked Li Xiaobo even more frantically. Unafraid, Li Xiaobo continued to thrust the reverse divine spear, repeatedly stabbing and severing the snake heads. Meanwhile, his thunder continuously ensnared the snake's body, limiting its movements. After a fierce struggle, Li Xiaobo finally severed all 10 heads of the 10-headed sun snake. The snake's body fell weakly to the ground, and the flames gradually extinguished. Li Xiaobo, panting from exhaustion, knew he could not let his guard down and pressed on. In the subsequent journey, Li Xiaobo encountered various perilous environments, but with his tenacious will and ever-improving strength, he overcame these difficulties one by one. When Li Xiaobo emerged from the road to hell, he radiated an invisible authority, forged from the trials between life and death. This journey not only tested his strength but also tempered his belief, laying a solid foundation for his future path in Douluo. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo successfully traversed the road to hell and returned to his original world. He emerged with a newfound resilience and maturity, having gained recognition in the realm of the god of slaughter. This road to hell was not only a test of his strength but also a baptism of his spirit. On this road filled with death and despair, he used courage and conviction to write a legend of his own. After leaving the city of slaughter, Li Xiaobo realized that although he had passed through the road to hell, the intense killing intent he had absorbed there was difficult to dissipate. This killing intent would occasionally surge uncontrollably, instilling both awe and fear in those around him. Li Xiaobo knew that this couldn't go on, so he decided to venture deep into the Douluo forest to vent the anger in his heart. Along the way, he encountered many soul beasts that coveted the treasures on him and were dissatisfied with the killing intent he exuded. But he tried to restrain himself and only intimidated them to retreat. Upon reaching a clearing in the depths of the Douluo forest, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, thrust the reverse divine spear into the ground, and began to circulate his soul power, attempting to guide the chaotic killing intent within him out. As the soul power circulated, the surrounding plants were knocked down. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old demon bear roared and charged at him, clearly enraged by his actions. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and decided not to suppress himself any longer. He drew the reverse divine spear and, with a flash of his figure, rushed towards the demon bear. The bear swung its massive paw at him, but Li Xiaobo nimbly sidestepped, then quickly thrust his spear towards the bear's abdomen. The bear yelped in pain, its roar becoming even more thunderous. It slammed its paws into the ground, sending waves of dirt rushing towards Li Xiaobo. He spread his thunder wings and flew into the air, then dove down, the reverse divine spear gleaming coldly. As the bear looked up to bite, Li Xiaobo forcibly twisted in midair, stabbing the spear into the bear's back. After struggling a few times, the bear fell to the ground with a crash. At this moment, Li Xiaobo felt much of the anger in his heart dissipate. He let out a long breath, looked into the distance, and resolved to embark on his journey across the Douluo continent again, seeking more unknown wonders. Chapter 73. Venting in slaughter in the vast, boundless, and mysterious soul beast forest. Li Xiaobo swiftly darted like a swallow. His figure was ghostly elusive and hard to grasp. At this moment, the anger deep within him was like a volcano about to erupt, hot and violent, eager to spew forth. Every roar from the soul beasts in this forest seemed to him an endless provocation and contempt. He tightly gripped the reverse divine spear in his hand, the blade glinting with a chilling, bloodthirsty light, as if craving the blood of enemies. As he approached, a massive soul beast suddenly turned to face him, its blood-red eyes filled with vigilance, fixating on the approaching Li Xiaobo. However, facing such a ferocious and powerful soul beast, there was no fear on Li Xiaobo's face, only a dismissive, cold smile. In an instant, he moved like lightning, his speed so fast it was nearly imperceptible. Simultaneously, the reverse divine spear traced a cruel arc through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. Seeing this, the soul beast opened its massive mouth and roared, pouncing towards Li Xiaobo with its sharp claws slicing through the air, creating a fierce wind. Unfortunately, despite the beast's seemingly unmatched attack, it only grazed the edge of Li Xiaobo's clothing. At the moment its claws missed, Li Xiaobo seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping into the air with a cold smile. Then, he thrust the spear into the soft, vulnerable abdomen of the soul beast with lightning speed. The heavily injured soul beast writhed in pain, letting out deafening roars. However, at this moment, Li Xiaobo's heart was as hard as iron, showing no mercy. He gripped the reverse divine spear tightly and began to spin wildly with all his strength. As he moved, the wound on the soul beast's abdomen was instantly torn open, and hot, red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobo's originally snow-white clothing was stained a shocking crimson. However, as he felt the warm blood splatter onto his skin, the overwhelming anger in his heart miraculously began to dissipate little by little. More and more soul beasts were attracted by the strong, pungent smell of blood, rushing in from all directions, surrounding him tightly. At this moment, he felt as if he were in the eye of a storm, surrounded by danger. Yet, facing such a dire situation, he showed no fear. On the contrary, a fierce burning fighting spirit ignited in his chest, as hot as a flame. He wielded the spear with great momentum, each swing creating a powerful gust of wind. Each precise thrust was accompanied by a dull roar. Every soul beast that fell under his spear became a tool for him to vent his inner pain. The severed limbs and broken bodies of the soul beasts flew through the air, blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground beneath him. His figure gradually became more and more blurred in the chaos of slaughter, merging with the forest thick with the scent of death. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only endless killing. Only this frenzied slaughter could bring him a moment of fleeting peace and calm. Each soul beast that fell seemed to provide a moment of solace to his tormented heart, and the long-repressed anger slowly dissipated. However, Li Xiaobo was very clear that relying on slaughtering soul beasts to vent his anger was an extremely violent and dangerous behavior. He should choose reasonable, legal, and healthful ways to adjust his emotions, such as immersing himself in sports and sweating profusely, or finding a close friend to confide in, expressing all his worries and frustrations, or calming down to listen to beautiful music, allowing his mood to gradually settle. Using violence to combat violence cannot truly solve problems. Maintaining reason and calmness is the goal he should strive for. However, despite knowing these truths, he could not control himself. The surging anger was like an incredibly fierce beast. Once released, it was difficult to tame. In the vast, boundless, and mysterious Star Doe forest, Li Xiaobo moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the trees. Every roaring sound from the soul beasts felt like endless provocation aimed at him. His resolute hands tightly gripped the reverse divine spear, its sharp blade glinting with a chilling, bloodthirsty light, like lightning in the night, captivating. As he approached with steady and powerful steps, a massive soul beast, as large as a hill, suddenly turned alert. This 10,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear had blood-red eyes filled with intense vigilance and hostility. It lowered its massive body, its limbs gripping the solid ground like steel spikes, occasionally letting out deep, menacing roars, seemingly trying to scare off this uninvited guest. However, facing such a ferocious soul beast, Li Xiaobo showed no fear. His figure moved like a gust of wind, instantly transforming into a flash of lightning charging forward. In an instant, the spear light traced a cold and merciless arc in the air, carrying immense force towards the dark gold terraclaw bear. Feeling the deadly threat, the soul beast roared in anger, opening its massive mouth and lunging at Li Xiaobo. Its incredibly sharp claws tore through the air, creating a sharp, piercing wind, aiming directly at Li Xiaobo. At this critical moment, Li Xiaobo, with his agile skills and extraordinary reaction speed, sidestepped just in time to narrowly avoid the soul beast's deadly strike, as its claws, capable of tearing through steel, merely brushed against the corner of his clothing. Without missing a beat, Li Xiaobo seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping into the air like an arrow released from a bow. He soared high into the sky, and then, gripping the reverse god spear tightly with both hands, he thrust it downward with the force of Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, aiming fiercely at the dark gold fear-claw bear below. The dark gold fear-claw bear, not to be outdone, swung its massive paw, as thick as a tree trunk, directly toward the rapidly descending spear tip. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In an instant, sand and stones flew, fierce winds howled, and nearby trees snapped and fell under the impact of this terrifying force. Despite the violent collision that left his arm slightly numb, Li Xiaobo's gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. The dark gold fear-claw bear let out a furious roar, and then its razor-sharp claws swept toward him with a whistling sound, the speed of the attack reminiscent of lightning streaking across the sky, leaving no room for evasion. However, Li Xiaobo's figure flickered, and with incredible agility, he sidestepped this lethal strike. At the same time, he rapidly channeled his powerful soul energy into the reverse god spear in his hand. In an instant, the reverse god spear emitted a dazzling brilliance, shining as brilliantly as a blazing sun. Li Xiaobo's gaze was piercing as he closely watched the movements of the dark golden claw bear, searching for the best moment to attack. Finally, when the bear paused slightly due to pain, he acted without hesitation. Holding the reverse divine spear, he charged forward like a released arrow and accurately thrust it into the bear's thick paw. The dark golden claw bear was severely wounded and let out a pained roar. In a fit of rage, its massive body stood upright, and its terrifying claws wildly waved in the air, creating fierce gusts of wind. Faced with such a ferocious counterattack, Li Xiaobo showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he moved with agility, quickly darting around to the back of the dark golden claw bear. Just as he was about to deliver a lethal strike to the bear's neck, suddenly, a mysterious large hand emerged from the void without warning and firmly grasped the reverse divine spear that Li Xiaobo was aiming at the bear. Shocked, Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly turned his head. He saw an elderly man in a black robe slowly materializing from the air. The old man's face was solemn, his eyes deep as the sea, emanating an invisible pressure. His voice was low and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent or defiance. He slowly said, "Young man, do not create more bloodshed." Li Xiaobo widened his eyes and stared fiercely at the mysterious old man who suddenly appeared before him, his face filled with anger as he questioned, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from killing this evil beast?" The old man in white had a solemn expression and sighed softly, saying, "I truly cannot bear to see you sink so low." After speaking, he gently waved his hand, and a soft yet overwhelming force instantly surged forth, gently pushing the gigantic, dark golden-furred fear-claw bear aside, just like a spring breeze. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo, who stood not far away, couldn't help but snort coldly. His face filled with rage as he said, "Stop acting here. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. These old beasts all deserve to die." His eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless killing intent and resentment. However, in the face of Li Xiaobo's fury, the old man simply shook his head slowly. Then, a powerful wave of soul power suddenly erupted from him, spreading outwards like a surging tide. Li Xiaobo felt as if he were being crushed by a mountain, instantly unable to move a muscle. "Child, although you harbor resentment and anger, you must not vent it indiscriminately on these innocent soul beasts," the old man advised earnestly. "Come with me. I will take you to find a way to truly resolve the turmoil in your heart." At that moment, though Li Xiaobo was unwilling and still wanted to struggle and resist, his body was completely out of control, and no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the mysterious old man in white slowly lifted him into the sky, gradually moving away from this place filled with bloodshed and slaughter. The dark golden fear-claw bear remained quietly in place, watching their departing figures. After a while, it let out a few roars towards the sky, its voice seemingly containing some complex emotions. Then, it moved its sturdy limbs and slowly turned to walk deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing into the dense woods. Li Xiaobo found himself in a strange yet beautiful place. A tranquil valley. The valley was adorned with a riot of colorful flowers, blooming vibrantly as if it were a splendid sea of blossoms. A crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, producing a crisp and melodious sound of flowing water. Everything here appeared so serene and lovely, contrasting sharply with the outside world, filled with dangers and bloody slaughter in the Soul Beast Forest, which felt like two entirely different worlds. The mysterious old man in white gently placed Li Xiaobo beside a huge rock and earnestly said to him, "Child, rest and meditate here. The tranquility of this place will help calm the anger in your heart and bring peace to your mind." Although deep down Li Xiaobo still harbored resistance towards the old man, at this moment his body was completely beyond his control, unable to move even a little. So he had no choice but to accept this arrangement. Time passed quickly, and days went by. At first, Li Xiaobo was filled with restlessness, constantly thinking about escaping this seemingly calm yet suffocating valley. However, as time went on, the peaceful atmosphere in the valley slowly seeped into his restless heart like a clear spring, gradually soothing the turmoil within him. He began to notice the adorable little animals frolicking among the flowers, living harmoniously together without any signs of conflict or strife. He also felt the gentle caress of the breeze on his face, like a mother's warm hand comforting a hurt child. All these beautiful sights and feelings gradually relaxed Li Xiaobo's originally tense nerves, until one night, when the entire valley was bathed in moonlight. Li Xiaobo quietly gazed up at the vast starry sky alone. The dazzling stars sparkled like jewels embedded in a black curtain. Yet as he looked at these stars, the painful memories he had experienced surged up uncontrollably in his mind, overwhelming him like a tide. Sadness, anger, and despair intertwined, making it impossible for him to suppress his inner grief, and tears streamed down his face. At that moment, the old man in white, who had been quietly watching over Li Xiaobo, appeared silently beside him. The old man slowly extended a hand, holding a pill that emitted a faint glow, and softly said, "Child, take this pill. It will help you see your true inner thoughts." Li Xiaobo hesitated, staring at the pill, pondering whether he should trust the old man's words. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately decided to take the risk and opened his mouth to swallow the pill. At that moment, it felt as if a mysterious light pierced through layers of fog, shining directly into the most hidden corners of his heart. The emotional knots that had tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free, began to melt away quietly, just like solid ice meeting the warm sun. Li Xiaobo stood in a daze, his mind surging like a tide, with scenes from the past flashing before him. He began to deeply reflect on his past behaviors, and the bloody and cruel images made him shiver with regret, especially when he realized that he had tried to relieve his inner pain by killing innocent soul beasts. A strong sense of guilt surged in his heart. From that day on, Li Xiaobo seemed to have changed into a different person. He actively followed the mysterious old man, humbly seeking guidance on the path of self-cultivation. Day after day, month after month, under the old man's careful teaching, the intense malice that once enveloped him gradually dissipated. Even the reverse divine spear, which had once instilled fear in countless enemies, no longer flashed with that heart-pounding, bloodthirsty light. Time passed, and unknowingly, Li Xiaobo had completely reigned in his hostility. He became calm and reserved, his eyes revealing a deep and tranquil demeanor. One day, under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze, the old man looked at the transformed Li Xiaobo with satisfaction, nodded, and slowly said, "Child, your temperament has greatly changed. It's time for you to leave this valley and experience the outside world." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation and replied, "What you say is true, senior. I will take my leave." Thus, with a heart full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness, Li Xiaobo embarked on a new journey. When he re-entered the bustling and complicated world, he immediately noticed the significant changes in his surroundings. The streets were bustling with traffic, and people hurried by. Everything felt both strange and familiar. Yet, the killing intent that had once been buried deep in his heart still lingered like a shadow. However, it could no longer dominate Li Xiaobo's thoughts and actions as it once did. In the following days, Li Xiaobo traveled alone, diligently helping those in need with the skills he had acquired. After each successful act of assistance, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. One day, while strolling along a mountain path, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. After inquiring, he learned that a nearby small village was being mercilessly harassed by a malevolent soul master, and the villagers were living in dire straits, suffering greatly. Li Xiaobo did not hesitate for a moment and immediately rushed towards the village. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the entire village in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere. The despicable evil soul masters were still rampantly committing violence, their arrogant laughter echoing through the sky. Looking at the unbearable scene before him, a flash of anger crossed Li Xiaobo's eyes. He tightly gripped the reverse god spear in his hand and took steps towards the group of evil soul masters. This time, the spear emitted not the cold, murderous aura of the past, but rather a powerful wave of soul power filled with justice and light. Li Xiaobo charged into the enemy ranks like a dragon entering the water. He showcased the skills he had learned in the valley, easily countering the attacks of the evil soul masters. Those evil soul masters initially thought he was just an ordinary soul master, but they never expected him to be so formidable. After a fierce battle, Li Xiaobo successfully drove away the evil soul masters and saved the village. The villagers cheered with joy, expressing their gratitude towards him. Standing in the center of the village, he looked at the laughing people and felt a surge of emotions. In that moment, he finally understood that true power does not come from slaughter, but from protection. After waving goodbye to the village, Li Xiaobo resolutely set off on his unknown and perilous journey once again. After several days of long trekking, he finally arrived at a seemingly ordinary small town. However, as soon as he stepped into the town, an indescribable eerie atmosphere surged towards him like a tide. After inquiring around, Li Xiaobo was astonished to learn that this small town had an ancient well that dated back many years. Recently, this well had been spewing thick black smoke continuously. And even more terrifying was the fact that anyone who dared to approach it had mysteriously disappeared without exception. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo did not choose to retreat or flee. Instead, his brave and fearless heart urged him to resolve to uncover the mysterious veil hidden behind this phenomenon. Thus, he held the formidable reverse divine gun tightly and cautiously walked toward the direction of the ancient well. Each step was taken with extreme caution as he remained fully alert to any signs of danger that might arise around him. Finally, Li Xiaobo reached the edge of the well. He saw that thick black smoke was continuously gushing out from the well, as if a giant beast with bared fangs and claws was about to pounce out from the depths of darkness. Faced with such a horrifying sight, Li Xiaobo remained unafraid. Gripping the reverse divine gun tightly, his muscles tense and maintaining a high level of vigilance at all times. Just as he was gradually approaching the well's opening, suddenly, the previously calm black smoke seemed to be enraged, rushing towards him with lightning speed and instantly enveloping him completely. In an instant, everything around him was pitch black, and he could not see his own hand. But Li Xiaobo did not lose his composure. He forced himself to calm down, quickly mobilizing the powerful soul energy within him to perform an exquisite technique in an attempt to dispel the annoying black smoke. As the soul energy circulated, the black smoke began to gradually dissipate. At that moment, the sight before Li Xiaobo left him utterly astonished. There was actually a hidden world beneath the well. Through the gradually clearing vision, he saw that deep down in the well, there seemed to be a massive seal, and at this moment, the seal had developed obvious cracks. It was clear that an extraordinarily powerful evil soul beast was desperately trying to break free from the shackles that had bound it for many years. Li Xiaobo knew very well that if he allowed this evil soul beast to break free from its seal and descend into the world, it would bring unprecedented disaster and catastrophe to the town. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. His figure flashed, and, like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed straight towards the bottom of the well, plunging into this life-and-death battle without looking back. During the confrontation with the evil soul beast, Li Xiaobo fully utilized the peaceful mindset he had cultivated through countless hardships in the deep valley. No matter how ferociously the soul beast attacked, he remained calm and composed, skillfully avoiding its lethal strikes time and again. Moreover, with his exceptional combat skills, he accurately seized the enemy's flaws at critical moments, delivering fierce counterattacks. In an instant, the entire space at the bottom of the well was filled with flashes of light and powerful energies, as a thrilling life-and-death struggle unfolded between man and soul beast. After an intense and thrilling battle, Li Xiaobo finally found the soul beast's fatal weakness. His eyes narrowed, and with a lightning-fast thrust of his long spear, he accurately struck its vital point. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the soul beast that had once posed a great threat to people collapsed, completely vanishing from this land. After eliminating the hidden danger, Li Xiaobo slowly emerged from the deep well. At this moment, the townspeople had already rushed over upon hearing the news surrounding him. Their eyes were filled with awe and gratitude, as if they were witnessing a hero descending to save the world. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Li Xiaobo revealed a faint smile and gently reassured them, "You don't have to worry. The danger has been eliminated." After saying this, he turned to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the town, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Thick dark clouds rapidly gathered, resembling a massive black curtain hanging above. In the distance, a giant figure could be seen swirling within the clouds. Li Xiaobo's heart sank, and he quickly looked up. When he saw what it was, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was a bloodthirsty demon wolf with 400,000 years of cultivation. It turned out that the evil soul beast Li Xiaobo had just defeated was merely a pawn set up by this demon wolf years ago. Its purpose was to absorb external energy to help itself break the seal and regain freedom. Now that the plan had failed, the demon wolf was naturally enraged and had come personally to seek revenge on Li Xiaobo. The demon wolf opened its massive mouth, unleashing a powerful torrent of black soul power that surged towards Li Xiaobo like a raging river. Faced with such a fierce attack, Li Xiaobo dared not be the slightest bit negligent. His figure flashed as he swiftly sidestepped this lethal blow. At the same time, the reverse god spear in his hand began to shine with dazzling light, continuously gathering soul power. Although the speed of the demon wolf was like lightning, Li Xiaobo, with his agile movements and superb martial arts, managed to avoid its ferocious pounces time and again at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, the man and the wolf had exchanged blows several times. Seizing the moment when the demon wolf missed again, Li Xiaobo took the opportunity to perform a beautiful flip onto the demon wolf's broad back, and without hesitation raised his spear to stab fiercely at its neck. Feeling its life threatened, the demon wolf went into a frenzy, violently shaking its body in an attempt to throw Li Xiaobo off. But Li Xiaobo tightly gripped the spear. His legs clamped around the demon wolf's abdomen as they engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Just as Li Xiaobo was about to make contact with the ground, he opened his eyes wide and began to chant incantations. His soul power surged like a blazing flame, wildly flowing. In the blink of an eye, he stabilized his form in midair, like a light bird hovering in the sky. Then, without hesitation, Li Xiaobo gripped the spear tightly with both hands, kicked off with great force, and shot towards the fierce demon wolf like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, a thrilling life-and-death contest unfolded between man and wolf. The two sides exchanged blows fiercely, neither yielding, and the intense battle lasted a long time. The long spear in Li Xiaobo's hand flew up and down, transforming into sharp beams of light, continuously launching attacks at the demon wolf, while the demon wolf, with its agile form and sharp claws, skillfully evaded Li Xiaobo's strikes time and again, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. As time passed, Li Xiaobo gradually felt his stamina depleting, and his breaths became increasingly rapid. In stark contrast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf seemed unaffected, growing bolder and launching even more ferocious attacks. Just when the situation was critical, a flash of inspiration struck Li Xiaobo's mind, and he suddenly recalled a technique he had comprehended in the deep valley. However, this technique would require consuming a vast majority of his soul power, but its power was incredibly formidable. With this thought, Li Xiaobo clenched his teeth. Determined to give it his all, he took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the reverse god spear in his hand. He saw his soul power continuously gathering to the tip of the spear, gradually forming a dazzling and brilliant glow, like the brightest star in the night sky. With a deafening roar, Li Xiaobo surged forward like a burning meteor, charging towards the demon wolf at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his figure. At the same time, the demon wolf keenly sensed the deadly threat from Li Xiaobo. It immediately opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and prepared to meet this thunderous blow with all its might. In an instant, when the two collided fiercely, a powerful and unmatched shockwave erupted. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this force, emitting piercing howls. Li Xiaobo's soul power poured into the demon wolf's body like a raging tide without reservation. The demon wolf immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain and couldn't help but let out a heart-rending howl. However, the demon wolf did not easily fall to the ground. Despite being heavily injured and on the brink of death, it still summoned the last of its strength with tenacious will and survival instinct. It opened its massive mouth, letting out a mournful roar, and then, with all its might, swung its incredibly sharp claws, pouncing towards Li Xiaobo like lightning. Li Xiaobo watched as the fierce attack rushed toward him with no way to dodge. In an instant, he felt a chill rising from his spine, and images of his impending injury flashed through his mind. Just at that critical moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly rushed in from a distant place, shining brilliantly like a meteor streaking across the night sky. This beam of light accurately struck the demon wolf that was about to deliver a fatal blow to Li Xiaobo. It turned out that the person who came to his aid at this crucial moment was the mysterious old man in white who had once helped Li Xiaobo dispel the negativity in his heart. With the beam hitting its target, the previously menacing demon wolf was immediately severely injured, its body jolting violently as it spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the demon wolf was already at the end of its strength, and after receiving this double blow, it could no longer support its massive body, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity. He quickly adjusted his state, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Then he gathered all his soul power into the tip of his spear, causing it to emit a dazzling glow in an instant. Following that, Li Xiaobo shouted loudly and thrust the spear with the force of a thunderbolt toward the demon wolf's forehead. With a muffled sound, the spear penetrated the demon wolf's hard skull without any obstruction, deeply embedding itself in its brain. Suffering such a fatal blow, the demon wolf's massive body trembled violently a few times before finally losing all life and crashing to the ground. Seeing that the demon wolf was dead, Li Xiaobo let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed. After resting for a moment, Li Xiaobo slowly walked over to the demon wolf's corpse. According to the customs of soul masters, if one could personally hunt down a powerful soul beast, they would be eligible to absorb its soul ring, thereby gaining even greater power. The dead demon wolf before him was a super soul beast with 400,000 years of cultivation. The soul ring it contained was undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure for Li Xiaobo. Therefore, without hesitation, Li Xiaobo sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to mobilize his soul power, systematically operating according to specific mental techniques. Initially, when he just established a connection with the demon wolf's soul ring, a surge of immense power rushed into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. This power was so overwhelming and violent that Li Xiaobo felt unbearable throbbing pain throughout his meridians. However, he knew that he could not give up at this moment. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but he might also suffer a backlash from the soul ring's power, with unimaginable consequences. Thus, even amidst the pain, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth and persevered. As the absorption deepened, fragments of the demon wolf's memories surged into his mind like a tide. It was as if he had personally experienced the various hardships the demon wolf faced since its childhood. Back then, it was a weak and lonely cub wandering alone in the vast forest, surrounded by unknown dangers and threats that filled it with immense fear and helplessness. As it grew up, it had to participate in increasingly brutal fights for survival, each time hanging by a thread, only able to continue living by defeating its opponents. Yet fate was cruel, and ultimately, it was unfortunate enough to be sealed away by a powerful force, descending into a long and painful slumber, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Li Xiaobo witnessed these scenes, feeling a mix of emotions. Originally, he viewed soul beasts as mere emotionless monsters that only knew how to kill, but at this moment, through these fragments of memory, he truly realized that they also possessed life, with their own unique experiences and emotions. Just then, without warning, a surge of overwhelming dark power, like a ferocious beast, pounced on him with claws bared, attempting to erode his mind. Li Xiaobo suddenly came to his senses, not daring to slack off for even a moment, and hurriedly focused all his attention on dealing with this sudden crisis. He could see the veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat as big as beans slid down his cheeks, quickly soaking his clothes. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he worked hard to recall the calming technique recorded in the inheritance deep within his mind. After taking a deep breath, he attempted to guide the violent dark power according to the method described, gradually bringing it back to a normal trajectory. This arduous struggle continued for a long time, with each minute and second feeling like a year to Li Xiaobo. But he gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope. Finally, hard work paid off. After a long period of relentless effort, he successfully tamed the dark power and completely transformed the soul ring of the magic wolf into his own strength. At this moment, Li Xiaobo slowly stood up, feeling an unprecedented surge of power throughout his body. He could clearly sense that the soul power within him had become increasingly majestic and overwhelming, like a mighty river flowing endlessly. At the same time, having just experienced the baptism of the magic wolf's memories, his understanding of the soul beast community had also reached a whole new height. He quietly gazed into the distance, his eyes firm and profound. Deep within his heart, he silently vowed. From now on, he would find that delicate balance between protecting human safety and respecting the lives of soul beasts, never again slaughtering them wantonly as before. For he understood that both humans and soul beasts have their own value and significance in this magical continent. Li Xiaobo walked forward with steadfast and steady steps. Time flew by, and the journey was long, but his heart was always filled with anticipation and longing for the destination. Finally, after a long trek, a magnificent and bustling city appeared before him, the renowned Tiando city. As soon as he stepped through the city gate, Li Xiaobo was struck by the throngs of people bustling about. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Street performers showcased their talents, captivating passersby with their incredible acts. Children ran past, laughing and playing, leaving behind a trail of sweet, bell-like laughter. All of this made Li Xiaobo feel both familiar and strange, as memories from the past surged in like a tide. This place had once been where he grew up, holding too many beautiful memories. The kind faces of his parents at home, the innocent smiles of childhood friends, and the carefree days they spent together. Now, returning to this familiar place, although the city remained as vibrant as ever, the passage of time had already left deep and shallow marks on everyone. Li Xiaobo slowly walked through the familiar streets of Tiando City, and a surge of emotions welled up in his heart. Each step seemed to tread on the footprints of the past, and every scene could evoke an unforgettable memory. Just as he was immersed in reminiscing, a melodious flute tune suddenly reached his ears. The sound was like music from heaven, crisp and pleasant, yet contained endless feelings of longing. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but stop, quietly listening to the enchanting melody. The sound of the flute seemed to possess a magical power, transporting him back to a distant time. He was young and reckless then, full of dreams and vitality. They had gathered here to share each other's joys and sorrows. Before he knew it, tears blurred his vision, and the figure of the flutist gradually disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 74. Return. Li Xiaobo stood at the entrance of the courtyard, taking a deep breath as if to inhale the familiar, yet unfamiliar scent into his lungs. He slowly lifted his foot, step by step walking into the courtyard, each step feeling somewhat heavy. The layout of the courtyard was still exactly the same as he remembered, with not a single change. The stone table, the stone benches, and that small pond were all in their original places. However, the flowers, grass, and trees surrounding it seemed to be more lush than before, vibrant and full of life, adding a lot of vitality to the entire courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, his gaze involuntarily fell on the chair in the center. There sat his father, Li Lingtian, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "Xiaobo, you're back." Li Lingtian's voice trembled slightly, clearly very emotional. Hearing his father's call, Li Xiaobo's eyes instantly turned red, and his throat felt choked as if something was stuck in it. And it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Dad, I'm back." Li Lingtian saw this and quickly stood up, striding towards Li Xiaobo. He carefully examined his son from head to toe, his eyes filled with concern. "You must have suffered outside these years," he said, reaching out to gently pat Li Xiaobo's shoulder, as if trying to convey some strength and comfort to him through this gesture. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. It was Feng Linger, who had rushed out from the inner room upon hearing that her son had returned. The moment she saw Li Xiaobo, tears streamed down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. "My son, we worry about you every day," she said, wiping her tears as she quickly walked towards Li Xiaobo and tightly embraced him. Li Xiaobo felt the warmth of his mother's embrace, and his heart was filled with guilt. "Mom, I haven't been a good son, and I've made you worry," he said softly. The three of them hugged and cried together, and it took a while for their emotions to gradually calm down. Then, they all sat down on the chair, and Li Xiaobo began to recount his experiences of venturing out over the years. To avoid making his parents too worried, he deliberately omitted the dangerous and difficult parts. But even so, his parents still keenly sensed the challenges from his words. "Don't go out and take risks anymore. Just stay at home and be well," his mother said, holding Li Xiaobo's hand tightly, her tone filled with concern and worry. In her somewhat weathered eyes, there was a deep love and reluctance for her son. Li Xiaobo looked at his mother, his expression filled with hesitation. He He bit his lip and softly replied, "But Mom, there are still many important things outside waiting for me to accomplish." His gaze flickered uncertainly, clearly indicating that he was experiencing an intense inner struggle. Seeing this, Li Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his son had grown up with his own ideals and pursuits. So he said earnestly, "My child, you have grown up now and have your own opinions and thoughts. But no matter what, you must remember that this will always be your home. We will always be here, thinking of you and waiting for your return." After saying this, he patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, offering him silent support and encouragement. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Xiaobo nodded heavily. He secretly resolved to spend more time with his family in the limited time he had left, fulfilling his duty as a son. However, he also did not want to easily give up on the unknown challenges and dreams that lay ahead. Just then, a clear and pleasant shout came from outside. "Xiaobo, you really came back." This voice was like a spring warbler's song, breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere in the room. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a figure rushing in like a whirlwind. It was Yan Yueshi, bouncing into the room like a joyful little deer. As soon as Li Xiaobo saw Yan Yueshi, his eyes instantly lit up, as if brilliant starlight had suddenly burst forth in the night sky. He hurriedly stood up and walked quickly towards her. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, they both felt a bit shy and didn't know what to say. After a moment, it was Li Xiaobo who spoke first. "Yueshi, long time no see." As he said this, he subconsciously scratched his head, a faint blush involuntarily appearing on his face. "Oof. It took you so many years to come back. Have you completely forgotten about me?" Yan Yueshi pouted her cherry-like lips in a playful manner, pretending to be angry. "Oh dear sister, how could I possibly forget you?" Li Xiaobo, seeing this, quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner, his face full of eagerness and a desire to please. Yan Yueshi then circled around Li Xiaobo like a light butterfly, her beautiful eyes carefully examining him from head to toe, and then she gently opened her lips and said, "You do seem to have matured and become more composed than before." After saying that, she slightly nodded, indicating her satisfaction. Soon after, everyone gathered around and started chatting warmly. Yan Yueshi's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly asked Li Xiaobo about the various interesting experiences he had during his years away. Li Xiaobo, also in high spirits, recounted those stories that were either amusing or thrilling, making the people present laugh heartily at times and exclaim in awe at others. Especially when he described certain heart-pounding moments. Yan Yueshi beside him couldn't help but clench her little pink fist tightly, as if she were experiencing it herself, her heart racing. In this way, time quietly passed amidst laughter and joy, and before they knew it, night had gradually fallen. Seeing that it was getting late, Yan Yueshi stood up to bid farewell and prepare to go home. Naturally, Li Xiaobo, being a true gentleman, personally escorted her to her doorstep. Just as Yan Yueshi was about to turn and leave, she suddenly looked back with a smile and sweetly said to Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo ji, welcome back. I really hope that next time I have the chance to experience those exciting adventures with you." After saying this, she playfully winked at him. Li Xiaobo stood quietly in place, his gaze gentle as water, watching Yan Yuetian's graceful figure gradually fade away at the end of the road. At this moment, his heart felt as if it were gently brushed by a warm current, filled with warmth and tranquility, because this land so familiar, and the lovely and charming girl before him, made him feel a long-lost sense of intimacy and belonging. Li Xiaobo slowly pushed open the door and immediately saw his parents still sitting there, a faint smile on their faces. His mother spoke first, her kind face radiating warmth as she softly said, "Yushi is such a lovely child. She's becoming more and more adorable." Hearing his mother praise Yan Yueshi like that, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a rush of shyness. His face turned slightly red, and he smiled bashfully, but inside, ripples of emotion stirred within him. As night fell, the moonlight poured in like water, casting a gentle glow by the window. Li Xiaobo lay quietly on his soft bed, yet his thoughts raced like wild horses, refusing to settle. Yan Yueshi's blooming smile kept flashing in his mind, as vivid as if it were happening right before him. Her beautiful face and those bright, sparkling eyes were deeply imprinted in his heart. Thus, Li Xiaobo tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep for a long time, his mind filled with Yan Yueshi's every frown and smile. When the first light of dawn broke through the darkness and quietly climbed onto the windowsill, Li Xiaobo had already gotten out of bed early. After a quick wash, he began to tackle the day's tasks. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was noon. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, a sound neither too loud nor too soft, but enough to catch the attention of those inside. Li Xiaobo quickly walked to the door and gently pulled it open. Standing at the doorway was a familiar figure, Ma Ronghua. It turned out that Ma Ronghua had come to visit this long-lost friend after hearing that Li Xiaobo had returned to the Li family. Ma Ronghua walked into the room with excitement, unable to wait to share various fresh and interesting news he had recently obtained. Among the things that excited Li Xiaobo the most was the legend of a mysterious soul beast forest. According to the rumors, there was a powerful soul beast hidden in that forest, possessing a strength that was astonishing and unprecedented. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiaobo felt a stir in his heart, and a strong desire surged within him. However, at that moment, a promise he had made to his parents suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to hesitate. Ma Ronghua, being incredibly perceptive, quickly sensed Li Xiaobo's inner struggle and conflict. He smiled slightly, patted Li Xiaobo on the shoulder, and comfortingly said, "Xiaobo, I know you're worried about your mother, but it's okay. You can take some time to be with them first, and once everything is arranged, you can go after that soul beast later." After hearing Ma Ronghua's thoughtful words, Li Xiaobo felt a wave of emotion. He looked at him gratefully and patted Ma Ronghua's shoulder firmly, indicating that he would seriously consider the matter. In the following days, Li Xiaobo accompanied his family while contemplating the matter of his second martial soul ring. Now that he was at level 94, he didn't need to rush to increase his soul power. However, he still needed to carefully search for the soul ring of his second martial soul, as well as the third martial soul, the 100 Herbs map, since he still didn't have a single soul ring for it. After several days of intense inner struggle and careful consideration, Li Xiaobo finally made a significant decision. He walked up to his parents with firm and powerful steps. With a serious and sincere expression, he said, "Father, Mother, after much contemplation, I have made up my mind to seek out that rumored powerful soul beast. I understand that this journey is fraught with danger, but I believe that if I can successfully obtain its power, it will greatly benefit the enhancement of my martial soul." Upon hearing this, Li's father and mother exchanged glances, seeing worry and hesitation in each other's eyes. However, looking at their son's resolute face and the flicker of desire in his eyes, the couple eventually nodded slowly, indicating their agreement. Overjoyed at receiving his parents' permission, Li Xiaobo immediately packed his bag and invited Ma Ronghua to embark on this journey filled with unknowns and challenges. The two walked side by side, heading towards the legendary mysterious soul beast forest. Along the way, Ma Ronghua continuously shared valuable information he had gathered about soul beasts of various elemental attributes, drawing on the experiences he had accumulated over the years. This knowledge shone like a bright lamp, illuminating Li Xiaobo's path forward. As they delved deeper into the forest, a mysterious and unpredictable aura began to envelop them. Towering trees blocked out the sun, with dense branches intertwining to form a green canopy. The ground was covered with thick layers of fallen leaves and weeds, and strange sounds occasionally echoed from a distance, sending chills down their spines. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth, revealing a massive soul beast before them. This soul beast was as large as a mountain, radiating a gentle and peaceful glow, as if a brilliant sun had descended to the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a sheep-like creature, but its fur was as white as snow, shimmering with a soft radiance. Undoubtedly, this was a powerful soul beast with a light attribute. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Li Xiaobo felt no fear and was instantly ready for battle. However, just as he was about to take action, he was surprised to find that the soul beast showed no hostility. Furthermore, from its deep and bright eyes, Li Xiaobo even sensed a glimmer of intelligence. Then, unexpectedly, the seemingly fierce soul beast spoke. Its deep and magnetic voice resonated in the air. "Young man, you must have barged in here to look for a suitable soul ring, right? But don't rush. I know of a place where there exists a soul beast that is more suited to your needs." Li Xiaobo was filled with shock and confusion upon hearing the soul beast's words. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing, his mouth slightly agape, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Ma Ronghua beside him also looked astonished, and the two exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. However, curiosity ultimately triumphed over fear, and Li Xiaobo and Ma Ronghua decided to follow the direction indicated by the soul beast to seek out that legendary extraordinary soul beast. Along the way, they cautiously navigated through the dense forest, with unknown sounds occasionally sending shivers down their spines. But in pursuit of greater power, they gritted their teeth and pressed forward. After a strenuous trek, they finally arrived at the most hidden place mentioned by the soul beast. Here, the trees towered high, and sunlight could barely penetrate the cover of the leaves, making the entire area appear particularly eerie and dark. The surroundings were utterly silent. Not a breeze stirred, and even the sound of birds was absent, creating an unsettling quiet. At that moment, without warning, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Li Xiaobo and Ma Ronghua's hearts tightened, and they quickly looked around alertly. They saw the ground nearby, slowly rising, and a gigantic soul beast, radiating colorful light, gradually emerged from the earth. Its form was as agile as a leopard, long and fit, with muscular limbs that exuded explosive power. In the blink of an eye, this soul beast began to rapidly circle around Li Xiaobo and Ma Ronghua, creating a fierce gust of wind. Li Xiaobo felt the powerful soul power fluctuations emanating from this old beast and couldn't help but gasp. That kind of strength was like surging waves, crashing against his mental defenses one after another. Moreover, he was astonished to find that this soul power had a strange sense of resonance with his own martial soul, as if the two were a pair destined to be together. At this moment, the strange soul beast stopped, quietly gazing at Li Xiaobo, its eyes revealing a sense of majesty and scrutiny. It seemed to be judging whether this human in front of it possessed the qualifications to carry the immense power it contained. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions, and then concentrated all his energy, releasing the essence of his martial soul in an attempt to communicate with the soul beast. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Finally, after a long wait, the soul beast let out a long howl that resonated through the clouds, echoing throughout the entire forest. This howl seemed to be a recognition of Li Xiaobo, indicating its willingness to become his soul ring and assist him on his journey to a higher level of cultivation. Li Xiaobo was overjoyed at the sight and immediately unleashed his soul skill, preparing to absorb this rare and precious soul ring. At the same time, Ma Ronghua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, focusing entirely on guarding beside him, closely monitoring any potential danger that might arise around them, in case someone or some other creature came to interfere. After a long and arduous effort, Li Xiaobo finally succeeded in incorporating this immensely powerful soul ring into his possession. At that moment, a surging wave of power instantly swept through his entire body, as if an endless torrent was rushing through his meridians. He clearly felt his strength rising at an astonishing speed, especially his relatively weaker second martial soul, which at this moment burned like a lit bonfire, releasing an unprecedented powerful aura and radiance. At the same time, even his third martial soul, the herbal chart, which had always been hidden and rarely showed any signs, began to tremble slightly, emanating a hint of vitality, as if it were about to awaken from its slumber. Li Xiaobo slowly stood up, closing his eyes tightly, quietly feeling the surging soul power within him like waves. The sense of fullness and strength made his heart surge with excitement, hard to suppress. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with confidence and excitement. He turned to Ma Ronghua beside him and said, "I really owe it to you for successfully absorbing this soul ring. Without your help and support, I might have found it difficult to reach this step." Ma Ronghua quickly waved his hand and smiled in response. "Xiaobo, you are too polite. It is my honor to help you. And all of this is your own fortuitous opportunity." After saying that, the two exchanged smiles and then prepared to leave this mysterious forest together. However, just as they took a few steps forward, suddenly a melodious flute sound, like the voice of heaven, came from not far away. The beautiful melody, like an invisible hand, gently guided their steps. Thus, they involuntarily followed the direction of the sound. Before long, they arrived at an open grassy area, where they saw a man dressed in a snow-white robe standing leisurely, holding a jade-green flute, intently playing a captivating tune. The gentle breeze brushed by, making his garments flutter, giving the white-robed man an otherworldly appearance, as if he were an immortal descended from the heavens. Li Xiaobo gazed at the man in white from a distance, feeling an inexplicable strange sensation rising within him. He always felt that the person in front of him had an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an undeniable charm, and more importantly, there was a lingering sense of familiarity that he couldn't shake off. Beside him, Ma Ronghua noticed and couldn't help but lower his voice to remind him. "This person looks quite mysterious. Xiaobo, you should be extra cautious." Before he finished speaking, the man in white happened to stop playing, put down his flute, and turned to look in their direction. His gaze first quickly scanned Ma Ronghua, then landed on Li Xiaobo and paused for a moment. Immediately afterward, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said, I didn't expect you to gain the recognition of that soul beast. It seems you do have some real skills. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the man in front of him, who was dressed in a pure white long robe and exuded an extraordinary aura. With a slightly heavy voice, he asked, "Who exactly are you, sir? And why are you here?" The man in white smiled faintly, his lips curling up slightly, and replied softly, "I am Baze. I have a general understanding of many events that have occurred in this vast forest." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, and he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that the legendary mysterious being, Baze, was truly standing before him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and showed great interest in Baze's words. At this point, Baze continued, "Although you are fortunate to have obtained an incredibly powerful soul ring, your path of cultivation is still long and arduous, especially regarding your third martial soul. The 100 Herbs diagram. If you want it to fully awaken and unleash its true power, you must find 5 extremely rare and special herbs." Li Xiaobo frowned and asked, "Which 5 herbs?" Bai Zhe gently shook his head. "I can only tell you that you already have one in your hand." Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth. "Which one? No matter how difficult it is, I will find the other 4. Ma Ronghua patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Xiaobo, I'll accompany you." Bai Zhe said, "These 5 herbs represent the 5 elements of heaven and earth. You carry the legacy of the true dragon. You should know about the birth of the primordial world. The world in the 100 Herbs diagram is an incomplete world." Li Xiaobo lowered his head in contemplation. Although he was aware of the true dragon inheritance, he was still in the dark about the world within the 100 Herbs diagram. "What herbs do I actually have on me?" he asked, looking up. Bai Zhe crossed his arms and said leisurely, "What you have is a white lotus with a trace of the pure world white lotus bloodline. This lotus can nourish the growth of all things and is closely related to your martial soul from the 100 Herbs diagram. The remaining 4 plants correspond to metal, wood, fire, and earth. They are located in extremely dangerous places, such as the fire lotus in the Flame Valley and the wood lotus in the Starry Forest. They all grow in areas rich in their corresponding attributes." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, his eyes determined. "No matter what, I must gather these 5 lotus flowers." Ma Ronghua also nodded heavily. Bai Zhe smiled faintly. "This journey is extremely difficult, but with each herb you find, the seal on your herbal diagram martial soul will be unlocked layer by layer. When all 5 are gathered, not only will your herbal diagram completely awaken, but perhaps it can also reshape that incomplete world. Moreover, there is not just one of these 5 lotus flowers, as they only possess a trace of bloodline. However, you need to cultivate them for 100,000 years. Of course, the longer the better. Otherwise, you won't be able to find them, right?" Li Xiaobo was shocked, fully aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. He knew that this was just the first step in awakening the 100 Herbs diagram, but as long as he persevered, he believed that one day he would be able to fully awaken the 3rd martial soul and continue to grow stronger on this challenging path of cultivation. After listening, Li Xiaobo quickly thanked Baze and expressed that he would definitely take time in the future to explore. After all, he had now become a titled Douluo with a strength level of 94, possessing enough time to complete this arduous task. Although the road ahead was filled with countless unknowns and challenges, his heart was already ignited with fighting spirit, secretly determined to gather those precious herbs and completely awaken the long-dormant herbalist martial soul, showcasing its earth-shattering power. He knew that the fruitful results of this endeavor would completely rewrite his future cultivation journey. Soon after, he and Ma Ronghua hurriedly bid farewell to the mysterious and perilous Soul Beast Forest, making their way home in a hurry. When they finally arrived home, his excited heart was still beating wildly, and the overwhelming joy made him eager to share this thrilling adventure with everyone. Thus, he animatedly described to his parents and Yin Yuesher all the thrilling and exciting experiences he had encountered along the way. Hearing about their son's incredible adventure, his parents looked pleased. Yin Yuesher beside them listened with bright eyes and a joyful heart, occasionally revealing admiration and affection for Li Xiaobo. As expected, after a hard search, they successfully found the unique and rare soul beast they had been looking for. Because of this, Li Xiaobo smoothly obtained the soul ring he had always dreamed of. This unexpected joy truly exceeded everyone's initial expectations, keeping him immersed in happiness on the way back. Constantly imagining how to detail the experience to his family and Yin Yuesher upon returning home. Before long, Li Xiaobo and Ma Ronghua rushed back to the Li residence at lightning speed. As soon as they stepped through the gate, their parents and Yin Yuesher, who had been eagerly waiting, quickly approached them. Before anyone could ask, Li Xiaobo could no longer contain his passionate excitement and began to talk nonstop about his legendary experience of obtaining the Soul Ring, like a rapid-fire barrage. He was sometimes animatedly gesturing, sometimes illustrating with his hands and feet, telling the entire story with ups and downs that captivated everyone. The people gathered around were all focused, listening as if entranced, as if they were experiencing it themselves. Especially Yin Yueshi, her bright and enchanting eyes were fixed on Li Xiaobo, with an unmistakable glow of admiration shining in her gaze, like the brilliant stars in the night sky. In the following days, Li Xiaobo plunged into the secret chamber, closed the stone door, and embarked on a long and arduous journey of closed-door cultivation. He knew that perfectly integrating this brand new soul ring into himself would not be easy. It could only be achieved through relentless effort and focused study. Time passed quietly, and several weeks slipped by. Finally, on a sunny morning, the heavy stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened, and a figure stepped out from inside. It was Li Xiaobo, who, after this period of hard training and seclusion, had undergone a complete transformation. The slightly restless aura he once had was now replaced by calmness, and his deep gaze resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky, making it difficult for others to glimpse his true thoughts. As soon as Li Xiaobo emerged from his confinement, he couldn't contain his excitement. He was filled with joy and eager to share his achievements. The first person that came to his mind was Yin Yueshi, the girl who always brought him warmth and support. Without hesitation, he hurried to where Yin Yueshi was and eagerly said, "Yueshi, come with me quickly. I want to show you something amazing." Seeing Li Xiaobo so excited, Yin Yueshi was filled with curiosity and followed him without a second thought to a vast open area in the outskirts. Upon arriving at the destination, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and concentrated on channeling his soul power. In an instant, colorful lights burst forth like fireworks, dazzling and mesmerizing. At the same time, the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees seemed to sense a mysterious force calling them, stretching their branches and leaves, radiating unprecedented vitality. Yin Yueshi widened her eyes at the magical scene before her, unable to help but applaud and cheer loudly. Hearing Yin Yueshi's cheers, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Xiaobo's face. He retracted his soul power and walked towards Yin Yueshi with light steps. Yin Yueshi, like a joyful little deer, bounced up to him, grabbed his arm, and playfully said, "Xiaobo, you're amazing." However, just as they were immersed in joy, Li Xiaobo's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly looked up at the distant horizon, his brows furrowed and his expression serious, saying, "Not good. It seems there is a powerful and dangerous presence approaching quickly." Upon hearing this, the smile on Yin Yueshi's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of terror. She instinctively grabbed Li Xiaobo's arm tightly and said, "Xiaobo, no matter what, I will be with you." Suddenly, a group of men in black emerged from all directions. The leader coldly said, "Li Xiaobo, today is your day of death." Li Xiaobo protected Yin Yueshi behind him and asked, "Who are you?" The man sneered, "No need to ask, just die." The men in black launched their attacks. Li Xiaobo unleashed his soul power, easily blocking the attacks of several people. However, the number of black-clad individuals was numerous, and their coordination was seamless. Li Xiaobo realized he had to end the fight quickly. He shouted lowly, and his soul power erupted around him, forming a protective barrier around Yin Yueshi. Then, he took the initiative to attack, charging towards the leader of the black-clad individuals. His figure transformed into a streak of light, instantly closing in on the leader, and he threw a punch. The leader sidestepped to evade while counterattacking with a kick. Li Xiaobo blocked with his other hand, using the force to leap into the air, forming hand seals, and a blade of soul power slashed down towards the group of black-clad individuals below. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from afar, "Stop!" The movements of the black-clad individuals paused. An old man slowly walked over. It turned out to be an elder from his family. The elder glanced at the black-clad individuals and coldly snorted, "You dare to violate the agreement and take action against my Li family." The leader of the black-clad individual's expression changed slightly. "Old man, mind your own business." The elder's eyes widened in anger, and he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of soul power that directly sent several black-clad individuals flying. Seeing this, the other black-clad individuals retreated in unison. The leader gritted his teeth and led his subordinates away in defeat. Li Xiaobo let out a sigh of relief and turned to comfort the frightened Yin Yueshi. An elder from the clan stepped forward and said seriously, "Xiaobo, this matter is probably not that simple. These people are backed by the Blue Electric Tyrant sect." Li Xiaobo nodded, already having some guesses in his mind. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists and asked, "Elder, why is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect targeting me?" The elder shook his head and replied, "Our Li family is growing rapidly now, which threatens their interests. They will not allow potential rivals to exist." Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment and said, "No matter what, I will make them pay the price." Chapter 75. The intruder at the Eye of Ice and Fire time passed like a fleeting shadow, quietly slipping away during these ordinary days. At this point, Li Xiaobo had already become a 95-level super Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master world. Because of this, he was no longer as obsessed and dedicated to cultivation as he had been in the past. Nowadays, he spent most of his time accompanying Yin Yuesher. They often strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of Heavendo City, walking through every street and corner together. He hoped to make up for the 3 lost years, allowing Yin Yuesher to feel his abundant love and care. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The two of them, hand in hand, were strolling leisurely through the lively market of Heavendo City. Suddenly, a commotion broke the originally peaceful atmosphere. Following the sound, they saw a group of uniformly dressed spirit masters with cold expressions swiftly chasing after a petite little girl. Although the girl emitted faint fluctuations of soul power, it was clearly very weak. Faced with this aggressive group of spirit masters, her face was filled with fear, and her steps were unsteady, as if she could fall to the ground at any moment. Li Xiaobo frowned slightly upon seeing the situation, and his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Almost in an instant, he shot out like lightning, positioning himself firmly in front of the little girl. The group of soul masters couldn't help but stop in their tracks upon witnessing this. The leading soul master stepped forward and shouted at Li Xiaobo, "You shouldn't meddle in our affairs. This is the descendant of an evil soul master that our spirit hall is pursuing. Please step aside quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble for yourself." Li Xiaobo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful cold smile, and his voice seemed to squeeze out between his teeth. "Humph! How could such a small child possibly be an evil soul master? Are you blind or out of your mind to reach such an absurd conclusion?" Hearing this, Yin Yuesher quickly stepped forward. She gently extended her hands, softly grasping the little girl's slightly trembling hand and protecting her behind herself. Then, Yin Yuesher crouched down to meet the little girl's gaze, using a voice as gentle as a spring breeze to softly comfort her. "Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm here, and no one can hurt you." However, the soul masters clearly remained unconvinced and continued to try to argue. At that moment, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly widened, and an unmatched, powerful aura erupted from him. This aura surged like a terrifying wave, instantly sweeping across the scene. Following that, a brilliant light burst forth from within Li Xiaobo, accompanied by a soft, buzzing sound. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that he had released the terrifying aura of a level 95 super Douluo. Feeling this suffocating pressure, the previously arrogant soul masters turned pale, terrified, and their legs trembled involuntarily. After a moment, these soul masters could no longer care about anything else and turned to flee in panic. Watching their embarrassed, retreating figures, Li Xiaobo snorted coldly and withdrew his aura. At this moment, the little girl, who had been hiding behind Yin Yuesher, timidly peeked out. Her big, watery eyes were filled with gratitude, and tears kept swirling in her eyes. Finally, the little girl mustered her courage, looked up at Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher, and choked out, thank you, brother and sister, for saving me," before she couldn't help but start sobbing again. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. He slowly walked in front of the little girl, bent down, gently stroked her head, and said softly, "Don't cry, little girl. From now on, you can live with us. As long as I and your sister are here, no one will dare to bully you again." Hearing this, the little girl was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Thus, the little girl began to live with Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher. In the following days, the two devoted themselves to teaching the little girl the orthodox soul power techniques. They not only patiently explained various cultivation skills and key points, but also often demonstrated personally to help her better grasp the essentials. The little girl was very well behaved and understanding. She studied hard and made rapid progress. As time went by, her strength increased, and she gradually became an outstanding soul master. Meanwhile, during this time of caring for the little girl together, the relationship between Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher deepened. They supported each other, cared for each other, and witnessed the little girl's growth together. Unknowingly, a feeling called love quietly took root and blossomed in their hearts. However, the peaceful days were as fleeting as a flash in the pan. Soon, the Spirit Hall learned through certain channels that the little girl had not been eliminated as they wished, but had instead been fortunate enough to be adopted by Li Xiaobo, which instantly enraged them. On a sunny day, a group of powerful and aggressive Spirit Hall soul saints suddenly descended upon the place where Li Xiaobo and the others lived. The leader, with a gloomy expression and cold gaze, said in a chilling voice, "The descendant of that evil soul master must be handed over to us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo instantly burned with anger, his eyes wide open as he stared fiercely at the other party, shouting sternly, "I have said many times that she is not an evil soul master at all. If you insist on being stubborn and refuse to listen, then you should first ask my fists if they agree." At this moment, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if a single spark could ignite a world-shaking battle. Just when both sides were in a deadlock, with swords drawn, the little girl, who had been trembling behind Li Xiaobo, bravely stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, she slowly stretched out her hands, and then a pure and holy soul power surged continuously from her small body. This soul power was not only much stronger than ever before, but also emitted a warm aura that was refreshing, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. It turned out that this seemingly weak and helpless little girl had been silently hiding her true power. After this crisis, she finally decided not to hide anymore and to show the world her unique side. To everyone's surprise, her martial spirit turned out to be a brilliant sunflower, rather than the evil martial spirit that people had speculated. The members of the Spirit Hall looked at each other, their faces showing embarrassment and regret. They realized they might have truly wronged this kind and innocent little girl. After a moment of silence, the leader finally spoke, "Sorry, we misunderstood. Now that the truth is clear, we will take our leave." After saying this, he led his subordinates away in disgrace. After this thrilling upheaval, the three of them deeply appreciated the profound feelings between them and the precious meaning of companionship. From then on, they cherished every moment spent together even more. The little girl also secretly resolved to work doubly hard in her training to become stronger so that she could better protect Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher in the future and prevent them from suffering any harm. However, time flew by like a fleeting horse, and the ordinary days passed in an instant. On this day, Li Xiaobo had already welcomed his 20th birthday. At this moment, he was in the eye of ice and fire, calmly cultivating, surrounded by many elite disciples from his family and esteemed elders. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo felt a sense of alertness. A strange feeling surged in his heart, as if an uninvited guest had intruded into this forbidden area. He immediately stopped his cultivation, tensed his body, and stood up cautiously like he was facing a great enemy. His gaze quickly swept around, and sure enough, he saw a figure rushing into the eye of ice and fire like the wind. As the figure got closer, Li Xiaobo could finally see the person's appearance. The person looked somewhat disheveled, as if he had just been through an intense battle, with multiple injuries on his body. What stood out most was his long, dark green hair, which was blowing in the wind, looking somewhat messy. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but frown, wondering, who is this person? Why is he injured and intruding here? What surprised him even more was the peculiar aura emanating from this person, a scent both strange and slightly bloody. The person with dark green hair, upon seeing someone in front of him, instantly showed a hint of surprise in his otherwise dull eyes. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could speak, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly rushed forward and reached out to support the about-to-fall injured person. At the same time, he swiftly mobilized the soul power within him, continuously channeling it into the injured person's body, trying to help stabilize his injuries. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. Before long, Yin Yuesher and a group of elders hurried over upon hearing the noise. They gathered around, looking at each other, their faces showing surprise and confusion. After a while, the person slowly came to his senses and weakly said, "My name is Douluo. I came to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring suitable for me. Who would have thought that I would be so unfortunate as to encounter a powerful soul beast with a cultivation of 90,000 years? Even though I tried my best to escape from that terrifying pursuit, I still ended up seriously injured. Originally, I just planned to find a hidden place to recover from my injuries and then look for an opportunity to escape, but I didn't expect to accidentally intrude into a noble territory. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted. He knew that this man named Douluo would achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. This person would be known as a weapon in team battles. Although those titled Douluos might not be able to defeat him, as long as he was on the battlefield, he could greatly diminish the opponent as strength, making it difficult for even those at the titled Douluo level to withstand his attacks. More critically, it was said that Douluo was afflicted with a rare and troublesome martial spirit poison. If he could take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with him and find a way to help him detoxify, it would surely make it much easier to win him over. Therefore, Li Xiaobo quickly stepped forward, carefully helped Douluo up, and smiled kindly, reassuring him, "Senior, there is no need to worry. Since there is a reason for this, why bother with the small details? You're injured now, so it's better to rest here and recuperate." Hearing this, Douluo's eyes flashed with gratitude, and he nodded repeatedly in thanks. In the following days, Li Xiaobo devoted himself wholeheartedly, not only personally taking care of Douluo's daily needs, but also fully utilizing the unique geographical advantages of the Eye of Ice and Fire to assist him in speeding up his healing process. Douluo watched all of this with great appreciation, feeling an endless sense of gratitude towards Li Xiaobo deep in his heart. He understood in his heart that this heavy favor would surely be repaid doubly in the future. After Douluo's injuries gradually improved, Li Xiaobo smiled and sincerely expressed his desire to befriend him. At the same time, Li Xiaobo specifically mentioned the key information about the soul poison that Douluo had contracted. Upon hearing this, Douluo was taken aback. It should be known that this type of soul poison was extremely rare and deeply concealed, making it difficult for even some experienced physicians to detect. Yet this seemingly ordinary Li Xiaobo was able to see through it at a glance. Just as Douluo was in shock, he saw Li Xiaobo calmly take out a precious pill, emitting a strange glow from his pocket. Li Xiaobo explained softly, "This pill is a family heirloom of mine. Although it cannot completely eliminate the toxins in your body, it can temporarily suppress them and alleviate the pain caused by their outbreak." After saying this, he handed the pill to Douluo. Douluo gratefully accepted the pill and without hesitation swallowed it. In an instant, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, and he clearly felt that the toxins that had been wreaking havoc inside him were bound by an invisible force, significantly reducing their impact. Overcome with gratitude for Li Xiaobo's life-saving help, Douluo solemnly promised to do something within his power to repay him. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and said, "Senior, from my observations, you are about to obtain your 8th spirit ring. The spirit beast you need to hunt must be exceptionally fierce. Why don't we assist you together to increase the chances of success?" Douluo, hearing this, nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Thus, the group hurriedly set off towards the habitat of the spirit beast. After a difficult journey, they finally arrived at their destination, a valley shrouded in mist and mystery. As soon as they stepped into the valley's entrance, the spirit beast hidden deep within seemed to sense the approaching danger. A deafening roar echoed through the sky, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gigantic Medusa covered in snake-like hair. Its terrifying face and sharp fangs were chilling to behold. Facing such a formidable enemy, Douluo showed no fear and swiftly charged forward. He waved his hands, instantly unleashing powerful toxic spirit energy that surged like a green torrent towards Medusa, attempting to disrupt its line of sight. Medusa, enraged, opened its gaping mouth and let out a piercing screech, then crazily twisted its enormous body, lunging at Douluo with claws bared. Li Xiaobo nimbly maneuvered across the battlefield, his weapon slicing through the air, while Yan Yuesher danced gracefully like a fairy, her beautiful face now intense with focus and determination. The two supported each other seamlessly, continuously creating opportunities for Douluo to attack. Yan Yuesher's gaze was sharp, closely watching the giant serpent's every move. Suddenly, she spotted an excellent opportunity and without hesitation unleashed her most powerful flame skill. In an instant, raging flames erupted into the air like a scorching sun, the dazzling light blinding. This sudden brilliance caused the giant serpent to momentarily lose its focus, its movements slowing down. At this critical moment, Douluo seized the fleeting chance, channeling his spirit power into his palms and then striking fiercely at Medusa's vital points. With a loud crash, Medusa's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, everyone around let out a long sigh of relief. Douluo slowly approached Medusa's corpse, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as he was about to absorb this rare spirit ring to enhance his strength. However, just as he got closer, A strange light suddenly flashed from Medusa's head. Douluo was startled and quickly reached out to grab it, only to find that a mysterious soul bone had appeared in his hand. Douluo turned to look at Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher, his eyes filled with inquiry. Li Xiaobo smiled slightly and calmly said, "Senior Douluo, since this soul bone came from Medusa, it is naturally more compatible with you, who absorbed Medusa's spirit ring. I am well aware of my own situation. I already possess several precious soul bones of over 100,000 and even millions of years. So I'm not particularly interested in this 10,000 year soul bone. Therefore, please accept it." After saying this, Li Xiaobo gently waved his hand, indicating that he had no desire for it. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude rise from deep within. He understood the value of his friendship and the importance of the soul bone for his own strength. Thus, he no longer hesitated or declined, carefully taking the soul bone and deciding on the spot to begin absorbing the powerful energy within it immediately. In the days following their return to his residence, Douluo devoted almost all his time to researching how to eliminate the poison from his martial soul. He tirelessly read ancient texts and explored various detoxification methods, but made no substantial progress. However, heaven rewards those who are diligent, and during an attempt that seemed ordinary yet full of surprises, Douluo unexpectedly discovered a special ingredient in the ancestral pill that Li Xiaobo had given him. After careful analysis and thought, he speculated that if this special ingredient could be combined with a certain spiritual object found in the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would likely produce a wonderful chemical reaction that could help him completely rid himself of the long-standing toxins. Overjoyed, Douluo immediately set off to find Li Xiaobo, detailing his new discovery and related speculations. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation, expressing his willingness to fully assist Douluo in obtaining the necessary spiritual object. Thus, the two set off together toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. They successfully reached their destination, the Eye of Ice and Fire. After some searching, they found the crucial spiritual object as they had hoped. Subsequently, Douluo carefully concocted the antidote based on his previous ideas and swallowed it without hesitation. As time passed, miracles began to occur. Douluo could clearly feel the toxins in his body gradually dissipating, and his once weak and poisoned body was slowly regaining vitality and strength. Once he confirmed that the antidote was effective, Douluo's gratitude towards Li Xiaobo deepened even further. To repay the life-saving favor, he generously presented his treasured poison manual, which he had cherished for many years, solemnly handing it to Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo happily accepted this generous gift and, upon returning to his family, promptly placed the manual in the family library for safekeeping. From then on, family members were able to study this manual to gain a deeper understanding of poison knowledge, further enhancing the family's expertise in pharmacology. Douluo carefully tucked the precious antidote into his embrace, letting out a long sigh of relief, and said with deep emotion, "The deadly poison that has plagued my Douluo family for many years has finally found its remedy. Now, my ex-owner will no longer have to suffer such pain." However, before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. It turned out that Douluo was acutely aware that his ability to stand in the martial world and instill fear in many enemies relied on his exceptional poison skills. If he were to lose this vital skill for survival, those enemies he had offended would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to seek revenge, making it difficult to protect his family, let alone himself. Therefore, even though he had found a way to solve his family's poison problem, he had not even considered how to rid himself of the poison he had contracted. In stark contrast, Li Xiaobo showed no excessive worry about this matter. He was well-versed in the original story and knew that Douluo would ultimately break through to the title Douluo level with his outstanding talent and relentless effort. Not only that, by then, his martial soul, the Emerald Scale Snake, would undergo a shocking transformation, evolving into the majestic king of all snakes, the Emerald Scale Snake King, while simultaneously condensing a powerful internal core filled with immense energy within his body. With this in mind, Li Xiaobo had already made plans in his heart. When Douluo successfully advanced, he would definitely persuade him to channel all the toxins in his body into that internal core. In this way, not only could the hidden dangers posed by the toxins within Douluo be resolved, but he could also retain his ability to use poison, continuing to intimidate the world under the moniker of the Poison Douluo. Therefore, regarding the matter at hand, Li Xiaobo appeared quite calm and composed. After all, if Douluo lost his poison abilities, he would no longer be the fearsome Poison Douluo that people knew. Time passed swiftly like a galloping horse. Day after day, Li Xiaobo remained diligent and persistent in his training. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth, he would already be up, bathing in the morning light, fully focused on his cultivation. As night fell and the stars twinkled, he would still tirelessly hone his skills and abilities. As time went by, his hard work finally paid off, and his strength grew steadily, like bamboo shoots sprouting up. Meanwhile, since Douluo's toxins had been partially resolved, he held Li Xiaobo in high esteem. He often stayed by Li Xiaobo's side, acting as a good teacher and friend, carefully guiding many disciples in the Li residence in their training. Under his guidance, the progress of these disciples was evident. However, in the midst of what seemed to be a peaceful and harmonious time, one day, a sudden piece of news reached Li Xiaobo's ears from within the family. It was said that a mysterious and inscrutable force was secretly investigating the matter of him taking in the little girl, and it seemed to have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but furrow his brows, silently pondering. It seems that this tranquil life is about to be disturbed again. After Douluo learned of this matter, he immediately patted his chest without hesitation, confidently assuring Li Xiaobo that he would do everything in his power to help. Thus, the two quickly took action and began an in-depth investigation into this mysterious force. After a thorough and meticulous search, they were astonished to discover that the large organization hidden behind this mysterious force was actually attempting to dominate the entire spirit master world. Even more shocking was that the reason this organization was so interested in the little girl and had gone to great lengths to investigate was that they believed the special martial soul she possessed might have some extraordinary use, which could potentially help them achieve their nefarious ambitions. After careful consideration, Li Xiaobo and others resolutely chose not to sit idly by any longer, but to take the initiative and deliver a heavy blow to the evil forces. To this end, they closely united various experts from their family, meticulously planning and formulating a seamless, detailed strategy. Finally, the moment of the decisive battle arrived. In that thrilling and smoke-filled, fierce battle, everyone fought bravely against the enemy, shedding blood in the fight. Surprisingly, the seemingly weak and petite girl also revealed astonishing strength at a critical moment. Her mysterious martial soul possessed unimaginable power against the evil soul masters. Her sunflower martial soul burst forth with dazzling brilliance, continuously releasing an extremely powerful purifying force. This miraculous power was like a brilliant dawn, instantly piercing through layers of darkness, rendering many of the evil soul masters' vicious dark soul techniques ineffective. However, despite the girl's martial soul having such strong, purifying abilities, she was still young, and both her body and soul power were relatively weak. At the most intense moment of the battle, Li Xiaobo stepped forward without hesitation, standing firmly in front of the little girl like an unyielding mountain. Seeing an opportunity, the evil soul masters immediately changed their tactics, concentrating all their firepower and crazily attacking Li Xiaobo alone. Faced with the overwhelming ferocity of the enemy's assault, Li Xiaobo showed no fear or intention to retreat. His eyes widened, and his soul power erupted like a volcano, forming an incredibly strong shield that withstood wave after wave of fierce attacks. Meanwhile, Yan Yueshur, who had been closely monitoring the changes in the battle, swiftly flew to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him to face the enemy together. The two shared a deep understanding, instantly unleashing their most powerful moves. In an instant, brilliance shone and powerful energy surged as their combined attack successfully pushed back the vicious evil soul masters temporarily. However, unexpectedly, the number of members in this evil organization was astonishingly large. Despite suffering a heavy blow, they quickly regrouped and launched a new round of fierce attacks. At this critical moment, Douluo, who had been lurking in the shadows observing the situation, finally decided to take action personally. With a sudden wave of his hands, a large area of toxic green smoke erupted like a rolling fog, instantly enveloping a portion of the evil soul masters. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the toxic mist inhaled large amounts of lethal gas unprepared. This poison infiltrated their bodies through their respiratory tracts, rapidly eroding their bodily functions and causing their originally powerful combat capabilities to plummet. Seizing this opportunity, the experts from Li Xiaobo's family naturally would not let such a perfect chance to attack slip away. They unleashed their most powerful techniques, and for a moment, various dazzling soul power lights intertwined like fierce lightning, striking hard at the weakened evil soul masters. Meanwhile, The brave little girl was not idle either. Although she was still young, she understood that this was the time for everyone to work together. So, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, gathered all her courage, and focused all her energy to activate the mysterious purifying power contained in her martial soul. As her thoughts stirred, a pure white, flawless light suddenly burst forth from the little girl. This light was like a rising sun, radiating endless warmth and brightness, quickly spreading outward from the girl. When this holy light touched the evil soul masters, it was as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The dark aura surrounding the evil soul masters began to dissipate and dissolve little by little, as if it had met its nemesis. Under the joint efforts of everyone fighting bravely, this evil organization, which had once attempted to dominate the entire soul master world, could no longer withstand such fierce attacks and was completely defeated. After this thrilling and intense battle, the reputation of Li Xiaobo's family spread throughout the entire soul master world, becoming a legendary story that people talked about with great enthusiasm. And that brave little girl, through this experience, deeply recognized her immense value and the direction for her future growth. From then on, she firmly vowed to cultivate diligently, continually enhancing her strength so that she could stand side by side with her companions in the future, together safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this magical soul master world. After a thrilling and devastating war, the entire world seemed to be shrouded in smoke and flames. As the protagonist, Li Xiaobo gazed at the ravaged battlefield and the exhausted clan members. A strong sense of responsibility welled up within him. He must strengthen the family's defenses to guard against potential future threats. Li Xiaobo made a quick decision and swiftly gathered all the members of the family. Everyone came together. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. They sat in a circle, their eyes all turned towards Li Xiaobo, who stood in the center, waiting for him to speak. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Dear clansmen, we have just gone through a life-and-death battle. Although we ultimately won, we paid a painful price. To prevent similar tragedies from happening again, we must build a brand new, indestructible defense system." As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. At this moment, the previously silent Douluo stood up, his weathered face revealing a sense of calm and confidence. Douluo cleared his throat and said, "I have some ideas. First, we can set up multiple soul power barriers, so that even if the enemy breaks through one layer, there are more layers waiting for them. Secondly, we can arrange soul power maze traps to confuse the enemy and trap them within." Douluo's suggestions were like a beacon in the dark, bringing hope and direction to everyone. People nodded in agreement and began to actively discuss specific implementation plans. Just as everyone was enthusiastically engaged in building the defensive fortifications, Li Xiaobo, by chance, discovered what seemed to be an endless source of soul power hidden underground in the family estate. This astonishing discovery made his heart race with excitement. He knew that if he could successfully harness this immense power and integrate it into the defense system, the family's defense capabilities would be qualitatively enhanced to an unprecedented level. With this thought, Li Xiaobo could no longer contain his excitement and immediately sought out Douluo to discuss the matter. Upon hearing this news, Douluo was also taken aback. Without hesitation, he followed Li Xiaobo to the location of the soul power source. After a careful investigation, the originally serious expression on Douluo's face gradually revealed signs of surprise. "It's hard to believe. I have lived for so long and have never seen such a pure and powerful source of soul power," Douluo exclaimed. Subsequently, the two immersed themselves in researching how to safely extract this power and incorporate it into the defensive structures. After long days of repeated experiments and continuous improvements, they finally overcame numerous difficulties and successfully constructed an exquisite and powerful device. This device could magically transform the soul power hidden underground into an indestructible protective force field. When the force field was activated, its displayed power was simply astonishing. It not only had the ability to withstand any powerful attack from the outside, but also possessed a highly intelligent automatic recognition system capable of accurately distinguishing between friend and foe. This meant that the personnel within the family could enter and exit freely and safely, without any hindrance or impact from the force field. On the day the meticulously crafted defensive fortifications were officially completed, the entire family was immersed in a joyous and lively atmosphere. People cheered, and their excitement was difficult to express. Especially the names of Li Xiaobo and Douluo shone like brilliant stars, deeply engraved in the hearts of every family member, and quickly spread both inside and outside the family. They were sincerely praised as the family's undisputed heroes, and their heroic deeds were passed down through generations, remaining timeless. From then on, with such a powerful defense as a solid backing, the family was able to focus wholeheartedly on its own development and growth. They began to vigorously cultivate more outstanding soul master talents and actively enhance their overall strength. Over time, this family gradually secured a place in the fiercely competitive soul master community and shone with dazzling brilliance. However, Li Xiaobo and the other contributors did not become complacent and stagnate. On the contrary, they embarked on a new journey. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and desire for the mysteries of soul power, boldly exploring the unsolved enigmas hidden behind the mysterious world. It is believed that in the near future, they will use their wisdom and courage to write one after another brilliant and heart-stirring legendary chapters. Chapter 76, The Five Elements Lotus of Water and Fire. Li Xiaobo sat cross-legged beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, surrounded by rich and almost tangible spiritual energy that surged towards him like a roaring tide. He gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully guided the overwhelming spiritual energy through his body's meridians according to the mysterious techniques passed down to him. As he progressed in his cultivation, Li Xiaobo increasingly felt that the energy contained in the Eye of Ice and Fire was far more violent and ferocious than he had previously imagined. However, in the face of such powerful and uncontrollable forces, he did not show even the slightest hint of fear or retreat. On the contrary, he gathered his courage and attempted to use his strong mental power to explore the hidden essence behind this violent force. Just as he was fully focused on his exploration, a bone-chilling cold force suddenly surged into the depths of his consciousness like a wild horse breaking free. In an instant, Li Xiaobo felt as if his head were being pierced by thousands of steel needles, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Just when he was on the verge of fainting from the agony, a miracle occurred. The soul of the 100 Herbs diagram, which had been lurking within him, suddenly radiated a dazzling light and swiftly enveloped that ferocious cold force, beginning to slowly absorb and digest it bit by bit. Once he successfully absorbed all the cold power, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. Since this soul of the 100 Herbs diagram could easily dissolve and absorb the cold force from the Eye of Ice and Fire, did it mean he could use its magical power to further delve into the inner workings of the 100 Herbs diagram? With this thought, he resolutely focused his mind, concentrated all his energy, and slowly sank his consciousness into the 100 Herbs diagram. As soon as his consciousness entered the 100 Herbs diagram, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. What lay before him was a completely independent, small, wondrous world filled with various rare and exotic herbs thriving in lush greenery. Some herbs bloomed with brilliantly colorful flowers, emitting waves of enchanting fragrance. Others bore crystalline fruits, resembling sparkling gems scattered among them. Even more astonishingly, some herbs could move autonomously, as if they possessed life. However, not far away, there was a region shrouded in thick mist that felt almost tangible. This mist was like a mysterious curtain, tightly concealing the secrets hidden within. From that dense fog, a peculiar aura of ice and fire faintly emanated. It seemed as if two completely opposing forces were clashing and colliding fiercely there. Curiosity piqued. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but be drawn to this area, stepping forward slowly toward the mist-filled region. As he got closer, an invisible pressure began to oppress him like a shadow. With each step he took, this pressure seemed to multiply, but Li Xiaobo did not retreat. Instead, it only strengthened his determination to investigate further. Finally, when he painstakingly reached the edge of that area, the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. There, a remarkably strange white lotus was quietly growing. The wonder of this lotus lay in its distinctly divided state. One half radiated a dazzling light power, as hot as the sun, while the other half was covered in thick, cold frost, resembling a winter ice and snow world. Even more astonishing was that this celestial herb seemed to possess its own spirit and wisdom. When it sensed Li Xiaobo's approach, it transmitted a feeling of excitement, as if greeting an old friend after a long absence. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly stepped forward to examine the miraculous lotus closely. Suddenly, a long-buried memory was awakened deep in his mind. He recalled having purchased a mysterious seed in the far northern lands, and it was because of an unusual fluctuation in the 100 Herbs diagram he carried that he had decided to buy it without hesitation. Now it seemed that this strange lotus before him was very likely born from that seed. With this thought, Li Xiaobo felt a stir in his heart. He realized that this might be an excellent opportunity to significantly enhance the quality of the lotus. Thus, he resolutely began to channel the more overwhelming ice and fire power, crazily impacting his body. Each such impact was painfully unbearable, as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart, threatening to tear his body apart. But he gritted his teeth and silently endured this immense torment. Time passed, and he could no longer tell how long it had been. All he knew was that the aura emitted by the lotus began to gradually stabilize and strengthen. Looking again at the lotus leaves, they underwent astonishing changes. The originally green leaves now flashed with strange and ethereal patterns that seemed alive, as if they contained boundless vitality and immense destructive power. Li Xiaobo, who had been silently observing the lotus's transformation, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at this sight. Just then, the lotus began to sway gently, like an elegant dancer twirling in the air. Accompanying its movements, a soft and warm light suddenly shot out from deep within the flower's core, piercing directly into Li Xiaobo's forehead in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a massive amount of information about the purifying white lotus surged into his mind like a tidal wave. After digesting and absorbing this information, Li Xiaobo was astonished to discover that this mysterious purifying white lotus possessed not only the miraculous ability to purify all evil and filth in the world, but also concealed a little-known, profound special spatial law. Upon learning this secret, Li Xiaobo was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. He eagerly wanted to try using the knowledge he had just acquired about spatial laws. He took a deep breath and then suddenly waved his hand, causing an unexpected event to occur. A small spatial vortex appeared out of thin air before him, just as he was completely immersed in the unparalleled joy brought about by exploring his new abilities. A melodious and clear bell sound suddenly emanated from within the mysterious and ancient 100 Herbs diagram. This bell sound seemed to possess a magical power, instantly penetrating his eardrum and striking deep into his soul. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene unfolded. All the herbs in the 100 Herbs diagram began to tremble slightly. It was as if they were collectively performing a grand symphony or uniquely welcoming an impending significant moment. Each herb swayed its slender body, releasing fragrant aromas that varied from delicate to rich. At that moment, the long-observed purifying white lotus also began to move. It slowly ascended, like an elegant dancer fluttering in the air. It gracefully flew to the center of the 100 Herbs diagram and hovered steadily there. Then, it began to release a series of pure and sacred radiance, which fell like snowflakes, enveloping the entire 100 Herbs diagram in a dreamlike white light. Under the illumination of this sacred light, what were once ordinary herbs began to rapidly change and evolve. Their forms became increasingly beautiful, and their colors more vibrant, simultaneously. The medicinal power they contained grew exponentially. Li Xiaobo, who witnessed all of this, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew very well that what he was seeing was not an ordinary sight, but the astonishing results brought about by the growth of the pure world white lotus. At this moment, Li Xiaobo's heart was filled with joy and excitement. However, before he could fully savor this happiness, the 100 Herbs diagram once again showed abnormal changes. In the distance, at the eye of ice and fire, the already thick fog became even denser. Meanwhile, in the area where the fog was thickest, bursts of dazzling rosy light began to flicker in and out of sight. Li Xiaobo's heart suddenly trembled at the sight. His intuition told him that the rosy glow must be intricately connected to the marvelous transformation of the pure world white lotus he had just witnessed. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and rushed toward the direction of the glow. Along the way, he distinctly felt that the surrounding space seemed to twist and deform due to some unknown force. The road beneath his feet sometimes lengthened, sometimes shortened. The scenery beside him was sometimes clear, sometimes blurred. However, he did not stop his forward momentum. Instead, he accelerated, understanding that this must be a series of chain reactions triggered by the pure world white lotus, and what awaited him ahead might be even more unimaginable surprises and discoveries. As he approached and looked closely, he was astonished to find 3 peculiar lotus flowers growing before him. One of them was engulfed in blazing flames. The dancing fire appeared almost alive, flickering its tongues of flame, each movement exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Another shone with a deep azure glow. The air around it seemed frozen, a coldness enveloping him, sending shivers down his spine. The last one was even more extraordinary, displaying a dazzling array of colors, radiant like a rainbow, while also emanating a mysterious wave, as if containing endless secrets. These 3 lotus flowers stood there quietly, like sleeping fairies, seemingly waiting for someone else's arrival. Just as Li Xiaobo got close to them, suddenly, the 3 lotus flowers seemed to sense his presence and simultaneously burst forth with dazzling light. The light, like lively spirits, quickly wrapped around Li Xiaobo's body and seamlessly merged into him. In that instant, a wealth of information about the 3 lotus flowers surged into his mind. It turned out that the flaming lotus possessed the bloodline of the legendary fiery red lotus. The power of this red lotus was enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas, capable of destruction on a grand scale. The ice lotus, radiating an azure light, was a celestial herb that could greatly enhance the cold, ice attribute martial soul. As for the colorful lotus, it had the miraculous effect of healing all wounds and ailments in the world, truly a holy medicine for healing. Although the ice lotus and colorful lotus did not possess the noble and pure bloodline of the 5 innate lotus flowers, their unique functions were equally formidable. With careful cultivation and proper utilization, they could surely unleash tremendous potential. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Now that he clearly understood the abilities of the 3 lotus flowers, he would naturally find ways to make the most of them, providing strong support for his cultivation journey. He gently extended his hands and carefully collected the 3 invaluable lotus flowers one by one. Then he stepped lightly and cautiously to the side of the pure white, crystal clear white lotus in the 100 herbs diagram. He crouched down, gently digging a small hole with his hands, and with extremely gentle movements, placed the fire lotus inside, as if it were a fragile treasure. Next, he closed his eyes and began to chant, an ancient and mysterious incantation flowing slowly from his lips. As the incantation sounded, the powerful martial soul energy within him was also activated, continuously surging toward the newly planted fire lotus. Gradually, he could see the soil around the fire lotus starting to change. The once ordinary soil gradually became scorching and red, as if placed in a high-temperature furnace. Meanwhile, the flames of the fire lotus burned even more fiercely, illuminating the surroundings and turning the area into a sea of fire. After planting the fire lotus, he did not pause for a moment and proceeded to plant the ice lotus a short distance away. The moment the ice lotus touched the soil, a piercing cold air rapidly spread out. This cold air danced like white ribbons in the air, intertwining and colliding with the rolling heat waves emitted by the fire lotus. For a moment, the extreme forces of hot and cold achieved a subtle and miraculous balance, leaving one in awe. Finally, he cradled the colorful, dazzling lotus in his hands and began to carefully search for suitable land for it to grow. After some searching, he finally found a place rich in spiritual energy and relatively mild. With great anticipation, he planted the colorful lotus, watching as it firmly rooted itself in the soil. The moment the colorful lotus took root, a soft, multicolored halo suddenly burst forth. This halo resembled a beautiful rainbow, slowly spreading outwards. Wherever it passed, the once ordinary herbs seemed to be nourished by some mysterious power, bursting forth with a more vibrant green color, full of life and energy. After completing the series of actions, Li Xiaobo quietly stood aside, a satisfied smile on his face, his gaze focused and content as he watched the scene before him. At that moment, the previously clear sky suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Above the 100 herbs diagram, thick dark clouds quickly gathered like ink, resembling a heavy black curtain that obscured the entire horizon. Shortly after, silver lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder, causing one's heart to race. Li Xiaobo was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He instinctively raised his head to look at the rolling, surging dark clouds. Within the clouds, he faintly saw some mysterious and ancient runes emerging, emitting a weak but undeniable glow, dazzling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Then those runes, seemingly drawn by some invisible force, slowly floated down from the clouds and began to swirl around the 4 lotus flowers in a marvelous trajectory. Upon seeing this scene, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He instantly understood. This was clearly a special recognition and sacred baptism given by the Baichao diagram to the new members that had joined. He watched this magical scene with great joy, filled with anticipation, sincerely hoping that the 4 lotus flowers would thrive after this baptism, showcasing even more astonishing vitality and potential. So far, he had successfully collected 2 types of lotus flowers with innate 5 elements bloodlines. According to what Baizé had said before, if he could quickly cultivate them for 100,000 years, then this spirit soul of the diagram could complete half of its evolution process. With this thought, Li Xiaobo's mood became even more excited, his gaze fixed tightly on the 4 lotus flowers bathing in the runes. As time passed, the ancient runes continued to dance and swirl around the lotus flowers, and the light they emitted became increasingly intense. Gradually, this light shone like a blazing sun, the glaring brilliance making it difficult to look directly at. Li Xiaobo had no choice but to tightly close his eyes, but even so, the penetrating brightness still made him feel a burning sensation. Fortunately, not long after, the dazzling light finally weakened somewhat. Li Xiaobo eagerly opened his eyes again to look at the lotus flowers. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that a layer of faint, gossamer-like shield had appeared around the lotus flowers. This shield acted like a natural barrier, tightly protecting the lotus flowers within, emitting a soft and warm glow. Just then, a deafening, deep, and powerful roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the originally silent Baichao diagram. The sound rolled in like muffled thunder, as if some ancient behemoth that had slept for ages had suddenly awakened, emitting an angry roar from its resting place. Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, instantly becoming alert. He held his breath, focusing his attention, and listened carefully to the direction of the sound. Then he cautiously took a step forward, exploring towards the mysterious source of the sound. He traversed through dense medicinal forests that were almost impenetrable, where the herbs were tall and thriving, their branches and leaves intertwined, forming natural barriers. Despite the difficulties ahead, Li Xiaobo did not retreat, driven by a strong curiosity and desire for exploration. He finally arrived in front of an ancient and solemn stone door. This stone door appeared to have weathered many years, with the passage of time leaving mottled traces on its surface. Countless bizarre and incomprehensible patterns were intricately carved on the stone door, seemingly containing endless mysteries and mysterious powers. At that moment, the huge stone door began to slowly open to both sides, as if driven by some unknown force, and a faint light gradually seeped through the gap. Through the gradually opening stone door, Li Xiaobo could vaguely see a deep and dark space inside, filled with a chilling and eerie atmosphere. However, at the same time, he could also clearly feel an extremely powerful and irresistible attraction continuously emanating from that darkness, as if an invisible magic was beckoning him to enter. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervousness and unease in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely lifted his foot, stepped over the threshold, and entered through the mysterious stone door. As soon as he stepped inside, he found himself in a small yet extraordinary place. In front of him was a pool of moderate size, and the liquid within it emitted a colorful and peculiar glow, dazzling like a dreamlike realm. Just as Li Xiaobo was fully focused on observing this magical scene, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and shot straight into his consciousness. Along with that beam of light, a piece of information entered his mind. The liquid in this pool was not an ordinary substance, but a spirit liquid condensed from the essence of 100 herbs. Moreover, and more importantly, this spirit liquid had extraordinary effects. It could greatly accelerate the growth and development process of the lotus flower. Upon learning this astonishing news, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel overjoyed, his excitement palpable. He quickly reached into his pocket to retrieve the carefully nurtured lotus flower and gently placed it into the pool without hesitation. As soon as the lotus flower touched the water, it burst forth with vigorous vitality, growing at an astonishing speed as if it had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. Watching the lotus flower continuously unfurl and thrive in the pool, Li Xiaobo understood that he had taken a significant step closer to achieving his goal of evolving his martial soul. As long as he could successfully gather and carefully nurture the innate 5-element lotus flower, the 100 herbs diagram would surely undergo a transformation, becoming a real and complete independent world. With this thought, a determined and confident light flickered in his eyes, filled with infinite anticipation for the future. Just as Li Xiaobo was joyfully gazing at the lotus flower growing at an astonishing speed, the previously calm pool of water suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. His heart jolted, and his face filled with worry, fearing that this sudden change would negatively impact the thriving lotus flower. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming force surged from the clear pool, like a mountain collapsing into the sea. This force was unstoppable and directly lifted the beautifully vibrant lotus flower high up, as if it were a unique treasure of the world. At the same time, the walls, which had been smooth as a mirror, began to gradually reveal exquisite and lifelike images as if enchanted. These images flowed like a moving scroll, showcasing the past glory of the 100 herbs diagram. Countless rare and exotic herbs were born here, some exuding enchanting fragrances, others shining with mysterious brilliance. Some could heal all ailments, while others possessed astonishing and incredible effects. Li Xiaobo stared intently at these images, deep in thought. Gradually, he realized that all of this was a precious revelation granted to him by the 100 herbs diagram. Perhaps when he successfully gathered the 5 elements lotus, it would not only signify the end of a task, but also a more arduous and noble mission awaiting him to complete. As the lotus continued to sprout branches and leaves, growing ever stronger, the surrounding space began to shimmer with dazzling golden light. These lights were like brilliant stars scattered on earth, or like fireflies dancing in the night sky, appearing exceptionally radiant and striking. Moreover, deep within this seemingly gentle light, there seemed to be a faint power of a brand new set of rules, quietly waiting for someone to unveil its mysterious veil. Li Xiaobo couldn't contain his inner curiosity and impulse, cautiously reaching out to try to touch the flickering golden light. The moment his fingertips made contact with the light, he felt a warm and powerful force, indescribable in its intensity, surge into his body like a tidal wave. This sensation was akin to the parched earth receiving much-needed rain, and like a long dry riverbed welcoming a rushing torrent once more. Immediately, Li Xiaobo clearly sensed that his soul power was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, as if there were no end to it. Suddenly, a crisp and ethereal voice unexpectedly rang out deep within Li Xiaobo's mind. "Master, you have done exceptionally well. However, the road ahead remains long, filled with the unknown and challenges. You must hasten to seek the remaining lotus flowers. Only then can I truly be reborn and transform into a brand new world." This sudden voice struck Li Xiaobo's heart like a thunderclap, startling him to the core. It is worth noting that on the vast, boundless, and mysterious Douluo continent, having a martial soul with self-awareness is extremely rare, with the most well-known being the martial soul of the illustrious master Yu Shaojiang. Who would have thought that even this seemingly unremarkable herbal diagram in his hands concealed such an astonishing secret? It, too, possessed self-awareness. Li Xiaobo took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heart that was racing from shock. Once his mood stabilized slightly, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on the void, declaring loudly, "Don't worry. I will do my utmost to quickly find the remaining lotus flowers." As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely turned around and strode toward the stone door. Just as he stepped out of the heavy stone door, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the scene in the herbal diagram seemed to have undergone a subtle change. In the originally tranquil and peaceful picture, many seedlings of herbs that he had never seen before had suddenly emerged. These tender little beings, as fresh as spring bamboo shoots after the rain, broke through the soil one after another, gently swaying their delicate and slender forms in the breeze. It was clear that all of this was the miraculous effect of the recently thriving lotus flowers and the invaluable essence of the herbal pool. After hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's deep eyes instantly ignited with a blazing flame, as if boundless power surged within him, giving him an air of unwavering determination. "Don't worry. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles I encounter, even if the path ahead is fraught with danger and thorns, I will do everything I can to find the remaining lotus flowers." Just as he finished speaking, a slight ripple unexpectedly emerged in the previously calm Baichao map, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, causing waves to ripple outward. Soon after, a petite and exquisite figure slowly emerged from the ripples. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that this figure was actually the manifestation of the consciousness of the Baichao map itself. The figure was small and charming, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, evoking affection. The owner's crisp and tender voice rang out again, as pleasant as a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. "I can vaguely sense the general location of the next innate 5 lotus bloodline, but it is fraught with danger." Although it was just a few simple sentences, they conveyed a weighty atmosphere that instilled fear. However, in the face of such peril, Li Xiaobo showed no hesitation or intention to retreat. He fixed his piercing gaze ahead and decisively said, "There's no time to lose. We must set off immediately." With that, he resolutely turned and stepped out of the Baichao map, striding purposefully towards the training area at the edge of the Icefire Dual Eye. On the way, Li Xiaobo was anxious and hurried. Before long, he arrived at the place where his mother, Ling was. He briefly explained to her that he was about to go out to search for the remaining lotus flowers and urged her to inform Yin Yuesher about this matter. After giving these instructions, Li Xiaobo didn't have time to linger and set off on his journey without looking back at the Icefire Dual Eye. Time flew by, and days passed in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaobo had been following the guidance of the Baichao map for a full week. Throughout this journey, they endured hardships and traveled through various adversities, finally arriving at a place called Qihua City. This city was surrounded by rich fire attribute spiritual energy, as if the entire city were engulfed in raging flames. Within this city stood one of the 5 elemental academies, Qihua Academy, where countless exceptionally talented young students gathered to diligently cultivate and pursue higher realms. Following the guidance, Li Xiaobo persevered through difficulties and finally reached a mysterious and dangerous valley. As soon as he stepped into the valley's entrance, an incredibly hot breath rushed towards him, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Looking around, the entire valley was covered in flowing lava, the crimson molten rock rolling like an angry dragon, occasionally erupting with dazzling sparks and scorching smoke. The high temperature was like a demon, clawing and trying to devour Li Xiaobo. He felt as if he were in a blazing furnace, his skin burning painfully, and breathing became difficult, but he did not retreat. Instead, he immediately activated the powerful soul power within him to resist the terrifying heat. As he ventured deeper into the valley, Li Xiaobo finally saw the legendary Golden Lotus. At the deepest part of the valley, hundreds of golden lotuses radiating a charming metallic luster stood quietly, like a group of noble and elegant fairies, evoking longing. However, surrounding these beautiful golden lotuses lay immense danger. A massive and fierce 10,000-year fire beast guarded this place, its body engulfed in raging flames, and its large copper bell-like eyes revealed endless ferocity. Moreover, beside this fire beast were numerous other fire beasts of varying cultivation levels, all glaring at Li Xiaobo with hostility, continuously emitting deafening roars. Faced with such a perilous situation, Li Xiaobo showed no fear. He took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and summoned the powerful force of the purifying white lotus. In an instant, a snow-white lotus flower blossomed above his head, emitting a cool light that sharply contrasted with the surrounding heat. Upon seeing this, the fire beast roared and charged towards Li Xiaobo. In an instant, flames soared, and dust filled the air, leading to an intense battle. Li Xiaobo skillfully maneuvered among the fire beasts, continuously changing his spells, launching fierce attacks against the enemies. After a fierce struggle, Li Xiaobo gradually understood the attack patterns of the fire beasts and keenly discovered the flaw of the 10,000-year fire beast. Seizing the opportunity during a moment of negligence, he swiftly flashed and, like a ghost, circled behind the fire beast. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique, swiftly capturing the massive creature into the Baichao map he carried with him. With the leader captured, the fire beast horde immediately fell into chaos. Li Xiaobo seized the moment, exerted force with his legs, and shot towards the golden lotus like an arrow released from a bow. Just as he was about to successfully touch the golden lotus, an unexpected event occurred. As soon as his hand made contact with the golden lotus, a deeply hidden restriction was triggered. In an instant, the surrounding temperature surged several times, and the previously calm ground began to tremble violently. Following this, countless streams of lava erupted from the ground, shooting into the sky like fire dragons dancing wildly in the air. At this moment, the consciousness of the Baichao map rang out in Li Xiaobo's mind like a heavy bell. Master, if you want to break this restriction, you must harness the power of the fire beast's inner core. Hearing this, Li Xiaobo dared not delay for a moment, quickly reciting the incantation and summoning the fire beast from a Baichao map. As soon as the fire beast appeared, it roared and displayed its might. Li Xiaobo formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, using all his strength to forcibly extract a portion of the power from the inner core of the flame beast. This immense power gathered in his hands, forming a dazzling light, like lightning piercing through the night sky. He then swung his arm, striking this light forcefully against the barrier. With a crisp cracking sound, the originally rock-solid barrier actually cracked, revealing numerous fine fissures. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo was overjoyed and quickly reached out to secure the golden lotus into his bag. After securing the golden lotus, Li Xiaobo dared not linger, his figure swaying like a gust of wind as he rushed towards the valley's exit. However, after not running far, he keenly sensed a sinister aura locking onto him. Looking back, he saw, as expected, a group of mysterious individuals in black clothing had quietly surrounded him. Each of these black-clad figures had a grim expression, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, and the leader, with a fierce and twisted face, shouted at Li Xiaobo, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the golden lotus, and maybe we'll spare your life. Otherwise, humph." Faced with the threat, Li Xiaobo was not afraid at all. Instead, a slight smirk of disdain appeared on his face. "With you bunch of amateurs, do you really think you can take my golden lotus? Do you really think I'm afraid?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, revealing the pressure of a titled Douluo powerhouse. Feeling this pressure, the black-clad individuals' expressions changed drastically, especially those whose cultivation did not exceed the Soul Sage realm. They trembled in fear, their legs shaking involuntarily. Despite their fear, the greed in their eyes did not diminish one bit. One bolder black-clad individual gritted his teeth and shouted, "So what if you were a titled Douluo? As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. Today, we will definitely take this golden lotus." As soon as he finished speaking, the others echoed in agreement, each unleashing their own martial souls and soul skills to attack Li Xiaobo. Seeing the fierce momentum of his enemies, Li Xiaobo let out a cold snort, lightly waving his right hand, causing a completely black long spear, shimmering with cold light, to appear out of thin air. This was his famed weapon, the Reverse God Spear. Gripping the Reverse God Spear, Li Xiaobo's aura suddenly transformed, resembling a war god descending, instilling fear in all. Once the Reverse God Spear was drawn, its spear tip radiated a chilling brilliance. Li Xiaobo moved like lightning, instantly charging into the crowd of black-clad individuals. The spear danced like a dragon or snake, each thrust releasing a spray of blood. Although the black-clad individuals were numerous, under Li Xiaobo's fierce assault, they quickly suffered heavy casualties. Seeing the situation turning dire, the leading black-clad individual pulled out a talisman from his bosom, chanting a spell, and the talisman instantly transformed into a stream of black light shooting towards Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, the talisman suddenly exploded, enveloping him in a cloud of black smoke. The smoke carried a corrosive power, eroding his soul power defenses. In this critical moment, the pure white lotus within the herbal diagram released a holy light that dispelled the black smoke. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity to counterattack, stabbing the spear into the chest of the leading black-clad individual. The remaining black-clad individuals, witnessing this, scattered in all directions. At that moment, the previously calm and cloudless sky was suddenly overshadowed by a dark figure. Everyone looked up in shock, seeing the shadow approach rapidly like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious figure had quietly descended. This person was tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura that made one's heart race. He stood like a towering mountain in the air, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon closer inspection, people realized that this mysterious individual's strength had reached the terrifying level of a 98th ranked Super Douluo. He gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible force instantly spread out. The fighting crowd seemed to encounter some immense resistance, their movements abruptly halting. Those originally fierce and overbearing black-clad individuals now knelt on the ground like mice seeing a cat, respectfully calling out in unison, "We greet you, my lord." The mysterious figure's gaze was piercing as it focused on Li Xiaobo, who stood not far away. His voice was deep and magnetic, slowly saying, "The golden lotus is of great use to me. Hand it over quickly, and I can ensure your safety." Faced with the mysterious person's demand, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows tightly, pondering internally. The golden lotus was a treasure he had obtained through great hardship. How could he easily hand it over? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and replied without retreating, "This golden lotus is something I obtained with all my effort. I will never hand it over to you." Chapter 77, The Devil's Horn. Mu Fengxi Li Xiaobo stared calmly at the man in black in front of him, without any fear in his heart. Although the other party was a level 98 Super Douluo with formidable strength, what did that mean to him, who possessed 7,100,000 year soul rings? It's important to note that no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would only have at most 100,000 year soul ring. Therefore, in terms of soul skills, Li Xiaobo firmly believed that he could look down on all others and would not fear any opponent. Moreover, even though the soul power of the man in black was more robust than his own, a full 3 levels higher, one must not forget that Li Xiaobo was an unprecedented holder of 3 life martial souls. Each martial soul was considered top tier among the best. Thus, Even when facing an ultimate Douluo, he had enough confidence and backing in his soul power reserves. At this moment, the man in black slowly spoke. Kid, I must say, reaching such an astonishing level of cultivation at your age must mean your talent is extraordinary. As long as you obediently hand over that golden lotus in your hand today, I can let you go and spare your life. Li Xiaobo, upon hearing this, looked firmly at the mysterious figure in black and retorted, Senior, why are you so particularly fond of this golden lotus in my hand? Just take a look around. There are hundreds of golden lotuses here. Can't you take another one? The figure in black's expression darkened, and with a tone full of hostility, he said, Kid, it seems you are asking for trouble. Do you naively think you can compete with me? Li Xiaobo's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain as he coldly replied, If you truly had full confidence in defeating me, you wouldn't be wasting your breath here. Besides, why should I give anything to you? Upon hearing this, the man in black couldn't help but snort coldly. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, surging towards Li Xiaobo like a raging tide, pressing down on him with overwhelming force. The aura seemed to transform into a tangible entity, carrying a suffocating pressure that aimed to crush Li Xiaobo completely. However, in the face of such terrifying pressure, Li Xiaobo stood firm like a mountain, not moving an inch. At that moment, two mysterious and powerful martial spirits slowly emerged behind him. He swiftly began to form hand seals, his movements fluid and seamless. As the hand seals changed continuously, his first martial spirit suddenly shone with dazzling light, brilliant like the brightest star in the night sky. In an instant, a solid barrier formed from concentrated soul power appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking in front of Li Xiaobo. The soul power barrier emitted a faint halo, as impenetrable as a wall of copper and iron, successfully withstanding the fierce impact of the man in black's aura. Seeing this, the man in black couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly amazed. I didn't expect this kid actually has some skill. However, he would not easily give up. With a thought, he pushed off the ground with force, launching himself towards Li Xiaobo like an arrow, moving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Li Xiaobo, his weapon gleaming coldly as it aimed for Li Xiaobo's vital points. Li Xiaobo's lips curved slightly upward, a confident smile appearing on his face. Then his second martial spirit, the reverse god spear, burst forth with dazzling light. With a wave of his arm, countless sharp spear lights descended like shooting stars, carrying immense pressure and killing intent, piercing towards the mysterious man in black. Faced with the onslaught of spear lights, the man in black showed no fear. His weapon traced strange arcs in the air, effortlessly shattering each spear light. The shattered spear lights dissipated like stardust in the air. But the man in black's pace did not falter. Instead, he accelerated, closing in on Li Xiaobo like a wraith. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from Li Xiaobo's body. His external soul bone, the thunder wings, activated instantly, and a pair of enormous wings formed from thunderous power appeared behind him. With a gentle flap of the wings, Li Xiaobo soared into the air like a bird. Want to run? Not so easy. The man in black scoffed coldly, stomping hard on the ground. Using the reaction force, he leapt high into the air, relentlessly pursuing Li Xiaobo. In the air, Li Xiaobo remained calm, gripping the reverse god spear tightly as the powers of his two martial spirits continuously converged. At the same time, he began to recite an ancient and obscure incantation, slowly uttering the words. In an instant, the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by an invisible hand, rapidly becoming overcast with dark clouds. The dark clouds flickered with purple lightning, and distant rumblings of thunder could be heard. Suddenly, a colossal beam of soul power tore through the clouds, shooting down towards the man in black with devastating force. Realizing he had no way to dodge, the man in black gritted his teeth and activated his martial spirit's true form. A layer of black light instantly enveloped his body, making him appear like a descending demon. However, despite this, when a massive beam of soul power struck him, he felt unprecedented pressure. With a deafening crash, the soul power beam collided violently with the man in black's martial spirit true form. The powerful impact distorted the surrounding air, creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. Although the man in black managed to withstand this attack with all his might, he still suffered significant internal injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Not bad. The man in black's gaze turned increasingly cold, like a chilling moon in a deep winter night, radiating a terrifying light. He swayed like a ghost, charging towards Li Xiaobo at astonishing speed. Just as quickly, Facing the aggressive man in black, Li Xiaobo did not back down and unleashed his second martial spirit, the Reverse God Spear, swiftly releasing a powerful skill. In an instant, an unmatched aura erupted from the Reverse God Spear, directly pressing towards the man in black. However, at that critical moment, Li Xiaobo suddenly activated his first martial spirit. With a clear dragon's roar, a brilliant golden light shot straight towards the man in black like lightning. Caught off guard, the man in black was struck solidly by this golden light. The tremendous impact forced him to stagger back several steps before he barely steadied himself. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. He unhesitatingly launched another attack, and at the same time, his third martial spirit suddenly manifested. With the appearance of the third martial spirit, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, becoming so heavy that it was almost hard to breathe. The man in black found his movements greatly hindered, as if he were trapped in quicksand, every step feeling exceptionally difficult. His brow furrowed, and he inwardly sensed danger. He knew that if this stalemate continued, he would surely be defeated. At this life-and-death moment, a determined look flashed in the man in black's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a risk and forcefully activated his internal soul power. Although he was aware that this would lead to severe backlash, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He disregarded everything and pushed the power of his demonic martial spirit to its limit. In an instant, black flames erupted around his body, burning fiercely, as if intending to incinerate everything. These terrifying black flames broke through the restrictions imposed by Li Xiaobo, reopening a space for the man in black to move. The man in black's eyes widened, letting out a furious roar like an enraged beast. He charged madly towards Li Xiaobo. The weapon in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly carrying the terrifying power to destroy the world. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Li Xiaobo remained unfazed, exhibiting extraordinary calmness. With a light shout, the three martial spirits within him instantly fused together, unleashing an unmatched force. Following this, a radiant and dazzling colorful barrier materialized out of thin air, tightly enveloping him within. When a man in black's attack collided with the colorful barrier, a deafening explosion echoed. In an instant, a violent shock wave swept outward, centered around the two of them. The originally blooming golden lotuses nearby swayed violently under the impact, their petals flying like a beautiful yet breathtaking flower rain. Just as the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, suddenly, the entire space began to tremble violently, accompanied by a chilling sound of distortion. An elder dressed in golden robes appeared like a ghost before everyone. Mu Fengxie, you damn bastard! How dare you show your face here? Do you really think I can do nothing about you? It seems that the previous efforts to deal with you evil soul masters were far from enough. The black-clad man was instantly taken aback upon seeing the golden-clad elder, his face showing immense fear. In contrast, Li Xiaobo wore an expression of surprise and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the timely arriving golden-clad elder was none other than the famous Douluo. At this moment, the evil Mu Fengxie let out a cold laugh and fearlessly responded, "Humph, Douluo, you really are a persistent ghost. But do you think you can stop me with just yourself? That's simply a dream." Just then, Li Xiaobo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I say, you too, have you forgotten about me? After all, I'm also a part of this battle." As he spoke, he shook the weapon in his hand, looking provocatively at Mu Fengxie and Douluo. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Douluo turned to look at him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly and smiled. "Little guy, well done. But this Mu Fengxie is no easy opponent. He is treacherous and crafty. We must be careful and never let our guard down." Mu Fengxie's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. "With just the two of you, do you really think you can do anything to me?" As his voice fell, the black flames surrounding him suddenly surged up several feet, the fire growing more ferocious, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. The black flames began to slowly condense and transform, eventually morphing into an incredibly large and terrifying demon apparition. The demon apparition opened its massive blood-red mouth, capable of swallowing a small mountain, and charged towards Li Xiaobo and Douluo with an earth-shattering aura. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Li Xiaobo showed no fear, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He instantly activated all three of his martial souls to their fullest, continuously pouring his strongest soul power into the colorful barrier in front of him. In an instant, the colorful barrier radiated brilliant light, like a dazzling sun, exuding a powerful and heart-pounding aura. At the same time, Douluo, standing beside him, did not dare to slack off. He waved his arms rapidly, moving as gracefully as a butterfly flitting among flowers. With each swing of his arms, brilliant golden light shot out from his hands, raining down like a dense shower of arrows towards the demon apparition. In no time, a thrilling and intense clash erupted between the two sides. The air was filled with deafening booms, and the surrounding space trembled violently due to the extreme energy fluctuations. Countless golden lotuses were ruthlessly destroyed in this terrifying energy storm, turning into bits of debris scattered in the air. However, amidst this chaotic battlefield, Mu Fengxie seized the opportunity when everyone was preoccupied and quietly cast a very strange and mysterious forbidden technique. His body gradually became blurry and indistinct, as if it could disappear at any moment. Not good. This guy actually wants to escape amidst the chaos. The sharp-eyed Douluo immediately noticed Mu Fengxie's intentions and shouted angrily. But at this point, it was clearly too late to stop him. In a split second, seeing the situation was dire, Li Xiaobo decisively pulled out a uniquely shaped long spear, the Reverse God Spear, from his bosom, and without hesitation, threw it with great force. The Reverse God Spear transformed into a dazzling streak of light, shooting straight towards Mu Fengxie with lightning speed. Although Mu Fengxie reacted quickly and sidestepped, he was still grazed by the spear's sharp energy on his arm. In pain, Mu Fengxie could not help but become furious. He turned his head, glaring at Li Xiaobo with a venomous look, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Kid, today's grudge, I will make you pay back double in the future." After saying this, his form completely virtualized, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. After being heavily injured, Mu Fengxie's speed of escape became even more rapid, as if he were a gust of wind, impossible to catch. Douluo's expression turned grave as he thrust his palm forward with great force. In an instant, a soul power chain, shining with brilliant light, shot out like a spirit snake, racing towards Mu Fengxie in an attempt to bind him tightly. However, facing this sudden attack, Mu Fengxie merely smirked disdainfully, and then a rich and eerie black light suddenly enveloped his body, acting like an indestructible shield that easily deflected the incoming soul power chain. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo clenched his teeth, silently thinking, "I cannot let this guy escape." So he unhesitatingly concentrated all the remaining soul power within him into his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his originally clear and bright eyes turned into deep and mysterious purple, resembling two gemstones radiating strange magical power. It turned out that what Li Xiaobo was using at this moment was a very rare and special pupil technique. With this technique, he could see through the weaknesses in space within a short time, allowing him to accurately track the enemy's movements. Just then, Li Xiaobo shouted loudly, "There," while pointing accurately towards a specific direction. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately understood. He quickly summoned all his surging soul power and continuously gathered it together, ultimately condensing it into a gigantic golden hand that could block out the sun. With a wave of Douluo's arm, the golden giant hand, carrying an overwhelming force, slammed down towards the direction Li Xiaobo pointed at. In the midst of his rapid escape, Mu Fengxie had no idea that his whereabouts had been completely exposed, and he had no time to make an effective evasive move. With a loud bang, Mu Fengxie was hit squarely by the powerful golden giant hand, and his entire back felt as if it had been struck by a mountain. He immediately spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, before crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ha ha ha! Today is your day of death." Douluo approached Mu Fengxie with a grim expression, his cold gaze piercing like a blade. At this moment, however, Mu Fengxie's face revealed a nearly frenzied expression, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the approaching Douluo, while continuously emitting a chilling and eerie laugh. Suddenly, Mu Fengxie reached into his bosom and swiftly pulled out a jet-black bead that emanated a mysterious aura. Without hesitation, he crushed the bead with all his might. In an instant, a tremendous dark power surged out from the shattered bead, enveloping Mu Fengxie in a thick black mist. When that dark power gradually dissipated, the Mu Fengxie before everyone had undergone a dramatic transformation. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a frenzied state, exuding a terrifying aura that made people's hearts race. His originally black eyes were now completely replaced by blood red, resembling two rubies burning with fierce flames, making it hard to look directly at him. Moreover, the muscles all over his body were rapidly bulging at a visible rate, with solid muscles rising high, veins bulging like twisted, menacing worms coiling on top. From a distance, Mu Fengxie at this moment looked like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, filled with endless killing intent and brutality. Qian Daolu, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a chill in his heart. He instinctively turned to look at Li Xiaobo beside him, only to find the latter also wore a solemn expression. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated that Mu Fengxie would have such a powerful trump card. Just then, in a frenzied state, Mu Fengxie suddenly threw his head back and let out a deafening roar, then took big strides forward, charging directly at Qian Daolu and Li Xiaobo like an angry bull. With each heavy step he took, the ground trembled violently, as if the very earth was about to crack beneath his feet. Facing the ferocious charge of Mu Fengxie, Li Xiaobo knew he couldn't just sit back and wait. Thus, he made a quick decision to strike first. He swiftly formed seals with both hands and chanted incantations, then began to manipulate the three martial spirits within him to unleash their powerful skills simultaneously. In an instant, dazzling lights of various colors erupted, intertwining and merging into a brilliant torrent, crashing toward Mu Fengxie with the force of a tidal wave. However, unexpectedly, Mu Fengxie did not dodge or evade the powerful attack rushing at him. Instead, he charged straight into the torrent of light and, relying on his unmatched physical strength, withstood all the attacks. Although the assault caused him to momentarily stagger, he quickly regained his momentum and continued to charge toward Qian Daolu and Li Xiaobo. Qian Oliu's expression grew serious as he slowly brought his hands together in prayer. Suddenly, a massive and sacred angelic silhouette appeared behind him. The silhouette radiated a dazzling, holy light, pouring down like a blazing sun. This brilliant light acted like an invisible shackle, significantly restraining Mu Fengxie, who was in a frenzied state at that moment. Bathed in this glow, Mu Fengxie's formerly swift movements became slightly sluggish. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes flashed with determination as he gripped his reverse god spear tightly and lunged fiercely at Mu Fengxie again. The spear, enveloped in unmatched momentum, sped directly toward Mu Fengxie's heart. However, facing the oncoming spear, Mu Fengxie reacted quickly, suddenly extending a hand to grasp the spear tip firmly. With a soft hiss, the sharp tip pierced through his palm, and black blood flowed out. Yet Mu Fengxie seemed unfazed. His arm muscles suddenly tensed, and with a violent throw, he sent Li Xiaobo flying like a cannonball. Just as Mu Fengxie turned to attack Qian Daolu, Qian Daolu's figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared like a ghost above Mu Fengxie, mercilessly raising a foot and stomping down with overwhelming force. Feeling the terrifying pressure from above, Mu Fengxie let out a thunderous roar, and simultaneously, his fists shot upward to counter. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The powerful shockwave seemed to tear the surrounding air apart, and thick smoke and dust instantly engulfed the area, blocking out the sun. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone focused their eyes and saw that the once mighty Mu Fengxie had now become weak and gasping for breath. Finally, with one last breath exhaled, Mu Fengxie's massive body collapsed to the ground, quickly turning into countless tiny particles that scattered in the wind, completely vanishing from sight. Li Xiaobo slowly retracted the glimmering reverse divine spear behind him, his face serious as he looked at Qian Daolu in front of him and asked, "Senior Qian Daolu, how can we just stand by and watch these evil soul masters act so brazenly, doing as they please? Shouldn't we take action against them?" Qian Daolu gazed at the young and capable Li Xiaobo, his eyes revealing deep admiration. He nodded slightly and replied in a gentle voice, "Of course not. The Spirit Hall has never stopped tracking the movements of those evil soul masters, but unfortunately, these guys are extremely cunning, often hiding in very obscure places, which brings great difficulty to our pursuit. However, your extraordinary performance during your confrontation with the evil soul master here today is truly impressive. Given time, you will surely grow into a powerful force against the evil soul masters." Hearing Qian Oliu's affirmation and encouraging words, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but clench his fists tightly and responded with determination. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will do my utmost and am willing to dedicate all my modest strength to fight against evil forces to the end." Qian Daolu nodded in satisfaction and then reminded him, "However, my child, you need to understand that as your own strength increases, the hostility of those evil soul masters towards you will inevitably intensify. Therefore, you must find every possible way to quickly enhance your own strength." Li Xiaobo hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and humbly asked, Thank you for your guidance, senior. However, as a novice in martial arts, I'm still unclear on how to quickly improve my strength. Could you please offer some valuable advice? After a brief contemplation, Douluo replied, as far as I know, you possess a 3 lives martial soul, which is a unique advantage. However, to fully utilize this advantage, you need to persistently cultivate your soul power while continuously seeking soul beasts that align with the characteristics of your martial soul, and obtain more powerful soul rings from them to enhance yourself. Additionally, there are still many ancient and mysterious ruins in the world, which may conceal information about divine inheritance. If by chance you can discover such a ruin and obtain divine inheritance, your strength will surely experience a qualitative leap. Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise after hearing Douluo's words, shining like 2 brilliant stars suddenly lit up in the darkness. He excitedly said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have always been full of curiosity and yearning for divine position inheritance, and I never expected that such a thing truly exists in this world." Douluo smiled gently, his smile as warm and kind as a spring breeze. He softly replied, "Of course it exists. The angel god worshipped by our spirit hall is one of them. However, obtaining divine position inheritance is not an easy task. It requires great opportunity and relentless personal effort. I hope you can find your own sacred inheritance soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo's figure slightly swayed and, like a ghost, vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint phantom lingering in the air. Li Xiaobo stared blankly in the direction where Douluo had left, and after a long time, he slowly regained his senses. He secretly rejoiced that he had never revealed anything related to the divine position inheritance to others. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how this unfathomable Douluo would treat him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and the tense strings of his heart relaxed. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobo bent down carefully and picked up the remaining golden lotuses scattered on the ground, putting them into his bag one by one. These golden lotuses were extremely precious treasures, each containing rich soul power and mysterious energy. After tidying up, he took one last reluctant glance at this magical place where the golden lotuses grew, then resolutely turned around and walked away with firm steps, gradually disappearing into the vastness of the world. Li Xiaobo felt as if someone was secretly watching him on his way back. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. When he reached the edge of forest, the feeling of being watched intensified. Li Xiaobo stopped and snorted coldly. "If you're hiding and following me all this way, why not show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow fell from the tree. It turned out to be a woman dressed in green, holding a flute with a cold expression. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Li Xiaobo asked, gripping his reverse divine spear and standing ready. The woman slightly parted her red lips. "My name is Yue. I had no intention of following you. I was just passing by and felt a special aura from you, which made me curious." Li Xiaobo was half convinced. "Special aura? How can I not know?" Yu took a few steps closer. "There's the aura of the golden lotus on you, and you have just experienced a great battle. This mixed aura is very unique. I know of a spiritual object that can help you better integrate your martial soul's power. It is deep within the misty forest ahead." Li Xiaobo's heart stirred. He indeed needed to enhance his strength. However, he was also worried it might be a trap. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go ahead. Upon entering the depths of the misty forest, Yue suddenly stopped and pointed to a cave. "It's right inside." Li Xiaobo had just approached the cave entrance when suddenly many vines surged around him, trapping him. Yue showed a sly smile on her face. "You really fell for it." Just as she was feeling proud, Li Xiaobo broke the vines, revealing that he had been prepared. Yue was taken aback, turned to flee, but was blocked by Li Xiaobo with his reverse god spear. Li Xiaobo sneered. "Do you really think such tricks can trap me? Speak. Who are you and why are you plotting against me?" Seeing no hope of escape, Yue had no choice but to say, "I am sent by the evil soul master. I intended to lure you here to eliminate you, but I didn't expect you to be so alert." Li Xiaobo's expression darkened. The evil soul master really is relentless. Just then, the space around them suddenly twisted, and a group of evil soul masters appeared before them. The leader of the evil soul masters laughed loudly. "Li Xiaobo, today is your day of death." Li Xiaobo showed no fear, and 3 martial souls emerged again. He said to Yue, "If you abandon the darkness and turn to the light now, I can spare your life." Yue sneered inwardly. "Abandon the darkness and turn to the light. What a good phrase. You people never distinguish between good and evil. As long as we awaken our evil martial souls, you won't spare us. So, Is it you who won't let me go? Otherwise, how could we become evil soul masters? Li Xiaobo was taken aback by Yueyue's words. He knew very well that the methods of the spirit hall towards evil soul masters were indeed somewhat extreme. Li Xiaobo said, "You're right. Some people are indeed quite extreme towards you. But that's something you've brought upon yourselves. If you say the spirit hall is really that extreme, then what about Ghost Douluo?" Hearing Li Xiaobo mention Ghost Douluo, Yue was momentarily stunned. Although Ghost Douluo came from an evil soul master background, he later reformed and was accepted by the spirit hall. She fell silent for a moment, but the surrounding evil soul masters grew impatient. The leader shouted angrily, "Yue, don't be deceived by him. We can only achieve great merit by killing him." Yue gritted her teeth and raised her flute, preparing for battle. Li Xiaobo did not want to be enemies with her and planned to deal with the other evil soul masters first. His soul power surged around him as the reverse divine spear swept out, forcing back a group of evil soul masters. Just as both sides were locked in fierce combat, a melodious sound of a flute came from the distance. As everyone was taken aback, a figure in a black robe slowly approached. The notes from his flute interfered with everyone's soul power fluctuations. Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He took a deep breath, doing his utmost to stabilize the restless soul power within him. Just then, the silent figure in the black robe suddenly broke the deadlock and slowly spoke. "Li Xiaobo, with your talent and potential, if you can join us, you will surely achieve something earth-shattering. You must know that this world is filled with prejudice and injustice against evil soul masters. Only by uniting can we have the strength to change all of this." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo frowned tightly and retorted mercilessly, "Humph. You people with your evil deeds, your hands stained with the blood of the innocent, still dare to speak of changing the world? It's simply a delusion." The man in the black robe, however, was unfazed. After a light chuckle, he continued, "If we no longer commit evil from now on and merely seek a place to settle down and live, is that not acceptable?" Li Xiaobo let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing as he stared at the man in the black robe, and responded solemnly, "You have no possibility of redemption. You are already immersed in the pleasure brought by becoming evil soul masters, enhancing your strength through slaughter. This twisted value system has long been ingrained in your bones. How could it be easily changed? Even if a few of you want to abandon the darkness and turn to the light to reform yourselves, what about the majority? They will still remain obstinate and continue their wrongdoing." The man in the black robe shook his head slightly and sighed, saying, "It seems you are determined to oppose us to the end." Before he finished speaking, he slightly moved the flute in his hand, and the melodious sound instantly transformed into a sharp, piercing noise. With this change in the flute sound, the originally aggressive group of evil soul masters seemed to be empowered by some mysterious force, their attacks becoming even more ferocious and fierce. At this moment, Li Xiaobo gradually felt a sense of powerlessness. Despite having 3 incredibly powerful martial souls as support, facing this group of crazed evil soul masters and the strangely ominous man in the black robe, he found it difficult to withstand such a fierce onslaught. Yue watched from the side, feeling conflicted. She was well aware of the evil deeds of the evil soul masters, but she also felt that Li Xiaobo's words were not entirely without reason. Yue shook her head, telling herself that she could never return to the past. So, she could only walk this path to the end. Li Xiaobo realized that if things continued like this, defeat was inevitable. His gaze suddenly locked onto the man in the black robe. He thought to himself, if he could subdue this black-robed figure, perhaps he could turn the tide of battle. He pretended to struggle, deliberately exposing a flaw, which lured several evil soul masters to pounce forward. At the moment they got close, Li Xiaobo used the recoil of the reverse god spear to charge towards the black-robed man like a cannonball. The black-robed man was taken aback and hurriedly changed the rhythm of his flute, trying to block Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo exerted all his strength to resist the interference from Diyin, and his 3 martial souls shone with a strong light, dispelling some of the effects. Just as he was about to approach the man in the black robe, he threw the reverse god spear. The man in the black robe dodged to the side. But unexpectedly, Li Xiaobo took advantage of this opportunity and landed a punch on the man's abdomen. The man in the black robe was severely injured, and Diyin's music abruptly stopped. Without the support of the man in the black robe, the evil soul masters were thrown into disarray. Li Xiaobo pressed the attack, recalling the reverse god spear and sweeping it again, this time directly sending several evil soul masters flying. The remaining evil soul masters, seeing the situation turning dire, helped the man in the black robe and fled in a panic. Yue looked at Li Xiaobo, sighed complicatedly, and also ran away. Li Xiaobo stood in place, watching the direction they left, silently contemplating how to deal with the counterattack from the evil soul masters next. Li Xiaobo decided to take the initiative and began to inquire about the stronghold of the evil soul masters. After some investigation, he learned that a group of evil soul masters was gathering in an abandoned ancient castle. He infiltrated the castle alone, using his martial soul to conceal his presence. Inside the castle, numerous evil soul masters were discussing their revenge plans. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked. He first used his second martial soul to create a large number of gun-like energy blasts to kill his enemies, and then unleashed a powerful soul force with his main martial soul. The evil soul masters were caught off guard and fell into chaos. However, the evil soul masters quickly organized a counterattack, and one powerful evil soul master summoned a giant evil beast. Li Xiaobo remained calm, fused his two martial souls, and unleashed his strongest attack, directly dispersing the giant beast. The other evil soul masters felt a sense of fear upon witnessing this. Just as Li Xiaobo was about to annihilate these evil soul masters, a mysterious voice echoed, "Young man, enough is enough." A powerful evil soul master hidden in the shadows appeared. Li Xiaobo felt immense pressure, but he showed no signs of retreat, ready to fight to the death to uphold justice. At that moment, the sounds of the Wuhuan Temple's army approaching suddenly echoed outside. As the powerful evil soul master realized that the Wuhuan Temple's army was about to arrive, his previously calm face turned pale and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At this moment, Li Xiaobo keenly seized this excellent opportunity and did not hesitate to launch another round of fierce attacks like a torrential storm. Faced with this sudden and aggressive onslaught, the powerful evil soul master could only flail about, desperately defending himself, and had no chance to breathe or consider other matters. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan Temple's army surged into the ancient and eerie castle like a roaring tide, quickly surrounding the remaining evil soul masters. Seeing that the situation was irretrievable and defeat was certain, the powerful evil soul master felt a surge of despair. However, he was unwilling to surrender easily and still clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to fight his way out. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to charge towards the encirclement. At a critical moment, Li Xiaobo made a decisive decision, coordinating seamlessly with the masters of the Wuhuan Temple to jointly cast an indestructible soul power barrier. The powerful evil soul master crashed into the barrier, and a dull thud echoed as he was violently bounced back like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. After a fierce battle, this thrilling fight finally came to an end. In the end, the once invincible and fearsome powerful evil soul master was successfully captured alive. The people of the Wuhuan Temple looked at Li Xiaobo with admiration and appreciation, praising his brave and fearless performance. However, at this moment, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of pride or satisfaction. Instead, he appeared very serious. He looked solemnly at the people of the Wuhuan Temple and slowly spoke. "Everyone, we must not let our guard down regarding the evil soul masters. Although we have successfully captured this group of villains today, we can imagine that there will surely be some fish that have slipped through the net, hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to act. Therefore, we must not relax in the slightest and must remain highly vigilant to prevent these evil forces from reviving and endangering the peace of the world once again." He murmured incantations, quickly forming hand seals, and with a low shout, a beam of light suddenly flashed, followed by a mysterious spear appearing in his hand. The legendary anti-god spear. Just as the crowd was still recovering from this sudden turn of events, Li Xiaobo had already flashed forward like a ghost, charging towards the powerful evil soul master. In an instant, cold light flashed and powerful energy surged, and the evil soul master didn't even have time to react before being pierced through by the anti-god spear. A scream rang out, and the evil soul master died on the spot. Everything happened too quickly and suddenly for the high-ranking officials of the Wuhuan Temple to respond in time. When they finally saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but erupt in anger. "Young friend, what do you mean by this? How dare you kill someone in front of the Wuhuan Temple?" The leading high-ranking official questioned with a face full of rage. Li Xiaobo calmly retracted the evil soul master's spear behind him, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body of the evil soul master on the ground. He then turned to the higher-ups of the spirit hall and said, "Gentlemen, do you not know that this person is an evil soul master? As the name suggests, evil soul masters use various wicked, bizarre, and outrageous means to rapidly enhance their strength. Such individuals remaining in the world will only bring more disaster and suffering. Therefore, I had no choice but to take action and eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, the higher-ups of the spirit hall exchanged glances, their previously angry expressions easing somewhat. After a moment, one of them spoke up. Although your actions may seem somewhat reckless, upon further thought, they do hold some truth. However, this is still within our spirit hall, and your approach is somewhat inappropriate. Hearing this, Li Xiaobo quickly cupped his hands and deeply bowed to the senior executives. Sincerely apologizing, I acted impulsively and did not consider everything thoroughly. I have offended many, and I hope you all will forgive me. In the future, if similar situations arise, I will definitely discuss with you all before making a decision. Chapter 78. Mulan. After bidding farewell to the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, Li Xiaobo set off on his journey home with a complicated mood. Along the way, he constantly recalled the interactions he had with those senior figures, pondering how to navigate his future path. After a long and arduous journey, Li Xiaobo finally returned to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes in the Sunset Forest. This is a mysterious and dangerous place. He did not disturb the clansmen who were practicing here, but for him, it was an excellent place for cultivation. As soon as he stepped into the realm of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, a surging and strange wave of energy rushed towards him like a tide, instantly enveloping him. This intense sensation invigorated Li Xiaobo, as he understood that this place contained immense energy and opportunities. Li Xiaobo walked cautiously forward, searching for a quiet place suitable for cultivation. Finally, in a corner filled with lush green grass and blooming flowers, he stopped. It was peaceful and serene here, with a gentle breeze blowing and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, making one feel relaxed and refreshed. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and his hands began to form seals, mobilizing the soul power within him according to the techniques he had previously comprehended. A faint glow emanated from his body, and the soul power flowed through his meridians like a lively brook. As the technique operated, the surrounding ice and fire energies seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, gradually converging towards him from all directions. These ice and fire energies intertwined in the air, forming vibrant and colorful streams. They swirled around Li Xiaobo, eventually merging into his body. Each infusion of ice and fire energy brought him a refreshing sensation while also granting him greater strength. Gradually, Li Xiaobo became completely immersed in the world of cultivation. He forgot all external distractions and wholeheartedly guided the soul power to circulate within his body. As time passed, his breath became increasingly steady, and he gradually entered a deep state of cultivation. However, just as Li Xiaobo was focused on his practice, an unexpected event occurred. From the depths of the originally calm ice and fire duality eye, a powerful and mysterious force suddenly surged. This force swept towards Li Xiaobo like a torrential flood, seemingly intent on breaking through the fragile balance of soul power within him. Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, and he instantly felt an unprecedented pressure. His brows furrowed tightly, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, but he did not panic. On the contrary, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and focused his mind to deal with this sudden change. He desperately operated the soul power within him, trying to bring this mysterious force under his control. However, this force was exceptionally stubborn and did not obey his commands, rampaging wildly within his body. Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, undeterred, continuously adjusting the route of his soul power, guiding this mysterious force to flow in the right direction bit by bit. After a long and arduous effort, Li Xiaobo finally made some progress. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that this seemingly violent, mysterious force actually contained an enormous vitality. Once this vitality was utilized properly, it would greatly enhance his physical quality. With this in mind, Li Xiaobo immediately changed his strategy. He no longer forcibly suppressed this force, but carefully guided it to nourish the meridians throughout his body first. As this mysterious force slowly flowed into the meridians, Li Xiaobo felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. Thus, under Li Xiaobo's meticulous control, this mysterious force gradually became docile. It flowed slowly along the meridians, nourishing and strengthening them wherever it passed. Gradually, Li Xiaobo's meridians became wider and wider, capable of accommodating more soul power. as time passed second by second. When the last trace of the mysterious force was completely absorbed by Li Xiaobo, he finally let out a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, dazzling like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. At this moment, Li Xiaobo clearly felt that his strength had significantly increased, both in the intensity of his soul power and the toughness of his body, reaching a new level. Li Xiaobo slowly stood up, stretching his limbs and feeling the powerful force surging within him like a tide. This force seemed as if it wanted to burst out of his body, filling him with an unprecedented vitality and confidence. However, despite the indescribable joy in his heart at that moment, he did not stop his exploration. He knew deeply that the mysteries contained within the miraculous ice and fire duality were far from just this. So, he took a deep breath and plunged into the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. As he descended continuously, he could clearly feel the mysterious power becoming more and more intense. This feeling was like being pulled by an invisible force, step by step towards an unknown abyss. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo's gaze was drawn to a faintly visible portal ahead. The door looked illusory and ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment. Yet for some reason, when he saw it for the first time, a strong intuition surged in his heart that this might be the key entrance to deeper secrets. Without any hesitation, Li Xiaobo quickened his pace and swam toward the portal. When he finally passed through the door, an astonishingly brilliant scene unfolded before him. All around, there were crystals emitting strange light, varying in size and shape, their radiance interweaving and illuminating the entire space like a dream. In the very center of this marvelous world made of crystals, a gigantic object was quietly floating. That object resembled a beating heart, with each contraction and expansion radiating waves of energy outward. Just as Li Xiaobo was immersed in this spectacular sight, something unexpected happened. The originally quiet crystals around him suddenly shot out dazzling beams of light, which quickly intertwined in the air. Ultimately, one figure shimmered with scorching red light, while the other was shrouded in cold blue light, standing like gatekeepers of this mysterious realm. The blue figure slowly spoke. "Young man, your successful arrival here is enough to prove that the purest dragon blood flows within you. Know that among these crystal-clear, shimmering crystals lies an extremely powerful and vast energy. You may select a portion of it to assist your cultivation process, and I believe it will elevate your strength to a new level." Hearing this, a wave of joy surged in Li Xiaobo's heart. However, he did not let excitement cloud his judgment, but instead maintained the necessary caution, carefully inquiring, "I'm deeply grateful for your generous gift, esteemed elder. But I wonder if there are any specific conditions to meet in order to obtain the energy from these crystals?" At that moment, the red figure let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Huh, you truly are a clever little fellow. Indeed, we have a small request to entrust to you. I wonder how the soul beasts are faring in the outside world now." Li Xiaobo hurriedly replied respectfully. In response to the two seniors, as of now, the number of soul beasts in the outside world has indeed decreased compared to the past. Moreover, due to the continuous expansion of human activity areas, their original habitats are also diminishing. Not only that, but some powerful soul beasts are facing a significant crisis of being hunted by humans for their soul rings. After listening to Li Xiaobo's statement, the ice blue figure couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Alas, the situation is indeed as we expected. For this reason, we earnestly hope that you can step forward and protect some of the soul beast populations that belong to our dragon clan, and resolutely curb the spread of such excessive hunting. Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and said firmly, "I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. However, my strength alone is limited, and the conflict between humans and soul beasts has existed for a long time. It is not easy to resolve it completely." For a moment, the two fell into a long silence. After a while, the icy blue figure sighed deeply and said with concern, "Alas, I really don't know how soul beasts will continue to survive in this world in the future. However, judging by the dragon aura emanating from you, your dragon bloodline is very pure. I wonder if you would be willing to inherit our divine position. This way, you could provide strong assistance to the Soul Beast clan in the future." Li Xiaobo hurriedly clasped his hands in salute and gratefully replied, "Thank you for your kindness, both seniors. However, to be honest, I have already accepted the inheritance of another divine position. But rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you find a suitable candidate to inherit the divine position." At this moment, the red figure beside him frowned slightly and said anxiously, "Kid, do you know who we are? To be frank, we both possess a first-level divine position. If you can inherit both of our divine positions, Your strength would be comparable to that of a divine king. Such a rare opportunity. Are you really planning to give it up so easily? Faced with this enormous temptation, Li Xiaobo did not respond immediately. After pondering for a moment with his head bowed, he raised his head and looked at the two seniors with sincere and resolute eyes, slowly saying, "Seniors, I understand that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for anyone. However, I've already made a promise to someone else. A man must keep his word. It cannot be violated. Please believe me. Even if I cannot personally inherit your divine positions, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will certainly do my best to protect the dragon-type soul beasts and sincerely seek the most suitable inheritor for the divine position." The ice-blue figure gently nodded and said softly, "All right, since you have such a firm determination, we will not insist any further. In that case, you may go and select some soul crystals." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo showed a grateful expression and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Then, he walked towards the pile of crystals shining with mysterious light, with light and slightly hurried steps. When he carefully extended his right hand and gently touched one of the soul crystals, a powerful force instantly surged into his body through his fingertips. Immediately, a series of shocking images flooded his mind like a tide, as if transporting him to that distant ancient era. Before his eyes unfolded a magnificent scene of soul beasts thriving. Countless enormous soul beasts of various forms galloped across the vast land, some roaring towards the sky, while others lowered their heads to forage. Each emitted a heart-pounding, powerful aura. At the same time, there were the awe-inspiring dragon clan, spreading their wings that blocked out the sun, soaring in the sky, or moving gracefully across the land, causing mountains to collapse and all beasts to submit wherever they passed. The glorious past of the dragon clan was vividly displayed at this moment. Immersed in this wonderful scene, Li Xiaobo found it difficult to extricate himself. When he finally came back to his senses, he began to carefully select the soul crystals. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose several crystals containing powerful energy and precious memories. After completing his selection, Li Xiaobo turned to the two figures again and deeply bowed, expressing his sincere gratitude. Then, he slowly left this mysterious area, carrying these precious soul crystals. Soon, he returned to the area outside the ice and fire duality eye. At this moment, he still found it hard to calm his emotions. Reflecting on everything he had just experienced, he felt an immense sense of responsibility weighing on him. Not only did he need to continue to practice diligently and improve his own strength, but he also needed to find ways to coordinate the complex relationship between humans and soul beasts. However, he understood that all of this was a matter for the future. The most important task at present was to focus on his cultivation. As long as he could successfully become a deity one day, then using his divine power to make appropriate modifications to certain divine rules would surely not be difficult. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Li Xiaobo's eyes. He then directed his gaze towards the nearby 100 herbs diagram and the innate 5 elements lotus flower. Now he had successfully harvested 3 of them, taking a solid step closer to gathering all his targets. Currently, only the earth attribute and wood attribute lotus flowers remained unfound. But it was precisely these 2 types of lotus that were the hardest to find, especially the earth attribute lotus, which was exceedingly rare, as among many plants. Those with earth attributes were indeed few and far between. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, pondering to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to temporarily set aside the search for the 2 types of attribute lotus flowers. He understood that the road ahead would be long, and as long as he persevered and never gave up, he would eventually succeed in finding their traces. With this thought, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. He then slowly closed his eyes, eliminating all distractions, and immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. Time sped by like a runaway wild horse, and in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobo had stepped into this completely foreign world for nearly 20 years. During this long and arduous period, he encountered countless difficulties and faced life and death trials repeatedly. However, with unyielding perseverance and courage to move forward, he continuously challenged his limits, surpassing himself, and his strength grew increasingly powerful. At this moment, a legendary story about the Haotian twin stars gradually spread in the outside world. People were filled with infinite curiosity and deep reverence for these 2 exceptionally talented prodigies, often discussing their astonishing deeds during tea breaks and meals. On this day, the sky was gloomy as if it could drip water, with heavy dark clouds resembling layers of ink curtains, completely shrouding the sky. Before long, a torrential downpour poured down, with raindrops the size of soybeans pounding the ground, creating a crackling sound. In the courtyard of the Li residence, Li Xiaobo stood quietly, like a silent statue. His gaze was fixed on the pond in front of him, splashing with rainwater, but his thoughts had long drifted far away. The various experiences he had gone through over the years surged to his mind like a tide. Those thrilling and perilous adventure journeys, or the warm and touching beautiful memories, flashed in his mind like vivid and lively movie scenes. Just as he was immersed in his memories, a sudden, hurried, and heavy sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. The sound grew closer and clearer, seemingly carrying an urgent and tense emotion coming this way. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows slightly and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. He saw the steward, completely drenched, with his hair and clothes sticking closely to him, rushing towards the pavilion through the rain. As he ran, he shouted loudly, young master, there is someone outside who wants to see you. He says he has important news about the 5 elements lotus flower to tell you." Hearing the words 5 elements lotus flower, the previously somewhat confused look in Li Xiaobo's eyes instantly flashed with a bright light, like a shooting star across the night sky. His heart raced suddenly, and he immediately became energized. Without any hesitation, he eagerly shouted back to the steward, quickly bring him in." Before long, an elderly man, slightly hunched and walking slowly, entered the tranquil and elegant courtyard under the careful assistance and guidance of the steward. The elderly man wore a very plain and simple coarse cloth robe, which was not only dull in color, but also had several patches of varying sizes sewn onto it. However, surprisingly, despite his humble attire, when people looked into his deep, pool-like eyes, they couldn't help but feel as if those eyes could see through the essence and truth of all things in the world. When the elderly man finally stood before Li Xiaobo, he first respectfully bowed deeply to him, then lowered his voice slightly and said in a somewhat mysterious tone, "Young master, I recently received a piece of news by chance, saying that there's a place considered extremely dangerous, where it is rumored that a rare would attribute 5 elements lotus flower might grow." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his heartbeat quickened. With an anxious expression on his face, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "May I ask, old man, where exactly is the place you mentioned?" In response to Li Xiaobo's impatient inquiry, the old man let out a faint sigh, slowly raised his hand, and pointed a bony finger towards the distance, beginning to elaborate in detail on the specific location and related circumstances of that place. However, after the old man finished describing all the information, his previously calm expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he earnestly warned, "Young man, this journey to search for the 5 elements lotus is indeed a long and perilous one. Along the way, you will not only have to traverse desolate mountains and forests and cross tumultuous rivers, but you must also be constantly on guard against various unexpected dangers and traps. It can be said that even the slightest negligence could very likely cost you your life, leading to a tragic end in the underworld. Therefore, I hope you will think carefully and act cautiously." Li Xiaobo was deeply aware of the importance and danger of this journey, but he was undaunted. After making a few necessary preparations, he resolutely set off on his expedition. Along the way, he endured hardships, traveling day and night towards his goal. After several days of relentless travel, dragging his exhausted body, he finally arrived at this legendary place, both mysterious and frightening. As soon as he stepped onto this land, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Surrounding him was a thick miasma, like an incredibly heavy gray curtain, tightly enveloping the entire area, with barely a gap in sight. The miasma also emitted an extremely pungent and unpleasant odor, which made one feel nauseous with just a slight whiff. Looking around, there was a deathly silence with no signs of life, and even the sound of the wind was absent. Occasionally, strange and eerie sounds would come from afar, some resembling the hooting of an owl, others like the wailing of evil spirits, intensifying the already eerie atmosphere. However, faced with such a terrifying scene, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of fear. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his somewhat frantic emotions, and steadied himself. Then, he cautiously and lightly stepped forward. With every step, he remained fully alert to his surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. At the same time, he began to draw upon the powerful soul force hidden within him, continuously gathering it into his palms. As the soul force condensed, his palm gradually radiated a bright and dazzling light. Then he suddenly swung his arm with force, and the light transformed into an extraordinarily sharp sword of light, piercing through the miasma with a thunderous momentum. With a loud sizzle, the miasma was forcibly torn open, creating a path for passage. Thus, Li Xiaobo trudged forward, step by step, through the arduous journey. Time seemed to stand still, and he could no longer remember how long he had been walking, only that the road beneath his feet grew increasingly rugged. Yet the persistence and desire in his heart kept him moving forward. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, carrying with it a faint hint of wood element energy. This breath was elusive, appearing and disappearing like a flickering candlelight in the darkness, igniting a spark of hope in Li Xiaobo's heart. His spirit lifted, and his previously slow footsteps quickened as he eagerly rushed toward the direction from which the energy emanated. Sure enough, not far from him, a hidden cave appeared at the base of a cliff. The entrance was surrounded by dense vegetation, with branches and leaves intertwined, completely obscuring the entrance. If it weren't for the unique wood element energy leaking from within, no one passing by would have noticed the hidden cave. Without any hesitation, Li Xiaobo bent down, quickly clearing away the weeds and branches at the entrance, then dove inside. As he entered the cave, a damp and cold atmosphere greeted him, and the light inside was dim, barely allowing him to see the outlines of his surroundings. The stone walls were covered in wet moss, with droplets occasionally falling from above, creating a crisp sound. However, at that moment, Li Xiaobo had already cast these thoughts aside. His eyes were fixed solely on the legendary lotus flower that was said to emit a gentle green light. With a heart full of anticipation, he cautiously made his way deeper into the cave. As he progressed, the wood element energy grew stronger, like an invisible hand guiding him closer to his goal. Finally, after a long journey, he saw the lotus flower that had long captivated his dreams, growing quietly on a protruding rock, its emerald petals slightly unfurled, sparkling like stars in the night sky. The center of the flower glowed with a soft green light, seemingly containing endless vitality and mystery. It grew quietly atop the rock, like a fairy that stood apart from the world. The petals opened shyly, as if a bashful girl hesitated to speak. The green light was soft and warm, like the most gentle sunlight of spring, or a mother's tender hands gently caressing all living things, seemingly containing infinite life force that made one fall under its spell. Just as Li Xiaobo was overjoyed and eager to reach out and pluck the beautiful lotus flower, the once calm cave walls suddenly underwent a transformation. Without any warning, countless thick vines sprang forth from the walls like fierce poisonous snakes, lunging at Li Xiaobo with lightning speed. These vines, nourished for a long time by the wood element lotus flower, had reached a shocking level of power. Faced with such a sudden and fierce attack, Li Xiaobo displayed extraordinary adaptability and agility. He reacted instantly, unleashing his formidable soul power without hesitation, determined to engage in a thrilling life-and-death struggle with the menacing vines. His movements were as agile as a ghost, sometimes dodging to the left to narrowly avoid a fierce vine, and at other times swerving to the right to escape another vine rushing at him. Meanwhile, the soul power in his hands continuously condensed and transformed, instantly becoming fierce attacks that cut through the air, mercilessly striking the aggressive vines. In an instant, the cave was filled with dazzling light, almost blinding him. The powerful energy surged like a tempest, causing the surrounding air to become restless. However, despite Li Xiaobo's extraordinary strength, the vines were unexpectedly resilient, and no matter how hard he attacked, he could not sever them completely. Worse still, the number of vines was overwhelming, like an endless tide continuously surging from the cave walls, determined not to let Li Xiaobo escape unscathed. As time passed, he felt his strength waning, as if an invisible force was gradually draining him. Moreover, he was covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes, yet he bit his lip, refusing to give, and even his pain crashed over him like tide. His tenacity and determination made him like a steel warrior, unwilling to bow to adversity. Even though the situation was dire, he continued to fight fiercely against the troublesome vines with his indomitable will. Each strike was infused with all his strength, and every movement was accompanied by great risk. Nevertheless, he pressed on, inching closer to the mysterious lotus flower. This battle was grueling and seemed endless. Sweat soaked his forehead, blurring his vision. His labored breathing echoed through the empty cave like the dull sound of a bellows being pulled. Yet, in this seemingly hopeless situation, Li Xiaobo suddenly discovered the vine's fatal weakness. Instantly, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. and he unhesitatingly channeled all his soul power into the reverse divine spear in his hand. With a roar that echoed throughout the cave, he unleashed his final strike. In an instant, light flashed, the spear intent surged like a rainbow, and all the vines snapped in response. Li Xiaobo did not dare to delay for a moment, and dashed towards the lotus flower he had long desired like a flash of lightning. Closer, even closer. Finally, he steadily picked the lotus flower and held it in his palm. At that moment, the lotus emitted a soft green glow, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Li Xiaobo's weary yet joyful face. He gazed at the lotus in his hand, overwhelmed by a joy that was hard to put into words. He understood that the success of this adventure was not merely about obtaining a precious lotus flower. It also meant he had taken a solid step closer to his grand goal of gathering all 5 elemental lotus flowers. Thinking of this, a hint of a comforting smile involuntarily appeared on Li Xiaobo's face, which had been slightly pale from exhaustion. This smile contained a sense of satisfaction after enduring hardships and a hopeful longing for the future. After taking a short rest, Li Xiaobo carefully tucked the wood attribute innate 5-element lotus flower into his bosom and set off on his way back. Along the way, he remained highly alert, his nerves taut like a bowstring, closely monitoring any subtle changes in his surroundings, fearing any unexpected dangers might arise. After all, this unknown territory was filled with countless variables and challenges. Upon returning to the Li mansion, he immediately entered seclusion, planning to merge the newly acquired lotus flower with the ones he already had. He took out the 4 lotus flowers and arranged them according to the 5-element positions, then guided his energy. As his soul power was infused, the lotus flowers gradually released a spectrum of colors, merging and permeating each other. The fusion process was fraught with difficulties. The surging, powerful energy crashed mercilessly against Li Xiaobo's fragile meridians. Each impact brought excruciating pain, as if it were tearing his body into pieces. However, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, letting sweat soak his clothes, and persevered with an unwavering will. Just as he felt he was about to reach his limit and could no longer endure the violent energy, a miracle happened. The mysterious dragon bloodline hidden within him suddenly began to surge. This ancient and powerful bloodline flowed like an unending torrent throughout his body, engaging in a thrilling battle with the rampant energy. Ultimately, under the strong suppression of the dragon bloodline, the situation gradually stabilized. After a long and arduous effort, the 4 lotus flowers containing the power of the 5 elements finally completed their fusion. In an instant, an unparalleled strong and pure wave of power erupted from Li Xiaobo's body, illuminating the entire space like brilliant stars. At that moment, his strength achieved another qualitative leap, reaching an astonishing new height. When everything calmed down, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze revealed a hint of deep helplessness. It turned out that, despite successfully merging the powers of 4 attributes of lotus flowers, the absence of the earth attribute lotus's influence was still very evident. After all, in the innate 5 elements, the east belongs to wood, the south to fire, the west to metal, the north to water, while earth governs the interior. Without the perfect combination of the earth attribute lotus, the mutual fusion among the other attributes will become exceptionally difficult. However, how easy is it to find the earth attribute lotus? Most plants in the world grow on the vast earth, and while they absorb other elements, they can produce corresponding elemental powers through their own evolution. Yet, the earth has a strong inclusiveness, making it extremely difficult for plants to directly give birth to earth attributes. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but sigh deeply, ending this arduous journey of cultivation with a heart full of regret. Chapter 79. Zhuge time raced by like a wild horse, seemingly disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, on this seemingly ordinary day, after countless hard trials and persistent cultivation, Yin Yuesher finally her cultivation successfully broke through to the remarkable level of 90. When that moment truly arrived, Yin Yuesher felt an indescribable joy surge in her heart, overwhelming her like a roaring tide, because only she knew what it meant to reach this critical cultivation node of level 90. It not only represented the fruitful achievements of her hard work over the years, but also signified that she now possessed the strength to pursue her beloved Li Xiaobo. It is worth noting that, on this vast and mysterious Douluo continent, the Soul Saint realm could already be considered a powerful presence that commands respect. At this moment, Yin Yuesher was just one step away from joining the ranks of those supreme, top-tier powerhouses, as long as she could successfully obtain a precious soul ring. she would surely leap to become one of the very few standing at the peak. Filled with excitement and eager anticipation, Yin Yuesher decided to embark on this love-seeking journey in the most beautiful form. To this end, she took the precious time to carefully groom and dress herself. Look! At this moment, she was wearing a flowing light blue long dress, the thin hem gently swaying with the breeze, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Breathtakingly beautiful, her long black hair, cascading like a waterfall, was meticulously combed to be smooth and orderly, adorned with several exquisitely crafted hairpins, giving her overall appearance an air of nobility and elegance. With everything ready, she did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely set off on a long journey to where Li Xiaobo was. On this journey, Yin Yuesher undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. Those proud individuals who had once provoked her, attempting to compete with her, now looked at her astonishing realm with awe. Some, upon catching a glimpse of her graceful figure exuding a powerful aura, hurriedly lowered their heads and turned to leave, fearing that a careless move might provoke this mysterious and powerful figure, like a deity descending from the heavens. After enduring numerous hardships and long travels, Yin Yuesher finally arrived at the quiet valley where Li Xiaobo resided. The moment she stepped into this tranquil place, her eyes immediately caught sight of Li Xiaobo's relaxed figure. He was sitting leisurely on a lush green meadow, calmly plucking a tender green blade of grass, fully engrossed and playfully teasing a fluffy, adorable little creature. The golden sunlight poured down like scattered gold, perfectly illuminating him, creating a scene that was as dreamy and warm as a beautiful painting. At this moment, he was completely immersed in this comfort and ease, as if all the noise and turmoil of the world had been completely shut out from his realm. Like a light butterfly, Yin Yuesher unconsciously softened her footsteps, moving as if each step was on clouds. She carefully inched closer to that dreamlike scene, filled with awe and anticipation, afraid that she might accidentally shatter this peaceful and beautiful picture like a bull in a china shop. However, fate seems to enjoy playing tricks on people. Despite Yin Yuesher's utmost effort to make herself as silent as a ghost, for some unknown reason, her subtle movements and breathing still caught Li Xiaobo's attention. As if he had suddenly sensed the call of some mysterious power, he slightly turned his head. In an instant, his gaze flashed like two bolts of lightning across the night sky, precisely landing on Yin Yuesher, who was gradually approaching. At first, when he saw Yin Yuesher, a hint of barely noticeable surprise flickered in his eyes. But this surprise was fleeting, like a shooting star that briefly illuminated the night sky before vanishing without a trace. Immediately, this surprise was replaced by a gentle smile, warm and intoxicating, like flowers blooming in the spring. "What brings you here?" Li Xiaobo asked softly, his voice deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate into one's soul. At the same time, he slowly stood up from the grass, his movements graceful and composed. After getting up, he gently brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his white shirt, every action appearing so natural and casual. Hearing Li Xiaobo's question, Yin Yuesher could no longer contain her inner joy and excitement. She exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! I finally broke through to level 90, before her words had even faded. Her charming face was already radiating an unmistakable pride, shining like the sun rising in the early morning. Standing beside her, Li Xiaobo raised his inky black, thick eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile that seemed both amused and teasing. "Oh my, congratulations, Yuesher. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Breaking through to level 90 so quickly. I really have to look at you with new eyes." However, he paused, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes, then continued, "From what I know about you, you didn't come all this way just to tell me this good news, right?" Caught off guard by Li Xiaobo's sudden question, Yin Yuesher's pretty face instantly flushed a light red, like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head a bit and replied softly, her voice gentle as a breeze, "Well, of course not, Xiaobo. Besides telling you about my successful breakthrough, I actually have a thought in my heart, which is to hope to go out and experience some adventures with you. Moreover, I'm quite uncertain about the 9th spirit ring I'm about to obtain, so I really want to hear your opinions and suggestions." After saying this, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Xiaobo, as if fearing he might see through her thoughts. However, only she knew that, deep down, she harbored a small expectation that this opportunity would allow her to spend more time with Li Xiaobo and deepen their relationship. At that moment, Li Xiaobo gently shook his head, his previously serious expression growing even more solemn. He slightly squinted his eyes, gazing at Yan Yuesher, and then replied in an extremely serious tone, Yuesher, regarding your ninth spirit ring, we must not rush into things. You need to understand that this is a crucial part of your future cultivation path, as it will occupy the last precious position for your spirit ring. Therefore, before making a final decision, we must be cautious and carefully select the spirit beast that is most suitable for you. Not only that, there's another point that cannot be ignored. You have just completed a significant breakthrough. While this is undoubtedly something to be ecstatic about, the most critical task for you now should still be to calm down and fully consolidate your current cultivation level. Only then can you ensure a steadier and smoother path in your subsequent cultivation. After hearing Li Xiaobo's earnest advice, the anticipation in Yan Yuesher's eyes dimmed instantly, a trace of undeniable disappointment creeping onto her lovely face. However, after a moment of thought, she realized that every word Li Xiaobo said made sense. Thus, like a docile little lamb, she obediently nodded and softly replied, Well, all right then, Xiaobo, since you said so, I will follow your advice. Just right. I also feel that I indeed need to find a quiet place to consolidate the cultivation results I've achieved during this time. With that, Yan Yuesher turned and walked lightly towards a nearby serene spot. Before long, she discovered a perfect location that was peaceful and pleasant, surrounded by lush green trees. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, as if nature was playing a beautiful melody. The ground was covered in soft green grass, resembling a layer of soft green velvet, making one feel delighted at the sight. Yan Yuesher carefully stepped into this tranquil place, afraid that she might accidentally disturb this rare peace and beauty. Once she reached the center, she slowly knelt down, then gracefully and gently crossed her legs to sit down. Next, she lightly closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing rhythm, allowing her slightly restless heart to gradually calm down. As time passed, Yan Yuesher fully immersed herself in a state of cultivation, emitting a faint glow from her body, blending with the surrounding natural scenery, forming a breathtakingly beautiful picture. Days later, Yan Yuesher was quietly sitting in her cave, focusing inward on the spiritual energy flowing steadily within her like a babbling brook, a smile unconsciously spreading across her lips. After this period of cultivation and settling, she could clearly feel that her cultivation had stabilized significantly, as if an indestructible castle stood firmly within her dantian. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yan Yuesher slowly opened her eyes to see Li Xiaobo entering with an excited expression. Before Yan Yuesher could ask, Li Xiaobo eagerly said, Yuesher, I've been asking around these past few days and finally got some news. It is said that in a mysterious place not far from here, there may exist a very powerful spirit beast that is quite suitable for you. If you can tame it, it will surely be a tremendous help to your strength. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher's previously calm eyes instantly sparkled, shining brightly like stars flickering in the night sky. She immediately stood up and nodded to Li Xiaobo, saying, In that case, we shouldn't delay. Let's hurry and set off. Thus, Li Xiaobo led the way, with Yan Yuesher closely following behind, and the two embarked on a journey to find that mysterious spirit beast. Along the way, they climbed mountains and crossed forests, enduring several days of arduous travel before finally arriving at a vast, boundless expanse of desert known as the Death Desert. This desert seemed like a corner forgotten by the sun god, with unbearable high temperatures making it feel like being in an oven, making even breathing extremely difficult. The howling wind frequently whipped up rolling clouds of sand, forming towering sandstorms that blotted out the sun and instilled fear. However, despite facing such harsh conditions, neither Yan Yuesher nor Li Xiaobo showed any signs of retreat. They supported each other, cautiously moving deeper into the desert. Just as they were struggling to advance, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from a distance. Soon after, the sand waves ahead began to ripple violently, as if a long-sleeping giant beast was awakening. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sandworm burst forth from the ground. This sandworm was covered in scales as hard as iron, glinting coldly under the sunlight. Its enormous eyes burned like lanterns filled with raging fire, exuding a fierce and brutal aura. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate and launched the first attack. He quickly formed seals with both hands and chanted incantations. Then several sharp soul power blades shot towards the sandworm like lightning. Unfortunately, when these soul power blades struck the sandworm's hard scales, they only left shallow marks and did not cause any substantial damage. Yan Yuesher saw this and secretly thought it was bad. She knew that the sandworm before her was not an ordinary foe, and if she could not think of a countermeasure quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. After a brief contemplation, Yin Yuesher decided to use her most skilled technique, the true fire of the sun. With a light shout, she moved her hands, and a tremendous heat of flame instantly condensed in her palms. With a wave of her arm, the flame surged forward like a roaring fire dragon, pouncing on the sandworm at an incredible speed. In an instant, the entire desert was illuminated by this dazzling firelight. The sandworm did not even have time to let out a cry before it turned to ashes under the scorching true fire of the sun. At that moment, deep within the vast and desolate desert, yellow sand suddenly began to swirl, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Following that, a low and dense roar echoed from afar, sending chills down their spines. In the blink of an eye, a group of small yet exceptionally fierce sand beasts surged towards Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher like a tidal wave. Faced with this sudden crisis, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher remained calm. They quickly stood back to back, forming an indestructible defense line. Yin Yuesher shouted, her hands moving rapidly like dancing butterflies. In an instant, her soul power surged wildly, quickly converging into sharp spikes that glinted coldly, shooting towards the group of small sand beasts at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Li Xiaobo did not show any weakness. He shouted loudly, unleashing his proud area attack skill, Thunderous Might. With a thunderous roar, countless dazzling blue lightning bolts tore through the sky like giant dragons, crashing down with devastating force onto the small sand beasts. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with flying sand and dust, thunder flashing, blue light intertwining with rolling dust, creating a breathtaking scene. This intense battle continued for a long time. But because these soul beasts were all hiding underground, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher's attacks were difficult to fully affect them. Despite Li Xiaobo now possessing the powerful strength of a 95-level Super Douluo, he gradually felt overwhelmed when facing such cunning and troublesome enemies. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel regret. If he had chosen a soul beast with earth attributes for his ninth soul ring instead of other types, he might have gained a skill that could control the power of the earth, making it easier to deal with these hidden underground soul beasts. Just as the two began to feel exhausted and their stamina was gradually depleting, Yin Yuesher's bright eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. A flash of insight struck her mind, and she suddenly recalled a magical formation she had seen in ancient texts, which was said to have the mysterious power to temporarily bind creatures hidden underground. Without any hesitation, she swiftly took out several formation flags from her storage soul guide. Then, she focused intently, carefully inserting these flags into the soft sand according to the specific positions in her memory. When she inserted the last formation flag, she clasped her hands together, muttering incantations, and then continuously infused her soul power into the seemingly ordinary flags. In an instant, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, a soft yellow light began to rise from the flags, eventually forming a massive pale yellow light shield that tightly trapped the group of clawing small sand beasts inside. Li Xiaobo, who had been nervously watching from the side, was now filled with astonishment. He looked at her in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. I can't believe it. You actually master such profound formations. Hearing this, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but raise her chin proudly, playfully saying, of course, besides diligently cultivating to improve my strength. I also spend a lot of time reading extensively and studying various strange knowledge. However, just as the two thought they had the situation under control, an unexpected event occurred. The sandworms trapped inside the light shield seemed to sense the crisis and began to violently ram against the shield. Each impact made the shield shake violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. Clearly, if this continued, the supposedly indestructible shield would soon shatter completely. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly urgent, Li Xiaobo's expression became serious. He knew they could not sit idly by any longer. He took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and forcibly mobilized the vast soul power within him. In an instant, he radiated a dazzling blue light, shining like a brilliant sapphire. At the same time, an extremely powerful wave of soul power suddenly expanded outward from him. Then, with a loud whoosh, the reverse divine spear he held tightly shot into the ground like an arrow released from a bow, carrying unmatched might. As the reverse divine spear struck the ground, he did not hesitate to unleash his first soul skill, Thunderous Might. At that moment, the spear suddenly shone with an incredibly bright blue light, like lightning streaking across the night sky, carrying a heart-pounding thunderous power and deeply piercing into the hard underground. In an instant, the entire earth began to tremble violently, as if a dragon was turning over. The sandworms that had been frantically attacking the light shield suddenly froze in place, as if under a binding spell, ceasing their movements. These ugly and fierce worms seemed to feel the immense deterrent force from the reverse divine spear, curling up together, not daring to make any further moves. At the same time, the group of small sand beasts, which had been clawing and ferocious, also retreated in panic, as if they had encountered a terrifying natural enemy. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows slightly, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, forming a faint smile. Hee, it seems this move is quite effective. Yan Yuesher, standing beside him, looked at him with concern and said softly, but using such a powerful move consumes a tremendous amount of your own energy. Before she could finish her sentence, a massive sandstorm suddenly swept up again from the distant horizon, larger than before. This sandstorm came on with great force, exuding an aura that was several times more terrifying than the previous one. Not good. Our commotion earlier must have attracted an even more powerful monster hiding deep underground. Li Xiaobo's expression turned grave, and he tightly furrowed his brows. From a distance, the sandstorm appeared to be burning with fierce flames, presenting a fiery red color. The flying sand and dust stained half the sky blood red, an alarming sight. Yan Yuesher instinctively clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes revealing a resolute expression as she said firmly, "No matter what kind of enemy we face next, I will fight alongside you to the end." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded firmly in agreement. As a result, the two of them focused intently, bracing themselves for the impending unknown challenge. As the sandstorm drew closer, a massive firebird, its body as large as a mountain, gradually appeared before everyone. This giant bird was covered in crimson feathers, and each time it flapped its broad, powerful wings, it caused a violent tremor that shook the ground. Li Xiaobo said in a low voice, "In my opinion, this guy probably already possesses the terrifying strength of nearly 300,000 years of soul beasts. We absolutely cannot confront him directly. We must come up with a foolproof plan." Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher suddenly had a thought flash through her mind. She quietly said to Li Xiaobo, "Brother Xiaobo, my special ability might come in handy. I can manipulate high temperatures in a short period of time." Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. He whispered to Yan Yuesher, "All right, Yuesher, you'll create a high-temperature distraction to confuse this big bird's vision. I'll take this opportunity to sneak around from behind and launch a surprise attack." Yan Yuesher nodded, indicating that she understood. Yan Yuesher took a deep breath, focused her energy, and activated her ability. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, and the temperature suddenly soared. The once imposing fire-extinguished giant bird fell into confusion, surrounded by a sea of red flames, unable to see anything clearly. At that moment, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and swiftly circled around to the back of the giant bird like a ghost. He gripped the reverse divine spear tightly, channeling all his soul power into it, then unleashed his full strength and thrust it toward the bird's weak point. Feeling the approaching threat, the giant bird let out a painful screech, going into a frenzy. It opened its mouth, and a torrent of scorching flames surged forth, rushing straight toward Li Xiaobo. Seeing this, Yan Yuesher quickly cast a spell, creating a thick fire shield in front of her, successfully blocking the bird's fiery attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Xiaobo swung the reverse divine spear again. This time, his target was the giant bird's massive wings. The spear traced a brilliant blue arc through the air, striking with lightning speed. Although the giant bird sensed danger, its reaction was slightly delayed due to the recent attack. Despite desperately flapping its wings to evade, it ultimately couldn't avoid the attack entirely. The sharp tip of the reverse divine spear accurately sliced through the bird's left wing, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The severely injured giant bird was completely enraged, throwing its head back and letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, it furiously flapped its right wing, unleashing a violent whirlwind that surged toward Li Xiaobo like a giant dragon. Li Xiaobo had no time to react to escape the powerful wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was mercilessly swept into it. His body was like a fragile fallen leaf tumbling in the air, and eventually crashed hard onto a towering sand dune nearby. Yan Yuesher witnessed this scene, her heart racing with anxiety. She knew that time was of the essence, and there was no room for hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she continuously released the high-temperature energy from within her, trying to influence the fierce giant bird. Sure enough, disturbed by the high temperature, The bird's previously swift movements became slightly sluggish. Li Xiaobo, lying at the foot of the sand dune, endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body and struggled to get back on his feet. He didn't have time to assess his injuries and charged forward again without hesitation. Meanwhile, the inverse divine spear he held tightly in his hand burst forth with a dazzling light, as if to illuminate the dim world around them. Break! With a furious shout from Li Xiaobo, the inverse divine spear struck down towards the giant bird's right wing root with the force of thunder. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the bird's incredibly tough right wing was severed in response. Instantly, the giant bird, having lost the support of its right wing, plummeted like a falcon with a broken wing, its entire body losing balance as it fell straight down into the vast, boundless desert below. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher finally breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, they slowly stepped towards the giant bird, which lay incapacitated on the ground. However, just as they were about to reach the bird, they noticed that the creature, which had been lying on the ground with a look of unwillingness in its eyes, suddenly glowed with a strange and eerie red light all over its body. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo's heart sank suddenly, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He instinctively opened his mouth and shouted, "Not good, it's going to self-destruct." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's eyes widened in panic. Just as he finished speaking, in that critical moment, Li Xiaobo didn't think twice and quickly grabbed Yin Yuesher by the arm, retreating at the fastest speed he could muster. At the same time, he desperately summoned all the soul power within him to raise an indestructible soul power shield. Almost as soon as Li Xiaobo completed these actions, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Following that, a massive fireball shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. The intense shockwave generated by the explosion rampaged through everything around like a furious beast. The towering sand dunes were shattered by this terrifying force, turning into swirling dust. Despite the protection of a shield, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were still unable to completely withstand such a powerful shockwave. Their bodies were tossed away like two floating leaves in a storm, flying far from the blast. As the dust began to settle, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher slowly stood up from the ground. They were covered in dust, their hair a mess, looking like two people who had just been dug out of the earth. Li Xiaobo wiped his face with his hand and forced a smile, saying, "Oh dear, I really underestimated this time. I didn't expect this big bird to be so troublesome." Yin Yuesher, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm. She gently brushed the dust off her clothes and murmured, "Fortunately, we were alarmed but unharmed. We managed to take care of it, and we're still alive." Just then, something unexpected happened. A strange light suddenly flickered where the big bird had fallen. The two of them focused their eyes and saw a mysterious inner core quietly lying there, radiating a mystical glow. Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up at the sight, and he excitedly shouted to Yin Yuesher, "Wow, this inner core is a treasure. It might become your ninth soul ring, which would definitely be beneficial for you. You should know that, generally, only soul beasts with exotic bloodlines and strong powers can condense such a precious inner core." Hearing this, Yin Yuesher hurriedly walked towards the inner core, filled with joy. The moment she touched it, a powerful yet gentle force flowed into her body through her fingertips. She closed her eyes and cautiously guided this energy into herself, transforming it into her own soul ring. Before long, Yin Yuesher successfully absorbed the energy from the inner core, and a brand new soul ring began to circle around her, emitting a dazzling light. Once the absorption was complete, Yin Yuesher turned around, her face beaming with happiness and satisfaction. She rushed towards Li Xiaobo like a joyful little bird and playfully said, "Hee, I really owe this to you. Without your help, I probably wouldn't have been able to handle this big guy, let alone get such a powerful inner core. All right, let's hurry back and find a quiet place to solidify my new soul ring." Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, his eyes full of affection. Then, the two of them walked side by side in the direction they came from. As the sun set, the golden afterglow draped over them like a magnificent cloak, casting long shadows behind them, resembling a beautiful and captivating painting. Just as they embarked on their journey back, a sudden commotion broke the tranquility of the moment. Not far ahead, a group of fierce-looking robbers, armed with various weapons, blocked their path. These robbers were clearly prepared, their eyes fixed firmly on Yin Yuesher, or more precisely, on the powerful soul ring she had just obtained. That was a treasure that could make countless people envious, and naturally, this group of robbers would not let this opportunity slip away, attempting to claim it for themselves. Faced with this sudden situation, Li Xiaobo showed no hesitation. He snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he quickly stood in front of Yin Yueshi like an indestructible mountain. The robbers, seeing this, howled and charged forward like a swarm. However, they had no idea what kind of terrifying opponent they were about to face. Li Xiaobo gripped the reverse god gun tightly in his right hand, swung it forward, and a mighty surge of soul power erupted instantly, forming a sharp soul power wave. This wave swept through the robbers like autumn winds, scattering leaves, and wherever it passed. The robbers fell to the ground like harvested straw, their wails echoing all around. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with the figures of the robbers. However, the matter did not end there. Among this group of robbers, there was a powerful leader hidden among them. This person was a high-ranking soul, Douluo. Seeing his subordinates so easily defeated, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly began to cast an extremely bizarre dark skill. In an instant, dark tendrils emerged from the ground, wrapping around Li Xiaobo at an astonishing speed. These tendrils seemed to possess life, moving with incredible agility and catching one off guard. Just then, Yin Yueshi, who had been standing behind Li Xiaobo, finally made her move. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she shouted, forming hand seals to unleash the newly acquired soul skill. Instantly, a dazzling soul power light shot from her hands, slicing towards those dark tendrils. With a series of crisp sounds, the dark tendrils snapped apart, dissipating into wisps of black smoke in the air. The robber leader's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he turned to flee. But how could Li Xiaobo let him escape so easily? He flicked his wrist, and the reverse god gun flew out like lightning, whistling as it pierced straight for the back of the robber leader. With a dull thud, the gun penetrated the robber leader's body without obstruction, scattering blood in all directions. The robber leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gun tip protruding from his chest. Then he slowly fell to the ground. After eliminating this group of robbers, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshi exchanged smiles, took a moment to rest, and then continued on their way home. Along the way, the two of them appeared somewhat silent, perhaps realizing through this unexpected battle that in this continent filled with danger and opportunity, they would need to face more challenges to move forward smoothly. After returning to their residence, Yin Yueshi, slightly fatigued yet unable to hide her joy, immediately entered seclusion to solidify the newly acquired soul ring. Not far outside the door, Li Xiaobo stood like a steadfast guardian, his expression focused and serious, always alert to any movements around him to ensure that no one would disturb Yin Yueshi in her closed-door training. Time passed quietly in silence, and several days later, the tightly shut door was finally pushed open gently, and a figure of extraordinary beauty emerged. At this moment, Yin Yueshi exuded an otherworldly aura, as if she had undergone a transformation during her seclusion. She rushed into Li Xiaobo's warm and broad embrace like a joyful little bird, playfully expressing her delight. Her exquisite face was radiating uncontainable joy, and she eagerly began to share with Li Xiaobo the great gains and new powers the recently fused soul ring had brought her. Li Xiaobo maintained a pampering smile on his face, quietly listening to every word spoken by the beauty in his arms. His gentle gaze never left Yin Yueshi's face. That's great. This time, the soul beast I hunted brought me 2 such powerful soul skills, Yin Yueshi exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a child receiving their most cherished toy, as she animatedly described her experience. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but curiously ask, "Oh, to make you this happy, these 2 soul skills must be extraordinary. Quickly tell me what amazing effects they have." Yin Yueshi took a moment to calm her excitement, and then spoke to Li Xiaobo with a mysterious expression. "Let me tell you, based on my initial understanding and exploration, I found that this old beast seems to contain a trace of the extremely rare vermilion bird bloodline. Because of this, the 2 soul skills it granted me are called N-Nim-Ing L-Hu and Z-H-Chu-Z-H-Y. Yin Yueshi continued excitedly. An N-Nim-Ing L-Hu is just like the other soul skills I possess. It simply gives me another option for controlling flames. However, the Z-H-Chu-Z-H-Y is something special. It can condense a pair of incredibly beautiful wings behind my back. Whenever I enter battle mode, these wings not only greatly enhance my movement speed, but also increase the power and intensity of the flames I release. Of course, in critical moments, I can quickly move the ZH-Chu-ZHY in front of me to help block fierce attacks from enemies and avoid harm. It's not an exaggeration to say that this soul skill is incredibly powerful beyond imagination. It can both proactively strike and deal heavy damage to enemies while also establishing a strong defense to protect myself from harm. After finishing her explanation, a look of uncontainable surprise lit up Yin Yuesher's face. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo quietly listened to her narration, gently reaching out to stroke her silky hair. His eyes filled with warmth and appreciation. He couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "The ZHY is indeed extraordinary. It possesses the wonderful dual effects of offense and defense, and it can significantly enhance speed. You must know that in fierce and brutal battles, speed often plays a decisive role, even determining life and death. Therefore, having such a perfect soul skill is truly a stroke of luck." Additionally, the emergence of NM who has made the types of flames you can control more diverse. In the future, if you encounter enemies with various resistances, you'll be able to respond calmly and flexibly utilize multiple flame powers to defeat them. Hearing these words of praise, Yin Yuesher's joy deepened. Her beautiful eyes, sparkling like stars twinkling in the night sky, radiating bright and cheerful light. Chapter 80. Heavy Tower Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher, after enduring numerous hardships, finally succeeded in obtaining their desired soul ring. At this moment, they were in high spirits and filled with anticipation. So they decided to write a letter to their parents far away in Tiando City, letting them know they were safe and detailing the various adventures and gains they had experienced during this time. The letter was carefully placed in an envelope and securely sealed before being entrusted to a reliable person to deliver to the distant Tiando City. After completing this task, the two took a brief rest and set off on a new journey to explore the vast Douluo continent. They headed towards the legendary Longxing city, as it was said to be home to many rare and unique herbs with special effects, as well as various unique soul beasts. Along the way, Yin Yuesher was like a curious child, enthusiastically examining everything around her. Her bright, lively eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, not missing any novel and interesting sights. The wildflowers blooming by the roadside, the singing birds on the branches, and the small animals occasionally darting out from the grass all captured her attention. In contrast, Li Xiaobo appeared much more composed, maintaining a high level of vigilance and closely observing the movements of their surroundings. After all, in this perilous journey, even a moment of carelessness could lead to unexpected dangers. After several days of trekking, they finally entered a remote soul beast forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting spots of light on the ground that resembled golden fish scales embedded in the earth. The air was filled with a damp, decayed smell, and the sounds of insects and birds echoed in their ears. Just as they ventured deeper into the forest, a small deer suddenly appeared not far ahead, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. The deer was small and delicate, with fur as white as silver, and its clear, watery eyes revealed a hint of gentleness. However, the experienced Li Xiaobo knew that in such a mysterious forest, one could not judge whether a creature was dangerous solely based on its appearance. Therefore, upon seeing the seemingly harmless deer, he did not let his guard down, but instead signaled Yin Yuesher to be cautious and to avoid it to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Just at that moment, a chilling, low growl suddenly came from behind them. The two turned sharply to see a massive shadow wolf silently lurking not far away. The wolf was as large as a hill, covered in black fur that shimmered with a strange light. Its sharp fangs were exposed, and a droplet of saliva hung from the corner of its mouth, while its blood-red eyes viciously fixated on its prey, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Yin Yuesher, behaving like a mischievous child, quickly darted behind Li Xiaobo, her small body instantly hidden behind his broad back. Li Xiaobo looked at her playful and childish demeanor and could only shake his head helplessly. But he quickly extended his arms to protect Yin Yuesher closely behind him. At that moment, the shadow wolf was slowly and steadily approaching, its eerie green eyes flashing with a fierce light, while it occasionally emitted low, threatening growls. As the distance closed, the wild and murderous aura emanating from the shadow wolf grew stronger. Just as the shadow wolf was about to pounce at a critical moment, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura characteristic of a tidal Douluo. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world had frozen. An unparalleled, powerful pressure surged forth like a raging sea, sweeping outwards from Li Xiaobo in all directions. This overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating. The shadow wolf, upon sensing this aura, immediately showed extreme terror in its originally fierce eyes. Its body involuntarily began to tremble, and its steps became unsteady, struggling to maintain its footing. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing shadow wolf appeared as if it had seen something incredibly terrifying, fleeing in a panic with its tail between its legs, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the small deer that had been standing by, which looked quite gentle and adorable, was also greatly frightened by this sudden turn of events. It panically raised its front hooves, leaped high, and then dashed away into the depths of the forest like a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Yin Yuesher, pretending to be relaxed, let out a long sigh of relief while gently patting her chest and said with lingering fear, "Oh my, that was really great. Luckily you have such a powerful move. Otherwise, we would really be in danger today." After saying this, she playfully winked at Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a faint smile as he responded, "Hee hee, this trick can indeed solve an immediate problem, but it shouldn't be used too often. You see, with our current strength, we're not particularly powerful yet. If we frequently use this trick and attract the attention of even stronger beings, that could lead to big trouble. By the way, your performance just now was a bit too fake, wasn't it? It's just a mere 10,000-year-old beast, and you, a titled Douluo, were scared like that?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher playfully stuck out her tongue and retorted, "Humph, I was just trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Besides, even if I'm a titled Douluo, it's normal to feel a bit scared in the face of danger." Before she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had discovered a new world. Excitedly, she pointed to a distant area shimmering with a faint light and shouted, "Look over there. Maybe there's some rare treasure hidden there." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing. He saw that the mysterious area appeared particularly enticing under the dim light, and a sense of curiosity and anticipation welled up in his heart. Thus, the two exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement, then cautiously and quietly approached the unknown place. As they got closer, they finally saw that the glowing spot was actually a small, exquisite pond. The crystal-clear water was like a mirror, reflecting the surrounding lush trees and the blue sky. What was most striking were the few spiritual herbs growing in the pond. These herbs were entirely green, their leaves sparkling with flecks of fluorescence, emanating a refreshing and enchanting fragrance. "Wow, this is truly a rare find." Li Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with ecstatic joy. Li Xiaobo was just about to reach out to pick the spiritual herb when Yin Yuesher grabbed him. "Wait, it's so quiet here. Could there be a trap?" Yin Yuesher whispered. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo immediately became alert. He carefully observed his surroundings and noticed some peculiar marks by the water's edge, resembling those left by some large reptile. Just then, the previously calm water suddenly erupted as if a giant rock had been thrown into it, creating ripples. In an instant, a massive water python, covered in dark green scales, burst out of the water. Its terrifyingly large mouth opened wide, exuding a foul stench, and it lunged at them with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobo reacted extremely quickly. He swiftly grabbed Yin Yuesher and retreated. At the same time, he chanted incantations, summoning his martial soul to form a solid shield that positioned itself in front of them, barely blocking the water python's thunderous strike. However, the water python clearly wasn't going to give up easily. After its first attack missed, it quickly adjusted its posture and launched an even more ferocious assault, moving in astonishing speed. Faced with such a fierce opponent, Yin Yuesher dared not slack off. She quickly formed hand seals, and, as she moved, a dazzling soul power barrier suddenly appeared in front of her, like an indestructible wall. Seizing this moment, Li Xiaobo focused intently on the python's head, secretly gathering all his strength into his right fist. When the time was right, he shouted and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, then unleashed all his strength in a punch that struck the python's head. There was a loud bang, and the water python let out a painful hiss. Wounded, it began to thrash its massive body wildly, creating gusts of wind and splashes of water. This water python has at least 40,000 years of cultivation. "It's just right for you to practice on," Li Xiaobo shouted to Yin Yuesher while maneuvering around the python. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's clever eyes twinkled as she quickly devised a countermeasure. She subtly moved her feet, quietly circling to the side of the water pool, cleverly using the surrounding dense trees to conceal her figure. At this moment, the water python was completely focused on its fierce battle with Li Xiaobo and had not noticed Yin Yuesher's small movements. Hidden in the shadows, Yin Yuesher continuously changed her hand seals. In no time, mysterious ancient runes began to slowly emerge from the ground. These runes flickered with a faint yet brilliant light, seemingly alive, quickly spreading across the ground towards the edge of the water pool. Just as the runes were about to touch the water's edge, the water python finally sensed something. It roared in anger, attempting to turn and attack Yin Yueshur. However, it was already too late. But how could Li Xiaobo easily give the python a chance to counterattack? Like a ghost, he flickered, and his weapon transformed into beams of cold light, launching a relentless series of fierce attacks at the python. These attacks came like a storm, instantly diverting the python's attention. At that moment, Yin Yueshur, who had been waiting for an opportunity, seized the moment, quickly formed hand seals, and chanted incantations. In an instant, a powerful energy surged from her body, and a large, complex ceiling formation appeared on the ground. With a delicate shout from Yin Yueshur, a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, enveloping the water python within it like a brilliant pillar of light. The python was clearly enraged by this sudden turn of events. It thrashed its body wildly, opened its massive mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and violently struck against the surrounding seal. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the incredibly strong binding of the seal. Seeing this scene, Yin Yueshur couldn't help but smile triumphantly, then lightly walked over to Li Xiaobo's side, playfully winked, and said, "Hee hee, how about it, Brother Xiaobo? Isn't my plan pretty good?" Li Xiaobo looked at the smiling Yin Yueshur in front of him, a look of admiration on his face, and slightly nodded, saying, "Indeed impressive. Now that this water python has been trapped, we can go collect those precious spirit herbs." As he spoke, he and Yin Yueshur stepped towards the center of the water pool. However, just as Li Xiaobo's hand was about to touch the spirit herb, something unexpected happened. The spirit herb, which had been quietly growing in the water, suddenly radiated a brilliant light and began to change shape at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the spirit herb transformed into a small, exquisite, and incredibly cute creature resembling a little sprite. This little sprite puffed out its cheeks, glaring angrily at Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshur, and shouted indignantly, "Humph! You two despicable guys dare to capture my pet and even attempt to take away the spirit herb that I guard. It's simply a delusion." Before it finished speaking, it waved its small hand, and a strange light flashed. The sealed water python, along with itself, instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshur stunned and standing there with shocked expressions. Yin Yueshur said in astonishment, "I really didn't expect this. This seemingly ordinary spirit herb turned out to be a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years. Even more unbelievable is that both of us are already titled Douluo-level powerhouses, and it was still able to successfully deceive us." Standing beside her, Li Xiaobo crossed his arms in front of his chest, nodding in agreement, and replied, "That's true, but speaking of which, why do I feel like this guy's intelligence seems a bit off? As soon as it saw us, it ran away. And how did it vanish without a trace?" After pondering for a moment, Yin Yueshur replied, "Oh, why think so much? Maybe it has spatial abilities, which is why it can disappear in an instant." However, Li Xiaobo shook his head, denying, "No, I didn't sense any signs of spatial fluctuations from it, and I can be sure it should belong to the Earth attribute." After hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Yin Yueshur couldn't help but furrow her brows, murmuring in confusion, "If that's the case, then how did it manage to disappear? It can't really vanish into thin air, can it?" At that moment, Li Xiaobo fell into deep thought, and suddenly, his gaze quickly darted to the water pool where the water python had appeared earlier, as if he had discovered an important clue. Excitedly, he said, "Perhaps the key to solving this mystery lies within this water pool." The two exchanged a knowing glance, and, after sharing a look, they resolutely decided to delve deeper into the water pool. They approached the water pool cautiously and quietly, taking each step very carefully, afraid of making any sound that might alarm any potential dangers nearby. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly released his soul power, extending it like tentacles into the depths of the water pool. In an instant, he distinctly felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulling force coming from the depths of the water pool. Li Xiaobo's heart stirred, and he quickly signaled his companion to follow him, then began to explore in the direction of this mysterious force. After a while of searching, they were thrilled to discover a concealed entrance at the bottom of the water pool, completely covered by aquatic plants. It seemed that this place truly held hidden wonders. Li Xiaobo whispered to his companion, "This is amazing." The two exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and began to slowly make their way into the entrance. The further they walked in, the thicker the aura of spirit energy became, as if they were enveloped in a mist of spirit energy. They walked for what felt like a long time when suddenly a dazzling light appeared ahead. As they gradually adapted to the brightness and finally saw the scene in front of them, they both widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw the cute little sprite tightly hugging the massive water python, curled up in a corner of the cave. It turned out that this place was the sprite's nest. The reason the sprite had vanished before was not due to any magical soul skill or profound power, but simply because it cleverly used a diversion technique to confuse everyone's sight and then took the opportunity to escape with the water python through the unknown secret passage beneath the water pool back to its lair. As soon as the little sprite saw the two of them appear, it seemed a bit flustered, clutching the water python even tighter, its body trembling slightly, with its big eyes filled with wariness as it stared at Li Xiaobo and his companion. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly displayed a friendly and kind smile, and gently began to explain, "Don't be afraid, we mean you no harm. We were just very curious about the method you used to suddenly disappear earlier, which is why we followed you here, hoping to learn about the mystery behind it." Hearing this, the little sprite seemed to relax its previously tense nerves a bit, but still remained highly alert, not responding immediately. Its pair of lively big eyes darted around, up and down, examining Li Xiaobo and his companions, seemingly trying to determine whether their words were true. After a while, the little sprite finally seemed to dispel its concerns, slowly releasing its tight grip on the water python, gently patting the python's head to soothe it, and then hesitantly spoke, "Actually, there's a little-known secret passage hidden beneath this pond, which directly connects to my nest." At that moment, the situation was urgent, and I used the Earth Escape technique to instantly bring the water python here. After exchanging a glance, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher both showed a look of realization on their faces. Yin Yuesher's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she softly asked, "So, dear little spirit, why do you disguise yourself as a spirit grass?" Upon hearing this, the little spirit couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, its tone carrying a hint of helplessness as it said, "Sigh, there are just too many people outside with ulterior motives towards spirit grass and water pythons. I am weak and alone, so I had to come up with this way to hide myself and protect my safety." At this moment, Li Xiaobo looked at the little spirit with sincere eyes and said apologetically, "We were indeed a bit reckless earlier, and we hope you can be magnanimous and forgive our careless actions. Actually, our intention on this journey across the continent is to gain more knowledge. If it's convenient, could you please share with us information about any more wondrous and interesting things or mysterious places in this area?" Upon hearing this, the little spirit tilted its little head and thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then, it stretched out a delicate hand and carefully took out a bead emitting a faint blue glow from its bosom, handing it to Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher while explaining, "This blue bead records detailed information about the locations of various rare treasures in the surrounding area, as well as many important details about dangerous places. Consider it a small compensation for my earlier actions, since I did scare you both quite a bit." Li Xiaobo gently shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, "I really can't muster any interest in these things. However, I suddenly have an intriguing idea and wonder if you'd be willing to join me in realizing it. Hee. You can rest assured that neither of us is short of such precious treasures as 100,000 year soul rings." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the person beside him simultaneously released a dazzling total of 9 soul rings, their brilliance captivating and drawing attention. At this moment, the small and adorable spirit began to hesitate. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly reassured, "Don't worry, that water python can accompany you too. I will never abandon it." With that, he swiftly waved his hand, and a scroll exuding a mysterious aura appeared before them. As the scroll slowly unfolded, a rich, intoxicating scent of vegetation surged like a tide, instantly filling the surrounding air. The little spirit was still somewhat hesitant, but when it sensed the strong and fresh aroma of plants, it instantly became invigorated. It widened its eyes, pointing at the scroll in astonishment and stammering, "What was this amazing thing?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly and patiently explained, "This is my martial soul, called the 100 Herb Scroll. This scroll hides a vast and special space where any type of plant can thrive." Upon hearing this, the little spirit's eyes sparkled with a mix of surprise and longing. It turned its head to look at the water python beside it, only to find that the python seemed to understand, gently nodding its head. Thus, the little spirit no longer hesitated, happily flapping its wings and flying in front of Li Xiaobo, cheerfully exclaiming, All right then, I've decided to set off with you. Hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across Li Xiaobo's face, and he gently waved his hand, bringing both the little spirit and the water python into the 100-herb scroll. Yin Yuesher, who was watching the scene, couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Ha! Your harvest this time is quite significant. Li Xiaobo laughed as well, replying, isn't it? Now let's continue our exploration. Who knows what other unexpected adventures await us. With that, the two walked side by side, stepping forward with determined strides toward Longxing City. They cautiously left the little spirit's nest, slowly making their way out through the winding and twisting passage. Just as they stepped out of the crystal-clear pool, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Heavy, ink-like clouds quickly gathered, shrouding the entire world. At that moment, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, as if it were tearing the heavens apart, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. In an instant, the wind howled like a runaway wild horse, making it nearly impossible to open their eyes. Li Xiaobo couldn't help but raise his head, looking at the suddenly changing sky, and said anxiously, oh no, the weather really changes too quickly. We need to find a place to shelter from the rain. Yin Yuesher, who was beside him, quickly looked around. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she excitedly pointed to a cave that was faintly visible in the dim light not far away, and exclaimed, look over there. It seems like there's a cave. Should we check it out? Before her words fell, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and rushed towards the cave. Upon entering the cave, they were surprised to find that it was a different world inside. The walls of the cave sparkled with colorful and bizarre mineral lights, resembling countless stars dotting this mysterious space. Filled with curiosity, Yin Yuesher reached out her hand, gently touching the captivatingly glowing stone walls. However, just as her fingertips made contact with the wall, a deep and muffled sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. Hearing this sudden noise, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher's nerves tensed up immediately. They quickly turned around, leaning back to back, their eyes wide open as they stared intently at the dark, deep corner that evoked fear. As the strange sound grew closer, a powerful sense of pressure also swept towards them. Finally, under the intense gaze of the two, a gigantic moonlight bear slowly emerged from the shadows of the cave. This moonlight bear looked like it had at least 10,000 years of cultivation, its massive body emanating a chilling aura. Illuminated by the surrounding bizarre mineral lights, the bear's thick fur shone with a faint blue halo, resembling a giant beast from a dream. The giant and mighty figure of the moonlight bear flickered in the darkness. When it noticed the two people in front of it, it did not immediately launch a fierce attack, as one might expect. Instead, it slowly stood upright, slightly raised its head, and sniffed the air forcefully, as if trying to determine whether the two posed a threat. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Yin Yuesher whispered, fortunately, it seems this creature doesn't have hostility for now. However, after all, this is an extremely rare soul beast. Xiaobo, why don't we try to take it into your baiqiao, too? This way, we can avoid it harming other innocent beings in the future. After a moment of thought, Li Xiaobo nodded gently in agreement. He took a deep breath, began to mobilize his soul power, and concentrated it in his palm. Then, he cautiously extended his hand towards the moonlight bear, trying to guide the giant beast into the baiqiao too with his soul power. However, at that moment, the seemingly calm and docile moonlight bear suddenly let out a deafening roar. In an instant, an incredibly powerful force of resistance erupted from its body. Li Xiaobo was taken aback. He never expected that this moonlight bear would react so violently. Upon closer observation, he was surprised to discover that this moonlight bear was not an ordinary 100-year spirit beast. Deep within its soul, it actually hid an ancient and mysterious bloodline. It was precisely due to this ancient and powerful bloodline inheritance that the moonlight bear possessed a certain degree of self-awareness and was unwilling to be easily subdued by humans. Faced with the moonlight bear's stubborn resistance, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but furrow his brows, but he did not easily give up. Instead, he clenched his teeth and increased the intensity of his soul power output. At the same time, Yin Yuesher quickly came to Li Xiaobo's side, using her own soul power to assist him in suppressing the moonlight bear's surging resistance. At this moment, the moonlight bear was clearly enraged. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp, pointed fangs and continuously spewed out white cold air. Following that, it suddenly raised its two strong forepaws and slammed them down onto the ground. With a loud bang, the entire cave shook violently, and several large boulders on the cave walls could not withstand the impact, detaching from the walls and rolling down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Li Xiaobo was preparing to knock out the moonlight bear and capture it in the herbal diagram, A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Yin Yuesher's mind, and she instantly conceived a plan. She quickly stopped the soul power she was expelling, and then a gentle and warm wave of soul power slowly emanated from her, wrapping around the restless moonlight bear like a soft breeze in spring, soothing it. Calmed by this wave of soul power, the previously agitated moonlight bear gradually quieted down. It blinked its crystal-clear, big eyes, staring at Yin Yuesher in front of it with confusion, as if trying to comprehend why this human woman would emit such friendly signals towards it. Seeing that the moonlight bear's emotions had softened, Li Xiaobo decisively changed his previous strategy. He quickly retracted his forceful and aggressive soul power, and instead emitted an aura filled with goodwill and warmth. This aura was like a warm sun in winter, making one feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. As time passed, the moonlight bear clearly sensed the friendly attitude from the two of them. Its tense body slowly relaxed, and its previously raised head drooped down. Obviously, it was no longer resisting and struggling as fiercely as it had at first. At this moment, Li Xiaobo gently took a step forward and lowered his voice, speaking in an extremely soft tone. "Cute little guy, don't be afraid. We really have no intention of harming you. We just want to take you to a safe and beautiful place where there's plenty of food and clear water, allowing you to live carefree." Perhaps moved by Li Xiaobo's sincere words, or perhaps due to the continuous stream of goodwill, the moonlight bear seemed to understand what he was saying. It hesitated for a moment, then slowly began to walk towards Li Xiaobo. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo was overjoyed. He cautiously extended his hands, afraid that any sudden movements would scare the moonlight bear. Finally, after a period of patient waiting, the moonlight bear successfully approached Li Xiaobo. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaobo quickly opened the herbal diagram in his hands and recited a complex and obscure incantation. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the herbal diagram, accurately enveloping the moonlight bear. Subsequently, the moonlight bear's figure gradually became blurry and ultimately disappeared from the spot, successfully captured within the herbal diagram. At this moment, the raging wind and rain outside finally subsided. Golden sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, falling onto the earth like golden threads, illuminating the entire world brightly and warmly. Yin Yuesher comfortably stretched her somewhat stiff body, then lazily yawned and smiled, saying, "Oh my. After going through so many twists and turns, we really need to have a good rest now." Li Xiaobo, hearing her words, nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's true. But speaking of which, although this journey has been full of hardships, our gains are plentiful, so all these efforts are worth it." After saying that, the two of them began to tidy up their somewhat disheveled clothes. Once everything was in order, they resumed their journey along the path, heading straight towards the mysterious and prosperous Longxing City. This Longxing City was not simple. It controlled a full 80% of the herbal trade share in the entire continent, making it a sacred place in the hearts of all healers, pharmacists, and herbal enthusiasts. However, for Yin Yuesher and Li Xiaobo, their knowledge of medicinal herbs was not very proficient. As they walked and chatted, suddenly, Li Xiaobo seemed to remember something important and stopped in his tracks. He reached into his pocket and carefully took out a blue pearl he had obtained from the fairy's nest. The pearl was round and smooth, radiating a faint blue glow. Looking quite extraordinary, Li Xiaobo stared at the bead in his hand and slowly infused it with a trace of weak soul power. In an instant, a soft glow appeared on the surface of the bead, and then vivid images began to project above it, one after another. Upon closer inspection, the images were all detailed explanations about various herbs, covering their names, physical characteristics, growing environments, medicinal effects, and more, all incredibly thorough. So this is it. I never expected this seemingly ordinary bead to have such a magical use. Li Xiaobo couldn't hide his excitement and enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Yin Yuesher beside him, eager to share this amazing discovery. After a moment of thought, he decided to summon the little spirit from the 100 Herbs map. With a flash of weak light, a petite and extremely cute figure appeared before them. "Oh, right. I still don't know your name. Generally speaking, a powerful soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years should have its own unique title, right?" Li Xiaobo smiled and curiously gazed at the little spirit, gently asking. The little spirit blinked its bright eyes and answered cheerfully, "You can call me Zhongluo from now on, because my true self is the rare 9-leaf Zhongluo." Hearing this name, Li Xiaobo was taken aback for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face as he murmured to himself, "Zhongluo usually has only 7 leaves, right? How come you're a 9-leaf body?" In response to Li Xiaobo's question, Zhonglo sighed lightly and explained somewhat helplessly, what you said is indeed correct. Normally, Zhonglo has 7 leaves. But you must know that we plant-like beings often evolve and grow with the passage of time. Just like in your human world, soul beasts become kings after 50,000 years and can reach the throne after 100,000 years. I have already experienced the passage of 100,000 years, so I've naturally completed my species evolution. By the way, how knowledgeable are you about herbs? Li Xiaobo asked. Herb-related questions are easy for us 100,000 year herb-type soul beasts. After all, it's in our bloodline inheritance. Moreover, we can transmit information through the same species, Zhonglo replied truthfully. Then can you teach us? We are about to arrive at Longxing City. It's necessary to buy some local specialties, as some herbs here are hard to find elsewhere, Li Xiaobo inquired. Haven't I already given you the inheritance bead? You two can study together using the inheritance bead. I need to go back, Zhonglo said helplessly. All right, we'll look at it ourselves. But if we come across something unfamiliar, you can come out and help us understand, Li Xiaobo said as he summoned the 100 Herbs map, recalled Zhonglo, and picked up the bead to examine it again. Yin Yuesher leaned over to watch and began studying as well. Unbeknownst to them, they were getting closer and closer to Longxing City. From a distance, the city walls of Longxing City towered high, and the architectural style within was unique. Just as they were about to enter the city, the city guards stopped them and requested to check their identification. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged glances. They didn't have such things. After all, they rarely went out, and when they did, it was usually accompanied by elders or guards from their families. Such small matters were typically resolved by those guards. So now they were a bit at a loss, especially since both of them were kind-hearted individuals. Just when they were at a loss, an old man passed by and recognized the badge on Li Xiaobo. It turned out to be a symbol representing a high-level soul master, possessed only by a few powerful individuals. Seeing this, the city guards quickly let them pass. Entering the city, it was bustling, with stalls selling herbs and soul beast products everywhere. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were captivated by this vibrant scene, eagerly immersing themselves in it and starting a new exploration journey. They weaved through various stalls when suddenly they heard a commotion. It turned out that a stall owner was accusing a customer of swapping the quality of his precious herbs. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher approached to take a look. The customer defended himself, claiming he was wronged and had only picked it up to look. However, the stall owner insisted that the herbs had been swapped, and both sides were at a standstill. Yin Yuesher used the herb knowledge she had just learned to carefully examine the herbs and discovered that they had indeed been swapped. Li Xiaobo noticed something suspicious and released his spiritual energy to investigate the surroundings. Sure enough, he found a sneaky person in a corner nearby, holding high-quality herbs from a stall owner. When the person realized they had been exposed, they turned and ran. Li Xiaobo took a quick step forward to block him and easily subdued him. The crowd praised him. The stall owner was extremely grateful and insisted on giving them some rare herbs. The two of them declined, but eventually had to accept. After that, they continued their tour and arrived at an old shop. Inside the store was a herb emitting a colorful glow, which the owner called Starshine Herb, extremely rare. Li Xiaobo was very tempted and wanted to buy it. After some haggling, they finally reached a deal. This incident allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of the herb market in Longxing City and collect many precious items. And they continued to explore the city in high spirits. As they wandered through the city, they came to a secluded alley. In the alley stood a dilapidated house, but in front of it were many rare herbs planted. Yin Yuesher, curious to investigate, approached, but Li Xiaobo pulled her back, saying, "This place feels strange." However, Yin Yuesher ignored him and knocked on the door. After a long while, a sickly-looking boy opened the door. Upon seeing them, a flash of panic crossed the boy's eyes. Yin Yuesher stated her intention, saying she wanted to see the herbs. The boy stammered that these herbs were not for sale. Li Xiaobo sensed a special fluctuation of soul power from the young boy, as if something was sealing it. He used his soul power to probe and discovered that the boy actually contained a powerful soul force within him. At that moment, a group of men in black suddenly appeared, and the leader shouted, "We found the target. Take this kid away." Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher stepped forward to protect the boy. A battle immediately broke out, and Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher worked together seamlessly to repel the men in black. Upon inquiry, they learned that the boy was a descendant of a herbal medicine family, which had been destroyed, and he had escaped here after being stripped of his powers. The herbs he was protecting were family heirlooms. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher decided to help the boy regain his strength and restore his family. They left Longxing City with the boy and embarked on a new journey. Li Xiaobo, Yin Yuesher, and the young man arrived at a secluded valley. The place was rich in spiritual energy, making it suitable for cultivation. Li Xiaobo took out the spiritual herbs he had obtained earlier and, together with Yin Yueshe, helped the young man break the seal within his body. The process was difficult, but with their abilities and the assistance of the herbs, they finally succeeded. The young man's soul power surged forth, and he excitedly thanked the two. Soon after, they heard about an ancient herbal compendium located in the distant cloud Mist Mountains, which recorded many lost secrets of cultivating herbs. The three decided to embark on a journey to find it. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, including treacherous terrain and powerful soul beasts. However, in every crisis, they relied on each other's abilities to resolve the issues. After a long trek, they finally reached the cloud Mist Mountains. The mountains were shrouded in fog, with dangers lurking everywhere. They proceeded cautiously when suddenly a soul beast resembling a Qilin, aged 40,000 years, blocked their path. The beast was surrounded by a green glow and exuded an intimidating presence. The young man stepped forward first. Although he had just regained his cultivation, the herbal knowledge passed down from his family made him aware of the beast's habits. He directed Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshe to feign attacks from the sides while he quietly gathered specific herbs nearby to make a powder. Taking advantage of the soul beast distraction, the young man threw the powder, and amidst the swirling smoke, the beast became disoriented. The three seized the opportunity to pass through. Not long after, they found an ancient cave where the lost herbal compendium was located. However, there were traps and mechanisms within the cave. Yin Yueshe used her soul power to sense the traps, while Li Xiaobo and the young man relied on their experience to dismantle them. At the moment they obtained the compendium, a radiant light burst forth, and an ancient divine power surged into the young man's body. The compendium turned out to be a legacy left by the medicine god. The young man gained a wealth of knowledge about herb cultivation and was moved to tears. The three returned to Longxing City with the compendium, and Li Xiaobo invited the young man to join his family. The young man gladly accepted, knowing it was an excellent opportunity for development. Seeing the young man agree brought a smile to Li Xiaobo's face. After all, Douluo was already in the Li family, and adding this young man meant they would excel in both medicine and poison. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what's your name? I can't believe I haven't asked you this in all this time, Li Xiaobo said awkwardly. My name is Kai Fuyuan, and my martial spirit is the Azure Cloud Needle, a healing type soul master. But right now, I only have the cultivation of a soul king. Kai Fuyuan scratched the back of his head. Yueshe, look, we've been traveling for 2 months. How about we go home and take a look? Li Xiaobo cautiously glanced at Yin Yueshe. Yin Yueshe rolled her eyes. All right. If we're going back, let us go. With that, the three began their journey back to Tiando City. In Li Xiaobo's family, Kai Fuyuan received a warm welcome. Utilizing the family's resources, he began to develop new body-enhancing potions according to the compendium. Soon, he developed a batch of rare new varieties of whale shark pills, causing a sensation within the family and proving his worth. Chapter 81. Feelings time flowed slowly like a gentle stream. It was noon, and sunlight poured through the window, bringing warmth and tranquility to the room. Li Xiaobo was leisurely sitting in the living room, enjoying a delicious lunch. He savored each bite, seemingly tasting different flavors in every morsel. On the other side, Yin Yueshe was completely immersed in her own world. She was focused and dedicated to her cultivation, sweat trickling down her fair cheeks, but she paid no mind, gritting her teeth and persevering. Just then, a light footstep approached, and it was Feng Lingyer coming gracefully. She smiled and elegantly sat down opposite Li Xiaobo. Mother, did you need something from me? Li Xiaobo looked up at his mother, still chewing food, and asked curiously. Feng Lingyer smiled slightly and said softly, Xiaobo, look at you, you've grown up and are no longer a child. Generally speaking, in noble families like ours, children get married and start families by the age of 14. Besides, there are suitable candidates around you. For instance, that Yueshe girl, you've grown up together since childhood. You could say you're childhood sweethearts, and from what I see, you both have feelings for each other. So, when you plan to truly be together? Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Xiaobo's face turned bright red like a ripe apple. With his mouth full of food, he stammered, Mom, what are you talking about? Yueshe and I are just ordinary friends. It's not like you think. After saying that, he quickly lowered his head and continued to eat, trying to hide his inner turmoil. Feng Lingyer gently shook her head, a faint smile on her beautiful face, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. She slowly said, Xiaobo, don't try to fool me. Every time you look at Yueshe, there is clearly a different emotion in your eyes. Moreover, Anyone can see that you and Yuesha are fond of each other. If you two could tie the knot, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for you personally and for our family. Sitting at the dining table, Li Xiaobo slowly placed his chopsticks beside the bowl. His originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious, his brows furrowing slightly as he firmly looked at his mother, Feng Linger, and replied earnestly, "Mom, can matters of the heart be decided so hastily? Right now, all I want is to focus on improving my abilities. As for marriage and starting a family, that is not something I'm considering at the moment. Moreover, look at Yuesha. She is wholeheartedly devoted to her cultivation. And perhaps she hasn't even considered such romantic matters. Besides, look at our eldest sister. She's still alone. Isn't she?" Just then, the door that had been tightly closed, seemingly isolated from the world, suddenly swung open. Yin Yuesha stepped out gracefully, resembling a blooming white lotus, her ethereal beauty shining brightly. She first cast a casual glance at Li Xiaobo, then smiled and bowed to Feng Linger, speaking softly. "Aunt, what Xiaobo said is indeed true. At this stage, I only wish to focus wholeheartedly on the path of cultivation, leaving no time for other romantic affairs. But please rest assured, I truly cherish the pure and profound friendship between Xiaobo and me." Upon hearing Yin Yuesha's words, Feng Linger couldn't help but sigh helplessly, secretly pondering. These two children, their thoughts are truly hard to fathom. Li Xiaobo looked at Yin Yuesha in front of him, his lips slightly parted. "Yuesha, you haven't finished your words," he began, but was interrupted by Yin Yuesha's gentle yet firm voice. "Xiaobo, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Let us talk when you figure things out." A faint smile lingered on her face, but it didn't reach her eyes, instead conveying a hint of sadness. Beside them, Feng Linger, seeing the situation, knew that saying more would be of no use, so she gently shook her head and turned to leave silently. Li Xiaobo's gaze remained fixed on Yin Yuesha, his heart a tumult of emotions, a mix of sweetness, bitterness, and saltiness that left him unsure of how to express his true feelings. At that moment, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, ready to explain himself to Yin Yuesha again. But she seemed to have already anticipated his intentions and spoke first. "Xiaobo, now is really not the time to discuss these things. We are still young, and there is so much room for growth and progress. One day, when we are strong enough to face everything calmly, we can talk about these matters properly." After saying this, Yin Yuesha slightly raised her head, looking at Li Xiaobo with her beautiful yet strong and stubborn eyes. After listening to these words, Li Xiaobo fell silent for a moment, and eventually nodded slowly in agreement with Yin Yuesha's view. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. On this day, the family held a grand competition aimed at testing the cultivation results of the younger generation and selecting outstanding talents for focused training. Under the strong persuasion of the family elders, despite having their own thoughts, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesha ultimately decided to participate in the competition together. When they entered the competition arena, a wave of enthusiastic cheers and encouragement erupted from the crowd. The two stood facing each other in the center of the arena, their gazes meeting as if the noisy crowd around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them in the entire world. A flicker of determination flashed in Li Xiaobo's eyes as he shouted loudly and charged forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Yin Yuesha. At the same time, the soul power within him continuously gathered in the palm of his right hand, instantly forming a soul power ball that shone with a blue light. In the face of Li Xiaobo's fierce advance, Yin Yuesha remained unusually calm. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gently sidestepped, allowing the sharp attack to whiz past the hem of her clothing. Immediately after, Yin Yuesha waved her jade-like hand, and several waves of roaring flames shot out from her hand, pouncing towards Li Xiaobo like a fire dragon. Li Xiaobo reacted quickly, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, and leaped high into the air like a graceful swallow, easily dodging the fierce waves of fire. However, he did not stop there. He flexibly spun in the air and, using the momentum, slammed the soul power wave in his hand down towards Yin Yuesha. Seeing this, Yin Yuesha did not dare to be slow and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, a huge fire shield appeared out of nowhere in front of her, firmly blocking the powerful soul power wave. With a thunderous sound, the soul power wave collided with the fire shield, erupting in dazzling sparks and violent energy fluctuations. Although she successfully blocked the attack, the tremendous impact still forced Yin Yuesha to involuntarily take several steps back. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The originally imposing Li Xiaobo, after landing, surprisingly did not continue his attack, but stood still, gasping for breath. After a moment, he lifted his head to look at Yin Yuesher, a complex expression on his face, and slowly said, Yuesher, I've always cared about you. Yin Yuesher was slightly taken aback. Her beautiful face instantly flushed with a rosy hue like a sunset, resembling a blooming peach blossom, shy and charming. However, in that brief moment, a glint flashed in Li Xiaobo's eyes, and he quickly launched a powerful soul technique. A beam of light shot from his hand, directly striking the ground beneath Yin Yuesher's feet. The originally solid and stable ground suddenly shook violently, losing its balance. Caught off guard, Yin Yuesher stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity and dashed forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yin Yuesher, gently resting his long fingers on her delicate shoulder, a smirk on his lips as he softly said, I win. Yin Yuesher glared at him fiercely, her beautiful eyes flashing with annoyance as she playfully complained, You cheat. Is this how you compete? Despite her harsh words, she understood in her heart that Li Xiaobo indeed had the upper hand in this contest. Hearing this, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter bright and confident. The surrounding clan members cheered as well, and the sound of applause and praise echoed throughout the venue, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. After the competition ended, Li Xiaobo quietly gazed into Yin Yuesher's beautiful eyes filled with concern, and a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within him. That warm gaze felt like a spring breeze brushing against his face, bringing him immense comfort and ease. At that moment, Yin Yuesher also keenly sensed the unusual emotional fluctuations deep within her heart. She understood that perhaps this feeling had quietly transcended the friendship between ordinary friends. However, facing such a delicate situation, both of them appeared somewhat at a loss. They exchanged a glance and then smiled slightly at each other, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. In the end, neither of them mentioned the topic of feelings, choosing instead to bury this budding affection deep within their hearts. They were well aware that the most important thing at that moment was to focus on their cultivation, continuously improving their strength to face the various challenges and difficulties that may arise in the future. Chapter 82. Second soul bone absorption time passed swiftly like a galloping horse. Since the end of the thrilling and fiercely competitive family competition, the younger generation in the family had been deeply inspired and dedicated themselves to their cultivation with even more diligence. At the same time, the pure and beautiful feelings between Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher deepened day by day. During their leisure time, the two often walked hand in hand through the bustling streets of Tiando City. They moved about freely like ordinary couples, tasting various delicious snacks and enjoying the scenery along the way. Sometimes they would stop in front of a quaint little accessory shop to carefully select a cherished gift for each other. Other times, they would enter a tranquil and serene temple, sincerely making beautiful wishes for their future together. On a sunny afternoon, Li Xiaobo joyfully held Yin Yuesher's small hand as they arrived at the lakeside in the city center. At that moment, the sunlight was perfectly casting its rays upon the lake's surface, creating layers of golden ripples that shimmered beautifully. The surrounding willows swayed gracefully like elegant young women, their green branches dancing lightly, producing a rustling sound as the gentle breeze passed by, as if whispering some secret. Li Xiaobo gently took Yin Yuesher's delicate hand, his gaze as gentle as water, deeply staring at this woman who made his heart flutter. He softly said, Yuesher, do you know, ever since I met you, my world has been filled with endless surprises. Every morning when I wake up and see your smile, and every moment spent with you feeling your warmth, makes me feel like the happiest person in the world. Hearing these heartfelt words, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but blush, slightly lowering her head, like a lovely water lily shyly swaying in the cool breeze. She gently parted her lips and softly replied, Xiaobo, actually I feel the same way. Being by your side, sharing this beautiful time together, is a tremendous happiness for me. No matter what storms we may face in the future, as long as you are by my side, everything will become incredibly beautiful. Just as the two were immersed in this sweet moment, the sky suddenly began to drizzle without warning. However, they did not rush to find shelter. Instead, they exchanged smiles and let the cool raindrops fall gently around them. The rain gradually soaked their hair and clothes, but it did not affect their joyful mood at all. Rather, it added a different charm to this romantic scene. Li Xiaobo gently extended his hand, softly brushing away the shimmering droplets of water from Yin Yuesher's porcelain-like fair and delicate cheek. His movements were so tender, as if he feared to hurt her. While he spoke in a low, magnetic voice, "No matter what storms or difficulties we encounter in the future, I will steadfastly be by your side, never leaving or forsaking you." Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Yin Yuesher slowly lifted her head, her big eyes, sparkling like stars, shining even brighter at this moment, revealing endless joy and emotion. She slightly tilted her face up, giving Li Xiaobo a sweet smile, as radiant and enchanting as flowers blooming in spring, and softly replied, "Yes, I believe we can always be this happy together." As soon as her words fell, the two of them instinctively held each other as hands and strolled leisurely in the fine, silky rain. The raindrops gently tapped on the ground, splashing up little water droplets. A light breeze brushed by, bringing a refreshing and pleasant scent. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them, fully enjoying this sweet and warm moment that belonged solely to them. Unknowingly, the rain gradually ceased. The sky began to clear, and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting down thousands of golden rays. Meanwhile, a brilliant, colorful rainbow appeared in the sky, seemingly a bridge leading to a dreamlike fairyland, spanning across the horizon. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher walked side by side to a uniquely designed pavilion by the lake to take a short rest. Just as they were immersed in the picturesque beauty before them, a pure white dove suddenly fluttered its wings and landed on the railing of the pavilion. It stood tall with its head held high, holding a delicate bamboo tube in its beak. Li Xiaobo saw this and quickly walked over to carefully untie the paper attached to the homing pigeon's leg. After unfolding the note and glancing at it hastily, his expression instantly became serious. Turning to Yin Yuesher beside him, he said somewhat helplessly, "Yuesher, we've received a letter from home summoning us to return immediately. It seems there is something very important and urgent that needs to be addressed." Although Yin Yuesher felt extremely reluctant to end this beautiful time together, she still behaved very obediently and understandingly. She nodded slightly, indicating her agreement to go home. "In that case, let's hurry back," she said. After that, the two stood up, tightly holding each other's hands again, and set off on their journey home under the brilliant sunshine. Li Xiaobo and another person hurried back to their clan, only to learn that a mysterious relic had been discovered within the clan, requiring the younger generation to explore and train. The elders of the clan hoped that Li Xiaobo could protect them. Despite being concerned about Yin Yuesher, Li Xiaobo accepted the task. Half a month quickly passed. Li Xiaobo usually only intervened when the young members of the family encountered dangers they couldn't resolve. So how did he feel about this training? Upon returning to the Li residence, he began to flirt with Yin Yuesher again. Strolling through the streets of Tiando City felt like being in a flowing painting. On both sides of the street were ancient buildings, each with its unique style, and the exquisite carvings and paintings shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Among the bustling crowd, there were nobles dressed in luxurious attire, walking with an air of grandeur that attracted the attention of passers-by. There were also ordinary citizens, either carrying baskets to select fresh fruits and vegetables or bargaining at street stalls, their faces beaming with satisfied smiles. Various noisy sounds filled the street, the cries of vendors, the clanging of metal from the blacksmith shop, and the melodious singing from a theater in the distance blended together to create a lively symphony of market life. The food stalls by the roadside emitted tempting aromas, with the sizzling sound of grilled skewers and the sweet and sour taste of candied hawthorn that made one unable to resist stopping to taste. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow by, carrying a faint floral fragrance from a flower shop at the street corner. Wandering through the streets of Tiando City was like embarking on a surprising adventure, discovering different beauties with every step, of course. This was only applicable to the strong and the nobles. After all, in this Douluo continent, a fantastical world above extraordinary power, the lives of ordinary people were still too tragic. The two of them crazily roamed the streets, seemingly tireless, for nearly a whole week. At first, they were filled with curiosity and excitement about the new things on the streets, and every shop and stall caught their eye. However, as time passed day by day, that freshness gradually faded, replaced by a deep sense of weariness. Finally, one day, as they dragged their tired bodies through another bustling street, they both unconsciously had the same thought: enough. Thus, the two resolutely turned away from the noisy market and hurried towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. There was the place where they could truly enhance their strength. At this time, Li Xiaobo had already reached the height of level 96. But advancing to the next level was not an easy task. After careful consideration, he realized that if he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, The only way was to absorb soul bones. Reflecting on past experiences, although he had hunted many powerful soul beasts, he had only successfully absorbed a single piece of spiritual skull bone from the soul bones he obtained. Now, however, he held over a dozen precious soul bones in his hands. Initially, Li Xiaobo had planned to wait until he reached level 99 before absorbing these soul bones one by one. But with a deeper understanding of his martial soul inheritance, he was astonished to find that once he crossed the threshold of level 99, the next step was to gradually convert the surging soul power within him into the mysterious divine power. If he did not level up soon, he would likely encounter significant difficulties in the future during this conversion process. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, Li Xiaobo ultimately made up his mind that while he still had plenty of soul bone resources available, the best strategy was to quickly level up to 99. Returning to the exclusive cave deep within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Li Xiaobo slowly sat cross-legged on the bed made of ice-cold, mysterious jade. He gently raised his hands and waved casually, and in a flash of light, several soul bones emanating powerful auras appeared before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he found that 9 of these soul bones were at least 100,000 years old, while the others also included 7 or 8 that reached over 10,000 years. After a moment of contemplation, he first put away those 10,000-year soul bones. Then, his gaze fixed firmly on the remaining ancient soul bones, and a hint of frustration arose in his heart. Which one should he absorb first? He focused his attention and discovered that the 9 soul bones before him each had their unique characteristics. Among them, 2 were torso bones. One emitted a mysterious green light, seemingly containing endless vitality and vigor. The other was a deep black, faintly revealing a heart-pounding pressure. Additionally, there was an external soul bone that was particularly striking, resembling a piece of exquisite armor, with dazzling golden patterns swirling on it, exuding a fierce aura of slaughter. Looking at the other soul bones, the 2 right leg bones were also extraordinary. One came from a hollow willow tree that had lived for 200,000 years, shimmering with a gentle blue light. The other came from a 900,000-year-old arm monkey, its entire body translucent like jade, exuding a hint of coldness. As for the left leg bones, they also had their merits. One belonged to a bloodthirsty demon wolf of 400,000 years, with a blood-red glow flickering on it, giving a sense of brutality. The other came from a light spirit of 300,000 years, shining with a dreamlike white light, filled with a holy aura. Finally, there were 1 bone from each arm. The left one came from a 30,000-year-old golden white tiger, its golden light dazzling. The right one came from a 600,000-year-old blue thunderbird, with tiny lightning bolts occasionally flickering across its surface, crackling and popping. Just as Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow, filled with frustration, Yin Yuesher entered the room quietly like a light fairy. Her bright, star-like eyes quickly scanned the precious soul bones displayed in the room, finally settling on one particular external soul bone armor of 600,000 years that emitted a mysterious glow. Yin Yuesher slightly squinted her eyes and softly said, "Xiaobo, in my opinion, this soul bone is not simple. Not to mention its long age, this external soul bone itself is a rare treasure in the world. Once you successfully absorb and merge it, it might bring you an unimaginable boost in ability." Li Xiaobo, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly approach the soul bone that stirred his heart. He began to focus intently on it. Sure enough, as he got closer, he could clearly feel an extremely sharp aura continuously emanating from the soul bone, as if it were proclaiming to the world the tremendous power it contained. Nevertheless, a trace of concern and worry still lingered deep within Li Xiaobo's heart. After all, the more powerful the external soul bone, the greater the effort required to fully control and master it. If he were to be careless, not only would he fail to gain the expected increase in strength, but he might also bring upon himself unpredictable dangers. At that moment, Yin Yuesher seemed to see through Li Xiaobo's thoughts. She gracefully moved to his side, gently took his slightly tense hand with her delicate fingers, and encouraged him earnestly, "Xiaobo, you must believe in your potential and strength. Don't forget, even that senior Yaji willingly chose to sacrifice himself for you. How could a mere soul bone defeat our brave and fearless Li Xiaobo?" Her words were like a spring breeze that swept through Li Xiaobo's heart, instantly dispelling the gloom and unease that had settled there. He glanced gratefully at Yin Yuesher beside him, a flash of determination appearing in his eyes, and finally mustered the courage to make an important decision, to absorb 2 soul bones at once. Having made up his mind, Li Xiaobo unhesitatingly reached for the 600,000-year-old external soul bone armor of Yaji, but after a brief pause, he gently placed it back. He then quickly shifted his gaze to the other equally captivating 900,000-year-old body bone of the gibbon. Just as his slender fingers lightly touched the body bone, radiating a mysterious glow, an indescribable sensation surged through him. It felt as if a torrential current was roaring and surging within him, that immense power akin to a long-captive giant beast desperately wanting to break free from its restraints. As he cautiously began to absorb this powerful force, a wave of energy struck his entire body's meridians like a thunderbolt. Every inch of his meridians felt like a lit fuse, burning and stinging. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Standing nearby, Yin Yuesher looked worried and tense, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Xiaobo, who was enduring great pain. Her hands instinctively clenched, ready to assist him at any moment, helping him stabilize his chaotic aura. Time passed second by second, and Li Xiaobo struggled painfully through this ordeal. Each impact of energy nearly caused him to faint, yet the deep-seated desire to become stronger burned like a flame, continually motivating him to persevere. Finally, after experiencing a heart-stopping and arduous struggle, Li Xiaobo successfully integrated the vast power contained within the gibbon's body bone into his own body. He slowly opened his long-closed eyes, and two dazzling golden rays flashed through his gaze, like shooting stars across the night sky. At this moment, he could clearly feel his already robust physique becoming even stronger, every muscle filled with explosive power. His soul power had also received an unprecedented significant boost, reaching level 98. He was just one step away from the coveted level 99 realm. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He gently moved his stiff muscles and bones, which had been tense for a long time, producing a series of popping sounds. Meanwhile, he turned his head and made eye contact with Yin Yuesher, who had been guarding him by his side. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes revealing concern for each other and great anticipation for the path of cultivation ahead. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the mysterious 600,000-year-old external soul bone armor before him. He slowly extended his hands and carefully cradled it, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Then Li Xiaobo closed his eyes and mobilized all his soul power, continuously pouring it into the soul bone like a gentle stream. In an instant, the soul bone seemed to be ignited, erupting with dazzling brilliance, the light as blinding as the midday sun, making it impossible to look directly at. At the same time, an incredibly powerful force surged from the soul bone, like a torrential flood, wildly rushing into Li Xiaobo's body. The strength of this force was beyond his imagination, as if it were going to tear his body apart. However, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without a hint of retreat. Gradually, a layer of shiny armor patterns began to emerge on his body, these patterns shimmering with a faint glow, closely connected to his skin. Each pattern contained endless energy, as if they were mysterious runes from ancient times. Time passed second by second, and Li Xiaobo remained fully focused on absorbing the power within the soul bone. Finally, after a long and arduous effort, he successfully completed the absorption of the external soul bone armor. At this moment, Li Xiaobo opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing in them. He could clearly feel a vast and powerful force surging within him, continuously washing over his meridians and bones. This sensation made him feel unprecedentedly invigorated, as if he had been reborn and transformed into a completely new existence. Li Xiaobo knew very well that the successful fusion of the soul bone meant he had taken a solid step toward becoming stronger. Now, he had already ascended to the rank of 99th level ultimate Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of the continent and looking down upon all living beings. However, he did not become arrogant or complacent because he understood that there is no end to the pursuit of ultimate power. After absorbing the soul bone, Li Xiaobo gently moved his body and then turned his gaze towards Yin Yuesher, who was standing aside. He took a deep breath to calm the surging soul power within him, and then asked Yuesher, "First tell me how long the soul bone absorption process took." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a breath of turbid air. Yin Yuesher smiled and replied, "It has been a whole week." Her voice was clear and pleasant, beautiful like a lark emerging from a valley. Upon hearing this answer, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that so much time has passed. You've really worked hard to protect me here all this time." His eyes were filled with gratitude. Yin Yuesher quickly waved her hand and playfully said, Do we need to say such polite words between us? You're making it sound a bit distant. As she spoke, a playful smile appeared on her beautiful face. Li Xiaobo looked at the lively and adorable Yan Yuesher, his heart filled with joy and affection, and he couldn't help but smile indulgently. Then, he reached out and took Yan Yuesher's delicate hand, softly saying, "There's really no need to be so formal. After all, our relationship is quite special. Now, I have successfully broken through to level 99, and on this vast continent, there's probably only one person left who can defeat me. From now on, I will have plenty of time, and I finally have the opportunity to enjoy life with you and nurture our feelings. I wonder if you would be willing to stay by my side?" After saying this, he looked at Yan Yuesher with great anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Yuesher nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with happiness, and replied gently, "Of course I would, as long as I can be with you. I feel happy no matter what we do." Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher walked out of the cave together. At this moment, the outside scenery was enchanting with the contrast of ice and fire, as the icy spring and fiery columns complemented each other. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo had a whim and said, "Yuesher, I want to take you to a place." He took Yan Yuesher up into the air and sped off towards the distance. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious sea of flowers. The flowers here shimmered with strange light, and the petals danced in the wind. Just as the two were immersed in the beautiful scenery, a group of mysterious creatures suddenly emerged from the flower sea. They resembled rabbits, but had wings. Li Xiaobo became alert and shielded Yan Yuesher behind him. The creatures circled around them, showing no signs of malice. One of them approached Li Xiaobo and surprisingly spoke human words. "Noble level 99, peerless Douluo, welcome to the Spirit Flower Valley. We have been waiting for you for a long time and would like to request your help with something." It turned out that this sea of flowers had been corrupted by dark forces, and they hoped Li Xiaobo could assist in purifying it. Li Xiaobo readily agreed. He unleashed his soul power, and beams of light poured onto the flower sea, gradually dispelling the dark aura. The creatures joyfully jumped around and gifted him a spirit herb containing immense energy. Li Xiaobo accepted the spirit herb and, hand in hand with Yan Yuesher, left the area, their figures gradually fading away in the sunset glow. Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire and began to study the uses of the spirit herb. Yan Yuesher speculated that this spirit herb might help them cultivate tranquility and concentration, and Li Xiaobo found this reasonable. Therefore, Li Xiaobo attempted to channel the energy of the spirit herb into his body. In an instant, a warm and gentle power flowed through his meridians, continuously nourishing his soul power. Yan Yuesher, nearby, also absorbed some of the dissipated spiritual energy and felt refreshed. A few days later, the family's elder announced that a grand celebration would be held to celebrate Li Xiaobo becoming a level 99 peerless Douluo. However, Li Xiaobo declined, as he did not want to expose his strength. Moreover, his rapid rise to level 99 was somewhat unexpected for others. After all, each level after the 95th for a title Douluo represents a different realm. Thus, breaking through so quickly could attract the attention of other forces. As a result, only family members with soul power above level 80 knew that he had already reached level 99. Following this, Li Xiaobo began to relax, as converting soul power into divine power is a long process. Therefore, he had plenty of time to accompany Yan Yuesher and, aside from the Silver Dragon King, he feared no one else. However, the Silver Dragon King was not likely to come looking for trouble, as the Silver Dragon King was a figure who had only appeared 10,000 years after the Dosan period. Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher play and frolic in the woods near the ice and fire Yinyang every day, living a comfortable and carefree life. One day, Yan Yuesher had a sudden idea and wanted to search for the legendary fountain of life deep within the Douluo forest. Although Li Xiaobo felt it was a risky adventure, he couldn't refuse her and had to accompany her. Upon entering the Douluo forest, dangers lurked everywhere, with various powerful soul beasts hiding in the surroundings. However, Li Xiaobo, with his level 99 strength, cleared a path through the obstacles. As they approached the fountain of life, a 90,000 old tree demon appeared to block their way. Li Xiaobo engaged in a fierce battle with it. The tree demon's vine attacks were swift, but Li Xiaobo easily severed them using the newly acquired power of the Eye of Vengeance. Eventually, they reached the edge of the fountain of life. Yan Yuesher excitedly scooped up the spring water and instantly felt a surge of vitality flowing into her body. Li Xiaobo also collected some spring water to store. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and a spatial turbulence emerged. Li Xiaobo tightly embraced Yin Yueshi and braced himself. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, and when the space returned to normal, they both breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged smiles, and quickly left the dangerous place to return to the ice and fire yin-yang to continue their leisurely life. Not long after their peaceful days resumed, one day while Li Xiaobo was cultivating, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He frowned slightly and stopped his training. Yueshi, I sense a powerful force awakening from afar, and it seems to carry danger. Yin Yueshi looked at him worriedly. What should we do? Li Xiaobo held her hand tightly and said, Don't be afraid. I'm here. He decided to investigate and flew with Yin Yueshi toward the source of the power. The closer they got, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. Finally, they saw an ancient palace slowly rising from the ground, surrounded by black mist. The palace doors opened slowly, and an old man in a black robe walked out. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my territory? The old man's voice was cold. Li Xiaobo stepped forward. I am Li Xiaobo. I sensed something unusual here and came to investigate. Who might you be? The old man sneered. I am the evil cultivator sealed here 100 years ago. Today, I have finally broken free from my seal. You have come at the right time. Become my nourishment. With that, he launched an attack. Li Xiaobo quickly responded, unleashing his strongest skills to counter the assault. For a moment, light and darkness clashed in a dazzling display. After an intense battle, Li Xiaobo finally defeated the evil cultivator. He and Yin Yueshi exchanged smiles. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshi had just breathed a sigh of relief when the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble violently. The ancient palace started to collapse, and the ground cracked open with large fissures, from which black and red light gushed forth. This is bad. It seems there is something down there. Li Xiaobo's expression changed. Suddenly, a massive claw reached out from the crevice, followed by a colossal beast engulfed in flames crawling out. It roared, and a wave of scorching fire swept towards them. Li Xiaobo tightly embraced Yin Yueshi and teleported away, then summoned his martial soul. He knew well that this giant beast was not easy to deal with, but in order to protect Yin Yueshi, he felt no fear. He charged towards the giant beast, trying to find its weakness. The beast had tough skin and thick flesh, and several attacks failed to hit its vital points. Yin Yueshi observed for a long time and noticed that the beast's eyes would briefly close after each fire breath. Xiaobo, attack its eyes! Yin Yueshi shouted. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity after hearing it and concentrated all his soul power towards the giant beast's eyes. The giant beast roared in pain and counterattacked frantically. Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth and endured, launching a strong attack once again. In the end, the giant beast collapsed with a loud crash. Li Xiaobo wearily walked towards Yin Yueshi, feeling that it was truly too dangerous. He didn't expect that besides an extremely powerful evil soul master, there was also a 500,000-year-old ferocious beast. This place was simply terrifying. Fortunately, we are strong. If this ferocious beast doesn't have a soul ring, could it also be an ancient species? Li Xiaobo said, maybe, but you should check if it has any soul bones. After all, without a soul ring, it would be a pity if there were no soul bones either, Yin Yueshi replied. Chapter 83, The Fierce Rock Beast. Li Xiaobo cautiously stepped forward, approaching the massive and bright red corpse lying on the ground. He focused his mind and used his powerful mental strength to conduct a deep probe. However, after some investigation, his brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Sigh, it seems our luck this time is really not great. Li Xiaobo gently sighed and slowly spoke. This strange beast only has a single inner core. There are no soul bones produced, and not even a soul ring exists. Standing beside him, Yin Yueshi, though appearing quite exhausted at the moment, still softly comforted him. Don't be discouraged. You haven't checked the storage soul tool carried by that evil soul master yet. People of such a level as a peerless Douluo usually have some good stuff hidden on them, right? Li Xiaobo felt it made sense after hearing this, so he nodded, crouched down, and began to carefully search the storage soul guide of the evil soul master. Just as he slowly probed his mental power into the interior of the soul guide, a flash of undisguised surprise crossed his face at first, but soon after, this surprise was quickly replaced by a heart full of confusion. Inside, there were indeed a considerable number of rare herbs and some high-quality soul crystals. However, Li Xiaobo paused and took out a piece of irregularly shaped stone that was completely black and emitted a strange glow. Continuing, besides this, there's also such a bizarre stone. It continuously radiates a strong energy fluctuation that I have never felt before. Yin Yuesher cautiously leaned closer to the stone, her eyes wide open, staring intently at it, as if she wanted to see through its rough surface to uncover the secrets hidden within. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The stone suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and then a scorching heat emanated from it, nearly causing Yin Yuesher to retract her hand. Li Xiaobo, standing aside, was also startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively stepping back several paces, staring in shock at the glowing and hot stone. Yin Yuesher, being too close, was slightly slower to react, but soon followed by retreating repeatedly. As the light grew stronger, a clear phantom of a map slowly emerged from the glow. This map looked ancient and mysterious, marking a strange location they had never heard of before. Yin Yuesher's heartbeat instantly quickened, and she nervously looked at Li Xiaobo, her voice trembling as she asked, "Could this be a treasure guide? But what if it's a trap?" Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. He fixed his gaze on the shadowy map and said with determination, "It's still hard to judge right now, but in any case, let's remember this location. Discovering such a mysterious stone today is already quite an achievement. Let's find a safe place to rest and adjust our state. Once we regain our energy, we can study this stone and the map it shows in detail." Yin Yuesher nodded in agreement with Li Xiaobo's suggestion. So, the two of them found a relatively quiet and secluded corner, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to circulate their energy to quickly recover the physical and mental strength they had expended due to the recent unexpected event. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, as if silently guarding the two who were meditating. "Yuesher, how about we go explore this underground palace thoroughly? Look, there's such a huge beast hidden inside. Moreover, there's a level 99 ultimate Douluo sealed here. Just from these signs, this place is definitely extraordinary. In the whole world, probably only gods have such abilities," Li Xiaobo said slowly after hesitating for a moment. Hearing this, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but frown, her face showing concern. "But Xiaobo, we both carry divine heritage. Is it too risky to recklessly enter the underground palace like this? In my opinion, there's really no need to take such a big risk." However, Li Xiaobo shook his head firmly and responded with conviction, "Don't worry, Yuesher. Think carefully about the evil soul masters we encountered before and the fierce flame beast right in front of us. If there were truly other dangers in the underground palace, how could they have survived until now? So in my view, it's highly unlikely that there will be any other dangers inside." After considering Li Xiaobo's words for a moment, Yin Yuesher nodded. The two then cautiously made their way deeper into the underground palace. Along the way, the walls were covered with ancient and obscure runes, occasionally flickering with a faint light. As they walked, a massive stone door suddenly appeared ahead, adorned with complex array patterns. Li Xiaobo focused his attention and mobilized all his mental strength, trying to unravel the mystery before him. However, when his mental power touched the mysterious stone door, he felt an overwhelming force surge back at him like a raging wave, making him dizzy and nearly unsteady on his feet. For a moment, he found himself in a helpless predicament. Just then, an unintentional movement from Li Xiaobo changed the entire situation. His hand accidentally brushed against the mysterious stone he had discovered earlier, and in an instant, the stone emitted a dazzling light once again. This light was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. At the same time, a strange resonance seemed to occur between the light and the stone door, as if long-lost old friends were reuniting. Accompanied by a low, rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a dazzling golden light that made it difficult to open one's eyes. Once the light dimmed slightly, they carefully stepped inside the stone door. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eyes was a stone platform located in the center. On the platform lay a treasure radiating an unusual aura, a Fantian Huaji, a type of ancient halberd. This Fantian Huaji shimmered with mysterious light, as if containing endless power and secrets. Li Xiaobo couldn't contain his inner curiosity and instinctively reached out to touch the Fangdianhua halberd. However, just as his fingers made contact with the halberd's body, the surroundings suddenly underwent a remarkable transformation. Countless phantoms appeared out of thin air, vividly bringing them back to a distant past. On the battlefield, the sounds of battle were deafening, with flashes of swords and blades crisscrossing. Various powerful spells radiated light, making it hard to take in everything at once. Amidst this chaos, many tall figures with extraordinary abilities, deities, were fiercely engaged in combat, and the battle was exceptionally brutal. Through these phantoms, Li Xiaobo and the others finally understood that this place was the site of an ancient war among the deities. The Fangdianhua halberd before them was very likely a relic left behind by a deity from the celestial star system. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaobo gazed at the halberd in his hand, which symbolized the inheritance of divine status, and had already made a decision in his heart. He took out the Baichao map, gently unfolded it, and began to chant incantations. As the incantation echoed, the Baichao map emitted a soft green light, enveloping the Fangdianhua halberd. In the blink of an eye, the halberd transformed into a stream of light and was drawn into the Baichao map. After Li Xiaobo carefully put away the Fong Tianhua Ji, he turned to Yin Yuesher and smiled. I think the inheritance of the star god system is more suitable for Brother Jinjia. His gold martial soul, combined with the power of the stars, might create unexpectedly powerful skills. Yin Yuesher widened her eyes in surprise. But this is too precious. Li Xiaobo gently took her hand and said, It's okay, since we already have the inheritance of the divine position ourselves. Moreover, our family only has him as the genius suited for this inheritance. A strong family allows us to cultivate better, doesn't he? After listening to Li Xiaobo's explanation, Yin Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement. The two left the stone platform and continued to explore deeper into the underground palace. Not far along, they discovered a wall covered with constellations. Curious, Li Xiaobo reached out to touch the wall, and in an instant, the constellation patterns emitted light that intertwined to form a stargate. They exchanged glances and decided to enter the stargate. Upon passing through, they found themselves in a vast space resembling a starry sky, with countless starlights gathering into various forms of spirits dancing in the air. Suddenly, a gigantic starry qilin charged toward them, and Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher quickly prepared for battle. However, the qilin stopped as it approached them and spoke, those with fate. If you wish to receive the final gift, you must pass my test. The test was a duel of belief and courage. Despite the interference of numerous illusions, they remained true to their hearts and eventually succeeded. The qilin nodded in satisfaction, spitting out a bead containing pure star power, merging it into their bodies. This bead will help you enhance the power of your divine position inheritance. You may leave now. As the qilin's voice faded, they were teleported out of the underground palace. Back on the surface, they hurried home with their gains, handing over the star god system inheritance to Brother Li Yongjia and sharing their adventures in the underground palace. Li Yongjia cautiously extended his hands, solemnly and devoutly accepting the object of the star god system inheritance that emanated a mysterious glow. The moment his fingertips touched the treasure, a powerful and ancient force surged into his body like a tide, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Li Yongjia's heart was filled with indescribable joy. It was also surging with deep reverence. He understood that this inheritance was not just a powerful force, but also a heavy responsibility and mission. A slight misstep could betray Li Xiaobo's expectations and even bring unforeseen disasters to the entire world. Therefore, Li Yongjia resolutely turned and entered the secret chamber, deciding to immediately enter seclusion to wholeheartedly accept this great inheritance. Behind the tightly closed stone door, he would face countless unknown challenges and tests alone, using his will and perseverance to comprehend the ancient wisdom and power that this inheritance represented. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were busy preparing for their long-awaited wedding. After a series of twists and touching experiences, the two finally bravely expressed their sincere feelings for each other. At this moment, their eyes were filled only with each other's happy smiles, and their hearts were full of longing and aspirations for a beautiful future together. From selecting the wedding date, arranging the venue, to inviting friends and family, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher took care of every detail themselves, pouring their love into each aspect. Although the preparation work was tedious and exhausting, they found it sweet and enjoyable. For this wedding was not only a testament to their love, but also symbolized their firm determination to spend the rest of their lives together. Chapter 84. The wedding as the golden sunlight poured through the colorful stained glass of the ancient church like a dazzling starry river, gently cascading onto the soft red carpet adorned with various flowers. A solemn and romantic Western noble wedding was slowly unfolding. The bride, Yin Yuesher, wore a pure white wedding dress as pristine as snow, with exquisite lace details shimmering under the light, like countless stars dancing silently. The white feather veil on her head fluttered lightly in the wind, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens, coming to the mortal world solely for this moment of beauty and sanctity. Around her neck hung a necklace made of large vintage pearls, which radiated a warm and noble luster, as if each pearl carried the weight of history and the brilliance of time. With each step, Yin Yuesher appeared composed and elegant, as if walking on clouds, light yet determined. The groom, Li Xiaobo, wore a sharply tailored tailcoat, perfectly fitted to his physique, highlighting his tall stature and graceful demeanor. A delicate purple boutonniere adorned his chest, complementing the bouquet in Yin Yuesher's hands, as if they were the most perfect pairing in nature. His gaze revealed immense determination and tenderness, an infinite expectation for their future life together and deep love for the bride. As if the whole world existed solely for this moment, to witness their love. The wedding venue was filled with romantic and elegant British charm. On the expansive outdoor lawn, exquisite tea sets were arranged on white lace tablecloths, which gently swayed in the breeze like fluffy clouds. Freshly baked English afternoon tea delicacies emitted enticing aromas, with an array of exquisite cakes, sandwiches, and cookies that made one's mouth water. Guests mingled in this relaxed atmosphere, dressed in splendid attire, gracefully holding champagne glasses, sharing blessings for the couple's beautiful future, eagerly awaiting the climax of the wedding. The multi-tiered wedding cake resembled a stunning work of art, quietly displayed at the center of the hall. Pure white cream was adorned with delicate flowers, each one seemingly a spirit of nature, meticulously sculpted into this masterpiece. Each layer was exquisitely crafted, symbolizing the couple's endless aspirations for a beautiful life. Traditionally, the first tier of the cake is preserved until the birth of the couple's first child for baptism, representing not only loyalty to the wedding, but also beautiful expectations for the future. As the wedding march began, Yin Yuesher, guided by her father Li Yuanmei, slowly walked towards Li Xiaobo. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on the couple. The elder of the clan solemnly read the wedding vows, and Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher gazed deeply into each other's eyes, filled with the image of one another. Their eyes sparkled with love, promises, and expectations for the future, as if the whole world stood still for them at that moment. I do. In poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, I will love you and cherish you forever. The vows echoed in the air, each word infused with sincere emotions, a steadfast belief in love and a deep commitment to each other. At the moment of exchanging rings, flashes of light captured this eternal moment. The rings sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, symbolizing the eternal promise and love between the two. The radiance was like brilliant stars, illuminating their future and warming the hearts of everyone present. After the wedding, guests danced joyfully to lively music celebrating. Elegant floral decorations bloomed in every corner, adding a touch of dreamlike color to the wedding. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher wove through the crowd, sharing their joy and happiness with every guest. Their smiles were like blooming flowers, filled with sweetness and happiness, letting everyone they encountered feel this beauty. On this tranquil and peaceful day, an extraordinary wedding moved everyone's hearts. The Western noble wedding was not just a grand ceremony, but the best interpretation of love and commitment. It showed us the power and beauty of love, and made us believe that as long as there is love in our hearts, life will be filled with hope and happiness. As night fell, the moonlight poured like mercury over the still, lively estate. Li Xiaobo held Yin Yuesher's hand and quietly led her to the swing in the depths of the garden. Here, far from the hustle and bustle, they were accompanied only by the sound of insects. Today feels like a dream, Yin Yuesher softly said, her face glowing with happiness. Li Xiaobo smiled indulgently, gently lifting his wife onto the swing and giving it a light push. The swing, carrying Yin Yuesher, traced a beautiful arc in the air. However, at that moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky. The light grew brighter and eventually transformed into a massive firework that exploded in the night sky. The colorful sparks instantly illuminated the entire night sky, more spectacular than a daytime fireworks display. Guests were drawn over, gathering around a garden to watch. What is this? How could there be such a brilliant firework all of a sudden? Yin Yuesher asked in surprise. Li Xiaobo leaned mysteriously close to Yin Yuesher's ear and whispered, "This fireworks display is a surprise." It turned out that Li Xiaobo had secretly arranged everything in advance, wanting to give Yin Yuesher a unique memory of their wedding night. The fireworks constantly changed shapes, sometimes forming two entwined hearts, sometimes spelling out their initials. Yin Yuesher's eyes grew moist with emotion as she watched. Suddenly, colorful paper slips floated down from the fireworks. The guests curiously picked them up and found words of blessing and some warm little stories, all about the moments of Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher's acquaintance and romance. As everyone read these slips, they occasionally burst into knowing laughter or sighed in amazement. Yin Yuesher leaned in Li Xiaobo's embrace, feeling the atmosphere filled with love. As the last firework fell, a faint smoke lingered in the night sky, resembling a beautiful painting. Li Xiaobo held Yin Yuesher's hand tightly, and amidst the guests' cheers, they smiled at each other, as if time had frozen. Their happiness as radiant as the splendid fireworks, never to fade. Just when everyone thought the surprises of the night had come to an end, Li Xiaobo pulled Yin Yuesher to the small lake in the manor. The lake was filled with lotus lanterns, their flickering candlelight creating a dreamlike scene. "This is my little surprise," Li Xiaobo said with a smile. They walked along the lakeside, each lotus lantern displaying their portraits or sweet words. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted through the air. A group of musicians dressed in classical attire had hidden in the woods to play. The music was ethereal, as if coming from fairyland. Yin Yuesher was overjoyed, swaying gently to the music. Seeing this, Li Xiaobo took her hand and began to dance gracefully by the lakeside. The guests surrounded them, quietly appreciating this wonderful scene. After the dance, Yin Yuesher's eyes sparkled, and Li Xiaobo gently kissed her forehead. Then, they released several sky lanterns together. The lanterns slowly ascended into the night sky, carrying their wishes for a new life. Under the soft moonlight, they stood embraced, surrounded by the guests' blessings. As this beautiful wedding night gradually drew to a close, filled with love and surprises. Years later, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher welcomed several adorable children into their home. The manor was often filled with the cheerful laughter of children. One day, the family decided to hold a gathering. Yin Yuesher cooked delicious food, while the children played and chased each other in the garden. Li Xiaobo busied himself with the decorations, hanging colorful lights on the trees and laying soft blankets on the grass. As the gathering began, the children performed shows to entertain their parents. The eldest son recited poetry, his tender voice full of emotion. The youngest daughter danced a simple yet adorable routine. Afterward, the whole family played games, laughter and joy filling the air. As night fell, the family lay on the blankets, stargazing. Li Xiaobo pointed to the starry sky, sharing ancient legends, while Yin Yuesher snuggled beside him, radiating happiness. The children listened intently, occasionally asking interesting questions. The moonlight bathed them, as if draping a layer of sacred brilliance over this perfect family. This family, built on love, continued to write their happy chapters within that love. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the eldest child was about to turn 6. This day was undoubtedly crucial for the family, as he was about to experience the pivotal moment of soul awakening. Once this news spread, the entire family erupted into excitement. The strength of the martial soul directly related to the paths the children would take and the heights they could achieve. Therefore, every martial soul awakening ceremony was the focus of the entire clan's attention. Finally, the long-awaited gathering day arrived. That morning, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm and mysterious glow over the courtyard. The elders of the family arrived early, either sitting or standing, but all eyes were focused on the slightly nervous yet undeniably excited child in the center of the courtyard. At that moment, the surroundings were remarkably quiet. Even the rustling sound of the wind moving the leaves felt extraordinarily clear. In this silence, Yin Yuesher tightly held Li Xiaobo's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and eager anticipation. Suddenly, the small child's body trembled slightly, and then a faint golden light slowly seeped out from within. This blue light initially appeared dim, but as time passed, it ignited like a flame, growing brighter and gradually forming a swirling halo that enveloped the child. Everyone held their breath, fixated on this miraculous scene. As the dazzling light gradually faded, all were astonished to find that behind the child loomed an enormous, majestic golden dragon. Initially, everyone was stunned, their faces expressing shock, as if time had frozen at that moment. However, after a brief moment, all gazes turned to Li Xiaobo, standing beside them. Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded gently. Though subtle, that motion seemed to carry an indescribable power. Then, the atmosphere ignited like a spark, erupting into thunderous applause and deafening cheers. The sound surged like roaring waves, each wave higher than the last, almost lifting the roof off. The children were especially ecstatic, dancing with joy, with one child even leaping up excitedly, like a happy little bird, and diving into their parents' warm embrace. At that moment, Li Xiaobo could hardly contain his joy. He stepped forward, scooped up the child, and raised him high. Simultaneously, he announced to everyone present in a loud and passionate voice, "Tonight, we will hold a grand celebration feast." This statement was like a lightning bolt breaking through the night sky, further heating the already lively atmosphere. At the banquet, the lights shone brightly, and a feast of delicious food was laid out. People gathered around, and the conversation revolved around the child's newly awakened martial soul. Some praised the soul's incredible potential, predicting that it would lead to astonishing achievements. Others foretold that the child would become the pride of the family, guiding them toward a brighter future. Each person's words were filled with expectations and blessings for the child's promising future. The child sat quietly beside his parents, listening to the discussions around him. His bright, clear eyes sparkled with pride, like the brightest star in the night sky. At that moment, he deeply felt the love and support from those around him, a warm feeling swelling in his heart, motivating him to strive forward. Amidst the laughter and sincere blessings, this happy family embarked on a new journey. They knew that life's path would never be smooth sailing, and countless challenges might await them. However, as long as love served as a strong backing, they would fear nothing, firmly believing they could bravely move forward, protect this warm home, accompany their children's growth, witness them realize their dreams step by step, and create their own legendary lives. Chapter 85. Li Chun. The moonlight poured down like silver gauze, draping the earth in a layer of mystery. The stars in the night sky twinkled like countless eyes gazing down at all things. The distant mountains were merely outlined in the night, resembling a slumbering giant. In the woods, the occasional calls of nightingales break the stillness of the night, crisp and ethereal. The wind gently rustles the leaves, as if whispering ancient stories. Fireflies dance among the grass, like scattered fragments of stars upon the earth. The pond's surface shimmers, reflecting the stars and moon in the sky, creating ripples with the light breeze. A black cat silently crosses the meadow, its green eyes glimmering like two ghostly lamps in the darkness, before vanishing into the night, restoring the tranquil yet vibrant atmosphere of the evening. In the cave of ice and fire, 3 people are sitting inside: Li Xiaobo, his wife Yin Yuesher, and Li Chun. "Xiaobo, why does Chun'er have a dragon as his martial soul today?" Yin Yuesher looked at Li Xiaobo in confusion. Li Chun also stared wide-eyed at Li Xiaobo. To explain this, we must discuss the inheritance of martial souls. Martial souls are passed down through bloodlines. Generally, a child's martial soul will follow the stronger parent. However, there can also be cases of atavism or mutation, and sometimes traits skip generations. But usually it is due to bloodlines. The reason Chun'er awakened the 5-clawed golden dragon is that I possess a true inheritance and bloodline. Moreover, no one in this world has a 5-clawed golden dragon martial soul, and Chun'er is the first person in this world to have one. Since I have the true dragon bloodline, Chun'er inherited my true dragon bloodline. He should have awakened other dragon types, but because there is no dragon lineage ruler in this world, he evolved into a 5-clawed golden dragon, Li Xiaobo explained. Yin Yuesher nodded, half understanding, while Li Chun excitedly waved his little hands. "Daddy, does that mean I'm really amazing?" Li Xiaobo affectionately patted his head and said, "Yes, Chun'er. However, this also means you have to shoulder greater responsibility. We must keep this secret well, otherwise it may bring unnecessary trouble." Li Chun obediently replied, "Okay, Dad, I understand. Chenya, you should sleep first. Tomorrow, I will help you obtain your first spirit ring. Although you have an innate level of 20, you can only get your first spirit ring. The second spirit ring requires at least 1,000 years, so you need to train hard," Li Xiaobo said seriously. 1,000-year second ring is not bad either. With our secret recipes and precious medicines for body training, Chun'er has a good configuration, Yin Yuesher said. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the cave entrance into the cave. Li Chun woke up early, his eyes full of anticipation. Li Xiaobo took his son to a hidden spirit beast forest. The spirit beasts here were clearly ranked, with a large number of rare spirit beasts. But Li Xiaobo was confident that he could find at least a subdragon-type spirit beast for his son's spirit ring. The father and son walked at a leisurely pace when suddenly a century-old spirit beast sprang out. Li Chun was a bit nervous, but more excited. Just as Li Xiaobo was about to take action, Li Chun shouted, "Dad, let me try." With that, Li Chun activated his inner soul power, and the 5-clawed golden dragon martial soul appeared, releasing a powerful aura. The spirit beast was so frightened that it started to tremble. Li Xiaobo slightly nodded, agreeing to let his son give it a try. Li Chun stepped forward. His soul power surged as he charged towards the 100-year soul beast. The five-clawed golden dragon martial spirit shone brightly as he threw a punch, accompanied by a whistling sound. The 100-year soul beast, terrified, attempted to counterattack but was easily dodged by Li Chun, followed by a kick to the beast's body. In just a few moves, the 100-year soul beast collapsed to the ground. Li Chun withdrew his soul power and turned to look at his father, a hint of pride in his eyes. Li Xiaobo smiled and said, "Sure, do not be arrogant. This is just the beginning." The father and son continued to venture deeper into the forest. Before long, they came upon an area shrouded in mist. Li Xiaobo's expression changed as he sensed the presence of a sub-dragon-type soul beast nearby. The two approached cautiously and indeed saw a lizard-like sub-dragon-type soul beast exuding a dragon's might. They noticed their approach and let out a low growl. Li Chen clenched his fists, and the five-clawed golden dragon martial spirit reappeared. Li Xiaobo prepared to assist at any moment, as an intense battle was about to unfold. Whether Li Chun could successfully subdue this sub-dragon-type soul beast to become his first soul ring depended on this moment. The sub-dragon-type soul beast opened its massive jaws and unleashed a flame directly at Li Chun. Unfazed, Li Chun summoned the five-clawed golden dragon martial spirit to form a shield around his body, and the flame struck it, sending sparks flying. Then Li Chun swiftly moved, using his speed advantage to circle around to the side of the soul beast and delivered a powerful punch to its body. The soul beast yelped in pain and whipped its tail towards him. Li Chun leaped up, mounting the beast's back and tightly hugging its neck. The soul beast thrashed wildly, trying to throw Li Chun off. Gritting his teeth, Li Chun held on while continuously pouring his soul power into his martial spirit. The strength of the five-clawed golden dragon grew stronger, gradually overpowering the soul beast. Li Xiaobo nodded secretly from the side, fully aware that although this soul beast was only a sub-dragon type, its strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, Li Chun was sweating profusely but refused to give up. Finally, the soul beast's struggles became weaker and weaker. Li Chun seized the opportunity and launched the final strike, sending a powerful wave of soul power that left the soul beast momentarily dizzy. Taking advantage of this, Li Chun communicated with the soul beast and proposed a contract request. The red-scaled dragon lizard, unable to resist, had no choice but to submit. A golden halo slowly rose, enveloping the soul beast before merging into Li Chen's body. Li Chen successfully obtained his first soul ring, and a victorious joy radiated from his face. Li Chun felt the newfound power within him, and excitedly said to Li Xiaobo, "Dad, I feel like I'm filled with strength now." Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded. "This is just the beginning, Chen-er. You still have a long way to go." After returning to the cave, Yin Yuesher was overjoyed to see her son return safely and successfully obtain his soul ring. "Chen-er, how is your soul skill?" Yin Yuesher asked. "Mother, my soul ring comes from a 700-year-old red-scaled dragon lizard. My soul skill is Flame Dragon Explosion, which can summon the power of the flame dragon to attack enemies with great might." Li Chen excitedly demonstrated his soul skill, a small surge of flame dragon power leaping in his hand. Yin Yuesher praised, "Chen-er, you're truly remarkable. This soul skill looks very strong." Hearing this, Li Chun was even happier and eager to find an opportunity to showcase it. In the following days, Li Chun practiced diligently, striving to enhance his mastery of the soul skill and his own soul power. Chapter 86. The Emperor's Fury. Time flowed on, and in this year, Li Xiaobo turned 40. While Tang Hao was being hunted by the Spear Hall, yet he continued to live his leisurely life. After all, in this world, apart from the gods, no one was his opponent. After years of cultivation, he had reached level 129, a half-step Divine King. After entering the upgrade, Li Xiaobo was able to cultivate so quickly thanks to the fragment of the Chaos Pearl in his Sea of Consciousness. The Chaos Pearl fragment provided Li Xiaobo with a large amount of chaotic energy, and the flow of time inside was 10 times faster than outside. Moreover, the Chaos Pearl was activated after he reached level 100, allowing him to arrange for others to enter and cultivate inside. As a result, every family member who reached level 80 as a Soul Douluo was cultivating inside, rapidly enhancing the entire family strength. Therefore, he had lost interest in future figures like Tang San and the Shura God, and began to enjoy a leisurely life, savoring the good life. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day, a young junior from the family rushed in a panic to inform Li Xiaobo that there were abnormal fluctuations in the internal space of the Chaos Pearl. Li Xiaobo hurried to check, only to find that the Chaos Pearl fragment, which had been steadily supplying energy, seemed to be disturbed by some powerful force. The scene shifted to the Black Scale Emperor, who was cultivating on the primitive continent and seemed to sense something. His calm gaze pierced through layers of chaotic space, directed toward the Douluo continent. Li Xiaobo was startled. This sense of unknown threat made him feel tense again after a long time. He tried to suppress the abnormal fluctuations of the Chaos Pearl fragment with his soul power, but it was of no use. At that moment, the corners of the Black Scale Emperor's mouth curved into a cold smile. He had not yet lived a leisurely life and was still diligently cultivating. While Li Xiaobo was enjoying a carefree existence, Li Xiaobo knew the situation was tricky. He gathered all the experts from the family and decided to jointly protect the Chaos Pearl. Just as everyone was on high alert, a huge crack suddenly opened in the sky, and a powerful pressure poured out from it. The enormous figure of the Black Scale Emperor gradually emerged. Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth and charged forward first, his soul power ablade, fiercely slashing at the Black Scale Emperor. The Black Scale Emperor snorted coldly and casually waved his hand, dispersing the soul power blade. "Do you think such an attack can hurt me?" Li Xiaobo's eyes narrowed, and the experts from his family behind him unleashed their strongest soul techniques to attack the Black Scale Emperor. A black light enveloped the Black Scale Emperor, forming a shield that blocked all attacks. "You ants, today you will learn what true power is." The Black Scale Emperor raised his hands, and the dark power surged forth like a tidal wave. Li Xiaobo realized that brute force wouldn't work, and his mind raced. Suddenly, he remembered that the fragments of the Chaos Pearl were connected to his soul, so perhaps he could try to guide the energy from within to counterattack. He forcibly split off a thread of soul power to probe into the interior of the Chaos Pearl fragment. A miracle happened. The fragment sensed its master's will and released a pure beam of chaotic light towards the Black Scale Emperor. The Black Scale Emperor was caught off guard by this sudden attack and staggered when hit by the chaotic light. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaobo led the family experts to launch another fierce assault, but it did no damage to the Black Scale Emperor. Seeing this, the Black Scale Emperor became furious. He was attacking himself with his own power, and this person had even ambushed him in his past life. He had originally let go of his grievances, especially after someone he knew helped him so much yesterday, granting him a divine inheritance and leaving behind some backup plans on Douluo Star. Yet this was how he repaid him. At this moment, he was truly enraged. In his fury, the Black Scale Emperor's aura surged, and the dark power spread around him as if it had materialized. Li Xiaobo felt the air around him seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. But he knew he could not retreat at this moment. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo recalled the records about ancient formations from the inheritance. Perhaps he could temporarily trap the Black Scale Emperor by setting up a formation with the family experts. He quickly transmitted his thoughts to his family members, who understood and positioned themselves according to specific directions, using chaos as a medium. In an instant, beams of soul power connected, forming a massive soul power prison that enveloped the Black Scale Emperor. The Black Scale Emperor was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. A mere trick. He clapped his hands, and the dark power transformed into two black dragons that crashed into the prison. The prison shook and was on the verge of collapse, but everyone was resolute and continuously infused soul power to maintain it. Just as both sides were at a standstill, Douluo Star could no longer bear such overwhelming pressure and began to crack, with the fissures rapidly expanding. Li Xiaobo was horrified. If the planet were to be destroyed, everyone would perish. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go all out. He burned part of his soul power, causing the Chaos Pearl fragment to emit an even stronger light, then charged towards the Black Scale Emperor, hoping to perish together and stop this disaster. The Black Scale Emperor, seeing this, showed a disdainful expression and was about to strike to completely crush Li Xiaobo. However, just as Li Xiaobo was about to collide with the Black Scale Emperor, a mysterious golden light suddenly appeared, blocking the two of them. It turned out to be the long-hidden guardian of the celestial inspectors of Douluo Star. This guardian looked at the Black Scale Emperor and said, "You are powerful, but wantonly destroying Douluo Star also violates the rules of the universe." The Black Scale Emperor snorted coldly, "Don't lecture me with rules. Today, I will teach this person a lesson." The guardian shook his head. The golden light around him grew even brighter, countering the dark power emanating from the Black Scale Emperor. Li Xiaobo took the opportunity to restore some soul power. He looked at the guardian and conceived a plan. He drew out all the remaining chaotic energy and transferred it to the guardian. After receiving this power, the guardian's strength greatly increased. He formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations as countless golden runes flew towards the Black Scale Emperor. The Black Scale Emperor was utterly enraged. In that instant, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The formidable Black-Scale Emperor, renowned across the universe, slowly raised his right arm, which was as sturdy as a mountain. Accompanied by a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, endless power began to crazily converge towards his right palm. In the blink of an eye, the Black-Scale Emperor's right palm was enveloped in a thick, indiscernible black glow, containing terrifying power capable of tearing apart the void and shattering stars. At this moment, his eyes, radiating a chilling, killing intent, were fixed on the beautiful yet fragile Douluo star below, as if he wanted to completely erase it from the universe. The next moment, without hesitation, the Black-Scale Emperor swung his right arm with the force of a thunderbolt, striking fiercely towards Douluo star. This strike was like the arrival of the apocalypse, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, erupting in a deafening roar. As this sound echoed, the entire universe trembled, countless stars dimmed at that moment. Immediately, an indescribably massive shockwave surged outward from the Black-Scale Emperor's palm in all directions. The celestial inspectors, who usually held high positions and maintained cosmic order, didn't even have time to react before they were instantly engulfed by this shockwave, leaving not a trace behind. Moreover, this shockwave swept across the entire universe with unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, whether stars or planets, or various mysterious celestial bodies and galaxies, all turned to nothing in an instant, leaving only a vast void of emptiness. The once bustling and vibrant universe became eerily silent in that moment, resembling a scene of apocalypse. The life-filled universe that was before now turned empty, as if everything had vanished into thin air. And the fearsome Black-Scale Emperor stood expressionless in the center of this desolate space. Suddenly, he swung his hands fiercely. An immensely powerful force erupted. Accompanied by this force, a massive tear was ripped in space, dark and deep enough to send chills down one's spine. Following that, the Black-Scale Emperor stepped into the rift without hesitation. As his figure gradually disappeared, the rift began to slowly close. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The desolate space was empty, when suddenly, a flash of fire appeared where Douluo, a star, used to be. A gigantic fan emerged, slipping into the space, vanishing from sight. Introduction: a new work is out. Welcome everyone to read my work on Tomato Novel. I hope you like it. Your attention is my motivation for writing, and I will strive to tell every story well.